Chapter 1. Can't you be a little more content? In the New World at Lottie Island. After the storm, the land lay pristine, basking under the gentle sun. Ahaha! The resonant cries of seagulls echoed through the sky. On the idyllic isle, a strikingly handsome youth, with a well-proportioned physique, stood facing the sea, methodically striking down with his sword, as monotonous as a tireless machine. This repetitive motion, day after day, year after year, had long since become his habit. With every slash, a gust of wind surged forth, producing a buzzing sound. Standing 2 meters tall, his muscular and well-defined body belied the fact that he was merely 17. After reaching a staggering count of 100,000 strikes, the young man finally paused. "I'm still far from my goal. I must strive harder." The youth, somewhat inexperienced, sighed wearily, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction within. The reason for such feelings stemmed from the perilous world of the Pirate King. The sea was tempestuous, teeming with formidable foes, and the clashes were earth-shattering amidst an era of chaos. Especially now, only a few years had passed since the disbandment of the Rox Pirates. The infamous pirates like Gold Lion Haki, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, and the Pirate King were all monsters among monsters. Numerous other pirates existed, although not as numerous as those from the Great Age of Exploration. Their danger and chaos were equally unparalleled. Indeed, the current New World was a tangled web of disorder, a tumultuous age. It was truly overwhelming. In the year 1491 of the Sea Circle calendar, Hibofeile Charlotte, held but one wish: to live as a transparent drifter, safely and peacefully. In a world rife with bloodshed and monstrous beings, the luxury of simply lying low in safety was unparalleled. What further brought tears of despair to Charlotte was that he found himself in the latter half of the Grand Line, the notorious New World. Positioned roughly at the intersection of the front and back sections of the New World, it lay slightly towards the outskirts of the central region. This was not a hospitable place. The New World was a realm where monsters roamed and pirates vied for supremacy. The majority of pirates were unproductive and exceedingly vicious. How many were truly friendly? Surely, they must be very few. It was indeed a source of unease and fear. Fortunately, this area was relatively remote, having not witnessed any notable incidents, providing a semblance of safety for the time being. Yet, he could not find joy in this. For in 7 years, Roger would be executed, heralding the onset of the great age of pirates, during which countless pirates would flood into the New World. Even if this place remained secluded, many pirates would inevitably discover it, and the 4 emperors would gradually rise to prominence, carving out territories to dominate the New World. The flames of war loomed ever closer, with the chaotic era of the New World showing no signs of abating. He needed sufficient strength to survive. This instilled Charlotte with a profound sense of crisis. Having traversed into this world for 17 years, he had not dared to pause. Practicing relentlessly, he would not make his name known until he possessed adequate power. Fortunately, since his arrival at a young age, he had awakened the observation Haki, and through over a decade of training, he had mastered it to an exceptional level. Moreover, his observation Haki appeared to have undergone some peculiar transformation, allowing him not only to sense current thoughts, but also to glean some hidden secrets upon contact with others. He referred to this ability as mind reading. As a pirate enthusiast, being able to foresee the trajectory of the next few decades offered him a modicum of reassurance. Of course, in his eyes, this was far from sufficient. Thus, he devoted himself with fervor to the cultivation of his physique and swordsmanship. The sea was rife with bizarre abilities and monstrous beings in abundance. He needed to remain inconspicuous. Becoming a naval officer held no allure for him. It was merely a high-risk job with a paycheck. Becoming a pirate was even less appealing. It was a venture devoid of prospects, without pay, insurance, or any form of security. As for becoming a bounty hunter, he might as well be courting death in the New World. After much contemplation, the safest and most liberating choice was to live as he currently did on the island. The island on which he resided was quite ordinary, predominantly mountainous, with a population of merely over 3,000, resembling a small town in scale, not large at all. Thus, he had swiftly subdued the only small gang in the town, naming it the Hibofeile family, operating from the shadows. With modest ambitions, he sought to remain unremarkable. With servants to cater to his needs, delectable food, fine wine, and a place to stay, he found great satisfaction in this life. Life was meant to be lived thus. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, the sound of explosions erupted, shaking the ground. What on earth is happening? Charlotte seized the sword he had laid aside and rushed out of the training room towards the source of the explosions. Kill them. In the next moment, a thunderous battle cry resounded. Fuck, it's pirates. Charlotte's expression changed dramatically as he sprinted swiftly towards the dilapidated port. The pirates aboard their ship were reveling in the chaos, exuding an exuberant bloodlust. Standing an imposing height of 2 meters and 8 centimeters, with a physique as robust as a bear, the pirate captain, adorned with a black skull cap, pointed his massive scythe towards the town and bellowed, "Wahahaha! Men, charge!" A multitude of weapon-wielding pirates, bloodthirsty and greedy, gazed hungrily towards the port. As the pirate ship drew near the port, the eager pirates thundered down the gangplank, rushing towards the port. Each face was twisted with expressions of greed, excitement, and bloodlust, as if they were eyeing a fattened lamb ready for slaughter. Members of the Hibofeile family in the port hastily armed themselves, charging towards the oncoming pirates. "Annihilate the pirates!" Ivan shouted fiercely, leading the charge, with his subordinates following closely behind. The pirate captain scoffed, dismissing the local gang as insignificant. How could they possibly contend with his battle-hardened crew? Such arrogance. Wipe them out. The pirates, like madmen, surged towards the members of the Hibofeile family. The battle erupted into chaos, with roars, howls, and the sounds of clashing weapons ringing in the air. Boss, Aaron Ivan, wielding a long knife, felled a rampaging pirate with a single strike, shouting, "Boss, it's the rampant pirates." There was no need for Aaron Ivan to remind him. The towering pirate captain, standing at 2 meters and 8 centimeters, wielding a 3-meter-long scythe, stood like an imposing wall, observing his crew's valiant display with keen interest. The captain of the rampant pirates, Shibik, had a bounty of 68 million berries. This was the first time in years that the highest bounty pirate crew had safely arrived at Lottie Island. Charlotte felt a headache coming on glancing over. He cursed, "Damn pirates, can't you be a little more content?" Chapter 2. Ultimately, it's time to reveal some strength. He, Hibofeile Charlotte, traversed the world, relying solely on 2 words, low profile. But today, he had no choice but to take action. Charlotte sighed softly. This was to be his lifelong stronghold. How could he allow anyone to wreak havoc here? Moreover, the residents were kind and friendly. This was his homeland. Thus, only the pirates who would be ground to dust could be deemed good pirates. Charlotte's gaze turned icy. In an instant, he moved like a whispering breeze. Thud! Charlotte's form reappeared, and behind him, dozens of henchmen crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Shibik's brow furrowed in an instant, while the other pirates seethed with rage. Kill! The pirates charged forward with reckless abandon, employing their classic, mindless tactics. Their aim was so erratic that it showcased the mastery of what it meant to be a human outline artist. Bang! 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 The majority of the bullets landed harmlessly around Charlotte, missing entirely. They posed no threat to him whatsoever. Shibik's expression grew serious, his gaze sharp, a sensation of dread creeping in. Charlotte remained expressionless. His sword flickered with a deadly gleam, each flash accompanied by the extinguishing of life. In mere moments, the ground was strewn with the corpses of pirates, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. A wave of fear washed over the remaining pirates, rendering them hesitant to act. Once the decision to fight was made, there would be no chance for survival. Enemies must be prepared to face death. Ordinary pirates posed no substantial threat to Charlotte. Indeed, the weakness of the powerless was glaringly apparent when faced with the strong. Even the most insignificant of foes could not withstand a single blow from a true powerhouse. He moved with a nimble grace, swiftly closing the distance, mercilessly reaping the lives of his foes. Damn it! A flicker of fear crossed Spik's face as he beheld the losses among his men, yet anger still marred his expression. The members of the Hibofeile family in the port were utterly astonished by Charlotte's display. Witnessing Charlotte's effortless slaughter of the pirates, they could not contain their boundless admiration, erupting into loud cheers. "Boss is magnificent! Boss is magnificent!" The usually gentle and sunny leader was shockingly formidable in battle. A sight to behold. Charlotte paused, an astonishing aura poised to erupt, the long sword in his hand humming involuntarily. His blade danced, the sword energy surging forth, accompanied by a soft whisper. One sword style, divine wind, tiger slash. To master the art of cutting iron is to perceive the breath of all things, effortlessly shattering stone and severing gold, and only through the mastery of such skills does one have the opportunity to ascend to the ranks of sword masters. In a vast ocean, a sword master is indeed a formidable force. This was the culmination of Charlotte's insights and experiences over the years, augmented by the profound training he had received from mysterious swordsmen on this very island, propelling his swordsmanship to new heights. Today, he would inevitably reveal the true extent of his prowess as a swordmaster. In an instant, countless pirates were torn asunder, like rags, amidst a scene of carnage that was nothing short of horrific. Swordmaster Spick, the captain of the rampant pirates, felt his pupils constrict, a wave of intense fear washing over him. Charlotte regarded him, his expression devoid of emotion. Enemies must be prepared for death. With his strength now laid bare, there was no chance for this band of pirates to escape. The blade's radiance shot forth, sparkling with enchanting brilliance, as countless days and nights of training coalesced into this moment of unparalleled fluidity. The whisper of the divine wind, the flickering of the blade, swift as lightning, 1 slash, 10 slashes, 100 slashes, 1,000 slashes. Under this singular strike, Charlotte seemed to be transported back to countless past moments of wielding his blade. Shoo! In Spick's eyes, the blade's radiance expanded, and in the next moment, a grotesque, elongated wound appeared upon his chest. Spick emitted a horrific scream, the great naginata slipping from his grasp as he collapsed, blood gushing forth. The battle concluded with astonishing swiftness, leaving a scene of chaos and bloodshed. Eagerly, Ivan rushed over, looking like an eager lackey, utterly astonished by his leader's might. These were formidable pirates, yet they appeared nothing more than trifles in the hands of his boss. Boss, you are incredible. More people should know of your renown. Upon hearing Aaron Ivan's words, Charlotte felt a headache coming on. Gaining fame in the new world would be troublesome. How could you have learned such bad habits? Charlotte decisively interjected, shifting the topic. Ahem, Ivan, I have no interest in fame. Quickly organize the men to clean the battlefield and incinerate the pirates' bodies to prevent disease from spreading to the townsfolk. In response to Charlotte's earnest admonition, Ivan's eyes sparkled as if struck by inspiration. Understood, boss. With that, he hurriedly rallied the arriving subordinates to begin the cleanup. Ivan, these brutal and arrogant pirates have finally received their just desserts. Many of the subordinates nodded in agreement, as numerous families had been shattered by the vicious pirates. Soon, one of the subordinates laughed heartily, exclaiming, "This is a glorious battle. It's simply unimaginable. Indeed, Brother Ivan, our boss is simply too strong." Having witnessed his leader in combat, Ivan felt immensely honored, his excitement palpable. Brothers, the boss has safeguarded the peace of our town and protected our homeland. How magnificent is that? This is the glory of the Hibofeile family. Charlotte, the hero of our town, the pride of the Hibofeile family. A chorus of exuberant voices erupted among the subordinates, their spirits soaring. The port was instantly filled with jubilant cheers. As for the frenzy unfolding in the port, Charlotte aboard the pirate ship could not quite discern their words. In the captain's cabin, he discovered 30 million berries, though not an extravagant sum. It was still considerable. Outside, Ivan had already collected the pirates' weapons into a pile, while the bodies were neatly stacked together. At a glance, the sight was quite impressive. Indeed, Aaron Ivan was as reliable as ever in his duties. Boss, Charlotte patted Ivan's shoulder with a look of satisfaction. Well done. Ivan, let's proceed. Yes, Ivan shouted excitedly. Charlotte winced at the booming volume of his voice, so close to him he was not deaf, after all. The pirates' corpses were engulfed in towering flames. The remains of the ferocious Spick were also incinerated despite his substantial bounty. The distance to the naval base was too great, and venturing out to sea was far too perilous. Thus, the only option was to burn them all, until the last remnants of the pirates were reduced to a vast expanse of ashes, which were then scattered into the sea. Charlotte felt quite satisfied. Alas, I remained so benevolent. Look at this servicee so considerate. After advising Ivan to tidy up the pirate ship, Charlotte returned alone to the Hibofeile family's residence. Chapter 3. Is this not testing the old cadres? In his office, Ivan diligently attended to his work. As the second-in-command of the Hibofeile family, he naturally had his own workspace, a room specifically designated for him by Charlotte. This recent victory over the pirates had yielded substantial rewards, including 30 million in liquid assets and a pirate ship now docked at the port. For the impoverished Hibofeile family, this represented their first significant income in many years. It was undoubtedly a remarkable fortune, and the importance of a ship to a faction cannot be overstated. One must consider that the cost of constructing a pirate ship is not insignificant, as it must withstand the unpredictable weather of the New World. At present, the Hibofeile family lacked sufficient liquid assets to build a new vessel. To attempt construction would not only entail issues with shipwrights, but would also lead the family's finances into a dire deficit. Everyone might end up eating dirt. This pirate ship resolved the pressing issue of long-distance voyages in the future. Of course, The ship's insignia had been meticulously eradicated, ensuring that it could be safely used for merchant transport, fishing, or patrols without concern. For a pirate crew, one of the most critical elements is, naturally, the flag. It is a symbol. Thus, Ivan thoughtfully preserved the flag of the rampant pirates with great care. He is preparing to establish an exhibition hall dedicated to showcasing the flags of exterminated pirate crews alongside various related materials, allowing everyone to witness the illustrious and magnificent history of the Hibofeile family. I truly am a genius. It is a flawless plan. Such a marvelous and perfect idea brings great delight to Ivan. With the strength of Captain Charlotte, it would be splendid if he could actively pursue some pirates. Just the thought invigorates Ivan. One day, the legend of Hibofeile will undoubtedly circulate across these seas. Suddenly, the office door was violently flung open, and a towering man, resembling a bear, barged in. With a loud crack, the wooden door shattered. Ivan, who had just been lost in pleasant thoughts, looked at the scene before him, his expression turning irritable and frustrated. "Damn it, Beta, is it so difficult to knock?" The good-natured Beta scratched his head sheepishly and replied in a deep voice, "Brother Ivan, I will certainly be more careful next time." Ivan waved his hand weakly. He had no way to deal with his clumsy oaf. Beta was discovered by Captain Charlotte during an unexpected encounter by the seaside. He had been captured by a slave ship and, after enduring a pirate attack, miraculously floated ashore on a piece of driftwood. Had it not been for his pitiable state of being homeless, Captain Charlotte would never have taken in this fellow. Despite Beta's imposing stature, he was merely 16 years old, 1 year younger than Captain Charlotte. "What is it, Beta?" Ivan inquired. Upon discussing serious matters, Beta immediately adopted a solemn demeanor. "Brother, Ivan has a slave." He stepped aside, revealing a petite figure behind him, Lena. Ivan was taken aback. Lena quickly stepped forward. "Lord Ivan, I wish to join the Hibofeile family." Upon hearing Lena's words, Ivan nodded slightly. He naturally welcomed new members into the family, as it signified the family's flourishing under Captain Charlotte's leadership. However, as the second in command, he felt compelled to inquire further to make appropriate arrangements. "What did you do before? What skills do you possess?" In response to the inquiry, Lena replied, "Lord Ivan, I was a maid in the royal court. I am adept in dance, singing, and attending to the needs of my superiors." She glanced at Ivan with a hint of trepidation. "A maid?" Ivan whispered, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. It is well known that many members of the nobility maintain their own maids to signify their status and rank. However, the Hibofeile family lacks such attendants, and it is inconceivable for the eldest to be without the company of a beautiful maid to tend to his needs. Ivan would never allow such a state of affairs. Thus, he surveyed Lena with a newfound idea in mind. Yet he understood all too well that Charlotte, the eldest, despises the concept of enslaving others. They had once suffered under the tyranny of a previous leader who treated them not as human beings, but as slaves living in servitude. It was due to Charlotte's benevolence that they were able to live with dignity, treating one another as family. Ivan himself was captivated by Charlotte's charm from that moment, pledging his unwavering loyalty. If forming a maid brigade was out of the question, then perhaps a maidservant group would suffice. The essence may differ, yet the purpose remains the same. With this thought in mind, he addressed Lena. "Lena, the Hibofeile family intends to establish a maidservant group, and you shall be the first head maid, entrusted with caring for Charlotte." "Very well, Ivan," Lena readily accepted, having no reservations as she was herself of maid origin. Returning to her roots brought her no dissatisfaction, especially considering Charlotte's admirable qualities, handsome and kind-hearted. "Ha! Welcome, Lena, to the Hibofeile family," Ivan exclaimed with hearty laughter. "Ah, who dares to speak ill of me from behind?" Charlotte murmured to herself, appearing quite distressed. However, upon reflection, she realized that she hardly knew anyone and perhaps was merely overthinking. With this thought, her spirits lifted once more. This very lifestyle was what she yearned for, engaged in meaningful work, enjoying a stable existence, and surrounded by comrades with whom she could indulge in hearty feasts and drinks. Having completed half a day of training, the thought of food suddenly struck her, and she genuinely felt a pang of hunger, noticing that it was nearly time for lunch. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. "Come in." With a gentle tone, Charlotte remarked, aware that it was a subordinate arriving with lunch, as punctual as ever. However, when his gaze fell upon the bearer of the meal, he was momentarily taken aback. "Who are you?" he inquired. "My lord Charlotte, I am Lena, here to attend to your daily needs," she replied, her smile warm and sweet, rendering her strikingly radiant in that instant. Charlotte did not expect this. He sighed inwardly, acknowledging the truth of the pirate world. Its beauties were indeed breathtaking. Observing the nimble Lena as she arranged the food with dexterity, she stood beside him like a devoted maid. Charlotte appeared somewhat bewildered and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Lena, what is this?" Lena replied with a gentle smile, "My lord, Lord Ivan has entrusted me with the responsibility of attending to your daily needs from this moment onward." Charlotte was taken aback. Ivan truly did not harbor such intentions. There was no need for me to provide care. Once I joined the Hibofeile family, I became one of their own, not to be treated like a mere servant. Lena felt a surge of emotion. Encountering such a dignitary amidst the ruins of her homeland felt like divine favor. "My lord Charlotte, I have already become a member of the maidservant group, and Lord Ivan has appointed me as the head maid. It is my duty to attend to your daily needs." "What? The maidservant group?" Charlotte was left utterly astonished by Ivan's audacity. Never in her past or present had she imagined experiencing such an extraordinary treatment. "Well done, Ivan. Is this not a test for the seasoned veteran?" Though Charlotte felt a surge of excitement, he dared not indulge in complacency, for without sufficient strength, the notion of reclining in ease left him unsettled. After some contemplation, he decided against disbanding the maidservant group, as it represented Ivan's heartfelt intention, and it appeared that Lena also relished a role. He could arrange for the maidservants to diligently acquire additional skills, thus serving as valuable assets for the family. A plan was set. "Ahem, Lena, from this day forth, your maidservant group shall continually learn based on your unique characteristics. I hold great expectations for your future." Upon hearing Charlotte's earnest admonition, Lena felt a wave of trust and significance that she had never experienced before, igniting an ardent determination within her. "Yes, my lord Charlotte, I shall exert every effort." Lena's sudden fervor startled Charlotte. Why were they all so overly dramatic? Chapter 4. Guarding peace with the sword in hand, Hibofeile Charlotte, had gained notoriety on Lottie Island. This situation left Charlotte somewhat melancholic, as it hindered his desire for discretion. If word of this spread, the repercussions could be dire. It was indeed a troublesome matter. His inclination for modesty and desire to remain untroubled stemmed from a fear of complications that could disrupt his cultivation. However, circumstances had changed. Lena, the head maid, had been by Charlotte's side for nearly a month, becoming accustomed to his humble demeanor, which was always gentle and radiant. Before long, Charlotte arrived at the Hibofeile family's port. The captured pirate ship had long been adorned with the Hibofeile family crest, a pair of folded, pristine angel wings, with a royal sword nestled between them, symbolizing the protection of peace through the sword. It was unmistakably Ivan's handiwork. Observing the somewhat weathered pirate vessel, though not particularly large, it still seemed diminutive in the only port on Lottie Island. "Boss, I believe that for the better development of the Hibofeile family, we should repair and expand the port," Ivan remarked to Charlotte with utmost seriousness. This was a plan Ivan had long harbored. The family's growth relied not on plunder, but rather on the future of maritime trade. This modest port, belonging to the family, did not align with the expectations for future development. The Hibofeile family required a substantial port to collect trade taxes and maintain a stable income. Charlotte found himself momentarily hesitant. He understood the significance of the port to the Hibofeile family, yet such endeavors bore their own complications. An overly prosperous port might easily attract the attention of pirates. Observing Charlotte's inner conflict, Ivan reflected that the boss must be deep in thought. As the captain of the Hibofeile family, every decision weighed heavily on the family's future. Charlotte found himself in a state of perplexity, as this matter was quite distressing. On one hand, there existed a palpable sense of insecurity. On the other, he yearned for a life of refinement. This predicament exacerbated his indecision. How should he navigate this conundrum? Perhaps it is prudent to deliberate thoughtfully. Thus, as Charlotte was about to speak, he caught sight of Ivan's fervent gaze, and in that moment, he resolved within himself. His passionate subordinates were tirelessly striving to secure a comfortable life for him, and he had no justification to outright refuse. He would give a try. Ivan was overjoyed, for indeed, the boss remained as sagacious as ever. "Rest assured, boss, I have already sought out old Lord Roddy to draft the blueprints." Charlotte nodded, acknowledging that the arrangements had been made and that it was indeed prudent to prepare in advance. The affairs of the Hibofeile family were being diligently managed by Ivan, instilling a sense of reassurance. It is through Ivan's tireless efforts that this impoverished family can continue to endure. He thus possesses ample time to train and indulge in leisure pursuits. Ultimately, despite inherent risks, as long as his reputation remains modest and he goes unnoticed by others, there is no cause for concern. After all, in the harbor, the new world is abundant. At worst, he could one day raise a flag of one of the 4 emperors and pay a modest protection fee, a common practice in the new world that emphasizes security. With this thought, Charlotte felt a sense of calm. However, for the harbor on Ratty Island to truly flourish, it would require a considerable amount of time. Old Master Roddy was indeed the original architect of this small port, having once ventured out to acquire knowledge in architectural design. He is a remarkably astute elder. Charlotte began to ponder seriously, stroking her chin. Although Ratty Island is somewhat remote, its geographical location is actually quite advantageous. As long as the banner of the future Four Emperors protects this place, and reasonable commercial taxes are established, it could very well become a hub for maritime trade. At that point, an endless stream of wealth would flow in, bolstering their strength. Financial resources are indeed a form of power. To recline in ease, one must possess wealth. It is not feasible to subsist on meager rations and toil for others. As for pirates, they are utterly ignorant of commercial development. Ideally, the flag of the Whitebeard Pirates would be the best. How much capital do we currently hold? And how much would be required to fully implement the plan? Shaloua cast a glance at Ivan, recalling that he had always been a slacker, save for his training. Boss, that depends on the blueprints designed by Old Man Roddy. The scale of the port, the materials, and labor all require substantial funding. Naturally, we must select high-quality materials, which will undoubtedly inflate the costs. Take this very port. For instance, it initially demanded an investment of 160 million belly. 160 million belly? Such a hefty sum. At present, belly holds considerable value, making this amount truly substantial. Indeed, Shaloua had never encountered such a large sum of money since his arrival in this world. Our available funds are woefully insufficient. With only the 30 million belly you managed to secure, Ivan explained to Shaloua, it is rather unfortunate. Although the former gang leader invested in the port, his lack of strength resulted in a dearth of merchant ships visiting. Consequently, the current state of the port reflects poor management rather than a deficiency in capability. Charlotte stroked his chin, listening to Ivan's analysis, feeling utterly speechless. The meager 30 million Bailey he possessed was merely a bounty seized from the pirates. So, what constitutes our primary source of income? Charlotte inquired. Fortunately, there is no immediate urgency, allowing for the contemplation of various methods to gradually amass some funds. This serves as an excellent excuse for procrastination. Collecting a certain amount of protection tax and occasionally imposing some commercial duties, Ivan remarked with a hint of embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Charlotte was somewhat taken aback. The scarcity of business was indeed remarkable, and it was nothing short of miraculous that they had not succumbed to starvation. Boss, we have a vessel ready to venture into distant waters for fishing, Ivan remarked. Charlotte nodded in acknowledgement. The family's poverty left them with no alternative. Chapter 5. Fortunate or unfortunate today, the sea lay calm, bathed in brilliant sunshine. A perfect day for hunting. The crew was in high spirits. The gentle sunlight streamed through the cabin windows of the captain's quarters, where Charlotte lounged with his feet casually propped on the table. A wine glass swaying elegantly in his hand, a look of contentment gracing his features. He savored a sip of red wine in a languid manner, relishing it, of course, as the spoils of piracy. Beside him, Lena wore a radiant smile. At this moment, Charlotte exuded a noble charm that left her somewhat entranced. The gentle breeze outside was delightful, making for a splendid day. As they approached their designated location, there were no signs of pirate activity in the vicinity. Fishing, enjoying the breeze, and sipping wine, what a wonderful life. Such tranquil days were indeed the most soothing. The violence of conflict was clearly ill-suited to him. Charlotte relished the splendid life that awaited her in the future. "Hurrah!" exclaimed Beta, for heaven's sake, do not snore while sleeping. Your noise is quite disturbing. Charlotte's forehead was marked by prominent veins as he roared with frustration. Not far away, Beta was sleeping soundly when he abruptly lifted his head. Is it time, boss? Enough. Stop sleeping, you fool. Your snoring is ruining the ambience. Charlotte bellowed, filled with exasperation. Apologies, boss. I'll be more mindful next time, Beta replied sheepishly, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. With a long sigh, Charlotte felt powerless. He had heard that line so many times that his ears were nearly calloused from it. Only Lena could stifle a laugh, finding it endearing how Beta consistently managed to irritate Charlotte, leaving him in a state of flustered helplessness. It was Beta alone who could reignite the youthful fervor within him. Lena, don't you dare laugh. That is quite unkind of you. Charlotte, with a displeased expression, remarked, Oh, I shall certainly take heed. With that, Lena straightened her chest, which bore a hint of a gentle swell, and, adorned with a tender smile, responded with utmost seriousness. Charlotte's lips twitched. Indeed, one is influenced by one's company. Those who associate with virtue become virtuous, while those who consort with vice are tainted. That wretched Beta, a true menace to the group. Boss Charlotte, A series of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. A breathless underling immediately reported, "A pirate ship has been spotted nearby." Charlotte wore a grim expression. The persistent presence of pirates was indeed a significant detriment to the atmosphere of beauty. Just moments ago, she had thought there were no pirate ships in the vicinity, only to be confronted with their sudden appearance. An instantaneous slap of reality. "Pirates, you say? How splendid!" Beta exclaimed with unrestrained enthusiasm. Charlotte truly wished to deliver a decisive blow. What a scoundrel he was. What excitement could there possibly be in encountering pirates? Charlotte disregarded the frenzied Beta, swiftly rising to her feet, with Lena following suit as they made their way to the deck. Realizing the situation, Beta hurriedly pursued them outside. Charlotte stood upon the deck, utterly devoid of any recollection regarding the opposing ship's flag. To his astonishment, scarcely had they set sail when they encountered a pirate vessel. One might consider it fortuitous to cross paths with such marauders in the vast ocean. Yet, one could also argue it is a stroke of misfortune to confront pirates so soon after embarking. It was indeed a rather vexing predicament as he watched the pirate crew draw nearer to them. Charlotte wore a look of utter disbelief. Are all pirates this reckless? Whence comes this inexplicable confidence? You little ones, board the ship and slay them all, seize their belongings. As the two vessels drew near, the pirate captain brandished a massive axe, roaring with brazen arrogance. Shalaw, in a state of distress, had not yet made a move when Beta bellowed, "Leave it to me." Shalaw, hearing Beta's fervent declaration, Shalawa did not object, urging him to proceed. With a hearty laugh, Beta sprang into action, his tremendous strength causing the bow of the ship to plunge suddenly, sending a cascade of waves crashing forth and plunging the vessel into chaos. Charlotte grasped Lena firmly, her head filled with dark thoughts. That rascal Beta, upon hearing the call for battle, transformed into a madman. He descended upon the pirate ship like a bolt from the blue, launching an immediate assault with a powerful kick. Bang! The pirate captain was sent sprawling across the deck, blood gushing from his mouth. "You insolent brat! How dare you humiliate my Black Axe pirate crew? Attack him! Kill him!" The captain of the Black Axe pirates screeched. Trembling with rage, Beta let out a maniacal laugh as he surveyed the multitude of young pirates around him, eager only to crush them with his fists. In mere moments, those who lay on the ground had been dispatched by Beta's formidable punches. It is worth noting that Charlotte's rigorous training regimen had honed Beta's physique daily. He had to master the art of body techniques, which included shattering mountains as a fundamental exercise. Witnessing this carnage, the captain of the Black Axe Pirates turned pale with fear. With a sinister grin, Beta loomed over the captain, denying him even a moment to speak before effortlessly lifting him with one hand. Crack! The sound of breaking bones resonated, and the captain of the Black Axe Pirates met his end. Looking at the sea of corpses strewn about him, Beta wore a dissatisfied expression. His opponents had proven to be somewhat lacking in strength. Charlotte gazed upon Beta aboard the pirate ship with immense satisfaction, pleased that her efforts had not been in vain. She subsequently commanded the vessel to draw closer, preparing to gather the spoils. The sailors swiftly maneuvered the ship alongside. "Captain," Bella greeted Charlotte with a beaming smile, her demeanor reflecting her commendable performance. Charlotte generously praised, for although Beta could be infuriating at times, her physical prowess was undeniably remarkable. He had no doubt that if she were to acquire the training methods for the armament Haki, her strength would experience a tremendous enhancement. "Clean the battlefield and gather the spoils," Captain Charlotte commanded. "Yes, Captain Charlotte," the younger members shouted excitedly. Faced with their exuberant cheers, Charlotte felt utterly helpless. Chapter 6 is indeed quite absurd. The captain's quarters. Charlotte sat, holding several bounty posters that Lena had brought, prominently featuring the bounty of a pirate. Kaya Deep, the captain of the Black Axe pirate crew, had a bounty of 38 million berries. With such a modest bounty, no wonder he appeared so feeble yet audacious. Observing the figures on the bounty poster, Charlotte shook his head. This was the new world, and such a diminutive pirate dared to roam freely. One could only wonder if it was sheer luck or commendable bravery. It was truly perplexing. After a while, Lena knocked on the captain's cabin door once more. "Come in. Captain Charlotte, we have completed the inventory of spoils. There are 800,000 berries, numerous treasures, various weapons, and a single pirate ship. Is this truly the life of a pirate?" Charlotte felt a tinge of disappointment. The mere thought of the other party's meager strength and their supposed wealth was rather absurd. Fortunately, there was still a ship. With a nod, she decided to secure it and leave it to Ivan for further handling. Indeed, all the various gains of the Hibofeile family would be entrusted to Ivan for organization. as he had always been the one managing the family's myriad affairs with diligence and exceptional talent. Charlotte placed a great deal of trust in him, allowing her to fulfill her role as leader with ease, particularly since she did not have to exert herself excessively. Additionally, there was a treasure chest. Lena gently placed the chest on the table. A treasure chest? This piqued Charlotte's interest. It is well known that pirate treasure chests often contain the most precious artifacts of an entire pirate crew. Surely, it must hold items of considerable value. Could it possibly contain a devil fruit? Charlotte boldly speculated, her heart racing with excitement as she gazed at the treasure chest. Upon hearing this, Lena's eyes widened in astonishment. Even as a mermaid, she had heard the legends of the devil fruits that resided in the depths of the ocean. In that moment, her curiosity was ignited. After all, merely observing the size of the chest suggested it could indeed contain a devil fruit. Perhaps against all odds, she might be fortunate enough to encounter a devil fruit on her very first voyage. Since arriving in this world, he had yet to encounter a devil fruit, and naturally, it felt exceedingly novel to him. Charlotte cautiously opened the treasure chest. Upon inspecting the box, Charlotte was met with the sight of a solitary, forlorn blueprints resting at the bottom, which filled her with disappointment. Lena, too, shared in this sentiment of disillusionment. Indeed, the notion of acquiring a devil fruit was nothing more than a fanciful dream. She ought to have refrained from nurturing such unrealistic aspirations. What then was this? Charlotte gazed at the blueprint, momentarily taken aback. It was, astonishingly, a treasure map, truly befitting of a pirate. The dream of seeking riches and achieving instant wealth through treasure hunting remained ever unaltered. Charlotte was initially taken aback, but soon his enthusiasm waned. He would not embark on a perilous venture for a treasure that resided in uncharted waters, as such risks were far too great. Caution was one of his most admirable qualities. At first glance, it appeared to be the erratic scribblings of a child, an obvious amateurish creation, so poorly crafted that one would hardly suspect it to be a treasure map. The map was drawn in such a rudimentary and hasty manner that it was a first for him to encounter something so simplistic. Upon closer inspection, aside from the vague outlines of a few islands, there was a crude navigation line indicating a course towards an unknown island. For someone like Charlotte, who seldom ventured to sea, he was utterly at a loss regarding the maritime region depicted. However, his surprise quickly returned. He recognized the shape of Lottie Island on the treasure map, and after a few confirmations, a grave expression crossed his face. Indeed, the location of Lottie Island was marked on the map. The island silhouette was unmistakable, resembling a large apple with a bite taken out of it. Such a distinctive shape assuredly meant there were no identical islands. Therefore, the treasure must lie within the nearby waters. Charlotte never anticipated such an outcome. No wonder the Black Axe pirate crew has appeared in these waters. It is certainly not a mere coincidence. Indeed, there are no uncaused connections in this world. Lena, observing Charlotte lost in thought, gently inquired, "Charlotte, is there an issue with this treasure map?" Charlotte gently shook his head. This truly was a troublesome matter. He was uncertain whether others were aware of it, and if it were to be exposed, he feared there would be no peace to be found. However, it was unlikely that such a situation would arise, as he had encountered no traces of other pirates along the way, apart from the Black Axe pirate crew. In the depths of his mind, Charlotte began to deliberate. Initially indifferent to the allure of treasure, a flicker of interest ignited within him. The proximity of the treasure diminished the risks involved. With a modicum of caution, he surmised that complications would be minimal. Treasures, besides the captivating tales and legends they conceal, symbolize immense wealth, a crucial aspect for his aspiration of a quality, laid-back existence. Thus, a slight gamble seemed worthwhile. However, before embarking on any venture, it was imperative to gather intelligence, to prepare for unforeseen circumstances, and to mitigate risks to the utmost extent. Exercising caution would undoubtedly serve him well. Charlotte pondered as he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Upon returning to Lottie Island, it appeared essential to consult local merchants in the nearby towns for detailed insights. After all, they frequently journeyed to other islands to procure daily necessities and possessed far greater knowledge of the surroundings than he did. The plan was set, perfect in its execution. As the rain cleared, Charlotte's mood brightened, revealing a hint of warmth in her smile. Lena observed the dramatic shift in Charlotte's emotions, momentarily perplexed, and couldn't help but ponder. It is said that a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Perhaps Charlotte is no exception. This is quite absurd. Report. A subordinate stood at the doorway and announced, "Boss Charlotte, we have arrived at the fishing area." Regaining her focus, Charlotte promptly issued a command. "Very well. Inform everyone to search for the target and prepare to catch fish." The subordinate who received the order hurried off to relay the instructions. The observations of Charlotte were soon enveloped in a vast expanse. Before long, she discovered a massive school of fish with an abundance of marine creatures being hauled up. The family had no other economic sources, and fishing was their primary means of sustenance. It was only when the fishing vessel was filled to capacity that they departed with a sense of ease. Chapter 7 undoubtedly emphasizes the necessity of capital. Clearly, the Hibofeile family achieved resounding success, returning from their fishing expedition with bountiful catches, significantly alleviating their financial burdens. Ivan's face bore an unmistakable smile, revealing the deep lines of joy etched upon it. Charlotte seemed to have recalled something, and inquired, "Oh, by the way, Ivan, how is the harbor design coming along? What is the budget?" In response to Charlotte's question, Ivan once again adopted his astute and capable demeanor. "Boss, the drawings from Old Master Roddy will require some more time. However what?" Charlotte cast an annoyed glance at Ivan. Why was he creating suspense in his speech now? The financial disparity was substantial. "Very well. I shall find a way." Charlotte nodded, feeling a sense of helplessness. Even in the world of One Piece, the matter of money remained inescapable. "By the way, how is the treasure map I asked you to redraw?" Upon hearing this, Ivan's eyes sparkled with excitement, revealing his avaricious nature once more. "It has been meticulously completed at a 1-to-1 scale, and I have brought it with me." As he spoke, Ivan produced a pristine new parchment. Shalawa took it and nodded in satisfaction. There was no information regarding the treasure map. At first glance, it appeared to be merely a navigational chart, shrouded in secrecy. The fewer people who were aware of it, the safer it would be, an embodiment of discreet elegance, a paragon of caution. After putting away the meticulously redrawn treasure map, Shalawa spoke, "You may carry on with your tasks, Ivan. I have matters to attend to." With that, he strode purposefully towards the exit, giving Ivan little thought. He needed to prepare for the impending undertaking. "Mr. Shalawa, welcome. Please take a seat." In the town's sole restaurant, the owner beamed with joy upon seeing Shalawa and ushered him to a chair. "Mr. Baka, you are too kind." In the presence of the humble and amiable Shalawa, Baka's fondness for him grew immensely, for Shalawa had vanquished pirates, safeguarding both his wealth and life. His gratitude was genuine. Baka, with a radiant smile, exclaimed, "Mr. Shalawa, you are far too modest. You are the hero of our town." With a look of exasperation, Charlotte sighed, realizing that there was no escaping this matter. Without further ado, he addressed the situation directly. "Mr. Baka, I have come to seek your assistance today." Baka, taken aback yet intrigued, inquired, "Mr. Charlotte, please proceed." "I shall do my utmost to assist you. I would like you to take a look at this map," Charlotte said, placing the map on the table and pointing to the location marked for treasure. "Are you familiar with this area, Mr. Baka?" Following Charlotte's gesture, Baka's curiosity was piqued as he glanced at the map. As a merchant who frequently ventured off the island to procure food supplies, he immediately recognized that this was the maritime region surrounding Lottie Island. After a brief moment of contemplation, Baka replied, "Ah, that place, I am indeed familiar with it." Upon hearing this, Charlotte felt a surge of joy, pondering whether Mr. Baka was aware of the circumstances on the island. Baka nodded and then shook his head, appearing somewhat conflicted. Charlotte, who had been observing intently, was momentarily bewildered. What did this mean? Did he know or did he not? "I am familiar with this island," Baka stated. However, Charlotte found himself somewhat exasperated, wondering why Baka could not simply articulate his thoughts in one breath. Would it truly be fatal to do so? "I have never set foot on it, but I have heard tales of ferocious beasts swarming the island, which is why no one resides there. Furthermore, it is rumored that pirates once ventured onto that very island, but subsequently vanished without a trace, said to have been devoured by the beasts that inhabit it." Baka spoke slowly. Charlotte's expression grew slightly grave. He had not anticipated that such a seemingly insignificant island could present such formidable challenges. The ability to vanquish pirates suggests that the beasts inhabiting this island possess considerable strength, though their true power remains uncertain. In his recollections, there appears to be scant information regarding these formidable creatures. Of course, the world of One Piece is vast and intricate, and the absence of mention does not imply the non-existence of powerful beasts. After all, it merely unveils a fraction of the whole. For instance, the unique creatures residing on Mihawk's Island, such as the Baboon King, who exhibits remarkable mimicry and has even mastered Mihawk's swordsmanship, are truly astonishing. "Mr. Charlotte, do you intend to journey to this island?" Charlotte nodded, expressing his need to hunt some formidable beasts. Bakar acknowledged with a nod, refraining from further inquiries. Although this island harbored certain dangers, they posed little concern for Mr. Charlotte. Subsequently, Charlotte posed a few more questions before hastily taking his leave. Primarily due to Bakar's overwhelming enthusiasm, which left Charlotte feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Upon returning to the encampment, Charlotte resolved that a ferocious beast is ultimately still a beast. He was not inexperienced in hunting on Rife Island, and as long as he exercised caution, it should not pose a significant challenge. Thus, he immediately began to make arrangements. He needed to hasten to the island, unearth the treasure, and amass sufficient funds for the forthcoming harbor project. Additionally, a series of subsequent plans would necessitate ample financial backing. The current climate was tumultuous, with factions vying for power and a landscape that was ever-changing. The forthcoming decades promised to be anything but stable. Naturally, he needed to prepare in advance, diligently cultivate talent, and train combat personnel for future contingencies, all of which required capital. Therefore, even if there were inherent risks, he felt compelled to take action. One cannot aspire for a life of ease without possessing the requisite resources. As long as he remained discreet and inconspicuous, avoiding the attention of the monstrous entities at sea, the other risks were relatively minor. A modest reputation would be of little consequence, as true powerhouses seldom concern themselves with such trivialities. Chapter 8. A mind unfit, eyes disheartened once again, the same 3 ships with the same group of individuals set sail. Accompanied by the gentle Lena, along with the ever-enthusiastic Beta, who was now on deck, eagerly gazing around in excitement. In the captain's cabin, Charlotte was feeling quite vexed. Everything seemed to fall on his shoulders. He was undoubtedly trapped in the fate of a laborer. Why embark on the endeavor of constructing a harbor? Why ponder over trivial matters that left him so weary? It would be far simpler to find a deserted island and live a reclusive life. Yet, he feared that such a lifestyle would lose its charm after 2 months. The premise of a life of leisure also required a certain standard of living. Moreover, he considered himself cautious, and there had not been any significant troubles thus far. Suddenly, the ship jolted and its speed diminished. Moments later, Beta burst in with exhilaration. "Report. Boss Charlotte, we've arrived." "Arrived?" Charlotte rose and made her way to the deck. At a glance, she beheld towering mountains encircled by ancient trees, with the occasional flurry of startled birds taking flight, evoking a sense of primal beauty. This island was indeed several times larger than Ratty Island, impressively vast. After a brief search, a natural harbor on the island came into view, and the vessel gradually approached and came to a halt. As Charlotte disembarked, he abruptly paused in his tracks. "Charlotte, what troubles you?" Lena inquired, noticing his unusual demeanor. "Everyone, remain vigilant. Something feels amiss. It is far too quiet here." In the distance, flocks of birds could be seen taking flight, yet this place was devoid of even the faintest chirp. Ever cautious, he had always been particularly attentive to unfamiliar surroundings. The island was lush with vegetation, and the arrival of their group should have startled various creatures, especially birds. However, there was not a single trace of wildlife nearby. Although the New World was known for its unpredictable weather, it was also home to numerous ferocious beasts, making it implausible for the area to be entirely devoid of life. Hence, something was indeed wrong. The group left over 10 individuals to guard the ship, including Lena, while the remainder followed Charlotte as he ventured toward the island. After traversing more than 100 meters, they still encountered no signs of life. Even the usually unperturbed Beta sensed the unsettling silence. "Boss, this quiet is rather terrifying." Charlotte glanced at Beta with a hint of surprise. It was quite remarkable that this stubborn mind had finally begun to awaken. Alas, it was rather late in the game. Had they been ambushed, it would have been too late. Caution is paramount, and safety must come first. Thus, throughout their journey, Charlotte kept his observation senses alert. Yet he failed to detect any conspicuous anomalies. The island was vast, and with his current abilities, he could not encompass its entirety. He could only proceed as he was now, advancing while remaining perceptive. With a sudden leap, Sharrow's gaze sharpened as he caught a glimpse of something. In the instant he touched the ground, he propelled himself forward with remarkable speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. "Sharrow, wait for me!" Beta exclaimed in urgency, hastily pursuing him, while the other followers swiftly followed suit. Moments later, Sharrow emerged onto an expansive area by a vast lake. To his astonishment, there stood an enormous wooden cabin, towering at least 20 meters high. "Goodness, this is truly colossal," Sharrow exclaimed, utterly taken aback by the sight before him. Even at his height of nearly 2 meters, he felt a sense of insignificance. Beta, arriving shortly thereafter, was equally dumbfounded, before erupting into an excited cheer. "Wow, there's even a castle here." Charlotte cast a glance at the boisterous Beta, realizing that his intellect was beyond redemption. To refer to such a large wooden cabin as a castle was a clear indication of his impaired judgment. With a mind so lacking, it seemed his vision was equally flawed. Charlotte paid no heed to Beta, for foolishness is a contagion. After a brief moment, her scattered subordinates arrived one by one, each of them panting heavily, their eyes wide with astonishment. Charlotte was exceedingly displeased, surrounded by a group of individuals utterly lacking in worldly experience, their physical prowess alarmingly deficient. Upon returning, he vowed to engage in rigorous training. It was utterly humiliating, gazing at the immense wooden cabin before him. Charlotte speculated that such a dwelling could only belong to the giants. He had never anticipated the existence of giants in this place. Indeed, the world is fraught with peril. Caution is paramount, especially with the colossal remains of ferocious beasts strewn about, creating an atmosphere of profound unease. Surely, they have not devoured all the formidable creatures of the island. Charlotte pondered quietly. However, beneath the veil of his observation Haki, he could not discern the presence of the giants. It is well known that the strength of the giant clan is remarkably formidable, even in the New World, where they command considerable prowess. Although they may pale in comparison to the renowned powerful figures of the sea, they are more than sufficient as the backbone elite of any faction. The jungle resounded with a deep, thunderous rumble. Charlotte's gaze sharpened as it fixated on a dense thicket. Soon, a towering giant, standing 12 meters tall, clad in beastly attire, adorned with a horned helmet, and wielding a colossal wolf-toothed club, came into view, casting a watchful eye upon them. What monstrous creature! The inexperienced brethren cried out in terror. Silence! That is a giant, with a thunderous roar. Charlotte quelled the panicking crowd. Beta, brimming with excitement, leapt into the air and charged directly at the giant. Charlotte's head buzzed with excitement. This impulsive spirit. Before him, the giant swung its massive hand, as if it were a wall, forcefully striking the charging Beta. With a thunderous sound, Beta was sent soaring back like a mere fly, crashing down onto the ground. Charlotte was not overly concerned. Beta's rough and resilient physique rendered such attacks relatively inconsequential. The fact that he was sent flying with a single blow was merely a testament to his lack of combat experience. Ouch, that really hurts, Beta exclaimed, rising to his feet in a somewhat disheveled manner, his voice filled with exasperation. The giant appeared momentarily taken aback. As Beta prepared to charge once more, Charlotte intervened, firmly blocking his path. In the face of Charlotte's obstruction, Beta halted, for he would never defy Charlotte's orders at a critical juncture. What brings you to my territory? The giant's voice rumbled like thunder, his towering figure exuding an intimidating presence. We were merely passing through. Charlotte spoke in an unassuming manner, yet his heart was filled with profound vigilance. After all, he was facing a giant, and the temperament of most giants could be exceedingly savage. Let us engage in battle and see how it unfolds. Charlotte wore a look of utter exasperation, yet he could sense that his opponent merely desired a straightforward confrontation. How infuriating! As he observed the giant's spiked club hurtling toward him, he hesitated not for a moment. Thus, he resolved to engage in battle. Charlotte leapt into action, realizing that the strength of his palm weapon could scarcely withstand such a fierce battle. Thus, guided by the perception of observation Haki, he deftly evaded the attack instead of taking it head-on. Utilizing the momentum from his wolf-fawn club, he soared into the air. With a swift kick, he struck the giant's head, unleashing a terrifying force that resonated with a thunderous roar. It is worth noting that Charlotte merely lacked the skill to harness armament Haki. Otherwise, it would have been effortlessly within his grasp, as his accumulation of martial arts prowess was already formidable. With a resounding crash, the giant's horned helmet was deformed by the impact, and the sheer power sent the giant staggering back several steps. Charlotte landed gracefully and steadily. The younger members below were all invigorated, admiring their leader's charisma. The giant steadied himself, shook his head in astonishment. Chapter 9. The Hibofeile family is destined for greatness. Charlotte grasped the hilt of the blade and slowly drew it forth. Enough hesitation. This fellow was tough-skinned and resilient, and prolonging the confrontation would only drain his energy. A single decisive stroke would determine the outcome. With one swift maneuver to vanquish him, it would be an effortless victory. Though the sword was an ordinary weapon, lacking in renown, the moment Charlotte unsheathed it, an icy aura of lethal intent surged forth. The giant quivered at the sensation. A greenish hue began to emanate from the blade, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end, evoking a chilling dread akin to 1,000 needles piercing his skin. As a member of the giant tribe from Elbaf, a lineage of natural warriors, his innate combat instincts were extraordinarily acute. The giant yearned to move, yet his colossal frame rendered him immobile, ensnared by the radiant light, rendering escape impossible. Defeat loomed. That palpable desire to kill was staggering. Death awaited. This opponent sought to eliminate him. One sword style, no more fighting. The action of Charlotte, poised to strike, froze in place as her head tilted to gaze upon the giant. With a swift motion, the giant hurled his spiked club, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated as it crashed into the ground, creating a substantial crater. I concede. Do as you wish. The giant approached with great strides and sat down, casting a vast shadow over the surroundings. Is this where the battle ends? Charlotte contemplated for a moment and decided to let it go. After all, this was precisely the outcome he desired. Haha, do share a bit about yourself. Charlotte was quite intrigued, for giants are predominantly found in Elbaf, and they are rarely seen even in the New World. Thus, her curiosity was piqued. I am Darl, a giant cast out from Elbaf. Cast out. Charlotte was somewhat taken aback. What heinous act had led to her expulsion from her homeland? I had inadvertently taken the life of one of my kin. An overwhelming sense of sorrow and guilt lingered within me, refusing to dissipate. Charlotte sensed the profound anguish within the giant Dal. Such a transgression was not of his own volition. At that moment, an unmistakable rumble emanated from Dal's stomach. Pardon me, I find myself quite famished. Charlotte smiled and promptly instructed his subordinate to fetch some food. Shortly thereafter, a lavish spread of delicacies came into view. However, as he watched the giant, Dar, devour the food with an insatiable appetite, a twitch formed at the corner of Charlotte's mouth. Despite having prepared an ample supply of provisions for their voyage, witnessing Dar consume a tenth of the meat in one sitting was not merely excessive, it was utterly outrageous. The term glutton hardly sufficed to describe his voraciousness. Unable to restrain himself, Charlotte inquired, surely, the animals on this island cannot be completely depleted, can they? Upon hearing Charlotte's question, the giant Dar sheepishly admitted, I have an insatiable appetite. Astonished, Charlotte was left speechless. The very notion that Dar could potentially disrupt the island's ecological balance was staggering. Upon reflection, however, it became evident that Dar had been consuming from this island for many years, and it had remarkably endured. With a look of contentment, the giant declared, This is the first truly satisfying meal I've had in ages. Thank you for your generous hospitality. Charlotte's heart convulsed as he pondered. No wonder the giant race seldom made an appearance with such a way of eating. He asked, somewhat perplexed, Have you never considered building a ship to venture out to sea? I cannot construct a vessel. The giant, Dar, responded with such earnest simplicity that Charlotte found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, without a sufficiently sturdy ship, setting sail into the new world would be akin to courting death. He had not even contemplated such a straightforward and logical rationale. Charlotte gazed upon the giant Darl, contemplating the prospect of enlisting him. Such formidable strength could significantly bolster the power of the Hibofeile family. Darl, would you be willing to join the Hibofeile family? The giant, with his head bowed, remained silent for a moment before responding in a subdued tone. As long as I can eat my fill, I am willing. Upon hearing Darl's reply, Charlotte mused that while sustenance was essential, the giant's strength was equally formidable. Perhaps capturing Sea Kings would merely require a bit more effort. Enduring some hardship with the Sea Kings is not a major issue, Charlotte thought. No problem at all. Darl, we warmly welcome you to the Hibofeile family. The giant, feeling a sense of joy, had long endured solitude and had not experienced such warmth and liveliness for quite some time. Welcome, welcome, big guy, Beta exclaimed with unabashed cheerfulness. The other subordinates were equally exhilarated. Truly, their leader had managed to recruit the fearsome giant. The Hibofeile family was destined for greatness. This was Ivan's famous saying. In her joy, Charlotte did not forget the purpose of her journey. Doll, do you know if there are any unusual occurrences on this island? The giant Doll, with a puzzled expression, struggled to ignite a spark of thought in his eyes, but soon shook his head. Charlotte felt a tinge of disappointment, observing that Dar did not seem to be aware of the situation. If that were the case, it would require a considerable amount of time to search. Would that ruin be considered? Charlotte was suddenly taken aback. Ruins? A place that even Darl referred to as ruins must undoubtedly have existed for an extraordinarily long time. With this thought in mind, Charlotte quickly replied, Sure, of course. That's wonderful. Let me take you there. With that, he rose and began to head in a specific direction. Charlotte and her companions instinctively followed in Darl's wake, making their way towards the ruins. Before long, the expansive remnants of the manor came into view, a landscape of crumbling walls and desolation, evoking a profound sense of the former opulence and splendor that once thrived here. Charlotte slowly approached a colossal black stele. The weathered cracks and the indistinct inscriptions spoke of the inexorable passage of time. Xiao Luo scrutinized carefully. Yuxure. It was indeed Yuxure. A buzzing sensation filled his mind. He had encountered references to Yuxure within the pages of a book. This was the fabled family, notorious for its existence spanning over 2 centuries, once powerful and resplendent, commanding the world's attention. 200 years ago, they were renowned as the sovereigns of arms and commerce. One of the reasons Charlotte established the Hibofeile family was inspired by the legendary tales surrounding it. Regrettably, for reasons unknown, the Yorkshire family ultimately vanished. Speculation abounds regarding the cause. Some assert that the Yorkshire family provoked a formidable pirate attack. Others claim they fell victim to an unimaginable curse. While yet another theory suggests that their pursuit of the elusive truths hidden within a century of history led to their downfall. With a myriad of reasons circulating, the veracity remains uncertain. However, one fact is indisputable. The vast wealth of the Yorkshire family was largely plundered. Among the greatest beneficiaries was the notorious Rox Pirates, a figure so malevolent that even the world government approached him with caution as he aspired to become the sovereign of the world. Ultimately erased from both history and memory due to his heinous deeds, Charlotte never anticipated that there would be a concealed stronghold of the Yorkshire family here. Unfortunately, it too had long since met its demise, unable to escape the calamity that befell the family. Yet, if the treasure were indeed connected to the Yorkshire lineage, even a mere fraction of their wealth would amount to an unimaginable fortune. With this thought in mind, Charlotte could no longer restrain herself and sprang into action. Chapter 10. This is simply extravagance beyond reason. Boom! With a soaring slash, Charlotte cleaved through the ruins, reducing them to mere fragments in an instant, leaving chaos in her wake. The crowd searched tirelessly for over 2 hours, yet still found nothing. Charlotte directly employed a cleaving strike to excavate the ground in search of treasure. He was resolute in his belief that thoroughly overturning this place would ultimately reveal the hidden riches. The primary obstacle was the lack of manpower, leaving him with no choice but to resort to such a crude yet effective method. Suddenly, a young companion exuberantly shouted from the recently cleaved area, declaring the discovery of an underground passage. With a swift movement, Charlotte approached with remarkable speed. Before her lay a concealed, partially collapsed underground passage, where a formidable iron door loomed dimly in the depths below. Brothers, let us spring into action. With a resounding roar, Charlotte summoned his eager subordinates, who rushed from all directions to clear the rubble from the passageway. Moments later, the pristine corridor came into view, revealing the unmistakable insignia of the Yorkshire family emblazoned upon the iron gate. Charlotte crouched slightly, whispering, "One sword style, waltz." In an instant, several beams of light from the blade flashed by, and the heavy iron door was reduced to scattered fragments of iron. As Charlotte stepped into the cavern, Beta followed closely behind. Passing through the distinctly man-made passageway, a vast underground chamber unfolded before their eyes. Numerous treasure chests came into view, alongside an array of exquisite antique paintings and opulent golden ornaments, creating a dazzling spectacle of wealth and splendor. Charlotte's heart raced uncontrollably, a tumultuous rhythm that was utterly merciless. This was especially true with the central area piled high with an entire cubic mass of gold bricks. Xiao Luo vowed that in his several lifetimes, he had never encountered such a vast sum of money. Truly, it was worthy of the once illustrious treasures of the Yorkshire family. Even a mere fraction was sufficient to astound. "Boss, we have struck it rich. Just imagine how much meat this could buy." Charlotte glanced at the exhilarated Beta, marveling at how, amidst such a fortune, his thoughts immediately turned to food. Without wasting a moment, he swiftly instructed his subordinates to tally and arrange everything, taking it all away. The bustling subordinates were all aglow with excitement, buoyed by the overwhelming surprise. They were fervent and spirited. Charlotte wandered alone when a small, exquisite treasure chest, adorned with lustrous gemstones, caught his attention. With a soft click, he gently opened it. What lay within? A devil fruit. Charlotte was utterly astonished. This was indeed his first encounter with a devil fruit, its spiraled, intricate form unmistakable. A treasure of the sea. Unfortunately, Charlotte was unaware of the specific nature of this fruit, as he had never had access to a devil fruit compendium. While it is often said that the abilities of certain devil fruits correlate with their appearance, such as the renowned Op no Mi, which is heart-shaped, or the Hana no Mi, resembling blossoms, the prerequisite for such knowledge is familiarity with the fruit itself. Otherwise, a mere heart-shaped or flower-shaped devil fruit leaves one in utter bewilderment regarding its powers. Can one even conceive of the bubble fruit as resembling a cantaloupe? Without a devil fruit guide, it would be futile to speculate. Such examples abound. Just like the fruit before him, Charlotte remained entirely ignorant of its identity. Even a most inferior of zoan-type devil fruits holds a value of at least 100 million berries. Thus Charlotte felt quite content with his discovery. He carefully secured it, marveling at the unexpected delight of this find. Even more astonishing was the documentation concerning Haki, specifically the armament Haki. This was truly remarkable. It was as if he had struck gold. Chapter 11. Future planning. With the original plan successfully accomplished, there was no need to linger further. Charlotte commanded the journey back to Rife Island to commence. Accompanying him was the giant, Darl, who had also decided to join Charlotte and his crew, ready to embark on a new chapter of life. This individual was not only a formidable fighter, but also a powerful asset in terms of labor. Inside the captain's quarters, Charlotte felt a profound sense of contentment, basking in a state of utter leisure. Although this treasure expedition encountered minor setbacks, the rewards were astonishingly bountiful. An array of treasures filled 3 grand vessels to the brim, their sheer quantity beyond estimation. The immense workload precluded precise calculations on site, necessitating a return to Rife Island for a thorough inventory. Among the treasures, the most precious was undoubtedly the enigmatic devil fruit, whose powers remained unknown, alongside the meticulously documented notes on Haki. As Charlotte gazed at the small chest containing the devil fruit on the table, her spirits soared to unparalleled heights. Charlotte retrieved an old notebook from her bosom, one that contained meticulously recorded training methods. As she opened it, she began to examine it with great attention. The training techniques and insights within were remarkably comprehensive and detailed. Indeed, the practice of note-taking is truly a commendable habit. Xiao Luo perused the training methods of armament Haki with keen interest. Upon completion, he couldn't help but express his astonishment. Armament Haki undeniably holds its esteemed position among the 3 types of Haki, not only enhancing one's defensive capabilities, but also evolving into offensive power. The variance in the strength of armament Haki is intricately linked to one's physique and innate talent, suggesting that its effectiveness is indeed subjective and dependent on the individual. Satisfied with his findings, Xiao Luo closed his notebook. Practicing aboard the ship was clearly impractical, so he resolved to wait until he returned to Rife Island for his rigorous training. Exiting his chamber, he caught sight of Darn, whose towering form resembled a city wall, seated on the deck. Indeed, the vessels appeared diminutive in comparison to the giant's stature. Furthermore, giants possess remarkably lengthy lifespans, typically living around 300 years. In contrast, Darn was still in his youth, indicating that he would continue to grow. Such a race is truly extraordinary. As dusk approached, the fleet finally arrived at the harbor of Rife Island. Ivan, look! The fleet is back. Captain Xiao Luo has returned, Ivan exclaimed, waving enthusiastically with his subordinates at the port. As they drew near, Ivan barely had the chance to speak before a colossal shadow loomed overhead. The immense figure of Darn captured the attention of everyone present, eliciting a complex array of emotions: astonishment, fear, and awe. Ivan felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead and a chill running down his spine. The imposing presence of this giant was overwhelming, rendering his speech somewhat halting. Captain, what is this? Charlotte cast a glance at Ivan's rather pitiful demeanor, which she found somewhat endearing. This is our new member, the giant Dao. Upon realizing, Ivan murmured to himself, this is quite an exaggeration. Charlotte, disregarding the trivialities, offered a brief word of advice to Ivan before announcing that each member of the expedition would receive a reward of 100,000 berries, while the officers would be granted 1 million. With that, he departed alongside Lena, leaving Ivan in a state of disarray, accompanied by Beta, who was also suffering from his predicament as a laborer. The colossal giant, Darl, found that there were no accommodations suitable for his imposing stature at the residence of the Hibofeile family. Thus, he would have to endure a night of discomfort until arrangements could be made for a wooden cabin the following day. Nevertheless, provisions of meat would be more than sufficient, for the ability to satiate his hunger was the greatest joy for Darl. He held no grievances regarding his temporary lodging. Meanwhile, Charlotte was deeply engrossed in contemplating the future reconstruction of the Hibofeile family's estate. With such a bountiful harvest and ample financial resources from the port, selecting a new location for the family residence had become imperative. It was essential that this endeavor be taken seriously, aiming for a structure that was both grand and secure. Charlotte pondered deeply for an entire afternoon. The idea of transforming the residence of the Hibofeile family into a formidable military stronghold, akin to a naval headquarters, seemed most splendid. Just the thought of it filled Charlotte with an overwhelming sense of security. On one hand, as the influence of the Hibofeile family gradually expanded, it would serve as a vital stronghold for the protection of all family members in the future. On the other hand, it was naturally a precautionary measure against the insidious threat of espionage. One must recognize that the menace of spies is exceedingly elusive, and their danger is undeniably significant. Charlotte stroked her chin, deep in contemplation. However, adhering to that approach left her feeling rather perplexed. The foremost challenge was the acute shortage of manpower, and the financial resources required to achieve this objective would undoubtedly be exorbitant. Furthermore, there were various formidable materials, artillery, and numerous other issues to consider. For the Hibofeile family, this constituted an immensely colossal undertaking. She needed to finalize everything before the dawn of the age of exploration, as such an advantage would be sufficient to intercept countless pirates, thereby preventing many unnecessary losses. Charlotte fell into a deep contemplation. After a brief moment, she made a resolute decision. With a firm determination, she resolved to pursue nothing but the best. She could gradually invest her efforts in stages, crafting a long-term strategy. Safety was the foundation upon which her ambitions rested. Of course, strength was paramount. Thus, starting tomorrow, she would select promising subordinates for rigorous training, particularly focusing on the mastery of armament Haki and her own explorations into the training methods for observation Haki. Such invaluable resources must be fully utilized to navigate the turbulent waters of the present and future. Naturally, with sufficient funds, one could also acquire the techniques of the Navy's 6 styles through underground channels. The Navy was rife with decay and corruption. Money could undoubtedly facilitate such endeavors. At that moment, Ivan was utterly astounded by the immense bounty being unearthed. Boxes upon boxes of treasure were being transported, leaving him in a state of disbelief. "Ivan, brother, are you not amazed?" Beta exclaimed with a face full of pride. "There is simply too much treasure. If I weren't aware, I might think you had plundered a kingdom." "How could that be? We are respectable individuals." Observing Ivan's astonishment, Beta felt a sense of satisfaction as he recounted the events that had transpired along their journey. The fiery gleam in Ivan's eyes intensified as he learned of Charlotte's battle with the giant Darl, overwhelming him with excitement. After absorbing Beta's entire narrative, Ivan recalled the antiques, realizing that many likely belonged to long-fallen kingdoms. An ingenious plan began to form in his mind. Chapter 12. An incomparable sense of Mission Ratty Island. Atop a certain hill, the ground bore the marks of several deep craters. Shallow relentlessly unleashed his punches, the exhilarating sensation providing his body and mind with unparalleled relaxation. An inexhaustible reservoir of strength surged within him. Subsequently, with a sense of urgency, Shallow bent his knees and leapt into the air, delivering a powerful strike. In that instant, a formidable aura erupted from his fist, enveloped in a dark hue of armament Haki. With a thunderous roar, the mountaintop reverberated with a crackling sound, as rocks visibly crumbled and cascaded down. In an instant, debris filled the air, trees splintered, and the summit became desolate. This was the manifestation of armament Haki, a power he had unleashed for the first time. At this moment, Shallow's emotions surged. He had not anticipated that employing the correct method would yield such effortless success on his inaugural attempt. Charlotte swiftly focused her mind, attuning herself to the essence of armament Haki. She aimed to imprint this sensation within her, enabling her to wield it at any moment and in any place. After a considerable time, Charlotte persistently endeavored, honing her mastery over the armament Haki with increasing proficiency. "Armament Haki, activate!" she bellowed, as the formidable aura of her Haki erupted once more from her being, enveloping her in a cloak of deep, lustrous darkness that engulfed half her form. This iteration of armament Haki proved even more ferocious and potent than the last. With the enhancement of her Haki, her martial prowess grew increasingly terrifying, causing boulders to tumble and ancient trees to sway violently in response. Charlotte, reveling in the formidable power of armament Haki, burst into hearty laughter, her spirits soaring. With a mere flicker of thought, she instantaneously dispelled the armament Haki. The surroundings returned to a serene calm, leaving only the ravaged, desolate mountaintop to bear witness to the tumult that had just transpired. Charlotte's eyes gleamed with brilliance. Yet, caution remained imperative. The mastery of Haki was merely in its nascent stages. A modest aspiration was set to envelop the entire body in Haki as if it were an impenetrable armor. As familiarity grew, an intricate fusion of Haki, kenbunchaku, and swordsmanship began to unfold. The continuous aerial slashes, enhanced by Haki, seemed to amplify the length of the sword's aura. Upon perceiving this scene through kenbunchaku, an involuntary joy welled up within. Thus, the training resumed with unwavering dedication, persisting until fatigue began to set in. "Boss, the inventory of treasures has been completed. We currently possess 3.5 billion berries, with various gems estimated to be worth approximately 4 billion berries, alongside 10 tons of gold." Charlotte's eyes widened in astonishment, The staggering sum was utterly breathtaking. He had anticipated a considerable amount, yet he never imagined it would be this substantial. In that moment, the fortress plan that had been germinating in Charlotte's heart seemed poised to gradually unfold. Boss, I believe we should reserve a portion of those treasures. As Charlotte listened to Ivan's words, he was taken aback and, with a hint of perplexity, inquired, "Why?" Ivan tightened his collar, adopting a serious demeanor, as if he were entirely confident in his stance. The worth of certain treasures lies not in monetary value, but in their significance. What nonsense! Is not the essence of an object defined by its capacity to be sold for money? Charlotte regarded Ivan with an expression of skepticism, utterly bewildered by his intentions. It is well known that some treasures originate from nations that have long since perished, rendering them truly unique artifacts. These items possess profound cultural value that cannot be measured in mere currency. Upon hearing Ivan's explanation, Charlotte immediately grasped its meaning. Are you suggesting that certain treasures symbolize the continuation of the culture and civilization of the vanished kingdom? Ivan's eyes sparkled with recognition. Indeed, you are absolutely correct, Charlotte. Chalois tilted his head in confusion, struggling to comprehend the significance of it all. He genuinely could not grasp the underlying meaning of Ivan's expression regarding this matter. Yet, he patiently inquired, "What do you intend to do? Do you have any thoughts? Please, speak candidly. I am all ears." Ivan's expression turned serious as he responded, "Boss, I believe we could establish an exhibition hall dedicated to showcasing these artifacts, thereby highlighting the profound cultural heritage of our family." Charlotte gazed at Ivan with an expression of sheer incredulity, as if he had finally unraveled the truth. This was indeed a historical artifact museum. Goodness, who would have thought that a man of such nefarious origins would possess such awareness? Have I harbored misconceptions about the underworld? What is the utility of these trivial trinkets? When without the strength to safeguard them, they are merely susceptible to theft. Without a moment's hesitation, Charlotte prepared to decline, for he required substantial funds to construct the fortress. "Boss Charlotte, do you not think my plan is magnificent?" "Magnificent, my foot." Cough, cough. Chalois cleared his throat twice, realizing that it was indeed difficult to refuse his most trusted aid, as it could easily undermine Ivan's initiative. Ultimately, he found himself unable to be harsh, fearing it might bruise Ivan's pride. Although the suggestion seemed somewhat absurd, it was not entirely unacceptable. "So, let it be your decision. All remaining treasures will be exchanged for Bailey, as we have grander plans to execute. Thank you for your unwavering support, Boss Chalois." This is the essence of Boss Chalois, possessing extraordinary courage and vision, Ivan thought with excitement. Support? He offers mere trinkets. Chalois found himself utterly unable to counter. Once calmed, Ivan swiftly came to a realization. Indeed, were the subsequent plans esteemed shallow. Charlotte slowly articulated his new fortress plan. Ivan stared at Charlotte in astonishment. The enormity of the scheme left him breathless. However, he soon became fervent. If this fortress plan were to be successfully realized, it would undoubtedly astonish the seas. The safety of everyone's lives would be significantly enhanced, particularly for the Hibofeile family. This would greatly elevate their prestige. At that time, the Hibofeile family would gradually ascend to the world stage. What a magnificent and glorious endeavor. Suddenly, Ivan was imbued with an overwhelming sense of purpose. This challenging and responsibility-laden task, no matter how arduous, could not extinguish his fervent zeal. Charlotte was unaware of the thoughts swirling in Ivan's mind. "By the way, Ivan, this project necessitates the expertise of a renowned world-class architect for its design. You must remain vigilant in this regard." "Rest assured, Charlotte," Ivan declared with fervent assurance. "I will take full responsibility for finding someone worthy of this endeavor." Given Ivan's diligent and meticulous nature, Charlotte felt an unwavering sense of confidence in him. This was beyond question. "And what of my request to enlist the underground forces to procure the Devil Fruit Compendium and the Navy's 6 styles?" Charlotte inquired, directing his gaze towards Ivan. "It has been accomplished, boss. I placed it on your desk," Ivan responded. A glimmer of light flashed in Charlotte's eyes. "Very well, you may go about your business." Ivan bowed and departed. Chapter 13. Indeed, this is the reality of human existence within the confines of an office. It is evident that wealth can indeed move mountains. Although the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia is exceedingly valuable, it poses no challenge for the vast organizations of the underworld, provided one possesses sufficient funds. Likewise, he had invested a considerable sum, acquiring a rudimentary training method of the Navy's 6 styles through purchases made in the underground black market. Everything proceeded smoothly. Charlotte meticulously compared the illustrations of the devil fruits, and soon found herself astounded. After a brief moment, she discovered the animal type, monkey fruit, ancient variant, Titan gorilla form. An animal type devil fruit of the ancient variety, indeed, possesses remarkable strength. It bestows the user with formidable and terrifying vitality, and being an ancient type, it stands as a powerful entity among animal-type devil fruits. Although it may not rival the mythical Zoan types, its combat prowess is certainly not to be underestimated. Despite the formidable abilities of this devil fruit, Charlotte herself had no intention of consuming it. The fact that devil fruits are vulnerable to seawater is a significant concern, as it could easily lead to drowning. If she were to consider consuming a devil fruit, her preference would undoubtedly lean toward a natural type or one of the exceedingly rare varieties. The question now was to whom this devil fruit should be entrusted. The answer was quite evident. Moments later, Boss Charlotte, I'm here. The loud and boisterous voice could only belong to Beta. Beta, can't you work on curbing your impulsive nature? Charlotte's gaze was sharp yet unrefined. Boss, I promise I will change. With the same habitual expression of repentance and a tone filled with consistent shame. One must wonder why memory eludes him so. Faced with Beta's oblivious demeanor, Charlotte could only roll her eyes in exasperation. Oh well, what is the point of getting upset with a minor? By the way, here Estes for you. Charlotte opened the treasure chest on the table and pushed it before Beta, who was so incensed that he nearly forgot his purpose. Beta gazed curiously at the peculiar fruit. Having never encountered a devil fruit before, he was naturally unaware of its significance. However, he had never doubted Charlotte's words, and without hesitation, he picked it up, preparing to consume it. After all, this was a devil fruit. In an unexpected moment, Charlotte uttered a phrase. Beta paused, for he was well aware that the devil fruit belonged to the realm of legends. In an instant, tears welled up in his eyes. Charlotte had been exceedingly kind to him. With his mouth agape, Beta lunged fiercely at the devil fruit. In a heartbeat, an indescribable flavor overwhelmed his palate. How could one articulate it? It was akin to a foul-smelling shoe buried for years in a stagnant drainage ditch, stuffed with moldy socks aged over 2 decades, and ultimately soaked in the essence of stinky tofu. Ugh! Beta nearly retched, but as his eyes reddened, he resolved not to betray Charlotte's trust. Moreover, he was never one to waste food. He could not allow any morsel to go uneaten. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to swallow the remaining bits in one go. Charlotte sat there, observing as Beta voraciously consumed the last piece of fruit flesh. A sudden chill washed over his heart. Goodness, what a spectacle! One would think a mere nibble would suffice, yet such fervor was unnecessary. Tales had long circulated across the seas. He had heard whispers of the unparalleled and fearsome taste of the devil fruit. It was common knowledge that consuming but a single bite would bestow one with its extraordinary powers. Yet, it appeared that Beta was utterly oblivious to this fact. A truly formidable individual, or rather, a genuine being, tears streaming down his face and tongue lolling out, Beta lamented, Boss, I merely meant to suggest that the taste of the devil fruit is akin to swill. Could it perhaps be a veiled metaphor? Before Charlotte could respond, Beta's entire demeanor shifted dramatically. A fierce, savage aura erupted from within him, as his body uncontrollably began to swell. In that very moment, Charlotte, devoid of emotion, delivered a kick that sent Beta flying out the window. Crash! In an instant of weightlessness, Beta soared through the air, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. In the mere span of a breath, his form surpassed 5 meters. A colossal golden ape suddenly manifested in the courtyard. His muscles bulged, his arms long and robust, and his hands particularly exaggerated, with nails sharp as daggers. 2 gleaming golden tusks shone brilliantly, and his crimson eyes radiated an aura of boundless authority. With a delicate tiptoe, Charlotte gracefully leaped over the window and landed smoothly on the ground. Observing Beta at this moment, Charlotte nodded in satisfaction, while Beta, equally exhilarated, exclaimed, Boss, I have transformed into a gorilla. Charlotte experienced a throbbing headache, vexed by the persistent foolishness of this individual, leading him to question the correctness of his decisions. He could only helplessly exclaim, Fool, that is the Titan. Before long, Beta reverted to his human form, his height surging to an impressive 2.5 meters. Shocked, Charlotte pondered the peculiar notion that animal fruits could indeed grow. This was a revelation he had never encountered before, and it appeared rather unscientific. Boss, why did you just kick me? Beta, with an expression of feigned innocence, approached Charlotte with a pitiful demeanor. Can you even call that human speech? Charlotte felt an irritation at the roots of his teeth. Of course, you failed to control the power of the devil fruit. Are you intent on demolishing my castle? Upon hearing this explanation, Beta burst into carefree laughter. As long as you don't despise me, Boss Charlotte, Where on earth did you derive such a bizarre theory? Charlotte found herself utterly speechless at Beta's thought process. It seemed that in this lifetime, being a person of intellect was quite the arduous endeavor. Familiarize yourself thoroughly, and from now on, you shall train under my guidance, where I shall personally enhance your regimen, she declared. Beta jolted abruptly, his expression one of profound despair, for he had once endured Charlotte's relentless training. Charlotte completely disregarded Beta's every expression. It would be a sheer waste of such a powerful devil fruit to neglect proper training. Moreover, mastery of Haki and the 6 styles of the Navy requires diligent practice. Beta will undoubtedly be an indispensable asset to the Hebraic family in the future, and Charlotte is determined not to let him languish in idleness. Boss Charlotte, I believe that. Charlotte cast a menacing gaze towards Beta and slowly inquired. What is it? Beta struggled to swallow, responding, Nothing. Nothing at all. Everything is fine. Haha, everything is just fine. Charlotte cast him a knowing glance, dismissing Beta's thoughts entirely. With such a remarkable devil fruit power at his disposal, any notion of slacking off was utterly out of the question. Chapter 14. Prudence time swiftly passes, for the sake of safe travels. Ultimately, Charlotte commissioned a vessel that belonged to him, crafted by the hands of the underground forces. After all, the shipwrights on Ladi Island were woefully scarce, and among them, only a handful possessed sufficient skill. Moreover, the prospect of constructing a ship from scratch seemed daunting, with safety being a legitimate concern. While a harmless paint job might be manageable, building a ship was an entirely different endeavor, fraught with challenges. Thus, Charlotte decisively chose to relax and simply purchase a vessel, as he possessed the financial means to do so, sparing himself the mental strain. However, the construction of this ship would require a significant amount of time. In fact, during this period, pirate activity had become alarmingly frequent. Consequently, for the sake of safety, he deliberately arranged for a custom-built vessel. He had no desire to set sail, only to be pursued and bombarded by pirates, leading to the sinking of his ship. His requirements for the vessel were quite straightforward. It must be swift, sufficiently sturdy, impressively large, and heavily armed. Of course, such a ship came at a considerable expense, 12 billion berries, to be precise, which caused Charlotte a fair amount of distress. Yet, despite the anxiety, there was no room for compromise. Safety was paramount in confrontations with pirates, and the ship was intrinsically linked to his life and livelihood. The waters in the vicinity were equally turbulent. It remained uncertain whether the pirates were drawn by the allure of treasure or the strategic significance of the Ladi Island port. To ensure safety and mitigate complications, it seemed prudent to eliminate the pirate threat once and for all. In this secluded maritime expanse, Charlotte quietly eradicated pirates, ensuring that no one was privy to his actions. As long as his deeds remained concealed from sight, he was shrouded in anonymity. Pleased with such a flawless scheme, Charlotte reveled in the absence of gossip linking him to these occurrences. The town remained tranquil and harmonious, just as it always had been. To amass the requisite capital for the completion of his long-cherished fortress base, he naturally exchanged all bounties from the pirates he had dispatched. These bounties were discreetly acquired through clandestine channels of the underworld. Although a small portion was siphoned off, Charlotte was fortunate that no one seemed to take notice of his existence. A prudent dandy indeed, this afforded him a modicum of reassurance. The island's new port had also been completed, with an investment of 780 million berries, significantly enlarging its capacity. At present, the area appeared rather expansive. One cannot deny the allure of wealth, which had been bolstered by the considerable efforts of others. Undoubtedly, the recognition of Charlotte's own prowess, coupled with the prestige of berries, serve as the primary motivators behind such support. However, this acknowledgement left Charlotte feeling somewhat ill at ease. Consequently, he delegated the entirety of the liaison responsibilities to Ivan, the chosen worker, for it is said that those capable should shoulder a greater burden. Ivan, invigorated and brimming with enthusiasm, wholeheartedly assumed the role of Charlotte's intermediary. Shaloua has meticulously selected a number of individuals endowed with commendable talents, utilizing his observation Haki to gauge their potential. Henceforth, he will dedicate time to train them, offering guidance on various challenges they encounter during their training. These individuals are destined to become the elite backbone of the family. Naturally, the most rapid progress and strength are attributed to Beta, for whom Shaloua imposes particularly rigorous training standards. Currently, Beta is capable of independently commanding a ship to vanquish pirates and even embark on hunts for sea kings. Consequently, the culinary duties of the Hibofeile family are now largely undertaken by Beta and his crew, as the demand for meat within the household is exceedingly high. Additionally, a portion of the individuals has been intentionally assigned by Shaloua to acquire essential knowledge, such as navigation, medicine, shipbuilding, and culinary arts, often facilitated through channels associated with underground forces. Whether they're navigators, doctors, or shipwrights, these skilled professionals are indispensable. Over the past few months, many rescued female slaves, under Lena's scrutiny, have been integrated into the maidservant corps. Indeed, under Lena's leadership, the maidservant team has expanded significantly. Presently, the Hibofeile family is advancing steadily in various aspects, showcasing a promising momentum. There is no need for Charlotte to worry excessively. As soon as his ship arrives, he will be able to confidently eliminate the pirate crews plaguing these waters, significantly enhancing his safety. Moreover, his funds have not been excessively depleted. The pirates, notorious for their heinous acts of arson and plunder, possess not only valuable heads, but also a considerable amount of loot aboard their vessels. Indeed, the ancient adage rings true. Those who commit murder and arson often reap golden rewards. Thus, Charlotte sets about stockpiling robust materials necessary for fortress construction. On Rife Island, underground factions have already established branches, and they are quite pleased with Charlotte's efforts to eradicate the pirates. Particularly impressed by his youth and decisive actions, they are eager to invest more heavily in his endeavors. After all, he is a formidable and extraordinary young talent. Naturally, business is business, and nothing comes without cost. Although the profits may not be astronomical, the sheer volume of transactions compensates for this. Both parties are content with their collaborative relationship, operating under a mutual understanding of anonymity. Now, all that remains is to find a suitable world-class architect to commence the work gradually. It is important to note that world-class architects are rare and highly sought after by various powers. Especially those capable of constructing fortress bases are predominantly found among the Navy, with the majority residing at the Navy headquarters. After all, the Navy's fortresses are impressively dispersed across the globe. Charlotte lacked the capability to extract someone from the jaws of the Navy, an organization teeming with formidable individuals and an array of monstrous entities. Should he inadvertently attract their attention, it would spell disaster for him. Such a predicament was indeed quite troublesome. In matters like these, haste would yield no benefit. Thus, Charlotte could only suppress his mounting impatience for the time being. Fortunately, his strength had experienced a significant enhancement. He had fully mastered the art of armament Haki, as well as the 6 styles of the Navy. Life continued as it always had. Chapter 15. How to Choose. Ivan donned a fitted black suit. Draped over his shoulders was a black cloak emblazoned with the emblem of the Hibofeile family, symbolizing peace and protection. Charlotte's right eyelid fluttered weakly, prompting a rather feeble expression of exasperation. What is this? At first glance, one could easily mistake him for a dapper mobster. It requires no elaboration. This design, this concept, undoubtedly springs from the brilliant mind of Ivan, tailored to reflect the unique mobster style of the Hibofeile family. The attire is categorized for cadres, elites, and ordinary members, with only those above the cadre level permitted to don a cape. Observing Ivan's flamboyant ensemble before me, one cannot help but feel a sense of bemusement. Report, Boss Charlotte, we have news regarding the architect candidates you were seeking. Upon hearing this, Charlotte's eyes brightened, diverting her attention from other matters. The designer of the culinary city of the Isles, Sausalito, is said to be located there. Listening to Ivan's response, Charlotte furrowed her brow slightly. This poses quite a dilemma. The culinary city of the Isles is an expansive gastronomic metropolis built upon the very foundation of the island itself. Its grand and monumental architectural style is a testament to Sausalito's exceptional talent and capabilities, renowned for its diverse array of delicacies and its uniquely enchanting culinary landscape. This city has made a significant impact in the New World, attracting pirates from all corners eager to savor its offerings, alongside numerous merchant fleets and various factions converging within. One might describe the situation as chaotic and intricate. The ruler of the culinary city of the Isles is known as Sis, the captain of the gourmet pirates. A formidable pirate with a bounty of 770 million, revered as the king of cuisine. The ability to maintain a stable dominion in the New World while presiding over such a vast enterprise speaks volumes of his power. A journey to the culinary city of the Isles certainly carries its share of risks. Charlotte's cautious nature took hold as he pondered various legends surrounding the culinary paradise of the island city. It seemed he had not heard of any ill-fated events occurring there. It appeared to be a haven solely for gastronomes. As long as one behaved oneself, there should be little cause for concern. Furthermore, he was not venturing there to engage in conflict, but rather to seek someone out. Thus, it should, perhaps, likely pose no issue. The reason he chose not to utilize the maritime king's resources for this endeavor was due to his own considerations. Although the news of the fortress's construction would undoubtedly be hard to conceal, he could not allow the internal layout and planning of the fortress to be compromised. Many significant future arrangements were entwined within, necessitating the presence of a free-spirited designer to execute them. The most prudent course of action was to fully establish himself as the exclusive architectural designer for the Hibofeile family. This would safeguard the secrets of the fortress's interior. Safety first, discretion paramount. These were indeed Charlotte's guiding principles, his most profound maxims. Moreover, given the current circumstances, such architects were exceedingly rare. He had no knowledge of any other architects, leaving him without recourse. Ivan, prepare the ship and set sail at the earliest opportunity. Yes, boss Charlotte. Ivan bowed slightly and hurried off to make the necessary arrangements. Charlotte closed his eyes in contemplation. This time, Beta, that fellow, would naturally accompany him on this journey, along with several well-trained crew members and Lena, as well as a few members of the maidservant entourage. The reason for bringing Lena along was that Charlotte had discovered her remarkable training results. She had effortlessly mastered the 6 styles, particularly the shave and moonwalk. Even he could not help but marvel at Lena's innate talent and potential. The giant, Darl, and Ivan would remain here without any significant issues, and his absence would not be prolonged. Alas, there was still a shortage of personnel. After 10 consecutive days at sea, this experience was a true ordeal for Charlotte. The countless pirates lurking in the waters sent shivers down his spine. In a sleek black suit complemented by a deep crimson shirt, Charlotte donned an exquisitely crafted, voluminous cloak, his countenance marred by a profound sense of frustration. At this moment, he yearned for the comfort of his grand bed at home. What could possibly be so enthralling about venturing out to sea? Indeed, the minds of those in the pirate world seem rather unconventional. Captain Charlotte, bellowed Beta, his boisterous voice jolting him back to the realm of reality. Charlotte wore an expression of disinterest. What troubles you, Beta? Were you not entrusted with the authority to decide on the assault by the pirates? No, boss Charlotte. I discovered an unconscious individual amidst the wreckage of a destroyed small vessel, and I brought him to safety. Ah, if you're to save someone, then do so. Charlotte wore an indifferent expression, yet he could not bring himself to abandon someone in peril. However, he quickly regained his composure. Rescuing individuals from the sea was not an act to be undertaken thoughtlessly. One could never be certain if the person in distress was a nefarious pirate. Like the infamous Blackbeard, steeped in malevolence, Charlotte was secretly vexed. How could a trip to the sea render one so careless? Take me to see it, she urged. Soon, they arrived at the medical room. Charlotte's gaze openly fixated on the unconscious visage of the youthful boy. With golden hair and clad in military attire, he adorned a pair of white gloves, while the collar of his uniform displayed the insignia of a soldier. Emblazoned on the left arm of his uniform was the emblem of the Goltz army. Charlotte felt a sense of peculiarity. This individual appeared somewhat familiar to him. However, it was not long before the dormant memories within him began to awaken, and he recognized who this person was. His gaze shifted dramatically. This must be Douglas Barrett, the one referred to as the scion of the devil. The youthful visage of the nearly 2-meter-tall boy lay quietly before him, leaving Charlotte in a state of disarray. The current year was 1491 in the Sea Circle calendar, just a year away from Douglas Barrett's joining of the Pirate King Roger's crew. Charlotte stroked his chin, contemplating the fact that Douglas Barrett is merely 14 years old, having just furiously dismantled his nation and military in the wake of his commander Douglas's betrayal. Now pursued by the world government, at the tender age of 13, he had already consumed the power of a superhuman fruit. Charlotte harbors complex feelings towards Douglas Barrett. The origin of this name stems from the Young Soldiers Battalion, where the juvenile recruits were referred to as Barrett, akin to bullets, and the unit was named Douglas. After enduring relentless betrayal and persecution, he gradually lost trust in others. However, at the age of 15, in the year 1492 of the Sea Circle calendar, he encountered Roger and his crew. After being defeated in a challenge against Roger, he subsequently joined the Roger Pirates. Tragically, upon learning of Roger's terminal illness, Barrett was profoundly affected, and years later, upon discovering Roger's execution, he lost his life's purpose and faith. Thus began his descent into madness on the seas, embarking on a wholly twisted path that led him into the abyss. Reflecting on the life of Douglas Barrett evokes a sense of pity. It also illustrates the chaos of the pirate world, where war never ceases, and it is the civilians who suffer the most. Had Douglas Barrett received proper guidance and treatment, he might not have spiraled into the madness and brutality that he later exhibited. Charlotte furrowed her brow. Douglas Barrett found himself in a precarious phase of uncertainty. How to choose? This posed a dilemma. Chapter 16, Arrival at the Culinary City of the Isles. Just as Charlotte was engulfed in her thoughts, A subordinate clad in a fitted black suit entered the room. Charlotte, boss, we have arrived at the culinary city of the Isles. Upon hearing this report, Charlotte let out a sigh. Lena, please assign 2 members to attend to him. I will take care of it right away. As Charlotte turned to depart, he found it impossible to directly take the life of Douglas Barrett, for he bore no grudge against him. After all, myriad evils had yet to unfold. How he would choose in the future was beyond Charlotte's control. He could only allow events to unfold as they may. Upon exiting the medical room, he stood upon the deck, surrounded by a multitude of pirate vessels that flowed like koi across the river. His subordinates skillfully maneuvered the ship, guiding it slowly towards the harbor's channel. Charlotte gazed in awe at the magnificent and grand architectural ensembles on either side, profoundly moved by the sight before him. This was indeed his first encounter with such splendor, having spent so much time secluded on the island. Naturally, the others, equally inexperienced and unaccustomed to the world beyond, were also captivated, their eyes darting in every direction. The bustling and vibrant scene stirred a fervent excitement within. Boss, this place is astonishingly prosperous and lively. Charlotte found herself in agreement with Beta's words for the first time, as they rang undeniably true. Her spirits lifted considerably, and with a sudden inspiration, she inquired, Beta, what do you believe makes this place so lively? Without hesitation, Beta replied, there are many people, numerous boats, and an abundance of houses. Meanwhile, Lena smiled softly beside them. Charlotte gazed earnestly at Beta, acknowledging that his reasoning was both candid and genuine. Goodness, ever since he consumed the devil fruit, it seems he has experienced a moment of enlightenment. Could it be that the devil fruit possesses the extraordinary ability to enhance one's intellect? Charlotte gazed at Beta and spoke softly. Indeed, your words are quite profound. The vessel advanced along the river, and soon a magnificent harbor came into view. The ships traversing in and out of the port appeared remarkably bustling. Following the directions provided by the personnel at the lighthouse, their ships smoothly entered the harbor and docked. Let's proceed. As Charlotte spoke, he retained a portion of his crew while the others ascended to the port, making their way towards the bustling streets. Dressed in an ensemble that exuded charm and elegance, they made their entrance, yet failed to stir even the slightest ripple of intrigue. The streets were teeming with an array of eccentric outfits, yet the presence of Charlotte and his companions unmistakably indicated their affiliation with a singular faction. Nevertheless, they attracted little attention from the throng. The Hibofeile family was virtually unknown, and many who might have recognized them had already been consigned to the depths of the sea. In this realm, obscure factions were commonplace, and thus they went unnoticed. Charlotte found great satisfaction in this anonymity. In high spirits, he promptly commanded the disbandment of the group, encouraging them to relax and indulge in some leisure. Only Lena remained by his side as they strolled leisurely together. After all, it was a rare opportunity to venture into the open sea, and this locale exuded an air of safety. In such security, Charlotte felt compelled to fully immerse himself in the unique allure of the world of pirates. The vibrant tapestry of life unfolded before him, pirates of all backgrounds, accents from every corner, an assortment of weapons, a kaleidoscope of peculiar garments, varying heights and builds, bald heads, Mediterranean styles, and an array of whimsical hairstyles. The atmosphere was one of joy and exuberance. It marked the first time since his arrival in this world that he beheld such a multitude of people, evoking a sense of nostalgia. He pondered, once his strength reached formidable heights, would the future island of Rife witness a similar spectacle? Charlotte was filled with anticipation. How truly beautiful it is here, as bustling as the homeland I once knew. Lena's heart, tinged with sorrow, spoke wistfully. Do you miss home? Charlotte gently inquired. If you long for it, perhaps you should return for a visit. How could a girl, who had been cast adrift in a shattered homeland, not yearn for her roots? With tears brimming in her eyes, Lena shook her head. Where is my home? Everything she once cherished had vanished amidst the flames of war. The new kingdom felt foreign, and her place within it had been irrevocably lost. All that remained of her past resided solely within her memories. From the moment Charlotte rescued her from despair, she could never bear the thought of leaving him. Charlotte, momentarily at a loss for words, soon revealed a gentle smile. Indeed, Lena, do not be disheartened. The future of Radiant Island will undoubtedly transform into a thriving, peaceful, and serene haven, the cherished home we all yearn for. Wiping away her tears, Lena gazed into Charlotte's sincere and radiant expression, her heart brimming with tranquility and confidence. With unwavering determination, she replied, Yes, it certainly will. Charlotte gazed upon the reinvigorated Lena and gently remarked, Please do not cry anymore. Your tears do not suit you. Lena's heart fluttered, her cheeks flushed, and with a radiant smile, she replied, "Charlotte, your words make me feel quite bashful." Charlotte suddenly felt as if her mind had short-circuited. "Is this what I mean? Well, that's good." However, seeing Lena, who had already brightened up, she decided not to dwell on it any further. "Let us go and indulge in some culinary delights." With a flourish of her hand, she exuberantly led Lena towards the bustling food stalls. On the ship, within the medical room, Douglas Barrett remained vigilant, observing his surroundings and the wounds meticulously wrapped in white bandages, seemingly astonished. "Have I been rescued? Ah, you're awake." Douglas Barrett was perplexed when a female medical staff member, ready to examine his injuries, exclaimed in surprise, "You must lie down quickly. You are seriously injured." The nurse spoke urgently. Remarkably, Barrett did not contest her words and quietly reclined. Soon, after completing her examination, the nurse couldn't help but marvel. "You are truly remarkable. Such severe injuries have healed significantly. By the way, my name is Jillian, and yours?" Faced with the familiarity of Jillian, Barrett found himself inexplicably at ease, and he awkwardly replied, "I am Douglas Barrett." "What a cool name." Jillian responded with enthusiasm and cheerfulness, exuding a warmth that dispelled any sense of unfamiliarity. "Did you save me?" In response to Barrett's inquiry, Jillian shook her head and nodded simultaneously. "Yes and no," she continued, counting on her fingers with utmost seriousness. "It was Beta who brought you back from the sea, while Captain Charlotte ordered that you receive full medical attention. As for me, I was simply the last person to treat you." Listening to her meticulous explanation and observing Jillian's earnest demeanor, Barrett found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "What are they like?" Barrett asked, a hint of apprehension in his voice. "They are wonderful people. I was also rescued from a slave ship by Captain Charlotte and the others. You know about slave ships, right?" Upon hearing Jillian's words, a spark of recognition flickered in Barrett's eyes. Even though she spoke incessantly like a microphone, he felt no irritation, rather a sense of comfort enveloped him. The two gradually engaged in a leisurely conversation. Chapter 17. Yet another dismal place. 3 days had passed. They had been in the culinary city of the island for 3 days. The intended target, Sausalito, had mysteriously vanished. No, to be precise, he had disappeared without a trace. Charlotte reclined in the captain's cabin, her agitation palpable. Straightening herself, she inquired, "What methods exist to locate him?" This question momentarily perplexed Beta and Barrett, who had temporarily allied with them out of sense of gratitude. The revelation that Barrett had joined the Hibofeile family left Charlotte utterly astounded. Naturally, she saw no reason to dismiss such a promising individual. However, soliciting the opinions of these two, whose only expertise lay in brawling, was a lapse in judgment. Upon posing her query, she found herself regretting it. Observing the silence of the two, she wisely refrained from pressing further. At this juncture, she truly required a subordinate endowed with intellect, like the astute Ivan. Just then, Lena entered, adorned in a black V-neck short blazer paired with black shorts and a fitted black cloak. Her long, slender legs were undeniably striking. "Charlotte," she began, "I have learned that Mr. Sausalito vanished 5 days ago." Charlotte felt a surge of joy. "Lena, will you continue?" Lena nodded in agreement. "Through the intricate web of connections facilitated by Hibofeile, I discovered that Sausalito had last been seen in the civilian district." "Hibofeile, you say?" Charlotte was aware that the individual was an overseas merchant who had established a maritime transit station on Rife Island, and that he was an associate of the storage magnate Kyberson. Charlotte could not help but acknowledge the formidable capabilities of these underground forces, whose intelligence operations were indeed powerful. Their influence should not be underestimated, and their proficiency in intelligence gathering was remarkable. In the end, it all came down to Lena. One cannot rely on men. The civilian district? After a moment of contemplation, Charlotte felt an unsettling sensation. The connection between the world of One Piece and the realm of ordinary citizens seemed to invariably invite an inexplicable array of troubles. Charlotte shook his head, dismissing the tumultuous thoughts, and rose to stride outside. He had certainly contemplated this matter. There was no time to linger here. Having acquired a precise location, he needed to personally investigate the situation and expedite the resolution of this affair. "Beta, you and Barrett keep a close watch on the ship while we are away." Beta, suddenly alert, replied, "Rest assured, boss, as long as we are here, the ship is safe." Indeed, although Beta was a brash warrior driven by passion, he had never been remiss in fulfilling his responsibilities. Meanwhile, Barrett, who was less conspicuous, straightened his posture, remaining silent yet exhibiting a hint of pride. Charlotte was oblivious to these details, wholly engrossed in the quest for Sausalito. As she watched the hurried departure of Charlotte and Lena, Beta let out a sigh of relief. "Are you truly afraid of Mr. Charlotte?" Barrett inquired, somewhat perplexed. To him, Charlotte exuded a commendable aura, embodying strength, humility, and kindness. Beta felt a tremor within as Barrett spoke, for he was still young, so very young. Who could comprehend the torment that came with a mere disagreement with the formidable Charlotte? Sooner or later, he would find himself in tears. With a dismissive tone, he replied, "What do you know? This is not fear, it is respect. Understand that, you little brat." Barrett's eyes widened in indignation. He detested being regarded as a child and roared, "Damn it, how many times must I say it? I'm not a brat. I am Douglas Barrett. Understood, little brat." Beta retorted nonchalantly, playfully tugging at his ears. Barrett's face flushed red with fury, and he shouted vehemently, "I am not a brat. I am Douglas Barrett." In his agitation, his words tumbled out in a jumble. "Oh, little brat, what is your name? You scoundrel, I am Barrett." "What Barrett? Barrett, what rat?" Barrett seethed with rage, contemplating how he would make Beta regret ever stepping into this world, if only he had the strength to do so. "Hey, little brat, little brat." Barrett's eye twitched in irritation, and in a huff, he turned to leave, refusing to engage further with this neurotic individual. Hey, don't go. Are you upset? Let me treat you to some meat," Beta called out, hastily pursuing him with a playful grin, utterly lacking in maturity and radiating an air of provocation. In the culinary city of the island, Zone 54, within the impoverished district, the surroundings were old, cramped, and dilapidated, making it hard to fathom that such a dismal place existed amidst the bustling culinary paradise of the island. In a dark alley, a boy lay collapsed on the ground, gazing at the somewhat dirty half-loaf of bread cradled in his arms, a sincere smile illuminating his scarred face. That smile was imbued with an indescribable charm. "How wonderful! Mythia, today, I finally won tea go hungry." The boy, stifling the pain coursing through his body, shakily rose to his feet. He carefully tucked the precious piece of bread into his embrace as if it were a treasure gem. After slightly wiping the blood from his face, he limped away from the shadows. His movements were slow and laborious, yet there was an unwavering determination in his stride. Soon, he departed from that dark place, turning into another, even darker, more isolated and narrower alleyway. In this context, it is more accurate to refer to the area as a slum rather than merely a neighborhood for the common folk. This place is home to the indigenous population of the entire island, yet its land area is even less than that of the renowned culinary city. It is a space so constricted that it evokes a sense of suffocation. Nevertheless, it is indeed the abode of this boy. Exhausted, he limped along for approximately half an hour before arriving at a house that, even in this impoverished area, appeared exceptionally dilapidated. Rather than a house, it resembled a makeshift nest constructed from half-collapsed structures and discarded cardboard boxes. The youth took a deep breath, patted his cheeks to invigorate his expression, and then donned a radiant smile as he lifted the tattered cloth that served as a door curtain. "Brother, you're back." A frail voice, laced with coughs, emanated from within, unmistakably youthful. Upon hearing the voice, the boy hastened his pace, disregarding the pain that coursed through his body. In just a few strides, he reached a rudimentary bed assembled from splintered wood, where lay a pallid little girl, his sister, Misha. "Misha, I earned 30 Bailey today. Don't worry, your illness will soon be cured." He forced a smile, completely ignoring the growl of hunger from his own stomach as he presented the bread he had carried. "Brother, you should eat too." The girl, from her position on the bed, divided the bread in two, handing the larger portion to her brother with great effort. "Misha, I've already eaten. You take it." The boy managed a cheerful grin, attempting to appear untroubled. "Really?" Misha asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "Of course. Trust me." With that, he stifled his hunger, averting his gaze as he placed the hard-earned 30 Bailey into a rusted box. His sister's recovery demanded more nourishment, and his own hunger was of little consequence. To prevent the sound of his stomach from betraying him, and to ensure enough money for her treatment, the boy rose and stepped outside once more to seek work and earn more money. Chapter 18. That thing is too troublesome. A group of individuals appeared in the slum, their immaculate, finely crafted clothing starkly contrasting with the residents. One city, two distinct kinds of people. Charlotte furrowed her brow, for beneath the veneer of opulence lay hidden shadows in the corners. Others appeared to be utterly reluctant to approach them, even in the absence of any ill will. They gazed upon them with a palpable sense of trepidation. Indeed, it was fear. Those elegantly attired wealthy gentlemen displayed no compassion towards these commoners, showing indifference even to the possibility of their demise. Charlotte's perceptive senses detected the myriad of emotions swirling around him, and a certain indescribable heaviness lingered in his gaze. "Sir, if there is anything you require, I am willing to oblige, provided that the payment is made in Bailey." A voice, tinged with a hint of trepidation and youthful innocence, emerged softly, Charlotte instinctively turned towards the sound. Before her stood a child, filthy and covered in wounds. Yet, those around were gripped by fear, for daring to speak such words to the wealthy gentleman often invited dire consequences. Shaloah smiled gently and extended his hand to lightly pat the frail shoulder of the young boy. However, his hand suddenly froze in place. Observing this, the onlookers displayed expressions of fear. Yet, Shaloah gazed at the boy with an exceedingly complex look, sensing certain feelings from him upon their contact. Very well. As long as you assist me, I shall grant you one request. How's that sound? Is that true? The boy's eyes sparkled with an unparalleled brilliance. My name is Shaloah. What about yours? Shaloah inquired kindly. Sir, I am called Mythos, the boy replied. Charlotte nodded heavily, and those nearby displayed expressions of disbelief. Lena, please arrange for someone to procure more food. Lena nodded and immediately set about making arrangements. Soon, a substantial amount of food was brought forth, causing Métis to swallow hard. Métis wished to work, but first, he needed to satisfy his hunger. As he spoke, he handed the food over to him. For a moment, Métis felt somewhat at a loss. He could not recall the last time he had tasted such delicious and clean food. He took small bites while secretly packing away most of the food in his hands. Meanwhile, he anxiously observed Charlotte and the others' reactions. Fortunately, it seemed Mr. Charlotte glanced in his direction without noticing his actions. Charlotte paid no heed to Métis's small maneuver, choosing not to shatter the last remnants of a child's dignity. Having opted to earn his keep through his own efforts, he would equally respect the boy's choice. Once he had finished eating, Métis quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you. Mr. Charlotte, I am full now. Charlotte smiled gently and spoke, Very well, please inform everyone that they may come here to collect food free of charge. Mythos was quite taken aback, yet he did not hesitate to begin his bustling activities. The reason for this was, of course, the prevailing fear that the people harbored towards them. Disseminating this message of goodwill through Mythos was of paramount importance. He needed to engage with others, observe their memories, and seek traces of Sagalito, for it was inconceivable that no one had encountered him. With Mythos's relentless promotion, soon an influx of civilians arrived. Charlotte personally distributed the food. When someone received their share, they wept profusely, extolling Mr. Charlotte's kindness and generosity. Charlotte could not help but reflect on the stark differences among individuals. This group of impoverished souls would express profound gratitude even for the most basic sustenance. Before long, he found himself acquiring an increasing wealth of information about the culinary paradise of the islands. Originally, as indigenous people, they were entitled to certain compensations. Yet they received not a single penny. Their lands had vanished, leaving them without a stable means of livelihood and plunging them further into destitution. This dilapidated settlement was merely a remnant of the mercy bestowed upon them by the culinary king, Domicis. How utterly absurd! Charlotte's countenance was far from cheerful. He lacked the power to reshape the world and could only undertake tasks within his limited capacity, often with a specific purpose in mind. Thus, he was not a paragon of virtue. How many islands, unseen by his gaze, might exist? The number was likely incalculable. Lena quietly remained by his side. Sensing the weight of his emotions upon her own face, she softly spoke, There is no need for you to feel sorrow, Charlotte. The world is largely as it is. You have already distinguished yourself, at the very least by safeguarding the tranquility of Laddie Island. Upon hearing Lena's words, Charlotte felt a measure of calm wash over him. Indeed, the only course of action available to him now was to strive to uphold the happiness and peace of Laddie Island. Thank you, Lena. Her silent companionship and comfort provided Charlotte with considerable solace, reminding him that he was not entirely without merit. At that moment, he finally made a significant discovery. Within the memories of an elderly man, he glimpsed the fleeting visage of Sagarlito. This face, along with information regarding Solito, had been indelibly etched in his mind since his departure. Having acquired the intelligence he sought, he instructed his subordinate to continue distributing food until it was all dispensed. Well, Mythos, your task is complete. What is your request? You may speak now. Mythos hesitated in response to Charlotte's inquiry, uncertain whether this seemingly simple task warranted his request for assistance. However, after a moment of contemplation, he mustered the courage to say, I hope, Mr. Charlotte, that you can save my sister. She is ill. Charlotte did not diminish the scarce courage of a child. Very well, Lena, you may take charge. Understood. Please rest assured. Lena cast a gentle glance at Mythos before following her departure. Charlotte was not paying attention, but Lena was meticulous in her duties, and her presence was reassuring. Subsequently, Charlotte began to take action. Drawing upon the elder's recollections, he swiftly arrived at a rather inconspicuous courtyard. He knocked on the door, but after a prolonged silence, he decided to enter uninvited. "Are you not here? Saugalito, why do you not open the door?" Shallow spoke with an air of casualness, observing the simply disguised Saugalito. Upon hearing his identity so boldly revealed, Sauger's countenance darkened. "What? Have you come to capture me?" he retorted. "If you truly intend to end my life, your secrets shall be utterly exposed." Stop, Shallow interjected, realizing that this individual had completely misinterpreted the situation. Such talk of secrets was far from welcome. He had no desire to delve into matters of intrigue. His sole intention was merely to seek assistance in constructing a fortress. Thus, the notion of secrets held no allure for him. With a patience he could scarcely muster, he replied, "Mr. Saugalito, I believe you are mistaken. I merely wish to discuss the construction of something, nothing more." At that moment, Saugalito found himself momentarily stunned, unable to respond before a dozen figures emerged in the vicinity. "At last, Saugalito, we have found you," announced a man adorned with a blue hat and a blade at his waist. Sauger's expression soured further upon recognizing the newcomer. "Niskian, it is you." Chapter 19. The sudden onset of war in a state of inner turmoil, Charlotte found it particularly vexing that the arrival came at such an inopportune moment. Her initial plan to discreetly escort Saugalito away, slipping in and out unnoticed, seemed utterly perfect. However, the current predicament suggested otherwise. Niskian, a notorious swordsman with a bounty exceeding 500 million, had ruthlessly decimated a naval base in the West Sea, showcasing unparalleled savagery. He was a high-ranking member of the gourmet pirate crew, a true source of trouble. "Ah, what splendid weather we have," Charlotte remarked with a smile, attempting to make her exit. This individual was certainly not someone to be trifled with. After all, he had not committed any overt wrongdoing, so it should not pose a significant issue. Or so she thought. Little did she realize that such actions left Saugalito utterly bewildered. Wasn't this person supposed to be seeking him for construction purposes? As Charlotte's words fell, Niskian's gaze turned icy, and a swift slash hurtled toward him. His observation Haki had long since detected the impending attack, allowing him to evade with ease, while the structure behind him was cleaved in two. How impolite! Charlotte was rendered speechless. He realized that the assailant was utterly ignorant of reason, and such an unreasonable attack was truly infuriating. Deep down, he had no desire to engage in combat, for revealing his true abilities would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention and potentially lead to unforeseen consequences. However, it seemed that evasion was no longer an option. Should he choose not to eliminate this threat, he might find himself in an even more precarious situation. If he acted swiftly and decisively, who would be the wiser? Niskian sensed the palpable aura of menace emanating from Charlotte's eyes, causing his grip to tighten. In a flash, he unleashed a rapid strike. A tempest arose, the ground trembled, and 6 beams of azure crescent light surged forth, cornering Charlotte with no avenue for escape. In the face of such an onslaught, Charlotte felt akin to a fragile vessel amidst a raging storm. Truly, a swordsman was a formidable adversary. With a silent curse, Charlotte swiftly drew his blade. A glimmer of light flickering. With a decisive slash, a colossal crescent of darkened hue surged forth. Although Charlotte had yet to fully master the application of advanced armament Haki, a minimal enhancement posed no challenge. The strike swept through, obliterating all incoming assaults, and the street disintegrated into dust beneath the force of their clash. Charlotte launched relentless assaults, each strike imbued with the power of Haki, rendering all things susceptible to his devastating blows. The ferocity was unparalleled. If a battle is to ensue, it shall determine both rank and fate. Niskian displayed a look of astonishment. This individual was formidable, a true master swordsman. He had never encountered a swordsman capable of executing such an unyielding flurry of strikes, a veritable anomaly. There exists a discernible distinction among swordsmen. Charlotte harbored no other thoughts. His sole intention was to eliminate his opponent and then make a swift escape. Niskian's eyes glowed with a fierce intensity. This was the territory of their gourmet pirate crew, and if he could just hold on for a moment, reinforcements would surely arrive. Faced with Niskian's sudden and indiscriminate fury, Charlotte discerned his adversary's intentions. He crouched low, poised for action, and in an instant, he surged forward like a ferocious tiger. One sword style, divine wind, tiger slash. The menacing howl, infused with the power of Haki, sliced through the air like a streak of light. With a resounding thud, Niskian felt his body plummet, an excruciating pain seizing him as 3 deep, jagged gashes erupted across his chest, and a mouthful of blood spewed forth. Snap! Another one broke. Helpless, Charlotte found himself in a dire predicament, his weapon shattered, significantly impeding his combat efforts. In an instant, he appeared before Niskian, his legs enveloped in the fervent embrace of armament Haki, gleaming with an enigmatic luster. With a decisive motion, he unleashed the razor's edge. The ground trembled as Niskian's body crashed down, creating a substantial crater, leaving him unconscious. His eyes rolled back in a state of oblivion. Charlotte stepped forward and decisively snapped the opponent's neck, leaving no room for mercy. She swiftly dealt with several other lackeys in the process. Charlotte picked up the knife that Niskian had dropped. For a moment, her eyes sparkled with delight as she realized it was the renowned blade, Shigur, one of the 50 exceptional swords. This was indeed a remarkable treasure. It is well known that for a swordsman, a famous blade offers unparalleled enhancements. Finally, she would no longer need to replace her weapon after every battle. Charlotte cast a glance at the chaotic scene, relieved that the location was remote and scarcely populated. Without hesitation, he seized Sagalito and retreated. Witnessing Charlotte's formidable prowess, Sagalito offered no resistance whatsoever. The intense battle in the culinary city of Islands, District 54, had undoubtedly alarmed everyone. As scouts from various factions arrived at the battlefield, they were left dumbfounded, particularly upon discovering the corpse of Niskian. Messages swiftly circulated through numerous channels. However, this sudden upheaval plunged the culinary city of Islands into a maelstrom of turmoil. The corpulent Domi Sis bellowed, instituting a complete lockdown of the culinary metropolis. With every member on high alert, his pirate subordinates sprang into frenetic action. The ominous sound of alarm bells shattered the air, resonating throughout the entire island. Thousands of pirates, under the leadership of their officers, rapidly secured every corner. Many unruly pirates clashed with the culinary pirates, igniting an outright insurrection in the culinary city of Islands. Captain Sis, trouble is brewing. Battles are erupting in every district, a frightened young pirate reported to his captain, noting that even some of the weaker officers had sustained losses. Domi Sis stood in his opulent chamber, his countenance darkened as he addressed his trusted aides. Gandive, Maxim, you two must go and quell the unrest. A gentlemanly figure donned a top hat while a tall, scarred man both bowed and departed. Domi Sis' grim expression was icy. You cannot restrain yourselves from attacking me. Whoever seeks to claim my treasures shall meet their demise. Upon returning to the ship, Charlotte's expression soured. He was too late. The culinary city of Islands was completely sealed off. The cacophony of battle cries reverberated throughout the city. The once lively and tranquil atmosphere had vanished, replaced by billowing clouds of black smoke and the frenzied slaughter and plunder of pirates. Yet, soon Charlotte narrowed his eyes. This was unexpected. While some impact was anticipated, the current outcome was far beyond what he had envisioned. In terms of scale, it could only be described as an unforeseen war. Just as Charlotte pondered these developments, Lena hurriedly entered. Captain Charlotte, the Wangji pirate crew has appeared on the outskirts of the culinary city of Islands. Charlotte was taken aback. Although this member of the Rox Pirates did not possess the fame of Whitebeard, Newgate, or the Golden Lion, Shiki, there was no denying the formidable strength of Rox's crew. He must have taken over the former stronghold of Rox, Hive Island. How could he have suddenly appeared here? Charlotte was momentarily taken aback, awakening to the realization that this was a premeditated scheme. Without a doubt, there were forces at play inciting the conflict on this island. The battle now unfolding was no mere coincidence. Someone sought to exploit the chaos to confront Domi's eyes. Charlotte's engagement in this skirmish was merely serendipitous, seizing the opportunity to instigate a confrontation. Chapter 20. This is unprecedented. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions reverberated incessantly as Charlotte had already ascended to the deck. The Wangji pirate crew, in alliance with various other pirate fleets, had amassed nearly 2,000 pirates aboard dozens of vessels, unleashing an indiscriminate barrage. Neither the harbor nor the town could escape the onslaught, and occasionally, misfortunate pirate ships were obliterated. His countenance darkened with despair. What in the world was happening? It was known that the Wangji pirate crew had garnered numerous formidable and lesser members from the former Rox Pirates, establishing a semblance of alliance to counter the assault from the likes of Whitebeard and Golden Lion. Although Wangji himself was a notorious pirate, his strength paled in comparison to those true titans. Now, with all their forces rallied for a simultaneous attack, were they prepared to forsake their stronghold? The sea was awash with their pirate vessels, and given the speed of Charlotte's ship, once they set sail, entanglement was almost inevitable. One had to concede that there were advantages to sheer numbers. The tactic of overwhelming force could indeed prove effective, as evidenced by the current situation. Several cannonballs rained down upon them. Beta leaped into action, executing a swirling kick, sending forth a crescent of white light that cleaved through the air. A series of explosions erupted in the sky. At this moment, Charlotte genuinely felt an urgent need for his own vessel. The inability to escape was exceedingly stifling. Leaving Beta to keep watch, Charlotte returned to the captain's quarters. The most prudent course of action was to refrain from any activity and await the inevitable clash between the two factions. He suddenly found himself curious about the substantial interest that compelled these individuals to jeopardize their stronghold in order to launch an assault here. During his previous escape with Saugalito, he had refrained from employing telepathy to delve into his memories. Now, ensconced at the epicenter of this turmoil, secrecy held little significance. "Lena, please bring Saugalito to me." "Understood." Lena rose and departed, returning shortly with Saugalito in tow. "Saugalito, do enlighten me, what is your secret?" Faced with Charlotte's inquiry, Saugalito recognized that there was no longer any need for concealment. 2 years ago, Domicis approached me with the proposition of constructing a palace here, a culinary city of grand proportions. Naturally, I embraced such a monumental architectural endeavor with enthusiasm. A look of nostalgia and excitement illuminated Saugalito's face. For someone of his caliber, what could be more exhilarating than the prospect of becoming one of the world's preeminent architectural designers? Subsequently, I harnessed my inspiration, continually designing until I ultimately crafted this renowned culinary island city. Charlotte nodded in acknowledgement, for the design of the culinary city on the island truly exhibited a unique ingenuity, with many fantastical elements that rendered it dreamlike. This was no exaggeration. His tone was imbued with a sense of pride, but soon it shifted. However, later on, Domi's eyes had inexplicably acquired a peculiar plant from that very island. A peculiar plant? Charlotte became intrigued and instructed me to establish a research laboratory dedicated to the cultivation and study of a particular plant. They refer to this remarkable flora as the flower of miracles. The flower of miracles? Charlotte was enveloped in a haze of reminiscence, pondering, what on earth is this? I have never encountered anything like it before. This particular flower only blossoms on the night of a full moon. Indeed, it is a most peculiar plant. As expected, the world of pirates is rife with strange and extraordinary curiosities. Its beauty is matched only by its peril. This flower emits a toxin that, when inhaled over an extended period, induces a bizarre affliction, resulting in pale green markings across the body, and upon death, one resembles a plant itself. Charlotte's expression shifted slightly. This world remains perilously treacherous. What on earth are these bizarre plants? The consequences of inhaling them unknowingly are truly unimaginable. However, this flower, blooming on the night of the full moon, also releases a unique non-toxic liquid, which is precisely what Domicis requires. At this moment, Charlotte was utterly bewildered. He had initially assumed that this object was intended to serve as a weapon akin to poison. However, it was nothing of the sort. This item had undergone processing and extraction to yield a substance known as QG medicine. Goodness, how intricate! Charlotte felt somewhat speechless. Saugalito, observing the bewildered expression on Charlotte's face, continued to elucidate. This QG potion can significantly enhance physical prowess. Upon hearing this, Charlotte was genuinely moved. Without the need for further elaboration, the significance of this potion was abundantly clear. When combined with physical training, the QG potion could greatly amplify the effectiveness of the regimen. Charlotte was left in a state of astonishment. He was acutely aware of the arduous nature of physical training. It was as if he were being told that while it might take a normal person a year or even longer to see tangible results from physical training, the use of QG medicine could potentially yield significant advancements in a mere 6 months, a month, or even less. This revelation was nothing short of staggering. No wonder the Wang Ji pirate crew sought to launch an assault here. The value contained within was simply immeasurable. Saugalito, observing the gleam in Charlotte's eyes, could not help but interject. However, he reminded Charlotte that the current iteration of QG medicine was only beneficial to ordinary individuals. Coming to this realization, Charlotte felt a sense of helplessness. His excitement had been in vain. It seemed that the significance of QG medicine had been greatly diminished. With high development costs, substantial investment, scarce raw materials, inherent dangers, and limited efficacy, could this substance not be deemed utterly superfluous? Charlotte had completely lost interest. Saugalito, observing the disappointment in Charlotte's eyes, felt a surge of urgency within him. He had his reasons for speaking at length. My lord Charlotte, do not underestimate his significance. The foundational combat strength can be developed more swiftly, making him one of the finest choices for elite troops. Oh, with a faint sigh, Xiao Luo expressed his indifference towards ordinary combat prowess. In the face of true powerhouses of the sea, even the elite would be unable to withstand their casual assaults. However, Xiao Luo's gaze suddenly shifted towards Sagalito. This old fellow, an architect by profession, displayed an alarming knowledge of matters that were evidently outside his realm of expertise. This raised significant concerns. Sagalito, this doesn't seem to be your area of specialization, does it? Sagalito nodded, admitting, it was my daughter who clandestinely informed me. She is a researcher in pharmacology. A scientist? That is indeed remarkable. The mention of a scientist inevitably brings to mind the man endowed with the world's most exceptional intellect. The devil fruit user, Dr. Vegapunk. His contributions to research and invention have been nothing short of prolific. In the world of pirates, the majority of scientists are under the auspices of the world government, while others are either in the hands of formidable factions or shrouded in secrecy. Dami Sis is indeed fortunate. Charlotte has developed a profound interest in scientists. The progress of Rife Island is inextricably linked to the cultivation and development of various talents, particularly pharmacologists, as medicine is vital for saving lives and treating ailments, thereby ensuring greater safety for him. After all, the world of pirates is rife with strange diseases. In this moment, he acknowledges a stirring in his heart. She believes that Domicis is excessively cruel, disregarding human life for the sake of profit. Thus, listening to what Sagalito has to say, Charlotte is naturally able to surmise the ensuing series of events. Please, my lord, save her. In response to Sagalito's plea, Charlotte contemplates for a moment before ultimately acquiescing. Chapter 21. Then let us proceed to execute the sentence. Scientists are indeed extraordinary beings. Their research outcomes may profoundly impact the world. Charlotte naturally aspired to assemble a clandestine scientific brigade, not for the sake of the world, but merely to foster a beneficial influence on the island of Rife. After acquiring intelligence about the scientist Sagalito, he promptly set his plans into motion. The battle for the entire island had already commenced. The notorious Wangji pirate crew had begun their invasion of the culinary city, plunging it into utter chaos and brutal close-quarters combat. The cacophony of battle, cannon fire, slaughter, looting, and the ruins left in the wake of conflict obliterated the once serene and prosperous landscape. For Charlotte, this tumultuous environment proved advantageous, and he prudently changed his attire. With a resounding crash, a towering structure collapsed, showering countless shattered stones downward. Amidst this turmoil, the lives of the island's inhabitants hung by a thread. Not far away, a group of pirates congregated in the streets, seizing individuals to sell them into slavery. In the chaos, human lives were of no concern. Men and the elderly were mercilessly slaughtered, leaving only women and children behind. In the eyes of these marauders, humanity had been reduced to mere commodities. Please, merciful pirates, spare my husband and children, a weeping woman implored. The pirate, with exaggerated laughter, struck her heavily to the ground, drawing his blade with the intent to strike. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps resonated clearly amidst the tumult, reaching every ear. The pirate, poised with his weapon in midair, halted, while the others turned towards the source of the sound. Clad in a red-lined black suit, Charlotte emerged slowly, an unseen wind stirring the sands and causing his dark cloak to billow. Haha, another one has arrived, and he appears to be of noble birth. He must be worth a pretty penny, the leader of the pirates exclaimed, greed illuminating his features. Indeed, he will fetch a high price, echoed the surrounding pirates, their faces alight with excitement. With a hearty laugh, the leading pirate brandished his pistol, aiming directly at Charlotte's heart. Whoosh! In that fleeting moment, Charlotte's figure transformed into a mere shadow, vanishing from sight, only to reappear instantaneously behind the pirates, facing away from them. The pirates seemed to have been pressed by an invisible pause button, frozen in their previous expressions and stances, including the leader himself. Shalua calmly sheathed his sword. In truth, he did not harbor disdain for all pirates. After all, there were those who embarked on this path in pursuit of adventure, as well as those who were labeled as pirates by the world government for reasons rooted in self-interest. What Charlotte despises are those pirates, utterly contemptible, who, despite their formidable strength, wield their blades against the weaker, perpetrating senseless slaughter. They have never shown reverence for life. Their very nature is one of unbridled malevolence. The rain falls, accompanied by a unique rhythm, and suddenly, crack, a faint sound reverberates. Splatter. The heads of the pirates soar skyward amidst a gory eruption, as the thick scent of blood permeates the surroundings, staining the ground crimson. Lifeless bodies of headless pirates collapse weakly, while the captives remain unscathed. Charlotte did not linger, setting forth once more towards his objective. A haunting cry of despair reverberated, subtly affecting all present. This martial prowess was indeed formidable. Amidst the ruins, a figure, evidently a journalist, emerged, wiping the sweat from his brow. However, he quickly broke into a smile, having captured the breathtaking moment of the strike. This singular blow was worthy of a place in the annals of the news, albeit regrettably, he failed to capture the subject's face. Nevertheless, he was likely to receive a handsome reward. Charlotte moved swiftly through the ruins. Every malevolent pirate he encountered met a swift demise, leaving behind a multitude of headless corpses, with not a single survivor in sight. Soon, Charlotte arrived at the royal city of the gastronomic empire. This place was originally constructed by Domi Sis according to the specifications of the kingdom's capital. The once resplendent palace complex now lay in tatters, a mere shadow of its former glory. The sounds of battle and slaughter echoed incessantly, a testament to the ferocity and brutality of the conflict. The grand archways had been utterly obliterated. Indeed, destruction proved far easier than creation. Following the blueprint provided by Sagalito, Charlotte ventured into the expansive palace complex, making her way directly toward the target that connected to the underground laboratory. Moments later, a relatively intact independent palace came into view, starkly empty, devoid of any backup guards. As Charlotte set forth, she stepped into the depths. Soon, a massive, imposing portal leading underground loomed before her. With a single stroke of the blade, the dance of the wind was unleashed. In a flash of shimmering light, the door shattered into fragments and collapsed. Charlotte swiftly entered the premises, connecting to a spacious and orderly corridor. Meanwhile, within the subterranean research monitoring room, the security personnel detected the intruder through the surveillance system, triggering an alarm. Quickly, we have an enemy incursion. Inform Lord Dibby at once. The pirates began to shout in alarm, and those stationed began to mobilize. BRR, BRR, BRR. Click. Lord Dibby, we are in trouble. There is an intrusion. Dibby, clad in a fur coat, turned pale. Hold the line. I shall rush to provide support. He then addressed his subordinates. You must protect Dr. Sajayal here and ensure the equipment is loaded onto the submarine swiftly. Yes, sir. With that, he strode purposefully towards the security area to offer assistance. Charlotte arrived at the underground realm with a sense of wonder, utterly astounded by the sheer scale of it all. The impressive architecture dedicated to research and the expansive manufacturing facilities below underscored the significance of this place. It served as one of the core areas of the entire gourmet pirate crew, making it the very destination of his journey. Suddenly, a barrage of bullets erupted as a horde of pirates charged forward. However, under Charlotte's formidable strength, these minor adversaries were nothing more than fodder. A swift and precise slash was unleashed, resulting in a thunderous explosion as a substantial portion of the underground structures was severed in two, leading to the annihilation of the pirate forces in a single blow. Apart from the scientists, Charlotte held little regard for other possessions, as he knew he could not carry away more than what he could personally manage. The worth of a person far surpassed that of material goods. As Charlotte was poised to continue her journey in pursuit of her objective, she instinctively sensed danger and leapt into action. Soudainly, a deafening explosion ressounded. Charlotte swiftly adjusted her body and landed gracefully. As dust swirled around, a figure emerged from within it, bent Dibby. Charlotte spoke slowly. Here was yet another pirate with a staggering bounty of 580 million, a user of the explosive fruit from the paramecia category. Among the pirates known to Charlotte, the wielder of the explosive fruit was certainly not him. It was abundantly clear that Bent Dibby was the current possessor of such a formidable power. This was a steadfast devil fruit, an ever-flowing vessel of human potential. Who are you? Bent Dibby felt a weight upon his heart as an unknown swordsman appeared before him. Who is he? What are his intentions? From which faction does he hail? These are all pressing questions. Charlotte disregarded the other's inquiries and continued speaking to herself. Truly a troublesome individual. Then she gently smiled, revealing her teeth. Then let us just kill them all. Chapter 22, An Utter Annihilation. Charlotte's gaze was sharp and astute. She could not afford to linger any longer. Time is of the essence, and the longer the delay, the more perilous the situation becomes. A decisive strike. As Charlotte wielded her renowned blade, a terrifying slash cleaved through the air. Bent Dibby leaped into the fray, and with the power of his fruit, the small stone in his hand expanded rapidly like a rubber ball, hurtling towards the oncoming strike. Boom! A series of violent explosions erupted instantaneously, creating a powerful shockwave that reduced vast structures to mere rubble. Charlotte narrowed his eyes, truly deserving of the staggering bounty of 500 million. This is no inflated reward for show. The application of his devil fruit abilities far surpasses the crude tactics of that notorious explosive adversary from my recollections. With a swift motion, he utilized the technique known as shave, propelling himself towards Bent Dibby in an instant, delivering a devastating slash. The impact resounded as Bent Dibby crossed his arms, enveloped in the armor of Haki, yet he was still forced to skid backwards for several dozen meters. In Shero's hand, the rain danced as he wielded the blade with a single stroke, Godwind, Tiger Slash. Bent Dibby's expression shifted dramatically. He touched the ground with one hand, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. The earth surged violently, transforming in an instant into a fearsome bomb. A deafening roar erupted, and the shockwave radiated outward, dissipating a portion of Shero's sword technique. Nevertheless, 3 distinct scars emerged upon his chest. Pain surged through Bent Dibby's mind, and, at that moment, his gaze toward Shero was filled with terror. How could this be? As he beheld Shero, the word monster echoed relentlessly in his mind. What do you mean it can't be? The 2 figures became mere phantoms, locked in a frenzied duel. Slashes and explosions intertwined incessantly. The battlefield had been utterly reduced to a barren expanse. In their final strikes, they separated, and Rox began to plummet from above, hurtling toward the ground. As Charlotte's expression shifted, a sense of dread washed over him. He had no desire to be entombed alive in this place. With a swift motion, he advanced on one foot, his body leaning forward abruptly, the cloak billowing ominously as he assumed a combat stance. One sword style, thunderbolt, a flash. In an instant, lightning flickered, crackling audibly, as a golden streak surged toward the horizon. Within a heartbeat, Charlotte found himself positioned diagonally behind Bent Dibby. With a soft whisper of rain, he swung his blade, leaving a crimson trail upon the ground. Gradually, Charlotte sheathed his sword. Suddenly, a gash appeared at Bent Dibby's waist. An uncontainable torrent of scarlet blood gushed forth. Bent Dibby's eyes widened in terror. His words cut short as his body convulsed and collapsed. Charlotte approached Bent Dibby, observing the frail figure before him, and employed his telepathic abilities without hesitation. Time was of the essence. He swiftly unearthed the desired information, leaving even him astonished. He had not anticipated that these pirates possessed such cunning. They had ingeniously excavated a passageway leading to the sea and had even prepared a submarine. A sense of delight washed over him, and a subtle smile involuntarily graced his lips. Charlotte decisively concluded the suffering of Bent Dibby, sending him on his way. The esteemed tradition of precise strikes must not be forsaken. It is simply not the moment to scatter ashes, lest the hierarchy be disrupted. Rising to her feet, she gazed at the rocks above, which were perilously crumbling. Charlotte activated her swift maneuver, propelling herself in a determined direction. Swiftly, her movements were urgent. A pirate captain was commanding his crew to frantically transport various research materials onto a submarine. Violent tremors echoed around them, suggesting a looming threat of complete collapse. Soon, a pirate bearing a flintlock rushed to report, "Captain, all materials have been successfully relocated." The pirate captain, not daring to hesitate, instructed, "Quickly, bring Dr. Saga Jarl aboard the submarine." In no time, a blonde woman, adorned with silver-rimmed glasses and clad in a lab coat, was surrounded by pirates, ready to be escorted onto the vessel. Fortunately, everything was unfolding just as it should. The figure of Charlotte finally emerged. The vigilant pirates quickly became alert. "Damn it, it's an intruder. Eliminate him," roared the pirate captain. Numerous pirates charged toward Charlotte, yet in the blink of an eye. Both he and the attacking pirates had their heads severed and sent soaring through the air, landing heavily on the ground. Charlotte strolled leisurely, her expression serene. "Surrender and lay down your arms. Your lives shall be spared." Following her words, a terrifying aura surged forth, instilling a chill in the spines of the remaining 7 pirates. It was needless to mention that the bodies of their fallen comrades still radiated warmth. The atmosphere was undeniably menacing. With a clatter, the first pirate relinquished his weapon, serving as a signal, prompting the remaining 6 to follow suit and cast down their arms. Charlotte approached Sagiar with an air of ease. "I have been sent by your father to rescue you." Sagiar was clearly taken aback. "Is that true? My father is unharmed?" Charlotte nodded. Sagial was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in her eyes. She had no doubt that such a formidable individual could manipulate her with utmost ease, without the need for deceit. Boom! The falling debris above grew increasingly abundant. The structure was on the verge of collapse. Board the ship, with a command from Charlotte. The remaining individuals followed closely as they entered the submarine. At the port, the vessels of the Hibofeile family surged forth alongside a multitude of pirate crews that lingered on the island. The Wangji Grand Pirate crew focused their entirety on the Gourmet Pirate crew, rendering them incapable of obstructing the escape of other pirate factions, who, in their eyes, were of no consequence. The true treasures lay on the island, which was the sole concern of the Wangji Grand Pirate crew. Thus, they allowed these individuals to flee unimpeded. Once Beta and the others emerged from the port, they awaited quietly upon the surface of the sea, each firmly believing that Charlotte would soon appear unscathed. With all three major pirate crews having landed on the island of Gourmet City, the waters here were deemed secure. Soon, Barrett, standing at the edge of the ship, noticed the surface of the water tremble with rippling waves. "Be cautious, something is rising from the depths," Barrett bellowed, instantly alerting everyone. Under their watchful eyes, a submarine shaped like a cake ascended from the depths, its hatch opening wide. The figure of Charlotte emerged. The group, initially poised for an attack, immediately relaxed their guard. "Boss, you have finally returned. I was utterly worried about you." Charlotte gazed at Beta and smiled calmly. Turning around, she beheld the distant culinary city of the island, where thick smoke billowed and flames soared high, now reduced to a desolate ruin. Henceforth, this once renowned gastronomic haven would exist solely as a memory. To uncover the essence of this island of delicacies, one would have to search for traces within the annals of history or the fleeting whispers of legend. For a moment, Charlotte was overcome with emotion. In the wake of war, all splendor ultimately crumbles into ruins. Shaking his head, he realized that lingering here was no longer an option. He had inadvertently seized the most precious treasures of the culinary city from the sea. Should the notorious Wangji pirate crew discover that their coveted possessions had vanished, they would surely descend into madness. After all, a tremendous cost had been incurred in this war, and the fruits of victory had been severely diminished. Such an outcome would inevitably drive one to hysteria. He instructed Lena to allocate a portion of their personnel to board the submarine for oversight. It was time to set sail and return home. Chapter 23. A Land of Idealism? At the residence of the Hibofeile family, in the square, a group of thuggish men clad in black suits congregated. In the center of the square, Ivan waved a copy of the World Economic Journal in his hand. "Brothers, look here," he exclaimed. All eyes were drawn to the newspaper he held. Bold, black letters proclaimed the day of the culinary city's destruction, detailing the catastrophic battle that had transpired a fortnight prior. "Ivan, what does this mean? What's so remarkable about the destruction of the culinary city?" Beta inquired, his face a mask of confusion. Ivan gestured toward the smaller section of the newspaper. "Look here." The crowd widened their eyes, following Ivan's finger. A stunning strike from a mysterious power. It read, accompanied by a captivating image of a figure, back turned to the enemy, sheathing a blade as a head flew through the air. The figure's profile remained indistinct. "That's boss Charlotte," Beta gasped, recognizing the indistinct silhouette despite its blur. Ivan nodded appreciatively. "Indeed, it is boss Charlotte. Even in such perilous circumstances, he continues to embody kindness, rescuing the weak." In that moment, each individual reflected upon their own plight. Many were already weeping openly, yet they bit their lips to suppress their cries. "Indeed, were it not for boss Charlotte, a mere slave, would have lived my life shackled until death, dying in disgrace like livestock," one lamented. "Yes, had it not been for boss Charlotte, I would have perished long ago. My life would not resemble what it is today," another echoed. "If it weren't for boss Charlotte's shelter, I would likely have starved to death." Beta pondered silently, contemplating his past and the grim fate that awaited him without Charlotte. Giant Dar, contemplative and silent, felt a long-lost warmth and hospitality in this gathering. Métis, with reddened eyes, thought of her sister, realizing that without Mr. Charlotte's timely assistance, she might have already lost her life. Barrett, deeply moved by memories of betrayal and a tumultuous existence, reflected that his time here had been the happiest and most secure he had ever known. Observing the crowd, Ivan felt tears welling up, nearly overwhelmed by emotion. Regaining his composure, he continued, "Once, I asked boss Charlotte, 'What is your dream?' In an instant, the thoughts of the crowd were drawn back. Leader Shero spoke of his former homeland, a place of tranquility, freedom, safety, prosperity, and happiness, truly an idyllic realm." A look of incredulity spread across everyone's faces. "Does such a utopia truly exist?" Ivan murmured softly, "It must exist, for Leader Shero will guide us in transforming Rife Island into our ideal homeland." The crowd stirred. As it seemed, everyone was captivated by these words. "Indeed, isn't this the very essence of life here? My friends, look at Leader Shero on the newspaper. What does this signify?" "What?" The audience exchanged glances. Some shook their heads, others pondered deeply, yet clarity eluded them. Observing this, Ivan's face flushed with fervor as he declared passionately, "This is leader Shero's voice resonating through the world, undeterred by personal peril, confronting the brutalities of war with unwavering resolve." As a senior member of the Hibofeile family, Ivan felt the imperative to guide the others, ensuring the essence of Shero's message was conveyed with precision. One must recognize that those mad pirates upon the seas display their power recklessly, driven by mere trifles of achievement, resulting in untold slaughter. Yet, a leader like Shero, who is humble, composed, amiable, and nurturing to his subordinates while harboring grand ideals, is exceedingly rare. Since leader Shero has begun to unveil his brilliance to the world, he bears an undeniable responsibility. My friends, such a leader must not falter here. We shall elevate Hibofeile Shero's name across the seas. Let us illuminate and exalt the Hibofeile family. Together, let us shoulder the noble will of Hibofeile and construct our ideal homeland. In that moment, the crowd surged with fervor, their gazes brimming with boundless charisma as they shouted in unison, "To bear the will, to build the ideal homeland. To bear the will, to build the ideal homeland." They shall undoubtedly follow in Shero's footsteps, waging battles upon the seas, spreading his will to the world. As Ivan surveyed the throng, exhilaration coursed through him. Indeed, this was the true depth of Shero's message. Meanwhile, what madness is transpiring among those rascals? In his office, Shero wore a bemused expression, bewildered by their incessant clamoring, pondering how many matters could warrant such joy. Saga Jarl, clad in a lab coat yet unable to conceal her striking figure, smiled and remarked, "The subordinates of Lord Shero are truly brimming with vitality." Charlotte glanced at Saga Jarl and shook his head. After a fortnight of interaction, he had come to realize that this female scientist was anything but composed. Her demeanor was rather playful. Would Saga Jarl's continued experimentation with the QG drug pose any threat to the inhabitants and fauna of the island? In response to Charlotte's inquiry, Saga Jarl flashed a sweet smile and reassured him, "Do not worry, my lord. As long as proper containment and protective measures are implemented, there will be no issues. The staff will be equipped with protective gear, ensuring their safety." Charlotte regarded the somewhat unorthodox Saga Jarl with a sense of skepticism. Shouldn't the approach to scientific inquiry be characterized by rigor? At this moment, he began to question whether this individual was a charlatan. After all, this was his territory. If trouble were to arise, he might very well find himself wandering aimlessly. Furthermore, the research on QG medication could continue to advance, and there were opportunities to develop other therapeutic drugs which would yield significant benefits. Saga Jarl spoke with an alluring tone. After a moment of contemplation, Charlotte nodded in agreement. After all, numerous experimental apparatus, research materials, and even 13 complete specimens of the miraculous flower had been safely transported back to Rife Island. Provided that security measures were properly implemented, the risks appeared manageable. Although the QG medicine held no value for him, many of his subordinates could greatly benefit from it. In this world, possessing strength significantly enhances one's chances of survival. Upon witnessing Charlotte's acquiescence, Saga Jarl immediately displayed a triumphant expression. "Then, Mr. Charlotte, let us initiate the approval for several billion belly in research funding." Ahem. Charlotte coughed in fright. "Do you take me for a wealthy bachelor? My berry did not come from the wind." "Mr. Charlotte surely has a knack for humor," Saga Jarl teased. "With such a vast amount of berry, it is futile to even entertain the thought. I still have to repair the fortress. Furthermore, your new research laboratory and other needs require berry as well. For now, you possess merely 300 million berry in research funding, and that is all there is for the time being." Charlotte spoke with indignation. He was acutely aware that research required substantial funding, yet he would never permit Saga Jarl to demand exorbitant amounts. "Hey, it's a deal." Saga Jarl agreed promptly, leaving Charlotte utterly astounded. Had he fallen into the trap set by this enchanting woman? As Saga Jarl departed, her mood was buoyant. One intriguing man. Although the current laboratory was merely a makeshift arrangement, it ignited within her a fierce determination. She genuinely cherished her life here. Her father, too, was once again engaging in his passion for architectural design. That grand vision, it was certainly something to anticipate. Chapter 25. No more coughing. Holding the newspaper that Lena had delivered to him, Charlotte's hands trembled uncontrollably. He had made it to the paper. Though only a small corner of the page featured him, the description was vague, and the image was obscured by smoke and dust. But what did it convey? The swordsman Niskin was allegedly felled by a mysterious swordsman never before seen. There was photographic evidence to back the claim. The renowned blade Shiyu in his possession was indeed a weapon belonging to Niskin. The speculation surrounding Niskin's demise was also linked to the incident in the culinary city of the islands. The entire report was analyzed with remarkable clarity. Charlotte's double eyelids twitched uncontrollably. What sort of absurd analysis is this? Am I the catalyst? This was premeditated. I merely happened to be in the right place at the right time. Bang! Charlotte slammed her palm forcefully against the table. Who is the scoundrel? Which good-for-nothing dares to invade my privacy and spread baseless rumors? One should not indulge in reckless consumption nor speak thoughtlessly. Such notoriety is far from favorable and can easily lead to significant troubles. This is nothing short of slander, a blatant falsehood aimed at my character. How dare they? Is there no sense of justice, no rule of law? Is the World Economic News Agency truly so formidable? Charlotte was engulfed in fury, an intense rage that was palpable. The notoriety he had inadvertently acquired was fraught with peril. After all, fame often invites danger. Without wealth, influence, or a formidable background, he was merely a nameless entity, vulnerable to the whims of others. Particularly concerning was the possibility that the notorious Wang Ji pirate crew might draw unwelcome connections to him. While the odds were slim, the potential threat was not to be dismissed. Those engulfed in madness are utterly irrational. Most critically, appearing in the newspaper would undoubtedly attract the attention of various factions. The presence of numerous pirates was already a considerable headache, and if the Navy or the world government took notice, it would herald dire consequences. The Navy, as the most powerful organization in existence, wielded control over the seas, with countless bases and an unimaginable military budget. The formidable strength of the Navy was beyond comprehension, and the ceaseless emergence of new naval commanders was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Furthermore, behind the Navy loomed the world government, which had dominated for 8 centuries, shrouded in an enigmatic power that had never been fully comprehended. To underestimate the might of the world government would be tantamount to courting death. Charlotte calmed himself for a moment. The anger that had previously engulfed him gradually receded. He ultimately recognized the dilemma. The photograph was unclear, and the accompanying information was equally vague. Even the identity remained unknown. Although there was a certain risk of exposure, it had not yet reached an irretrievable point. The Navy had not issued a bounty either. Indeed, he had not committed any heinous acts. On what grounds could a bounty be placed on him? With this thought, it appeared that the situation was still under control. So what did this signify? He had gained notoriety, yet was not complete notoriety. Fortunately, this outcome felt somewhat acceptable. After all, it was vastly preferable to the initial scenario. Shaw silently exhaled, relieved that he would not be thrust into the world's spotlight while still lacking strength. Without the backing of power, all achievements are but fleeting illusions. Fame, in its essence, can be a burden. For him, at this juncture, it is perilous indeed. Is it not far more delightful to lead a life of leisure? To admire beautiful women, savor exquisite cuisine, indulge in a fine drink, and relish the pleasures of existence. Should he gain notoriety, a tranquil life would slip away, and even safety would become an immense concern. His fragile frame could scarcely withstand such pressures. Currently, he finds satisfaction in a low-profile, stable existence, quietly cultivating the strength necessary for self-preservation. Thus, it is imperative to proceed with caution, to minimize conflicts, and to secretly amass power as the rightful path forward. In light of this, Shallow resolved to refrain from any ventures at sea for the foreseeable future. As long as he remains on dry land, no one shall know of his existence. He has not forgotten the grudge he holds against the World Economic News Agency. It would be best if he were not to discover that it was that unfortunate journalist who captured the photograph. Otherwise, they would certainly learn the reason behind the beauty of the flower. The mastermind behind it all, Morgan, shall not escape either. He too is destined for retribution. Shallow gritted his teeth in frustration. Despite his meticulous calculations, he had not anticipated such an unforeseen twist, which nearly resulted in his own downfall. Boss Shallow, Ivan approached with a beaming smile, striding with an energetic gait. Charlotte wore an expression of skepticism, beset by an ominous premonition. Ivan, is there something auspicious? Boss Charlotte, the flagship vessel, the Hibofeile, has arrived at the port. We are currently preparing to paint the ship. Would you like to take a look? Charlotte sighed with evident relief upon hearing Ivan's words. No need for that. You may proceed as you see fit. Ivan nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Boss, once the painting of the Hibofeile is complete, are you ready to make your name upon the vast seas? Indeed. Suddenly, a fleeting moment of clarity struck Charlotte as he turned to Ivan in astonishment. Is this truly how you express yourself? Do you not have enough troubles already? Despite Charlotte's peculiar gaze, Ivan remained oblivious, caught in a state of inexplicable exhilaration. He cleared his throat tactfully and declared that venturing out to sea was out of the question. Such a vessel was merely a precautionary measure. It was imperative to thwart this reckless notion. Ivan, our current strength is far too feeble. The perils of the sea are immense, and the lives of our comrades take precedence above all else. We must exercise patience for the time being. Ivan paused for a moment, but soon his eyes glistened with emotion as he regarded Charlotte. You're absolutely right, Captain. Our capabilities are indeed insufficient, and the risks of sailing are far too great. I acknowledge my impatience and regret having disappointed you, Captain Charlotte. Ivan's heartfelt admission struck a chord within Charlotte. The ability to recognize one's mistakes and strive for improvement is invaluable. Such a humble acknowledgement is commendable. Indeed, there is great potential in this young man. As Charlotte was about to speak to reassure Ivan, he continued, Chief, rest assured, I will do my utmost to urge everyone to train diligently, striving to set sail at the earliest opportunity, allowing the name of Hibofeile to resonate across the seas and ensuring that your will is known throughout the world. Charlotte was taken aback. Is that what he meant? Why speak so irresponsibly about such a terrifying matter as fame spreading across the seas? What is my will? What is all this nonsense about? Has something momentous transpired? Charlotte found himself engulfed in a haze of self-doubt. However, Ivan, observing the sudden silence of Charlotte, silently mused indeed. It seems that Charlotte, our esteemed leader, is eager to disseminate his will, yet he must temporarily restrain himself for the sake of everyone's safety. This realization stirred a sense of shame within Ivan, prompting a quiet resolve. At that moment, amidst his inner turmoil, Charlotte experienced an unsettling chill. Nevertheless, he had no time to contemplate other matters. While he could not directly undermine Ivan's enthusiasm, embarking on the expedition must still meet his standards, for it was not solely within his purview to decide. This line of thought brought forth a moment of clarity. Charlotte no longer coughed at all. Then, with calmness and confidence, she said, Ivan, there is no need to rush. Train diligently. Life is paramount above all else. Ivan straightened abruptly, replying, Yes, boss, your teachings will be etched in my heart. As Charlotte found a semblance of peace. Observing Ivan's demeanor, it appeared he had stabilized. Chapter 26. O mighty ocean, Captain Haki, the Magnificent. Captain Haki, the Magnificent. Captain Haki, the Magnificent. Amidst the thunderous roar of cannon fire, countless pirate weapons were raised to the sky as exuberant shouts of jubilation filled the air. A tall figure, golden-haired and majestic like a lion, clutched a cigar, exuding an air of arrogance. Ha ha ha, my comrades, annihilate the navy on this island. Let them understand that this domain belongs to our flying pirate crew. The navy has no place here. Upon hearing their captain's command, the pirates charged forth like a surge of adrenaline, howling as they advanced upon the valiant navy soldiers. By eliminating this stronghold, not only could they deliver a devastating blow to the navy's prestige, but they could also diminish the navy's control over the New World seas. This was the epic of the Golden Lion, Haki. With a cigar in hand, Haki surveyed the brutal battlefield. In days of yore, Captain Rox had once subdued the Navy's reputation. That was a name that inspired awe across the world. Rox D. Jibek. Even to this day, Golden Lion Haki could similarly suppress the Navy's advances in the New World. Observing the Navy soldiers who still resisted fiercely, Haki's expression soured. His subordinates lacked the strength he desired. This was unacceptable. Such petty minions could hardly sustain the vast ambitions that resided within him. He dismissed the Navy's resistance. Considering them mere clowns, the weak possess no voice. Their defiance is perpetually feeble and ineffective. It is essential to acknowledge that his influence, Golden Lion Haki, was among those closest to the Red Line in the New World, where fierce conflicts with the Navy frequently erupted. The principle of survival of the fittest reigns supreme. The elimination of weaker pirates is an undisputed reality. With a steely gaze, Golden Lion Haki realized he could no longer afford to linger. He leapt into the air, brandishing his sword, the SN, with ferocity. Lion's thousand cuts. The terrifying slash unleashed a chaotic onslaught upon everything on the island, reminiscent of celestial maidens scattering blossoms. In an instant, the entire island trembled. Crevices opened, rocks shattered, dust billowed, and a thunderous roar resounded throughout. The Navy's rear admiral, witnessing the vast scale of the impending devastation, revealed a look of despair. Golden Lion Haki. This was the manifestation of his terrifying might, an entity of monstrous strength. Soon, the rear admiral was engulfed beneath this wave of assault. The relentless force surged forth, overturning all in its path. Captain Shiki, there are still our men over there. Beside the current user of the quick slashing devil fruit, Papaniva, a cadre of the Flying Sky Pirates, could not help but utter a remark. Those who suffered under the widespread assault of the Golden Lion Shiki, whether naval forces or pirates, were left utterly unscathed. Ha ha ha! The Golden Lion Shiki laughed maniacally, seemingly quite pleased with his recent exploits. He then removed the cigar from his mouth with his left hand, exhaling a large plume of smoke, and remarked nonchalantly, "The Flying Sky Pirates have no need for useless individuals, and I, Golden Lion Shiki, have even less need for weaklings." Upon hearing this, Papaniva wisely fell silent. Observing Papaniva's discretion, the other cadres refrained from speaking as well. In mere moments, the naval base in this region was completely obliterated by Shiki's onslaught, vanishing into the vastness of the sea. Satisfied, Golden Lion Shiki led the remaining fleet of the Flying Sky Pirates back home, laden with spoils. Kikia, are there any formidable forces upon the ocean that could be subjugated? The golden-haired Shiki, cigar in mouth, inquired of Kikia, the navigator and intelligence officer at his side. Allow me to peruse. Kikia opened her recently gathered intelligence files and soon stumbled upon a particular piece of news. Captain Shiki, there has been a report of a mysterious swordsman who once appeared in the culinary city of Isla, having slain Niskian, but their whereabouts and identity remain unknown. Shiki, still holding the cigar, squinted his eyes in contemplation. Such a capable subordinate was precisely what he required, for Niskian's strength was indeed commendable. The ability to eliminate an opponent without revealing one's identity indicated considerable prowess. Send someone to investigate, and inform me upon discovery. Kikia nodded, recording Shiki's command. Is there anything else? Shiki, somewhat insistent, expressed his eagerness to reinforce his ranks, as his Flying Sky Pirates were plagued by too many weaklings. Kikia, deep in thought, responded, Indeed, it is said that within the waters surrounding Rife Island, there exists a formidable fleet known as the Hibofeile. Shiki paused, taken aback. He had never heard of such a name before. Was there truly such an island? Such a fleet? Given the multitude of islands, it was not surprising that he was unaware, especially since Rife Island had previously maintained an exceedingly low profile. Moreover, the Hibofeile family had only recently emerged, so knowledge of them was indeed rare. Is there anything further? Shiki's tone betrayed a hint of disappointment, as he regarded the fledgling fleet with some disdain. Was it truly worth his attention? Kikia, with a resigned expression, acknowledged the complexity of forces at play upon the ocean. The presence of a certain level of notoriety suggested that the opposing fleet might not be so easily underestimated. However, in the face of this monstrous figure, Kikia refrained from elaborating further. After all, strength spoke for itself. This is a portrayal of a paranoid, arrogant, and ruthless mature lion. The Golden Lion, clutching a large cigar, took a few puffs before releasing a ring of smoke. The profound silence of Kikia prompted the Golden Lion, Shijizi, to contemplate. He recognized the necessity of augmenting his forces. Should his adversaries prove weak, he could easily annihilate them and plunder at will. For him, this was merely a trivial endeavor. Yet what truly mattered was the strength he commanded. Hibofeile? The Golden Lion, Shijizi, murmured softly, aware that he lacked time, but craved formidable subordinates. Then let us see what their capabilities entail. Gather, my minions, we set forth to Lati Island. For an entire month, under Ivan's influence and communication, the members of the Hibofeile family became utterly frenzied. Charlotte's fervent training for everyone was a manifestation of admiration and solace. The ocean, indeed, is of unparalleled strength. Ivan asserted that practical combat serves as the ladder for a warrior's advancement. Consequently, he organized everyone to patrol the waters surrounding Rife Island with diligence. The fervent Hibofeile family successfully vanquished several pirates who had contemplated robbery. Not only did the number of ships increase significantly, but they also amassed a considerable fortune in berries. Thanks to the proactive efforts of the Hibofeile family members in eradicating pirates, this region became markedly safer. Furthermore, the Storage King amplified investments in the transit station here, gradually enhancing the prosperity of Rife Island. Everything thrived in a harmonious, peaceful ambience, with the passage of time exuding tranquility and contentment. Under such circumstances, Charlotte naturally felt no need for further restrictions. There were no disturbances, allowing for a serene and elevated lifestyle, an existence he yearned for. Indeed, amidst this tranquil environment, there was an undeniable sense of belonging akin to a cherished homeland. Charlotte feels that something is still lacking. There should be more shadows of the ancient nation's cultural architecture here. Charlotte pondered seriously, realizing that the world of pirates seemed to have a connection with the Flower Country, which was somehow related to the Great Sia. However, to him, it felt somewhat off, lacking a certain essence. He shook his head, dismissing further thoughts on the matter. There was no need to rush. Soon, Charlotte immersed himself once more in a new round of training. He never dared to underestimate his own strength. Chapter 27. A Twist of Fate, year 1491 of the Ocean Calendar. Port of the Hibofeile family. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and vast shadows descended, obscuring the sunlight above. At the moment when Charlotte lifted her gaze, her eyes suddenly narrowed. The bewildered crowd followed suit, looking skyward, where a pirate ship floated gracefully in the air, drawing nearer with each passing moment. "Why is the ship flying in the sky?" Beta exclaimed in astonishment, his excitement palpable, for he had never witnessed such a remarkable sight. In contrast, Ivan and Lena wore grave expressions. They were not like Beta, a reckless brute who knew nothing beyond combat. A flying pirate ship, the infamous Golden Lion, Haki, with a staggering bounty of 2,380,000,000 berries, a pirate of unspeakable notoriety. As Ivan spoke, Beta stood in stunned silence. He had indeed heard of Golden Lion Haki, a figure of true renown across the seas. He was a name that stood alongside the likes of Joel D. Roger, captain of the Roger Pirates, and Edward Newgate, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. As for Charlotte Linlin, captain of the Big Mom Pirates, and Kaido, captain of the Beast Pirates, they had yet to reach their peak, rendering them somewhat lesser in comparison. Golden Lion Haki, at present, was the pirate with the highest bounty, second only to Joel D. Roger and Edward Newgate, a testament to his formidable power and reputation, further augmented by the extraordinary abilities of the Float fruit. Charlotte never anticipated that the peril would not emerge from the sea, but rather from the heavens above. At this moment, Charlotte's expression was gravely serious. This was a scenario he most desperately wished to avoid, particularly with the formidable Golden Lion in his prime. Soon, a dark speck in the sky expanded into a shadow that descended rapidly, floating with purpose. It was none other than the ship of the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion, Haki, detached from his vessel, gently hovering above the harbor. His golden hair cascaded down to the ground, resembling a lion's mane. Additionally, his sideburns and beard were also golden and notably lengthy, adorned in traditional Japanese attire, the fabric displaying a vibrant orange and yellow pattern. He wielded the famed sword Sakura and Kubi. At this moment, he was devoid of the unsightly ship's helm, his lush golden locks unencumbered by the Mediterranean style. After all, the Golden Lion had yet to engage in the epic battle of Edward C. against Roger. Shallowa felt an impending threat. His subordinates instinctively grasped the hilt of their swords. "Ha ha ha! It appears that you are quite the formidable swordsman, young one. Allow me to test your mettle." With a cigar clenched between his teeth, the Golden Lion Haki raised his hand and swung his sword towards Shallowa. Instantly, a slashing wave, spanning several dozen meters, surged through the air, hurtling towards Shallowa from a distance. As Charlotte furrowed his brow, he realized that pirates were indeed the most troublesome of foes. They exhibited no sense of martial ethics whatsoever. Furthermore, given the intensity of the opponent's assault, it was evident that he had little regard for the lives of those beneath him. What a cruel and callous individual he was. Subsequently, Charlotte, his expression devoid of emotion, unleashed a flying slash that was equally formidable. At such a moment, there was no room for modesty. Having been cornered at his doorstep, revealing one's strength was imperative to avoid demise. The two streams of sword energy, one ascending and the other descending, cleaved through the sky, colliding in the air above the port. Boom! The clash of the sword energies erupted above the harbor, unleashing a terrifying force that sent ripples through the heavens. Moments later, the residual waves of power dissipated into the lofty expanse. The onlookers were left in awe, their eyes widening in disbelief. Was this truly the formidable power of Captain Charlotte? It was astonishing. The strike of the infamous pirate, Gold Lion Haki, had been thwarted. This was none other than the legendary pirate, Gold Lion Haki. The crew of the Flying Sky Pirates shared in the astonishment, acutely aware of their captain's terrifying prowess. To their surprise, Gold Lion Haki reacted not with anger, but with laughter. His demeanor relaxed. "Ha ha ha, not bad at all. Managing to easily withstand one of my casual strikes." Upon hearing these words, the crowd turned pale, for the dreadfulness of that recent attack was evident to all. Shallowa's countenance was equally somber, burdened with a heavy heart. The Golden Lion Shurji boisterously proclaimed, "Ha ha! The lad possesses the prowess of a swordmaster. Quite impressive." Slash wave. As he spoke, a torrent of golden slashes surged forth, slicing through the air with a terrifying force. hurtling downward towards Charlotte. As Charlotte's pupils constricted, he clenched his teeth and shouted in fury. This was an intolerable affront. His left leg retreated sharply, and his body turned sideways. The renowned blade Shiyu emitting a melodious hum. One sword style, slash of the sun, dance of fire. With a sweeping motion, Shiyu carved out a crescent arc. A crimson slash soaring like a fiery dragon, ascending towards the heavens, aimed at the golden strike above. A tremendous explosion ressonnetait, unleashing a powerful shockwave that swept through the sky, causing a tempest that knocked many off balance, even swaying the vessels anchored in the harbor. Charlotte withstood the onslaught of Shiki's strike, yet his countenance remained far from serene, for he understood the vast chasm that separated him from the formidable golden lion, Shiki. This was the might of Shiki in his prime. Of course, Charlotte was still young, his strength not yet reaching its zenith. Shiki himself felt a tinge of surprise. Such a young swordsman possessing such prowess was indeed rare. Little brat, your strength is commendable, Shiki remarked, a satisfied expression gracing his features. For was this not the arrival of a strong subordinate? As the ship gently descended, it soon landed lightly at the harbor. Indeed, those with abilities were often a hassle. Yet Charlotte could not help but feel envious. The powers bestowed by the fruit were nothing short of divine for survival, as long as one remained aloft. Who in this vast world could ever find them? Some were fortunate enough to stand at the pinnacle of their dreams, while he had to toil relentlessly for the simple goal of safety. Charlotte took a moment to compose himself and cast a wary gaze towards the notorious Captain Shiki, the Golden Lion of the renowned flying pirate crew. What brings you here, Shiki? He inquired. Ha ha, it seems you are not particularly welcoming. Shiki bellowed with hearty laughter, seemingly unfazed by Charlotte's tone. It was only natural for someone of his formidable strength to exhibit a touch of arrogance. Despite Shiki's current appearance, which seemed harmless, the recent events were vivid in Charlotte's mind, and he dared not let his guard down. Beta, Lena, Ivan, and the others shared his apprehension. Chapter 28. Trouble comes from above. Are you the mysterious swordsman who appeared at the culinary city of the Isles? With a sudden shift in demeanor, the once amiable Shiki unleashed a wave of conqueror's Haki directed at Charlotte. A master disguise indeed. The overwhelming pressure from Shiki's Haki bore down on Charlotte. A manifestation of the rarest form of Haki, known as conqueror's Haki, which cannot be cultivated through mere training and serves as a testament to one's royal lineage. No. Under immense pressure, Charlotte gritted his teeth and declared, I shall never admit to such a thing, even under duress. Young one, are you still weaving lies? Such insincerity. As he spoke, the formidable conqueror's Haki of the Golden Lion, Shiki, surged forth once more, relentlessly bearing down on Charlotte. In the face of this overwhelming power, those on Charlotte's side at the harbor fell one by one, rolling their eyes back, frothing at the mouth, and succumbing to unconsciousness. The might of his Haki was indeed worthy of the title of a divine technique for clearing out commoners. Observing Charlotte's continual struggle against the onslaught, Shiki found himself intrigued by the tenacity of this young man. It was that inherent resilience that formed the very foundation of a true warrior. The others displayed commendable spirit as well. Let me witness the true potential of you younglings, Shiki remarked coldly, his expression devoid of emotion. Remember, weaklings have no right to exist. Deceiving me will lead to your demise. In that fleeting moment, Charlotte sensed the terrifying murderous intent emanating from Gold Lion Shurji. This madman intended to take his life? He watched as Gold Lion Shurji slowly raised his renowned blade. Ivan, Lena, Beta, and others teetered on the brink, yet they gritted their teeth and struggled to endure, equally bearing the weight of unspeakable pressure. In an instant, his emotions surged violently. This was in every sense his second homeland. Countless comrades, family, and memories bestowed upon this foreigner a deep solace, rendering it a sacred ground in his heart, a vessel for his longing and love for his native land. All he desired was to live in peace for the rest of his days. What fault had he committed? A tumult of resentment and humiliation intertwined within him. Damn it! Charlotte's countenance twisted in fury, the elegant demeanor he once possessed vanishing entirely. A formidable aura surged forth, accompanied by interweaving black flashes that emitted astonishing arcs of electricity as the overwhelming might of his conqueror's Haki erupted violently, radiating outward with tremendous force. Under the impact of this dual onslaught of conqueror's Haki, Ivan and his companions, who had been desperately holding on, succumbed completely to unconsciousness. In an instant, the entire area became enveloped, as the heavens and earth displayed a breathtaking spectacle, stirring the soul. Upon witnessing the unconscious release of conqueror's Haki by Charlotte, The expression of Golden Lion Haki grew grave. After a brief, yet tumultuous clash of these two terrifying forces, the overwhelming Haki vanished without a trace. Charlotte gasped for breath, while the Golden Lion Haki wore a faint, composed smile. It is entirely normal for the first awakening of the Conqueror's Haki to entail significant physical exertion. Hibofeile Charlotte, indeed. The Golden Lion Haki remained as arrogant as ever. Then his tone shifted. Join my flying pirate crew. At last, the Golden Lion revealed his invitation. This was his ultimate intention. As for whether he could continuously suppress Hibofeile Charlotte, he is none other than the Golden Lion Haki. Upon hearing this, Charlotte scoffed. To become a pirate? Such a notion is utterly devoid of prospects. I must apologize, for I have never entertained the thought of pursuing a life of piracy. Charlotte resolutely declined without a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing her words, the Golden Lion Haki's eyes clearly flickered with a terrifying glint. The previously gentle demeanor of the Golden Lion Haki was replaced by a fierce expression, revealing that this was not a negotiation. The weak possessed no voice. Upon hearing this, Charlotte fell into silence. His heart was filled with an overwhelming aversion to becoming a pirate, as he perceived no tangible benefits in such a path. Yet, when confronted by the formidable Golden Lion Haki, Charlotte was acutely aware of the adage that if one could not defeat an opponent, one should join them. Thus, he resolutely abandoned his contemplations, resembling a despondent fish out of water. Very well, I shall join. It was an undeniable truth that he was still quite young, and indeed, he could not contend with this formidable adversary. What the predicament? Hence, he made the decisive choice to acquiesce to fate. Ha ha ha! Welcome aboard, Charlotte! Exclaimed Golden Lion Haki, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Shallow, in a state of helplessness, realized that he had been coerced into becoming a pirate. The thought of being pursued by the Navy in the future sent shivers down his spine. The life of a pirate was anything but secure. Slowly, the Golden Lion Haki drifted closer. Charlotte surveyed her surroundings and silently stepped aside. Gold Lion Haki nodded in satisfaction and then spoke. This place is flourishing. It seems you possess other talents as well. Charlotte felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. Although the words sounded complimentary, they carried an unsettling undertone. Captain Haki, this is managed by my subordinate, and it bears little relevance to me. Charlotte hesitated for a moment before addressing Captain Haki, the Golden Lion. Upon hearing the title of captain, Haki turned his gaze towards Charlotte, his eyes fixed upon him, and then broke into a hearty and boisterous smile. As a member of the flying pirate crew, we are family. I shall not covet what belongs to you. With a beaming countenance, Haki expressed his immense satisfaction with this recent acquisition. In front of all the members of the flying pirate crew, he boldly proclaimed, Hibofeile Charlotte shall be the captain of our 6th division. Haki's voice resonated through the crowd, heralding the arrival of a significant new member to his crew, the captain of the 6th division, Hibofeile Charlotte. There were no dissenting voices regarding Haki's decision. After all, many had already witnessed Charlotte's formidable prowess. To stand toe-to-toe with Captain Haki, even while at a disadvantage, was enough to instill a sense of awe. Strength is never defined by age. Cheers erupted, echoing across the expanse. Kikia remarked in admiration that Charlotte was indeed a monstrous presence, likely surpassing even the captains of the 1st and 2nd divisions in strength, and that his future would be even more formidable. Such a person could hardly remain concealed upon the vast seas. The people of Charlotte stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the formidable Captain Haki, the Golden Lion. He found himself thoroughly ensnared in trouble, much to the discontent of those around him. The colossal Golden Lion pirate crew had welcomed its 6th captain, a revelation that could indeed send ripples of astonishment throughout the world. Charlotte reluctantly closed his eyes, unable to fathom the nature of the headlines that would grace the morrow's newspapers. The name of Hibofeile Charlotte would indeed echo across the seas in a manner befitting a pirate. Henceforth, he would face the relentless pursuit of the Navy. Gold Lion Haki remained oblivious to Charlotte's sentiments. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him. He proclaimed to the assembly, Let us hold a banquet to celebrate the induction of our new member, Charlotte, into the Flying Sky Pirates. Ha ha ha! Such good fortune is worthy of celebration. The 4th Division captain of the Gold Lion Pirates, Moj, spoke with exuberance. Very well, replied the 5th Division captain, the dual-wielding swordsman Daxuo, with a notably terse demeanor, revealing a peculiar excitement. Instantly, Gold Lion Haki's spirits soared. Yet, for Charlotte, there was no semblance of joy in becoming a pirate. He had never envisioned such a path in his life's design. It was akin to a real-life scenario of a pot falling from the heavens while one sat comfortably at home. Chapter 29. Bounty upon the azure expanse of the ocean. In the first half of the Grand Line stood a majestic and formidable naval fortress, proudly displaying the Navy's flag, a symbol of the maintenance of world peace and justice. Fluttering in the breeze. This was the Navy headquarters, Marineford. Positioned near the sacred land of Mariewa, it formed a triangular configuration alongside Judicial Island and Impel Down. The unique maritime domain was interconnected by a colossal whirlpool, accessible solely through the gates of justice, navigating the correct currents to reach its destination. Towering fortifications. A multitude of warships, countless cannons, and a plethora of formidable warriors populated this stronghold, where numerous Navy personnel and their families resided. In the office of the Fleet Admiral, Steelbone Akainu, a furrowed brow marked his visage, beset by a throbbing headache. Not long ago, a naval base in the latter half of the Grand Line had been annihilated, resulting in the loss of a rear admiral and over 1,000 valiant Navy soldiers. The news, which had been suppressed, was disgracefully reported by that scoundrel Morgans, igniting a maelstrom across the world, severely undermining Navy morale and emboldening the audacity of pirates. Moreover, the remnants of the Rox Pirates in the New World were far from idle, engaging in covert schemes continually. These detestable rogues, each individual, is an exasperating fool, rendering it impossible to maintain composure. Marshal Steelbone Kong muttered a curse under his breath. Initially, it was believed that neutralizing the Rox Pirates would effectively curb piracy. However, the remnants of the Rox Pirates have proven to be even more troublesome. Leading the charge are the pirates of the Flying Pirate crew, headed by the formidable Don Quixote Shiki, whose audacity knows no bounds. The skirmishes they incite are countless. Presently, the naval forces are critically lacking in high-tier combat strength. The world government remains in a state of heightened vigilance concerning the Roger Pirates, prioritizing their movements, which has compelled Admiral Carp to remain perpetually focused on their activities, thereby hampering his capacity to engage elsewhere. Admiral Zifa, having lost his family a year prior, is disheartened and has lost his fighting spirit, stepping down from his position as Fleet Admiral while retaining the title of Admiral, now serving as an instructor. Additionally, Admiral Sengoku is torn between monitoring the Whitebeard pirates and guarding against sudden assault from Shiki and other pirate crews, leaving him stretched thin. In such a defensive posture, it is exceedingly challenging to provide timely support to other naval bases in the New World, culminating in tragic consequences. Moreover, the abilities granted by Shiki's Devil Fruit, the Float Fruit, present a formidable challenge due to their remarkable flexibility. Capturing him is nearly impossible unless he commits a grievous error. Excluding the world government, the Navy remains the preeminent force upon the seas, without question. Unfortunately, the vastness of their territory and the multitude of pressing matters require manpower, severely constraining the Navy's operational strength. It is an undeniable truth that they cannot fully exert themselves in a truly exhilarating battle. A colonel, clutching intelligence, dashed through the door to report to Marshal Kong. Report, Marshal Kong. The Flying Pirate crew, led by Don Quixote Shiki, has been sighted at Rife Island in the latter half of the Grand Line. The colonel spoke urgently to Steelbone Kong. The pirates of the Flying Pirate crew? Bring me the intelligence. Steelbone Kong's expression darkened. The colonel presented the intelligence to Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong. Moments late. Komskuntanansa, shifta. Go. Notify Vice Admiral Saru to come here. Kong instructed the messenger. Yes. The messenger promptly rushed out. Shortly thereafter, a striking female vice admiral with deep blue hair tied in a ponytail and clad in a justice cloak entered the room. Vice Admiral Tsuru now exuded an impressive aura. Tsuru, come take a look. Steelbone Kong directly handed the intelligence over to Admiral Crane. Upon receiving the report, Crane furrowed her brow slightly, exuding a unique charm. The formidable Flying Sky pirate fleet faced a complex dilemma with the addition of a mysterious swordsman. Moreover, upon comparison, it was inferred that this individual was likely responsible for the demise of the renowned swordsman Niskian, inciting the enigma surrounding the culinary city of islands. Such a significant event signified the presence of a truly malevolent force. It is worth noting that a bounty of 500 million signifies entry into the ranks of great pirates. Niskian's bounty, exceeding 500 million, had long established him as a formidable figure among veteran pirates. While a bounty may not always accurately reflect a pirate's absolute strength, its weight remains undeniable. What is your perspective, Crane? Steelbone Kong inquired of the young admiral. With a gentle tone, Crane replied, Admiral Kong, our military strength in the latter half of the Grand Line is already limited, compounded by the constraints on our elite forces and the dispersion of our troops across the globe. Currently, our Navy lacks the capacity to suppress the chaos in the New World. And the Four Seas, as well as the first half of the Grand Line, are likely to become restless. Steelbone Kong's expression darkened, accentuated by the scars on his face, emanating an aura of menace. The Navy headquarters is now in a period of unprecedented weakness. We may lack the strength to engage in battles in the latter half of the Grand Line for the time being, Admiral Crane lamented. This was an evident truth. Despite being of admiral rank, Steelbone Kong, as the commander-in-chief, needed to oversee the headquarters and could not easily leave, much less engage in combat. A defeat in battle would irreparably damage the morale of the Navy. The two fell into a brief silence within the office. Let us proceed with the bounty then. What amount would be appropriate? Steelbone Kong asked Crane for her opinion. 13 million would suffice. This swordsman's strength warrants a reasonable initial bounty. Setting it too high might incite global panic. After all, there is no conclusive evidence proving that he is indeed the mastermind behind the culinary city of islands, Crane suggested. Very well. 13 million it is. Steelbone Kong nodded, summoning a messenger to issue the bounty for Hibofeile. Hibofeile, swordsman, bounty of 13 million berries. Dead or alive, captain of the 6th Division of the Flying Sky Pirate Fleet. As the report was disseminated across the world, Hibofeile began to officially emerge in the eyes of the public. Charlotte gazed at the bounty notice in his hand, momentarily rendered speechless. The staggering sum of 130 million berries for a mere 17-year-old was entirely beyond his expectations. Typically, a naval bounty should be substantiated by some form of evidence. Yet he had committed no heinous acts, and it seemed he had no remarkable achievements that would warrant such notoriety. Could it be that the Navy had lost their senses? Perhaps their judgment was rather hasty. Upon reflection, Charlotte surmised that this might be an unintended consequence of the infamous Captain Shiki's influence. As he had inadvertently bestowed upon him an unwelcome boon, he was simply a victim of circumstance. However, the sight of that exorbitant figure stung his eyes, and the phrase "no matter the cost" pierced his heart with an unbearable anguish. Charlotte resolved internally that the bounty must not rise any further. It was imperative to maintain a low profile and allow the Navy to gradually forget about him. As long as the Golden Lion did not seek him out, he would refrain from wandering the seas. Ideally, he hoped to remain undisturbed indefinitely, in a state of mutual estrangement. Chapter 30 carries a subtle melancholy. The once illustrious Hibofeile family has been compelled to rebrand itself as the Hibofeile Pirate Crew, and he has assumed the role of captain. As the captain of the 6th Division of the Flying Sky Pirates, Charlotte enjoys a certain degree of freedom, except when it comes to battles that the formidable Golden Lion must partake in. This leniency perhaps serves as a meager source of psychological solace for Charlotte. Fortunately, the tumultuous aftermath of the naval branch's destruction continues to captivate the public's attention, diverting the majority from noticing Charlotte's recent induction. After all, being a newcomer lacks the impactful resonance of a direct assault on a naval base. Only a few discerning individuals may have taken note of Charlotte's name, which can be regarded as a fortunate circumstance amidst misfortune. Thus, it is indeed prudent for Golden Lion Shiki to draw the fire of attention, especially considering his penchant for provoking the Navy. Should he engage further, it will be challenging for him to avoid an increase in his bounty. Troubles abound. Despite Golden Lion Shiki's current imposing demeanor and widespread notoriety, his future appears fraught with adversity. The life of a pirate holds little promise, and for someone as unfortunate as Golden Lion, prospects are even bleaker. Nevertheless, whether by choice or circumstance, he is now a pirate and a captain. The Navy will undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly, which is exceedingly vexing. He must prepare himself promptly. At this moment, the core members of the Hibofeile pirate crew have gathered in the conference hall. Charlotte observed the somber expressions etched upon the faces of those around him, instantly recognizing that their sentiments regarding the prospect of becoming pirates mirrored his own weighty apprehensions. To embark on the perilous journey of treasure hunting and daring adventures was the domain of legends such as King Roger and King Luffy, and bore no relevance to him. Charlotte, he felt utterly ill-fated in this regard. Reluctantly, he understood the necessity of preparing for subsequent arrangements. As an officer of the Flying Sky Pirates, it was his duty to ensure that his crew remained ever vigilant and ready for action. Though he felt an overwhelming sense of discontent, he realized that he could not overpower the formidable Shiki, the Golden Lion. Naturally, he also recognized the importance of not provoking the man excessively, for should he lose his composure and wreak havoc on Rife Island, it would spell disaster. This thought cast a faint shadow of melancholy over him. As for the true lair of Shiki the Golden Lion, he had no desire to uncover that secret, nor did he harbor any interest in it. Ahem. After lightly clearing his throat to capture everyone's attention, Charlotte spoke. The current situation at sea is tumultuous. We must devise a comprehensive plan to prepare for impending dangers. I invite everyone to share their thoughts freely. Sagial adjusted his glasses and remarked, Captain, the ordinary version of the QG medicine has been thoroughly stabilized and is now available for training purposes for regular members. I require an increase in funding to establish a factory for the production of QG medicine. Charlotte nodded, acknowledging that investment in research and development is inherently substantial. As long as fruitful results are achieved, it is indeed a commendable endeavor, particularly as it enhances everyone's combat capabilities. Very well, you shall discuss the specifics with Ivan shortly. As Charlotte paused, Sagalito likewise spoke up. Captain, the blueprints for the fortress have been largely completed. I kindly request permission to conduct a live demonstration. This matter was of utmost concern to Charlotte, who readily granted consent without hesitation. Soon, a colossal, snail-like telephone worm materialized before the assembled group, which Charlotte had procured through the channels of the Maritime King for the purpose of projection. Charlotte marveled at the wonders of the pirate world. However, he felt a tinge of regret that none among his companions possessed the talent to modify the snail phone, leaving him with no choice but to rely on monetary offerings. As the enchanting eyes of the snail phone began to whirl with a magical allure, a vivid projection materialized before them. A vast blueprint unfolded clearly in their sight. Captain, at your behest, I have crafted a design tailored to our surroundings, he remarked, gesturing with his finger. The topography of Rife Island is quite intriguing. Apart from our current location, which boasts an exterior window, it is entirely encircled by towering mountains, forming a natural barrier. Therefore, I propose we retain the surrounding mountains of Rife Island as an inherent shield. Charlotte listened to the plan with great satisfaction, feeling a profound sense of security, even though it held little significance for the formidable. However, the solace it provided for the spirit was self-evident. I believe that for the safety of the base, the first step should be to construct an iron wall around the port's periphery, thereby completely enclosing the external access to Lottie Island. Furthermore, a second iron wall should be erected, placing the port between two formidable barriers, thus establishing a secondary line of defense. As Sagalito recounted the details, Charlotte's expression brimmed with delight. What is there to fear when wealth abounds? One need only surreptitiously seize it from the adversary. Charlotte decisively proclaimed, very well, let us proceed thus. Meanwhile, Ivan, the esteemed butler of the Hibofeile pirate crew, expressed his unwavering support. A meeting dedicated to discussion and arrangement ultimately concluded after an entire half-day. Charlotte exhaled deeply. The essence of this meeting was to wholeheartedly develop Latte Island. Only when ensconced in his home did he feel a modicum of security. What did naval forces and pirates have to do with him? As long as the bounty remained manageable and the Golden Lion refrained from disturbing him, everything was within a controllable sphere. Once he meticulously arranged the next steps for Latte Island, Charlotte immersed himself once more into fervent training. His confrontation with the Golden Lion, Haki, revealed the vast chasm between him and true monstrosities. For the sake of his own life and future, he could not afford to relax. Moreover, the ocean was never lacking in exceptionally gifted individuals rising to prominence, with the transition between the old and the new being fiercely competitive. He certainly did not wish to become the next Zephyr the Black Arm. The mere thought of such a fate sent shivers down his spine. The sea, indeed, was daunting and troublesome. Although the meeting had concluded, an unprecedented pressure enveloped everyone present. Brother Ivan, is Mr. Charlotte very saddened? Inquired Mythos, trailing alongside Ivan. Ivan shook his head and replied, in truth, the captain's concerns do not lie with himself, but rather with the future of us all. The ultimate dream of the ideal land. The ideal land. In his eyes, the present location was precisely that. Mythos felt a tinge of melancholy, wishing fervently that her parents had encountered the captain sooner. They had been compelled to join the pirate crew to safeguard the island, and regardless of the motives, the Navy would not remain idle. At this juncture, Ivan too felt a weight upon his heart. The resistance to come would be formidable, and the captain, bearing such burdens, was merely a youth. Everyone seemed to forget his true age. Listening to Ivan's words, Mythos's sorrow dissipated, replaced by a surge of admiration. From the captain's various arrangements for Latte Island, it was clear that the vision of creating an ideal land had never wavered. With conviction, Ivan turned to Mythos and said, thus, we must resolutely uphold this vision. Neither the Navy nor pirates can obstruct the establishment of the ideal land of Hibofeile. In that instant, Mythos felt a swell of emotions. Brother Ivan, please tell me more about Mr. Charlotte. At the sight of Mythos' earnest gaze, Ivan smiled benevolently and replied, very well. Chapter 31. Do not quarrel with women, idiot. Beta have you lost your mind? Barrett bellowed. Yet, irrespective of Barrett's furious outcries, Beta remained unfazed, relentlessly pursuing grueling training without regard for the cost. Despite their incessant bickering, the bond between them was unwavering. Barrett could sense Beta's genuine affection. Observing Beta's descent into madness, Barrett opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from uttering a word. It was not until Beta's strength was entirely depleted that he collapsed to the ground. Barrett quietly kept him company in silence, making no unnecessary movements. Do you know? I was once a slave. Beta's sudden outburst took Barrett by surprise. Yet he maintained a proud demeanor, acknowledging, I know. My appetite is insatiable, and thus I have never truly felt full. Being reprimanded by my master is an everyday occurrence. Barrett listened quietly. He too had endured similar hardships, albeit in a different context. Yet, few could comprehend the bitterness he had experienced. However, ever since encountering Captain Shero, my life has transformed. Although I am often scorned by him, I sense that he has never underestimated me. I can feel it in my bones. He regards me as a true family member. Barrett's heart suddenly contracted. Family? That felt like a distant concept to him. In truth, no one realizes that the one who trained the hardest and put forth the utmost effort was Captain Shero himself. I used to wonder why someone so powerful would still exert such fervent effort. Barrett fell silent. He understood it was due to the Golden Lion's influence, and there were many others like him. Therefore, I must never allow my captain to face formidable foes alone in the future. I will become the sharpest spear, standing alongside him against adversaries, safeguarding this island and protecting our home. Beta burst into laughter and inquired, Barrett, do you wish to join me? Barrett felt a stir within. Having wandered and suffered at such a tender age, he found an unusual sense of belonging here, absent of deceit, devoid of endless betrayals, merely a profound sense of peace and relaxation. He had long lost family, companions, and even his homeland. A sudden reluctance to lose this place washed over him, and he exclaimed, all right. Beta laughed heartily, clearly pleased with Barrett's response. However, in his characteristic irritating manner, he resumed his teasing tone, provoking annoyance once more. Oh, your strength leaves much to be desired. You couldn't possibly defeat me. Don't let me accidentally take you down. You scoundrel, do you want to fight? Barrett could no longer contain his fury. Oh, are you getting anxious? You are indeed flustered, Beta taunted, his demeanor aggravating Barrett to the point of fury. I truly don't understand why Captain Shero would say you possess the bearing of a king. Upon hearing this, Barrett proudly lifted his chin, retorting, you know nothing. Captain Shero possesses a discerning eye. With a scoff, their bickering continued until their conversation came to an end. A sudden turn of events seemed to foster growth within everyone. Observing the entire Hibofeile pirate crew engulfed in a fervor, Shero felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Look at them. This remarkable sense of crisis awareness is simply splendid. Every day, Charlotte dedicated a fixed amount of time to personally instruct and train everyone. In his training sessions, Charlotte exhibited a demeanor that was serious, meticulous, and strict, particularly when Beta insisted on training alongside him, and even brought Barrett along. Such ambition and awareness of crisis prompted Charlotte to be equally unyielding. From dawn until dusk, he guided them relentlessly until their daily training concluded. Today was no exception. It was rather grim. Beta and Barrett emerged battered and bruised, their faces bearing the marks of a fierce struggle. They limped into the medical room, appearing quite pitiful. Jillian observed their swollen, pig-like faces and couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, could you tone it down a bit, Jillian? Beta exclaimed, visibly displeased. I simply couldn't restrain myself this time. Next time, I shall be more cautious, Jillian replied, her hands deftly tending to their injuries, noting that, while severe in appearance, these were merely superficial wounds and not life-threatening. Beta felt exasperated. He had heard those reassurances countless times before, each instance imbued with a sense of eerie familiarity. Barrett, on the other hand, wore a stern expression, his silence reflecting a brooding aloofness, though his battered visage rendered the seriousness rather comical. It was evident that Barrett harbored considerable resentment towards Beta for dragging him into battles against Charlotte, whom he deemed a tyrant. The mere thought of this made Barrett's eye twitch, aggravating his wounds and eliciting a faint hiss of pain. Charlotte's methods are truly ruthless, Beta muttered, acknowledging that while the injuries were not grave, the persistent tingling sensation was indeed excruciating. You know this, yet you continue to provoke him. Barrett could no longer contain his outburst. However, his vigorous movement triggered sharp pangs of discomfort at his wounds. Jillian chuckled softly. Ever since the two had begun training under Charlotte, they had become frequent visitors to her medical facility, and their bickering had long since become a familiar sound. This was simply their way. Soon, she finished treating their wounds. Beta couldn't help but express his admiration. Jillian, your medical skills have improved remarkably. Though Barrett said little, he nodded in agreement. What do you expect? I aspire to be a world-renowned doctor. That is my dream, Jillian declared, her eyes sparkling with ambition. Turning her gaze to Beta and Barrett, Jillian smiled broadly. You lot also require a competent ship's doctor to tend to your injuries. They paused, realizing the truth in her words. Lacking an exceptional ship's doctor would indeed be a considerable headache. Moreover, I cannot entrust Captain Charlotte to a bunch of brutes who only know how to fight. Brutes? Beta and Barrett exclaimed in unison, utterly disagreeing with this label. We are not brutes at all. However, seeing Jillian's serious expression, they chose not to argue further. Do not engage in disputes with women, for they will never acknowledge their nature as mere brutish fighters. It is simply inconceivable. Such a demeanor is emblematic of strength, not of a mere brute. However, after exchanging a glance, Beta and Barrett both huffed disdainfully, uttering the words, brute. You are the brute. Subsequently, amidst their sharp exchange of retorts, they departed from the scene. Shallow observed from a distance, remarking lightly, indeed, they are brimming with vitality. Remarkably, they still possess the energy to bicker. It seems an adjustment to the training regimen is in order. Contemplating this, Shallow smiled, particularly as a promising idea appeared across his mind, noticeably lifting his spirits. Unbeknownst to him, Beta and Barrett were simultaneously caught in a chill of silence. Chapter 32. Shall we collaborate? Ivan entered the office. Charlotte cast a puzzled glance at E, inquiring, what is it? E's expression was somewhat grim as he replied, Boss, someone has arrived. Huh, someone has come? What is this about? Charlotte questioned, bemused by E's serious countenance. Who is it? He looked at Charlotte earnestly and said, It is an officer from the Wangji pirate crew. In an instant, Charlotte's expression shifted. Goodness, this is quite something. The matter regarding QG Pharmaceuticals has indeed raised suspicions. However, Charlotte quickly regained his composure. After all, he was under the command of the formidable Golden Lion Shiki and had no reason to be intimidated. Besides, they lacked any evidence. With this thought in mind, he hesitated no longer, cleared his throat, and instructed, Very well, let them come in. Understood, boss. Charlotte let out a soft sigh, lamenting the tumultuous autumn. A season rife with troubles. Each passing day brings no respite, all thanks to that detestable Golden Lion, Shiki. Were it not for him, she would not find herself in such a passive position, compelled to assert her presence and forced onto the lists of other factions. Fame is a pernicious poison, one she would rather shun. Yet, it seems the heavens delight in playing tricks on her. Charlotte could not help but rub his slightly throbbing temples. Shortly thereafter, a bald man appeared in his office, following Ivan. Captain Charlotte, I am Wang Ji, a cadre of the EP pirate group, the bald man said with a smile. EP? That name certainly sounds rather unorthodox. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? I do not recall any prior connection between us. Charlotte spoke candidly. Let's get straight to the point. The bald man, Yeppy, responded with a subtle smile. Captain Charlotte, I am here to discuss a collaboration on behalf of my captain. With a hint of confusion, Charlotte inquired, cooperate? You should consult Captain Shiki. I am unaware of any grounds for collaboration. Jaeger shook his head and replied softly. I have conducted an investigation into Captain Charlotte, and as far as we know, your joining the flying pirate crew was out of necessity. Charlotte's expression shifted slightly. Investigating him? What utter nonsense! Since the moment he began serving under the notorious Golden Lion Shiki, such matters had become inevitable. Yet, for this fellow to brazenly articulate such a sentiment was tantamount to a threat. Oh, are you threatening me? Charlotte straightened his posture, seemingly nonchalant, yet internally growing increasingly vigilant, his tone turning unkind. A chill ran down Yeppy's spine. He knew all too well that earning the favor of the formidable Golden Lion Shiki implied that the individual possessed considerable strength. Captain Charlotte, please do not misunderstand. This is merely to gain a better understanding of you in order to facilitate a more advantageous collaboration. In response to Yeppy's submissive demeanor, Charlotte felt no sense of delight. It appeared that this fellow had indeed made extensive preparations. Such exertion seemed rather peculiar, and Charlotte was genuinely curious about what the other party intended. Speak then. What kind of collaboration? Yeppy replied with a faint smile. In fact, we wish to establish a transshipment station here. Charlotte was evidently taken aback. The identity of this collaborator truly exceeded his expectations. Charlotte cast a gaze filled with suspicion towards the other party, endeavoring to uncover any flaws, yet he found himself disheartened, unable to perceive through the facade. Charlotte inquired directly, Is this a transfer station? Don't you have your own channels? Spare me the jest. Charlotte increasingly affirmed that this individual harbored ulterior motives, perplexed by the intentions of the other party. Was it truly just for a mere transit station? One must recognize that any faction possessing a fixed territory has its own unique channels. Such elaborate schemes for a trivial transit point seemed absurd. To be candid, our pirate crew has faced considerable oppression, which has rendered this a choice made out of necessity. As for Yipai's words, Charlotte did not believe a single one. While Wang Ji's strength may not rival that of the foremost elite, he was undoubtedly a formidable pirate in his own right, and the gap in prowess would not be too vast. Otherwise, he would not have been able to maintain control over Honeycomb Island for such an extended period. It all sounded like mere deception. Yipai appeared to perceive Charlotte's skepticism and continued, "It seems Captain Charlotte does not believe me." Indeed, he had his doubts, suspecting that there might be a hidden agenda at play. Charlotte spoke without hesitation. Yeppy, with a sense of resignation, replied, "Captain Charlotte, whether you believe it or not, the truth remains that our situation is far from favorable. I come to you with sincerity." Charlotte felt a chill coursing through her heart, accompanied by a sneer of disdain. Were it not for her knowledge that Wang Ji would not be defeated and expelled from Hive Island by Blackbeard until his advanced years, she might have been led to believe otherwise. Thus, the notion that the other party had spoken to her with sincerity was nothing short of a grand jest. Charlotte's fingers gently tapped on the table, as if she were truly contemplating the gains and losses. Yeppy could only wait in silence. "I regret to inform you that I cannot agree to this collaboration. Captain Shurji is well aware of the dire consequences." Charlotte decisively declined. This group of formidable pirates was not one to be trifled with. Moreover, he had no desire to entangle himself further with such notorious figures. Such conspicuous actions could easily attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, particularly the Navy. He had no wish to unwittingly fall into a trap. No matter how abundant the rewards, peace of mind was invaluable. Furthermore, since Shiki had ensnared him, it would not be unreasonable to use this situation as a shield for his own protection. Yipai's expression stiffened, and he slowly remarked, "Does Captain Charlotte wish to remain in obscurity? It is quite remarkable to possess such strength at such a young age. The vast ocean cannot conceal your brilliance." Charlotte's expression turned cold. "Is this even a human language? Hoping to gain fame for oneself, is that acceptable? I will never agree to this, unless Captain Shiki consents. You may leave now." Shalua issued an unequivocal dismissal, unwilling to maintain any further connection with this individual, regardless of their intentions. Their mere presence was an unwelcome annoyance. Yapi opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained, shaking his head in resignation. "Captain Shalua, it is indeed regrettable," he remarked. "Please, Mr. Yapi," Ivan interjected, stepping forward with a courteous gesture to escort them out. Yapi did not linger, proclaiming loudly as he departed, "Should Captain Shalua reconsider, do not hesitate to reach out to us. There may yet be opportunities for collaboration." With that, he left without a backward glance. With narrowed eyes, Charlotte discerned that this fellow harbored ill intentions, persistently coaxing him with words. Moreover, the other collaborations seemed to carry ulterior motives. Before long, Ivan returned. "Boss, the person has departed." Charlotte gazed at Ivan and inquired about his thoughts on the other party's intentions. Ivan shook his head and replied that it was highly likely they were probing to ascertain whether we had acquired the QG medicine. Charlotte nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. This was undeniably true. Wang Ji had begun to harbor suspicions. Fortunately, the matter had been conducted with discretion, the confidentiality measures were stringent, and the Hibofeile family remained as steadfast as iron, leaving the other party with no means to act. As for whether the other party harbored ulterior motives, Charlotte was left in the dark, with scant clues to guide her. Charlotte exhaled deeply, realizing that dealing with pirates was utterly exhausting. Ivan remained vigilant, especially regarding the protection of the laboratory. It must be kept secret. "Rest assured, boss," Ivan replied. He never doubted Ivan's capabilities, yet a subtle unease lingered within him. For reasons unknown, he felt that something was amiss, an indescribable sensation clouding his thoughts. "Ivan, investigate the intelligence on the Wang Ji pirate crew." "Understood, boss," Ivan responded promptly. Chapter 33. Countermeasures, my lord, the plan has failed. Yipai spoke softly into the snail phone. "In that case, let's execute the second plan." The voice on the other end sounded somewhat hoarse. As the words fell, silence enveloped the other side of the line, the snail phone growing lethargic. Yipai revealed a peculiar smile. Charlotte reclined on the plush sofa, one hand grasping a newspaper while the other cradled a glass of red wine. This has become his daily routine, a necessary endeavor to stay informed about significant global events in order to navigate potential risks, particularly given his precarious identity as a pirate. Should calamity strike, it would certainly be enough to drive him to drink in despair. Each time he contemplated this, a profound sense of indignation surged within him, especially at the thought of that insufferable scoundrel who cackled mercilessly. A desire to deliver a resounding slap overwhelmed him. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, his door was violently shattered. Charlotte glared furiously at the other party. However, Beta, in an unusual display of anxiety, quickly spoke up. "Boss, something has happened." A look of apprehension crossed Charlotte's face. "Has something gone awry?" Such a terrifying word. Could it not be uttered in his presence? Yet, observing Beta's anxious demeanor, Charlotte felt an unsettling thrum in his heart, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He pondered deeply, retracing his steps. It seemed that ever since he had joined the team of the Golden Lion, Haki, he had remained confined within the walls, never venturing out. There had been no trouble at all. Perplexed, Charlotte hastily inquired, "Do not rush. What has transpired?" In response, Beta promptly produced a letter, exclaiming, "Boss, take a look at this." Although Charlotte was perplexed, he immediately took the letter and began to read its contents. "Greetings, Mr. Charlotte. I apologize for extending this invitation in such a manner. Your subordinate is in our possession. If you wish to ensure his safe return, please come here." The message continued with a plethora of details, accompanied by a nautical chart of the vicinity. Charlotte's countenance was shrouded in darkness, for the incident had transpired with alarming suddenness. Who could possibly be targeting him? Soon, his gaze turned as frigid as ice. The only adversaries he had made were likely the Wang Ji pirate crew. When had this enmity arisen? It was merely this morning. Charlotte was filled with immense fury. Very well. What a remarkable individual Wang Ji is. And what an exceptional pirate crew he commands. Prepare smaller vessels. We shall set sail. Charlotte made a swift decision. He must depart discreetly, for this matter was not suited for ostentation. "Yes, boss," Beta replied, hastily exiting. Soon, a small vessel, manned by a crew of a dozen, was ready at the harbor. Set sail. Charlotte wasted no time as the crew, eager to obtain the nautical chart, strained to hoist the sails and steer towards their destination. Upon the vast ocean, the small vessel surged forward, slicing through the waves, while Charlotte stood silently at the bow. Once again, he underestimated the treacherous tactics of the pirates. It was unexpected that a band of individuals often perceived as a disorganized mob would devise such a calculated scheme. Soon, a desolate island emerged on the horizon. It was modest in size and in close proximity to Lottie Island, rendered uninhabitable due to its stark barrenness, thus remaining largely ignored. Such islands were plentiful in the world of pirates. Before the ship could fully dock, Charlotte activated his moonwalk and advanced towards the heart of the deserted isle. His observation Haki accurately pinpointed the positions of his adversaries. Charlotte descended from the heavens, landing gracefully upon the ground. Truly, Captain Charlotte's arrival was remarkably swift. The speaker was none other than the bald man, EP, whom I had encountered not long ago. "EP, what do you mean by that? Are you truly seeking to incite a war?" EP shook his head. "Not at all. I am merely fulfilling my mission, nothing more." Shelua said faintly, "You must complete the task. I wish to see my people." Had he not lost sight of Ivan, he would have contacted him long ago to eliminate this nuisance. "No problem. Then we shall discuss the collaboration in earnest," replied EP, a smile of ease upon his face. "Do you think that if I capture you, I would lack the means to make you speak?" EP nodded seriously. "I believe Captain Shelua possesses such methods. However, should I be apprehended, that fellow will surely meet his demise as well. Do not entertain thoughts of killing me." Charlotte felt a sense of trepidation, particularly in response to Yefei's nonchalant demeanor, raising concerns about the potential capabilities the latter might possess. After all, the pirate world was rife with extraordinary devil fruits, making such feats far from impossible. What sort of collaboration could warrant such an exhaustive endeavor? In response to Charlotte's inquiry, Yefei replied coolly, "We seek control over Ratty Island, as well as your loyalty and that of your subordinates." "Pardon? What do you mean by that?" Charlotte was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a voracious appetite from the other party. Yet, he soon erupted into laughter, declaring, "I am a pirate. Are you not afraid I might breach our agreement?" Yappy replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, Captain Charlotte, since you have made this request, we naturally possess the means to manage it." Hearing these words, Charlotte was somewhat astonished. It seemed highly likely that this involved a unique devil fruit ability or some unknown method. "What do you think, Captain Charlotte? How do you feel about it?" "How do I feel? What nonsense is that? Truly, a bald head breeds no wisdom. You are nothing but a deceitful scoundrel." However, Charlotte remained unperturbed, responding languidly. "Collaboration must embody the essence of cooperation. I must ensure the safety of my men, otherwise there is nothing to discuss. Yappy regarded Charlotte's request as entirely reasonable. Although he could not fully gauge Charlotte's specific strength, the intelligence available assured him that this was indeed a young swordsman of considerable merit. What? Are you afraid? Is this the extent of your resolve? Although Charlotte's words were plain, they rendered Yi Pai's expression somewhat uncomfortable. Nevertheless, Yi Gu remained silent, gazing at Charlotte as he found himself rather indecisive. The weight of the swordsman was considerable. Seeing this, Charlotte did not rush, instead choosing to wait quietly, his heart filled with anxious anticipation. Meanwhile, Beta and Barrett were diligently searching the surrounding waters with their lunar steps. They had already devised a strategy prior to their arrival, while Charlotte detained the adversary. The two would covertly scout the area. From the correspondence he received, Charlotte initially deduced that Ivan would not be taken far, and that time was not on their side. During their recent conversation, the adversary exhibited confidence in controlling him, leading Charlotte to believe that, to prevent prolonged complications, they would likely maintain a short-term grip on Roddy Island. Thus, as a bargaining chip, Ivan would not be too distant, solidifying Charlotte's conviction. Before long, the two convened. "What news, Barrett?" Charlotte inquired. Barrett shook his head. "Nothing. No discabidis." Beta echoed his sentiments, leaving the pair momentarily perplexed. "Boss, could we have misjudged?" Barrett glanced towards Beta. "No, I believe in our leader." Beta replied with unwavering resolve. He would never question Charlotte's judgments or decisions. A gust of sea breeze swept through, fluttering their cloaks and stirring their thoughts. "Wind." Beta suddenly looked up at the sky, his eyes lighting up. "We haven't searched above." Barrett's expression mirrored his sudden illumination. Chapter 35, The Leader Meticulous. Yeppy's countenance was calm, as if he had reached a decision, just as he was about to speak. Suddenly, an unexpected event unfolded. A shadow plummeted from the high sky, falling with alarming speed, and with a thunderous crash, it struck the ground, sending dust flying. Upon closer inspection, it was a bird of prey, entirely cloaked in black feathers, resembling a gigantic crow. Yeppy's expression shifted dramatically. How could this be? Observing the unfolding scene, Charlotte breathed a sigh of relief. He sensed that the situation was stabilizing. He was somewhat taken aback by the astonishing resilience of the bird of prey, which, despite the fall, appeared entirely unscathed, save for a scattering of feathers. "Boss, we found Ivan." Beta's booming voice echoed magnificently, resonating through the air like thunder. At that moment, the sound was music to Charlotte's ears, revealing a previously unappreciated melodious quality. Moments later, Beta and Barrett's figures grew larger as they approached. At a glance, Beta was carrying Ivan on his shoulder, while Barrett dragged an unfamiliar figure, resembling a lifeless dog. "Ivan, are you all right?" Upon regaining his footing after disembarking from Beta's shoulder, Ivan's eyes were red-rimmed as he replied, "I'm sorry, boss. I've caused you trouble." At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for his own inadequacy. Charlotte gently patted Ivan's shoulder, soothing his emotions. "We are family, Ivan. To me, your well-being is what truly matters." The sentimental Ivan felt a sudden pang in his nose, tears welling up in his eyes. Upon seeing Ivan's expression, Charlotte could no longer contain herself and promptly exclaimed, "All right, my good man, you must be strong." Heeding Charlotte's words, Ivan nodded solemnly, biting his lip to fiercely suppress the urge to shed tears, a sight that appeared somewhat comical. "Boss, these scoundrels are exceedingly cunning. They have managed to control the birds, keeping them suspended high in the air." Charlotte was taken aback, astonished that such audacious maneuvers existed, truly not to be underestimated. Subconsciously, he had overlooked the aerial domain. It was indeed a revelation, unveiling a novel facet of the world. "Boss, you have no idea." Fortunately, a spark of inspiration led me to consider that the enemy might be concealed in the skies, which ultimately saved Ivan. Faced with Beta's triumphant demeanor, Charlotte refrained from dampening his enthusiasm and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. However, Barrett was far less forgiving, retorting with a hint of arrogance. "If it weren't for the boss's astute judgment, would your mind have ever conceived such a notion?" In response to Barrett's teasing, Beta scratched the back of his head with a chuckle, admitting that it's true, the boss is number one and I'm second. Ivan, gradually recovering, interjected, "Boss, I searched for any information regarding Yeppy from the Wangji pirate crew, but he is not affiliated with them." Charlotte was taken aback, realizing that this individual was indeed a master of deceit, expertly executing a sleight of hand. A deep sense of melancholy enveloped him. It seemed that once one embraced the life of a pirate, tranquility became an elusive dream. Just look at him. He had yet to take any action, yet he found himself ensnared by an inexplicable force. As for Yape, he had long been frozen with fear. He yearned to flee, but an intangible gaze seemed to fixate on him. To attempt escape would almost certainly lead to his demise. Charlotte's gaze was entirely fixated upon Yeppy. Yeppy, I regret to inform you that our collaboration may not be feasible. However, in response to Charlotte's nonchalant tone, Yeppy was overwhelmed by an unsettling sensation, as if he were plummeting into the abyss. It felt akin to confronting a terrifying behemoth, exuding an aura of sheer and unadulterated menace. Just as Yeppy was about to plead for mercy, a pair of hands seized his neck in an instant. Shalaw, weary of engaging in futile banter with such a petty individual, decided to employ his mind-reading abilities. He sought to uncover which formidable force had set its sights upon him. In an instant, Shalua accessed Yeppy's memories and swiftly concluded the unfortunate one's existence. The Knights Guild? Charlotte whispered softly, expressing her astonishment at hearing about this organization for the very first time. Moreover, it bore some connection to the illustrious order of the Divine Knights. Yet the disparity was vast. This was a faction formed by nobles who idolized the Divine Knights, seeking to showcase their own extraordinary taste. However, their fear of the Divine moniker led them to adopt the title of Knights. Such intentions were utterly nauseating, and the very existence of this group was deserving of disdain. A wretched knightly guild composed of a cadre of twisted, decaying nobles who lurked in the shadows while indulging in fanciful dreams. Nevertheless, their financial backing was undeniably formidable, instilling a sense of trepidation. It remained difficult to ascertain the extent of their influence concealed in the darkness. The audacity they displayed by daring to act against someone who openly belonged to the Sky Pirate crew was a clear indication of their rampant boldness. A predicament. A significant predicament. Such lunatics were enough to give anyone a headache. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Charlotte uncovered a concealed communication base hidden within the depths of the opponent's memories, alarmingly close to Lottie Island. A plan began to take shape within his mind. Charlotte approached Barrett, her hand resting upon him, and upon gaining access to his memories, she resolved, eliminate him. Barrett nodded, decisively escorting him on his final journey. Anxious Charlotte, before departing, submerged the entire deserted island. This suffocating maneuver left everyone astounded, exclaiming, "Boss, how meticulous!" Upon returning to Rife Island, everything appeared unchanged. However, that night, unbeknownst to anyone, Charlotte discreetly left Rife Island, only to return the following day with a plethora of extravagant spoils of war, the origins of which baffled Ivan. Yet he refrained from inquiring further. Upon awakening, Charlotte wore a countenance of profound satisfaction. Though he could not contend with the formidable Golden Lion Shiki, he was certainly capable of handling a mere supporting role. After all, Charlotte's actions were shrouded in secrecy, unknown to all, with no evidence to implicate him. Who could possibly discern his deeds? Before him lay his most significant acquisition, a devil fruit, which brought him immense gratification. This particular fruit belonged to the Paramecia type, known as the steel fruit, and it was indeed a remarkable specimen. The consumer could transform parts of their body into steel, reaching an intensely heated state. When coupled with the application of Haki, its defensive capabilities would be nothing short of astonishing. Charlotte contemplated for a moment. This fruit could indeed be advantageous for Ivan, as it would grant him formidable strength in a short span of time. Ever since Ivan's abduction, his captors had focused intently on his training. While such zeal for progress is commendable, Charlotte harbored concerns that Ivan might overexert himself due to the psychological strain he had endured. This devil fruit could significantly alleviate that issue, allowing Ivan to take a much-needed respite. He understood the principle that haste makes waste. Furthermore, Ivan's slow advancement in strength was largely due to the myriad troubles surrounding the Hibofeile family, which had consumed considerable time. This was in part a consequence of Charlotte's own oversight. Thus, utilizing this devil fruit could serve as a modest form of recompense. With his decision made, Charlotte wasted no time and instructed Beta to take care of the matter. Chapter 36. The Melon Eater becomes the eaten in the garden square. Resounding shouts filled the air, a testament to the vigorous training undertaken by a dedicated group of individuals. Sweat glistened on their brows, and their spirits soared, embodying the essence of martial virtue. Meanwhile, beneath a colossal sunshade, adorned with exquisite sofas and a coffee table, lounged the languid figure of Charlotte himself. He observed the training with keen interest, evaluating their progress while also offering gentle guidance to his slightly wayward subordinates. Today, Charlotte's presence invigorated everyone, inspiring them to showcase their spirited demeanor with great effort. Only the subordinates were acutely aware that if they appeared lax in Charlotte's eyes, they would undoubtedly face an intense and rigorous training regimen. Such a daunting fate was intolerable, and none dared to take it lightly. Beneath the sunshade, Charlotte nodded occasionally, evidently pleased with the recent training efforts. The notion that one must sweat in peace to ensure self-defense in battle held true, especially now that they had embarked on the irrevocable path of piracy. Leniency was not an option. Charlotte, here is today's newspaper. As soon as she approached, Lena handed him the paper she held. Thank you, well done. Charlotte took the newspaper handed to her with great interest, perusing its contents meticulously. Major event. Naval hero, Vice Admiral Carp, engaged in a fierce confrontation with Captain Joel D. Roger of the Roger Pirates on Lavo Island. Sensational. The Wangji pirate crew has triumphed over the White Hat Pirates. Shocking. There have been sightings of a millennia-old dragon on Chime Island. Rampant. The Mongol pirate crew has sunk a naval warship. Charlotte was momentarily speechless. This could indeed be considered clickbait. He couldn't help but reflect on the fact that the world was far from tranquil. Strife had never truly ceased. However, what brought him the greatest solace was the absence of any reports regarding the mysterious disappearance of peculiar islands in the newspapers. This indicated that his strategy had been remarkably successful. A discreet operation without the need for gunfire. Secure and sound. Charlotte gently set down the newspaper in her hands and, with a sense of delight, picked up the wine glass from the coffee table, savoring its contents. At that moment, Beta came rushing in, his face alight with excitement. Boss! Boss! Beta's voice echoed from a distance, leaving Charlotte utterly speechless. This fellow perpetually exhibited such an impulsive and erratic demeanor, displaying no semblance of composure. Any hope for improvement seemed futile. Closely trailing behind was Barrett, as these two often appeared inseparable. As soon as Beta reached Charlotte, he began to gesticulate wildly, utterly oblivious to his surroundings, resembling a boisterous monkey in his exuberance. Shallowar rubbed his temples and remarked, Beta, could you possibly amend this habit of yours? Especially with so many eyes upon us? Might you pay a bit more attention to your own image? Hey, boss, don't worry. I am well aware of the situation. Besides, if they dare mock me, my fist, as large as a sandbag, will certainly not spare them. Seeing Beta's nonchalant demeanor, as if impervious to the heat of boiling water, Shaw could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What else does Charlotte wish to express? Beta leaned in closely, saliva flying as he exclaimed, Boss, I have heard something amusing. Charlotte pushed Beta's head aside with a hint of disdain, her tone harsh as she remarked that it was quite impolite to spit while speaking. If you have something to say, please express it properly. Habitually scratching his head, Beta was unfazed and soon spoke in a low voice. I heard that the island we passed earlier has sunk, supposedly due to a meteorite that fell from the sky. What? A meteorite sinking an island? A peculiar sense of déjà vu washed over Charlotte. Meanwhile, Barrett wore an expression of contempt, clearly doubting the credibility of Beta's words. No, I heard it was because a colossal sea creature devoured the entire island. Goodness, now we have it too. Zero version. Charlotte thought to herself, feeling her horizons expand. Lena, unable to contain herself, chimed in, but I heard that a powerful individual caused the island to sink. What on earth? Now we have a 3.0 version. However, in that fleeting moment, a sense of discomfort gripped Charlotte. Why did this sound so familiar? Where did this happen? With an air of excitement, Beta eagerly replied, it was said to be that little bay island, not far from here. Upon hearing this name, Charlotte nearly lost her composure. This was indeed the name of the island she had secretly submerged. Goodness, is this rumor circulating so widely? To think it has reached my ears. In a moment of distraction, Charlotte inadvertently crushed the wine glass in her hand. Are you all right, Charlotte? Lena quickly produced a silk handkerchief to wipe up the mess. Charlotte realized that she had somewhat lost her composure. She cleared her throat gently, halting Lena's actions. It's nothing, really. It's just that what you all mentioned caught me by surprise. The others were oblivious to the subtle shift in Charlotte's tone. Right. You find intriguing, too. Don't you, boss? Beta exclaimed with a carefree demeanor, as if eager to witness the event firsthand. However, how come your versions all differ? Whose account did you hear it from? Shallowar feigned indifference, subtly probing for the truth, determined to ascertain the precise situation before anyone uncovered his ignorance. It was indeed quite amusing. I heard it from the passing merchant ships. Beta responded without a moment's hesitation. Barrett stood upright, shaking his head. Well, I heard it mentioned in the town. Lena chimed in, adding, I've heard many people talk about it. It's hard to say who exactly. What situation, indeed? After all this time, he was the last to learn of it. Soon, he regained his composure. Fortunately, these rumors were merely conjecture, a mix of truth and falsehood. It hadn't raised anyone else's suspicions, allowing Charlotte to breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the matter remained concealed and his bounty did not increase, all be well. Naturally, he could only turn a blind eye to the situation, pretending it did not exist. With time, everyone would forget, and it would merely serve as casual conversation over dinner, a means for boasting and idle chatter. This led him to reflect on the burgeoning prosperity of Rife Island, where increasingly more merchants from distant lands would soon arrive. This trivial incident served as a wake-up call, revealing the inadequacy of his intelligence operations. Should a significant event occur, he would likely regret his negligence. Ivan's recent troubles were a stark lesson. It was far from safe. With this thought, Charlotte resolved firmly. Lena, inform Ivan to establish an intelligence organization, primarily to gather all information concerning Rife Island. Without a trace of hesitation, Lena understood the necessity of this measure. With the growing population of Rife Island, the number of spies hidden among them would undoubtedly be few. Chapter 37. How is this said? Within a concealed space, numerous enormous machines, whose purpose remained unclear, were arranged in a haphazardly scientific manner. A dozen individuals clad in white lab coats traversed back and forth before the machines, continuously examining them. Occasionally, they would swiftly jot down notes, seemingly recording some vital data. Charlotte gazed in astonishment at her surroundings, utterly taken aback by the appearance of Saga Yal's laboratory. It was her first visit, and she felt a genuine sense of novelty. "Charlotte, you've arrived. Soon." A confident voice resonated as Saga Yal, clad in a white lab coat, appeared before her. "Yal, what is it that prompted my presence here?" Charlotte was indeed perplexed. He was not a scientist and could hardly comprehend the nonsensical scientific endeavors of the pirate world. "Naturally, there was something to show you." As he spoke, he deliberately shrugged his shoulders, causing a tumultuous surge in his chest that left onlookers breathless. For a fleeting moment, Charlotte felt himself momentarily entranced. "Is it captivating?" Yal approached Charlotte, speaking with a tone laden with endless teasing, his eyes sparkling with mirth. "Ahem." Charlotte coughed awkwardly, silently cursing the enchanting creature before him, though he had to admit she possessed that allure. "So, what is it that you require?" he inquired, skeptical of her apparent idleness. Despite her beguiling demeanor, she was far more inclined towards research. Saga Yal smiled gently, exuding an irresistible charm. "Allow me to present a new type of medication." With that, she led the way into the adjacent laboratory. Soon, within the confines of the lab, Saga Yal produced a white pill. Charlotte caught it deftly in his hand, scrutinizing it closely before placing it before his nose for a sniff, only to find it devoid of any scent. His demeanor appeared somewhat naïve. "What purpose does this serve?" he asked, directing his gaze toward Saga Yal. With a calm expression, she replied, "This pill, once ingested, can swiftly alleviate pain and lessen suffering." "Really?" Charlotte's expression shifted to one of disappointment and confusion. Saga Yal, noticing his reaction, chuckled softly and continued, "Even in the midst of battle, if one sustains severe injuries, consuming this will temporarily dull the agony, allowing for the resurgence of one's original combat prowess." At that moment, Charlotte's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded the earnest Saga Yal. He then glanced at the seemingly unremarkable white pill in his hand, utterly taken aback by the revelation. "However," she cautioned, "if used recklessly, it may lead to exhaustion and even death, so I do not recommend it for combat unless absolutely necessary." Charlotte nodded in agreement. "It is indeed a double-edged sword. If misused, it could be detrimental. In the presence of injuries or ailments, it can be administered to alleviate suffering to the greatest extent possible, particularly when combined with appropriate medical treatment, yielding remarkably favorable outcomes. Moreover, its cost-effectiveness is a significant advantage." Upon hearing this, Charlotte narrowed his eyes slightly. The potential applications of this medication are indeed vast, encompassing a wide range of uses and possessing significant commercial value. It could very well become one of the pillar industries of the Hibofeile family, providing a stable source of income that would allow for a more leisurely existence. However, Charlotte hesitantly inquired whether it might be subject to imitation. Saga Yal paused, casting a glance at Charlotte that seemed to carry a hint of disdain. What was he thinking? Although the cost of production is low, the primary ingredient remains the miraculous flower. Any thoughts of replication should be dismissed. Charlotte let out a sigh of relief. Despite facing scorn, it mattered little. As for the channels, he still had to rely on the underground forces, even though it would entail some loss of benefits. Yet, it was of no consequence, as having them draw fire for him ensured his safety. Thus, I have named it the DR-type QG drug. Saga Yal remarked with a hint of joy. Truly, the diligent, beautiful, elegant, and intelligent scientist Yal deserves commendation, Charlotte thought sincerely. After all, he was the greatest beneficiary. What harm was there in uttering a few kind words? There was no fault in that. However, Sagial soon appeared somewhat dejected, saying, Charlotte, look at my situation. I have so many research objectives yet to pursue, and currently, whether it be manpower, machinery, materials, or the scale of a laboratory, I find myself lacking in all aspects. Charlotte's lips twitched. What could he do? The strength of the Hibofeile family was evident. The entire clan was in dire need of funds, training, weaponry, infrastructure, research, and even the essentials of daily living. Even if he wasn't fully aware of the details, the sight of Ivan, toiling away like a weary dog, made it clear just how immense the pressure was. For now, there was no money, but perhaps in the future. Charlotte spoke helplessly. Sagial understood, feeling a twinge of sorrow, as if she had endured some injustice, evoking a sense of pity. Alas, let it be so. I shall endeavor to arrange for increased funding, though this matter requires Ivan's approval. Shalua could only express this sentiment, for each profession has its specialization, and he had no desire to issue chaotic commands that would lead to disarray. Such a situation would drive him to exasperation, leaving no room for him to indulge in a leisurely existence. Ah, how splendid. You have spoken. Surely Ivan would grant you some regard. The seamless transition of emotions left Shalua momentarily stunned. Truly, women can change their dispositions more swiftly than one can turn a page. Oh, by the way, Jillian, what are your intentions? What do you mean? How can you ask what I plan to do? Is there something between us? This accusation bears a hint of slander. Sagial seemed oblivious to the awkwardness etched on Shalua's face and remarked with a touch of nostalgia, She's a genius doctor, as you know. My expertise lies primarily in the study of pharmaceuticals, while the actual practice of healing is not my forte. You must find her a skilled physician to nurture her talents. Goodness, if only you had said this sooner. Yet, despite his internal grievances, Shalua began to contemplate earnestly. The role of doctors in the pirate world is self-evident, particularly those with exceptional medical skills. Renowned figures like Whitebeard and Pirate King Roger were accompanied by highly skilled medical professionals, underscoring the significance of a ship's doctor. Moreover, the pirate world is rife with peculiar diseases and insidious poisons. No matter how formidable a warrior may be, they are ultimately flesh and blood. The notion of invincibility is a mere myth. Without timely medical intervention, one may easily meet their demise. Even those with robust vitality can succumb to the hidden toll of time. Thus, the presence of a doctor, especially one of remarkable skill, is not merely beneficial but essential. He is in desperate need of such expertise, for entrusting his life to others is far from secure. Charlotte nodded heavily. Since Sagial held Jillian's medical talents in such high regard, he too ought to acquiesce. There's a certain comfort in relying on someone familiar and trustworthy. Chapter 38 is refreshingly candid and somewhat endearing. Not long after Charlotte exited the laboratory, a young subordinate hurriedly approached, slightly out of breath. Report, boss. The captain of the 5th Division of the Flying Sky Pirates has arrived. Charlotte raised an eyebrow in surprise. Daysock, the dual-wielding swordsman? We are not well acquainted, are we? What brings him here? The two had not exchanged a single word during the banquet, leaving Charlotte perplexed. Carry on with your duties, he instructed, then made his way toward the port of Rife Island. Moments later, he encountered Daysock, who stood motionless, cradling his dual blades, resembling a statue, his expression somewhat impassive. Charlotte was certainly not inclined to establish any significant connections with the members of the Sky Pirates. However, their sudden arrival left him feeling somewhat unsettled, unsure of what trouble they might stir up next. Greetings. Charlotte maintained a gentle tone, preparing to subtly probe the other party's intentions. All right, Daysock responded with a stoic countenance, uttering but a single word, after which silence ensued. This succinct demeanor left Charlotte momentarily taken aback. This fellow is rather aloof. Particularly cold, indeed. What is it then? Faced with such a frigid individual, Charlotte refrained from beating around the bush or overthinking. A spar. In response to those two brief words, Daysock fell silent once more, though his gaze seemed to emanate a fervent spirit of competition. Are you prepared to engage in a swordsmanship duel with me? Shalua inquired with a hint of uncertainty, struggling to comprehend why someone would travel such a great distance merely to engage in a duel of swordsmanship. Viewed from any angle, this seemed rather implausible. Indeed, the response was succinct and straightforward. Shalua gazed into the unwavering eyes of his counterpart, feeling somewhat speechless. Such brevity, however, upon discerning the true intent of the other. Shalua felt a sense of relief wash over him. His greatest fear was being unexpectedly entangled in some conflict, only to find himself inexplicably facing a heightened bounty, followed by relentless pursuit from the Navy. Fortunately, it was merely a sparring session. The dual-wielding technique intrigued him, as engaging with diverse sword styles would undoubtedly prove beneficial for his own development. Charlotte readily agreed. Before long, the two arrived at one of Charlotte's usual training locations, a secluded beach. This place, distant from the crowds and the harbor, offered a vast area, making it an excellent venue for practice, particularly due to its privacy. The two soon prepared themselves for the task at hand. Charlotte's gaze sharpened slightly. The aura emanating from Daysok during battle was utterly transformed, as if he were a different person altogether. Just moments ago, he appeared somewhat dazed and bewildered, but now he exuded a palpable sense of lethal sharpness. As Daysok bent slightly, the instant he drew his twin blades, his form became a fleeting shadow, hurtling towards Charlotte with lethal intent. With a swift motion, Charlotte wielded his blade, effortlessly parrying the twin daggers of Daysok in a dazzling display of skill. With a slight upward flick, he sent his opponent tumbling away. Daysok retreated rapidly, leveraging the momentum to launch himself into the air, re-establishing distance before resuming his assault. The air was filled with the harmonious clashing of steel. A symphony of sounds intermingled with the sparks that erupted around them. The dance of blades was mesmerizing, as Charlotte navigated the encounter with poise. He refrained from unleashing the full might of a swordsman, instead opting to engage Daysok in a contest of pure swordsmanship. This experience was profoundly captivating, devoid of elaborate techniques, focusing solely on the essence of martial combat. After a considerable time, Daysok paused, breathing heavily, while Charlotte remained as composed as ever, exuding an air of tranquility. Charlotte gazed at the other with eyes full of admiration. Although Darsok had not yet attained the status of a swordmaster, his prowess was undeniably impressive, particularly his remarkable swordsmanship, which was truly astonishing. In her view, given time, he would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of swordmasters. Shalawa felt immense satisfaction from this bout. His understanding of the dual-wielding technique had deepened considerably, and had also provided significant inspiration for his swordsmanship. "Thank you." Darsok, having reined in his sharpness, returned to his previously aloof demeanor. His words were astonishingly brief, devoid of any embellishment. However, Shalawa's observation, Haki, still detected the intense emotions woven into the two words spoken by the other. It was a sentiment of gratitude. Perhaps his emotions were quite profound, yet they remained unnoticed due to his expressionless visage. Charlotte shook her head, saying it was unnecessary. She had also gained much from the experience, each benefiting in their own way, and that was all there was to it. Darsok raised his head slightly, appearing somewhat surprised. "Very well." Shalawa was momentarily taken aback, but soon a faint smile graced his lips. Indeed, he was quite the reticent eccentric. How intriguing, how delightful. It was evident to him that Daysok was a pure swordsman, wholly devoted to the pursuit of swordsmanship. It is precisely for this reason that he was even more convinced that his counterpart would inevitably become a master swordsman. "I eagerly anticipate your ascension to greatness, and look forward to engaging in a friendly duel." "Very well." Charlotte wore an expression of helplessness, despite his lengthy discourse. The other party merely dismissed him with a few curt words. How perplexing. As the two made their way back to the port, Charlotte found himself increasingly intrigued by Daskok. However, in response to his inquiries, he received nothing more than terse replies. "All right, and yes," among others. The brevity was maddening. To his astonishment, this individual intended to take a respite here for a while. Charlotte said nothing in response. This fellow somewhat aligned with his tastes. A pure swordsman would never concern himself with other devious schemes. His straightforward nature was refreshingly simple, almost naive. It baffled Charlotte how such a disposition could thrive under the command of the notorious Golden Lion, Shiki. That man, at his core, was far from benevolent. Over the course of 2 days, the two engaged in friendly sparring sessions from time to time. Charlotte discovered that Daysok's succinct expressions conveyed meaning without the need for vivid imagery. At times, he found it curious, prompting reflection on the remarkable connections between individuals. On the third day, Daysok approached him and directly handed him a maritime chart, indicating the existence of Senflewo Island. Charlotte was somewhat taken aback, and in a moment of clarity, she comprehended the other party's intentions. "Are you referring to Senflewo Island, renowned for its skilled physicians?" "Indeed." With that, Daysok turned on his heel without hesitation, exhibiting a succinct and efficient demeanor. Charlotte was somewhat taken aback. He had merely mentioned in passing to the other party that he was in search of a renowned physician. Then, a faint smile appeared on his face. What a rather inarticulate fellow he is. His straightforwardness is rather endearing. Charlotte's gaze swiftly fell upon the nautical chart. Sanflavo Island, was it? Her fingers tapped thoughtfully upon the table before coming to a halt. She promptly organized a maritime expedition, entrusting Daysok with the temporary oversight of Rife Island. After all, she was about to depart, and she felt a twinge of unease leaving Ivan, who had recently acquired a devil fruit and the giant Darl in charge. The presence of the night guild lurking in the shadows compelled her to exercise utmost caution. She had no desire to set sail, only to receive news of her lair being overthrown. Relying on the Golden Lion Shiki for assistance seemed a fool's errand. It would be wiser to retire early. Chapter 39, a single word, absolute. Sanflavo Island comprises a cluster of 9 circular isles, with the largest island situated at its center, encircled by 8 smaller circular islands. From an aerial perspective, it resembles a sunflower, a sight both breathtaking and awe-inspiring. Is this indeed Sanflavo Island? Jillian gazed with excitement towards the distant, elusive archipelago. She was well aware that this voyage was orchestrated by Charlotte to seek out a renowned physician for her studies, and she could hardly contain her exhilaration and curiosity, especially with the prospect of meeting a legendary doctor, a figure she held in profound admiration as a fellow healer. This was the place. It is said that treacherous reefs surround the main island of Sanflavo, making it impossible for ships to approach directly. One can only access the main island via a grand bridge from the smaller islands, rendering the bridge an indispensable route. Each of the 8 smaller islands features a towering steel bridge that spans the sea, leading to the main island, a truly magnificent sight. Truly, in this wondrous world of pirates, such fascinating islands leave one pondering their origins. Charlotte was filled with immense curiosity. The main island of Sanflavo was a kingdom renowned for its advanced medical practices. Among its esteemed practitioners was a doctor named Lyle, whose exceptional skills had triumphed over a terrifying disease that had left the island's physicians powerless. He single-handedly saved the lives of all its inhabitants, earning him a legendary status and the adoration of the citizens. His reputation was nothing short of illustrious. This time, their objective was none other than this remarkable individual. The vessel sailed towards one of the smaller islands, where a magnificent white archway soon emerged in the distance. It was truly a breathtaking sight. The crowd could not help but exclaim in awe. The ship smoothly glided through the arch and arrived at the harbor. As they disembarked, the bustling atmosphere of commerce greeted them, vibrant and thriving. "Let us proceed with our business first," someone suggested. Charlotte's words drew the thoughts of the crowd back to the present, yet their interest in the forthcoming journey intensified. "Charlotte, if we are to head to the main island, we must make our way to the town center to rent the unique local creature, the swimming quackbird, and cross the Grand Bridge," Lena said slowly, sharing the information she had gathered. "Very well, let us set off," came the reply as the group began their trek towards the town center. Along the way, they encountered various intriguing local curiosities that captivated their attention. Before long, the crowd arrived at the hall for renting animal transportation. The staff had already approached the few individuals, inquiring about how many were planning to journey to the main island and how many swimming quackbirds they would require. Charlotte glanced at Beta, Barrett, Lena, Jillian, and himself. "So that makes 5 of us." After completing the necessary formalities, the 5 were led by a staff member, beaming with delight, through a tunnel, where they encountered a creature known as the Yotoa bird. This thing resembles an ostrich, though larger in size, sporting a peculiar-looking prominence atop its head. "Remarkable. How fascinating." Beta's eyes sparkled with excitement, particularly intrigued by that indescribable protuberance. With a sharp slap, Charlotte struck Beta at the nape of his neck and ascended onto the back of the leisure bird without a glance back. The others couldn't help but burst into laughter, while Beta felt a profound sense of grievance. Once seated, Charlotte found the experience rather amusing. To her surprise, there was a sunshade above and a backrest behind, allowing her to recline comfortably or lean back at her leisure. It was indeed quite spacious. Charlotte gently tapped the other person's body. The Yotoa bird received the command and began to move, steadily making its way towards the Grand Bridge. Charlotte was also struck by the realization that in the world of pirates, there exists a plethora of sentient creatures, including an exceptionally intelligent horse. From the bridge, the distant sea shimmered under the sunlight, revealing a captivating charm of its own. Occasionally, vividly colored fish leaped out of the water, while a flock of large birds soared across the azure sky. In this moment, the ocean truly seemed boundless. What a serene time it was. Life should indeed resemble this. Soon, the group arrived at the main island of Sunny Island and returned their animal transportation. "Captain, that bird is truly fascinating," Beta couldn't help but exclaim. "Captain, Can we buy 2 to bring back with us? Charlotte gazed at Beta, utterly at a loss for words. This fellow reacted to novel experiences much like a child encountering a new toy. One could only wonder what thoughts occupied his mind day by day. The mere recollection of the recent events made Charlotte feel a sense of embarrassment in his presence. As they traversed the bridge, Beta resembled an oversized koala, clambering about the peculiar bird with reckless abandon. It was simply astonishing. Choosing to disregard this whimsical companion, Charlotte turned his attention to the surroundings. They had arrived at a quaint town on the opposite end of the bridge, which had naturally flourished due to the bridge's existence. Remarkably, there are 8 such towns. A striking symmetry indeed. The commercial atmosphere here was evidently less intense than that of the outer islands, lending an air of simplicity to the place. Just as they exited the town, Charlotte gazed ahead, perceiving that this main island was not only vast, but also characterized by a hilly terrain. A verdant expanse unfolded before her eyes, spacious and imbued with a refreshing sense of serenity. Along the meticulously constructed main thoroughfare, one could occasionally spot individuals traversing towards the central town of Sunny Island, their ultimate destination. As time progressed, Charlotte and her companions continued their journey, encountering a plethora of wondrous creatures along the way, bouncing rabbits and wild boars with tails resembling elongated apples, which were somewhat startling to behold. However, such seemingly bizarre animals were commonplace in the world of pirates, including balloon octopuses, southern birds, banana crocodiles, super-fast running ducks, and marathon lizards. Quite scientific in appearance indeed. Before long, the group beheld the sprawling central town, distinguished by its strikingly white towers that pierced the sky, enveloped by formidable city walls. Surrounding the walls was a vast circle of towering trees. Following the crowd, Charlotte and her companions arrived at the city gates, where the guards posed no hindrance, allowing them to enter the town with ease. As they stepped inside, the scenery transformed dramatically. Buildings of varying shapes and heights were arranged in harmonious disarray, their pristine white facades exuding an air of sanctity, akin to intricately crafted masterpieces. Unique plants lined the streets, each appearing to possess significant value. The allure of this enchanting place captivated everyone. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance, prompting a wave of confusion among those who had been admiring their surroundings. Charlotte furrowed her brow, gazing into the distance, perplexed. Just then, a contingent of soldiers approached briskly, and their leaders stepped forward, proclaiming in a clear voice, "Esteemed guests from afar, we sincerely apologize for the disturbance. We were in pursuit of a thief. Rest assured, he has been apprehended, and you may continue your explorations without concern." Upon hearing these words, the previously bewildered crowd fell silent, only to begin praising the diligence of the soldiers. After this minor interlude, the gathering resumed its journey. Chapter 40. This seems unreasonable, Charlotte. Look, their essay bookstore over there, Jillian exclaimed, pointing excitedly towards an imposing bookstore nearby. This successfully captured Charlotte's attention, and observing Jillian's enthusiasm, she responded, "Let's go take a look." However, Beta and Barrett exhibited no interest whatsoever, their expressions one of refusal. "Boss, we'll wander elsewhere. You know we're not the scholarly type and have no inclination for reading." Charlotte, with a look of exasperation, waved her hand and released the 2 fellows. Upon receiving the signal, Beta was overjoyed and quickly draped his arm around Barrett's shoulder, leading him towards a nearby eatery. He had every intention of indulging in a sumptuous feast upon arriving. "Get off me, you scoundrel. Don't come so close." Barrett protested with evident reluctance. "What does it matter? You're being stingy," Beta retorted playfully. "Absolutely not." The 2 bickered jovially as they departed, clearly demonstrating a strong bond between them. Charlotte, Lena, and Jillian stepped into the bookstore. To their surprise, the decor was quite exquisite, and the collection of books appeared to be substantial. Charlotte casually picked up a book titled The Travel Diary of Coco Lobo and found herself intrigued, perusing its pages earnestly. Time slipped away unnoticed until Jillian and Lena approached her side. "Charlotte." The engrossed Charlotte snapped back to reality, her expression tinged with confusion. "What is it?" Jillian couldn't help but frown as she spoke. "There are no books on medicine here. We have been searching for quite a while, and we haven't found any." Lena nodded in agreement beside her. Charlotte was somewhat taken aback, uncertainly inquiring, "Surely not. Have you all searched thoroughly?" Jillian and Lena nodded affirmatively. "We checked every corner, and indeed found nothing. Truly nothing." For a moment, Charlotte felt an inexplicable sense of bewilderment. How could such a vast bookstore lack even a single book on medicine? This seemed utterly unreasonable. Moreover, this was a country renowned for its advanced medical technology. It simply defied logic. Was there something amiss? Their conversation seemed to catch the attention of the bookstore owner, a portly man adorned with a large gold ring, who approached them. Esteemed visitors from afar. How may I assist you? In response to the owner's inquiry, Jillian asked, Sir, why is there not a single book on medicine available here? The owner chuckled, regrettably, we do not sell medical books. This response left Charlotte, Jillian, and Lena exchanging perplexed glances, utterly baffled. Why not? Is this not the medically advanced island of Flavor? Jillian was at a loss. She had anticipated visiting this place for quite some time. The sudden revelation that they did not sell medical books was simply unacceptable to her. Esteemed guest, as you mentioned, we indeed reside in the medically advanced island of Flavor, which is precisely why we have no need for medical literature. Charlotte. Lena? Jillian? What sort of nonsensical logic is this? It is utterly incomprehensible. The bookstore owner, with a face full of admiration, remarked. Esteemed guest from afar, you simply do not understand. Look at how absurd that is. He does not comprehend a thing. Xiao Luo wore an expression of displeasure, clearly indicating that someone must have lost their senses, for it was not a matter of mere soda. Did he not comprehend this? How could he be so oblivious? Doctor, Lal had once remarked that we are blessed with exceptionally skilled physicians and that we reside in a nation renowned for its advanced medical practices. If visitors to our island are still perusing medical textbooks, does that not imply that our healthcare capabilities fall short of excellence? Such a scenario would be a disgrace to our esteemed doctors. What is this? Shalawal was left speechless for a considerable time, pondering the absurdity of a single statement that led to a refusal to sell. It seemed somewhat reasonable, yet utterly nonsensical, leaving one with a perplexing sensation. However, before Shalawal could delve deeper into his thoughts, Jillian interjected. I see, she said. Was it Dr. Lal who mentioned this? That indeed makes a great deal of sense. What a startling twist this was, arriving so swiftly and unexpectedly that it left Charlotte momentarily bewildered. Charlotte gazed at Jillian with a somewhat dazed expression. You seem rather indecisive, don't you? The young girl certainly possessed a keen insight. Upon finishing her statement, the bookstore owner did not forget to give a thumbs up, clearly expressing his admiration. Indeed, I share the same sentiment, he added. Meanwhile, Charlotte felt an indescribable sensation as she observed the exchange. It appeared to hold a semblance of logic, didn't it? Lena silently pondered the same thoughts in her mind. Perhaps she was overthinking the matter. Yet, she felt her mind swirling in confusion, unsure of how she had managed to leave the bookstore. But she certainly departed amidst the owner's warm enthusiasm. On the street, after a prolonged silence, Charlotte suddenly inquired, Do you truly believe there is no issue? Without a moment's hesitation, Jillian replied, Yes, I find it quite reasonable. After all, it was Dr. Lyle who said so. Charlotte's expression twitched. How could you trust him so implicitly? Of course. Jillian spoke with such unwavering conviction that it compelled Charlotte to reflect on the formidable power of the idol's influence. Moreover, individuals like Dr. Lyle, who have saved countless lives through their medical expertise, are truly remarkable. On this point, Charlotte could not dispute. Indeed, it is extraordinary. Shaking his head, he lamented that he had overthought the matter. After all, he was merely an outsider. It was rather inappropriate for him to critique the professionals. In light of this, that statement held a certain validity. It seems, perhaps maybe, Shalawar refrained from further contemplation, although he was perpetually beset by an absurd sensation. In the realm of pirates, many occurrences truly defy the logic of your. Thus, I too aspire to become a benevolent physician, one who saves countless lives. However, my dream remains elusive. In Jillian's eyes, there resided an insatiable yearning, shimmering with brilliance, evoking a sense of dazzling wonder. Charlotte gazed at Jillian, acknowledging that although the young girl occasionally appeared somewhat foolish, her dreams were undeniably commendable. At that moment, a voice resonated through the air. Little girl, what is it that you aspire to achieve? A figure emerged from the alleyway. The three of them were taken aback and turned their attention toward the source of the voice. It was an elderly man, dressed rather unremarkably, with a scruffy white beard. Yet he exuded a remarkable vitality. Xiao Luo focused intently. Yet she discerned no malice from the other party. Rather, she felt an inexplicable warmth, which left her somewhat perplexed. Jillian, bewildered, inquired, Are you asking me, old man? The elderly gentleman, with a benevolent smile, replied, Indeed. Young lady, what is your dream? In response to the question, Jillian resolutely declared, To be a good doctor who saves lives. The old man burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Ah, indeed. Such is fate, such is destiny. With a carefree demeanor, he tossed an object toward Jillian, instructing, Take this and be sure to study it well. He then turned and departed without lingering. Xiao Luo firmly grasped a faded notebook, leaving him somewhat perplexed. He silently observed the departing elder without making a move, as he had never sensed any malice from him throughout their encounter. Charlotte handed the faded notebook to Jillian. As Jillian slowly opened it, her expression transformed into one of utter astonishment. This was a medical manuscript. Chapter 41 evoked an unsettling feeling within her. The more she read, the deeper her shock became. She was certain that the elderly gentleman she had encountered earlier was indeed a masterful practitioner of medicine. This manuscript detailed numerous ailments along with comprehensive treatment procedures, rendering it a veritable treasure for any physician. Charlotte, is there any way to locate that elderly gentleman? Jillian turned to Charlotte, seeking assistance. Shallow nodded slightly. The unique aura he had just sensed firmly etched in his memory. As long as he remained within the confines of this city, his observation Haki would undoubtedly allow him to pinpoint the source. In an instant, an invisible ripple began to spread. Within moments, he had identified the location of the individual. Please wait. The figure who had been walking came to a halt, turning to see Shallow and his companions. You all, the elder exclaimed, seemingly taken aback. Thank you, sir, Jillian said earnestly, bowing deeply to the elder. Seeing this, the elder chuckled warmly. Little girl, have you come solely to express your gratitude? There is no need for such formality. It is my fortune to witness someone with such a compassionate heart. Jillian gazed at the elder, her heart unable to settle for a long while. Therefore, you must study diligently. That notebook can empower you to become an exceptional physician and fulfill your dreams. Charlotte was somewhat taken aback. This truly was a selfless elder, exhibiting a degree of greatness and character. After a moment's hesitation, Jillian spoke up, saying, The bookstore owner informed me that tomorrow, Dr. Lau will personally host a medical symposium. Will you be attending? Upon hearing this, a fleeting, unnatural expression crossed the elder's face before vanishing as swiftly as it appeared. Yet the subtle shift in emotion did not escape Charlotte's notice. Is that so? Quite splendid. As for myself, perhaps not. Jillian was taken aback by the elder's response. In his view, the individual before him should undoubtedly be a doctor as well. This event could be deemed a grand occasion within the kingdom, attracting numerous physicians who would exchange their skills and ideas. For doctors, the allure of such an opportunity was indeed hard to resist. However, the elder's reply was entirely unexpected for Jillian. With those words spoken, the elder quietly began to prepare for his departure. Elder, it seems you are acquainted with Dr. Lyle. Charlotte's words interrupted the elder's actions, who then cast a sidelong glance at Charlotte, remarking with an enigmatic smile, Young man, your words are curious. Everyone here knows Dr. Lyle by name. Observing the elder's playful demeanor, Charlotte increasingly sensed that something was amiss. The fluctuations in emotion were unmistakable. The two were undoubtedly acquainted. He decided not to press further, understanding that excessive inquiries could lead to perilous entanglements. Indeed, he replied with a light-hearted chuckle. The three of them watched as the elder departed before they slowly made their exit. Regarding Jillian's desire to attend the medical exchange conference, Charlotte did not object. After all, it would merely delay their plans by a few days, which was a minor inconvenience. Although he had not secured a renowned mentor for Jillian, he had unexpectedly received a gift from the elder, marking significant progress in their endeavors. Cautiously, he chose not to delve into any further investigation regarding the elder. Curiosity could unravel complicated stories, and he certainly did not wish to court trouble. Absolutely not. He wanted no part of any such complications. Boss, what brings you here? Beta exclaimed, startled by the arrival of Charlotte and the others at the eatery. Oh, Charlotte noticed a large empty mug of beer beside the food, though he had overlooked it due to the angle. Each time he was caught sneaking a drink, he invariably faced Charlotte's admonitions. What? Am I not allowed to come? Charlotte's expression was unkind. This fellow could hardly articulate a word. What an attitude. How could it be? How could it be? He chuckled awkwardly, repeatedly waving his hands. His foolish grin made Barrett, who stood nearby, equally uncomfortable, drenched in cold sweat. Charlotte felt something was amiss. Surely, you two wouldn't be conspiring behind my back, would you? The leader remarked. How could that possibly be? Observing Beta and Barrett's unnatural expressions, Charlotte's gaze grew increasingly menacing. Is that truly the case? Indeed, more genuine than pure gold? Beta asserted with unwavering confidence, his steadfast eyes sending shivers down one's spine. Absolutely true, without a doubt. Barrett adopted an utterly innocent demeanor. All right, Charlotte, please don't tease them any further, Lena interjected with a smile, coming to their rescue. In that instant, both Beta and Barrett looked at Lena with immense gratitude, their hearts quietly easing with relief. Shallow was not overly concerned. These two individuals had not committed any grave mistakes, and he felt quite at ease with them. However, as their leader, and given their relatively young age, it was only natural that Xiao could not always allow them to act freely. At times, he might have been a tad too stern. With this thought, Xiao sighed and ceased to intimidate the two. He ordered a substantial amount of food from the boss and settled at another clean table, as the one occupied by Beta and Barrett was far too chaotic, rendering it unappetizing to behold. Meanwhile, a tacit understanding passed between Beta and Barrett, and they quietly exhaled in relief. Even their movements while eating became light and subdued, as they endeavored not to attract their leader's attention. Charlotte turned around with a hint of confusion, glancing at the two individuals. Today, these two seemed unusually quiet, devoid of their usual boisterous demeanor. It felt as though something was amiss. He quickly shook his head, wondering why he was plagued by such doubts. Becoming a pirate had indeed made his mindset more sensitive. He decided not to dwell on it. Overthinking would only lead to fatigue. At that moment, a waiter appeared before them. "Gentlemen, would you like a refill on your beer?" The crisp and bright tone of his voice caused both men to freeze, their expressions transforming into one of disbelief. Charlotte had silently positioned herself behind the two individuals, who suddenly felt a chilling sensation on their backs. As they turned around, they revealed a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Boss, allow us to explain." Charlotte, with a sardonic smile, remarked, "Very well. Please elucidate." At that moment, both individuals found themselves in a state of discomfort. Charlotte observed the two of them, their expressions a mix of anxiety and embarrassment, and he found it difficult to feel anger towards them. After all, how long could he maintain such a stance? Everyone possesses a degree of independence, and the question of whether one should drink at a young age is not as significant as it seems. He simply wished for these two not to indulge in alcohol so prematurely. The harms of excessive drinking are no mere jest, even in a world teeming with pirates. Moderation is essential. Very well, let this be the last instance. In unison, the two let out a sigh of relief. The waiter approached once more, inquiring, "Gentlemen, would you like to order some drinks?" At that moment, the two glared at the waiter, their gazes practically capable of devouring him whole. It was their first encounter with someone so utterly oblivious. The waiter seemed to sense the immense pressure, nervously swallowing. "All right then, 2 extra-large fruit juices, please." "Certainly, sir." The waiter hurriedly scurried away. In that instant, both men felt completely at ease. Charlotte said little more and returned to his position. With a swift motion, he struck a match and ignited a cigarette, inhaling deeply as smoke curled around him. Chapter 42. A sudden turn inside a bar that had long ceased operations. A dim light illuminated a figure in the corner, indistinct and shadowy. Surrounding him was a motley crew of pirates, armed and ready. Soon, a figure burst through the door, striding purposefully towards the man. It was the captain leading the pursuit of a thief. "Alphabai, what is the situation?" Alphabai responded promptly, "Captain, that individual has been dealt with, and the news has not spread. Tomorrow, I will relocate the guard entirely." "Good." The man, visibly agitated, bellowed as he rose from the shadows. Adorned with a golden crown and draped in a regal red cloak, he was none other than Venkasetwa, the captain of the Setwa pirate crew. His gaze burned with intensity as he commanded, "Go." Alphabai nodded silently and departed hastily. As he left, Setwa's expression turned cold, his thoughts tumultuous. Hijika Setwa was the true sovereign of this island, the legitimate king of this realm. The following day, within the Grand Levisan Auditorium, the venue for the medical exchange conference, throngs of people surged within, engaged in fervent discussions. The circular seating arrangement encircled the central podium, ascending in tiers, allowing every spectator a clear view of the speaker. "Charlotte, this place is magnificent. So many doctors have gathered on the island. Look, that is Dr. Vadis. And over there is Dr. Doria." In response to Jillian's exuberant gestures and sparkling eyes, Charlotte felt a profound sense of resignation. To him, all he could see were the heads of the crowd and the occasional view of a back. How could one discern who was who amidst such chaos? He was, in fact, quite astonished. The assembly gathered thousands, a truly monumental scale. There were local physicians, those from distant lands seeking knowledge, and many ordinary citizens from the island. It was a rare and splendid event. One could not deny the formidable charisma of Dr. Lyle, which was simply astonishing. The venue buzzed with animated voices, as numerous colleagues and physicians engaged in conversation, filled with anticipation and debate. Suddenly, the lights flickered and the host's voice resonated through the hall. "Welcome to the Medical Exchange Conference. Let us now eagerly await the arrival of Dr. Lyle." At the mere mention of Lyle's name, the atmosphere erupted in fervor, with countless voices shouting in unison, "Lyle! Lyle! Lyle!" Charlotte felt her eyelids twitching, a rather exaggerated reaction. Soon, the lights converged in one direction, revealing a bespectacled middle-aged man who slowly approached the podium. It was Lyle. The cheers grew increasingly fervent. Upon reaching the stage, his magnetic voice resonated. "Hello, everyone. I am Lyle." The fervent fans became somewhat frenzied. "I am honored to share insights with you all at this medical exchange conference." He then shifted his tone, continuing, "Today, I have decided to establish a medical guild, of which I shall serve as the president." A hushed murmur spread through the crowd. Indeed, Lyle's announcement had taken everyone by surprise. Lyle did not pause, continuing to speak. "Our sole purpose is to save more lives." Many in attendance felt a surge of excitement. What a noble ideal. Suddenly, a raucous laughter erupted, sharply interrupting the increasingly intense atmosphere of the conference. Following this, a group of pirates armed with various weapons burst in, triggering complete chaos. "Pirates? How can there be pirates here? Captain Hibofeile, why are you allied with them?" The arrival of the pirates sent the crowd into a state of panic. Charlotte furrowed her brow, pondering how pirates could possibly be present. What a stroke of misfortune. It seems that villains are ever present. Charlotte Jillian cast a nervous glance at Charlotte. "Fear not. Let's observe the unfolding events." Jillian nodded, feeling a sense of calm wash over her. Uncertain of any further schemes from the pirates and their collusion with the guards, Charlotte refrained from taking any rash actions. Even the slightest misstep could jeopardize his bounty, a thought that filled him with dismay. The pirates surveyed the chaotic crowd, firing shots into the sky with a resounding crack. The tumultuous masses were completely subdued by the gunfire, frozen in place. Once the situation was firmly under the control of the pirates, Setwa gradually made his entrance. On the podium, Lyle stared in shock at the intruder. "How can be you?" Setwa laughed heartily, surprised. "Are we, Lyle?" Then, with a chilling demeanor, he declared, "I, Vanka Setwa, am the rightful king of this nation, the true ruler of this land." Lyle instinctively clenched his fists. Many of the island's residents recognized the villain, their eyes ablaze with fury. "Setwa, you scoundrel, why have you returned? You are unwelcome here, get out. You cold-blooded fiend." The crowd erupted with fervor, clearly expressing their disdain for him. Setwa, seething with anger, suppressed his rage for the sake of his plans. He bellowed, "A bunch of foolish imbeciles. You have no idea what Lyle has truly done. Prepare to see his true nature." Upon hearing these words, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by their meaning. Lyle's face turned a deep shade of anger as he glared at Setwa. "Lyle," Setwa scoffed, "you are the charlatan, the true deceiver, having duped everyone around you." A sense of confusion enveloped the crowd, raw and palpable. Charlotte was utterly astonished. Could it be that such a miraculous reversal was possible? "Allow me to unveil your hypocrisy. The dreadful disease that once left the doctors of Xiangyang Island utterly helpless was, in fact, a grand deception orchestrated by you. It was you who devised this terrifying virus, all the while feigning a cure for the populace, merely to covet the power of this kingdom." Setwa's words struck like a meteorite upon the placid surface of a lake, leaving the assembly in a state of bewilderment. No, it couldn't be. Yes, it was utterly impossible. Dr. Lyle had once saved my daughter without charge. "Setwa, you speak nonsense. This is slander, pure slander." Setwa regarded the obstinate crowd with evident disdain. "Am I lying? Then let us examine the documents discovered in Lyle's laboratory. Let us see if I am indeed deceiving you." As his words echoed, the pirates scattered the copied documents, which fluttered like leaves in the wind. Many picked them up, their expressions shifting, and as more individuals perused the papers, their countenances transformed further. Meanwhile, Lyle, who had been standing at the podium, could not suppress a tremor and grasped the lectern for support. "What do you say now, great deceiver Lyle? Those documents were found in your own laboratory, and they bear your handwriting." Setwa's laughter rang out, brimming with exhilaration. The humiliation he once endured, chased away in disgrace, was now vindicated. He was determined to make his adversary feel the same anguish. The king of this nation belonged to him. Charlotte gazed at the unfolding scene before her, an exhilarating sensation coursing through her veins. This revelation was monumental. A doctor, renowned and esteemed, turned out to be a grand charlatan. Chapter 43. A narrow escape from deception, the great fraud Lyle. The crowd erupted in a collective outburst, a manifestation of their indignation at having been misled. To think that one could perpetrate such horrifying acts for the sake of power and prestige. Jillian stared blankly at the documents in her hands. As a physician, she could effortlessly discern the authenticity of these materials. Charlotte gazed at the despondent Jillian, momentarily at a loss for words of comfort. The sudden collapse of her idol into ruins struck her faith with an immense blow, shattering her worldview entirely. Lyle's complexion turned pale, yet he found himself speechless. For any justification he could offer would be utterly feeble. This was, after all, an undeniable truth. He had exploited the innocence of the populace. Lyle's face contorted with excruciating pain and remorse. He knelt heavily before the furious crowd, his forehead striking the ground with force. A trickle of blood seeping forth as he cried out in anguish, "I am so sorry." Charlotte gazed towards the podium, and in that fleeting moment, his observation Haki sensed a profound surge of emotions emanating from Lyle, an overwhelming blend of pain and regret. Yet, would a mere apology suffice? The fervor within Set was indescribable. This time, he not only unraveled Lyle's colossal deception, emerging as a new hero reclaiming his rightful power, but he also aimed to ensure Lyle's utter disgrace. He felt a cathartic release for the animosity he had harbored. Power, wealth, and honor were destined to belong to Venka Set. Everything he had once lost would be adorned with glory. Amidst the fervent crowd, a solitary figure gradually rose, making his way towards the elevated podium. As Charlotte's expression shifted, she regarded the elderly gentleman with a sense of puzzlement. What was his intention? What purpose did he serve? As the elder ascended the podium, the audience exchanged bewildered glances. His benevolent gaze swept across the gathering, and a calm, raspy voice gradually resonated. "I am Augustine Bain." Dr. Bain. A myriad of faces displayed astonishment. He was merely an unassuming elder, renowned for his unparalleled medical skills. Having traversed the kingdom, he offered his healing services free of charge to all, regardless of their noble or common status, earning the veneration of many. Bain gazed at the assembly with tranquility and spoke, "In truth, that virus is not fatal. Even without treatment, it will self-resolve within a month." Charlotte felt somewhat bewildered. The individuals present exchanged glances of disbelief. Those who had once received Bain's assistance harbored no doubts about his words. This elder had indeed saved countless lives, and his medical expertise was irrefutable. Ignoring the audience's reactions, Bain continued, "Years ago, Setwa enforced exorbitant medical fees for his own lavish enjoyment, banishing any doctors who resisted. This led to the tragic fate of countless innocent individuals who, lacking the means to pay, succumbed to their ailments, resulting in shattered families." Charlotte's gaze stirred with tumult. What a wretched creature, reeking of festering malady. As Bain's words trailed off, he turned his attention to Lyle, who remained knelt and unmoving, his expression a tapestry of intricate emotions. Bain continued, revealing that Lyle had concocted a virus specifically to drive away the king. In a bid for thoroughness, he had also developed the necessary antidote. What? Bain's revelation left everyone astounded, their minds reeling. In truth, Bain himself was not wholly in accord with such measures, yet he could not deny that, in a certain light, Lyle had salvaged the nation, enabling the populace to confront their ailments and ultimately preserving lives. Thus, from the moment he acquired everything, Bain's feelings towards Lyle became profoundly intricate. What? Charlotte found herself at a loss for words. The unfolding events were absurdly outrageous, transcending the very limits of reason. The unexpected turn of events left him utterly unprepared. While Lyle could not be wholly deemed a charlatan, the shadowy demeanor of Setwa was evident. This old rogue had always opposed him since the days of his kingship, a truly vexing predicament. The atmosphere in the venue seemed to shift once more, as if recollections of past experiences had stirred the emotions of all present. Indeed, no one had perished due to disdain for illness. As memories flooded back, the multitude of disdainful gazes ignited a fierce anger within Setwa. He was the legitimate sovereign of this realm, and yet, a band of contemptible commoners dared to regard him with such scorn. With a frigid expression, Setwa commanded, "Eliminate them all." If a peaceful return was unattainable, then a bloody resurgence would suffice. He planned to eradicate everyone present, seal off the news, and disseminate falsehoods to manipulate the populace. In his estimation, a mere application of tactics would render these foolish peasants easily exploitable. The pirates, upon receiving the order, raised their flintlock pistols, poised to unleash a gruesome slaughter upon the assembly. To them, the crowd merely represented a flock of lambs awaiting the slaughter. Shalawa's countenance darkened, for the nefarious entity displayed a complete disregard for martial ethics. Whether motivated by the benevolent gesture of the venerable Mr. Bain or compelled by the dictates of his own conscience, he found himself reluctantly compelled to take action. After observing for quite some time, it became evident that the adversary had no further tricks up their sleeve. Naturally, for the sake of safety, anonymity, and to prevent any escalation of the bounty, it was imperative that everyone be rendered unconscious. In an instant, a terrifying aura of conqueror's Haki emanated from Shalawa, expanding rapidly like a wave and engulfing the entire venue. With a series of muffled gasps, countless individuals lost consciousness in an instant, collapsing to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the scene was strewn with the unconscious bodies of attendees. Before Satwa succumbed to darkness, he beheld the figure that resembled a demonic god, and, with an unyielding sense of despair, fell into oblivion. The grand assembly was plunged into a profound silence, akin to death itself. Charlotte cradled the unconscious Jillian in her arms, leisurely making her way towards the pirates. Observing the effortlessly vanquished Setwa, who offered no resistance, she proceeded to eliminate the remaining pirate minions with ruthless efficiency. Pirates, in their essence, are truly formidable. The only good pirate is a dead pirate. Charlotte let out a sigh of relief. Beautiful, the task was completed. Without a moment's hesitation, she departed with the fainted Jillian in tow. Mr. Bain, observing everything Charlotte had accomplished, finally succumbed to unconsciousness, pondering to himself how formidable the youth can be. Jillian, what has happened? Lena inquired with concern, her gaze fixed on Charlotte. Oh, it's nothing, just a bit startled. She'll be fine after a little rest, Charlotte assured her. Lena nodded, trusting Charlotte's words. Leave it to me, she declared, taking Jillian from Charlotte's hands and carrying her away. Charlotte sat in the hall, lighting a cigarette, lost in thought. This time, his actions should have been flawless, exhibiting a remarkable steadiness. Reflecting on his time since arriving here, he realized he had not engaged in any indiscreet behavior, maintaining an exceptionally low profile and exercising utmost caution. Charlotte exhaled a ring of smoke, finally feeling a profound sense of relief. It was not a matter of being fearless, but rather one of navigating through peril without harm. She simply awaited Jillian to rest adequately before they could return to Lottie Island. Charlotte felt a sense of ease wash over her, and she began to hum a tune. Listen to me. Thank you. Because of you, the seasons are warmed. Chapter 45 features a noble individual. What a surprise. A grande surprise. Charlotte gazed at Bain and Lyle, who stood before her in a state of bewilderment. What was the meaning of their presence? Bain's arrival was somewhat justifiable, yet Lyle's visit left her utterly perplexed. With a belly full of questions, Charlotte hesitantly inquired, do you two have something to discuss? Bain paused for a moment, then smiled as he replied, It is Lyle who wishes to present a gift to Jillian. However, there was an inexplicable strangeness surrounding the situation. A gift for Jillian? Were they on such familiar terms? It seemed unlikely. They had hardly exchanged a word. Charlotte furrowed his brow, skeptical of the unexpected gift, suspecting ulterior motives behind the gesture. He feared there might be more to the situation than met the eye. Bain, perceptive of his unease, continued to explain that his only intention was to entrust his medical knowledge to someone genuinely devoted to the healing arts. Upon hearing this, Charlotte let out a quiet sigh of relief, having anticipated some unforeseen calamity. It appeared that Bain had indeed discussed Jillian with the other party. Bain had previously bestowed his medical notes upon Jillian, and now, accompanied by Lyre, he was unconditionally offering her his cherished collection of medical texts. One must admit, such selflessness is truly commendable. Indeed, in the world of pirates, there are many who act without expecting anything in return. For instance, he himself prefers to remain in the shadows, his contributions unacknowledged. Xiaoluo glanced at the taciturn Lyell, thinking to himself how generous his boss was. In that moment, Xiaoluo finally felt a sense of relief. Refusal? Without a second thought, he readily acquiesced. What a splendid opportunity. How could he possibly let it slip away? Then I shall convey my gratitude to Dr. Lyell on behalf of Jillian, he declared. Lyell shook his head, remarking, I will never practice medicine again. Charlotte was taken aback. As far as he knew, the public had forgiven him upon learning the truth and had not resorted to attacking him with the earlier falsehood. One must concede the simplicity and kindness of the ordinary people's hearts. Thus, what could have prompted him to relinquish his identity as a physician at this juncture? Why? In response to Charlotte's inquiry, Lyle fell into a prolonged silence. Memories surged before his eyes. On that frigid winter night, amidst a raging storm, his mother fell ill while tirelessly caring for him. He prayed fervently for a physician, yet was met with insurmountable obstacles due to the kingdom's prohibitions. Thus, the young boy helplessly witnessed his mother depart quietly amidst his boundless despair, utterly powerless to intervene. It was the lack of funds and the king's unjust edict that squandered the critical window for her treatment. In the midst of the swirling snow, he ran wildly, tears cascading down like small grapes, as an overwhelming agony enveloped his entire being. That night was steeped in despair. That night marked a pain he could never relinquish. Those fellow citizens, sharing a fate akin to his, were enduring similar suffering. Consequently, He developed a deep-seated resentment towards this kingdom, willing to pay any price to achieve his goals. Charlotte felt a twinge of confusion at the sudden silence. Yet, his observation Haki sensed the emotional fluctuations of the other. The overwhelming sorrow and profound anguish emanating from the other person affected Charlotte deeply. He was moved, gazing at the taciturn Lyle. Charlotte understood that within this individual lay an unbearable pain that could not be released. Lyle remained silent, despite any number of justifications. He was unable to forgive himself for having exploited the goodwill of innocent citizens to achieve his own ends. With tears glistening in his eyes, he earnestly lifted his gaze to Charlotte and said, "Thank you." Charlotte's eyes widened, and the emotions that had just engulfed him dissipated in an instant, replaced by acute vigilance. What? Thank him? What could that possibly mean? Why would he express gratitude for no reason at all? Lyle departed, leaving behind a key to his collection room. His exit resolute, leaving Charlotte in a state of disarray amidst the wind. He then turned to Bane with a puzzled expression, inquiring, "What do you mean?" Bane chuckled softly and bowed deeply to Charlotte, saying, "Thank you for your assistance to this country. No, I couldn't have done it without you." "Don't say such things," Charlotte stammered, immediately refuting the notion. What an absurd international jest. He, Charlotte, a person of utmost seriousness, meddle in affairs? Impossible, absolutely impossible. There was not a shred of likelihood. This fellow was utterly outrageous. How could he utter such terrifying words so casually? Observing Charlotte's resistant demeanor, Bane chose not to elaborate further. Yet he couldn't help but reflect inwardly, recognizing that this was a young man indifferent to fame, a truly noble soul. At this moment, Charlotte yearned to bid farewell to his guests, having no desire to engage with anyone. He could not fathom how the other party had come to know such information. It eluded his understanding entirely. As he cast a glance toward Bane, he sensed a palpable malice emanating from the world around him. Before departing, Bane offered Charlotte a thumbs up, presenting an expression that suggested a profound understanding. This gesture caused Charlotte's lips to twitch involuntarily. Despite the inherent risks of exposure, it appeared that only those two individuals were privy to the knowledge of the recent events. No further information regarding this matter had surfaced outside, allowing Charlotte to exhale with slight relief. Given the current demeanor and character of these two, it was improbable that they would divulge such matters to outsiders. Thus, it seemed, perhaps, that he had not been compromised. However, he realized he must hasten his departure, should further details emerge in the coming days. They might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Remaining any longer could prove perilous. The objectives of this venture had been more than satisfactorily achieved, and it was ill-advised to linger any further. Charlotte's awareness of risk reached its zenith. 2 weeks later, on Ratty Island, Charlotte flipped through the newspaper, exhaling a sigh of relief. There was nothing, absolutely no mention of him on Sanflavo Island. As for the events that had transpired, they naturally stirred a modicum of speculation regarding the enigmatic powerhouse responsible for the annihilation of the pirate crew. However, upon closer examination, Charlotte discerned that none of it bore any relevance to him, which was quite reassuring. Furthermore, the invaluable medical notes bestowed by Dr. Lyle were treasure trove, sufficient to establish an extensive medical archive, thereby propelling the medical advancement of Rife Island to a new zenith. One could indeed say it was a monumental acquisition. Hardly had he set the newspaper down when Jillian entered the room. Charlotte could perceive that Jillian's emotions were somewhat unstable. "Charlotte, what kind of person do you think Dr. Lyle is?" Jillian suddenly inquired. Charlotte regarded her thoughtfully, pondering her response. "There's a saying that goes, 'Judge not by appearances, but by the heart. For no heart is without flaw.'" Jillian appeared somewhat bewildered. "That's rather profound," she remarked. "I don't quite understand. Where does that saying come from?" "Ahem." Charlotte coughed twice, noticing Jillian's confusion, and patiently began to elucidate. "One should not overly fixate on external appearances and behaviors. It is far more crucial to discern a person's inner qualities and genuine morals. Is that so?" Then, with a smile, Charlotte gazed at Jillian, softly asserting, "You already possess the answer within, do you not? It is merely a matter of uncertainty. Simply hold steadfast to your kindness and principles." Jillian looked at Charlotte, her gentle voice imbued with strength, unwavering then as it is now. In that moment, she felt resolute. "I understand now, Charlotte." Charlotte gazed at Jillian, who was once again filled with a renewed sense of determination, and smiled with contentment. Sometimes, one truly needs a bowl of soul-nourishing soup. Chapter 46. There's no greater rival in life than this. Blurp blurp. Charlotte gazed at the phone bug, wishing fervently to smash it with a single blow. This was none other than the device bestowed upon him by the Golden Lion Shiki. There was no need for further explanation. The caller was undoubtedly the Golden Lion Shiki himself. Charlotte rubbed his head, feeling a slight throb of pain. No matter how he tried to evade it, he could not escape. After a brief moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and answered the transponder snail. After all, he had no means to directly defy the infamous Shiki, the Golden Lion. Ha ha ha, Charlotte. You certainly do not resemble a pirate. A hearty laugh resonated, and the transponder snail vividly imitated the lecherous aura of Shiki. Since joining the Golden Lion pirate crew, Charlotte had seldom made appearances in the outside world for reasons beyond necessity, leading to an excessively low profile. Even in such a state, he found himself unable to evade Shiki. In the depths of his heart, Charlotte harbored a sense of disdain before speaking. Oh, Captain, it is not that Lottie Island is undergoing extensive development, leaving me too preoccupied to venture out to sea. Moreover, the ocean is fraught with peril. Only a formidable figure like you, Captain, can traverse it with ease. I could never match your prowess. Upon hearing Charlotte's response, Shiki chuckled heartily. Indeed, indeed. In light of this, I shall assign you a task, lest you tarnish the reputation of my flying pirate crew. At these words, Charlotte felt an overwhelming urge to strike Shiki down. Reputation? Did he truly believe himself invincible? He had no desire to flaunt his own stature, as it might lead to an increase in his bounty. He relished his low profile. After all, the Navy was nearly forgetting him, considering the multitude of rampant pirates who roamed freely, who would expend energy focusing on a pirate who stirred no trouble. Yet, he found himself devoid of the option to refuse. Nevertheless, he sought to voice his objections delicately. A simple task. Are you certain, Captain? After all, I am not accustomed to prolonged voyages at sea. It tends to trigger my cough. Shiki, unfazed by Charlotte's feeble excuses, saw through the insincerity of his words and continued. There exists a kingdom, Isle, in proximity to your current waters. I require you to eliminate the king and retrieve his head, claiming back the treasures that rightfully belong to me. Charlotte's expression shifted, her demeanor turning grave. She was well aware of this kingdom, having gleaned considerable information from Ivan's past merchant vessels that had traversed the region. Although the kingdom was not a member of the world government, the act of assassinating a monarch remained an exceedingly serious matter. Charlotte's mind raced. Captain, I am at a loss regarding the location of this Iller kingdom. After all, I have scarcely ventured out to sea. The ocean is vast, and even what appears to be a short distance can be deceptively far. Not everyone possesses the abilities of the captain's fruit. As Charlotte attempted to resist, she did not receive the anticipated impatience from the formidable Gold Lion Shiki. Do not fret. That is of no concern to you. Kikia has already embarked on her journey. She will provide you with the nautical charts. Very well, that will suffice. The communication abruptly ceased, leaving no room for further discourse. The atmosphere was as gloomy as water, and King Golden Lion Shurjin was indeed a fool. Yet, he could not fathom why the king of the Elan Kingdom had provoked this madman, leading him into such a predicament. Charlotte gritted her teeth. This time, the detestable woman named Kikia had appeared as well. Initially, he was astonished that the illustrious Golden Lion Shiki had taken notice of someone as inconspicuous as himself. Later, at the banquet, Charlotte learned that it was she who had supplied Shiki with information about him. It was this very instigator who shattered his tranquil existence, forcing him into the role of a pirate, a fate he had never desired. There could be no greater adversary in his life than this. Charlotte felt a compelling urge to submerge the woman into the depths of the sea. However, the peril associated with such an act was exceedingly high. Kikia held a significant position within the Golden Lion Pirates, serving as a formidable aid to Shiki. Particularly, a woman adept at navigating the chaotic seas was not to be underestimated. Eliminating her would undoubtedly provoke Shiki's wrath, potentially leaving a lingering threat that could lead to dire consequences. Such risks were too great and inconsistent with Charlotte's principles of conduct. Charlotte found it curious that he perceived the current strength of the Flying Sky Pirates, aside from the formidable Golden Lion Shiki, as rather lacking. Given the present circumstances, he even doubted whether the Flying Sky Pirates could withstand the might of the Roger Pirates, even in the absence of that tumultuous storm. Report to the captain. Kikia from the Flying Sky Pirates has come to visit. Upon hearing this news from his subordinate, Charlotte's expression wavered between gloom and brightness. He had no desire to see the woman's face. After a moment's hesitation, he instructed, "Tell her I am unwell and not available." As soon as his words were uttered, a melodious voice rang out. "Ooh, it appears that Captain Charlotte is not very welcoming of my presence." Kikia entered with an air of confidence, seemingly undeterred by the circumstances. Charlotte shot a fierce glare at his subordinate. The reporting subordinate broke into a cold sweat, rendered momentarily speechless. It was evident that there would be no escape from the additional training this time. With a sigh, Charlotte realized that this matter could hardly be blamed on her younger brother. After all, he dared not intervene. So off he went to attend to his duties. The messenger fled as if liberated, eager to escape the captain's rigorous training, for that experience was excruciatingly intense. Madam Kikia, you have unjustly accused me. I am truly unwell. The last battle with the captain left me with severe internal injuries, which have yet to heal. With a heavy expression, Charlotte spoke, her demeanor exuding a sense of fatigue. Kikia offered a faint smile, her bright eyes seemingly capable of seeing through everything. Charlotte, I beg to differ. Your strength is not such that it would linger for long, and I believe you are being excessively modest in your self-assessment. Charlotte's eyes widened in an instant. How could this beautiful woman be so malicious? Charlotte took a deep breath and swiftly downed a glass of red wine before her. Despite my efforts to remain discreet, must you still analyze me? Are you even human? It appears my analysis of you was quite accurate, Charlotte. Analyzing you. Charlotte was tempted to curse, yet she could only suppress her frustration. Kikia chuckled and said, That is why I specifically selected this task for you, from Captain Shurji. How about that? Am I not a good friend? Aren't you delighted? Delighted indeed. Shaw was on the verge of losing his composure, consumed by an overwhelming desire to rend the woman before him asunder. To his astonishment, it turned out that this task was also her doing. Ah, yes, this is the maritime chart for the current mission. Upon finishing her words, Kikia produced a map, which marked the location of a kingdom, precisely the target of their endeavor, the Kingdom of Island. The foolish king of Island had audaciously plundered a vessel belonging to the Sky Pirates, laden with treasures. This act was a grave affront to the dignity of the Sky Pirates, inciting Captain Shurji's ire. Charlotte's countenance darkened, plagued by a sense of vexation. What wretched folly was this? The infamous captain of the flying pirate crew, Golden Lion, dared to take action. How insatiable was his greed? One could scarcely fathom the source of such misguided confidence. It was utterly absurd. Most crucially, this entire debacle had ultimately fallen squarely upon his shoulders, ensnaring him in a predicament of monumental proportions. Xialo truly wished to unveil the other person's mind, to discover what thoughts and secrets lay within. By the way, Xialo, when do you intend to embark on your journey? Charlotte cast a glance at the woman, fully aware that there was no room for negotiation regarding this matter. Resignedly, he said, I shall have someone make the necessary preparations. Chapter 50. The dire situation with the island port. Boss, Xiao Luo, with the renowned blade Shiyu hanging at his waist, strolled towards the port, where Ivan had just arrived. The captain is all set. Charlotte nodded, instructing Ivan to keep an eye on that woman and ensure she does not wander about Rife Island. Ivan flashed a reassuring smile, assuring his leader that he would handle the situation with care. Charlotte felt a sense of relief in Ivan's confident demeanor. He wished to keep the secrets of Rife Island concealed, as history would ultimately reveal that the aerial pirate crew was but a relic of the past, rendering any entanglement with them unnecessary and a waste of sentiment. Charlotte gazed at the Hibofeile before her, a sense of melancholy washing over her. After such an extended stay, the time had finally come to set sail. With a decisive wave of her hand, she commenced boarding the vessel, closely followed by Beta and Barrett. As soon as they stepped aboard, a subordinate rushed over to greet them. Charlotte casually took the nautical chart that Kikia had given him, ready to embark on his journey. Charlotte spoke softly. The subordinate who received the nautical chart examined it for a moment before exclaiming loudly, Yes. He then hurriedly rushed to the helm. Brothers, our destination is the Kingdom of Island. Set sail. Charlotte stood at the bow of the ship, gazing out at the vast ocean, pondering the erratic nature of pirates. Meanwhile, those with nefarious intentions trembled in anticipation as the magnificent 100-meter vessel, which had remained stationary until now, finally set sail. The distinctive flag fluttered proudly in the wind. The Hibofeile slowly departed from the harbor, heading towards the horizon, soon vanishing from sight. After a leisurely 2-day journey, the Hibofeile at last reached the waters of the Kingdom of Iron. In the distance, a lookout, gripping a monocular, shouted with excitement, A ship, a middle-aged general, adorned in gleaming silver armor and sporting a neatly trimmed beard reminiscent of the Mediterranean, emerged with a maniacal laugh. Soldiers, steer closer, but be cautious not to sink the vessel. Once aboard, eliminate everyone and seize the treasure. Yes, General. Moments later, 3 ships formed a wedge formation, encircling the Hibofeile. Charlotte had taken notice of the 3 ships early on, yet under the influence of his observation Haki, he experienced a peculiar and distorted sensation. It seemed, quite evidently, that the opposing party was brimming with excitement. Indeed, they were likely pirates. Charlotte furrowed her brow, feeling a sense of foreboding. With a swift motion, she unsheathed Shiyu, unleashing 3 terrifying slashes that cleaved through the ocean surface. With a crisp sound, 3 ships were severed in 2, effortlessly vanquished. Damn it! A furious roar erupted as a silver figure stood atop the enormous, unsunk wreckage of a ship. The enraged general's eyes blazed with fury, wielding a silver spear aimed directly at the Hibofeile. Impressive indeed, Beta exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he leaped to join her atop the vessel. Charlotte's expression darkened as Beta, a wielder of the devil fruit's powers, faced the perilous prospect of falling into the sea. The consequences were too dire to contemplate. Such recklessness could not be tolerated. In this scenario, the most prudent course of action would be to bombard and submerge the threat, ensuring safety with minimal effort. Nevertheless, observing Beta's fervor for battle, Charlotte refrained from intervening, reasoning that retrieving him from the depths would be a mere inconvenience. It was indeed prudent to avoid consuming devil fruits, for the ocean harbored untold dangers. Let the boy perish, the enraged general declared, brandishing his silver spear and launching a devastating strike. Tisich, the old fool speaks too boldly, Beta retorted, his demeanor laced with disdain. In an instant, a burst of compressed air erupted beneath his feet, propelling him forward at remarkable speed, tracing a lethal arc in the air. Just as Beta vanished, the general surged forward, his silver spear aimed with deadly intent at the spot Beta had occupied moments before. The sheer force of the assault obliterated the remnants of the ship, sending splinters flying. Not bad, but still insufficient, Beta remarked casually, employing the moonwalk technique. As he spoke, a circular explosion of air erupted beneath him, thrusting him downward with great force. Iron fist, explosive. In a heartbeat, his Haki enveloped his fist, channeling an overwhelming strength downward. The general's eyes widened as he thrust his spear forth. With a thunderous crash, the general's iron lance shattered into fragments upon impact, effortlessly piercing through his adversary's body. Moments later, Beta cast the remnants into the sea. The crew aboard the Hibofeile, witnessing the spectacle, erupted into cheers, their spirits soaring. Shaloa also nodded slightly. Under his rigorous training, Beta finally mastered the use of armament Haki. The results now appear quite promising. They continued their journey. The Hibofeile arrived at the port with remarkable ease, encountering no obstructions along the way. Charlotte was somewhat taken aback. Upon arriving at the port, she was momentarily stunned by the desolation. Was there truly no one here? A portion had been left behind to safeguard the vessels. Upon disembarking, Charlotte and her companions found themselves in a desolate and dilapidated little town. The path leading to the town was barren on both sides, devoid of even the slightest trace of grass. As they approached the entrance of the town, a collective gasp escaped their lips. Along the streets, the buildings were grimly adorned with the lifeless bodies of those long departed. Men, elders, women, and even children, dressed in garments that bespoke their former lives as residents of this forsaken place. It resembled a ghostly tableau. The crumbling structures bore the scars of devastation, with remnants of blackened blood from artillery bombardments still visible, a testament to the fierce battles that had once ravaged this land. The expression on Charlotte and the others was one of grave disbelief. This place bore no resemblance to the quaint town on Lottie Island. It was a veritable hellscape. The cause of such devastation remained a mystery to all. At the crossroads, several ragged, emaciated children were laboriously rummaging through the debris in search of concealed sustenance. Even upon seeing Charlotte and her companions, they exhibited little reaction. Métis felt a dryness in his eyes and a heaviness in his heart. He had encountered such scenes before, albeit one amid ruins and the other among refuse. Were it not for Charlotte, he and his sister might have found themselves among this wretched group. Shallow nodded, comprehending the intent behind Midas's words. Lena had arranged for provisions to be distributed to the group. Jillian, please attend to everyone's injuries, she instructed. The two received their orders and swiftly sprang into action. Midas, inquire about the events that transpired here, Shaloa commanded. Yes, Mr. Shaloa, he replied before hastily departing, flanked by 2 crew members for his protection. As for Beta and Barut, their rugged appearances were ill-suited for the delicate task of gathering intelligence. Before long, Midas gleaned from the children the identity of the malevolent force orchestrating these events. The mastermind was none other than King Ulan Stai of the Iron Kingdom, a tyrant, cruel and avaricious. It was no wonder he dared to seize the possessions of the Golden Lion. He was undoubtedly a man who valued wealth over life. Upon learning that pirates were distributing food, the remaining townsfolk emerged from their homes, gathering before Shaloa and his companions. The townspeople appeared gaunt and emaciated, each one a mere shadow of their former selves, Yet they approached the provisions with calmness and order. As they savored the hard-won sustenance, many were overcome with emotion, weeping openly. In a realm rife with chaos, brutality, and oppression, the common people found themselves in a living hell. The bodies hanging as a grim warning served to intimidate dissenters and caution the others. Among them, a frail elder approached Shaw, suddenly kneeling and crying out, "Oh, noble pirate, we beseech you to save us." With the elder's gesture, others followed suit, kneeling in sorrowful supplication. Charlotte gazed at the townsfolk before him, momentarily taken aback. It was indeed his first encounter with individuals seeking assistance from pirates, excluding the notorious Monkey D. Luffy, who was undoubtedly an exception to the norm. Charlotte nodded calmly. His mission was initially to eliminate the king of the island kingdom, a task that would simultaneously save lives. While he had harbored some resistance in his heart, at this moment, the prospect of ridding the world of such a scoundrel seemed wholly justifiable. Surely, this could be seen as an act of delivering the people from harm. After ensuring that the small town was left with ample provisions, Charlotte and her companions continued their journey, heading directly towards the royal capital. Upon their arrival, they were met with a scene that was somewhat unexpected. The desolate towns and barren fields they had traversed along the way bore the scars of war, presenting a picture of despondency and devastation. Yet here, in stark contrast, everything appeared rejuvenated. The architecture was opulent and exquisite, adorned with vibrant blooms in full blossom. The streets were remarkably tidy, devoid of any litter, and the shops lining either side were impeccably arranged and orderly. The buildings were painted in pristine white with azure roofs, exuding an air of grandeur. At the heart of the capital stood a magnificent new archway, soaring to a height of 15 meters, emblazoned with the illustrious and sacred insignia of King Iron. In that moment, Charlotte was flooded with thoughts of a ruler who disregards the lives of others, a tyrant who revels in indulgence and cruelty. As for the color of the houses, Charlotte was enveloped in a sense of uncanny familiarity. In a fleeting moment of realization, he finally recollected that this must be an imitation of the decorative style of Saint Mary Joa. Before he could take any action, a man, robust as a bear and bound by chains around his neck, emerged in the street, humbly pulling a lavish and opulent carriage like a mere beast of burden. Charlotte's expression was frigid. Of all things to emulate, why choose the despicable ways of the celestial dragons? These beings are undeniably loathed, regarded with contempt by many. Yet, it cannot be denied that, amidst their foolishness, there exist individuals of remarkable prowess. Otherwise, they would not have maintained dominion over the world for 8 centuries. This is one of the reasons Charlotte prefers to remain inconspicuous. The accumulation of 800 years harbors untold secrets and stratagems. To her astonishment, the pedestrians on either side of the street humbly knelt before her. It appears that, irrespective of location, such repugnant nobility exists, a sight that stirs profound ire. These pretentious figures, do they truly believe themselves to be celestial dragons? The nobility of this kingdom possesses no justification for their existence. However, this behavior is not entirely unexpected. The celestial dragons, claiming divinity upon this vast sea, wield unparalleled authority. It is only natural that some kingdoms and their aristocrats would emulate the behavioral patterns of these so-called divine beings. Scoundrels, who are you to dare meet the gaze of nobility? Charlotte gazed coldly at the butler-clad individual among the 5 on the carriage. Charge in and eliminate them. With a commanding shout from Charlotte, the impatient crew of the Hibofeile pirates surged forth into the fray. Foolish creature, how dare you bark at my esteemed captain? Beta seethed with fury. In an instant, a terrifying blow obliterated both the steward and the carriage. Chaos erupted in the streets, as countless individuals screamed and fled in every direction. Barrett stepped forward and decisively severed the slave's collar, liberating the individual from bondage. Charlotte did not intervene within his observation. The collar appeared quite ordinary, devoid of any explosive device. However, his countenance bore a hint of unease, for the collars of celestial dragon slaves were indeed laced with bombs. Once donned, they posed a significant predicament. In the absence of a key, one could resort to the techniques of armament Haki to inflict internal damage. Yet, he was acutely aware that his mastery of armament Haki was still far from sufficient. In an instant, a multitude of thoughts flooded Charlotte's mind. The sounds of battle shattered the air as a legion of guards swiftly approached, intent on assaulting him and his companions. Regrettably for them, under the meticulous training and preparation that Charlotte had implemented, many of his members could at least employ 1 or 2 techniques from the 6 forms, rendering the enemy's strength considerably inferior. Beta and Barrett carved a path through the fray, relentlessly eliminating those who dared to approach Charlotte. The air was thick with the cries of the vanquished. His allies would never perpetrate the slaughter of defenseless innocents. Such a disgraceful act would be utterly abhorrent to the members of the Hibofeile family. Charlotte, undeterred, strode directly toward the Grand Hall. The king is in peril. Pirates have invaded, and the city guard has been vanquished. As the soldiers below reported, the nobles within the hall trembled. Cursed! Cursed! What use are you? A bunch of inept fools. A middle-aged man with disheveled hair and a corpulent figure stood in the vast hall, bellowing at the assembly of nobles. He was none other than the tyrant and scourge of the kingdom, King Urinstay. Crack! With a sharp sound, the once tightly shut, opulent palace doors suddenly allowed a blinding light to pierce through before shattering into countless fragments. Charlotte sauntered in. Damn those pirates! We are a nation aspiring to join the world government. How dare you? King Urinstay of Iron roared. In response, Charlotte tilted his head, casually clearing his ear, and with a face full of impatience retorted, I'm a member of the Flying Sky pirate crew. Captain Haki has already issued a death warrant for you. Your fate is sealed. At such a moment, Charlotte had no intention of invoking the name of the Hibofeile family. If there were matters to address, he would feel quite embarrassed to approach Captain Haki of the Flying Sky pirate crew. This is none of my concern. Moreover, we are aspiring to join, not already joined. These are two entirely different concepts. Charlotte was reluctant to become entangled in this matter. With a swift motion, Shiyu was drawn from its sheath, and in the blink of an eye, the head of King Urinstay fell heavily to the ground, rolling until it rested at his feet. A pair of wide, unblinking eyes stared intently at him. It is time for you to conclude your wicked existence. Charlotte wore an expressionless visage. Though he preferred to steer clear of meddling in others' affairs, he found himself perturbed by the unfolding situation. The other nobles in the hall were trembling in fear, their legs quaking. Upon closer inspection, Charlotte could not fathom the reasoning behind such a motley crew daring to provoke the formidable Don Quixote Doflamingo. Was it the audacity bestowed upon them by the impending affiliation with the world government? Indeed, it seemed plausible. The world government did possess considerable influence. However, Doflamingo was not one to relent. Yet, he remained perplexed as to how such a lackluster force managed to seize the treasure ship of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Although Doflamingo's current subordinates may not have been particularly distinguished, it still seemed implausible. Shaking his head, he recognized that the matter had been settled and that this convoluted issue was no longer his concern. Thus, he resolved not to dwell on it further. Chapter 52. No, you can do it. You'll undoubtedly succeed. Before long, the Hibofeile pirates had completely taken control of the palace. Lena, Barrett, gather your men and interrogate the nobles. Seize all their treasures and eliminate those who have committed heinous acts. Barrett's eyes gleamed with excitement. Interrogation, torture, and execution were his specialties, a testament to his prowess as a soldier. Observing the nobles being dragged away like defeated dogs, Charlotte remained indifferent. What merit could be found among the subordinates of such a king? Charlotte furrowed her brow. After all, this was a nation with a population exceeding 400,000. Although the violent upheaval had eradicated the royal lineage, failing to appoint a capable leader to govern this land would inevitably plunge it into chaos before long. In such a scenario, the death toll would likely escalate, and the turmoil within the kingdom could very well lead to an increase in his bounty. The aftermath of such conflicts proved far more arduous than the battles themselves. As Charlotte closed her eyes in contemplation, a coarse and boisterous voice jolted him back to reality. Shalois harbored some discontent, for with such a loud voice, one would inevitably become deaf sooner or later. What is the matter? We have apprehended a group of individuals who refer to themselves as rebels. Rebels? Charlotte furrowed her brows, contemplating whether it could be the very group of individuals from his memories that had been assembled. However, based on the timeline, it seemed they must still be in the nascent stages of formation, and they should rightly be referred to as the Revolutionary Army. His knowledge on this matter was rather limited, particularly since he lacked reliable sources of intelligence for analysis. Oh, well, he thought, perhaps it would be best to meet them first. Bring them in, he instructed. Beta nodded and hastily turned to depart. Charlotte gazed at the young man, still exhibiting his restless demeanor, and felt an undeniable weariness settle upon her. Truly, he was as obstinate as a turtle consuming a weight, resolute in his inability to change. Before long, a middle-aged man was ushered in by Beta. With a twitch at the corner of his mouth, Charlotte exhibited a rather grotesque gesture. Boss, I have brought the person. As he spoke, he released his grip, allowing the individual to descend. Who are you? Why do you resist? The middle-aged man wore an expression of indignation, but upon beholding the lifeless body of the deceased King Urinstay, he momentarily faltered. Damn it, you have finally met your end. The man broke down in tears, his sorrow cascading like two raging waterfalls. The sheer volume of his tears was truly astonishing. Soon, after regaining his composure, he finally spoke. I am Rosa, but my father was the former general of the Baron Kingdom, and my mother was a princess of Baron. When the benevolent old king passed away, he entrusted my father with the duty of assisting the new king in governing the realm. However, this treacherous scoundrel, in pursuit of his lavish lifestyle, callously eliminated both my father and mother. Freed from any restraint, his tyrannical nature has erupted in full force. Observing the tearful and impassioned Rosa, but Charlotte revealed a faint smile. He possessed both prestige and legitimacy, and at least in his perception, his intentions seemed commendable. This could prove to be a valuable asset. With a little careful arrangement, they could ensure that their identities remain concealed, thereby securing their safety. Charlotte's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Ah, very well. So be it. You shall become the new king of the Iron Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Rosa but trembled unnaturally, her gaze fixed upon Charlotte with an expression of disbelief. Charlotte's lips quivered slightly as he observed the other party's movements, reminiscent of Parkinson's disease, leading him to doubt his own judgment. Of course, he had no desire to squander time in such a manner, nor any inclination to govern a nation. All he yearned for was to return to the safety of Laddie Island and lie at ease. I fear that may be beyond my capability. Rosa but replied, bewildered yet resolute in her refusal. She had never contemplated such matters, driven solely by a desire for vengeance for her parents and a deep concern for the plight of the citizens of Island. No, you can do it. You must. Charlotte's voice suddenly rose in intensity. He had no desire to squander time in this place, since someone had made a choice. It was best to proceed with the matter directly. Wasn't this a bit hasty? Listening to the lackluster remarks of Rosa, but Charlotte felt a surge of frustration. The meal had been presented right before them. How could one refuse to partake? Managing a kingdom, such a monumental endeavor, required a more proactive approach. Charlotte suddenly spoke with profound seriousness. Rosa, but this is your duty. Look at the countless ordinary citizens of this kingdom. They require rest and a secure life. This is an obligation you cannot shirk, great and glorious as it is, and only you can fulfill it. To speak candidly, it is indeed a task only Rosa but can undertake, for he alone possesses royal blood, enabling him to swiftly acquire the legitimate rights to the throne. As for the other royal bloodlines, they have been ruthlessly exterminated by the king. Where else could he find another? Otherwise, it would not be so complicated. As Rosa but listened to Charlotte's impassioned words, he gradually found his composure, and his gaze upon Charlotte suddenly became resolute. Very well, I am willing. Charlotte nodded. Her eyes filled with admiration. She continued, as the new king, it is imperative that you refrain from mentioning the pirate crew, for it may undermine your authority. Do you understand? Rosa Butte nodded earnestly. I understand. The young man was indeed on the right path, and Charlotte felt a sense of satisfaction, having alleviated her concerns. Very well, you are now the king. Off you go. Beta swiftly escorted Rosa Butte away. Charlotte has finally put her mind at ease. Lying comfortably, it is essential that the nearby neighbors are also in a friendly disposition. Quite commendable. Charlotte's lips curled into a subtle smile as he joyfully made his way towards the palace exit. Upon returning to the ship, he was left utterly astonished. It felt as though fortune had unexpectedly smiled upon him. He had only taken a single devil fruit from the kingdom's treasury. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Barrett and his companions had unearthed a staggering 3 billion berries from a group of nobles. Indeed, robbing the rich to aid the poor proved to be the swiftest route to wealth. The wealthy were those heartless nobles, while he embodied the righteous avenger of the downtrodden. Observing his elated subordinates, Charlotte waved his hand generously. Each would receive 2 million berries. He was not one to shortchange his comrades. Even if he chose not to reward them, no one would dare complain. However, he had no intention of being miserly. He was not a capitalist, after all. This was a mutually beneficial venture, unnecessary to complicate. 3 billion berries meant that 2 million each was a modest sum. With such an influx of capital, the development of Rife Island could be sustained at a commendable pace for the time being. The boss was magnanimous. His subordinates rejoiced with exuberance. Setting sail back home, the ship departed from the coast, leaving behind the war-torn island kingdom, which was soon to embrace a new beginning. Of course, none of this would concern Charlotte any longer. Chapter 53. Such heartfelt words upon returning to Rife Island. Charlotte's mood was far from pleasant. Upon receiving Lena's report, he discovered that the 3 ships were laden not with treasures, but rather with an entire arsenal of weapons, guns, cannons, and swords. This revelation left him considerably astonished. Gold Lion Shiki and Kijiadu had deceived him. Yet, this was of little consequence. What, after all, was Gold Lion Shiki planning to do with such an abundance of weaponry? Charlotte felt a sense of unease. Surely, it could not be intended for display. Do notiest, it is evident that significant developments are imminent, of a considerable magnitude. Charlotte's countenance was decidedly grim, signifying that he could be summoned by the formidable Golden Lion Shiki at any moment to partake in the fray. Consequently, his bounty would escalate. The Navy intensified its surveillance over him. The mere thought of this sent a shiver down Charlotte's spine, leaving him in a state of electric tension, every hair on his body standing on end. Soon, he arrived at the port. Charlotte caught sight of the true instigator of all this chaos, Kikia, and her expression turned sour. Upon disembarking, she unceremoniously tossed the severed head of King Island to Kikia. Kikia, maintaining an impassive demeanor, accepted the grim offering without a glance, casually discarding it to a fellow member who had accompanied her. She then proceeded to board one of the 3 ships belonging to the aerial pirate crew, conducting a thorough inspection. Upon observing the actions of the other party, Charlotte immediately realized he had been deceived. The individual exhibited no concern for the life or death of the King of Island. Their primary objective was merely the acquisition of arms. Soon, Kikia returned, her face adorned with a radiant smile. "Well done, Charlotte. You've performed admirably. Do you have any minor requests?" Kikia addressed Charlotte. Possessing the authority to make inconsequential decisions on behalf of the formidable Golden Lion Shiki, a fact that Shiki had consented to. Although Charlotte's actions were somewhat delayed, it mattered little. What was important was that the task had been accomplished. After all, he was a formidable individual, enjoying certain privileges. Shalois seethed with suppressed rage. Yet he refrained from revealing his true feelings. Naturally, given that Kikia had made such a demand, he felt compelled to ensure that his efforts were not in vain. The kingdom of Eluin had indeed suffered a loss. Was there no compensation? Kikia hesitated slightly, responding that such a thing was out of the question. Truly, there was none. Observing her demeanor, Shalois was tempted to deliver a sharp retort, wishing to impart a lesson about the harshness of the world. Though Charlotte harbored some discontent, it was not without merit. After all, this woman had not subjected him to any vexing deceit. "Oh, by the way, I am preparing to set sail for a period of time." Kikia's face was one of astonishment, for this truly did not align with your character, did it? In the depths of his heart, Charlotte harbored resentment, pondering that had it not been for their meddling, he would not have resorted to such desperate measures. He lacked neither wealth nor clothing, was never troubled by hunger, and possessed both a home and a boat. Surely, it would have been more pleasurable to recline at home in tranquility. But before the Navy had him in their sights, he must attend to certain matters. Kikia nodded slightly, acknowledging the validity of his reasoning. "Very well, I shall report truthfully." After bidding farewell to the unfortunate Kikia, Charlotte finally breathed a sigh of relief. The subsequent logistics of the operation no longer required his oversight, as the eager Ivan was already poised for action. Within the confines of the office, Charlotte held the Devil Fruit Compendium in one hand while referring to the devil fruits in the other. Soon, her eyes sparkled with excitement. The devil fruit, classified as a paramecia type, known as the flourishing fruit, could also be referred to as the thicket fruit. Its abilities allowed the user to manipulate nearby plants and accelerate their growth. It must be said that this paramecia-type devil fruit possessed formidable powers. Charlotte cautiously locked it up, reserving it for observation to determine who would be the most suitable. That evening, the victorious Hibofeile pirate crew naturally hosted a grand celebration. The banquet not only fostered camaraderie among the members, but also provided a much-needed respite. Within the banquet hall, heaps of roasted meats and barrels of wine were brought in. The giants, Darl, Beta, and Barrett, voraciously indulged in the feast, seemingly engaged in a contest to see who could consume the most. Before long, the mountains of meat before them vanished at an astonishing pace. Sagalito and his daughter, Sagayal, savored the delectable dishes while discussing the progress of their respective projects. Ivan, Lena, Jillian, and Métis sat together, sharing laughter and enjoying exquisite wines, though Métis was limited to fruit juice. Lena cast a puzzled glance at Métis, who was seated beside Ivan. "Where's your sister?" she inquired. "Isn't her health fine? Why isn't she here?" Métis smiled and replied, "She will be performing shortly, so she's not present at the moment." Lena nodded in understanding with a smile. The atmosphere of the banquet was lively and exuberant, as countless members feasted heartily on meat and drank deeply from their cups, free from any worries. At this moment, Charlotte set aside all his thoughts, for this was the tranquil existence he had longed for. What a delightful affair! Suddenly, the lights flickered and a melodious tune resonated in the air. A figure gradually emerged. Charlotte was taken aback. Could this be the little girl Mitya? What was she up to? Everyone ceased their activities, and the young girl Mitya, undeterred and slightly bashful, spoke. This is a dance celebrated in my hometown, a gift for all of you, with blessings bestowed, and I sincerely hope that Brother Charlotte's wishes come true. Xiao Luo smiled gently. Truly a remarkable child. This was precisely what he had desired. Wishes fulfilled. How heartwarming those words are. As the melody began to play, Mitya commenced her dance. Despite her tender age, her enchanting movements unmistakably showcased her extraordinary talent as a dancer. The carefree and joyful tune, coupled with Mitya's breathtaking performance, stirred the crowd into a frenzy. The waves of applause resonated through the air. Remarkable. Mitya is destined to become a world-renowned dancer, Lena marveled sincerely. Mitty's cheeks flushed slightly. Even though the praise was not directed at him, the feeling of honor was palpably real. This was his sister, destined to become the future queen of dance, Mitya. With Mitya's dance elevating the ambience of the banquet, countless individuals swayed and sang joyfully. In that moment, time stood still, and the world felt exquisitely beautiful. Charlotte gazed at Misha's smile, filled with affection. This vast family, composed of people from all corners of the world, radiated warmth. In this moment, he comprehended that the bountiful fruit rightfully belonged to Misha. After all, the fruit's power required a dance to be unleashed, and Misha's movements could fully harness its potential. It was visually pleasing and comforting. Certainly, it was far better than having a brutish figure like Guyong, who was as useless as a maggot. At the tender age of 10, one was indeed capable of consuming a devil fruit. At the very least, Misha, possessing the abilities of a devil fruit, could muster some degree of self-defense. The tumultuous days at sea were anything but tranquil. The grand banquet concluded amidst the joyful laughter of the crowd, and the Epicurean contest among the giants Darl, Beta, and Barrett ended with Darl's decisive victory. Chapter 54. Avoiding the unattainable, the 8 Treasure Navy's Cone Pepper triumphed over Captain Moji of the Golden Line's 4th Division. Upon reading the newspaper report, Charlotte was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed a renowned figure. In Charlotte's eyes, Cone Pepper exhibited astonishing potential. Unfortunately, he encountered the naval hero Garp far too early. For Garp was one of the pinnacle forces of the Navy. Enduring such a significant setback, Cone Pepper's spirit waned, and his bounty was thus fixed at over 500 million berries. From another perspective, Cone Pepper had inadvertently turned misfortune into fortune, living long enough to become a legendary pirate. Indeed, survival until the end signifies true victory. Choosing to lie low was undoubtedly the wisest decision. With such a vibrant gem before him, the future appeared limitless. Continuing to peruse the newspaper, Charlotte read intently. After a considerable time, he set the paper down with satisfaction, finding no mention of himself. The incident in the Ilrin Kingdom had passed smoothly. Truly, how clever I am. He silently commended his astute handling of the situation. The smooth transition of the Ilrin Kingdom incident was not in vain. It was impeccably executed. Lena observed the cheerful Charlotte and smiled softly. Indeed, Charlotte was a hero who did not concern himself with personal glory or disgrace. The Ilrin Kingdom was fortunate to have encountered him. Upon hearing Lena's words, Charlotte felt a twinge of embarrassment. Her statement did possess an element of exaggeration. By the way, Lena, has the Golden Lion reached out to us recently? Charlotte inquired. Since the last incident concerning the Kingdom of Island and the formidable Golden Lion Shiki, he had entrusted the communication snail to Lena. He had no desire to confront Shiki directly. He was certain that any urgent matters would be conveyed to him by Lena. However, since the incident in Island, there had been no developments whatsoever. Upon hearing Lena's response, a sense of unease began to stir within Charlotte. Shiki had adopted a cold disposition towards the events in Island. It was understandable, given Shiki's domineering and arrogant nature, that he would not be overly concerned with such minor provocations, easily dismissed as inconsequential. Yet, Charlotte could not shake off a nagging apprehension, prompting him to delve deeper into his recollections. Unfortunately, the accounts from his previous life regarding this period were far from comprehensive, shrouded in ambiguity. He had only gleaned fragments of significant events, lacking the full picture. Moreover, Shiki's indifferent stance towards the defeat of his subordinate, Captain Magi of the 4th Division, was particularly perplexing. It was undeniably a direct affront. While he might disregard the lives of his crew, one would expect him to retaliate fiercely to uphold his tyrannical authority. But why, then, this apparent indifference? Charlotte's expression shifted dramatically. The truth, it seemed, was singular. The notorious Captain Shiki was undoubtedly orchestrating some significant scheme behind the scenes. Reflecting on the recent period, it was unsettling how remarkably low-key Shiki had become. There was a high probability, perhaps 90%, that he was about to instigate a major event. This realization set Charlotte's heart racing. After much contemplation, he decided that he must discreetly venture out to sea for a while. At the very least, he needed to buy some time. Unlike Captain Shiki, he did not possess an ironclad fate. Moreover, in the pirate world, one's background was of utmost importance. Now, amidst the current chaos among pirates and the Navy's preoccupation with their own affairs, perhaps this was an opportunity to seek refuge in the first half of the Grand Line. Of course, his obscurity worked to his advantage. Unlike other pirates, he was not one to flaunt his notoriety. In terms of danger, the likelihood of being targeted by the Navy was quite low. Such is the virtue of discretion. However, should he indeed decide to venture to the first half of the Grand Line, returning to the New World would pose its own set of challenges. Indeed, it would be perilous. One must recognize that the Red Line divides the Grand Line into two segments, the first half known as Paradise and the latter as the New World. The seas of the four seas converge at Reverse Mountain, allowing passage into the first half of the Grand Line through one of 7 routes, ultimately leading to the Sabeti Archipelago, where one begins the journey into the second half, the New World. There are 2 methods to traverse into the latter half of the Grand Line. The first entails petitioning the world government and directly crossing through Mariewa, located atop the Red Line, which necessitates abandoning one's vessel. The subsequent journey would require considerable funds to procure a new ship, and the application process is notoriously time-consuming, albeit secure. The second option involves seeking a coating artisan in the Sabeti Archipelago, utilizing the resin from the atom tree to coat the ship, then plunging to the ocean floor, traversing through a massive hole beneath the Red Line, navigating the underwater route to Fishman Island, and finally reaching the New World. To be honest, Charlotte was averse to both routes. Given his current status as a pirate, attempting to access Mariewa would be akin to walking into a trap. This route was utterly impractical. Thus, the only alternative was the second route, which was fraught with peril, as it not only required facing the onslaught of sea kings, but also other unforeseen dangers. In such profound depths, should an accident occur, it would be akin to calling upon the heavens for aid, only to find silence in response. Thus, regarding the decision to venture into the first half of the Grand Line, Charlotte found himself wavering momentarily. Such a perilous undertaking was indeed a torment for him. However, after much contemplation, he resolved to set sail regardless. He did not necessarily have to traverse the first half of the Grand Line, merely departing the island to evade the clutches of the Golden Lion, Shiki, and to buy some time posed no significant issue. As for the safety of Rife Island, Charlotte harbored little concern. Although Shiki had caused him considerable trouble, his infamous reputation served as an invisible shield for Rife Island. The name of the Golden Lion was not mere bravado. It was sufficient to instill fear in many nefarious pirate crews. While there might be the occasional foolhardy individual, such instances were rare and typically involved the most irrational of characters. "Lena, please inform everyone and arrange for our departure," he instructed. Lena nodded and swiftly departed to share the good news. Meanwhile, Charlotte leaned on his hand. A look of resignation etched across his face. What kind of absurdity is this? He mused. His once tranquil life had been upended ever since encountering the Golden Lion, leaving him feeling unsettled. Could he not even afford to hide from such trouble? Under Charlotte's orders, the crew of the Hibofeile Pirates, brimming with excitement, began to mobilize rapidly. Provisions were packed, fresh water secured, weapons gathered, and medical supplies readied. Every inch of the ship was to be filled to capacity. After all, this voyage would likely be lengthy and the return date uncertain, especially given the potential for unforeseen circumstances in such a tumultuous sea as the New World. This time, the giant Darl would remain on the island to deter any incautious pirates from encroaching, while Ivan would likewise stay behind to maintain the status quo of Rife Island. As for Sagalito and Sagayal, one was engrossed in the design and construction of Rife Island, while the other preferred to remain on the island for research. Both were completely disinterested in matters beyond their pursuits, exemplifying the pure and unwavering bond between father and daughter. Had it not been for necessity, Charlotte would have resolutely avoided setting sail. The Golden Lion, Shiki, was far too adept at causing chaos and would inevitably drag him down sooner or later. Nevertheless, Charlotte had prepared a plan for the forthcoming journey, ensuring that time would not be squandered. Chapter 55. The Burden of the Deep. The Hibofeile sailed across the ocean, opting for discretion by leaving its flag furled, thus vanishing from the sight of those who might take notice. On the deck, Beta and Barrett engaged in a contest of strength, neither yielding to the other, their competitive spirit palpable. Jillian, akin to a reclusive scholar, busied herself in the medical bay, researching her healing potions and occasionally erupting into fits of manic laughter that sent shivers down the spine. Meanwhile, Mythia practiced her dance with grace, simultaneously honing her fruit abilities. Much to the delight of her crew, Charlotte found it difficult to bear witness to the carefree expressions on everyone's faces. After all, this was the vast ocean of a new world. Was it truly acceptable to be so nonchalant? Fortunately, Lena remained her steadfast self, methodically organizing the watch duties with precision. On the spacious deck, beneath the expansive sunshade, Charlotte reclined comfortably on a beach chair, sipping on a chilled fruit juice, lost in thought. The most raucous scene was undoubtedly the contest between Beta and Barrett, where the intermittent cheers erupted like thunder. It was truly a source of constant concern. Beside Charlotte sits Midas, a figure of tranquility, engrossed in a book. Sharply adjusting his sunglasses with his left hand, Shallow cast a glance at Mythis, who remained utterly undisturbed in his reading. Unlike him, Shallow found himself unable to maintain such composure. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the well-known fairy tale book, the tale of Roland, cherished by many across the North Sea. Mythis, noticing Shallow's gaze upon him, felt a sudden rush of anxiety. After all, he was now a pirate. How could he still indulge in fairy tales? Captain Shallow, Xiao Luo, smiled gently, unfazed by the opinions of others. For it is entirely natural for each individual to possess their own preferences. He even enjoys smoking, does he not? Furthermore, the deceits surrounding the so-called land of gold, as fervently asserted by the boastful Roland, indeed holds a semblance of truth, and the deceased may have suffered an unjust fate. Indeed, it is only through a passion for reading that one can truly progress. Shalua spoke in a tranquil tone, asserting that his words were not mere fabrications. Within the realm of One Piece, numerous tales have been woven, many of which have vanished entirely from the annals of history for various reasons, much like the legendary Roland, who is indeed a reality. One might unearth astonishing treasures from the faintest of traces. Meanwhile, Midas felt somewhat bashful, having only indulged in fairy tales. Yet he summoned the courage to inquire, "Mr. Shallow, do you truly believe that the land of gold exists?" In response to Midas's question, Shallow nodded without hesitation. He genuinely knew of its existence. This revelation left Midas momentarily stunned, incredulous that a story so absurd, which had endured for 4 centuries, could be believed even by Mr. Shallow. Observing Midas's reaction, Shallow spoke with profound significance. The truths of history lie long buried beneath the ruins. Time has eroded even the most extraordinary legends. How can one declare something false without having sought validation? As Midas absorbed Shallow's words, he felt a deep sense of admiration for Mr. Shallow, whose insights, rich in meaning and reason, profoundly moved him. Charlotte paused momentarily before continuing. In my distant homeland, there exists a saying, "The truth of history is inscribed by the victors." Métis was taken aback for a moment, remarking on the profound wisdom of this insight. "Mr. Charlotte, your former homeland is indeed magnificent." Charlotte smiled silently. It seemed that Midas had suddenly mustered the courage to speak, asking Mr. Charlotte, "What do you believe a dream ought to be like?" Shallow glanced sideways, pondering the essence of dreams. His ultimate aspiration was to live safely and peacefully. He began to speak, asserting that dreams are not defined by their magnitude. Some yearn for wealth, others for a tranquil existence, while some aspire to be the foremost artists in the world, and still others to become unparalleled swordsmen. Thus, dreams are not measured by their size, but by the beautiful hopes and pursuits they embody, and no dream should ever be ridiculed. Those who chase their dreams are the true warriors of life. Midith lowered his head, waves of thought surging in his mind, as a long-held belief seemed to solidify further. "What is your dream?" Shallow inquired, curiosity glimmering in his eyes as he looked at Midith. "I wish." Midith paused momentarily, reflecting on Shallow's words, and then resolutely declared, "To pen a travelogue chronicling the mysterious seas, the secrets, islands, flora and fauna, personal narratives, and cultural customs I encounter along the way, crafting it into a story from the perspective of a traveler." As soon as he uttered those words, a hint of shyness washed over him. Listening to Midith, Shallow cast a surprised glance at the bashful young man. He had not anticipated such a dream from Midith. Yet one could not deny that such a work might endure through the ages. In that case, Midith's name would undoubtedly be etched in the annals of history. Charlotte mused, "What a magnificent dream it is." Mythos's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he lifted his gaze to Charlotte. "Your dream is indeed grand, destined to become a remarkable work. Really? Is that true? Mythos inquired eagerly, his eyes nearly shimmering with excitement. Certainly, you must have confidence. After saying this, Charlotte calmly sipped his watermelon juice, genuinely believing that it would turn out splendidly. Mythos gazed at Charlotte, filled with profound admiration. In his heart, Charlotte epitomized greatness, wisdom, kindness, and a rational, philosophical essence. Unbothered, Mythos succumbed to a fervent obsession, lost in his own ecstatic reverie. Charlotte was filled with anticipation, and as she turned her gaze, she beheld the trembling figure of Métis. Alas, was this not a tad too exuberant? Suddenly, a thunderous cannonade resounded. Pirates were attacking. Pirates were attacking. The lookout tower's crew cried out in alarm. Charlotte rolled her eyes in exasperation, lamenting the sluggish response time, as if the moment had already passed. Counterattack! Counterattack! Beta shouted, rallying the crew to return fire against the enemy. Lena hurried over, exclaiming, Captain Charlotte, it is the gentleman pirate crew. Shallow remained unfazed, having never heard of such a pirate crew. Nevertheless, over the past fortnight, they had sunk 8 pirate ships, thereby reaping quite a handsome profit. With no witnesses and their reputation obscure, and considering the enemy's lack of strength, one might wonder why they would not indulge in this lucrative endeavor. Of course, pirates who commenced hostilities with cannon fire upon first meeting could hardly be deemed virtuous. Genuine pirate crews, imbued with a sense of justice and adventurous spirit, would never open fire without provocation. Thus, it was evident that these were no ordinary brigands, but rather a ruthless band of marauders. Sinking ships post no verden. It was a task well suited for Beta to negotiate. As Charlotte contemplated, a shadow in the form of a dark sphere loomed above his head. Upon a quick glance, he realized with dismay that it was none other than an enemy shell. The winds howled like a bird in flight. With a swift motion of his right foot, Charlotte transformed into a fleeting shadow, stirring the air around him and unleashing a torrent of force. A strike, as sharp as a bird of the wind, soared skyward. The resounding explosion reverberated like thunder, sending shockwaves that tousled Charlotte's hair. Chapter 56 is indeed spectacular. Following the barrage, the two vessels swiftly converged, initiating a classic close-quarters melee. As the two sides clashed, the enemy's feeble strength rendered Charlotte and his companions unnecessary to intervene. Such a skirmish served as the finest crucible for the other members of the Hibofeile family. It is essential to recognize that, regardless of the circumstances, it is invariably the ordinary members who suffer the greatest losses in battle. Furthermore, the ensuing years will be fraught with turmoil and conflict. In the midst of such grand warfare, lives wither away as swiftly as the wild grass by the roadside. At present, even if one is gravely injured, prompt treatment and ample sustenance can mitigate the severity of the situation. Naturally, one cannot afford to let such an opportunity slip away easily. As Yaluo pondered, a sudden cacophony of battle cries erupted. Kill. In an instant, a twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Alas, it seemed he had miscalculated. With a swift movement, he vanished from his original position. The clattering of weapons reverberated, signaling an intense clash as both sides became engulfed in chaos. Amidst the tumultuous battlefield stood a golden-haired man clad in a tailcoat, wielding a noble sword, his expression shrouded in gloom. He was none other than Rango, the captain of the gentleman's pirate crew. At that moment, Rango's demeanor was darkened, for he had initially intended to capture some slaves along his route, only to discover that the seemingly flagless ship before him harbored formidable adversaries. Now, he found himself contending with none other than Barrett. Charlotte was somewhat taken aback. The strength of this band of pirates was utterly incongruous with the bounty they bore. In combat, they were by no means at a disadvantage. Indeed, the discrepancies in bounties can be alarmingly vast and should not be taken at face value. Subsequently, she fixed her gaze upon the most fiercely contested battlefield, where a formidable pirate was engaged. Charlotte gazed at the battle in bewilderment, pondering how one could engage in such an even contest with Barrett, leading her to believe that the bounty should not be so low. Could it be that this pirate captain was truly so unassuming? There seemed to be more to him than met the eye, exhibiting a profound understanding of subtlety. Is that all you've got, yellow hair? Taunted Beta from a distance. Observing the fight, Rango, the dashing captain of the gentleman pirates, contorted his handsome visage in anger, exclaiming, "You insolent brat, you'll pay for your tongue's impudence." He then resumed his ferocious combat with Barrett. Charlotte found the spectacle quite enthralling, as it was evident that Barrett had made significant progress during this period. "Barrett, are you capable of handling this? So inept after all this time. Do you require my assistance?" Beta scoffed, digging at his ears dismissively. "Shut your mouth, you bastard. I don't need your help. Barrett roared, akin to a frenzied lion, growing ever more valiant in the fray. Beta's mockery proved effective, even causing Charlotte to occasionally resort to accumulating merit to calm her spirits. Nevertheless, Charlotte could discern that Barrett remained composed and was likely to resolve the conflict swiftly. Under the relentless and terrifying assault from the enraged Barrett, the captain of the Gentleman Pirates ultimately collapsed, lifeless. With the captain's demise, chaos engulfed the entire Gentleman Pirate crew, and the subsequent battle unfolded with an unmistakable one-sidedness. Charlotte was no longer concerned with subsequent events. Everyone was already well-versed in their roles, each with their own responsibilities. Some were engaged in rescue efforts, while others scoured the ships. Charlotte returned to the captain's quarters, calmly sipping on chilled fruit juice. However, he took a moment to reflect, realizing that he could not afford to be so reckless in the future, for there may very well be discreetly skilled individuals lurking within. Although the current situation posed little threat, one could never be certain what significant issues might arise next. Caution was paramount. After a while, Lena entered with a look of excitement on her face. Captain Charlotte, the spoils have been sorted. We have approximately 300 million berries and several other treasures. What? The members of the Charlotte family were left utterly astonished. This pirate crew was astonishingly affluent. It was the first time since their departure that they had discovered such an abundance of berries aboard a pirate ship. Observing Charlotte's expression, Lena comprehended that she too had initially worn a look of disbelief. It was indeed remarkable that such an obscure pirate crew possessed such a considerable fortune. Thus, she nodded decisively in agreement. Charlotte understood. Although he had witnessed more than his fair share of berries, it was indeed a first for an entire small pirate crew to yield such an unexpected bounty. Very well, let us adhere to the customary practices. This tradition, established by Charlotte, dictated that in instances of unforeseen gains, 30% would be distributed among the crew as rewards, naturally bestowing greater sums upon those who excelled. He could not perpetually regard his companions as mere free labor. Despite retaining 70% for himself, he bore the responsibility of providing for everyone's sustenance and needs, which naturally incurred significant expenses. To maintain such a large family was no small feat, by the way. Charlotte, there is still a devil fruit here, Lena exclaimed, presenting a small treasure chest. A devil fruit? At that moment, Charlotte felt utterly astounded. Another devil fruit? This was not merely wealth. It was extravagance of the highest order. Accepting the small chest, Charlotte wore a look of incredulity. To possess a devil fruit and choose not to consume, it indicated that the other party must have been gravely unwell, thus rendering this acquisition a tremendous stroke of fortune for him. Before even opening the chest, Charlotte noticed the unique emblem on its surface, a white shield emblazoned with a prominent G. The insignia was rather appealing. Lena, what does this symbol represent? Charlotte inquired. Lena examined it closely, shook her head, and admitted her ignorance. Charlotte was no longer entangled in her thoughts. It was merely a design, not particularly noteworthy. There exists a significant likelihood that it is simply the emblem of the gentleman's pirate crew, akin to the shared meanings behind the unique tattoos of numerous pirate crew members. Moreover, the distinctive insignia and attire of the Hibofeile pirate crew stand out remarkably. In fact, it is fair to say that in the world of One Piece, the vast majority of pirate flags feature peculiar and eccentric skull motifs paired with crossbones, some adorned with hats, others with mustaches, crowns, noses, or wings. Notably, the Hibofeile pirate crew lacks any representation of skulls or bones, making them a true anomaly among their peers. Upon opening the small treasure chest, a devil fruit lay quietly within. Charlotte cast a glance, noting that no one emerged bearing the essence of the devil fruit. After all, the varieties of devil fruits are numerous, and he could only recall the appearance of the strongest among them, showing little interest in the rest. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that even the most inferior devil fruit, if diligently developed, can yield extraordinary results. It could undoubtedly be employed to nurture other members of the Big Mom Pirates, enhancing their strength. Even if their combat prowess is lacking, one might discover alternative applications. For instance, the Gura Gura Nomi not only possesses remarkable combat capabilities, but can also synthesize memory metal, Wapple alloy, and further development may unveil even more delightful surprises. The value of such capabilities cannot merely be measured by combat strength. Moreover, not all devil fruits are suited for battle, as exemplified by Vegapunk's Brain fruit, a quintessential case. In his view, many devil fruits indeed suffer from a lack of creative exploration. A bit of ingenuity could potentially lead to unexpected discoveries. Of course, there are also individuals who have squandered powerful devil fruits, rendering them utterly wasted. Chapter 57. a ship on the verge of capsizing after comparing the devil fruit encyclopedia. Charlotte realized that this was, in fact, the paramecia-type book fruit. He recalled that this should be one of Big Mom's children's abilities, and he was astonished that it had fortuitously come into his possession. Upon reflection, it made sense. The Big Mom Pirates had only recently been assembled, and her children were still few in number and relatively young. The title Big Mom does not quite fit at this juncture. It would be more accurate to refer to her as Charlotte Linlin. Presently, her figure had not yet deviated from its allure, and she was indeed a stunning beauty, unlike the corpulent woman she would later become. However, her notorious history of incessant childbirth is undeniably daunting. Being the former husband of Charlotte Linlin is no easy feat nevertheless. This particular devil fruit possesses a certain extraordinary quality, with its peculiar abilities reminiscent of a fairy tale. Charlotte squinted her eyes. There was no need for further contemplation regarding the choice of the devil fruit candidate. Midas was the most suitable. "Captain, it's bad." A subordinate rushed in, exclaiming loudly. "What do you mean by bad?" "I am perfectly well," Charlotte replied with an expression of displeasure. "No, it's not that. The navigator has discovered that a tremendous storm is approaching from the sea." In an instant, Charlotte found himself unable to maintain his composure. Setting sail was fraught with the peril of encountering treacherous weather, particularly in the New World. Unlike Monkey D. Luffy, who would exuberantly revel in the face of danger, Charlotte felt a sense of impending doom. "We're going to capsize," he exclaimed, his expression darkening to an extreme as he stood at the bow, surrounded by the brewing tempest and the tumultuous waves of the ocean. The crew members were desperately striving to control the sails, but he had never anticipated such ill fortune, being caught in a violent storm at sea. It seemed as though the heavens delighted in playing tricks on him. He had not wished to venture out to sea. He had been compelled into this life of piracy, as if fate were conspiring against him. Soon, the sea began to roil, relentless waves crashing toward the ship, the Hibofeile. Everyone gazed in terror at the once tranquil waters. How infuriating! Seeing such a scene, Charlotte felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. If she did not seize the moment to escape immediately, this vessel might very well meet its doom beneath the waves. Quickly, she turned the helm and surged forth. With a resounding shout, Shialo instilled a sense of purpose in his somewhat flustered subordinates, who promptly began to maneuver the vessel. He dared not lower his guard, gripping the hilt of his blade, Shu, at his waist, bracing himself for the imminent crises that could arise at any moment. In the face of nature, human strength is indeed feeble, as the boundless might of the heavens can shatter all in its path. Just as Shialo remained vigilant, monstrous waves began to rise in the distance, and the sea around them turned tumultuous. The ship, Hibofeile, was instantly tossed to and fro by the tempest. Even if it was merely the aftermath of nature's fury, its terrifying power was enough to instill a profound sense of helplessness. Charlotte and her companions were certainly not the type to surrender easily. "Quick, quick, quick! Let's rush forth at full speed into the outside world," Charlotte bellowed imperiously, commanding the attention of all present. He activated his observation Haki, heightening his senses to an extraordinary degree, and attuned himself to the rhythm of the waves, seeking the safest course with utmost diligence. "Steer to the left." The crew aboard the vessel heard his directive clearly and promptly adjusted their course. As Charlotte continued to issue commands to evade the surging waves, an exuberant fervor lit up the eyes of the crew. "Brothers, quickly, charge straight ahead." Beta, upon receiving Charlotte's instructions, expertly and calmly maneuvered the helm, propelling the ship forward with unwavering determination. Meanwhile, Charlotte stood resolute at the bow, as steady as a mountain, fully engaged in perceiving every fluctuation, searching for a secure passage. The thunderous sound of water crashing against the hull stirred up torrents of frothy white spray, creating a magnificent spectacle. The undulating waves soon revealed a stretch of water that appeared somewhat more tranquil. "Hurry," Charlotte urged with urgency, for he could not endure much longer. The overwhelming consumption of energy from the observation Haki made it exceedingly difficult to maintain such intense focus for an extended period. Beta stood at the helm, squinting against the horizon, unfazed by the tumultuous waves, propelling the vessel at full speed toward the direction indicated by Charlotte. As the towering waves loomed closer, a collective breath was held by all aboard. The monstrous waves that blotted out the sun filled even Charlotte with trepidation. Yet, the path ahead remained their sole chance for survival. If they could evade the colossal waves behind and navigate with the current, they might escape the impending peril. At Charlotte's resolute command, Beta advanced without hesitation. After what felt like an eternity, clarity suddenly returned. The monstrous waves had vanished, and everyone emerged unscathed from the tumultuous waters. A profound sense of relief washed over the crew, and they reveled in the sheer joy of being alive. "Oh my, that scared me to death. I thought for sure we were doomed," they exclaimed in unison, embracing one another and weeping with gratitude. This ordeal had been perilously intense. Even Charlotte exhaled a sigh of relief, reflecting on how truly frightening it had been. They had narrowly escaped the edge of the monstrous waves. Had they been trapped in the center, the consequences would have been unfathomable. Indeed, the sea harbors immense dangers. The treacherous gold lion Haki had proven to be a formidable adversary. Thankfully, Beta had steadfastly adhered to his commands, unwavering in his resolve. In this instance, Beta undoubtedly emerged as a hero of monumental significance. Although often carefree, it was in these critical moments that Beta proved himself to be utterly dependable. Yet, escaping the tumultuous waves did not equate to being entirely safe. The Hibofeile continued its relentless flight toward the distance. Such a rare and formidable maritime storm was seldom witnessed, even in the New World. While they had evaded the most dangerous waves, Charlotte's gaze remained fixed on the ominous sky, his spirits still weighed down. Suddenly, the dark clouds above began to roil violently, and in an instant, the prow of a ship pierced through the cloud cover, plummeting straight down. Xiao Luo's expression changed drastically. Utterly astonished, the prospect of disembarking from the heavens seemed almost feasible. Everyone around wore expressions of horror, as the scene before them was etched into their memories forever. This was a testament to the sheer terror of the maritime tempest they were witnessing. Charlotte grasped Shiyu at his waist, bent down, and unsheathed it, delivering a fierce slash towards the heavens. One sword style, thunder, a flash. In an instant, a magnificent golden thunder dragon soared skyward, its momentum unwavering as it struck the descending vessel. At that moment, all eyes were fixed in astonishment upon Charlotte, comprehending his intent. The golden light shimmered in the air, leaving behind a series of breathtaking electric arcs as the falling ship began to disintegrate, shattering into fragments that cascaded downward. The blade's force pierced through the heavens, soaring towards the dark clouds. The sky was cleaved open, revealing a profound chasm, akin to the gaze of a divine being, leaving all in utter awe. Everyone stood transfixed. This truly was a divine strike. How terrifying! Charlotte whispered softly, marveling at the sheer might of nature, capable of effortlessly lifting an entire ship into the sky. One cannot help but ponder the astonishing qualities of the nature-type devil fruit. Chapter 58. Of course, the storm clouds loomed densely, with lightning striking down like serpents of thunder. Although they had escaped the grip of the tumultuous storm, the surrounding area still bore considerable effects. The waves surged fiercely, yet they had diminished significantly, and the thunder continued to rumble loudly, with no immediate dangers apparent. It was only at this moment that the crew could finally breathe a sigh of relief. With a whoosh, the wind swept in, accompanied by a torrential downpour. The rain was not excessively heavy. The ship, the Hibofeile, swayed slightly, but remained steady. Thankfully, it was merely rain, and despite its intensity, it posed no significant issue. Charlotte returned to the captain's cabin, gazing vacantly out of the window. Upon regaining her senses, she realized the rain had ceased. Observing the deck of the ship, she noted the myriad marks left by the impacts. A sense of dread washed over everyone. This harrowing experience would undoubtedly linger in their memories for a lifetime. Charlotte's expression was equally grim, as thoughts of the impending battle of Edwa flooded his mind. Under the overwhelming presence of divine wrath, it was no wonder that the formidable gold lion, Haki, faced defeat. Indeed, the weather in the New World was exceedingly capricious and perilous. Damned gold lion Haki. The mere thought of him incited a surge of anger within Charlotte. Were it not for him, why should Charlotte endure such harrowing moments? He was certainly not the thrill-seeking monkey D. Luffy. Charlotte, despite her reluctance, found herself devoid of any means to alter her circumstances and took a moment to collect herself. Where's this place? Are there any islands in the nearby waters? Charlotte inquired of the crew member beside her. The crew member, wearing a troubled expression, lamented, "Captain, we have lost our way. We are completely unaware of our current location, and it is even more uncertain whether there are any islands in the vicinity." Charlotte was utterly astonished. They had, astonishingly, lost their way. How infuriating! Charlotte could not help but mutter a curse under her breath. Losing one's way on the vast ocean could be perilous. It is essential to acknowledge that the majority of our world is comprised of oceans, fraught with countless dangers. Should one fail to secure adequate supplies, it could lead to significant trouble. Everyone remained huddled in the cabin, gazing out at the intermittent drizzling rain. It had been this way for an indeterminate duration. The rain came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Its frequency was relentless. However, it appeared that the extreme weather caused by the tempestuous sea would soon abate, as the duration of the rainfall had begun to diminish. Notably, the distant sky was becoming increasingly clear and bright, signaling that the turmoil would soon pass. Phew! Charlotte let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his vessel was sufficiently sturdy. The 12 billion berries were not spent in vain, and safety was paramount. Time passed, and at long last, the sky began to shimmer with golden light as the gentle, warm rays of the sun lazily caressed his face. As he basked in the long-awaited sunlight, Charlotte felt a wave of joy wash over him, and his anxious heart finally settled. Gazing at the calm and docile sea before him, one who had never experienced its ferocity would never imagine that just moments ago it had roared like a ravenous beast. A gentle sea breeze swept by, lifting Charlotte's hair and uplifting his spirits. Captain, Captain, there's an island, exclaimed a crew member, clutching a monocular, his voice brimming with excitement. With a sudden jolt, Charlotte swiftly approached the crew member's side. She seized the telescope and directed her gaze toward the previously indicated direction. The hazy outline of a distant island came into view. Charlotte was overwhelmed with excitement as she finally laid eyes on the island. How could one not feel exhilarated? It was a profound sense of tranquility. After enduring so many days of drifting, everyone was in desperate need of a respite on solid ground. Onward! The island beckons. With a resounding shout, Charlotte exclaimed, "Yes." All the crew members, brimming with excitement, raised their arms in unison, fervently cheering as they collaboratively maneuvered the vessel towards the island. Charlotte gazed at the spirited crowd, feeling a deep sense of shame, for their fervor was truly beyond his own, almost terrifying in its vitality. As he looked out at the tranquil sea, he could only hope that he would not encounter such dreadful weather again in the future. His fragile heart could scarcely endure it. After a considerable time, the ship, Hibofeile, successfully arrived at the small island, the journey devoid of any turbulence. The moment he disembarked and set foot on the island, an inexplicable wave of emotion welled up within him, nearly bringing him to tears. The sensation of solid ground beneath his feet was profoundly comforting, imbued with a charming elegance that enveloped him in warmth. Surveying his surroundings, he could not help but notice how remarkably beautiful the trees appeared. Even the most ordinary of them seemed resplendent in his eyes at that moment. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the tranquility, and instantly, everyone drew their weapons in a state of alert. Soon, a massive tiger emerged before them, and to everyone's astonishment, a small boy was perched upon its back. This revelation left the crowd in utter disbelief. Only Charlotte's expression shifted subtly. His observation Haki had inexplicably failed him on this island, rendering him unable to sense any life forms. Were it not for the presence of the individuals and the beast before him, he might have surmised that no one inhabited this place. "Outsiders, have you encountered storm?" the boy inquired with curiosity. Charlotte glanced at the young boy, finding his recklessness rather alarming. Did he not notice the imposing array of fully armed individuals nearby? How foolish it would be to encounter a slaver ship in such a state. Nevertheless, Charlotte spoke up, saying, "Indeed, we have just weathered a tempest at sea, and thus we have come here to recuperate." "Really? Is the sea enjoyable?" Xiao Luo felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, pondering the peculiarities of the people around him. What could possibly be enjoyable about the vast ocean? It was hardly entertaining, indeed, quite perilous. Xiao Luo spoke earnestly, not dismissively. "Is that so? No wonder the townsfolk discourage venturing out to sea," the young boy murmured to himself. "Ahem, you're a native of this place?" Xiao Luo inquired gently. Upon hearing his question, the boy replied, "Yes." "Are you all heading to the town? If so, could you lead the way?" "Of course, let's be on our way," he exclaimed, eager to guide Xiao Luo and his companions to the town. Without much hesitation, Charlotte and her companions set off, for they needed to gather some supplies. Soon, Charlotte gleaned a wealth of information from the loquacious young boy named Goodropa, who hailed from a town called Rober. Upon hearing the name, Charlotte felt it somewhat whimsical. Rober, as in radish? Yet, such peculiarities were hardly surprising. After all, there was also a town named Orange, which was simply part of the norm. Before long, the group arrived at the entrance of Rober. At that moment, Charlotte finally understood the origin of the town's name. The rooftops of the buildings were adorned with decorations resembling carrots, presenting a truly unique aesthetic, harmoniously blending with the surroundings. As his gaze wandered, he noticed a colossal carrot standing at the heart of the town. No, it was indeed a tree with a lush canopy atop, while its sturdy trunk bore an uncanny resemblance to a carrot. All eyes were captivated by this sight. Ropa beamed with delight at Charlotte and her companion's reactions. For this was the sacred tree of their town. Chapter 59. This damn charisma has nowhere to go. Rober, a hidden sanctuary. All right, we're home. My master is truly wonderful. The enthusiastic young boy Ropa exclaimed. Charlotte was somewhat skeptical about life as he observed the young boy Ropa and glanced at the swordsmanship dojo. What a surprise. The master taught sword techniques, yet the disciple had acquired a fearsome beast as a mount. Such a striking contrast seemed utterly unrelated. The imposing creature, despite its formidable appearance, possessed a temperament as gentle as that of sheep, merely intimidating those who were unaware. It could certainly be considered an extraordinary beast. Ropa, oblivious to Charlotte's thoughts, urged everyone to enter the dojo together. A series of enthusiastic shouts accompanied the sound of swords being swung, revealing a considerable number of disciples diligently practicing fundamental sword forms. Master, master, I have returned. Ropa disregarded the other dedicated students as he called out excitedly. Soon a gaunt man, resembling a slender stick and equipped with a sword at his waist, approached with a grim expression. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ropa quickly spoke. Master, look. We have guests. The man turned to Charlotte and the others with a friendly demeanor. Welcome. May I inquire who you all are? Beta, eager and outspoken, replied. We are the Hebraic pirate crew. Charlotte felt a pang in her heart. In that fleeting moment, she was overwhelmed with the desire to strike down the arrogant scoundrel before her. It is well known that the majority of pirates do not embody noble qualities. Many harbor an intense fear and disdain for them, as not everyone enjoys the same treatment as Monkey D. Luffy. The word pirate left Ropa's tongue tangled, instilling a sense of trepidation, yet he was equally astonished that this seemingly gentle group identified as pirates. With a thud, Ropa's master brought his fist down upon his pupil's head. Instantly, a large, crimson bump swelled atop Ropa's head, tears welling in his eyes as he pitifully protested. Master, why did you hit me? Mind your manners. Guests must be treated with respect. Charlotte observed with some surprise, noting the unusual response from the individual before her. Please do not mock my ineptitude. I am Qianzong, and I have friends among pirates. Seeing your adherence to decorum, I believe you are not ill-intentioned. Shalua found it quite unbelievable. This was even more hasty than his own disciple. Truly, they were a remarkable lineage of master and apprentice, utterly absurd. They had merely endured a tempestuous storm to arrive at this place, and now required a brief respite on the island, without causing any disturbance to the local inhabitants. Listening to Shalua's response, Qianzong nodded. As long as they were not malicious villains, he welcomed them wholeheartedly. However, Shalua felt a tinge of curiosity towards Qianzong, as both his attire and name bore the distinct charm of the land of Wa. Qianzong did not appear to resemble the locals. From which region did he hail? Qianzong chuckled, a rather sly demeanor evident in his expression. I am from the land of Wa, formerly a vassal of the Kurabana family. Charlotte's expression momentarily faltered. The name sounded strikingly familiar, yet she quickly regained her composure. The Kurazumi clan once stood as a prestigious family in Ueno, one of the 5 noble houses under the auspices of the Kazuki family, alongside the Shimatsuki, Kazumitsu, Tenjetsu, and Amatsuki families. However, due to their overwhelming ambition, the Kurazumi clan faced execution for treason, leading to their subsequent decline. Kurazumi Orochi became a wanderer, burdened with the infamous legacy of a traitor's descendant. Nevertheless, it seems that Kurazumi Orochi still roams the land, biding his time for an opportunity to rise again. It should not be long now. Indeed, he is quite the cunning individual, embodying a sense of hidden humiliation while bearing the weight of his past. It is rather peculiar, as the world of pirates is not only replete with individuals whose emotions are intensely exaggerated, but also teems with fools, while simultaneously hosting figures of remarkable wisdom. Charlotte gazed at Qianzong with a hint of astonishment, for becoming a retainer signifies a bond of life and death. Qianzong, seemingly aware of Charlotte's perplexity, did not conceal his thoughts. My mission has long been fulfilled, and my debts to them have been repaid. Now, all I desire is to impart knowledge to my disciples and to peacefully conclude the remainder of my days. Shalua's eyes sparkled with delight. This philosophy resonated with him in more ways than one. Instantly, his gaze towards the other was filled with admiration, sensing that there were tales yet untold. Naturally, he refrained from probing further. After all, everyone harbors their own secrets. Discovering something extraordinary could lead to complications. Engaging in violent conflicts was perilous. A tranquil existence was the true aspiration of life. Before long, the two were engrossed in spirited conversation, even engaging in a friendly exchange of sword techniques and sharing insights. Izong looked at Xiaoluo in astonishment, never having anticipated that someone so young could already be a master swordsman. He felt he had gained immensely, particularly in his understanding of the realm of sword mastery. Deeply grateful to Xiaoluo, he recognized that receiving guidance from swordsmen of such caliber was a rare blessing for any practitioner. Consequently, he welcomed Xiaoluo and his companions with unparalleled warmth. Charlotte was also quite pleased, for the diverse schools of swordsmanship provided him with inspiration to develop new techniques. Only those who practiced swordsmanship remained here to observe, while many others, unfamiliar with the sword dojo, were filled with curiosity about such a place. With Captain Charlotte's prowess as a swordsman, he was more than capable of establishing a larger dojo to cultivate masters of the sword. That is a commendable suggestion, Mighties. I shall report it to the captain. Lena remarked thoughtfully. She too hoped that Charlotte would attract more followers. As if struck by a sudden thought, Lena inquired, "Have you consumed that devil fruit?" "Yes, Sister Lena, I have. I will not disappoint Captain Charlotte's training," Mighties replied with unwavering determination. It was important to note that when Charlotte had first asked him, he had been momentarily taken aback, more so in disbelief. Ever since encountering Charlotte, he felt that both he and his sister, Mitya, owed an immense debt of gratitude to Mr. Charlotte. Lena smiled gently. Perhaps this was the unique allure of Charlotte. "You must strive to harness the powers of the devil fruit," she encouraged. Mighties nodded solemnly. Charlotte had once told him that the formidable capabilities of the book fruit would allow him to liberate his thoughts and greatly expand his imagination, which invigorated him. He had begun to contemplate this, although it required continuous verification. Haha, the swordsmanship of Wano indeed possesses its own distinct qualities. Charlotte laughed heartily, clearly delighted. "Mr. Charlotte, you are too kind. I am humbled and have gained much from your guidance." "Thank you, Mr. Charlotte," Chikura expressed with profound respect. This was the truest reflection of his inner thoughts, as well as a deep yearning for mastery in the realm of swordsmanship. The other dozen or so disciples of the dojo also displayed expressions of admiration, although they had only just embarked on their journeys and could not yet discern much. Receiving acknowledgement from their master was no trivial accomplishment. "Please, there is no need for such formalities," Charlotte smiled. For him, the experience was equally rewarding. The enhancement of his abilities was not solely confined to the path of combat. Under the warm invitation of Qian Song, Charlotte and his companions temporarily resided in the dojo. It was not the trifling cost of accommodation that concerned him. After all, it felt rather impolite to decline such heartfelt hospitality. That damn charm truly leaves one at a loss for where to place it. Chapter 60. This is quite unscientific. Qian Song, I wonder if you could compile your insights on swordsmanship for me? It would be even better if you could include a method for practice. Qian Song paused momentarily, yet without much hesitation, he smiled and replied, "Certainly, no problem." This response caught Charlotte somewhat off guard. He had merely intended to test the waters, not expecting such a swift agreement. It is worth noting that many swordsmanship practices are steeped in the secrets passed down through masters, accessible only to disciples. Handed down through generations. Charlotte gazed at the other party's cheerful demeanor and couldn't help but smile in return. "In that case, I shall share with you some insights I have garnered on the path of the swordmaster, hoping that Mr. Qian Song will soon join the ranks of swordmasters as well." Qian Song, taken aback, then exclaimed excitedly, "Is that true, Mr. Charlotte?" Xiaoluo nodded earnestly, expressing profound gratitude. Qianzhong was overwhelmed with unspoken excitement, for the insights of a swordmaster could provide him with immense inspiration. In the past, he had sought the guidance of other swordmasters, only to be met with cold rejections due to what they deemed his lack of innate talent. Today, however, his aspirations were fulfilled, and tears of joy streamed down his face. Xiaoluo observed in astonishment. Indeed, the inhabitants of the pirate world exhibited remarkably intense emotional fluctuations. He had yet to grasp the notion of cherishing even the most humble of possessions, nor did he see the necessity to share his own swordsmanship training methods with Qianzhong, as each individual's path is unique. Furthermore, Qianzhong possessed his own lineage of sword techniques and did not require his guidance. Charlotte waited patiently for Qian Song's emotions to settle. "Mr. Charlotte, I am uncertain of the purpose behind your collection of swordsmanship. Given your innate talent, you should have gleaned significant insights from our recent discourse, rendering such pursuits unnecessary. What could be the rationale?" The reasoning is quite simple. His intention in amassing these artifacts is to cultivate his subordinates. Should he manage to produce even one or two gifted individuals who become sword masters, it would undoubtedly render his own existence much more tranquil. Much like the Navy's systematic training of promising recruits, consistently honing their abilities one could say that talent flourishes. Were it not for the dispersion of military forces and the world government's reluctance to allow the Navy to expand, a concerted effort against the pirates of the New World would yield unparalleled advantages. Moreover, throughout history, Marineford has been a veritable den of peril, rarely breached, ensuring a remarkable degree of security. Of course, extraordinary instances, such as the invasions of the future Golden Lion and Whitebeard at Marineford, are mere anomalies, quite rare. With such a striking example available, there is no reason not to replicate their efforts. Xiao Luo smiled and spoke. It is driven by curiosity. I aspire to gather the insights and training methods of swordsmen from around the world and compile them within a dojo for the benefit of aspiring practitioners. Just imagine how many formidable swordsmen could emerge from such a resource. Qian gazed at Xiao Luo in disbelief, followed by a profound admiration. What immense courage this endeavor requires. Such an initiative has never been heard of in all these years. No wonder he has attained the status of a swordmaster at such a young age. His vision is truly grand. Charlotte deeply praised his own idea, deeming it quite perfect. Naturally, the candidates must undergo evaluation. Joining the Hibofeile pirate crew not only allows for the exploration of swordsmanship, but also offers the opportunity to spar with other swordsmen. He might even provide some guidance. However, if one is unwilling, there is no compulsion. At the very least, they should leave behind their insights or training methods in exchange. If one finds themselves lacking and unwilling to join, they would have to resort to conventional training methods. Yet, it is imperative that they are not nefarious individuals, for that will be an act of wrongdoing. In any case, apart from imparting swordsmanship, all other arrangements will be managed by others, alleviating his concerns. Moreover, interactions with various swordsmen can equally aid in enhancing his skills. Why not embrace such an opportunity? However, when Charlotte glanced at the somewhat fervent Qian, his expression turned pale. Did he misinterpret something? You, Lord Charlotte, I hold you in the highest esteem. Xiao Luo wore a perplexed expression. Within a mere span of time, Qian had bestowed upon him 3 distinct titles, signifying a remarkable elevation in status. But why the sudden admiration? No need for further elaboration. Lord Xiao Luo, I comprehend. Qian exclaimed. Comprehend what exactly? Xiao Luo thought, gazing at Qian, whose face radiated exuberance. He was momentarily at a loss, unable to grasp the situation. What was there to admire? What had he understood? Had there been a mix-up? However, confronted with Qian fervent gaze, he found himself at a loss for words. The sound of writing filled the air, and Xiao Luo turned his head to see Midas diligently penning something, seemingly engrossed in his task. Midas glanced up at Xiao Luo, a brilliant smile illuminating his face. Truly, Captain Xiao Luo's every thought was astonishing, leaving one in awe. Midas reflected, considering this moment as a potential highlight in his travelogue. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, Beta suddenly spoke up. Boss, should we not also gather some training techniques and insights on physical skills? Charlotte glanced at Beta with surprise, never expecting him to come up with such an idea. Quite impressive indeed. At present, apart from his own meticulously crafted martial arts training regimen, he possessed knowledge of the 6 forms, armament Haki, and observation Haki training insights, rendering him quite formidable. However, there existed numerous other martial arts techniques yet to be amassed. Techniques such as Fishman Karate, 8 Gates Fist, King S Fist, Dragon S Fist, and Bone Shattering Punch, all authentic martial arts moves. Yet, the challenge of collecting them all is undeniably daunting. Despite the difficulties, Charlotte nodded. After all, the world is vast. And who can truly enumerate the myriad of martial arts training available? In an instant, Beta's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, revealing his immense interest in various martial arts. He was clearly a warrior at heart, a battle enthusiast without a doubt, and Charlotte had little desire to engage with him further. He then redirected his attention to Chizang. Ah, right, Mr. Chizang. No, Lord Charlotte, you may simply call me Chizang. Xiaoluo gazed at the humbly composed Qianzhong, feeling distinctly perplexed. He truly could not fathom how things had come to this. Observing Qianzhong's demeanor of apparent entitlement, Xiaoluo felt a genuine sense of helplessness. Surely, there must be something gravely amiss. Are you aware of the influence this island has on the observation Haki? Qianzhong promptly nodded, which took Xiaoluo by surprise. This was due to the presence of the Ganxuan trees. Ganxuan trees? What on earth are they? Xiaoluo appeared somewhat perplexed. A look of confusion etched upon his face. Qian, noticing Xiaoluo's utter lack of understanding, remarked, the Ganxuan tree is the largest tree in town, resembling a giant carrot. Charlotte suddenly realized, to her astonishment, that not only was its appearance peculiar, but it also bore such a name. The most astonishing aspect was its ability to suppress observation Haki, which seemed quite unscientific. However, upon reflection, she acknowledged that this world was rife with elements that defied logic, and this peculiar detail was merely one among many. Indeed, Chapter 61 was quite extraordinary. This type of tree released a colorless, odorless, and harmless special gas that could inhibit observation Haki, a fact I had previously encountered in a book I collected from the Korizumi family. Charlotte was utterly astonished. This peculiar tree not only exhibited strange growth, but also possessed extraordinary abilities. Such trees are typically rare treasures within the realm of pirates. Trees like the Yarchim Red Tree, the Tree of Omniscience, the Eve Tree, and the Atom Tree, among many others, hold illustrious reputations in the pirate world. To encounter such a remarkable specimen here was indeed a stroke of extraordinary fortune. This tree is undeniably beautiful and truly remarkable. Charlotte marveled. Is it beautiful? Perhaps it is merely somewhat abstract. Yet, it is indeed a rarity. Such trees are nearly unseen elsewhere, and here stands one, a testament to how fortunate we are. As Qian Song recalled the moment he first encountered such a magnificent sweet potato tree, he too felt a sense of awe. In that instant, Charlotte felt a stirring within. His peculiar collecting obsession began to awaken. Qian Song, is it possible to take this tree with us? He inquired abruptly, causing Qian Song to momentarily be taken aback. No. What I mean is, does it bear seeds? Xiao Luo, in a fit of excitement, stumbled over his words, uttering them incorrectly. Qian Song let out a sigh of relief. He truly feared that his idol might come crashing down in an instant. Fortunately, it was merely a false alarm. After all, such a grand tree could not simply be uprooted unless it were to be felled, which would only result in its demise. However, it is said that even the branches of this tree are of considerable value. Indeed, it exists, yet it is exceedingly difficult to nurture. There is only this one tree on the entire island, and for it to attain such grandeur would require centuries, if not more. Charlotte chuckled, content with the outcome. After all, wasn't there the vibrant fruit-bearing ability of Mattia? If one merely danced around the trees, wouldn't they flourish at an accelerated pace? This indeed posed a slight inconvenience for Chikuru, but I shall procure it with my own funds. Although Chikuru did not fully grasp Charlotte's fervent dedication, he understood that an idol's unique pursuits were not a trivial matter. Moreover, such aspirations were hardly detrimental. Please wait a moment, esteemed Charlotte, he stated before hurriedly departing. Shortly after, Chikuru returned, cradling a wooden box. My lord Charlotte, this is a seed I fortuitously acquired long ago and have kept in my possession. I would like you to have it. Faced with Chikuru's generosity, Charlotte felt a twinge of embarrassment. This seemed rather inappropriate. It would serve no purpose for me to keep it. I implore you to accept it. The insights of a swordmaster are far too precious to me. Chikuru earnestly insisted, without a trace of hesitation. Charlotte felt a surge of emotion, realizing that this individual was truly a remarkably kind-hearted person. If everyone were like this, how beautiful the world would be. Xiao Luo graciously accepted it, for the giver was more than willing. It would indeed be impolite to continually refuse. As soon as he obtained Xiao Luo's swordsmanship insights, Qian Song could no longer restrain his curiosity and began to peruse them eagerly. Xiao Luo wisely refrained from intruding and quietly departed. To be honest, he perceived the matter as rather trivial, merely mediocre in his eyes. He was uncertain whether Qian Song would yield any fruitful results. Boss, could we perhaps visit the tavern in town for a drink? Beta cautiously approached, gazing at Xiao Luo with a playful grin. Charlotte glanced at Beta, then turned her gaze to the crew members behind her, whose eyes were filled with anticipation. She reflected on how she and her companions had been sailing the seas for nearly half a month. It was indeed time to indulge in a well-deserved respite. Come on, let's go together. Charlotte also wished to indulge in a drink. Noticing her interest, Beta smiled and waved his hand. The boss is treating. Beta began to stir up excitement, attempting to coax Charlotte into paying the bill. Indeed, the boss is treating. All the crew members joined in the raucous cheer. Observing the collective enthusiasm, Charlotte felt a sense of resignation, realizing she had been outmaneuvered. However, this trivial matter did not bother her. In fact, her spirits were exceptionally high today, prompting her to smile. Let's go. Today, I shall treat everyone. I will cover the entire bill. So, come forth and drink freely. With a grand gesture, Shero led the way towards the tavern in the small town. Observing Shero marching alongside a formidable entourage of pirates in search of the establishment, Ropa couldn't help but display a glimmer of excitement. His master had always forbidden him from indulging in alcohol, and this time he felt fortunate to partake. With such thoughts, Ropa earnestly guided the group towards the town's inn. Bang! Beta forcefully kicked open the tavern door, and before he could utter a word, he was met with an overwhelming force that sent him sprawling onto the ground. Ouch! He exclaimed, landing in a rather undignified manner. What a clumsy fool. Can't you just push the door open properly? Xiao, veins bulging with fury, exclaimed that it was a disgrace to culture. After kicking Beta, his mood greatly improved. Boss, I got a bit too carried away, huh? Beta said with an awkward smile, slightly losing his composure, prompting laughter from the crowd behind him. Beta, why are you in such a hurry? You're rather rash. Barrett seized every opportunity to tease him. Beta shot Barrett an angry glare. Well, it seems Beta might become a drunkard in the future. Xiaolua chose to ignore the bickering between the two. Boss, bring forth the finest wines and delicacies. Charlotte stood at the entrance of the tavern, exclaiming with great enthusiasm, exquisite wines and delectable dishes. The crowd behind her echoed her excitement with cheerful shouts. Everyone, please come inside. At the bar counter, a modestly dressed woman, adorned with a pale blue headscarf and possessing flowing red hair, smiled warmly. Charlotte and her companions were momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that the barmaid would be so stunning. Even in her seemingly ordinary attire, her captivating figure was undeniable. Particularly striking was her vibrant smile, which added to her allure. A group of sailors stood transfixed, their gazes fixated on her. Truly, this pirate world is replete with remarkable beauties, devoid of pretense or artifice. Wow, what a stunning woman. Barmaid, you are exceptionally beautiful. Do you have a husband? As the raucous chatter of the crew reached her ears, Charlotte's expression darkened, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her for being associated with such folly. Ahem. Charlotte cleared her throat twice, effectively interrupting the fierce dialogue among the crowd. The bar owner's wife wore a gentle smile, showing no signs of annoyance, as it had indeed been quite some time since she had encountered outsiders. Charlotte smiled, somewhat perplexed by the landlady's reaction. It is worth noting that each of these individuals, having endured the harsh elements of the sea, bore an appearance that was undeniably fierce. Indeed, they did not seem to embody the qualities of benevolence. As Charlotte leisurely strolled forward, she took a seat at the vacant bar counter. The individuals behind her soon followed suit, finding empty seats, but aside from them, the tavern was devoid of other patrons. Bring us drinks. Bring us drinks. After settling down, the crew members behind Charlotte began to pound on the table and shout boisterously. This raucous display instantly darkened Charlotte's expression. A rowdy band of fierce-looking men shouting like that almost seemed to threaten the establishment. The barmaid observed the more than 20 menacing pirates and glanced at Charlotte. How intriguing. Is it true that pirates are this wild? Charlotte glanced at the proprietress with a hint of surprise, but she swiftly regained her composure. It seemed that only pirates could remain so leisurely amidst such a multitude setting sail. Your disposition is truly remarkable, dear proprietress. It appears you have weathered many a storm. Charlotte is warm and gentle. I find myself somewhat curious about this woman's experiences. Chapter 62. What alcohol can minors consume? Someone once mentioned to me, perhaps influenced by their surroundings. Although Charlotte was somewhat taken aback, she refrained from saying much. After all, who among us does not have a few friends? Your drink. The proprietress elegantly and nonchalantly placed the beverage before Charlotte, a subtle fragrance wafting into her nostrils. She then proceeded to serve everyone else, placing their drinks in front of them, which elicited a chorus of howls of delight. Charlotte lifted his wine glass and savored a small sip, pleasantly surprised by the exquisite flavor of the wine. The others, upon seeing the drink, immediately grabbed oversized glasses and began to indulge heartily. As for the women and children, they could only partake in limitless supplies of beverages and meat, among whom were the most vocal, Beta and Barrett. With a look of sorrow in his eyes, Beta was ignored by Charlotte. What need did a minor have for wine? Yet, in spirit, he was far beyond his years. Disheartened, Beta and Barrett quietly feasted on meat, while Mythis and Lena remained indifferent, finding the juice rather delightful. Equally disheartened was the little rascal, Ropa. Charlotte laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha ha! Everyone eat and drink to your heart's content. It's on me. We shall not return sober. Long live the boss! Long live the boss! Long live the boss!" All raised their variously sized goblets, cheering amidst the aroma of roasted meat. To her surprise, the revelry of their drinking was quite exuberant. "How delightful freedom is," remarked the tavern's landlady, seemingly astonished by the scene. "They are merely a bunch of homeless fools, feasting and drinking at my expense." Charlotte took a sip and softly remarked. The tavern keeper's wife gazed intently at Charlotte, her lips curving into a sweet smile as she said, "They are indeed quite fortunate." Charlotte cast a meaningful glance at the other party before gentlemanly extending his hand. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Charlotte of the Hibofeile family. The proprietress was momentarily taken aback, yet she extended her delicate hand in return, accompanied by a radiant smile. Welcome to this charming establishment. I am Lilith, the mistress of the bar. At the instant their hands met, Charlotte employed his mind-reading abilities, momentarily lost in thought. Are you all right, Mr. Charlotte? Lilith inquired with a hint of concern, noticing his sudden daze. Regaining his composure, Charlotte repeatedly apologized. My sincerest apologies. It is simply that you, Lady Lilith, are so extraordinarily elegant and beautiful that I momentarily lost my bearings. The sudden praise from Charlotte left Lilith blushing, and she smiled brightly, exclaiming that it was the first time someone had complimented her in such a manner. Observing Lilith's gentle, intelligent demeanor, as well as her kind and generous spirit, Charlotte could scarcely fathom the depths of despair she must have endured through her dark past. Being a slave to the celestial dragons must have been an utterly wretched predicament. A group of individuals who consider themselves the descendants of creators, believing themselves to be divine, regard the lives of ordinary people as nothing more than disposable trash. It is no wonder that she maintains such an air of calmness in the face of such darkness. Remarkably, Lilith was rescued during the battle at the Valley of the Sea God several years ago. While the specifics of that event remain shrouded in mystery, the brutality of the celestial dragons is vividly apparent from her experiences. They host grand events for the sheer thrill of the hunt, while the deeper motivations remain unknown to one who has been the hunted. In such circumstances, fear and the mere act of surviving become the greatest luxuries. Miss Lilith, from this day forward, may you embrace a life filled with joy. Charlotte spoke softly. Lilith paused for a moment, then smiled and replied, Indeed, good days are ahead. In that instant, Charlotte was flooded with thoughts. The atrocities committed by those wretched beings were countless, perhaps beyond enumeration. Before the incident at God Valley, such hunting activities were held every 3 years, providing amusement for the celestial dragons. The slaughter, genocide, and oppression were exhibited in all their gruesome glory. Yet, despite such heinous acts, the world government maintained an iron grip on the world, revealing the terrifying power lurking behind the scenes. Although the God Valley incident was reported, it merely stated that the Rox Pirates were defeated to protect the celestial dragons and their slaves. Even the notoriously unrestrained Morgans offered little elaboration, with the true secrets concealed from public knowledge. It appeared that either a certain agreement had been reached with the world government or they had faced immense threats. Only those who experienced it firsthand could comprehend the brutal reality. Now, God Valley had completely vanished from the maps of the West Sea, leaving no trace behind. In a few years, under the manipulation of the world government, the incident would likely be forgotten by all. Though he harbored a deep disdain and anger towards the irrational actions of the celestial dragons, he found himself powerless. Nonetheless, one undeniable fact remained. In the future, as a pirate, the Navy would inevitably take notice of him. The mere thought of this caused him great distress. How would he respond if such a colossal entity set its sights on him? All he desired was to lie back safely and indulge in his modest hobby of collecting. After all, the vast majority of the Navy had indeed safeguarded many innocent lives. Unfortunately, it seemed that he would not have the fortune to experience that. Charlotte raised her glass and began to drink heartily. Lilith cast a surprised glance at the suddenly subdued Charlotte, perplexed by the change. After a night of revelry filled with drinking, Shallow was intoxicated, utterly inebriated. When he awakened once more, all he perceived was a buzzing in his head. Hiss! Charlotte let out a low sigh, her head throbbing slightly from the excess of alcohol consumed. It was unwise to indulge so heavily. She lifted her gaze, straightened her posture, and surveyed her surroundings. She was still in the bar, where the floor was strewn with patrons lost in slumber, sprawled in various positions. Among them, she noticed a pair entwined together, Beta and Barrett, an utterly unsightly sight. It was evident that these two had secretly indulged in drinking behind her back. Charlotte propped herself up with her hand, rising unsteadily. Captain Lena, who had been vigilantly by Charlotte's side, felt her earlier drowsiness vanish the instant Charlotte awoke. Charlotte also noticed Lena beside her. Thank you for your hard work, Lena, but you needn't exert yourself so much. Please go back and rest. That is out of the question. I am the head maid, and must remain by the captain's side, Lena replied, her voice tinged with vigilance towards the woman named Lilith. She harbored a lingering suspicion that Charlotte seemed somewhat attentive to her, given the lengthy conversations they had shared. Charlotte shook his head. In this resilient world, staying up late was hardly a significant issue. Unlike certain oddities, who could go for days and nights without rest, it was all inconsequential, wasn't it? After a period of reprieve, they would bounce back with vigor. He then glanced around, and suddenly feeling an urgent need, hurried to the restroom for relief. After a moment of relaxation, He felt invigorated and quickly returned to the hall. Chapter 63 seemed rather inexpensive. Inside the bar's main hall, boisterous laughter echoed loudly. Beta and Barrett glared fiercely at one another, having made quite a spectacle of themselves. Lena remarked, "I never imagined you two shared such a close bond." Your embrace was rather firm. Métis stifled a laugh, her face contorting in an amusingly uncomfortable manner, reminiscent of someone suffering from constipation. "Impossible, absolutely not," Beta vehemently denied, unwilling to tarnish his esteemed reputation. "Indeed, it is beyond the realm of possibility," Barrett echoed, realizing they must present a united front at this juncture. "There is no way I would ever befriend this fool." Beta looked at Barrett in bewilderment, questioning if they were indeed discussing the same matter. "Surely, you must have misspoken." The others erupted in laughter. "Beta, Barrett, you cannot deny it. We all witnessed it." "Humph, you must have misinterpreted what you saw," Barrett retorted stubbornly, displaying a rather prideful demeanor. "Yes, it must surely be that everyone has had too much to drink and is seeing things." Beta, despite his simmering resentment towards Barrett, could only begrudgingly agree. The onlookers found the spectacle amusing, but chose not to press further, recognizing the strong pride both men possessed. Shalawa approached, fully aware of the circumstances that had transpired. The captain, the first mate, and the crew spoke upon his arrival. The issue of underage drinking is fraught with consequences, and this serves as a poignant example. Beta and Barrett felt a twinge of guilt at Shalawa's presence. After all, they had indulged in secret libations. Though Shalawa was unlikely to express anger, they could not shake the feeling of remorse in the presence of this man. Charlotte cast a glance at the nervous Beta and Barrett, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. "So, how does it feel, my young friend? Sweating profusely, I presume?" Shalawa laughed heartily, unabashedly reveling in the misfortune of others. The leader, Beta, bore a subtle trace of melancholy, feeling deeply wounded in his pride. Barrett's youthful, haughty visage also struggled to maintain its composure. In the face of Shalawa's jests, everyone erupted in uncontrollable laughter, save for Beta and Barrett, who silently endured it all. Charlotte naturally felt the need to impose a slight reprimand on the two individuals. In the past, their actions were of little concern to her. But given their current shared circumstances, it was imperative to address the matter. It is crucial for young individuals to cultivate good habits. Noticing that the situation had reached a satisfactory conclusion, and recognizing the strong sense of pride in these two, she decided against further teasing. "Very well, from now on, let us refrain from mentioning this incident again." Charlotte smiled, and others readily echoed her sentiment. Lilith made her graceful entrance, just as she had the day before, though a hint of fatigue graced her features, suggesting that she had not rested well the previous night. "Are you all right? You worked hard yesterday." With a hint of concern, Charlotte inquired. "Thank you for your consideration, Mr. Charlotte. I am well." In response to Lilith's reply, Charlotte did not press further and continued. "Beta, please prepare and bring the money from the cabin for the settlement." "How much do we owe you, Madam Lilith?" Charlotte, exhaling softly, remarked that his long-established habit of sleeping once a day led to a habitual state of malaise whenever he failed to achieve a restful slumber. Indeed, a grand total of 32,280,000 berries. Upon hearing the mention of money, Lilith revealed a radiant smile. "Ahem, what is this?" The weariness that had recently beset Charlotte vanished entirely, replaced by an expression of sheer astonishment, rendering him unable to suppress a gulp. If he were to drink water at that moment, he feared he might inadvertently douse Lilith in a shower of it. Just as Beta, who had approached with the intent of inquiring about the amount before heading to the ship to retrieve the funds, wore a perplexed expression. "Boss, how much is it?" "Ahem, 32,800,000 berries." "Oh." Xiao Luo cast a glance at Beta, questioning the latter's comprehension. Did he not understand? That was over 30 million belly. Observing Beta's expression, it became evident that this battle fanatic had no grasp of monetary value. The mere thought ignited a surge of frustration within him. With a resounding slap, he struck Beta on the back of the head. "Boss, why did you hit me?" Beta inquired, a blend of confusion and grievance evident in his voice. Charlotte furrowed her brows and said, "I believe you have not been practicing diligently of late. It is time for us to engage in a proper training session." In an instant, Beta felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine. Boss, I believe I have been putting in considerable effort lately," he replied, casting a nervous glance at Charlotte. To this, Charlotte could not help but agree. Indeed, Beta had not been idle. Meanwhile, Barrett wore a sly smile, reveling in the misfortune of others, his demeanor exuding a sense of schadenfreude. "What is the matter, Barrett? Would you care to spar with me?" Charlotte inquired. Barrett's smile abruptly faltered, and he shook his head vigorously, much like a rattle. Seeing this, Beta's spirits lifted considerably. Secretly, he exchanged cheeky glances with Barrett. While Charlotte chose to ignore the antics of these two clowns, he then turned his attention, somewhat undeterred, to Lilith, gently asking, "How much?" With a smile, Lilith resolutely responded, "A total of 32,800,000 berries. Captain Charlotte is fair and just." Charlotte rolled her eyes in exasperation. Truly, the prices were exorbitant. Surely, Mr. Charlotte, with his vast wealth, wouldn't dream of defaulting on his debts. Lilith remarked with the same elegant smile she had just displayed. At that moment, as Charlotte observed her smile, he couldn't shake the feeling that she was a money-hungry sorceress. Having grown up through countless experiences, she knew better than to entertain the notion of credit. Tears may flow, blood may spill, but the payment must be made. Charlotte gazed at Lilith, momentarily taken aback. Goodness, it appears that relying on stunning beauty can be quite misleading. Indeed, appearances often serve to deceive. Do all beautiful women possess an affinity for wealth? It seems that Nami is of a similar disposition, exhibiting a notable sensitivity towards money. Beta, please fetch 30,280,000 berries from the ship. Charlotte spoke, assuring that Lilith was not put in a difficult position. Beta, feeling a wave of relief, grasped Barrett by the collar and without uttering a word, swiftly departed as if propelled by the wind. Observing the antics of these two, Charlotte found it hard to watch. "Captain Charlotte, they truly are exuberant companions," Lilith remarked softly. Shalawa cast a glance at Lilith, feeling an overwhelming reluctance to engage in conversation with her. Had he truly indulged in a drink worth 30 million berries? The current prices were certainly not as forgiving as they were 2 or 3 decades ago. Charlotte inwardly lamented the degeneration of human nature. A lavish feast costing 30 million berries was equivalent to the initial bounty placed on Monkey D. Luffy when he first set sail. Consuming such a sum was akin to devouring Luffy himself. However, considering their numbers, with several gluttons among them, indulging in food and drink seemed rather trivial and inconsequential. It was utterly absurd. The more she pondered, the more her frustration mounted, yet confronted by Lilith's sincere smile, she could only request a few more platters of roasted meat. Charlotte, with a face full of indignation, resolved to transform his sorrow and rage into appetite. Lilith, delighted, thought of the prospect of earning more the more he consumed, and hurried off to prepare with great enthusiasm. Shalawa found himself in a state of helplessness. Women truly are intricate beings. He had not anticipated that Lilith possessed such a facet. Behind her intellect, kindness, and beauty lay a person whose love for wealth was insatiable, a sentiment that was indeed difficult to articulate. Chapter 64. A flawless departure. After spending a full 10 days in Robber Town and expending nearly 70 million berries, Shalawa was utterly distressed. He vowed never to return to this place of sorrow. It was simply too exasperating. Particularly perplexing was the allure Lilith seemed to possess. As his crew continually flocked to the so-called beautiful bar, which was anything but beautiful. Naturally, Shalawa was curious about this avaricious side of Lilith. At that moment, he was still reeling from the memories of her as a celestial dragon-esque slave, thus failing to notice other aspects. He inquired of Qian Song if he was aware of her past. Qian Song readily provided an answer. It turned out that a friend of Lilith's had succumbed to a rare illness due to a lack of funds for treatment, tragically passing away before her eyes. This was the root of her obsession with wealth. Upon receiving this news, Shalawa couldn't help but lament the merciless and cruel nature of life, the hardships of fate. Undeniably, this is the allure of the pirate world, where individuals pursue their goals with a relentless spirit, evoking deep emotion. Behind every seemingly absurd reason lies untold heartache and tears. Because of this understanding, Shalawa refrained from preventing his crew from indulging in drinks. However, his wallet was increasingly becoming depleted. It was simply unbearable. These rascals had no regard for the value of money. Shalawa felt as if his very teeth ached. No wonder the vast majority of pirates resort to thievery for survival. With such conduct, they were not a money-printing machine. Who could withstand it? Were it not for this troublesome situation, Shalawa would not have felt such an urgency to set sail. As he observed the replenishment of supplies aboard his ship, he waved his hand decisively. Departure. The ship, the Hibofeile, set sail once more. On the shore, Qian Song and Lilith gazed at the departing Hibofeile with envious eyes. That was a life of freedom and abandon. Alas, they were bound by their own convictions and could not leave this place. Had Charlotte been aware of the thoughts of the other party, she would likely have been infuriated. The notion of unfettered freedom is but a fleeting whim. All I desire is the safety of repose, coupled with a collection of peculiar curiosities. After 2 days of sailing, the ship Hibofeile has approached the doldrums. Beta spoke to Charlotte, who was gazing out over the deck. Charlotte rolled her eyes in exasperation. What a grandiose predicament. The expanse of the calm belt was so vast and lengthy, yet it offered no respite. His eyes were not mere instruments for breath. This time, Charlotte's destination was O'Hara in the West Sea, a spontaneous decision indeed. After all, upon learning that the island of Robber was not far from the calm belt, he began to entertain such thoughts as he prepared for departure. It is worth noting that the event leading to O'Hara's destruction was still over a decade away, and at that time, this renowned sanctuary of archaeology would meet its demise. Furthermore, O'Hara boasted the largest congregation of scholars and the most extensive library, the Tree of Knowledge, in the world. To witness the obliteration of O'Hara seemed, to him, a significant loss. Fortunately, the current naval forces were stretched thin, rendering them incapable of interference. And the world government had yet to fully recognize the importance of O'Hara. This, he believed, presented the safest opportunity to journey there. It would indeed be a pity not to witness it firsthand. Future attempts would be fraught with peril and scant opportunity. The timing was perfect. Captain, how shall we traverse the calm belt? Our vessel possesses no means of propulsion. Beta inquired softly from his side. Charlotte cast a glance at Beta and, in a leisurely manner, suggested, why not find a sea king and give it a good thrashing to pull the boat? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Their minds momentarily short-circuited. Could such a whimsical idea truly exist? Beta regarded Charlotte with the utmost admiration, having previously only considered the delectable nature of sea king meat, never contemplating its potential for towing a vessel. Slowly, Beta raised a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Boss, your idea is simply brilliant." Charlotte was thoroughly enjoying himself. He possessed the formidable conqueror's Haki, a trait that enabled those in the original narrative to instill fear in sea kings. With the same conqueror's Haki at his disposal, there was no reason he couldn't achieve the same. Capturing a sea king to assert dominance was merely a matter of skill. Should they prove uncooperative, a swift reprimand would suffice. After all, it was a task easily within reach. The helmsman soon spotted a sea king approaching rapidly and exclaimed urgently, "A sea king is drawing near." How fortuitous this was. Charlotte wore an expression of calm indifference. Although they had yet to enter the region devoid of wind, there was no rule stating that the sea kings would not appear in the peripheral areas. After all, it is quite normal for sea kings to occasionally wander about. What does it mean for homebodies to remain confined to the depths of the ocean day in and day out? Serenely, Charlotte stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the swiftly approaching shadow beneath the waves, stirring up enormous ripples on the surface of the sea. It was indeed immense, of a size that was astonishing. A creature adorned with yellow and black stripes, reminiscent of a mutated eel, suddenly erupted from the ocean's surface, its colossal maw larger than the vessel itself. With an unstoppable momentum, it seemed intent on engulfing the entire ship, the Hibofeile, in one grand gulp. In an instant, an invisible and colorless aura of terror surged forth, overwhelming the surroundings. Under the weight of its oppressive presence, several crew members fell into a stupor, frothing at the mouth and rolling their eyes back in unconsciousness. The gargantuan sea creature, sensing an unsettling and bone-chilling energy, abruptly halted its advance. Its enormous, disc-like eyes reflected a fear and unease akin to that of a human. "Hey, how about we haul in the ship?" The gentle voice of Charlotte resonated through the air. The Sea King, bewildered, gazed at the minuscule human who appeared as insignificant as an ant, yet the aura emanating from this diminutive figure instilled fear within it. In that moment, it nodded without hesitation. This scene left all witnesses with twitching mouths, finding it somewhat ludicrous. It was indeed absurd, truly a display of remarkable intelligence. Only Barrett wore an expression of excitement. Charlotte had repeatedly mentioned the Conqueror's Haki, and he was regarded as the one most likely to awaken this extraordinary power. Witnessing Charlotte's demonstration only intensified Barrett's longing for the Conqueror's Haki. How magnificent it was! He too desired to embody such grandeur. Under Charlotte's oppression, the other crew members swiftly secured the ropes. The crew members who had been rendered unconscious were met with Charlotte's dissatisfaction. It had been quite some time, and they still appeared in such a wretched state. If they encountered an enemy wielding Conqueror's Haki, it would be tantamount to suffering substantial losses before the battle even commenced. It seemed this group had been indulging too much lately, growing somewhat complacent. Naturally, Charlotte himself faced some challenges in mastering the second stage of Conqueror's Haki, requiring further refinement. His precise control remained insufficient. The path of the strong was indeed a formidable journey. The Sea King dragged the Hibofeile swiftly towards the doldrums. The entire Hibofeile, in conjunction with the Sea King, resembled an oversized ornament, an exceedingly absurd sight. Just how much nourishment does the ocean possess to sustain such a colossal creature? Nearly 700 meters long, which still falls short of the largest sea kings. Truly, the wonders of this world are boundless. The Sea King moved with remarkable speed, racing along as though it were an essential vehicle for travel. Undoubtedly, Conqueror's Haki is a rare and royal ability. Charlotte was remarkably relaxed and in high spirits. What a splendid idea. As long as one's thoughts do not wane, solutions will always outnumber difficulties. A flawless takeoff. Chapter 65. Am I truly frightening? Just emerging from the doldrums, Charlotte released the unfortunate sea creature tethered to the vessel. Little did she anticipate that the creature would flee at an astonishing speed without a backward glance. Charlotte touched the back of her head, pondering whether she truly appeared so fearsome. It was utterly incomprehensible. Am I truly so frightening? Charlotte turned around to inquire. The crowd broke into a cold sweat, uniformly shaking their heads, yet inwardly reflecting that it was not merely frightening, but utterly savage. The sea creature relentlessly tugged the ship, and when attempting to flee midway, Charlotte delivered a rather physical reprimand. Even more absurd was that during the journey, feeling hunger pangs, Charlotte contemplated slaughtering the creature for sustenance. It was enough to bring tears to the eyes of onlookers and send shivers down the spines of listeners. Behold, behold, the clarity of the crowd's perception is remarkable. Here I am, a person of democracy and kindness, fostering unity and camaraderie, yet I cannot fathom the source of this turmoil. Charlotte shook her head. The onlookers observed her look of frustration, their hearts sinking, momentarily at a loss for words. Even a dog would likely shake its head in disapproval. Charlotte's profound gaze extended towards the tranquil sea, marking the entrance to the West Blue. Indeed, the weather here was far more serene, devoid of the misfortunes that plagued other regions. From the New World, the windless zones on either side lead to the West Sea and the North Sea. However, to reach the East Sea and the South Sea, one must traverse the Red Earth continent or navigate through the Reverse Mountain into the first half of the Grand Line, subsequently crossing the windless zone. Yet, returning to the New World would necessitate a perilous passage through Fishman Island beneath the waves, a venture fraught with danger. Consequently, Charlotte had no intention of journeying to the East Sea or the South Sea. The West Blue, on the other hand, boasted numerous renowned locales, such as O'Hara, the Land of Flowers and the fabled Valley of Gods, among others. Furthermore, it is the birthplace of the notorious underworld organization. Each of the four seas spans a vast expanse, incomparable to the Grand Line, and the number of islands remains a mystery likely known only to the world government or the Navy. It was anticipated that the voyage would take a considerable amount of time. Charlotte was filled with profound emotions, realizing the necessity of maintaining a low profile upon entering the western seas. Thus, she set forth onward. O'Hara. Charlotte spoke, and his subordinate immediately relayed the message. Set sail for O'Hara. Set sail for O'Hara. The echoes resounded across the sea as the sails were raised, catching the sun's rays on the journey to O'Hara. The West Sea was vast, and the ship's pace sluggish. This inevitably reminded Charlotte of a swift man, a man of light, a man who leisurely indulged in his pursuits. Such a lifestyle was indeed quite appealing. The West Sea, O'Hara. The ship, the Hibofeile, had successfully arrived, and one could not deny the evident advantages of maintaining a low profile, as long as one remains unnoticed and avoids trouble. Who would care about an inconspicuous little pirate crew? This is O'Hara. Mighty's quickly spotted the towering tree of knowledge, over 5,000 years old, on the island. A truly awe-inspiring sight. Throughout the journey, Mighty's could hardly contain his excitement. This was renowned as the Island of Scholars, replete with vast quantities of books. An irresistible allure for him. Indeed, this is O'Hara. Charlotte spoke softly, seemingly imbued with a particular emotion. This seemingly inconspicuous, tranquil island is renowned worldwide for gathering the finest archaeologists, elite excavation teams, a plethora of scholars, and the omniscient tree. Yet, destruction also looms as a consequence of such prominence. The clandestine research into the blank century by O'Hara incited the ire of the world government, resulting in its tragic demise. Others similarly expressed their astonishment. Magical places invariably possess a unique allure. Only Beta and Barrett appeared disinterested. For those whose minds are consumed by muscle, the allure of books seems an absurdity. Merely managing to stay awake while reading is a feat in itself. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge has certainly heard of this place. Well then, since we are here, let's explore it thoroughly. With that, Charlotte was the first to disembark, followed closely by Mythia, Lena, and Jillian. This place boasts the most extensive collection of books, encompassing fields such as medicine, dance, management, and the humanities. How could they possibly miss such an opportunity? They ought to witness it to some extent. Mythia clasped her hands over her forehead to shield her eyes from the sun, gazing into the distance and exclaiming, "Wow, this place is truly serene and beautiful." Now is not the time for admiration, Metis whispered beside her. This is a golden opportunity. There are numerous books here that can inspire us. This is an exceptional chance provided by Mr. Charlotte, one that promises to broaden our horizons. Upon arriving, Metis felt a sense of mission. His book fruit is intrinsically linked to literature. There must be books here that can offer him profound insights. Moreover, he harbored a bold idea, glancing at Charlotte, who was lost in thought ahead. This is an opportunity. How can a land of ideals lack books and wisdom? Books are the keys to enlightenment, one of Mr. Charlotte's adages is regarded by Metis as a truth. If he could bring back a substantial number of these books to Rife Island, he firmly believed that, given time, it would surely evolve into another sanctuary for scholars. He cherished an array of books, for they harbored boundless wisdom and tales. What a sagacious plan this is. Truly, it is akin to hitting multiple targets with a single arrow. Under the leadership of Mr. Charlotte, Latte Island is destined to become an ideal place long yearned for by all. For the sake of Mr. Charlotte and the dream of a utopia, Métis silently motivated herself. Unbeknownst to Charlotte, he gazed in awe at the harmonious and rich cultural ambience surrounding him. It is indeed a tremendous loss that such a scholarly haven could face destruction in a mere decade or so. Here lies an abundance of historical documents, unique cultural artifacts, and records of various civilizations, both grand and obscure, chronicling the evolution and proliferation of humanity. However, the most poignant aspect remains the day of O'Hara's destruction, when countless scholars sacrificed their lives to safeguard a vast array of historical texts, ultimately preserved in the lake at the heart of the island, their value beyond imagination. The spirit of O'Hara endures, thanks to the indomitable scholars who defied tyranny. What may seem an irrational and foolish choice is, in fact, a testament to the scholars' unwavering dedication to the pursuit of historical truth. Ideals. At times, they demand a steep price in blood. Whether such sacrifices are worthwhile is not for a mere passerby to judge. Yet history is an everlasting legacy of human civilization. This group of pure-hearted and fearless individuals, though Charlotte may not embody their spirit, does not hinder his profound admiration for them, despite the potential for folly that such admiration may evoke. Thus, Charlotte prepared to explore the all-knowing tree, the largest library in the world, and to meet Dr. Clover, the librarian who devoted his life to uncovering the truth of history. Chapter 66. The All-Knowing Tree Library. The All-Knowing Tree Library, the largest and oldest library known to the world. Dr. Clover appears to be an elderly gentleman. His forehead is shaved, leaving a tuft of green hair atop his head and a strikingly large green beard, each strand resembling a leaf, together forming a charming clover-like visage. He dons a red and white striped shirt with a broad belt, complemented by blue-black trousers and a coat, exuding an air of vitality. At first glance, he leaves a lasting impression, standing out from the crowd in a singular fashion. Having grown accustomed to the myriad eccentric styles within the pirate world, Charlotte finds his appearance neither jarring nor offensive. "Hello, Dr. Clover." Charlotte greeted the arriving guests with a smile, welcoming them from afar. "I wonder what brings you here." Dr. Clover, a figure of apparent seriousness, spoke with unexpected gentleness. This left Charlotte somewhat startled. Could it be that the other party was aware of his origins from a new world? For a moment, he felt uncertain. However, he quickly realized that the distance between islands could indeed be considered a long journey. Moreover, since it was his first appearance here, Dr. Clover's words were entirely reasonable. "Thank you. I am merely curious about the largest library in the world," he replied. Dr. Clover nodded, accustomed to such inquiries from visitors who came every day. As long as they did not damage the books, they were free to explore. Had it not been for the mixed company of men, women, and children accompanying Charlotte, he might not have approached them. Métis's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Grandpa Clover, may I accompany you?" Dr. Clover smiled warmly at the little boy and nodded in agreement. Faced with Métis's eager gaze, Charlotte reluctantly consented. How could he deny a child's heartfelt request? He could only silently pray that Dr. Clover would not show Métis anything inappropriate, for that would surely lead to trouble. Dr. Clover took Métis away, turning his attention elsewhere and leaving Charlotte and his companions in peace. This brought Charlotte a sense of relief, as he hoped nothing untoward would arise from Métis's adventure. Charlotte sighed. Truly deserving of its reputation as one of the most renowned libraries in the world, The myriad of books and documents contained within are undoubtedly beyond enumeration. The densely packed volumes dazzled the eyes. Such a magnificent sight would have been unimaginable in times past. What a pity! What a pity! As Charlotte contemplated the future demise of O'Hara, a sense of melancholy washed over her. It seemed that such a magnificent scene might never be witnessed again. The neatly arranged volumes upon the shelves were a testament to the scholar's dedication, and their destruction would indeed constitute a grievous loss for humanity. Since she could not intervene in the impending obliteration, she resolved to preserve these books, allowing the ember of civilization's legacy to continue its flame through her hands. A bold notion suddenly surged within Charlotte's mind. He was untroubled by the absence of literature spanning a century of history. However, this realm harbored not only those works, but also a myriad of rare ancient tomes and singular volumes. Amidst this vast ocean of literature, it was conceivable that even more captivating tales lay concealed. With this thought in mind, Charlotte, after much deliberation, could not resist seeking out Dr. Clover. Meanwhile, Lena observed the hurried departure of Charlotte with a hint of concern. Having spent considerable time together, she had sensed that Charlotte's demeanor had been rather unusual since his arrival. She silently wished for his endeavors to unfold smoothly. Although she was unaware of Charlotte's true intentions, her heart brimmed with quiet prayers. Before long, Charlotte found himself in the company of a jovial elderly man and a young boy, sharing laughter and light-hearted conversation. Charlotte felt a twinge of doubt. Could the shy Mythos truly be a social butterfly? Greetings. What a coincidence, Mr. Charlotte. Ah, is it really a coincidence? The remark lacked any semblance of artistry. Yet, she glanced towards Dr. Clover and then at Mythos, who was winking at her. Charlotte realized that it was he who had disclosed his name to Dr. Clover. Charlotte paused for a moment and said, Dr. Clover, I have a rather inconvenient request. However, since it is indeed an inconvenient request, perhaps I should refrain from bringing it up. Charlotte was somewhat taken aback. The venerable scholar possessed such a down-to-earth side. The refusal was rather abrupt. Haha, mister. Charlotte was merely jesting. Do share whatever is on your mind. The abrupt transformation of Dr. Clover caught him off guard to some extent. Charlotte gritted her teeth and candidly expressed her intentions. I desire to obtain a copy of O'Hara's vast collection of books, and if there are any unique volumes to be gifted, that would be even more splendid. Upon hearing this outrageous request, Dr. Clover couldn't help but regard Charlotte with renewed interest. The latter part of her statement was automatically disregarded, as it was beyond comprehension. The sheer magnitude of O'Hara's library was astonishing. It stretched infinitely, an ocean of knowledge. What was her purpose? Dr. Clover did not mock Charlotte's fanciful notion, but rather was filled with curiosity. Why? After a brief silence, Charlotte contemplated the situation. He had never considered thwarting Dr. Clover's plans, for he believed that with the stubborn mindset of this group, such an endeavor was nearly futile. Instead, it could potentially expose him to unwanted scrutiny, which would be quite perilous. He did not possess the luminescence and grandeur often associated with heroes, and thus, he chose to express his thoughts delicately. Presently, the sea was far from tranquil. Pirates roamed freely, and without sufficient strength, certain secrets could invite catastrophic repercussions. Charlotte observed Dr. Clover's expression, which revealed nothing, and continued, Indeed, one must not place all their eggs in a single basket. Even in the face of unforeseen disruptions in the future, it is prudent to retain some reserves. This is the essence of my reasoning. Dr. Clover, are you amenable to my proposal? Dr. Clover turned his gaze towards Charlotte, although his demeanor remained unchanged. A tempest brewed within him. These seemingly casual remarks subtly hinted at the perilous nature of their current endeavors. Could it be that the other party truly anticipated the onset of adverse events? He cast a skeptical glance at the earnest Charlotte. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. However, Métis's eyes sparkled with illumination. It was evident that Mr. Charlotte had a plan in mind. After a moment of silence and careful contemplation, Dr. Clover ultimately acquiesced. Very well, I shall agree. Charlotte let out a sigh of relief, for he was genuinely apprehensive that Dr. Clover would disapprove. It appeared that the latter was also cognizant of the peril inherent in this matter, though he likely did not anticipate the outcome would be so gruesome and profound. After all, if O'Hara were truly to obliterate this place, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the world. Perhaps this was the last vestige of hope for Dr. Clover. Yet, even if he were to convey this to him, would the doctor truly believe it before the event transpired? Shallow was unaware and had no desire to gamble. He merely wished to be an inconspicuous and safely placid individual. However, Dr. Clover found Shallow quite intriguing, for Midas had informed him of the vision that this young man held for his utopia. Even he could not help but marvel at the grandeur of the young man's aspirations. This was the very reason he was willing to believe in and accept Shallow's proposition. Charlotte felt a surge of quiet excitement, though the workload ahead appeared formidable. As for the blank century of history, Clover would not divulge it, and he tacitly refrained from inquiring further. Let be that both were oblivious to each other's secrets. Chapter 67. Deceit is not the trait of a good child. The entire Rockefeller pirate crew found themselves engulfed in a flurry of activity. Charlotte mused that even if they were to empty the Rockefeller, it might not suffice to contain all the books. Lena remarked that this was the conclusion she had already drawn. The sheer volume of books here was staggering, so vast that it was impossible to ascertain the exact number. It was the result of countless years of accumulation. Do not worry, Lena. It will be resolved, Charlotte assured her. Lena turned to him, surprised by his unwavering confidence. Yet she never doubted his judgment. I understand, she replied. Only Beta wore a perplexed expression. Understand what? With his robust demeanor. Charlotte had little faith in him for intricate tasks. Even Barrett was far superior in that regard. Thus, Beta found himself dismissed by the others, trailing behind Charlotte and Lena. Charlotte's mind wandered to Métis. The crux of the matter rested upon her. One of the abilities of the book fruit, akin to a bug, was the capacity to transform books into a storage space. The saying within books like golden houses was not merely a metaphor in this world. The trio strolled quietly along the streets of O'Hara Town, a scene that radiated tranquility. Yet this serene time would not endure much longer. Destined to be obliterated by the demon-slaying order, rendering everything to ruins, lost beneath the wheels of history. Charlotte gazed around, overwhelmed by a profound sense of reflection. Perhaps it is the losses we endure that etch themselves into our memories for a lifetime. Lena sensed a peculiar sadness emanating from Charlotte, an emotion that intensified with each passing moment, leaving her perplexed. This sensation had lingered for quite some time, as if she could perceive the concealed emotions of others, particularly Charlotte's deeply buried feelings. Today, however, this sensation was exceptionally potent. What was happening to her? Although she could not fully comprehend the turmoil within herself, Lena could distinctly sense Charlotte's boundless anxiety regarding the future. Hello, big brother, a youthful voice chimed in beside her, interrupting Charlotte's contemplations. Charlotte paused for a moment, then turned her gaze. Before her stood a delicate little girl, as pristine as a porcelain doll, who bore an enormous backpack. For such a young child, it appeared quite burdensome. The contents were evidently an assortment of carefully packaged fresh flowers, suggesting a great deal of thought and effort had been invested in them. The girl seemed to be merely 8 or 9 years old, her large, sparkling eyes radiating politeness as she bowed to Charlotte and Lena, inquiring, "Would you like to purchase some flowers?" Observing the endearing demeanor of the little girl, Lena felt her heart melting. A gentle smile graced Charlotte's face as she half-squatted, tenderly stroking the girl's soft hair. "Little sister, how much did this cost you?" The little girl, feeling somewhat intimidated by the long sword, shiu, that hung at Charlotte's waist, replied shyly, "Big brother, it's 200 berries for one. Do you think that is acceptable?" Charlotte also smiled wryly, as if even her recently gloomy mood had lifted considerably. She then spoke, "This is not a question I should be asked, dear sister." Charlotte naturally noticed the hint of unease in the little girl's eyes and gently reassured her. "Do not worry. This weapon is intended for dealing with evildoers." The little girl, her innocent gaze filled with wonder, replied, "Really? That big brother is truly impressive." Charlotte nodded with a smile. Indeed, the sea can be perilous, teeming with unsavory characters. "Please bring me 10. As she spoke, Charlotte produced a neat stack of pristine Bailey notes, a total of 2,000, and placed them in the little girl's hands. The girl looked up in surprise, her movements somewhat clumsy as she set down her large backpack. Leaning forward, her small face focused intently, she began to select. "This one is beautiful. This one is lovely too. And this one is quite charming." She continued to sift through the options for quite some time. Charlotte patiently awaited, observing the earnest expression of the little girl, which was utterly endearing. It was not until the young child selected 10 blossoms that she deemed the finest. Cradling them in her hands and presenting them to Charlotte, Charlotte took the flowers and, smiling, inquired, "Little sister, why had you ventured out to sell flowers at such a tender age?" The young girl beamed with a sweet smile and replied, "Oli is no longer a child. I can be independent now." She looked proudly at the flowers nestled in her backpack. "My father and mother are both exceptional archaeologists, just as talented as you, big brother." Xiao Luo nodded with a smile, exclaiming how impressive it was. "You are quite remarkable as well." The young girl displayed a proud smile. At that moment, Lena interjected, asking, "Little sister, where are your parents?" The girl's eyes quickly dimmed as she responded, My father and mother are unwell. Their colleagues told me they have gone to a distant place for treatment and will not return for a long, long time. Both Charlotte and Lena were momentarily taken aback, a flicker of sorrow flashing in their eyes. The little girl then turned around and timidly addressed the tall Beta with polite inquiry. Uncle, may I ask if you're purchasing flowers? Beta's expression darkened. The corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily, yet his crouched form loomed large, adorned with an awkwardly gentle smile. Little sister, I am merely 16. I am not that old. You should refer to me as your elder brother. The girl widened her eyes in surprise, scrutinizing the robust man before her, then shook her head in response. No, you don't look like one at all. Beta wore a bewildered expression, grinding his teeth as he forced another smile through his rigid demeanor. If you call me brother just once, I will buy all your flowers. The girl's eyes brightened momentarily, but soon she became conflicted, her delicate hands nervously rubbing against each other as if making a momentous decision. Observing her hesitation, Beta relaxed. Resolute in his refusal to acknowledge himself as a mere uncle, he still considered himself a child. After a moment, the girl declared with determination, although I would love to sell all the flowers, my parents have taught me that deceiving others is not the behavior of a good child. In an instant, Beta's countenance darkened further, and with a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground. Soon after, he sprang up, filled with indignation, and pointed at the girl with fierce intensity. How outrageous! Open your eyes and see. I am clearly only 16. He erupted in frustration, lamenting that despite not yet reaching adulthood, he was already being referred to as an uncle, a grave injustice indeed. Get away from me. Seeing the little girl on the verge of tears, Charlotte, in exasperation, kicked Beta away with a swift motion. How could one be so fierce and intimidating, yet crumble at a few words? Shaloa gently patted the little girl's head. Though the man appeared somewhat rugged, he was indeed a good person, so there was no need for fear. The little girl, with her sparkling eyes, furtively glanced at Beta, who was rising after rubbing his backside, and nodded in a dazed manner. She then took the 2,000 belly earned from Shaloa's flower sales, clumsily counting the bills in her hands. Subsequently, she retrieved a small, exquisite pouch and meticulously placed the money inside in an orderly fashion. At a glance, it was a thick stack. Lena smiled and remarked, Little sister, you are quite wealthy. The little girl replied joyfully, I have saved this for a long time. Lena felt a pang in her heart. What a thoughtful little girl she was. How proud her parents must be to have such a considerate and lovely daughter. Goodbye, big brother. Goodbye, big sister. Goodbye, uncle. The little girl waved her tiny hand with a smile as she headed off to sell flowers elsewhere. How frustrating. I told you I'm a big brother, not an uncle. Beta exclaimed, rubbing his backside, his expression marked by annoyance. Charlotte gazed at the departing little girl and softly remarked, What do you think about establishing a hospital on Lottie Island to provide free medical care for the residents? Both Lena and Beta looked at Charlotte in astonishment. Chapter 68. The past is gone, never to be recalled. Before long, a silver-haired woman approached and bowed to the three of them. I'm Nicole Albia, a colleague of Yuri's parents. I hope the child did not cause you any trouble. Charlotte was momentarily taken aback. This must be Nico Robin's future mother. Of course, Robin had yet to be born at this moment, but she was fortunate enough to encounter her mother. Shaking her head, she reflected, No, she is a lovely, strong, and kind child. Orbia visibly sighed in relief. Could you share with me the circumstances surrounding Oli? Orbia, surprised by Charlotte's inquiry, began to speak. Her parents were both archaeologists. During an archaeological expedition, they tragically lost their lives in an accident. To spare Oli from sorrow, we deceived her. Ever since, the child has taken to selling flowers to save money. Even though she holds the title of the youngest archaeologist from O'Hara and receives monthly support, she continues this endeavor. Such is the world of pirates. It is filled with unforgettable passion, joy, and also the inescapable regrets and sorrows. We often forget that this is the reality, a world rich with a full spectrum of emotions. Orbia continued solemnly. Oli's parents adored flowers in their lifetime. Perhaps, in her own way, she is honoring their memory. They should have spent more time with her. Charlotte gazed at the melancholic Orbia, unsure of what to say. You are hardly a competent mother, are you? In pursuit of fulfilling your late husband's wishes, you abandoned your child and set sail without a backward glance. How unfortunate for the child. Is this truly a deplorable tradition among the archaeologists of O'Hara? No, it seems to be some manner of custom within the world of pirates. This is rather difficult to articulate. The child was merely an unforeseen circumstance. I am genuinely curious about the Hibofeile pirates' unexpected interest in literature rather than the plundering of wealth. Charlotte gazed at Orbia with a look of astonishment. There is no need to regard me so. I merely stumbled upon reports concerning the Hibofeile pirate crew and possess a rather remarkable memory. With a hint of exasperation, Charlotte added, if you hadn't brought it up, I might have nearly forgotten the harsh reality of my existence as a pirate. Truly, I ought to express my gratitude for rekindling my recollection. Charlotte gazed at the other party, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction at their referring to the Hibofeile family as a pirate crew. Nevertheless, she spoke. Books are vessels of cultural heritage, testaments to the evolution of civilization. It would be a great pity to destroy them. Oh, are you suggesting that O'Hara will face obliteration in the future? Charlotte's heart involuntarily convulsed at the utterance of such an ominous remark. Was it truly wise to express such foreboding thoughts so nonchalantly? Even if it were a truth destined to unfold in the future, one should not speak so carelessly. How infuriating! This woman seemed utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. I meant no offense. It is merely a precautionary measure. After all, the world is hardly tranquil. Nicole albeit gazed at Charlotte with a sincere expression. Is that not a reference to the annihilation of O'Hara? I was merely drawing a parallel. Do you comprehend the analogy? Oh, so that is what you meant. Charlotte swallowed the words that lingered on her tongue. This woman was utterly exasperating. In response, albeit queried, are you interested in history? Hence your collection of these books? Charlotte quickly shook her head. What a jest regarding the Pirate King. Is this even a matter of interest? I simply relish the tales woven within the pages of the books. Oh, how peculiar it is that one might lack interest in historical documents. For they indeed represent significant events. Xiaolua chuckled, finding little significance in the matter, as he was solely interested in the comfort of a carefree existence and indulging his penchant for collecting. History, like smoke, has dissipated. The past is gone and cannot be recalled. Orbia was somewhat taken aback by Xiaolua's response, yet she vehemently disagreed. History holds immense importance. It pertains to the trajectory of human development and serves as the coordinate line marking the dawn of civilization. Only a comprehensive understanding of history can provide humanity with a clear narrative, allowing for traceable pathways and verifiable origins. Charlotte was rendered speechless. Did he not comprehend the significance of history? However, the crucial century of history that the world government has ardently sought to obscure is hardly an easy subject for research. It is a matter of life and death indeed. Regardless, he had no desire to delve into it unless the world government were to fall. On this topic, Charlotte chose to remain silent, fearing that this woman might inadvertently reveal some monumental secret. His fragile heart could scarcely bear it. Orbia, observing the conflicted expression on Charlotte's face, seemed to grasp something and refrained from further commentary. She found Charlotte intriguing. Had he been a member of the archaeological community, it would surely have been an enthralling experience. If Charlotte were to learn of Orbia's notion, he would likely lose his composure, for he has no desire to leap into this abyss. Oh no, to be precise, it should be referred to as a chasm. In any case, I'm truly grateful to you. With that, Orbia took his leave. Grateful? Me? Charlotte wore a perplexed expression. What was there to thank him for? This left Charlotte utterly baffled until Orbia vanished completely from sight. Truly a stubborn and eccentric woman. You all should remember to avoid associating with such individuals in the future. Not only do they risk dulling your wits, but they also tend to become exceedingly paranoid. Lena? Beta? Without regard for the reactions of the two, Charlotte proceeded on his own. He was convinced that since Orbia was already aware of his identity, it was highly probable that Dr. Clover had also discerned it. Quite a headache indeed. Nevertheless, he had to pay Dr. Clover a visit. Before long, they met again. Dr. Clover, what brings you here? The doctor held a favorable impression of Charlotte. At the very least, he was not a bad person, which was sufficient. I wish to inquire about the number of orphans in O'Hara. Charlotte's inquiry cast a shadow over Dr. Clover's countenance, prompting a sorrowful response. There are 7 individuals, all of whom have parents engaged in the field of archaeology. Upon hearing this revelation, Charlotte was momentarily taken aback, realizing that being an archaeologist in the world of pirates is, indeed, a perilous vocation. However, a moment of reflection led him to grasp the underlying truth. Archaeologists often embark on voyages to seek out relics mentioned in historical texts for validation and supplementation. The ocean is inherently fraught with danger, and presently, it is beset by rampant piracy, compounded by the presence of numerous enigmatic islands. Given such a multitude of hazards, the fate of those archaeologists, whose prowess is already limited, is all too predictable, often a grim uncertainty. The sea is far more ruthless than it appears, even when compared to the Great Route. Yet, the risks here are equally terrifying for ordinary individuals. For the vast majority of pirates, your scholarly status holds little weight. In their eyes, it is likely deemed less valuable than a mere bottle of liquor. For Charlotte, This mindset is tantamount to disregarding one's own life, a notion that is truly perilous. I wish to offer them refuge, Dr. Clover. You are aware that the future library will require the presence of potential scholars. In response to Charlotte's heartfelt appeal, Dr. Clover's eyes revealed a depth of complexity and obscurity. After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement, albeit with the condition that the children must willingly choose to embark on this path. Nevertheless, both Charlotte and Dr. Clover harbored doubts about the likelihood of such an opportunity. Who would willingly leave their homeland? Chapter 69. No turning back. After nearly 2 weeks, the team finally managed to replicate all the volumes housed in O'Hara, a feat accomplished with the assistance of many locals. The workload was immense, as the collection was so vast that it could scarcely be contained within an entire ship. Fortunately, under Charlotte's guidance, Métis had made significant progress in harnessing the power of the book fruit, particularly excelling in its storage capabilities. Mr. Charlotte, the books have all been loaded onto the ship. Métis approached, holding a blank tome in hand. Upon hearing Métis's loud call, Charlotte slowly turned around and smiled at Métis, who was holding a book in hand. Have you finished? Charlotte inquired, and Métis promptly approached her, raising the blank tome in her hand and presenting it to her. This is a book with a storage capacity developed through my abilities. I have conducted experiments, and I can confirm that this volume can accommodate up to 5,000 tomes of identical size. Métis exclaimed with enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Charlotte's eyes sparkled with delight as she accepted the book handed to her by Métis. She felt no burden whatsoever, only the ordinary weight of a book. Gently, she opened it, revealing a storage space brimming with books resembling a card. This ability is truly convenient. It is akin to the versatile capsules from the Dragon Ball universe, an indispensable item for any traveler. Charlotte inquired about how to extract the contents within. All I need to do is place my hand upon it, and with a mere thought, I can freely manipulate its release. Furthermore, I can create blank tomes of a size suitable for an ordinary person, thereby expanding the internal space and allowing others to enter as well, Mythos replied. Xiao gazed at Midas, pondering the development of the book fruit, which he believed possessed remarkable potential. He was utterly satisfied with such an ability. You have done exceptionally well, Midas. Midas's cheeks flushed slightly. Shalawa's sudden praise in front of everyone made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Mr. Shalawa, all credit goes to you. It is your guidance that enabled me to successfully develop the fruit's capabilities in such a short time. Shalawa remained silent with a faint smile. For what he possessed was not true inspiration, but rather a mere appropriation of creativity. The crowd was oblivious to Shalawa's thoughts. Yet this did not diminish their admiration for him. The powers of the devil fruits are indeed diverse and peculiar, and the development of formidable abilities does require a certain degree of imagination. Casually closing the book, Shalawa returned it to Mythos. He recalled that the book fruit could also conjure illusions, trapping individuals within the bizarre narratives contained therein. Of course, this was limited to the realm of one's consciousness, while the physical body lay vulnerable in the external world, subject to the whims of fate. Charlotte's imagination ran wild. What if one could materialize the monsters and objects from the tales within books? Or perhaps wielding a tome akin to the Bible to conjure a realm that would cleanse the spirit of an individual. Such notions are undeniably intriguing. However, these aspirations cannot be rushed. They require the ingenuity of a devil fruit user to develop. He might indeed offer some fascinating proposals, potentially sparking remarkable transformations. Charlotte, are we to leave O'Hara and embark anew? Lena inquired. Everyone turned to Charlotte with eager anticipation, particularly Beta and Barrett, the two warriors. O'Hara is undeniably beautiful, but having seen and experienced all it has to offer, remaining here has lost its charm. Charlotte nodded. It was indeed time to depart. The absence of trouble from the Navy for such an extended period was quite an extraordinary feat. One must acknowledge the Navy's resolute stance against piracy. This fortunate respite was undoubtedly due to his low profile and unassuming nature. Reflecting on this, Charlotte couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Indeed, it was only foolish pirates who sought the limelight. His strategy was undeniably astute. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to meander through the West Sea so effortlessly. He might have already been chased like a dog. Charlotte was well aware that the present safety did not guarantee future security. The longer one lingered in this place, the more likely one was to be exposed. Thus, it was indeed time to depart. Preparations commenced, and with a collective cheer, everyone swiftly busied themselves. Shalawa gazed at everyone in utter disbelief. It was merely a journey to the sea, and he could hardly comprehend the fervent excitement. Truly, it was disheartening. Why not simply embrace a life of leisure? This group seemed to lack ambition, as if they had entirely liberated themselves since embarking on this maritime adventure. Such a misguided trend must not be allowed to flourish. Soon, after bidding farewell to Dr. Clover, Shalaw and his companions prepared to depart. To his surprise, Dr. Clover gifted him a precious seed from the tree of omniscience, along with numerous rare tomes. This unexpected gesture left him somewhat astonished. It appeared that his words had indeed made a slight impact on Dr. Clover, albeit minimal. The allure of historical research was an irresistible temptation for these archaeologists, a fervor driven by an unwavering resolve to pursue their passions at any cost. Yet, he understood that his own desire was to embrace a safe and tranquil existence, a privilege contingent upon the abundance of strength and wealth. Regrettably, the only archaeologist to accompany him was Oli, swayed by his persuasion, while the other children harbored no such intentions. Such is fate, Shaluwa lamented, recognizing that their destinies would ultimately intertwine with O'Hara, lost to the annals of history. Midas, listening to Shaluwa's musings, inquired with confusion, "What does this mean, Mr. Shaluwa?" Charlotte paused, a nostalgic expression gracing his features as he responded gently to Métis's inquiry. "This phrase is an old saying from my hometown, signifying that when one encounters both favorable and unfavorable circumstances, one cannot help but reflect on the inevitability of fate's design." Métis's eyes widened in awe. Such profound wisdom indeed. He was immensely curious about what Charlotte's homeland might be like, pondering whether the ideals that shaped Mr. Charlotte's vision stemmed from this very place. "I truly wish to see it. Mr. Charlotte, may I visit your hometown?" Charlotte's body suddenly stiffened, and then he spoke with a heavy heart. "We cannot return. We shall never return." Métis, taken aback, found himself in a prolonged state of shock, his heart laden with sorrow. Such a response naturally led him to contemplate myriad thoughts. Soon, however, Métis regained his resolve. Perhaps this was the unwavering commitment of Mr. Charlotte to his ideal homeland. "I, Métis, shall steadfastly accompany you in pursuit of the grand vision of our ideal paradise." Charlotte glanced at the suddenly exuberant Métis, feeling somewhat perplexed. Could this fellow be having a fit of hysteria? She chose to ignore it. Charlotte gazed at the increasingly distant O'Hara, realizing that he may never again have the opportunity to behold the present visage of this place. This farewell was likely eternal. In his eyes, it seemed as though a fervent flame ignited, a flame that illuminated an endless abyss of darkness. Charlotte whispered softly, "The deity of fate possesses no compassion, and the long night of God knows no end. We are but fleeting passers-by." Métis gazed at Charlotte, her expression a blend of confusion and contemplation, unable to dispel the turmoil within her heart. Chapter 70. Journey to the Land of Flowers upon the tranquil expanse of the sea. A brutal and sanguinary battle unfolded between the two factions. The glint of blades and the roar of cannons reverberated, accompanied by the cacophony of battle cries and anguished shouts, rising and falling in a relentless symphony of conflict. Charlotte remained quietly in the captain's cabin, indifferent to the tumult outside, entrusting the battle entirely to the younger members of her family. "Charlotte, won't you take a look at the fighting outside?" Lena inquired with a hint of concern in her voice. Charlotte resolutely shook her head and declared in a deep voice, "The fledgling must eventually spread its wings and soar." Lena's expression shifted, and though her lips parted slightly, no sound emerged. Charlotte placed his trust in Beta and Barrett, convinced that their presence would avert any calamity, especially given the relatively low intensity of the battles in the West Sea, which provided ample opportunity for everyone to hone their skills. The forthcoming confrontations would not be as lenient as the present ones. Once a fierce battle ensued, it would be impossible for him to safeguard everyone. Such a feat was utterly unattainable. Despite his inner aversion to conflict, preparations had to be made promptly. Delicate blooms sheltered in a greenhouse could scarcely withstand the ravages of wind and rain. Seeing Charlotte's gaze solidify with resolve, Rena sighed softly, recognizing his deep-seated concerns for the future. What lay ahead? What could possibly trouble Charlotte so profoundly? Rena felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her, mirroring his anxiousness. After a brief interval, the cacophony of battle outside gradually subsided, ultimately yielding to a profound silence. "The fight is over," Charlotte remarked calmly. "Let's go outside." With that, he rose with an air of tranquility and moved toward the exit, Rena following closely in his footsteps. On the deck, members of the Hibofeile family were engaged in various tasks, tending to the wounded, organizing weapons, transporting bodies, and collecting treasures, all executed with remarkable orderliness. "Boss," called out a bloodied subordinate upon spotting Charlotte. "You've worked hard. Go on and see to your duties. Charlotte observed everything with keen eyes. The injuries sustained were minimal and mostly superficial, easily remedied with simple bandaging. It seemed that the fervor of the battle had led to some unfortunate friendly fire. The results of the engagement were indeed commendable. The strengths of both factions were hardly comparable. "Boss," Beta exclaimed, rushing over to Charlotte. "Well done." Charlotte remarked that Beta performed admirably in her role as a nanny, as no issues had arisen, and she fulfilled her duties with diligence. This was indeed a commendable outcome. Beta chuckled and replied, "Boss, this is merely my obligation, especially considering how feeble those individuals are." Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, she tapped her forehead and exclaimed, "Boss, we discovered a little girl on the ship." "A little girl?" Charlotte was somewhat taken aback. A young girl had unexpectedly appeared aboard the pirate ship, a rarity indeed. Could she be a slave? Beta shook his head, indicating that she did not seem to be one. After a brief pause, Charlotte said, "Let's go take a look." Before long, a little girl, appearing to be around 8 or 9 years old, emerged before him. The child appeared timid and somewhat pitiable. "Do not be afraid. You are safe now," Charlotte spoke gently. However, the girl still seemed a bit apprehensive, hesitant to respond, and instinctively edged away towards the ship's deck behind her. Faced with the girl's reaction, Charlotte felt momentarily at a loss. How should I handle this?" Noticing Charlotte's awkwardness, Lena kindly interjected, "Charlotte, allow me to take care of this." Under Lena's gentle reassurance, the girl's demeanor calmed significantly, and soon Lena led the little girl away. Charlotte merely observed in silence, uttering not a single word. Beta, witnessing Charlotte's unprecedented flustered expression, could not help but stifle a laugh from the sidelines. Charlotte cast a piercing gaze, laced with an air of menace. "What are you laughing at?" she inquired. Is there something amusing? The weather is quite pleasant today." Indeed, Beta quickly feigned ignorance, not wishing to endure the intimidating scrutiny of Charlotte's sharp stare. Charlotte cast a glance at Beta, rendered momentarily speechless. This was the bottom of the ship. How could one possibly see the sky? Even the excuses he concocted were exceedingly flimsy. His intellect seemed to have been fed to swine. Nevertheless, it was futile to engage in a battle of wits with him. Beta, noticing that Charlotte had ceased to acknowledge him, breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure from his superior was indeed overwhelming. As a thought struck him, he called out, "Hey, you there, yes, you. Hurry up." He hastily approached a busy subordinate, whose bewilderment was palpable. Under Beta's imposing presence, the subordinate's movements became markedly more agile. Charlotte returned to the captain's quarters and observed Beta wiping the sweat from his brow, visibly relieved. Shortly thereafter, Lena entered with a little girl in tow. "Charlotte, shall we assist her?" Lena inquired, leaving Charlotte momentarily bewildered. "Assist with what? How can we help? What has transpired?" At that moment, the timid little girl spoke up. "Big brother, could you please take me home?" Charlotte tilted her head and gazed at the little girl, inquiring, "Where is your home?" "In the land of flowers." The girl's response made Charlotte's eyelids twitch. It was indeed unexpected that she hailed from such a place. However, he felt a hint of confusion. "How did you end up on a pirate ship? What about your family?" The little girl, quick to respond to Charlotte's question, explained, "I sneaked out on my own and accidentally got captured by pirates. They intended to kill me, but I told them my father is wealthy and could offer them a substantial sum, and that's how it happened." "Ah, goodness." She was a rebellious girl who had run away from home. Fortunately, she had a wealthy father. Otherwise, the avaricious pirates might have meted out a far grimmer fate. Nevertheless, it was rather unfortunate for her father. Eventually, Charlotte acquiesced to the request, for there was wealth to be gained, was there not? Naturally, he also yearned for the opportunity to behold the nation. The Flower Kingdom, as one of the world's allied nations, possessed formidable strength and was shrouded in mystery. The absence of a naval presence in such a country was undoubtedly advantageous for him. In his eyes, the 8 Treasures Water Army was merely a concealed faction within its ranks. Rather than labeling them as pirates, it would be more accurate to regard them as the nation's indigenous naval forces. However, due to the pressures from the world government, they were compelled to make alterations to their naval structure, concealing their true capabilities. The 8 Treasures Water Army, comprising 8 distinct divisions, each named from 1 to 8, showcased the undeniable might of the Flower Kingdom, which was far from being as simple as it appeared on the surface. This nation, deeply connected to the culture of Huaxia, piqued his curiosity regarding what it truly entailed. The crew, upon receiving the news, erupted in jubilant cheers. Having long heard tales of the prosperity and strength of the Flower Kingdom, the prospect of exploring it filled them with exhilaration. The Flower Kingdom set sail. The ship, Hibofeile, swiftly altered its course towards the Eastern Flower Kingdom. Chapter 71. The martial artist on the deck Beta exhibited an air of boredom and disinterest. Barrett, why is there no fight to be had? This is so dull. Barrett glanced at the fool beside him, speechless, although he too harbored a desire for combat. He was far less impetuous than Beta. If the captain hears you say that, startled, Beta instinctively glanced around, not spotting Charlotte, and let out a sigh of relief. Could you refrain from being so frightening? It's quite unsettling. Barrett, uninterested in Beta's antics, turned his gaze to the tranquil sea. Hey, what is that over there? Barrett remarked, surprised, as he pointed into the distance. Beta perked up, placing a hand on his forehead to peer ahead. What? Where? There. Barrett indicated. In the distance, a white crest of waves surged forward in a straight line at high speed. What? Beta exclaimed, leaping up in excitement. What is that? Barrett, remaining calm, quickly discerned that the white waves enveloped an unknown creature, likely a sea beast racing through the waters. Soon, a small single-man boat was seen riding the waves in pursuit. Upon closer inspection, the person's arm spun like a whirlwind. Captivated by the sight, the crew stood in awe, just as the onlookers were recovering from their astonishment. The sea beast seemed to have noticed the Hibofeile, altering its course and charging directly towards them. What is that creature planning to do? Beta questioned, puzzled. Perhaps it intends to devour us. Barrett pondered thoughtfully. Moments later, a colossal figure leaped from the waves, sending forth a cascade of water, resembling a crocodile. Its gaping maw lunged towards the ship, the Hibofeile. Beta's arm muscles bulged like small mountains, and with a terrifying swing, his fist struck, producing a series of explosive sounds. Boom! The creature's head was deformed by a single blow, a multitude of teeth cascading into the depths below. Beta returned to his usual demeanor, casually shaking off his hand, unable to suppress a chuckle. In the blink of an eye, the dazed sea beast floated upwards, its jaw not only misshapen, but also drenched in blood. Brothers, haul it up. We shall feast on the sea beast shortly, Beta proclaimed loudly, his underlings responding with enthusiastic cheers. Brother Beta is formidable. The resounding cheers echoed into the captain's quarters, startling Charlotte, causing her wine glass to tremble perilously close to spilling. What antics were these rascals up to now? Charlotte's countenance darkened as he awkwardly rose to his feet, while Métis pondered the meaning of gray machine. Soon, it seemed that she had deduced it to be a phrase from Mr. Charlotte's homeland, and a sense of nostalgia washed over her. Indeed, Mr. Charlotte was ever so fond of his origins. The small sailing vessel, which had been pursuing the sea creature, halted abruptly upon witnessing its quarry being vanquished, momentarily dispirited, yet quickly transformed into a state of exhilaration. Hey, you aboard the ship that defeated the sea beast. Beta was momentarily taken aback, glancing at a figure on the small vessel, a short-haired individual clad in martial attire, pointing at himself. Are you referring to me? Yes, indeed, you. What do you want? Beta felt somewhat displeased by the other's haughty demeanor, the tone grating on his nerves, and he had no intention of indulging such arrogance. Before he could retort, the individual performed a formal bow and spoke earnestly. I, Wei Hao, a martial artist from the Flower Kingdom, hereby challenge you. Beta was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure, realizing that he had been languishing in boredom. A challenger had come to him. Thus, he mirrored the formality, declaring, I, Beta, an officer of the Hibofeile family, accept your challenge. As soon as his words fell, Wei Hao sprang into action, leaping into the air and executing a rapid spin. First move, whirlwind kick. With a sudden strike, his leg descended from the sky with a speed akin to lightning. Beta's expression turned solemn as he transformed into a titan, his feet firmly planted apart. King of Apes, cannon. In a swift motion, his fist surged forward, leaving visible ripples in the air and emitting a terrifying hum. Boom! The collision of their attacks reverberated across the sea, sending waves crashing upon the surface. Wei Hao, like a slippery eel, landed back on the small boat. Though he appeared somewhat unsteady, his expression grave. Beta, however, wore an exuberant smile, activating his moonwalk to hover above the ocean. Come again. Wei Hao grinned, using the small boat to propel himself upwards, and the two engaged in a frenzied clash. Shadows flitted by as they exchanged dozens of blows in a fierce exchange, each strike a lethal display of precision, where a moment's lapse could spell defeat. The duel escalated in intensity, with both combatants countering each other's moves. Moments later, they returned to their respective vessels, eyes locked in focus. Haha, what a thrill, Beta bellowed, his blood surging with excitement. Wei Hao, with a serious gaze, proclaimed, Then allow me to demonstrate my strongest strike. His body began to bend forward, resembling a predator poised to pounce, muscles taut and veins bulging. Beta's expression shifted to one of solemnity as he braced himself. Fierce dominance, Tiger fist. As his aura peaked, a dazzling blade of light streaked through the air like a shooting star. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted as the waves surged violently, capsizing the opposing vessel. The turn of events unfolded with astonishing swiftness and unexpectedness, leaving everyone frozen in place. Just as Beta was about to voice his confusion, a familiar figure materialized beside him. With a stammer, Beta exclaimed, "Boss, how did you manage to come out here?" Charlotte's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, his voice frigid. "If I do not come out, do you intend to dismantle the Hibofeile?" Beta, trembling with fear, dared not speak, repeatedly waving his hands in denial. He could sense that Charlotte was exceedingly angry, a fury that could not be provoked without dire consequences. Charlotte's mood was indeed quite dismal. Had it not been for the disturbance of sound that compelled him to investigate, the consequences could have been dire. If his adversary had successfully unleashed that charged strike, the demise of his ship, the Hyperion, could have been imminent. The mere thought of this caused him considerable distress. Day after day, he found little respite. Soon, Howie emerged from the sea, gracefully alighting onto the deck of the Hyperion. Although he was infuriated that Charlotte had interrupted his attack, he was acutely aware that Charlotte had shown restraint. Otherwise, that recent slash would not have merely resulted in him being cast into the ocean. Charlotte's expression was grim, and his tone was ominous as he declared, "Whether you wish to duel or spar, do so on a deserted island or an uninhabited land. Do not engage in reckless antics aboard this ship. Should you dare to wage battle here, I shall dismantle you." After uttering these words, he paid no heed to the reactions of those present and departed with a sullen demeanor. Howe remained silent, acutely aware that his earlier behavior had indeed been excessive, and he could sense the formidable power emanating from Charlotte. His warning was no idle threat. This was a testament to his keen instincts as a martial artist. As Charlotte exited, Beta quietly exhaled in relief and turned away Howe, suggesting, "Next time, let us settle this once and for all." The martial artist Weihao nodded in agreement, clearly pleased. Chapter 72. The Flaws of Judging by Appearance. The Hibofeile had gained an additional presence. Charlotte's eyes widened in surprise as she inquired, "What is he doing here?" Barrett replied, "Boss, his ship is gone, and he was on his way back to the Land of Flowers, so he simply took a favorable wind ride." Huh. Xiao Luo gazed at Wei Hao in the distance, engaged in a discussion on martial arts techniques with Beta, momentarily at a loss for words. It was absolutely out of the question to seek a free ride. Barrett, ensure that Beta acquires a comprehensive account of that fellow's martial arts skills and insights, no matter what. Charlotte turned and departed. "Ah, very well, boss," Barrett said, rubbing his hands together before seeking out Beta and Wei Hao. 3 days later, the ship Hibofeile finally arrived in the Land of Flowers, White Horse Town. The place bustled with a multitude of visitors, many of whom were clad in martial attire, embodying the unique warriors of the Land of Flowers. Occasionally, one could catch sight of a few women, gracefully holding folding fans, laughing and walking hand in hand, their delicate fragrance wafting through the air. The streets were lined with quaint lofts, adorned with azure bricks and verdant tiles, a truly delightful sight. Charlotte's gaze wandered, enveloped in a sensation both familiar and alien, her thoughts in disarray. "Charlotte, what troubles you?" Lena inquired with concern, observing Charlotte's silence. "Oh, it's nothing," Charlotte replied calmly. "By the way, where is Ollie's home?" Ollie was the name of the little girl they had rescued. After several days of interaction, the child had come to recognize that Charlotte and her companions were indeed benevolent. The initial fear had dissipated, replaced by a genuine fondness for the company she found among them, and she had made new friends here. Upon hearing Charlotte's question, Ollie promptly pointed her small hand towards the distant mountains, saying, "Big brother, my home is over there." Charlotte was somewhat perplexed, wondering why they resided on the mountain rather than in the town. To her astonishment, as Ollie's words echoed in the air, Wei Hao, who stood nearby, exclaimed in utter shock, "Your family belongs to the Sambao Navy." "The Sambao Navy?" Charlotte was somewhat taken aback, as the gaze of those around her was similarly drawn. Wei Hao continued, "That mountain is the headquarters of the Sambao Water Army, and those who dwell upon it are solely the family members of the Sambao Water Army." Oh, Charlotte was surprised, as she had not anticipated that Ollie held such an identity. "Let's take Ollie home first," she said, taking Ollie's hand and heading towards the headquarters of the Sambao Water Army. Moments later, they arrived at a grand stone archway, where the characters Sambao were elegantly inscribed. "Wow, how imposing," Beta exclaimed, his eyes wide as he surveyed the surroundings. Before the ancient archway stood 2 towering stone-lined statues. A straight staircase wound its way deep into the interior. Not far off, amidst the rugged peaks, various pavilions could be seen, partially concealed. Mountain springs flowed gently, Birds soared in the sky, and the exotic flowers and rare grasses created a scene of breathtaking beauty, resembling a paradise on earth. Charlotte couldn't help but marvel at the comfort of such an environment. It truly uplifted her spirits. Let us proceed. The group traversed through the stone archway, arriving at a distinctly different little town not far ahead. This locale was the settlement of the families of the Sambao Navy, entirely under the jurisdiction of the Sambao Naval Forces. A large gathering of oddly dressed strangers naturally attracted attention. The surrounding populace appeared somewhat curious about their arrival, and shortly thereafter, the Sambao Navy made their appearance, ready to initiate inquiries. A figure, evidently the squad leader of the Sambao Navy, approached and inquired, "Who are you? And what brings you here?" Charlotte spoke softly, mentioning that a child they had rescued claimed her home was located nearby. As the words left her lips, she could distinctly observe the team leader's expression shift in surprise. "Where is it?" he inquired. As Charlotte turned to the side, Alia's petite figure appeared before him. The squad leader suddenly froze, and then, with fervent excitement, shouted, "Quick, quick, quick! Inform the chief of the Tiger Brigade that the young lady has returned." In an instant, the team erupted into a flurry of activity. Aside from the messenger, the other members of the Sambao Navy swiftly gathered around. Charlotte cast a skeptical glance at Alia, as her identity indeed took him by surprise. Particularly, the title of chief she mentioned indicated that she was undoubtedly the daughter of the leader of the Sambao Navy. Although the crowd was somewhat bewildered, they patiently awaited further developments. Moments later, a tall, one-eyed, middle-aged man strode in with an imposing presence, resembling a formidable wall, striding directly towards Charlotte and his companions, exuding an air of fierce intimidation. The others immediately tensed, realizing that a conflict in this territory could prove disastrous. To their astonishment, however, the one-eyed man disregarded everyone else and swiftly scooped Alia into his arms. "My precious daughter, you nearly frightened your father to death," he exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. "Father, I was wrong. Please don't cry," Alia replied, her eyes glistening with tears as she gently wiped away her father's sorrow. "It's all right, my darling daughter. As long as you are safe, that is all that matters," he responded, his voice choked with emotion. Charlotte looked on in disbelief. This burly man with a fierce countenance turned out to be a devoted father. One could still find some imperfections in his appearance. "Father, I am fortunate that Brother Charlotte and Sister Lena were able to rescue me this time." The leader of the Sambao Navy gazed at them with a gentle expression, saying, "I'm immensely grateful for your efforts in saving my daughter. I am Zhang Hu, the leader of the Sambao Navy, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill any requests you may have." Upon hearing this, Charlotte's interest was piqued. With the assistance of a formidable ally, his plans could proceed smoothly. "As for Mr. Zhang Hu, I shall not hold back. I desire the training techniques and insights of the diverse martial arts from the Land of Flowers." Zhang Hu was momentarily taken aback, having anticipated a monetary request. He was pleasantly surprised by the request for martial arts knowledge. What a visionary young man. "Very well, I shall do my utmost to gather this for you." In the face of Zhang Hu's generosity, Charlotte smiled with delight, feeling assured that this significant matter was resolved. "Thank you very much, Mr. Zhang Hu." Charlotte spoke with great humility, and Zhang Hu regarded him with a sense of appreciation. "Please stay for a while, and allow me to extend my hospitality," Zhang Hu said, immediately commanding his subordinates to prepare everything. This arrangement was made for two reasons. Firstly, the cultivation of martial arts necessitates time for gathering, and secondly, it was an occasion to celebrate the safe return of his precious daughter and to express gratitude to Charlotte and the others. Under Zhang Hu's guidance, Charlotte and the others settled in for a brief respite. The surroundings captivated him further, the environment, the atmosphere, and the people all evoked a deep sense of nostalgia within him. "Charlotte, it seems you have a particular fondness for this place," Lena remarked earnestly. "Indeed, it continually reminds me of my homeland," Charlotte replied, his voice tinged with emotion. Lena paused momentarily, reflecting on her own homeland, which she often reminisced about. Understanding that sentiment well, a smile then graced her lips, for she felt fortunate to have encountered such companions. Lena quietly observed her surroundings. The tranquil ambience enveloped her, instilling a sense of inexplicable peace. A decision began to form in her heart. If that were the case, she would create a place like this. Rife Island was not lacking in mountains. Chapter 73. Communication, the Sambao Tower. This ancient edifice, emblematic of the Sambao Navy, represented power and status, serving as the residence of the leader. "Leader, is it truly wise to acquiesce to their request? They are pirates of the New World," inquired a bespectacled man with black hair, adorned with tattoos, and clad in martial attire. Wang, the impression I have of that individual is quite extraordinary, youthful yet composed. With remarkable foresight, such a person is destined for greatness. Investing in him would be prudent, Zhang Hu articulated, revealing a meticulous and thoughtful nature beneath his seemingly reckless exterior. His gaze was imbued with profound wisdom. Given the benefactor who had returned his daughter, he felt compelled to ascertain the truth, for coincidences were rare, and careful planning was the norm. Wang, the vice-captain of the Sanbao Navy, was taken aback but harbored no doubts about his leader's judgment. This reflected trust. Leader, do you believe there's a connection between him and the legends? Wang asked purely out of curiosity. Zhang Hu shook his head, uncertain whether a connection existed, as such matters were not yet discernible. However, he recognized that the individual's achievements were indeed remarkable. Even if it were merely to seek a formidable ally for the Sanbao Navy, it would be an excellent choice. Go, do your utmost to gather information, he commanded. As you wish, leader, Wang replied, slowly departing the Sanbao Tower, exhaling deeply. Zhang Hu gazed up at the ceiling, lost in thought, as if something had crossed his mind, momentarily rendered pensive. After a brief interval, a member of the Sanbao Navy stepped inside. Leader, someone requests an audience. Let him in, Zhang Hu responded calmly, returning to the present. As you command, leader. After speaking, he took a few steps back. Outside the Sanbao building, Charlotte was somewhat astonished by the ancient and imposing structure, a testament to the power that has endured for centuries. Its opulence and grandeur were vividly displayed. The architectural craftsmanship was unparalleled, and the aesthetic truly reflected a deep connection to ancestral heritage. Indeed, it was a marvel of Chinese artistry. Mr. Charlotte, please come in. The leader awaits you. In response to the courteous invitation, Charlotte smiled and expressed his gratitude before following his host inside. The spacious interior, adorned with exquisite carvings and painted columns, was breathtakingly magnificent. With a hearty laugh, Zhang Hu welcomed, "Welcome, young Charlotte." Xiaoluo also politely remarked, "Mr. Zhang Hu, you are being too courteous. I have come to seek your counsel." "Oh, Mr." Zhang Hu's interest was piqued as he replied, "Please, do share your thoughts." "Mr. Zhang Hu, may I inquire about your perspective on the concept of armament Haki?" Charlotte inquired. For the Kingdom of Flowers, as a formidable nation, possesses the uniquely enduring profession of martial artists. He firmly believed that this enigmatic kingdom must have profound insights or distinct interpretations regarding the Haki of armament. In response to Charlotte's inquiry, Zhang Hu exhibited a hint of surprise, yet replied with an air of nonchalance, stating, "The term Haki of armament is what you outsiders refer to it as. In our Kingdom of Flowers, we actually call it the essence of martial arts." Charlotte was momentarily taken aback. The essence of martial arts. Indeed, the essence of martial arts. The pinnacle of physical technique can give rise to another formidable power, known as the essence. Xiao Luo nodded subtly, feeling a sense of partial understanding. It seemed as though he grasped the concept, yet the true comprehension eluded him. Observing this, Zhang Hu let out a hearty laugh and continued to elucidate. In simpler terms, as commonly articulated in the outside world, once a particular martial art is cultivated to its utmost pinnacle, one can begin to manifest the externalization of armament Haki. This entails concentrating armament Haki within one's hands or weapons, thereby transforming it into tangible offensive and defensive capabilities, unleashing formidable impacts. Charlotte was somewhat taken aback. This notion bore a resemblance to the flowing cherry blossoms of Wano, albeit with subtle distinctions. Both techniques harnessed the dynamic properties of armament Haki to concentrate energy into a singular explosive point, enabling long-range assaults that inflicted formidable external damage. However, the flowing cherry blossoms possessed the added capability of penetrating armor, inflicting harm on vulnerable internal structures. Yet, when faced with true monstrosities, beings of astonishing physical prowess, such destructive power proved insufficient. To achieve greater internal devastation, one must integrate other potent attacks, such as the exceedingly rare binding Haki. This contemplation ignited a flurry of thoughts within Charlotte, suggesting numerous possibilities. Advancing to this level could yield terrifying results. The cultivation of Haki is arduous, and the application of specialized techniques demands relentless practice and refinement. Even a most commonplace technique, hardening, exhibits notable variations, each of which signifies a disparity in strength. This exemplifies the utilization of armament Haki techniques. Zhang Hu observed Charlotte's contemplative demeanor and continued, in truth, the comprehension of the essence of martial arts, what you refer to as armament Haki, entails the integration of various physical techniques, fruit abilities, and the interplay of Haki. This represents each individual's unique path. Xiaoluan nodded, fully understanding this point, as the two engaged in extensive conversation. For the first time, he gained a deeper and clearer understanding of the concept of armament Haki, which would significantly benefit his future development of this formidable skill. To aspire to become a top-tier powerhouse in the future, the mastery and combination of the three types of Haki are indispensable tools. Without such means, one cannot truly be deemed a formidable entity upon the vast seas. Mr. Zhang Tiger, may I utilize your training facility to engage in exchanges and sparring with others? Zhang Tiger regarded Xiaoluo with a calm demeanor and replied, "That is perfectly acceptable. I will make the necessary arrangements." "Thank you very much, Mr. Zhang Tiger," Xiaoluo expressed sincerely. It is worth noting that in a nation where martial arts are highly esteemed, the opportunity for sparring and honing one's skills is immensely beneficial to him, potentially advancing his mastery of armament Haki considerably. "I have a dedicated training ground here. I can teach you how to wield armament Haki," Zhang Tiger stated. Upon hearing this, Xiaoluo was initially taken aback, but quickly filled with delight. "Excellent. I would greatly appreciate your guidance, Mr. Zhang Tiger." For him, such an opportunity was indeed a rare gem, difficult to come by. Zhang Tiger was pleased with Xiaoluo's reaction, but then shifted the conversation, saying, "However, you must promise me one thing." Without hesitation, Charlotte declared, "As long as I am capable, I shall not decline." "Very well, then take my daughter away before you leave." Zhang, whose words were imbued with an unsettling calmness. Yet, Charlotte gazed at Zhang, who in utter bewilderment, perplexed by the underlying motives of his actions. He could not fathom the purpose behind Zhang, whose request, or what considerations lay beneath it. "All right, I consent," he affirmed. Merely agreeing is insufficient, my boy." Zhang, whose tone shifted to one of utmost seriousness. "You must also ensure her safety." Xiao Luo nodded thoughtfully. After a prolonged moment, he departed, leaving Zhang, who gazing at his retreating figure, lost in contemplation. "What fate awaits that which bears the weight of all our hopes?" His voice, tinged with melancholy, conveyed an ineffable emotion, plunging the Sanbao building into profound silence. Chapter 74. A bunch of immature ones. "Ollie, is it truly wise for you to accompany us?" Lena inquired, casting a glance at her companion. Indeed, indeed. Will Uncle Zhang be displeased?" Misha added, her brow furrowed with concern. Jillian expressed her unease. "Are you certain everything will be all right? I can't shake this ominous feeling." Ollie's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she reassured them. "It's fine. We are merely in White Horse Town. Not far at all, so you need not worry. Moreover, White Horse Town is renowned for its exquisite hot springs. We must indulge as guests." Her enthusiasm was palpable. Upon hearing this, Jillian, Misha, and Lena's eyes sparkled with excitement. In contrast, Xiao Luo, Barrett, Beta, and Métis remained silent. Yet, Xiao Luo himself felt a flicker of anticipation. Soaking in a hot spring could indeed be a delightful indulgence. A harmonious balance of work and leisure constitutes the epitome of a fulfilling life. Soon, the group arrived at the finest hot spring establishment in White Horse Town, the White Horse Hot Spring Bathhouse. The hot spring pool, rising steam enveloped the air, and the warm water promised an exquisite comfort. Charlotte, with an expression of sheer delight, held a cigarette between his lips, exhaling wisps of smoke as he relished this splendid moment. Life should be this way. The relentless violence is utterly tedious. Suddenly, a great splash erupted as Beta plunged into the water like a wild buffalo, thrashing about with abandon. Barrett remained still, as quiet as a statue. Meanwhile, Metis floated serenely on the surface, playfully kicking her legs as she began to swim. Each of them radiated a rosy glow. With a sudden whoosh, a large splash surged towards Barrett, engulfing him in an instant. "You insolent gorilla, do you wish to fight?" Barrett seethed with fury. "Come at me if you dare." "Bullet head," Beta retorted defiantly. Soon, the pool was alive with splashes as the two engaged in a childish water battle. In the blink of an eye, Metis joined the fray, and the playful chaos ensued. Charlotte glanced around, exhaling a ring of smoke, and muttered, "What a bunch of immature fools." As soon as the words left his lips, a torrent of water cascaded down upon him, drenching him completely. His cigarette was utterly soaked. "You scoundrels!" he bellowed, immediately retaliating with a deluge of water aimed at the trio. In an instant, a chaotic flurry ensued as they splashed water at one another. After a considerable time, the laughter gradually subsided as they finally came to a halt. Charlotte burst in a hearty laughter, exclaiming that such a life is truly delightful. "Boss, this is so much fun. Let us also develop a hot spring on Radia Island in the future," Beta excitedly remarked to Charlotte. Xiaoluo cast a glance at him, questioning whether indulging in a natural hot spring could be as simple as a mere exchange of words. Such folly, Nevertheless, the suggestion held merit. One could relish life while simultaneously embracing tranquility. After a considerable pause, Shalawa and his companions emerged onto the street. Women can be quite a hassle. Is it not yet resolved? Beta grumbled, his thoughts lingering on the prospect of a hearty meal. Soon, Barrett, who had just settled the bill, approached, stating, I inquired with the server, and it seems that Sister Lena and the others have already departed. Well then, let us not dwell on them any longer. Let us indulge in culinary delights. Shalawa made a resolute decision. He too yearned to savor the exquisite delicacies of the land of flowers. The other three companions wore expressions of delight. However, Mr. Shalawa suddenly found himself in a predicament. Just as he prepared to take a step forward, his foot froze in place as he turned to see Misha. Observing Misha's anxious demeanor, Shalawa felt a jolt of concern. What is happening, Misha? Mr. Shalawa, Ollie has been captured by a group of unidentified individuals, and Sisters Lena and Jillian have gone after them, Misha replied hurriedly. Do not panic, Shalawa reassured Misha. He swiftly unleashed his observation Haki, ready to pinpoint the presence of several individuals. In an instant, he located their positions and sprang into action. Beta, Barrett, you need only wait here, Shalawa's voice echoed from a distance just as they were about to move. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Charlotte swiftly propelled herself out of White Horse Town through a series of leaps. By the seaside, the ominous presence of a pirate ship loomed. Lena and Jillian cast wary glances at one another, demanding, Who are you? Release Ollie. The captain of the long-beard pirate crew, brimming with arrogance, let out a boisterous laugh. You two little girls believe you can rescue someone from my crew? How naive. I refrained from attacking you earlier out of concern for alarming the Sambao pirate crew. Here, you are doomed. Men, seize them. Eager pirates displayed cruel grins as they rushed toward the pair. Lena and Jillian exchanged determined looks and charged forward. With a resounding splash, they deftly dispatched a group of small-time pirates, prompting a slight change in the captain's demeanor. Truly troublesome women, he muttered. All of you attack. Kill them. Another wave of pirates surged toward them. Charlotte was right. Mere minnows are just that, minnows. With a swift strike, Lena sent one pirate flying, crashing into another group behind. Jillian, equally formidable, continuously toppled her adversaries. Before long, only the captain of the long-beard pirate crew remained on the battlefield. His expression turned to one of horror as he stammered, Damn it, if you take another step forward, I will kill her. He pressed his blade against Ali's throat. Lena and Jillian hesitated, realizing the peril of their proximity. They lacked complete confidence in their ability to save her unscathed, especially considering their opponent's bounty of 60 million berries. The captain, fully aware of the stakes, refused to lower his guard. He knew that if not for the hostage, he would not last a single round against them. Quick, find them. Some of the less injured pirates staggered to their feet. If you make any rash moves, I will kill her, he threatened as he issued his orders. Is that so? A voice interjected, sending a chill down his spine. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain and instantly succumbed to unconsciousness. Charlotte. Observing Charlotte's effortless victory, Lena and Jillian let out a sigh of relief. Are you all right? Charlotte inquired gently. Are you all right? I'm fine. Thank you, Brother Charlotte. Ollie replied with joy. Shalawa turned his gaze towards Lena and Jillian, feeling no inclination to blame them. Their lack of combat experience was evident. Given their strength, they could have effortlessly dispatched their adversary without sustaining any harm. Concern had led to confusion. What exactly had transpired? How had they ended up being kidnapped? In response to Shalawa's inquiries, Lena recounted the events one by one. Shalawa nodded, surprised to discover that this group possessed a certain cunning, orchestrating chaos to seize Ollie. Casting a glance at the unconscious captain of the long-beard pirate crew, Shalawa hoisted him up with a swift motion. After a brief moment, he released his grip, astonished to learn that the motive was the treasure of the 8-treasure navy, a legacy spanning centuries. Centuries. The magnitude of this wealth is likely to surpass human imagination. Xiao Luo's eyes shimmered with a glint of greed, for it is the greatest of traps. Moreover, it appears that this group of individuals has made a grievous error in their selection. Why would the treasure of the 8-treasure navy be associated with the 3-treasure navy? Truly, they are a bunch of befuddled fools. In the next moment, Xiao Luo dispatched the pirates to their eternal rest. Chapter 75 will inevitably arrive one day. A full fortnight passed. Every day, Charlotte trains under the guidance of the staff-wielding master. With a thunderous roar, an invisible force erupts from her fist, shattering a massive stone weighing 100 pounds into fragments. Charlotte could not contain her delight as the external manifestation of armament Haki took form. Congratulations, young man. Praised Zhonghu, though astonished internally, his expression remained unchanged. Thank you, Mr. Zhanghu, for your immense kindness. Charlotte expressed heartfelt gratitude, acknowledging that his swift mastery was largely due to the unwavering guidance and assistance provided by Zhanghu. Well then, young one, the path ahead is now yours to navigate, Zhanghu said with a sense of satisfaction. By the way, the martial arts techniques you requested have been compiled. There are approximately over 800 varieties. Charlotte was astonished by the sheer number of surprises that awaited her. Heh, dear Uncle Zhanghu, might I request a share of your insights? Observing the cheeky grin of the young man before him, Zhanghu wore an expression of resigned exasperation. Once familiar, he recognized this brazen demeanor, yet he harbored no aversion. Only those with genuine kindness reveal the most authentic facets of their humanity. Prepared from the outset, he had anticipated that this young rascal would not let him off easily. Xiaoluo awkwardly scratched his head, realizing that he had been excessively taking advantage of the situation, nearly exhausting it. Uncle Zhanghu, you are indeed the illustrious leader of the Sanbao Water Army, known as the Claw of the Zhanghu. Your grandeur is unparalleled, and I find myself lacking in comparison. Hearing Xiaoluo's flattery, Zhanghu appeared quite pleased. Chief, there's trouble. Urgent news. A Sanbao Water Army soldier exclaimed hurriedly. Calm down. What has transpired? Zhanghu inquired, his demeanor both commanding and composed. The soldier cast a furtive glance at Xiaoluo, understanding the signal. Xiaoluo thought to himself that he was somewhat peckish and urged them to carry on. Before he could make his exit, Zhanghu insisted, No, please continue. Charlotte's body stiffened. He was reluctant to listen. This report clearly concealed secrets. As commanded, Chief. Brothers, we have discovered another band of thieves. The tiger staff furrowed his brow. Were they once again drawn by the allure of treasure? Xiaoluo was slightly taken aback. He was indeed aware of the treasure that had been passed down for centuries in the Kingdom of Flowers. However, it seemed that this treasure should rightfully belong to the Qingjiao family of the 8 Treasure Water Army. Now, it appeared that something was amiss. Yet, there were no legends at sea regarding this matter, and he was unclear about the specifics. The information from the previous group of pirates was also quite chaotic. They were all bound together and cast in the sea to feed the fish. The atmosphere was tense with danger as the staff promptly received their orders and set out to execute them. Charlotte lowered her head, gazing at the ground. Seemingly lost in thought, the staff tiger, observing her, merely remarked nonchalantly, Kid, you aren't actually tempted by the legendary treasure, are you? Charlotte lifted his head abruptly. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no stirring of emotion. However, he was not one to be ungrateful. Moreover, the mention of this treasure hinted at immense significance, and he certainly did not wish to become the object of someone's incessant yearning, as such a situation would yield more losses than gains. Wasn't the profit from Ladi Island substantial? Well, somewhat, but hardly enough. The staff tiger smiled reassuringly. I trust you. Throughout their time together, he had come to realize that Charlotte possessed his own moral principles. He continued, This treasure is a secret of our 8 esteemed families. Each family has safeguarded its own share of wealth for generations. Charlotte was taken aback, astonished by this perspective. However, he quickly regained his composure. It was evident that this was a life-altering secret, one he had no desire to uncover. Charlotte spoke decisively, Brother Zhuanghu, since this matter is a secret, it would be unwise for you to share it with me. Zhuanghu chuckled heartily. No worries. I trust you will keep it to yourself. Xiaoluo was utterly taken aback. Was this some kind of jest? Zhanghu appeared to be lost in a reverie, continuing, In the days of yore, the Flower Kingdom participated in an ancient covenant, and the treasure we safeguard is meant for that day which will inevitably come. It embodies all that we are, our past tribulations, and our hopes for the future. Xiaoluo felt a buzzing in his head, as if he had stumbled upon a momentous secret. An ancient covenant? A day destined to arrive? A vessel of hope? The words of Zhanghu stirred tumultuous waves within Xiaoluo's heart. There was an inexplicable sensation, leaving him somewhat anxious. Moreover, it seemed that the news of the treasures of the Flower Kingdom had likely reached a select few, and the specter of war could erupt at any moment. Xiaoluo nodded slightly, as it seemed that the Kingdom of Flowers had plunged into a dire quagmire of war, yet the precise reasons remained rather unclear. Perhaps the treasures of the Kingdom of Flowers were among the contributing factors. Thus, Uncle Zhanghu entrusted his daughter to my care. Zhanghu nodded in agreement. My son is destined to inherit the family legacy, while for my daughter, all I desire is for her to escape such a fate and to lead a life filled with peace and joy. Xiaoluo sighed softly, reflecting on the profound love that parents have for their children, which inspires them to plan for the future with great foresight. Therefore, my dear child, do not entertain any thoughts of that treasure. Not even a fleeting notion. Rest assured, I shall bestow upon you the entirety of the dowry I have long prepared for Ali. Charlotte wore a look of helplessness, as if utterly exasperated by the abrupt severance of his ambitions. Moreover, he harbored little interest in that so-called treasure. To him, it represented a substantial inconvenience, and he detested complications above all else. But what did it mean for you to bestow upon me your daughter's dowry? Upon realizing this, Charlotte gazed at Uncle Jean who, in bewilderment. What do you mean by this? Surely, it is unnecessary. Yet, as he observed the silent demeanor of Jean Hu, Charlotte grasped the gravity of the situation. Through their interactions over time, he had come to understand Jean Hu's formidable prowess. Both his armament Haki and observation Haki were extraordinarily powerful. Despite his low profile, he was indeed a true hidden master. Yet, the man's evident concern for the future raised a question. Did he sense something ominous? This thought inevitably led Charlotte to contemplate the legendary liberator, the sun god Nika. Shallois pondered deeply, casting a somewhat dubious glance at Zhuang Hu. It is said that observation Haki possesses the theoretical ability to foresee the future, yet the temporal scope of such foresight should not extend too far. He recalled that a similar ability was attributed to a rare profession known as a fortune-teller on Fishman Island, with the renowned Shirahoshi being the only one capable of predicting the future. She had foretold the dawn of the pirate era, the Great War at Marineford, and the demise of Whitebeard, all of which underscored her formidable prophetic prowess. However, she remained an exceptional case. In his view, it was likely that Shirahoshi utilized her observation Haki in conjunction with a unique crystal ball to achieve her foresight, allowing her only to predict the occurrence of events, rather than their precise timings. Could it be that the Land of Flowers also harbors a similar vocation? Zhuang Hu, observing Shalaw's shifting expressions, remarked nonchalantly, "It's my intuition." Shalaw, taken aback, coughed for an extended period, his eyes widening in disbelief. How remarkable that intuition could yield such insights. He had been indulging in wild conjectures all this time, only to realize that the fool was none other than himself. Zhuang Hu chuckled heartily at Shalaw's astonishment. Then, with a serious demeanor, continued, "Shalaw, I entrust my daughter to you. Let her marry whomever she desires and pursue whatever she wishes. You may utilize those funds, but she must never be treated poorly. Should she suffer any injustice, I shall not spare you." Charlotte paused momentarily, addressing Uncle Zhuang Hu with reassurance. "Rest assured, this is not solely due to our immediate camaraderie, but also a testament to the unwavering support you have offered me." The ship, the Hibofeile, set sail once more, departing from the Land of Flowers. Charlotte was somewhat astonished by the extravagant display of wealth from the Tiger of the Staff, a staggering 300 billion berries, along with an array of unique treasures from the Flower Kingdom. Ali, undoubtedly a little wealthy heiress. However, in his eyes, the most significant gain was the various martial arts training methods from the Flower Kingdom, which truly broadened his horizons. These techniques could immensely enhance the combat prowess of the members of the Hibofeile family. Precious, exceedingly precious. Chapter 76, The Deer Calls. Report, boss. We have successfully evaded the naval patrol ships. Charlotte nodded slightly. Dealing with the Navy was indeed the most troublesome affair. He had no desire to court misfortune and subject himself to unnecessary suffering. Not only would he gain no benefits, but the bounties would also increase. Such a predicament was intolerable. "By the way, boss, we have discovered an island nearby, which upon observation appears to be uninhabited." The young man in the black suit continued his report to Charlotte. In the depths of Charlotte's mind, a realization dawned. It was not the opportune moment to meander aimlessly across the vast ocean. The question lingered whether he could extricate himself from a naval vessel as effortlessly as before. He certainly did not wish to find himself perpetually pursued by the Navy. A temporary retreat from the limelight would indeed be prudent. After all, naval patrol routes typically circumnavigate inhabited islands, seldom venturing towards desolate shores. Thus, he resolved to embark towards the island for much-needed respite. Indeed, his subordinate dashed from the cabin, leaving behind a succession of hurried footsteps, eagerly relaying the command. Before long, they gathered at the bow of the deck. Charlotte and her companions gazed intently at the desolate island. The surrounding waters revealed numerous stone pillars that broke the surface, towering majestically like an accumulation of pointed spires. Suddenly, the sea surged violently, and in the distance, a column of water shot skyward, resembling a straight pillar reaching into the heavens. "What on earth is this?" Veda exclaimed, wide-eyed and rendered speechless. The swaying ship, the Hibofeile, stood steadfast upon the waves, and Charlotte was astounded. Such power was capable of propelling any vessel into the sky. Soon, the soaring water column seemed to lose its vigor, gradually dissipating and rising in a misty plume. Could this be an underwater volcanic eruption? Charlotte pondered, somewhat perplexed by the recent spectacle. Wow, there's a rainbow! Mythia exclaimed with delight. Big brother, look, it's truly beautiful. Ori echoed, equally thrilled, tugging at Charlotte's sleeve. Regaining her focus, Charlotte turned her gaze as well. The mist sparkled under the sunlight, shimmering brilliantly, and a seven-colored rainbow hung high above, dreamlike and breathtaking, evoking a sense of wonder. Indeed, it was truly beautiful. Charlotte couldn't help but marvel at the breathtaking artistry of nature, which always unveils extraordinary landscapes. Everyone was awestruck by the scene before them. Boss, the eruption of the underwater geyser has subsided. It is safe for now, one of the crew members remarked to Charlotte. That's good. Let us proceed. The ship, the Hippolyta, glided through the mist-laden surface of the sea, as if it had entered a realm of pure white clouds. Shortly thereafter, they traversed the foggy expanse. In the distance, the pristine white beach appeared almost blinding. Soon, under the skilled maneuvering of the crew, the Hippolyta entered the natural harbor and came to a halt. Once docked, the crew eagerly disembarked. Why is this beach white? Métis exclaimed in astonishment. The others, too, were filled with curiosity. Initially, they had thought the brightness was merely an optical illusion from afar, but upon reaching the shore, they found the reality to be equally striking. It was indeed their first encounter with such a scene. With a keen gaze, Charlotte crouched down and touched the white sand, promptly realizing that the peculiar mixture was due to a substantial amount of shell powder. It was nothing extraordinary. Rising to his feet, he declared, "All right, everyone, make sure to rest well, take a stroll, and replenish some provisions and water from the island." Immediately, the members of the Hibofeile family sprang into action. Jillian, brimming with excitement, turned to Charlotte and said, Charlotte, may I go to the island to gather some medicinal herbs?" Ever since Jillian embarked on this voyage, he had developed a habit of either seeking out bookstores or foraging for herbs, regardless of their destination. Charlotte readily agreed. "All right, let's go together." Mythis, equally exhilarated, exclaimed, "I shall join as well." His curiosity for this novel experience was palpable. "Very well, let us embark together." Charlotte nodded with delight. "That's wonderful," exclaimed Jillian as she tugged at Charlotte, and Midas set off towards the depths of the island. Goodness, seeing such enthusiasm over something she liked left Charlotte feeling somewhat helpless. Thus, she followed Jillian, and the three of them hurried deeper into the island. "Wow, Charlotte, look, there's aromatic grass here. It's excellent for warding off the chill," Jillian shouted excitedly, pointing at a peculiar-looking plant that resembled ginger, albeit with an exceedingly unappealing appearance. Before Charlotte could fully comprehend the situation, Jillian took a shovel and other tools from her backpack and began carefully excavating the surrounding soil. Charlotte couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of her eye. "Midas, quickly, open your magical tome." Hearing Jillian's call, Midas also retrieved a book from his bag, promptly opening it to stow away the herbs Jillian had gathered. The ease with which he performed this task left Charlotte utterly astonished. Surely it couldn't be. Unable to contain himself, Charlotte spoke up. "You see, Lottie Island is in dire need of numerous medicinal herbs. We cannot afford to miss this opportunity." Stunned into silence, Charlotte merely nodded in agreement. After all, this was indeed a fortuitous circumstance, was it not? Furthermore, upon my return, I intend to establish an expansive medicinal garden, and I shall enlist Mish's assistance to expedite the process. "You are remarkable." Charlotte couldn't help but extend a thumb in approval, acknowledging the wisdom behind these thoughts. Naturally, he felt elated. For him, there was little to lose and much to gain, though it might prove somewhat arduous for Misha. He wondered if the young girl could withstand strain. Jillian was unstoppable, her eerie and peculiar laughter echoing as she rambled on about a plethora of technical jargon that Charlotte found incomprehensible. This was a stark contrast to the usual Jillian he knew. It was the first time he had witnessed such a transformation. Everyone has their unique passions, don't they? It's simply a matter of acclimatization, he mused. Following closely behind, Métis diligently placed the various odd and rare herbs discovered by Jillian into the spatial tome. The two of them dashed about like wild monkeys, brimming with youthful exuberance. Ah, the vitality of youth. In this lively scene, the esteemed heir of the Hibofeile family found himself relegated to the role of a mere bystander. Yet, he took great pleasure in it. Observing this, Charlotte leisurely began to explore. Not only were the islands filled with peculiarities, but the scenery also varied greatly. As he traversed through the woods, a tranquil lake shimmering under the sun came into view, surrounded by soft, lush grass. It inexplicably imparted a sense of calm and serenity. Shaw reclined with his head tilted back, a blade of dogtail grass held delicately in his mouth, gazing up at the azure sky where a few wispy white clouds drifted leisurely by. Suddenly, a series of ethereal calls resonated through the air, prompting Shalawa to rise and look around. Before him stood a herd of deer, yet what set them apart was the resplendent golden hue of their antlers, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight, a sight of unparalleled beauty and wonder. Truly, they were magnificent and enchanting creatures. Charlotte was somewhat astonished. The creatures of the pirate world often defied human expectations. He gazed in a daze, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The moment was filled with infinite beauty. Suddenly, the rustling of grass broke the silence, and soon after, Jillian and Mythis appeared. "Wow, how beautiful!" The exclamation echoed in the air, startling a majestic elk with golden antlers, which fled in haste. Chapter 77. The Abandoned Ship. Mythis, you seem overly excited, Jillian remarked, casting a disapproving glance at her companion. Upon hearing her words, Mythis felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his hands fidgeting awkwardly. I opuludisa. I momentarily lost my composure. Charlotte gazed at the two in utter disbelief. What on earth was happening with all this daily commotion? Jillian, filled with a mix of frustration and sorrow, lamented, "That was a golden-horned deer." Charlotte tilted her head in confusion as she gazed at Jillian, while Mythis, equally intrigued, inquired, "What is a golden-horned deer? Is it truly precious?" Jillian paused for a moment, then replied, "I came across it in a medical text. The golden-horned deer is a rare creature, renowned not only for its golden antlers, but also for the medicinal properties of those antlers, which are considered a precious herbal material." Charlotte paused slightly, pondering how it seemed they were discussing deer antlers. Indeed, this item appeared to be a medicinal material. Métis, feeling somewhat uneasy, remarked that it was rather cruel to kill a deer for its antlers. Jillian shook her head, explaining that the golden antlered deer naturally sheds its antlers every 3 months, allowing them to regrow, and the shed antlers can be used for medicinal purposes, possessing commendable efficacy. Upon hearing this, Métis sighed in relief, expressing that they could rest easy. Moreover, these antlers are treasures capable of producing potent nutritional supplements. There are nations in the Western Sea that utilize the unique horns of certain animals to create effective nutritional agents. Oh, Charlotte's interest was piqued. This was truly remarkable. While such supplements might not benefit him directly, they would be immensely valuable to the other ordinary members of his family. Even as a mere health supplement, it would be a splendid choice, and it could also enhance the family's income. Who would ever complain about having too much money? It would be worthwhile to collect some horns for thorough study. Jillian's expression brightened slightly, stating that it was exceedingly rare to encounter the golden antlered deer. Seeing one here was nothing short of miraculous. However, her demeanor darkened as she continued, lamenting that this rarity was largely due to hunting. "Why is that? Its antlers can naturally shed. Why must they be hunted?" Métis asked, perplexed. In that moment, Jillian's countenance seemed to grow heavier. This was because the deer's hide was among the softest and most comfortable furs, especially when it shimmered with a faint blue glow at night, captivating the hearts of the nobility. Consequently, hunting parties driven by profit, hunters, and even pirates had all partaken in their slaughter. Charlotte nodded slightly, finding the situation easy to comprehend. After all, where there is no transaction, there is no violence. The same principle applies here. Fortunately, the solitude of this place ensures that their existence remains undisturbed, a silver lining amidst misfortune. Let's move on swiftly. There must be golden-horned deer nearby, from whom we can surely find their long-shed antlers. Jillian, filled with excitement, took the lead and ventured forth. "Wait for me," Mythis called out, hurrying after the eager Jillian. As for Charlotte, she found herself somewhat at a loss, realizing there was no escape on this island. She wondered what the rush was all about. Who could she have learned such haste from? After a considerable time, Mythis's voice suddenly echoed, prompting Jillian to eagerly rush towards it, exclaiming, "Where is it? Where is it?" Charlotte, with a look of exasperation, followed closely behind. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, both were taken aback, for it revealed a ship that had been cleaved in two. They exchanged a glance, silently acknowledging their shared surprise as they turned their attention to Métis, whose expectations had diverged from reality. "Métis, could you refrain from panting so heavily when you speak? I nearly thought you had discovered the antlers of the golden-horned deer," Jillian exclaimed, her hands firmly placed on her hips, a frown adorning her face, feeling rather deflated. "Oh, my apologies. I became a bit too excited," Métis responded, hastily gesturing in explanation. Charlotte paid no heed to the bickering of the two. Here, in the depths of the island, the ship lay in ruins, perhaps swept here by the torrents from beyond the island. Given the force and height of such waters, it seemed plausible. The mystery was unraveling, or so it appeared. Yet, there was an inexplicable sense of misfortune surrounding this vessel. Well then, let us observe further. Upon opening his mouth, Charlotte was the first to stride into the interior of the derelict vessel, with the other two following closely behind. Inside the ship, a myriad of objects lay scattered about, shrouded in thick layers of dust and intertwined with a plethora of thriving plants. It was evident that time had elapsed significantly, as footsteps echoed upon the deck. The wood creaked ominously, raising concerns that it might suddenly give way. "Mr. Charlotte, over here," Mythos called out loudly, prompting Charlotte to hasten his steps toward him. "What is it?" Charlotte, perplexed, took the object from Métis's hand. A diary, perhaps? As she slowly opened it, she discovered an array of peculiar creatures and their respective habits, meticulously recorded within its pages. It appeared to be the work of a zoologist. Métis prompted Mr. Charlotte. "Do take a look at the final page." At this, Charlotte paused, then turned directly to the last page of the diary. It spoke of a wondrous and tranquil island, where the golden-horned deer could indeed be found. How extraordinarily fortunate she felt. Furthermore, it contained remnants of the long-lost Yamadisan people. "I am convinced that the legend of the Beast King is true. If one can locate the Beast King, one can unveil the means to wield great power." Charlotte furrowed her brow. The Beast King was merely a formidable creature, and the notion that one could acquire power simply by finding it seemed utterly preposterous. This legend appeared to lack earnestness. Even if such power existed, in her view, it would hardly be formidable, especially if it were intended for a single individual. Its worth would be negligible. However, Métis had already begun to glow with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Mr. Charlotte, shall we embark on a quest?" Charlotte gazed at Mythos in bewilderment, pondering the reason behind it. This felt akin to a treasure hunt. His anticipation was palpable. This is rather absurd, young one," he mused. "However, I believe the key lies in the research value of the Beast King mentioned. Perhaps we could uncover some secrets and develop new medicines," Jillian remarked, resting her delicate hand on her chin. Upon hearing Jillian's words, Mythos's eyes sparkled with excitement. It truly was an excellent idea. Jillian's suggestion stemmed from her thoughts influenced by Saga Yal. Meanwhile, Charlotte inexplicably recalled the nonsensical technology of the pirate world, though he remained skeptical about the purported methods. Yet, if they could indeed utilize the Beast King to develop new pharmaceuticals, it would greatly benefit the development of the Hibofeile family. After a brief moment of hesitation, Charlotte resolved to take action, even if it led to nothing, considering it merely a holiday. After all, he had ventured out to escape the storm. All right, let us prepare to set things in motion. With that, the trio retraced their steps. Chapter 78, The Hunt Bang. A gunshot echoed through the tranquil forest, startling a flock of birds into flight. In its wake, a mature golden-horned deer collapsed to the ground, blood flowing as it emitted a mournful cry. The remaining golden-horned deer, frightened by the sudden commotion, scattered in all directions. "Captain Bank, my marksmanship is commendable, wouldn't you agree?" boasted a man donning a pointed hat and wielding a long rifle. Oka, you truly are my finest marksman," exclaimed a tall man wielding a naginata, heartily patting Oka's shoulder. A cruel delight danced across his features as he surveyed the fallen deer. Who would have thought we would encounter such a priceless golden-horned deer here? This is a rare species, commonly referred to as a treasure beast. Captain, I believe we could hunt every golden-horned deer on this island and make a substantial profit," Oka said, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Men, let us set forth and bring back our quarry." The exuberant pirates followed the captain's lead towards the direction of the golden-horned deer. As the mother golden-horned deer lay on the brink of death, a small fawn emitted a feeble call, circling around its ailing mother. It occasionally nudged the wounded deer with its head, seemingly attempting to rouse her. "Captain, there's a little one too," Oka exclaimed, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. The fawn sensed something amiss, lowering its head and pointing its antlers toward the pirates. Yet it did not retreat. What a fearless little creature. Many pirates laughed at the scene, mocking the tiny beast's futile resistance against their might. "Brothers, tonight we shall savor the exquisite taste of roasted fawn," bellowed the burly captain, eliciting a chorus of cheers. I could hardly contain my anticipation. In that moment, the sniper pirate raised his long rifle, aiming directly at the golden-horned fawn, his finger poised on the trigger. Bang! Suddenly, a figure materialized, delivering a swift kick that sent the rifle flying. In the blink of an eye, The sniper was transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight, only to be hurled against a massive boulder with a thunderous crash. "Who the hell are you?" the Captain Banks barked, finally regaining his wits and turning to the unexpected visitor, Charlotte. Yet he dared not move, for he had not comprehended how the intruder had appeared so suddenly. "Oh, just passing by," came the casual reply. Xiao Luo said softly, "You scoundrel, I shall not let you off easily." The sniper, Ajia, who had been kicked away by Xiao Luo, rose to his feet with a limp, his expression a mixture of fear and hatred as he glared at Xiao Luo. Charlotte was somewhat taken aback. This fellow proved to be rather resilient, possessing a tough exterior and a robust constitution. Such tenacity of life is indeed troublesome, and it seems he will not let me off easily. Charlotte glanced around with an expression of disdain, unperturbed by the fierce winds that threatened to snatch her words away. "I offer you a chance to start anew. No need to express your gratitude." As soon as these words left her lips, a wave of unease washed over the assembled pirates. The burly captain bellowed, "My comrades, we outnumber our foe. The advantage lies with us. Attack!" Inspired by their captain's words, the pirates drew their weapons and charged toward Charlotte, a swarm of unruly marauders. With a devilish smile, Charlotte drew her sword, its gleaming blade flashing in an instant. All the pirates, poised for the charge, found their heads severed and soaring through the air. The arriving Jillian and Mythis were struck with astonishment at the spectacle before them. "Jillian, see if that golden horned deer is still salvageable," she urged. A calm voice from Charlotte resonated, prompting Jillian to immediately respond and commence treatment for the golden horned deer. "Master Charlotte, I wish to learn the art of swordsmanship from you." As she spoke, her hands instinctively gestured, her face brimming with excitement. Charlotte tilted his head and rested his forehead on his hand, pondering over this perplexing dilemma. He was acutely aware that the young lad lacked any aptitude in this regard. However, he could not openly undermine the child's self-esteem and thus chose to explain gently. "Why would a capable user of a devil fruit need to learn swordsmanship?" he inquired. Midas paused momentarily, taken aback. Can a devil fruit user truly not learn swordsmanship? What about the legendary Golden Lion Shiki? Charlotte wore an expression of helplessness. "Can you truly compare yourself to that old pervert? That seems somewhat lacking in self-respect, young one." "I see," Mythis responded, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "We managed to save it. We managed to save it," Jillian exclaimed with exuberance. Their attention was drawn to a golden horned deer, ensnared in an abundance of bandages, presenting a rather comical sight. "Jillian, you are truly remarkable," Mythis said joyfully. "Fortunately, the treatment was timely. It has preserved its life, but it will require a gradual recovery," Jillian stated candidly. "Yet that is still quite impressive." Charlotte smiled as she spoke, acknowledging the remarkable progress Jillian had made in her medical skills over this period. The little golden-horned deer persistently brushed against Jillian's attire, seemingly expressing its gratitude, which elicited peals of laughter from her. "Look, Charlotte, isn't it adorable?" Jillian's eyes sparkled with delight, almost transforming into heart shapes, captivated by the creature's round, glistening black eyes that radiated an irresistible charm. Animals possess an innate sense of gratitude. Charlotte could not help but feel a sense of wonder. The creatures of this world possessed remarkable intelligence, rivaling that of humanity. The inability to comprehend their language reminded him of a charming little creature. With minimal rewards, it had engaged in a grand display of prowess. Before long, the injured female golden antlered deer gradually rose to its feet, emitting a series of deep, resonant calls, and slowly ventured deeper into the forest. The young golden antlered deer incessantly tugged at Jillian's clothing. Jillian, somewhat perplexed, sensed that it might be a gesture of reluctance to part ways. Mythis squinted slightly, harboring a suspicion. "Jillian, it seems to be inviting you to follow. It likely wishes to lead you to a certain place." "Really?" Jillian replied, a hint of doubt in her voice, yet she complied immediately. As anticipated, the young golden antlered deer took the lead. The trio followed silently, soon traversing the forest to arrive at a breathtaking gorge. "Wow, this place is exquisite," Jillian exclaimed in awe. The lake, the verdant meadows, and in the distance, a dozen adult golden antlered deer roamed leisurely, embodying tranquility and beauty. Curiously, there appeared to be some imposing man-made stone statues present, momentarily piquing Charlotte's interest. "Let's proceed to investigate," he suggested. The three continued onward, quickly reaching the end of the gorge. Charlotte gazed in slight astonishment. How could there be a diminutive fortress here? Chapter 79. Take them all away. The abandoned small fortress. It remains a mystery what purpose it serves in this location. However, It is certain that it is forsaken, devoid of any signs of human activity, with even the grand entrance cloaked in a thick layer of moss. Mighty's tapped on the stone wall, exclaiming, "Mr. Charlotte, this stone wall is as hard as metal." Charlotte surveyed the surroundings, a hint of astonishment gracing his features. What splendid stones these were! Their safety and reliability elicited envy. Soon, during his examination, he discovered a small, damaged hole beneath the wall. "You two step back," he instructed. As he spoke, the blade of Shiyu was unsheathed, its edge gleaming with a chilling radiance. With a resounding crack, the sound of Shiyu returning to its sheath echoed as the wall was cleaved into a tall, elongated form. A gentle push sent the wall crumbling, unveiling a passage leading inward. "Let's proceed," he urged. As Charlotte stepped inside, the fortress did not possess the anticipated gloom. Rather, it appeared to be illuminated by some unseen source, revealing its vast expanse. "Mr. Charlotte, look over there. How magnificent!" Mythos exclaimed, pointing excitedly ahead. "What is that?" Charlotte furrowed her brow, gazing at the enormous tank facilities adorned with colossal numerical identifiers. "These must be used for the laboratory," Jillian remarked hesitantly. Although she was not entirely certain, it was a reasonable assumption, as the laboratory of Sagar Jarl indeed possessed similar apparatus, albeit on a much grander scale here. A laboratory? Charlotte's eyes sparkled with intrigue. While he had visited Sagar Jarl's laboratory, he had not spent nearly as much time there as Jillian had, nor did he possess her depth of understanding. "It appears, however, that it has been abandoned," Jillian said with a hint of regret. Charlotte was filled with disappointment. Had everything been usable, it would have greatly facilitated the technological advancement of Earthy Island. Alas, fate did not align with their wishes, and all that remained was a heap of useless scrap metal. However, there was the possibility of salvaging some functional parts, which might allow for the assembly of new machines and yield significant savings. Jillian's words ignited a spark of enthusiasm in Charlotte. The prospect of economizing was indeed commendable. "Let us continue our search for other valuable items," she suggested. This was a laboratory, after all, and it stood to reason that some research materials must be present. In the realm of technology, especially the advanced innovations of the pirate world, more knowledge is never excessive. Should any remnants of documentation be discovered, it would pave the way for substantial savings in manpower and resources, which is evidently crucial for the development of the Hibofeile family. The power of technology should not be underestimated. The room was densely packed, transitioning from assembly lines to expansive laboratories and extending to dining areas, lounges, and security rooms. One could easily imagine the bustling activity that once filled this space. Charlotte was somewhat perplexed about which organization once held dominion over this place and why it had been forsaken. What clandestine research was conducted here? Lost in thought, Métis had already approached, informing Mr. Charlotte that Jillian had located the laboratory archives. Upon hearing this, Charlotte's heart leaped with joy. Following Midas, the two swiftly arrived at the data room. Lifting his gaze, he beheld stacks of experimental documents alongside an array of peculiar blueprints, which left him somewhat dizzy. "Jillian, you're here. Charlotte, take a look," exclaimed Jillian, excitement radiating as she presented the materials to Charlotte. With keen interest, Charlotte began to peruse the documents. Moments latte. A glimmer of delight crossed his face. Despite not comprehending much of the specialized content, he grasped the essence of the technology before him. It was a method capable of transforming the human body into a steel-like form, cyborg technology. This inevitably evoked thoughts of a well-known technology from the world of pirates, the bloodline factor. The bloodline factor, also referred to as the life design blueprint, allows for the extraction of bloodline factors to bestow immense power upon individuals. It serves not only to create replicants and cyborgs, but also to develop artificial devil fruits, revealing its terrifying potential, which is indeed astonishing. Although the current materials indicated a method to confer a steel-like body through various means, whether it bears an intrinsic connection to the bloodline factor remains uncertain. Charlotte was not well-versed in this domain. After all, he was not an actual scientist, and his understanding of the field was admittedly limited. As for Sagar Jarl, she was not a scientist in this regard either and might require the assistance of additional scientists. The mere thought of this gave Charlotte a headache. The profession of a scientist is exceedingly rare, undoubtedly a strategic resource. In Sagar Jarl's laboratory, apart from her, the only individuals with genuine scientific expertise were selected from among the educated slaves. Important experiments could not be conducted, leaving them to undertake minor tasks, which is precisely why Sagar Jarl required a substantial workforce. Without sufficient scientists, many projects simply could not be initiated. Charlotte shook her head, resolute that regardless of whether research was conducted, The materials here must be taken away. All of it must be carried off. This is indeed a treasure trove. Charlotte, do you see this? Jillian waved her hand, pointing at the blueprints on the table. Charlotte fixed her gaze upon a most extraordinary beast, discernible by the various annotations and data inscribed upon it. It appeared to be a blueprint for animal modification. In that fleeting moment, she recalled the contents of the diary she had encountered earlier. She scrutinized the documents laid out on the table once more. Could it be that the legend of the Beast King originated from this? Generally speaking, the descriptions in that diary closely aligned with the illustrations on this blueprint. Indeed, the notion that one could attain immense power upon discovery was not far from the truth, albeit with slight discrepancies. Many legends, as time has passed, have morphed into the absurd, leaving an endless expanse for human imagination to explore. Charlotte shook her head with a wry smile, realizing that some things come too easily. The three swiftly departed from the fortress, while Mythos returned to the ship, the Hyperion, to inform everyone to come and assist with the moving of items. Meanwhile, Charlotte remained behind, accompanied by Jillian, who was attentively observing a group of golden-horned deer. Among them, one particularly injured deer stood out. Charlotte, shall we take them with us? Jillian inquired, gazing at Charlotte. Huh? Take what? Charlotte looked at Jillian with a hint of confusion, only to see Jillian point towards a nearby golden-horned deer, the meaning unmistakable. It is too perilous here. We were fortunate this time to encounter one another, but what of the next? Will such luck befall us again? Jillian spoke softly, her voice laced with concern, for the disappearance of such a magnificent creature would be an immense loss. She continued, Laddie Island is vast, ample enough for their habitation. And how wonderful it would be to gather their naturally shed antlers. Wouldn't you agree, Charlotte? Charlotte glanced at Jillian, and indeed, it was quite an excellent idea. After all, with the vast expanse of Ratty Island, there is ample space for a dozen or so golden-horned deer. Moreover, it could yield significant profits for the Hibofeile family. Very well, I shall take on the guardianship of Chapter 80. Boss, have we stumbled upon another treasure? Beta exclaimed, his large eyes wide with excitement. Charlotte felt a buzzing in her ears, her mind momentarily engulfed in dizziness. Beside her, Barrett delivered a sharp slap to Beta's neck. You fool, keep your voice down. Not everyone is deaf. Beta scowled, his eyebrows raised defiantly. Are you looking for fight? Their faces were almost touching, noses and eyes tangled in a fierce confrontation. Suddenly, two resounding thuds echoed as Lena, unable to bear the scene any longer, struck each of them on the head with a punch. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. The two men, sporting large, inflamed bumps on their heads, winced in pain and looked at Lena with a hint of fear. The leader was becoming increasingly terrifying. At that moment, the world finally fell silent. Charlotte's ears were completely at peace, yet her gaze towards Lena held an oddity. Why did it seem increasingly aggressive? There was a noticeable lack of tenderness. Indeed, these two rugged and tough individuals were quite troublesome, to the extent that even the usually gentle Lena had exhibited an uncharacteristic irritability. Just look at the two of you, becoming increasingly unrefined day by day, rendering even the gentle Lena unable to tolerate your behavior. Perhaps it is time for some serious self-reflection. Charlotte angrily remarked on their lack of ambition, while Beta and Barrett wore expressions of grievance and helplessness. Sister Lena's demeanor was far from gentle. Boss, do you have a problem with your eyesight? Open your eyes and take a good look. This is Lena's true nature. Ignoring the gazes of the two individuals, Charlotte adjusted herself slightly and spoke. All right, everyone, let's commence our work and take away all the necessary items. A resounding cheer erupted as the crowd raised their arms and dashed towards the abandoned fortress. Charlotte, you shall go gather herbs, Jillian exclaimed to Charlotte before seizing Métis and swiftly departing. With a sense of helplessness, Charlotte turned to Lena and said, Lena, I beseech you to keep an eye on them. This bunch is rather clumsy. Rest assured, Charlotte, Lena replied gracefully as she made her way towards the fortress. Only Ollie and Mythia remained by his side, but the two young girls were engrossed in their playful antics with the golden-horned deer, completely oblivious to him. It seems that I am of lesser worth than a deer. How cold and indifferent the world has become. What on earth are you moving that useless hunk of scrap metal for? And Barrett, what is the purpose of that heap of iron pipes? The distant sound of Lena's furious voice startled Charlotte, making him feel momentarily dazed. It was all rather absurd. Is today a day solely for the girls? Chalois pondered quietly to himself, vowing to remember that one must never provoke Lena during such times, for the consequences could be dire. The primary trouble lay with Beta and Barrett, whose carelessness had wreaked havoc. Following a chaotic relocation effort, the once modest fortress had been stripped bare, nearly reduced to ruins. Even the ground had been scraped away, causing Shalua's eyelids to twitch in distress. Naturally, the golden horned deer were packed up and taken away, a mere 23 in total. Had it not been for Shalua's orders, Beta might have been tempted to sample their flavor. The haul from this venture was indeed bountiful. On Ratty Island, in the conference hall of the Hibofeile family, Ivan paced back and forth with a grave expression. Moments later, a subordinate hurried in. "Brother Ivan, yet another merchant ship has been seized." Upon hearing this, Ivan halted, his countenance darkening. This news marked the 10th instance of a merchant vessel being attacked this month. "Should we inform Boss Shalua of this matter?" the young man inquired anxiously. Ivan shook his head resolutely. "No, the boss has been at sea without a word. He must be engaged in some clandestine venture. Disrupting his plans would be ill-advised." The subordinate nodded thoughtfully, then asked, "What shall we do?" With composure, Ivan replied, "Prepare the ships. Everyone must be ready to set sail at my command." "Understood," the subordinate replied without hesitation, rushing out to relay Ivan's orders. Ivan contemplated silently, knowing that Mr. Dasok's squadron was expected to arrive on Ratty Island for a brief respite. Given the rapport between Dasok and the boss, it would not be an issue to have them assist in safeguarding the island. Furthermore, Dao was already stationed on the island, ensuring the security of the scientific laboratory. Thus, Ivan felt confident to venture out and eradicate the persistent pirate crew plaguing the vicinity. He possessed ample assurance in his ability to vanquish the unruly rabble. Bolstered by the enhancements of the devil fruit, relentless training, and the support of Saga Yal's potions, his strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. The haunting past would not repeat itself. The prosperity of Ratty Island must remain unscathed. Those who have never experienced darkness can hardly comprehend the value of light. A boundless fury surged within his gaze. A motley assortment of pirates dared to treat the Hibofeile family as prey. Such insolence would not be tolerated, nor forgiven. The honor of the Hibofeile family would be guarded by none other than Ivan himself. On the following day, with all preparations in place, Ivan and his subordinates swiftly set sail, unleashing their wrath upon the sea. Every marauding pirate crew that crossed their path was met with Ivan's thunderous retaliation, as he and his comrades fought valiantly, without fear of death. Boss Ivan, the Blue Knight pirate crew, has appeared ahead, called the lookout loudly. What an irksome name indeed. Ivan's gaze was imbued with a frigid intensity. Charge forth. Under Ivan's leadership, the spirits of all surge high, for the honor of the Hibofeile family could not tolerate the insolent provocations of the wicked. Attack! As the two ships drew near, a thunderous battle cry reverberated across the sea. Ivan swiftly confronted the opposing pirate captain, launching a fierce onslaught. Before long, he had severely wounded the enemy captain, invigorating everyone and elevating their morale. As Ivan ruthlessly tore through the opposition, the terrifying visage he presented struck fear into the hearts of the pirates, prompting the remaining crew to surrender without hesitation. A chilling grin spread across Ivan's blood-streaked face. Indeed, these were free laborers, a band of nefarious miscreants. Labor is the finest form of redemption. With the grand development of Ratty Island underway, the demand for manpower was ever growing, presenting a splendid opportunity. Furthermore, as the construction of Ratty Island continued, the more free laborers, the better. Captain Charlotte will undoubtedly be pleased. Under Ivan's leadership, the Hibofeile family navigated the waters surrounding Ratty Island, inflicting severe damage upon a multitude of ruthless pirate crews. They have effectively curtailed the pirates' intentions to plunder the area, and those few who managed to escape have disseminated the name of the Hibofeile family far and wide. Consequently, merchant vessels near Ratty Island now sail without fear of pillaging. For the formidable pirate crews still harbor a healthy respect for the name of Captain Shiki, the Golden Lion. After all, engaging in battle with Captain Shiki would be a terrifying prospect. Following numerous skirmishes, the transformation of Ivan and his comrades has become increasingly evident. They have grown more resolute and powerful. This newfound deterrence has rendered Ratty Island even more prosperous. Chapter 81. The landscape shrinks. The weather in the West Sea is splendid, with bright sunshine illuminating the day. A gentle, warm breeze caresses the deck, and beneath the shade of an umbrella, Charlotte reclines comfortably on a beach chair, adorned with tinted sunglasses. Beside him, Lena tenderly massages his shoulders. Such a life is indeed delightful, truly delightful. How wonderful it would be if the days to come were as tranquil as this, devoted to training, occasionally indulging in collecting treasures, and enjoying a safe and leisurely existence. I cannot fathom what could possibly warrant conflict and strife. It is utterly foolish. Captain, A series of footsteps resound across the deck, as Beta's boisterous voice disrupts the tranquility. He approaches swiftly, clutching a newspaper, his face unable to conceal his excitement. Captain, splendid news, splendid news. Good news? Or is it exceptionally good news? As Charlotte adjusted her sunglasses slightly down her nose, a look of skepticism crossed her face as she regarded Beta. What could possibly be so joyous? An unsettling feeling began to creep in. What had transpired? Unbeknownst to Beta, who remained oblivious to Charlotte's doubtful expression, he exclaimed with enthusiasm. Boss, your bounty has increased. Increased bounty? What nonsense! The bewildered Charlotte suddenly snapped to attention, her expression akin to one who had seen a ghost. My bounty has increased. Is there some mistake? How could this be? Surely, it must be a case of mistaken identity. I am a law-abiding pirate, devoid of any vices. Having committed no wrongdoings at all, I am, without a doubt, a model citizen. She demanded, bring it to me. I wish to see it. Shalawa completely lost the carefree demeanor he had just moments before. He snatched the newspaper from Beta's hands and began to scrutinize it earnestly. His brow furrowed and his lips twitched slightly. The Sixth Fleet of the Golden Lion Pirates, the Hibofeile Pirates, had ruthlessly slaughtered pirates in the waters nearest the island, igniting a bloody massacre. This should not have happened. It was inconceivable. He had not orchestrated such actions, nor had he tasked Ivan with undertaking such a thankless and superfluous endeavor. How could this transpire? Could it be that Ivan had acted on his own accord? The mere thought filled Shalawa with a sense of foreboding. But damn it, if that were the case, the bounty increase should have been attributed to Ivan as well. What did it signify to raise his bounty by an additional 20 million? While it may not seem excessive, the principle of cumulative consequences should be understood. This is called crisis awareness. The Navy has no regard for martial ethics and does not adhere to established protocols. An increase in bounty must correspond to a specific incident. This is slander, pure and utter slander. Charlotte's eyes glowed with a crimson hue as he anxiously tugged at his own hair. Lena, fetch the phone bug. Lena nodded and rose to depart. He needed to ascertain what had transpired in the interim. To be subjected to such an inexplicable injustice was utterly preposterous. The phone rang, and in an instant, the familiar visage of Ivan materialized. Moses, it's you, boss Charlotte. Charlotte composed herself, tempering her agitation, and inquired, what is the matter, Ivan? You're already aware, my friend. Shaw was on the verge of losing his composure, as the situation had escalated to the point where he felt as if he were being burdened by an unbearable weight. He remained oblivious to the impending consequences. Was he truly expected to wait until the Navy extended an invitation for tea? If he did not articulate the gravity of the situation today, Shalawa would certainly let Ivan experience the bitter reality upon his return. Ivan contemplated the matter, but refrained from disclosing the truth. For he knew that if the captain learned of his reckless venture into the sea without regard for his own safety, it would undoubtedly cause concern, potentially jeopardizing the captain's plans. After a moment of reflection, he spoke. It was the Golden Lion who remarked that your bounty is insufficient. Nearby pirates are unaware of your reputation, and with your strength, you have diminished the prestige of the Golden Lion. Thus, he has commanded me to eradicate the nearby pirates in your name. What? How could this eccentric old man be concerned with such a trivial matter? Had he taken leave of his senses? Nevertheless, it was conceivable that he would care about the tarnishing of his reputation as the Golden Lion, Shurji. Charlotte gritted her teeth. You wretched old man, Golden Lion Shiki, what have I done to provoke you? There is no enmity between us, yet you possess such a cruel heart. Is this your intention, to force me into the city to toil like a laborer? In an instant, Charlotte's gaze transformed into a blade, and at that moment, he yearned to subject the vile Shiki, the Golden Lion, to 1,000 torturous deaths, an act that would scarcely alleviate the wrath simmering within him. Far above the unknown seas of the New World, the Golden Lion suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine. He cast a perplexed glance outside. The weather seemed rather pleasant. What could be amiss? Could it be that his plans had encountered flaw? With this thought lingering in his mind, Shiki hastily departed, as if compelled by some pressing matter. Charlotte greeted the women of the Golden Lion Sherwan clan once more, still seething with indignation. He had traveled such a distance, yet he could not forget to confront them. Nevertheless, boss, I believe that this endeavor is indeed essential. Was this nonsense? Charlotte's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that his younger brother would utter such words. It seemed as though he was challenging the very heavens. Young man, I advise you to temper your enthusiasm and conduct yourself with integrity, he admonished. On the other end of the line, Ivan spoke animatedly, his excitement palpable. Boss, I firmly believe that with your remarkable prowess, a new world awaits your dominion. Your reputation ought not to be confined to the mere shores of Ladi Island. That would be a grave injustice to your legacy. Ivan's rhetoric was nothing short of impassioned and fervent. Charlotte's spirits plummeted to an abyss. Toxic, truly toxic. What has this young lad endured? He was never like this before. What on earth has that scoundrel, Golden Lion Shurji, done to Ivan? Charlotte was deeply pained, rendered speechless by her emotions. Ivan, you must understand that reputation holds no value for me. It is Rife Island that is of utmost importance, and we must not sacrifice the greater good for trivial matters. After a moment of silence, Ivan replied solemnly, Boss, I comprehend. I will be cautious. He then ended the call. Charlotte felt somewhat disheartened, her energy waning considerably. Such a reality truly dampens one's spirits. The mere thought of being thrust back into the Navy spotlight due to the brazen antics of the Golden Lion left her head throbbing. Apart from the concealed overlord of the world government, it is indisputable that the Navy stands as the most formidable force across these seas. She harbored no desire to attract the attention of that menagerie of monsters residing within the naval headquarters. The prospect of such a confrontation was daunting in itself. At present, she could scarcely contend with the Golden Lion Shiki. Should she encounter a Navy admiral, Garp, or any other formidable foe, it would undoubtedly be a harbinger of doom. The imminent threat of being overwhelmed by sheer numbers was particularly alarming. There was hardly an ounce of chivalry to be found. She truly wished to avoid any entanglement with the Navy altogether. It was simply too much trouble. Xiao gently massaged his temples. From now on, he must exercise greater caution, particularly when dealing with the formidable Jean Shitzi Sure. He needed to be completely vigilant. Otherwise, he could not foresee the potential twists of fate that might unfold. Beside him, Beta felt a wave of curiosity. Their leader, Xiaoluo, appeared far from pleased. After all, a mere increase of 20 million in bounty hardly warranted elation. Indeed, it seemed his perspective was rather limited. The thought left Beta with a sense of frustration. Such a bounty was utterly unworthy of their leader's stature, and he had foolishly allowed himself to feel a sense of pride on Xiaoluo's behalf. This simply would not do. Suddenly, a sense of inexplicable chill enveloped Charlotte, leaving her at a loss for comprehension. Ivan should grasp his intent. Could it be that the Golden Lion was about to engage in some audacious scheme once more? Charlotte tilted his head in contemplation, dismissing his own conjecture. How idle he must be to entertain such trivial thoughts. Perhaps it was merely a stress response, leading him to overthink. Chapter 82. The principle seems to be this. Aboard the ship Hibofeile, within the captain's quarters, with a countenance marked by deep sorrow, Charlotte appeared somewhat dispirited. The Golden Lion truly exhibited a lack of humanity. A staggering bounty of 150 million. The sudden increase of 20 million berries left him feeling utterly distressed. Do not dwell in despair, Charlotte, Lena tenderly consoled, presenting a glass of exquisite red wine. However, at that moment, Charlotte's interest was utterly lacking. Although it seemed that the bounty had only marginally escalated, such increments rarely, if ever, faced revocation. It was akin to an unyielding path with no retreat. One could either perish, be captured, or exhaust every effort to vie for the title of the Four Emperors. The mere thought of the eventual fates of the Four Emperors was tinged with a sense of melancholy. This was not the destiny he desired. It was far too perilous. The only exception to this grim fate lay in the potential future establishment of the warlords of the sea. Yet, that too was shrouded in uncertainty. In light of the eventual abolition of the warlord system, the bounties would soar to unimaginable heights, offering no security whatsoever. Moreover, considering the strategic position of Rife Island, should he dare to act thusly, he would likely find himself besieged by the formidable powers of the New World by the very next day. Lena, you do not comprehend. For us, an excessively high bounty is not a stroke of fortune. Lena, turning gracefully to listen, inquired with utmost elegance, why? Charlotte cast a glance at Lena, sighing inwardly at the lamentable reality that none seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. He continued, articulating his concerns. For the mightiest force upon the vast ocean is the Navy, posing a significant threat to us. Lena nodded in agreement, wholeheartedly endorsing Charlotte's perspective. However, she added thoughtfully, as Ladi Island continues to flourish and prosper, it is inevitable that other pirates will set their sights upon it. Without the deterrent of a substantial bounty to instill fear, we may face an unrelenting onslaught of pirates eager to invade Ladi Island. Her serious tone left Charlotte momentarily speechless. Charlotte instinctively tilted her head in contemplation. The reasoning seemed to hold true. However, an unsettling feeling lingered, suggesting that something was amiss. No. Charlotte repeatedly denied the allegations. The crux of the issue lies in identity. One need not be a pirate to instill fear in them. He is not obliged to be shackled to this dilapidated vessel of the pirate cohort. Ironically, by becoming a pirate, he would find himself under scrutiny from both pirates and the Navy alike. This is the essence of the dilemma. Even if he comprehends the pivotal point, Charlotte refrains from further explanation, for the die has been cast. He is now aboard this pirate ship, with no opportunity for escape unless the world government collapses and the naval forces disband. However, such a notion is likely more elusive than ascending to the heavens. For the time being, it presents an insurmountable quandary, not to mention the formidable military might of the Navy, but also the terrifying power of the world government, including its intelligence agency CP, the Five Elders, the Knights of God, and M. The extent of their hidden cards remains a mystery to the world. Charlotte was lost in a myriad of thoughts, yet the foremost concern was to return to Rife Island. After all, if he delayed any longer, the flamboyant antics of Captain Haki the Golden Lion would surely lead to a tragic turn of events. Boom! A thunderous cannonade erupted from outside. Soon, Barrett burst into the room. "Captain, we are under bombardment from a naval warship." "A naval warship?" Charlotte furrowed her brow, pondering the naval warship before her. This was perplexing. They neither flew the Jolly Roger nor engaged in any dubious conduct. How could this be? Surely, it was unreasonable to initiate an assault simply based on the suspicion of their vessel. They appeared somewhat less than naval. After all, could it be that their identity as pirates had indeed been revealed, prompting such a retaliatory strike? It was quite plausible, for the Navy had always maintained a resolute stance against piracy. What a troublesome predicament this was. Charlotte swiftly ascended to the deck, where a young attendant promptly presented her with a telescope. Peering through the lens, she beheld a striking image emblazoned on the ship's white sails, a large, simplistic depiction of a seagull in flight, accompanied by the word marine beneath it. It was unmistakably the emblem of the Navy. On the deck, naval soldiers moved with remarkable agility, their leader presumably a naval major draped in a billowing white cloak of justice. Charlotte let out a sigh of relief. They were not the renowned naval commanders she had expected. Naturally, Charlotte had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation. She promptly decided to retreat. Although she dismissed a mere major as inconsequential, should she destroy the opposing warship, it would undoubtedly summon reinforcements, and that scenario would be far from amusing. Boom! A shell struck the surface of the sea in front of the Hibofeile, sending up a colossal wave. In an instant, a multitude of people, including the dazed Charlotte, found themselves drenched. Damn it, the Navy is exceedingly arrogant. Shero, overwhelmed with anger, commanded fiercely, "Go bring the shells here." His subordinate swiftly sprang into action, and at that moment, the tranquility of Shero's mind vanished without a trace. Such a grave incident occurred in the blink of an eye. Moments later, a whole crate of shells was brought forth. "This is the consequence of your own making, Navy," he mused, weighing the shell in his hand. With a whoosh, a black shell was launched into the air. A thunderous roar erupted as a violent explosion detonated on the side deck of the naval warship, sending plumes of black smoke billowing into the sky. Charlotte unleashed a relentless barrage of shells. Boom! A cacophony of explosions resonated throughout the naval vessel, plunging it into utter chaos. As Charlotte discharged the final shell, the ship fell silent, engulfed in roaring flames. Its sinking became merely a matter of time. In light of this outcome, Charlotte felt immense satisfaction. Why resort to a blade? Such actions would only serve to compromise one's identity. "Boss, shall we advance and completely eradicate the remnants of the Navy?" Beta inquired eagerly, yearning for the opportunity to showcase his prowess in a grand display of power. What a reckless notion. Charlotte glared at Beta, noticing that recently Beta had been rather unsteady, almost suspiciously so. At this moment, charging forward instead of retreating was undoubtedly a reckless endeavor. It was evident that Beta had yet to grasp the essence of guerrilla warfare, only knowing how to rush in. Let them fend for themselves. We shall withdraw, for the naval reinforcements are on their way. Charlotte declined Beta's proposal, unwilling to squander precious time. The adversary had undoubtedly sought assistance. Should he become entangled with the pursuing Navy, it would undoubtedly spell significant trouble. Such is the advantage of having a formidable ally. If one cannot contend, one must call for reinforcements. Though it may seem somewhat unscrupulous, who is to cast judgment? Might is the ultimate truth. Does one truly believe that mere rhetoric could enlighten the enemy? That would surely be a fatal miscalculation. Such feats are reserved for those graced with the halo of a protagonist, and he was certainly not among them. Engaging in a protracted battle at sea against the Navy was hardly a prudent course of action. Soon, under Charlotte's command, the ship Hibofeile fled without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, two naval vessels appeared in the recently contested area. Two naval colonels surveyed the scene of billowing smoke and the dilapidated state of their ship, swiftly ordering their crew to commence rescue operations. One of the colonels remarked, "Pirates have become increasingly audacious." The pitiful condition of this naval vessel is a testament to that. They are undoubtedly the bold and reckless outlaws, deserving of no mercy. Chapter 83. The Great Swordsman. The Hibofeile continued its voyage, yet the frequency of naval ship appearances had noticeably increased in recent days. Although the Seagull newspaper had reported nothing pertinent, the destruction of a naval vessel was sufficient to draw the attention of the South Sea Naval Branch. Charlotte felt a sense of unease. The other party remained oblivious to the fact that it was that band of pirates who had ravaged the warship. Consequently, all vessels with any suspicion surrounding them were subject to thorough inspections, particularly those near the bustling isles that were not spared either. Charlotte could only navigate through obscure waterways to evade inspection. After all, he was under a bounty, making it all too easy to be discovered. This was truly a case of changing the soup but not the medicine. Dealing with one minor issue only to be confronted by a multitude of others was quite vexing. Beta and Barrett were full of energy each day, constantly honing their skills. In the distance, an unnamed island began to materialize. Captain, there's an island. There's an island. Beta exclaimed excitedly, his booming voice echoing even within the confines of the captain's cabin, where Charlotte could hear him clearly. Damn it, with such a loud voice. What are you doing? Charlotte ascended to the deck with an air of impatience, casting several contemptuous glances at Beta. What was so remarkable about a deserted island? Beta scratched the back of his head and remarked, "Boss, haven't we grown weary of fish lately?" Upon hearing this, Charlotte's fury surged. It was precisely because of this fool. Initially perplexed by the sudden naval assault, he soon learned that this rascal had acted unilaterally, firing cannonballs to provoke the Navy. He justified his actions by claiming that pirates and the Navy were destined to be adversaries, asserting the need to demonstrate their might to the naval forces. Xiao Luo felt an overwhelming urge to strike down this thoughtless fool. His once tranquil life was on the verge of disruption due to this imbecile's presence. For a moment, Xiao Luo was enveloped in a profound sense of melancholy. In the midst of this reverie, a brilliant beam of light pierced the horizon from the direction of the small island, forming a crescent that raced towards the ship, the Hespera. What could this be? Beta and Barrett exchanged glances, surprised by the vague familiarity of the phenomenon. Yet, they understood that should this vessel be struck, it would spell disaster. A soaring blade strike? A master swordsman? Startled, Charlotte immediately prepared to strike, realizing that under the onslaught of this aerial slash, his vessel was doomed. Before he could react, Beta let out a furious roar. Instantly transforming into a titan, his arms were enveloped in a formidable layer of Haki. With a mighty punch, he unleashed the titanic shockwave. The terrifying fist radiated a brilliant light, surging forth and crashing against the sea's surface. Boom! The ocean erupted with a deafening explosion. Waves surged violently, and even the air appeared to warp under the force. Charlotte was quite pleased with Beta's performance. What a fine young man. His strength has improved remarkably. It seems he hasn't been slacking off during this time. Truly impressive for a swordsman. Beta, realizing it was the flying slash attack, felt a sense of indignation. Feeling somewhat awkward, Charlotte absent-mindedly rubbed his nose, wondering if this fellow was subtly mocking him. Nevertheless, Charlotte was also somewhat irked. After all, who had initiated such an unwarranted attack? Charlotte stood at the bow of the ship, her gaze fixed ahead. A flicker of surprise emerged in her profound eyes. Was that a boy? On the sandy shore, it was evident that a young lad was practicing his swordsmanship. His expression one of confusion as he looked in this direction. It seemed that the recent airborne slash had been unleashed unconsciously. The sudden explosion catching the boy utterly off guard. Charlotte felt a sense of bewilderment. Was there something amiss with the feng shui of his vessel? How could he possibly encounter such unreliable circumstances? It seemed that ever since crossing paths with the Golden Lion Shiki, his fate had taken an extraordinarily absurd turn. Just as Charlotte was lost in his thoughts, the ship Hibofeile swiftly approached. Beta glared furiously at the youth on the beach. "You there? Was it you who unleashed that soaring slash?" The boy, taken aback, immediately assumed a defensive stance. "Come at me," Beta bellowed, instantly transforming. The boy froze, an expression of inexplicable emotion clouding his features, rendered motionless. Beta, who had intended to attack, suddenly found himself rooted to the spot. What was happening? "All right, Beta." The other party did not act with intent. Charlotte, with a sense of resignation, spoke up, now fully convinced that the recent aerial strike was an unconscious manifestation from a youth, and that they had merely crossed paths by chance. It was quite unexpected. Beta returned to his original form, casting a curious glance towards the other. In the boy's innocent gaze, there was a palpable interest directed at Beta, despite their similar ages. Their physiques were in stark contrast. Charlotte was intrigued. It was quite astonishing that such a remarkably gifted youth resided in this desolate and remote island, evoking a sense of curiosity. "Young brother, are you the only one on this island?" "I do not go by young brother," the boy, Jemu, replied with a serious and earnest expression. "Greetings, I am the swordsman Jemu." "Ah, did he even ask for a name? It seems our points of interest differ considerably." Cough, cough. "Well then, Jemu." "Greetings, I am the swordsman Jemu," the youth reiterated with utmost seriousness, his gaze directed at Charlotte devoid of any displeasure, maintaining the same earnest demeanor in his introduction as before. Charlotte suddenly felt a sense of curiosity regarding the young man's steadfast attachment to his name. However, recognizing the significance that others place on such matters, he understood the necessity of showing respect. "Greetings, swordsman Jemu. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hibofeile Charlotte." Jemu, upon hearing Charlotte's earnest response and the invocation of his name, was filled with delight. Charlotte continued to inquire, "Are you the only one here?" "No, my master is also present." "Your master?" Charlotte furrowed her brow. If he could impart knowledge to such a remarkably gifted child, then his master must be even more formidable. At the very least, he ought to be a master swordsman. To think that a swordsman of such caliber could be residing in this place. What a perilous world it is. Charlotte could not help but express her sentiments. Beta, with a benevolent smile, inquired, "Might Jem take us to meet your master?" As Charlotte gazed at Beta's eager expression, she discerned the thoughts swirling within his mind. This seemingly benevolent demeanor bore an unsettling edge. Very well, no objections. Germ, on the other hand, harbored little concern, utterly oblivious to the conspiratorial smirk that graced Beta's face. Charlotte delivered a sharp slap to Beta's nape. "Boss, if you hit me again, I might lose my wits." Beta protested, wincing slightly from a sting. "Is there even any wit left to lose? Just don't cause any trouble later." Charlotte felt compelled to caution the reckless individual. For should he fail to match his opponent, it would undoubtedly lead to a most embarrassing predicament. Barrett, with a smirk playing upon his lips, teased Beta, affirming the leader's words. Indeed, one might as well feed that intellect to the sea creatures. "Barrett." Beta enunciated each syllable with a clenched jaw, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. While he begrudgingly accepted the leader's assessment, he was resolute that Barrett, that insufferable rascal, had certainly provoked fate. In a moment of acute anxiety, Barrett broke into a cold sweat. He was well aware that he could not contend with Beta at present. With an air of feigned nonchalance, he placed his hands behind his head and began to whistle, casually inching closer to Charlotte's side. Charlotte found herself at a loss for words regarding those two insufferable fools. Neither was particularly commendable. Chapter 84. Could it be that this is a socially anxious bear? Throughout the journey, Jemu displayed a tinge of embarrassment upon the unexpected assault on the Hibofeile. After all, had it not been for the impressive capabilities of Charlotte and her companions, a significant mishap could have ensued. It was evident that Jemu possessed a commendable character, yet he always took it upon himself to patiently and diligently correct anyone who mispronounced his name or failed to recall it. What a peculiar individual. Charlotte thought with a faint smile, though she did not find it particularly remarkable. There were plenty of oddities in the world. Before long, a wooden cabin came into view. "Master Pandey, I have returned." A low, resonant voice echoed from within the cabin. Upon hearing that voice, one could sense an air of maturity and composure. This was undoubtedly a seasoned swordsman living in seclusion. Creak! The door swung open, revealing a robust figure, adorned with a standard blade at his waist. His body was cloaked in a coat of black and white fur, tall and imposing. As he fully emerged, both parties stood frozen in place. "Pandaren, fur tribe, human," echoed several voices simultaneously, and the air was thick with awkwardness. Xiao Luo delivered a sharp slap to Beta's nape. "Boss, why did you hit me again?" Beta exclaimed, a look of grievance etched upon his face. "What panda people? This is clearly the fur tribe." Charlotte addressed Beta, observing that although the panda-like figure before him bore a resemblance to the inconspicuous background characters often found in pirate tales, there was indeed no clear mention of such a species within the world of piracy. Only the fur tribe seemed relevant. But did the fur tribe encompass pandas? Polar bears? Certainly, but the inclusion of pandas shouldn't pose much of a problem, as they all belong to the bear family. Xiao Luo was deep in thought, struggling to recall anything significant. "Master Pandaren, this is the person I encountered at sea." Gamu earnestly addressed the Pandaren. Panderin's eyes widened in surprise, revealing a hint of anxiety as he stammered, "All right, very good, go moo." His words seemed to falter, leading one to wonder if he might be a bit socially anxious. Charlotte pondered quietly but still inquired aloud, "Is Mr. Pander a member of the fur tribe?" The panda man, Pander, cast a somewhat anxious glance at Charlotte and asked, "What is the fur tribe?" "Huh." Lena burst into laughter, while Beta wore a look of deep discontent, as if to say, "Boss, look, they don't even know what the fur tribe is." Charlotte completely disregarded Beta's gaze, feeling as though his CPU had entirely overheated, awkwardly stroking his chin. What on earth is a fur tribe? Could it truly be the Pandaren? The Pandaren possess an enigmatic presence in the world of pirates, undeniably the strongest of supporting characters. They seem to appear on nearly every main battlefield. The others shared a similar expression of bewilderment, having never heard of such a race as the Pandaren. Charlotte fell into deep contemplation, uncertain in his thoughts. Perhaps, indeed, there exists a unique race known as the Pandaren. The vastness of the ocean could easily conceal one or two extraordinary species. Just as Bartholomew D. Bear belongs to the Bacchania tribe, or Jean to the Lunaria tribe. These lesser-known races might even be on the brink of extinction. In this light, it seems entirely plausible. Pandey, sensing the collective puzzlement of the group, hesitated before reluctantly voicing his truth. "I am, in fact, a Pandaren who has consumed a devil fruit." A cascade of question marks floated above the heads of the onlookers. Could animals truly consume devil fruits? This was the question on everyone's minds. Yet, for Charlotte, an epiphany struck him like a thunderclap. It is known that weapons can gain life and transform into extraordinary beings upon consuming zoan-type devil fruits. Such bizarre and astonishing phenomena could indeed occur. Of course, it is unlikely that the advanced technology of Vegapunk has yet unraveled this mystery. However, Chopper, originally an ordinary reindeer, attained human-like intelligence after consuming a zoan-type human-human fruit, gaining the ability to communicate with both animals and humans. So, could be that the Pandaren before him, Pandey, also consumed a zoan-type devil fruit. Whether it was the same fruit that Chopper had eaten remained unknown to Charlotte. Yet, observing the crowd as they encircled Pandey, poking him curiously, the poor Pandaren appeared as though jolted by electricity. Charlotte's expression darkened, akin to the bottom of a pot, but one could hardly blame the others. Their previous experiences had been limited, which rendered their curiosity entirely natural. Such occurrences are indeed rare. Thus, the likelihood of encountering them is exceedingly low. Charlotte hurriedly intervened, saying, all right, you lot are merely overreacting." He was genuinely apprehensive of this group, fearing they might engage in some outrageous behavior. Eventually, the crowd ceased their commotion, and Pandey visibly exhaled in relief, while even the sideline Gemu found solace in the moment. And what about those weapons that consume animal-type devil fruits? Surely, one would be left wide-eyed in astonishment upon witnessing them. "What? Boss, don't deceive me. My education is limited," Beta exclaimed incredulously. "Have you ever even studied?" Charlotte thought to himself, suppressing the urge to ridicule him. The fact that he needed someone else to read a training manual for him was absurd enough. But even more ludicrous was the notion that he could dictate a training summary for someone else to transcribe. Under Charlotte's scrutinizing gaze, Beta inexplicably felt a wave of guilt wash over him, accompanied by an awkward, sheepish grin. Charlotte disregarded Beta and instead turned his gaze towards Pandey. It is important to note that, apart from the ordinary zoan-type, human-human fruit, for animals to communicate like humans, it requires specific zoan-type, mythical beast fruits. An example of this can be found in the storyline of Wano Country, where the character Nico Mamushi's true form is that of a fox deity, having consumed a zoan-type, mythical beast fruit, specifically the Daibutsu form. This realization sparked various thoughts within Charlotte, and there remains a significant possibility that it pertains to the devil fruit that Chopper might consume in the future. After all, it is likely that Chopper has not yet been born at this point. With these questions in mind, Charlotte inquired, "Pandey, is the devil fruit you consumed somewhat resembling a mushroom?" Upon hearing Charlotte's question, Pandey pondered seriously for a moment before shaking his head. Charlotte was taken aback. Could it truly be a mythical beast? Soon, under the demonstration of the Pandaren Pand, and by referencing the abilities listed in the Devil Fruit Compendium, clarity began to emerge. Charlotte was resolute in one conviction. The devil fruit of the Pandaren, Pandey, was indeed of the mythical zoan variety. Such an entity is exceedingly rare, and its potential for development is astonishing, sufficient to elevate one to the ranks of the world as most formidable powers, akin to Kaido, Sengoku, and the immortal Marco. Charlotte found it hard to believe that in such a remote corner, there existed a being who had consumed the mythical zoan devil fruit. The devil fruit devoured by the Pandaren, Pander, was presumably the animal type. Human fruit, mythical zoan, Azura form. At that moment, confronted by Charlotte's unsettling gaze, Pander felt a shiver run through his entire being, overwhelmed by a sense of foreboding. Chapter 85. Kindred Spirits and Good Brothers. Beta approached Pander with a long-held desire for a friendly duel. Shallow's interest was piqued. If he could teach a swordsmanship prodigy like Jemu, then the combat skills of the Pandaren, Pandey, must also be formidable. It would be a splendid opportunity for observation. In that case, I shall refrain from participating, Pandey said, his expression stiff and his limbs awkwardly positioned, firmly declining. His social anxiety made it utterly unbearable to face Beta's fervent enthusiasm. Why? Beta asked, a look of confusion plastered across his face. It was incomprehensible that someone endowed with such a powerful devil fruit ability would shy away from combat. The group was momentarily at a loss for words. In Beta's limited cognitive framework, there was nothing but battle. Pandey, the Pandaren, awkwardly interjected, well, I don't know how. Huh? The collective astonishment was palpable. What sort of reasoning was that? Undeterred, Beta pressed on, but what about the sword at your waist? Oh, that? It's just for chopping bamboo, more conveniently. Pandey's words left everyone frozen in disbelief. What on earth was that? Shallow was unaware of how many times he had been struck in the face by the Pandaren, Pandey, leaving him with a burning sensation. Fortunately, he had refrained from speaking out just moments ago. So, who imparted the swordsmanship skills to Jem? Charlotte inquired with a hint of perplexity. It seems that Gum observed me chopping bamboo, and, subsequently, he too began to chop daily, expressing gratitude for my imparting of swordsmanship. How utterly absurd. Just how much bamboo would one need to chop? Goodness, what a perfect misunderstanding. Observing the serious expression on Gum's face, one might conclude he is rather single-minded. Such an eccentric pair, one dares to teach, while the other is eager to learn. Their comprehension skills are surprisingly commendable. Beta, unable to accept this, persisted in questioning, Pand, what is your dream? Confronted by Beta's relentless inquiries, the Pandaren, Pand, donned an expression of deep contemplation. After a brief pause, he exclaimed, oh, that's impressive. It seems I have none. Seeing the clarity mixed with a hint of folly in his panda eyes, Charlotte could not suppress a chuckle. Only Beta felt a surge of frustration, nearly exasperated to the point of bloodshed. What nonsense is this? With such a formidable devil fruit, this is the extent of his aspirations? Beta, his eyes reddened as he gritted his teeth and coldly remarked, have you considered this? For instance, what would you do with immense power? The Pandaren, Pand, shuddered slightly, his gaze upon Beta inexplicably tightening his fur. Well, to eat well, sleep soundly, and live comfortably. In that instant, a group of individuals stood frozen, rendered speechless for an extended period. What a refreshingly unpretentious dream. A life akin to that of a pig. No, rather, like that of a bear. Perhaps this stems from a primal instinct, for no one harbors such intricate demands. Before Charlotte, a gleam of brilliance emerged. What a remarkable vision this was, indeed the pinnacle of a laid-back existence. Behold, this is the embodiment of true idleness, an utterly secure philosophy of relaxation, a kindred spirit, a true companion. Indeed, the act of merely surviving is fraught with challenges, and to thrive is an even greater endeavor. Observing quietly, Matisse contemplated deeply. As expected, this was quintessentially Mr. Charlotte. Regardless of how absurd the dreams may seem, he never cast a shadow of criticism upon them. Instead, he delicately nurtured those seemingly unattainable aspirations, expressing his benevolent support. Witnessing Charlotte's demeanor, Matisse grew increasingly resolute in his intention to compile Mr. Charlotte's noble thoughts into a comprehensive volume. Xiao Luo gazed at Pandora with increasing fervor. With just a slight enhancement of his abilities, the latter could serve as a formidable deterrent against external threats, all while maintaining a low profile and avoiding unnecessary conflicts. Was this not the quintessential embodiment of a kindred spirit and mentor, both dedicated to a life of leisure? Thus, Xiao Luo resolved to enlist the Panda Man, Pandora. Pandora, how about joining us? Pandora appeared somewhat bewildered, particularly under the weight of the cryptic gazes from those around him, leaving him in a state of confusion. Furthermore, having previously existed as an animal, he had little exposure to the intricacies of human affairs, leaving him perplexed about the situation. Therefore, he posed a rather fundamental question. Will I be able to eat my fill? Charlotte was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the notion that once, as an animal, her primal instincts were solely preoccupied with the fundamental concern of satiating hunger. Follow me. It's absolutely no problem. Hearing Charlotte's resolute response, The panda man Pandey visibly exhaled in relief. That's wonderful. Then there's no issue at all. In his past, as a naive creature, each day was consumed by the relentless pursuit of food, often spent in a state of gnawing hunger, a truly bleak existence for a bear. The mere recollection of it brings tears to one's eyes. However, it seemed Pandey was utterly oblivious to the implications of becoming a pirate. To be precise, he lacked any awareness of it. Within his limited understanding, it appeared that the only concern was food. After being thoroughly disheartened, Beta finally regained his composure, exclaiming, "Boss, what is this? What is this? It's fine. Speak less and eat more." Charlotte cast a piercing glance at Beta. He felt that recently, Beta had indeed become rather arrogant, even beginning to question his decisions. Such a promising companion was a rare find, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that should not be squandered. Naturally, the equally stubborn germ must accompany them. How could one allow a child to fend for themselves on a deserted island? That would be utterly inhumane. They would pack him up and take him along. After resolving this unexpected twist of fate, the rejuvenated ship, the Hibofeile, set sail once more, heading toward home. On deck, Beta was sullen, while Pandey remained true to his unpretentious aspirations. Once aboard, he seemed to do little more than eat. This infuriated Beta, who, in his frustration, even dismissed Barrett's provocations. "Beta, what has happened?" Mythos inquired, noticing Beta's glum expression. "Oh, Mythos." Upon seeing Mythos, Beta appeared to have found an outlet for his grievances. He could not comprehend why Captain Charlotte would invite such a dim-witted character. Mythos smiled slightly, exuding confidence. "This is precisely where Mr. Charlotte's brilliance lies." "What do you mean?" Beta's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Mythos, clearly bewildered. Mythos cleared his throat and continued, "You must understand, Mr. Charlotte is meticulously nurturing everyone's dreams. A mind as astute as his could hardly overlook Pandey's shortcomings, his simplicity and inability to articulate thoughts. Thus, discussing grand philosophies with him is akin to playing music to a bear." Beta instinctively nodded, realizing the truth in Mythos's words. Indeed, it was challenging to convey reason. However, he looked at Mythos with a hint of confusion and asked, "Why play music to a bear?" Mythos stood momentarily stunned, pondering whether the crux of the matter lay in Beta's query about the bear. Faced with Beta's bewilderment, Mythos felt a twinge of melancholy. It was merely a metaphor. Surely he understood that. Nevertheless, he quickly added, "That's not important. Look, Pandey has successfully joined the Hibofeile pirate crew. We can certainly tempt Pandey with delectable food for training and sparring." Beta's eyes lit up as his fists collided with enthusiasm. "Yes, how enlightening," he exclaimed, finally grasping the concept. Mythos sighed in relief, witnessing Beta's epiphany. Beta, while kind-hearted, was indeed a simple-minded warrior, which made matters rather challenging. Such intricate plans could only be fully deciphered by someone as wise as I. The interpreter of Mr. Charlotte's will is undeniably assertive. Even you, Brother Ivan, cannot contest this. In a moment of exhilaration, Midias felt a surge of excitement. Chapter 86. The belief that permeates life ever since the Pandaren, boarded the ship. Charlotte has been feeling quite elated. He harbors the hope that the thoughts of the Pandaren can influence the increasingly radical Beta and Barrett. This sentiment reflects a desire for a group that possesses strength yet refrains from provoking conflict, a state that is both safe and understated, thus allowing him to achieve his goal of a secure and tranquil existence. What a splendid aspiration, especially during these days at sea. Neither Beta nor Barrett has been seeking to engage in active combat, as if they have undergone a transformation. This brings immense comfort to Charlotte. He does not wish to hinder anyone's desire to fight, but he firmly believes that radicalism must be avoided. Such extremism can easily lead to significant troubles. This is a cardinal rule. Is it not quite satisfactory at present? The Pandaren, Pand, is fully realizing his role, making for an unexpectedly perfect plan. Charlotte inhaled deeply from his cigarette, exhaling a large smoke ring as he pondered. On the deck, a crowd of individuals, devoid of any tasks, gathered together, holding their breath in anticipation as they watched the sparring match between Pand and Beta in the center of the arena. Beta felt an immense satisfaction, having effortlessly seized Pand's vulnerabilities with Métis's guidance. Driven by his love for exquisite cuisine, Pand had no choice but to engage in this contest with Beta. Yet, for reasons unknown, after each bout, as he savored his well-deserved delicacies, a profound sense of happiness enveloped him, much like a cow being gently led along a familiar path. "Go Pand! Go Pand! Go Pand!" The crowd erupted in fervent cheers, and the socially anxious bear, Pand, suddenly felt a surge of adrenaline. This sensation of being watched was surprisingly exhilarating. The cacophony outside startled Charlotte, causing his cigarette to slip from his fingers and fall to the ground. Damn it, what are these fools yelling about now? Charlotte, feeling rather discontented, lit another cigarette. It was always the same. Despite having built up some resilience, the suddenness of it all still caught her off guard. Shallow was rather indifferent. As long as he didn't go out causing trouble, a bit of ruckus was perfectly acceptable. It was all quite amusing, really. Yet, the mere thought of returning to Rife Island, where he could run into the troublesome Captain Don Quixote da Flamingo at any moment, filled him with a sense of unease. It was not merely because of this individual. Why should he take the risk of venturing out to sea? What vexed him the most was that he was still young, his body in the throes of growth, and he was no match for the formidable da Flamingo. Unable to fight back and incapable of fleeing, it was genuinely frustrating. If it weren't for the bewildering turn of events that had led him to become a member of the Flying Sky Pirates, Shao would have never even considered confronting da Flamingo. Life was exhausting enough without adding more complications. Just the thought of da Flamingo cast a shadow over Shalaw's mood. It loomed before him like an immense mountain. After a considerable time, Jimmy knocked and entered. Charlotte was slightly taken aback. This somewhat introverted boy, who usually spent his time either training or engaged in training, had surprisingly taken the initiative to seek him out today. What is it, Jim? Are you finding life a bit challenging? Charlotte instinctively assumed that Jimmy might be struggling to adapt to his current circumstances, prompting her to inquire. Jimmy shook his head and said, Mr. Charlotte, I have heard of your prowess as a swordsman and wish to seek your guidance on matters of swordsmanship. Certainly, came the reply. Charlotte did not decline. The distinction between possessing strength and lacking it is profound. His crew may maintain a low profile, yet they must not be devoid of capability. Mr. Charlotte, may I inquire what constitutes the way of sword? Jim's steadfast gaze was fixed upon Charlotte, as if eager to uncover the answer. In response to this inquiry, Charlotte regarded Jim with great depth. What, indeed, is the way of the sword? To him, aspiring to become a true world-class swordsman entails not only exquisite swordsmanship, physical prowess, and weaponry, but also an unwavering belief that must pervade one's existence. This resolute conviction serves as the cornerstone for pursuing loftier aspirations. Charlotte looked at Graham with a serious expression and said, the belief that runs through your life, the reason you aspire to be a swordsman, is your path. Graham fell into contemplation, as memories of his desire to become a swordsman overwhelmed him. In an instant, Charlotte sensed the intricate emotions swirling within Jim. It was a poignant blend of sorrow, nostalgia, and an unresolved sentiment. Each individual harbors their own narrative deep within, and Charlotte chose to remain silent, refraining from intrusion. He harbored no desire to unearth the secrets of others. He believed that when the time was right, they would reveal themselves. A melancholic voice began to resonate softly. The reason I aspire to become a swordsman is that once a girl bestowed upon me the very first warmth of time, akin to the sun illuminating my path. She was radiant, vivacious, beautiful, and kind. In Charlotte's heart, she sighed, recognizing this as the quintessential embodiment of her unattainable ideal. The allure of such an ethereal figure could even compel a stray dog by the roadside to wag its tail in submission. She declared her aspiration to become the world's foremost female swordsman. Yet, her youthful voice quivered with emotion, for she had tragically perished on that merciless battlefield, the very conflict that ravaged her homeland, orchestrated by a cadre of noblemen who treated human lives as mere entertainment. Charlotte displayed a hint of surprise, as a peculiar sense of familiarity washed over her regarding the unfolding narrative. Yet, she remained uncertain. She collapsed into my embrace, and I could see the reluctance in her eyes, filled with an abundance of regrets. Oh, this wretched world! Charlotte let out a faint sigh. The youthful heart was captivated by the sincere ideals of a young girl. Although no promises were exchanged in the end, her aspirations became the boy's unwavering obsession for the rest of his life. It is no wonder he repeatedly affirmed his identity as a swordsman, perhaps in the hope that one day everyone would remember him. There must have been such a devoted individual once. Jimmy's face was streaked with tears, his tender visage marked by the evidence of his sorrow, yet he stubbornly bit his lip, uttering no sound. You must believe that as you think of her time and again, mentioning her name, she continues to exist, never truly departing. Charlotte comforted him. Is it true, Mr. Charlotte? Jimmy asked, tears streaming down his face. Of course. In my homeland, those who have departed transform into stars in the sky. As long as you do not forget, she or he will forever watch over you. Jimmy fiercely wiped the tears from his face and declared, one day, I shall challenge all the sword masters of this world in her honor. until my last breath. With that, he bowed respectfully to Charlotte, his unprecedentedly resolute gaze stirring Charlotte's emotions. As he watched Jimmy depart, Charlotte couldn't help but reflect, I believe that one day, your name will echo across the seas. Jimmy paused in his stride. Although Charlotte was unaware of whether Jimmy was a descendant of the original inhabitants of the Valley of the Gods, it mattered little. On the day he fully opened his heart and could smile at the haunting memories of the past, he would surely come to know. Moreover, given that the events of the Valley of the Gods had transpired 8 years ago and remained shrouded in mystery, he had no desire to delve into it. Living as a drifter, embracing a life of safety and tranquility was his ultimate goal. As for other secrets, becoming the Pirate King, or the Four Emperors, he held no interest in such pursuits. Chapter 87. There will be no next time the provisions were sufficient to sustain everyone on their return to the New World, Roddy Island. Even with the addition of 2 more individuals, specifically 1 bear and 1 person. Indeed, Charlotte had harbored such thoughts previously. Lena, are you suggesting that the provisions aboard the ship are insufficient to sustain our return to Lottie Island? Charlotte inquired incredulously, gazing at Lena from the captain's quarters. What about all that food I had? Lena shrugged her shoulders, expressing her helplessness. There's nothing we can do, Charlotte. Over the past few days, Pander has been insatiable. His appetite is enough to rank him as the second biggest eater in the Hibofeile pirate crew. Charlotte's expression shifted as he realized that the foremost glutton among them was undoubtedly the giant Darl, an indisputable eating machine. He never anticipated that Pandey, the Panda Man, would also possess such an outrageous appetite, completely derailing his initial plans. Consequently, it became imperative for them to approach the nearby islands to procure food and replenish their supplies. Lena's suggestion was undoubtedly the most prudent solution. After all, encountering inclement weather or being pursued by the Navy without provisions would spell disaster. However, given the perilous circumstances, Charlotte was quite reluctant to risk detection by the Navy while nearing the islands. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he inquired, why not fish? Lena shook her head, explaining that they had tried, but there were simply no sea creatures in the vicinity, and the ordinary fish were woefully insufficient. Shallow's lips twitched. Pondering the dire state of his finances, it appeared that he was on the precipice of bankruptcy. After much contemplation, Shallow arrived at a conclusion that necessitated a certain degree of risk. This realization nearly drove him to the brink of madness. He feared that if he were to be ensnared by the Navy and encounter some deranged officers, his already tumultuous life would seem devoid of any hope for resolution. Charlotte thought grimly that he must be more cautious in the future. He should avoid all that is consumable. However, there would fundamentally be no next time. Unable to resist, Charlotte could only accept his fate in silence. Lena, which island is closest to us? Upon hearing this, Lena began to sift through the latest nautical charts she had acquired from O'Hara. The only nearby island is Durdan Island. Following Lena's indication, Charlotte fixed his gaze upon that location. This island houses a branch of a criminal organization, and in truth, it is an island controlled by gangsters. The criminal influence on this island is effectively wielded by the Capone family, one of the 5 prominent families of the West Sea. Charlotte was slightly taken aback to discover that it was the Capone family, one of the 5 major mafia families of the West Sea. According to Charlotte's knowledge, in the future, this family would be absorbed by Capone Becky, the young heir of the Capone dynasty. However, Capone Becky should still be quite young at present. From the information Charlotte had gathered, it was evident that the Capone family harbored considerable ambition and was likely the most powerful family among the current 5 mafias, clearly surpassing the other 4 families in strength and influence. Of course, this was merely hearsay, as he had no concrete intelligence on the matter. After all, the powerful and renowned factions could be discerned with just a bit of inquiry, thanks to the flow of information on O'Hara, where a group of archaeologists constantly ventured into the outside world, possessing some knowledge of it. This was quite troubling, and Charlotte furrowed his brow. The 5 mafia families could command the elements in the West Sea, though they would barely register in the New World. However, one could never dismiss the possibility of them holding some sinister trump cards, especially on another's territory. Inviting the Navy would be disastrous, for the sworn enemy of pirates is indeed the threat posed by the Navy. It would be naive to believe that these individuals had no connections with the Navy branch in the South Sea. Charlotte was 100% skeptical. Therefore, to avoid unnecessary complications, he resolved to make no disturbances. After procuring the necessary supplies, he promptly set sail, distancing himself from the West Sea. Having made his decision, Charlotte swiftly issued orders, and Lena quickly notified everyone. As always, they maintained their cover. Raising a flag was out of the question. The ship, the Hibofeile, quietly made its way towards Durdan Island. As they approached Deldan Island, the number of vessels in the vicinity gradually increased. Most were merchant ships and cargo vessels, with occasional sightings of vessels belonging to the prominent noble families of the West Sea. It was evident that this place was quite prosperous, at least in comparison to Rife Island. Soon, Charlotte noticed a Navy warship anchored in the area, which caused him to frown slightly. The Navy truly was an omnipresent nuisance. Fortunately, it seemed that the Navy ship was not there for a search, and it was not commanded by those monstrous Navy officers, which was a relief. The Hibofeile blended seamlessly into the surroundings and safely entered the harbor. Upon docking, arrangements for procurement were immediately set in motion, led by Lena and accompanied by Barrett. As for the troublesome Beta, he was strictly forbidden from leaving the ship. No matter how pitiful he appeared, Charlotte was adamant about restricting him. In truth, Lena was quite capable. She had recently succeeded in mastering observation Haki. However, as a novice user, her mastery remained at a rudimentary level, merely sufficient for basic application, with advanced development yet to commence, thus rendering her combat prowess somewhat lacking. In this world, women and children faced considerable challenges, with countless nefarious forces engaged in the capture of slaves. This was precisely why Barrett was dispatched. Otherwise, the combative Barrett would have been barred from disembarking. Of course, given Lena's current strength, as long as they did not act recklessly, they would likely be fine in the West Sea. While this reasoning held merit, Charlotte remained uneasy, driven by caution. After selecting the appropriate personnel and watching them head into the town, he returned to the captain's quarters. The reason for his absence was simple. He had a bounty on his head and could easily be recognized, much like in O'Hara. Fortunately, nothing untoward had occurred during his time in O'Hara. Although the likelihood was low, he believed in the adage that it is better to be safe than sorry. He certainly did not wish to be pursued by the Navy on his return journey. Sitting in the captain's quarters, Charlotte sighed softly. He longed for the freedom to wander the town without restraint. Sunlight, vibrant flowers, exquisite cuisine, fine wine, beautiful ladies, and a cacophony of laughter create an exuberant scene. Yet, alas, he cannot partake. The sorrow is unbearable. Cursed be the golden lion Shiki, who roars alone, brandishing his claws. And those self-righteous naval officers, devoid of reason, are equally maddening. I am a law-abiding pirate, yet I find myself in a world devoid of humanity and justice. It is truly arduous. The life of a pirate appears carefree, yet in reality, one is but a bird trapped in a cage. In the quaint town of Deldan Island, Lena meticulously gathers provisions. Aside from Beta, the troublemaker left behind, many others have ventured here. Each island possesses its own unique characteristics, culture, and customs. How regrettable it would be not to experience them. Chapter 88. Fragments of an era with Lena and her companions engaging in copious food procurement. They swiftly attracted the attention of the Capone family. Within the bright castle, at an office desk, a tattooed bald man, cigar in mouth, casually remarked, "You mean to say that someone is purchasing food under the guise of a travel ship?" A sharply dressed subordinate quickly responded, "Indeed, Brother Al. I suspect they are evading commercial taxes and secretly engaging in food trade." Listening to his subordinate's account, Al, a cadre of the Capone family, narrowed his eyes, an ominous glint flashing within. Such occurrences have precedence. The number of individuals and the specifications of their vessels resemble those reckless merchants. As for their intentions of consumption, Al did not entertain that notion at all. Based on his years of experience, it was entirely implausible. He despised these opportunistic traders, always seeking ways to circumvent the rules. The revenue from commercial taxes is vital for the survival of the Capone family. He had dealt with many such greedy individuals whose recklessness knew no bounds. In the territory of the Capone family, no one could flout the rules. A cruel smile spread across Al's face. "Go, assemble the crew, and intercept that ship for a search." With that, Al rose and strode towards the castle exit. A group returned safely to the Hibofeile, their hold brimming with provisions. The quantity was sufficient to provide sustenance for 3,000 ordinary people for 6 months, filled to the brim with the flavor of belly. However, it would only suffice for the crew aboard for 20 days. Though there was some regret, the absence of trouble was a great relief. Charlotte was quite pleased. Lena executed her tasks with remarkable steadiness. "Very well, let us tidy up and prepare for departure." Before Charlotte could finish her words, a cacophony erupted at the port, swiftly dispersing the crowd. A formidable group of gang members, armed and clad in black suits, emerged. Leading them was the imposing bald figure of Al, whose keen gaze swiftly fixated on the secluded ship, the Hibofeile. A portion of the crew, yet to board, found themselves encircled. "Hey, all of you, disembark and submit to inspection." Charlotte furrowed his brow, perplexed by the situation. How had he become the target? Had he inadvertently revealed his position? A dangerous crimson glimmer flickered in his gaze. Observing the stillness of his adversaries, Al issued a merciless command. Eliminate them all. In an instant, a colossal figure leapt from the vessel. You intend to annihilate us? Beta snarled, glaring at Al and his Capone family associates. Unfazed, Al retorted, you have broken the rules. You deserve to perish. Such audacity was truly shameless. Ignoring the futile banter, Beta, acting on Charlotte's orders, transformed into a ferocious beast unleashed from its cage. In a swift motion, he propelled himself forward, a gust of white mist swirling beneath his feet, and appeared before Al in an instant. With a single punch, he drove Al forcefully into the ground. Simultaneously, the other members launched their assault. In the blink of an eye, the port became a scene of overwhelming conflict, filled with countless cries of despair echoing through the air. Beta turned his cold gaze upon the severely injured Al. Insect, how dare you challenge the house of Hibofeile? What gave you the audacity? Blood streaming from his head, Al looked at Beta with terror in his eyes. He understood his fate was sealed. He was facing a true monstrosity. In an instant, Charlotte appeared before Al, her expression shrouded in gloom. Boss, what brings you here? Beta inquired, somewhat taken aback. I have come to exact vengeance. The frigid tone of Charlotte's voice sent an involuntary shiver down even the spine of the typically unflappable Beta. It was evident that Charlotte had never exhibited such a demeanor before. Her anger appeared to be profound and serious. She paid no heed to Beta's frantic exclamations. Shallow's gaze was firmly fixed upon this tenacious and oblivious scoundrel, his frustration mounting with each passing moment. The instant their hands made contact, Shallow's expression transformed into one of astonishment. It turned out to be merely a fortuitous misunderstanding. Fate is indeed a curious thing, akin to the irritation of having something lodged between one's teeth after drinking cool water. Xiao Luo felt a sharp pain in his tooth. Yet he could not afford to hesitate. The arrow was already knocked and must be released. Initially, the situation need not have escalated to such an embarrassing spectacle. Unexpected events always seemed to occur. Al gazed upon the man before him, the palpable aura of menace sending shivers down his spine. This was indeed a more ruthless adversary. Alas, a misunderstanding is a misunderstanding. After all, you are no virtuous soul, so may you find peace in death. With a swift stroke, Xiao Luo severed the matter at hand. He had no desire to entertain further trivialities. Once an enemy is established, there is little left to discuss. Furthermore, it is often said that virtuous individuals do not dwell within the dark underbelly of society, let alone claim to be good. Especially considering the blood of many innocents stained upon the hands of this group, it was better to be cautious. Charlotte wielded her sword with relentless precision, dismembering her adversary with a series of swift strikes, culminating in a powerful blow that rendered him utterly non-existent. Boss, this is excessive, exclaimed Beta, his eyes wide with disbelief. Do you understand the meaning of finishing a fight? Beta was utterly perplexed. Was it merely a figurative expression? Observing the scene, it was evident that this was no ordinary strike. It was akin to a multitude of blades. Once the battle commenced, he could hardly place the blame on her. Having revealed himself in this manner, it was inevitable that the enemy's base on this island harbored pertinent information about him. Thus, it was imperative to obliterate it. Drawing upon the enemy's memories, Charlotte's observation Haki swiftly pinpointed a castle located far from the town, where a horde of individuals, rife with malice, congregated. Without further ado, it was clear that this was the enemy's headquarters on the island. Xiaoluo swiftly activated the moon step, closely followed by dozens of members proficient in the same technique. As they descended from the heavens and entered the castle, a massacre ensued. The battle concluded swiftly. The enemy's strength was far weaker than anticipated. They promptly gathered the spoils, taking as much as they could. With a resounding shout from Charlotte, the others transformed into fleeting shadows, swiftly springing into action. In but a moment, each individual, laden with various spoils, hurriedly returned to the ship, the Hibofeile. The technique known as one-sword style, Meteor Shower, unleashed a myriad of blade energies, cascading like falling stars, utterly reducing the area to ruins. Without a backward glance, Charlotte returned to the ship, the Hibofeile. In an instant, it set sail from the port. The already tumultuous harbor was oblivious to the departure of the Hibofeile. The battle had been swift and ferocious. Ordinary citizens, terrified by the recent violence, had long since fled from the scene. Chaos reigned over the area. The Hibofeile was unaffected, swiftly gliding away. With such speed, who could discern its involvement? Just beyond the harbor, a large vessel, adorned with the flag of the Capone family, was returning from the open sea. Charlotte refrained from taking action. On one hand, the crowd was large and observant, and, on the other, he had thoroughly annihilated the strongholds of the island's gangsters. Without evidence, there was no connection to him, Hibofeile Charlotte. At the bow of the deck, a dozen men clad in black stood, captivated by the commotion at the port, oblivious to Charlotte's gaze from the Hibofeile. Among them, a young man exuding a rogue demeanor, with a large cigar clamped between his teeth, caught Charlotte's attention. The two vessels glided past each other at a short distance. Charlotte gazed at the small figure before him, undoubtedly Capone Beach. He appeared remarkably unchanged from his future self. "Boss, shall we eliminate him?" Beta inquired softly. Charlotte shook his head, stating, "We are civilized individuals. Resorting to violence would be beneath our dignity." Beta looked puzzled, sensing a lack of sincerity in Charlotte's words. "Do you know him?" Lena asked, her gaze shifting from Charlotte to the sole child of the Capone family, a hint of curiosity in her expression. "I do not, but his name shall likely echo through the annals of history," Charlotte replied. Lena, though surprised, did not doubt Charlotte's judgment, yet she found the boy rather unattractive, lacking any remarkable traits. He could hardly be compared to Monkey D. Luffy, appearing merely as a footnote of an era. The ship, the Hibofeile, accelerated swiftly, hastily departing from the area. Chapter 89. No, that's the essence of lying flat at the port of Durdan Island. Capone Deer, the current head of the Capone family, wore an expression of fury. How dare anyone disregard the Capone family's authority in the West Sea and cause trouble here? Unforgivable. Soon, a contingent of Navy personnel approached, led by Colonel Ramon of the 73rd Navy Division. "Long time no see, Deer," he greeted. Deer, unamused by the salutation, retorted, "Colonel Ramon, do you allow your men to wreak havoc on my territory? Now, Deer, you are unjustly accusing me. I arrived as soon as I heard the commotion." Colonel Ramon replied. However, upon observing the scene before him, it was evident that the battle had already concluded. Deer, unable to pursue the matter further, recognized the limitations of the Capone family's cooperation with the Navy. They had a symbiotic relationship, yet he lacked the power to confront them, especially since half of the protection fee was owed to the Navy. Before Deer could voice any further grievances, a subordinate rushed in, panic evident in his demeanor as he whispered urgently to his boss. Moments later, Deer's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes reddening. The losses this time were substantial. Colonel Ramon, noticing the change in Deer's demeanor, remained silent, sensing a deeper issue at play. Who could it possibly be? Deer bellowed, his anger momentarily giving way to composure. Someone capable of swiftly and decisively eliminating his subordinates must possess formidable strength. Who could it be? Deer pondered, perplexed, as he had not anticipated any faction in the West Sea to act with such decisiveness. "The protection fee will be delayed," Deer stated flatly. In an instant, Colonel Ramon's expression shifted. "Oh, Deer, what do you mean by that?" Internally, Deer harbored a profound disdain for the insatiable greed of the Navy. Yet he maintained a facade of calm. "The protection fee that was to be prepared has been seized by the enemy, and I am temporarily unable to provide it." Ramon's expression shifted repeatedly, ultimately leading him to remain silent. After all, it merely concerned a matter of timing, whether early or late. This was, after all, a long-term and stable source of wealth, and there was no need to apply undue pressure. Very well, he thought. Ramon was confident that in the South China Sea, no one would dare to default on the Navy's accounts. Suddenly, the red soil beneath his feet began to stir, transforming into a mass of mud that gradually coalesced into the form of a person. Al, reduced to a pulp. Al collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his body riddled with wounds. He had come perilously close to death. He possessed the powers of the Paramecia-type regeneration fruit, granting him formidable regenerative capabilities, making him quite powerful indeed. Theoretically, even if he were reduced to a mere fragment of flesh, he could resurrect. However, such a revival came with significant limitations. It would consume his lifespan, essentially trading his future vitality for his present resurrection. With repeated uses, his lifespan would inevitably dwindle. Nevertheless, this miraculous phenomenon elicited little reaction, as it was clearly the manifestation of a devil fruit's power. Everyone present had seen such wonders before. Capone Beach, observing Al's revival, quickly inquired, "Al, what transpired?" Al took a deep breath and recounted the recent events with poignant emotion, his voice trembling with grief. "The Hibofeile family?" Capone repeated, pondering the name. "Yes, that very family." Al seethed with hatred. How dare they treat him, Lord Al, in such a manner, especially that man wielding a knife? The mere recollection of their numerous attacks ignited within him a flood of pain and unbridled fury. He knew that while he could be reborn, It came at the cost of his lifespan and the unbearable agony of experiencing everything leading up to his death. How could he not harbor resentment? Capone's mind raced with contemplation. He had not heard of this family in the West Sea, yet it evoked a sense of eerie familiarity. Ramon seemed to have a revelation, instructing a naval soldier to depart, and shortly thereafter, the soldier returned with documents. He swiftly located the bounty notice for the Hibofeile family. Is this the person? Ramon's words instantly captured everyone's attention. Al fixed his gaze upon the notice, affirming, "Indeed, that is him." Charlotte would never forget that exceedingly ruthless individual throughout her life. Upon hearing Al's resolute confirmation, the expressions of both Capone Dr. and Ramon shifted dramatically. It turned out they were speaking of a pirate from the New World, Hibofeile Pirates, led by Hibofeile Charlotte. Despite the scarcity of information related to them, no one dared to underestimate this pirate hailing from the New World. Ramon understood better than anyone the weight of this revelation. Although he could act with impunity in the West Sea, the elite forces summoned from the Four Seas to combat the formidable challenges of the Grand Line were on an entirely different level compared to the naval headquarters. The authority of the same rank of major was evidently inferior to that of the Navy. This troublesome pirate had silently infiltrated the West Sea, prompting Ramon to report the situation to the naval headquarters without a moment's hesitation. In his heart, he mused that perhaps this could be an opportune moment to fabricate a deficit and request military funding. The Capone family, having suffered considerable losses, harbored an escalating animosity towards the Hibofeile family. It is worth noting that Durdan Island was one of the most prosperous ports under Capone's control, with trade taxes and gambling revenues constituting nearly 1/10 of the Capone family's income. Moreover, their base for training subordinates had been destroyed, resulting in catastrophic losses. Most importantly, there was a devil fruit here. He had brought Capone Becky to this location to ascertain whether the fruit was worthy of consumption by him. Such a fruit symbolized unparalleled strength in the world. How could he not feel anguish over this? While the pirates of the New World were indeed brutal, the Capone family was no pushover either. They immediately arranged for their subordinates to gather intelligence, preparing for the opportune moment to retaliate. Both sides harbored their own intentions. Fixated on the Hibofeile pirates, on the vast ocean, the Hibofeile ship surged forth. Charlotte rubbed her nose, pondering how she had caught a cold. It seemed rather nonsensical for someone with her extraordinary constitution. Alas, the world of pirates appears to be rife with such illogical phenomena. Oh my, the captain has truly struck gold this time. An astounding sum of 50 billion berries and a devil fruit to boot. Beta exclaimed, her face aglow with excitement. A minor mishap had unexpectedly yielded such a remarkable bounty. Charlotte was somewhat astonished. The Capone family had amassed such wealth from merely a territory. How much would it amount to if they were to seize it all? It sparkled, reeking of riches. No, it was the scent of complacency. Naturally, Charlotte did not pursue this reckless adventure. The gains were already substantial. Inviting the Navy would only complicate matters. Chapter 90. An accident purely accidental. This time, the Capone family had acquired a devil fruit. If his assumptions were correct, it should be the Paramecia-type devil fruit, the stronghold fruit, destined for Capone Beach in the future. Soon, the devil fruit obtained from Durdan Island was presented. After comparing it with the devil fruit encyclopedia, Charlotte's expression turned to one of disbelief. It was not the stronghold fruit. He shook his head. Life's three great illusions. The phone vibrates. She likes me. I could turn the tables. These were merely his preconceived notions. To be frank, it was a zoan-type bird fruit, ancient species, in the form of the Titan griffin. A rather impressive devil fruit indeed, although it was a bird with wings that could not fly, which was somewhat disappointing. In the world of pirates, the ability to fly granted by devil fruit is an exceedingly precious asset. Charlotte has temporarily set it aside. He will not consume it, and can only wait for the subsequent commendable performance of the members of the Hibofeile family. Speak. What is the occasion for such earnest offering this time? Charlotte gazed at Beta, who spoke with an air of nonchalance. Beta rubbed his hands together and said, "My dear leader, you have misunderstood me. It is my unwavering duty to contribute to the advancement of the illustrious Hibofeile family." Charlotte. Speak plainly? I desire 1,000,000 berries. Charlotte looked at Beta, who appeared somewhat flustered, but he did not refuse. No problem. Go find Lena and bring her here. Beta leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, "Boss, long live." Watching Beta scamper away, Charlotte felt a mix of helplessness and amusement. Sometimes, despite his mischief, Beta proved to be quite reliable. Beta shouted joyfully, reveling in the knowledge that he had some pocket money now. This time, my savings will surely surpass Barrett's. 3 days later, on the deck, the Panda Man Pand, Beta, and Barrett were lounging comfortably in their chairs, basking in the sun. This is the life, Beta declared, donning oversized black sunglasses, his hands resting behind his head. No wonder boss Charlotte enjoys lounging like this, Barrett mused, leisurely sipping chilled watermelon juice. It truly is delightful. Life as a bear is simply perfect. Pan had fully integrated into the Hibofeile family, forming an unbreakable bond with Beta and Barrett, leading to his former social anxieties dissipating entirely. Suddenly, an alarm rang out. The trio sprang into action, discovering an unidentified vessel approaching. Unidentified ship approaching. Unidentified ship approaching. All eyes quickly turned toward the sea, where a small boat soon came into view. As Beta began to speak, Barrett playfully tackled him, causing Beta to exclaim, "What on earth was that for?" Irritated, Beta glared at Barrett, who secretly relished the moment. No wonder the boss enjoys roughhousing. It's quite exhilarating. Yet, feigning indifference, Barrett replied, "Think for a moment, will you? What threat does that little boat pose? Are you foolish?" As Barrett's words sank in, Beta scratched his head, realizing he might have overlooked something. Pand, standing nearby, nodded seriously in agreement. "So what should we do?" Barrett looked at Beta with disdain, thinking calling him foolish was an understatement. "What should we do? Just stand there." Beta and Pand exchanged bewildered glances, both taken aback by Barrett's suggestion. "Are you trying to get us killed, Barrett?" Beta shouted, finally grasping the absurdity of the situation. "This is all just a joke, right? You can't be serious." Barrett quickly backtracked, acknowledging his misstep. Feeling insulted yet again, Beta chose to ignore Barrett. Noticing this, Barrett wasted no time in directing the ship closer. Charlotte stood at the doorway, having taken in everything with her keen gaze, a smile gracing her lips. The transformations around her were indeed significant. She then turned her attention away and returned to the captain's quarters. "Mr. Charlotte, what brings about your smile?" inquired Métis, who had been trailing behind. Her curiosity piqued as she held a book in her hands. Charlotte smiled gently, choosing not to respond directly, but instead remarked with a hint of wistfulness. "Some individuals spend their entire lives healing their childhood, while others rely on their childhood to mend their lives." For a brief moment, Mythos paused, reflecting upon himself, his sister, and the joyful camaraderie shared among everyone on the deck. With a resolute expression, Mythos inexplicably declared, "Mr. Charlotte, in my heart, you are the most radiant and towering figure." Charlotte halted his steps and turned to Métis, questioning the meaning behind his words. "What does it mean to be lofty? Can you speak plainly? Is this truly a heartfelt sentiment?" Métis, with a face full of grievance, expressed that he genuinely believed so. Without the Hibofeile family, they would still be enduring a wretched existence, and the very soul of the family is Mr. Hibofeile Charlotte. Splendor and grandeur uphold the Hibofeile lineage. Huh, what a surprise. Purely accidental. I sincerely apologize, Métis. It's all Beta's fault for being such a scoundrel and failing to communicate properly. Upon hearing Charlotte's explanation, Métis felt a wave of joy wash over him, appearing utterly unconcerned. "Observe Mr. Charlotte. He is so gentle and amiable, always exuding a touching kindness." Before long, a man lay on the deck, the same one who had been brought aboard from the small boat. "What has happened to him? Is he ill?" Beta inquired curiously of Jillian, who was examining the man. "Yes, he is suffering from scurvy." "What illness?" "Scurvy." "Oh, scurvy, is it? What a peculiar name." "Fool. Did you even listen? It's called scurvy," Jillian exclaimed, her face contorted with frustration. Beta was startled. "Scurvy is just scurvy. Why the loud outburst?" Barrett looked on in disbelief at this hopeless individual. "I always said that Lady Jillian is truly capable," Pander declared with confidence and pride. Jillian was momentarily speechless. This is basic maritime knowledge. However, she refrained from entangling herself with the foolish Beta. The human body, deprived of fruits and vegetables for an extended period, can develop such an ailment, but fortunately, it is not severe. We simply need to extract some fresh fruit and vegetable juice and feed it to this man, allowing him to rest adequately. With that, Jillian turned to leave. The others quickly sprang into action as instructed. In the captain's cabin, Charlotte. "Jillian, what brings you here?" Charlotte was somewhat taken aback. It was rare for the ship's doctor, Jillian, who was dedicated to healing and saving lives, to pay him a visit. "Indeed, I believe we ought to find a professional chef." "Huh?" Charlotte looked at Jillian with a hint of surprise, pondering the meaning behind her words. Jillian, visibly upset, was astonished that even Charlotte failed to grasp the gravity of the issue. "Charlotte, the human body requires a balanced intake of nutrients. Relying solely on meat while neglecting vegetables and fruits can lead to significant health problems. Therefore, for the sake of everyone's well-being, I strongly advocate for hiring an exceptional chef with maritime expertise." Charlotte has come to a profound understanding of the situation. The crux of the matter lies in the excessive consumption of meat, while insufficient attention is paid to the intake of fruits and vegetables. This poses a significant issue. The importance of a professional chef cannot be overstated. It is indeed a skilled endeavor, and there is a lack of adequately trained chefs on Lottie Island. The chefs at the island's restaurants may produce decent dishes, yet when it comes to nutritional balance and harmony, they fall considerably short. This is a major concern. Chapter 91. I am low-key, not cowardly. In the infirmary, I observed a slender individual with a tattoo on his left cheek. Upon awakening, he was lively and exuberant. Charlotte marveled at the resilience of the pirate world, astounded by its remarkable ability to recover. "Did you save me?" she inquired. Beside her, Jillian responded, "You have just regained consciousness. You need a rest." The man beamed widely. "I am fine now, and I am deeply grateful to you. I thought I was certainly done for." "You were incredibly reckless," Jillian admonished, her tone tinged with disapproval. "Venturing out alone, without any provisions, is quite foolish." The man scratched his head awkwardly, then resolutely declared, "I am a bounty hunter. It is only natural for me to set sail." Upon hearing this, curiosity noticeably filled the air. Charlotte was slightly taken aback, as he had entertained similar thoughts in the past. This was his first encounter with the profession of bounty hunter, which was rather subdued in the world of pirates. Of course, his awareness of bounty hunters stemmed primarily from Roronoa Zoro, who was once a renowned pirate hunter in the East Blue. Jillian appeared astonished. "A bounty hunter?" "Indeed, I am a dedicated bounty hunter specializing in the extermination of pirates." The air grew heavy with the gravity of her words. As the group exchanged glances, the atmosphere thickening with unease. The individual who had spoken felt a twinge of awkwardness. Stealing a glance at Charlotte, he found him as gentle as ever, his expression devoid of any other sentiment. "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Ronan, the diligent and resilient pirate hunter." In that moment, he struck a striking pose, brimming with pride, utterly oblivious to the peculiar ambience surrounding him. The group remained silent, observing his performance, while Ronan's pose froze in place. Just then, a flock of cawing crows flew overhead, their raucous cries shattering the strange tension. I actually heard from Ms. Jillian that you are in search of a chef for your voyage." Charlotte was momentarily taken aback. His visit to the infirmary was indeed prompted by matters concerning the chef. After all, the vessel's journey would not traverse great distances, suggesting a familiarity with the surroundings. Furthermore, having learned that the other party was a bounty hunter, one would expect an even greater acquaintance with the area. With others present and the conversation progressing, Charlotte decided to be direct. "Are you aware of any chefs in this vicinity?" "Of course." Ronar swiftly returned to his usual demeanor, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Truly remarkable, an individual who remains unperturbed by both praise and criticism. A fleeting thought passed through Charlotte's mind. This was no mere boast. "If you seek a chef of the seas, you have indeed found the right person in me." With that, Ronar stood tall, hands on hips, and beamed with pride. Faced with Ronar's self-aggrandizing demeanor, Charlotte felt a sense of resignation. The exaggerated emotions prevalent in the pirate world were a notable characteristic. However, as Ronar sensed the gazes directed at him, he quickly placed his fist before his mouth and coughed lightly a couple of times. "As far as I know, on the island of Alato, there exists a restaurant known as Number 9 Music, which is reputed far and wide." Yes, this fellow's enthusiasm is almost unsettling. Lena furrowed her brow, for she had never heard of such a place, let alone one that was famous. Lena subtly glanced at Charlotte and then shook her head. Observing Lena's hint, Charlotte felt a surge of delight. Places that are overly famous are not ideal, especially with the Navy making frequent appearances. Renowned locations would undoubtedly have warships patrolling, and exposure would lead to significant troubles. The place Ronar mentioned perfectly aligned with his objectives. Well known, yet inconspicuous. What a splendid opportunity. It could be said to align completely with his expectations, particularly as Ronar did not appear to be lying. Charlotte promptly resolved to pay a visit to the renowned No. 9 Music restaurant situated on Alato Island. Within merely half a day, the ship Hibofeile had reached Alato Island. Soon, they discovered the establishment known as the No. 9 Music restaurant nestled within the quaint town. At first glance, it did not stand out significantly. In fact, it bore a somewhat dilapidated appearance, lacking any semblance of the romantic allure that its name might suggest. The sign featured an abstract numeral 9 intertwined with distorted musical notes, presenting a rather unique aesthetic. Upon arriving, Rona bid farewell to Charlotte and her companions, disappearing without a trace. Charlotte paid little attention. Instead, she ventured into the Number 9 Music restaurant. As soon as she stepped inside, a cacophony of voices reached her ears. "Hey, old man, we're here to collect protection money. Hurry up and hand it over." Inside the restaurant, several ruffians brazenly taunted an elderly man clad in a chef's uniform. We're ready, the chef said with a forced smile. "That's good. Now bring me fine wine and sumptuous meat." The chef appeared troubled, seemingly at a loss for words, when suddenly, a young boy dressed in a smaller chef's outfit spoke up angrily. "You lot, feasting for free without paying. There's hardly any meat left in the restaurant. Kid, don't be so ungrateful. I'm doing you a favor by eating here," one of the ruffians retorted, remaining unabashedly insolent. "Get going, or I'll break your legs." He waved dismissively, clearly disregarding the boy's words. In a fit of rage, the boy swung his fist at the ruffian, and the chef could not intervene in time. The ruffian fell to the ground after taking a hit. "You're asking for trouble," the other ruffians exclaimed in fury, drawing their weapons and charging at the young boy. The chef instinctively shielded the boy with his body. Encountering such a scene upon entering was indeed unexpected. The arrival of Charlotte and her companions swiftly drew attention, interrupting the thug's violent actions. "We are not conducting business today. Get out." The thug's words had barely left his lips. In an instant, Charlotte appeared before them and delivered a resounding slap to the face of one of the ruffians. With a sharp crack, the thug was sent sprawling, his teeth scattering in the air. "Close that foul mouth," he muttered disdainfully. The other thugs, momentarily stunned, quickly ignited with fury and charged at Charlotte. However, Beta and his companions, their eyes gleaming with an insatiable hunger for chaos, were already prepared. Moments later, the group of thugs lay gasping for breath on the ground, utterly defeated. "Such arrogance, yet so fragile," Beta remarked, seated confidently atop the leader of the thugs, who wore a gold ring, treating him as merely a cushion. The older and younger chefs stood frozen in disbelief. Regaining his composure, the elder chef urgently exclaimed, "This is disastrous. You've stirred up a hornet's nest. We must flee." Charlotte was slightly taken aback. This person turned out to be rather amiable. Indeed, those who possess kindness inherently embody goodness. "No worries, old man. Anyone who dares to approach, I shall vanquish them," Beta declared emphatically, his fists as large as sandbags, a glimmer of excitement subtly reflected in his gaze. Charlotte felt a bit of headache. Her intentions were noble, yet her spirit was overly combative. "Rest assured, my dear old man, all is well." Charlotte spoke softly, asserting, "I am discreet, not cowardly." Chapter 92. The human heart is the most inscrutable. Within the confines of the No. 9 music restaurant, the sound of plates being stacked resonated. The patrons were divided into 4 groups, with a central table occupied by 4 individuals. Lena gracefully polished the cutlery, with an array of desserts and fruits elegantly displayed before her. Mythis straightened his back. Beside him lay a book he could hardly part with. Charlotte reclined comfortably in her chair, a cigarette dangling lazily from her lips, exuding an air of nonchalance as her gaze occasionally drifted towards Beta, who was voraciously indulging in his meal. The dining table before Beta was strewn with a multitude of empty plates, yet he remained engrossed in his feast. Meanwhile, the young boy, Moke, who was serving the dishes, wore an ashen expression. The situation was quite alarming. He harbored concerns about whether his grandfather's stamina could keep pace with such an insatiable appetite. Charlotte felt utterly embarrassed, as if she were being unjustly accused of mistreating him and depriving him of sustenance. At this moment, they had already entered the 5th round, while the others had long since set down their utensils. Only Beta remained resolute. The dishes that had just been served vanished in an instant, leaving onlookers astonished, their eyelids twitching in disbelief. Shalawa took a puff of his cigarette, exhaling a smoke ring that was indeed a sight to behold, leaving him both astonished and apprehensive. Given this voracious appetite, he genuinely feared he might struggle to sustain this insatiable glutton. Moreover, there were 3 more insatiable mouths to feed. The future appeared precariously uncertain. His hard-earned money, delicious, utterly delectable. "I crave more," Beta bellowed, nearly bursting into a jubilant dance of excitement. Undoubtedly, Shalawa felt that this was the most exquisite meal he had ever savored. This sentiment resonated with everyone present. The little boy, Moke, rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "Esteemed guests, my sincerest apologies. We have run out of ingredients." To this, Beta expressed no disappointment, but rather joyfully replied, "Thank you immensely. I am thoroughly satisfied. It was just perfect. Any more would have been wasteful." The weary old chef, Mopa, emerged from the kitchen, his heart swelling with gratitude upon hearing these words. The acknowledgement from the guests was a profound source of solace. Despite the fatigue, The ability to provide a fulfilling and delightful meal was the chef's true honor. Charlotte turned to the elderly chef, Mopa, and inquired, "Old Master Mopa, I find your culinary creations to be exceptionally delightful. It is inconceivable that you cannot afford even the protection fee." The aged chef Mopa's face wrinkled as he forced a smile. "Perhaps it may not align with the palates of the island's residents." "How could that be?" Beta exclaimed in astonishment, dismissing the notion. "It is utterly implausible. Only the most fastidious of diners would find fault with your cooking. That is not the case at all." "Grandfather, you are lying." The young boy Moke's face flushed with indignation. "It is not that we find it unpalatable." "Enough, Moke, we have guests," the old chef attempted to intervene. "Indeed, if it weren't for that avaricious scoundrel's incessant oppression, it would not be as it is now." Moke's long-held grievances transformed into a tempest of fury, and he stormed away. All along, the grandfather had been the most esteemed chef in Moke's eyes. The elderly chef Mopa gazed at his departing grandson with a sense of shame, fully aware of the little one's pent-up frustrations. Mythos looked at the similarly aged boy Moke and followed him outside. Seeing this, Charlotte did not intervene. "Ah." The old chef Mopa let out a heavy sigh, one that echoed with boundless resignation. "I apologize for the embarrassment. The child is still young and overly impulsive." Xiao Luo gently set down the cigarette in his hand, shaking his head repeatedly. "This is the demeanor that should be exhibited by the youth. Maturity is the realm of adults." The old chef, Mopa, gazed at Xiao Luo with an expression of mild surprise, remarking that the guest is indeed a person of intellect, far surpassing him. Outside the restaurant, young boy Ku sat beneath a tree, his face etched with regret. Realizing that his voice had been too loud moments ago, he feared he might have wounded his grandfather's feelings, and the thought made his eyes slightly redden. "Are you all right?" Upon hearing a voice from behind, Ku immediately concealed his emotions and turned to see the speaker. "I'm fine, thank you," he replied. Midas smiled and said, "That's good to hear." Beneath the radiant sunlight and the cool shade of the tree, the two youths stood and sat, engaged in conversation. The innocence of youth drew them closer in that moment. One shared his thoughts while the other listened attentively, resembling old friends meeting anew. Laughter soon filled the air. Xiao Luo, stepping out, was taken aback by the scene before him. Suddenly, he felt a sense of tranquility in the passage of time. "What are you two pondering over?" he inquired, prompting both boys to snap back to reality and turn towards him in unison. "Mr. Xiao Luo." Charlotte beamed at the two respectful individuals before him and inquired, "What troubles you? Speak up. Perhaps I may be able to assist." Upon hearing this, Métis's eyes sparkled with hope. Cautiously, he nudged Moke with his elbow, signaling him with a meaningful glance. Moke quickly grasped the situation. He had just listened to Métis recount numerous tales about Charlotte, which had instilled within him an innate fondness for the gentleman. "Mr. Charlotte, are you truly willing to lend me your aid?" he asked earnestly. "Of course," came the reply. Charlotte revealed a warm smile, for the venerable chef Mopa, in gratitude for their timely assistance, insisted on not charging them. He simply could not remain idle. After all, it was merely a trifling task, especially considering the troublesome nature of those fellows. Although his connection with Chef Mopa was tenuous, he could not withstand the elder's unwavering insistence. Such matters of human sentiment are the most cumbersome. Thus, he resolved to lend them a hand, especially as he held high hopes for the young lad, Moke. As for the various antics of Mythos, Charlotte chose to feign ignorance. The youth's spirit was the purest essence of this era, and once lost, it would never be regained. Encouraged by Mythos's supportive gaze, Moke took a deep breath and spoke. The affluent townsman wished for his grandfather to become his personal chef, preparing meals solely for him. However, the grandfather declined, believing that a chef's true vocation lies in sharing culinary delights with a greater multitude, rather than catering to the whims of a solitary individual. Charlotte was not at all surprised. After all, it is the world of pirates. Is it not entirely natural for a chef to have their own aspirations, objectives, and principles? Subsequently, that despicable wealthy man colluded with local mountain bandits and thugs to disrupt the restaurant, attempting to force Grandpa to yield. Shallowan nodded gently. A task that was neither complex nor perilous was still within his grasp. "What is it that you require of me?" Mock gazed back, momentarily taken aback. To be honest, after articulating everything, an unexpected sense of calm enveloped him. The thought of taking a life had never crossed the mind of an ordinary youth like him. Perhaps a lesson in humility would suffice. Observing the earnestness of the young man before him, Shalloua felt a genuine fondness. He was indeed a naive and kind-hearted child. While the actions of the wealthy may have been excessive, they did not warrant murder. "Very well, then. A lesson it shall be." Charlotte responded and promptly instructed his subordinates to take action, while the group of ruffians and mountain bandits would certainly not let the opportunity slip by. They eagerly welcomed the treasures amassed through unscrupulous means. Subsequently, members of the Hibofeile family appeared in the town. With Charlotte's assistance, Moke swiftly fulfilled his desire for vengeance, alleviating the turmoil that had plagued his heart. "Have you made your plans?" the elder inquired. "That individual will not act in the immediate aftermath of our departure. But in the long term, no one can be certain. The human heart is the most inscrutable of entities." Old Chef Mopa cast a glance at Charlotte and nodded. He was well aware of such truths. For the sake of his grandson and to continue crafting exquisite delicacies, he acquiesced to Charlotte's proposal, deciding to accompany him to Rife Island. Chapter 93. Is there truly a way to reconcile all desires in this world? A seagull, adorned with a white sea hat, a small pouch dangling from its neck, and a body slung with a newspaper pouch, gracefully alighted upon the railing of the Hibofeile vessel. Its distinctive features unmistakably identified it as one of the renowned newspaper-delivering seagulls of the pirate world. To encounter it here was unexpected, and naturally, Charlotte requested a copy of a newspaper. Skillfully, he extracted the paper and placed the appropriate payment into the seagull's pouch. The clever bird observed Charlotte's actions with keen eyes, and once the transaction was complete, it soared into the sky. Ah! The seagull's cries resonated through the azure heavens, echoing into the distance. Each sighting filled Charlotte with a sense of wonder. He mused quietly, finding a tinge of sympathy for the newspaper seagulls, tirelessly working year-round. Shaking his head, he turned his gaze to the newspaper in his hands, eager to glean some insights about the outside world. However, the moment his eyes fell upon the paper, his hands involuntarily trembled with excitement, crumpling the newspaper in his grasp. What on earth had transpired? Charlotte's expression darkened as he clenched the newspaper in his hand, striding towards the captain's quarters. What the hell is going on? My bounty has inexplicably increased by 30 million. The moment he entered the captain's quarters, his previous good spirits evaporated in an instant. After calming himself, Charlotte reluctantly unfolded the crumpled newspaper, confirming the news multiple times before letting out a weary sigh. He was already aware of the events that had transpired on Deldan Island. It exploded. The enigma that left him baffled was where the oversight occurred. Furthermore, due to the revelation of his presence in the West Sea, it was highly likely that the Navy would dispatch warships from headquarters. They might already be en route to the West Sea, and he keenly sensed danger approaching. The naval headquarters was a veritable den of monsters. Who could fathom how many formidable beings resided there? Although his control over the sea had weakened, it was not a situation he could afford to engage with. As for the incidents on Deldan Island, he could not comprehend them and could only temporarily accept the grim reality. His priority was to escape. He had no desire to end up laboring in Impel Down. Moreover, Charlotte felt a tumultuous storm brewing within him. Originally aiming to evade the troubles brought by the Golden Lion Shiki, he found himself ensnared in a predicament of his own making before Shiki even took action. Damn it. The bounty has surged by a staggering 50 million berries. Who can he turn to for justice? The immediate concern was to swiftly return to the stronghold in the New World and never step out again. To hell with the Golden Lion. To hell with the Navy. Please leave my life. Since learning of his exposed whereabouts, Charlotte had ordered full speed ahead, remaining discreet along the way to avoid revealing his location. After 6 days and nights of relentless travel, he finally returned to the long-cherished Rife Island. It could be considered a narrow escape. Of course, it would have been even better if his bounty had not increased. This journey had lasted over 3 months. Charlotte felt a wave of sentiment wash over him. The towering fortress walls instilled in him a profound sense of tranquility and security. As the flag of the Hibofeile unfurled, the vessel was swiftly guided into its designated harbor. The moment he set foot on the island, a reassuring smile graced Charlotte's face. Indeed, there is no place like home. The outside world felt far too perilous. Goodness, what an astonishing transformation. Beta exclaimed in awe. It truly is remarkable. After all, it has been 3 months since we departed, Barrett concurred. The others, who had never set foot on Rife Island, were left utterly speechless. Is this a harbor? This should be the scale of a colossal fortress. A series of footsteps echoed in the air. Boss Charlotte! Boss Charlotte! The sound of footsteps was accompanied by calls, and soon Ivan, brimming with excitement, rushed forward, welcoming. Welcome back, Boss Charlotte. Ivan, as a member of the family, do try to maintain your composure. Stay calm, Charlotte admonished, feeling a twinge of guilt for Ivan's fervent enthusiasm amidst such significant changes. Understood, Boss Charlotte. I will certainly keep that in mind for the future. However, I must also congratulate you on the increased bounty. Why should there be congratulations for an increased bounty? It takes years of hardship to view this as a positive development. Who on earth has stirred up such a dangerous trend? It must be quelled immediately. In Charlotte's eyes flickered a dangerous glimmer, fixated intently on Ivan. Suddenly, Ivan felt a chilling sensation creeping down his spine, unable to suppress a shiver. His nose began to tingle, urging him to sneeze. But the mere thought of embarrassing himself in front of the boss was utterly unacceptable. With a grimace, Ivan managed to restrain himself, entirely oblivious to Charlotte's gaze. Before long, the group traversed the port and entered the quaint town. Charlotte was somewhat taken aback. The town had not only expanded, but also exuded a strikingly familiar vintage charm. Ivan, noticing Charlotte's astonishment, quickly began to explain, "Boss, due to the flourishing development of the port at Lottie Island and the eradication of nearby pirates, many displaced individuals have sought refuge here, leading to the town's expansion." In that moment, Charlotte felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, he was pleased with Lottie Island's promising growth, anticipating an influx of merchants which would significantly enhance his tax revenues and ensure his luxurious lifestyle. On the other hand, he was acutely aware that his rising notoriety would inevitably attract peril. It was a source of distress and inner conflict for him. He was not ready to present himself to the world just yet, as that would bring its own set of challenges. How could one possibly achieve a harmonious balance in such a world? Observing the expressions on Charlotte's face, Ivan continued, "Boss, I have utilized the blueprints you left in the office. I hope you will forgive me." As Charlotte listened to Ivan's words, an epiphany struck him, revealing the source of his familiarity. It was the visage of his hometown, a place he had casually sketched in the past, unbeknownst to him that Ivan would uncover it. Yet, gazing upon the scene before him, he couldn't help but smile, reassured that all was well. "However, my dear leader, you are truly remarkable. Even Mr. Sagalito has praised the exquisite elegance of your architectural design. That was indeed his creation, a manifestation of ancestral wisdom, while he merely considered himself a diligent laborer in the grand endeavor." Of course, he refrained from voicing this, as it remained his deepest secret. It was, without a doubt, a tremendous honor. Along the way, many unfamiliar faces appeared. Yet, why did the streets of the town bear 2 rows of flags emblazoned with the emblem of the Hibofeile family? Charlotte cast a flickering glance towards Ivan. Sensing Charlotte's gaze, Ivan straightened his chest and declared, "Boss, this design is mine. It will better showcase the grandeur of the Hebraic family." Charlotte appeared somewhat gritted in her teeth. This ostentation seemed rather excessive, did it not? While others remained oblivious, they found it quite astonishing. Xiao Luo opened his mouth but uttered no words. What was the matter with merely hanging some banners on his own territory? Although there were quite a few, it did not signify any other actions. Furthermore, on Lottie Island, even without displaying a flag, he was already a notable figure, particularly as a pirate with a bounty on his head, one whose notoriety was impossible to conceal. Charlotte reassured himself that as long as he remained obscure and did not gain notoriety, he could continue to lead a low-profile existence. In the grand scheme of the New World, his bounty was but a trifling sum, barely making him a blip on the radar. The issues he faced seemed, perhaps, to remain within manageable limits. Chapter 94. The Essence of Laziness. The residence of the Hibofeile family. Inside the office, Charlotte reclined in a genuine leather chair, savoring a cigarette, while a century-old red wine rested on the table before him. He wore an expression of utter contentment. Indeed, there is no place like home, where every posture feels blissfully comfortable. This was the essence of languor. Just as Charlotte lost himself in this delightful realm, Ivan and Sagalito entered his office. "Boss." They both addressed him in unison. Charlotte felt somewhat perplexed, as it seemed he had not summoned them. Were these individuals not usually preoccupied with their own endeavors? Yet here they all were. Despite his confusion, Charlotte spoke up, inviting them to take a seat. However, the exuberant Sagalidwa had no intention of sitting down. Instead, he approached Charlotte directly, clasping his left hand with both of his own and revealing a broad smile. "Mr. Charlotte, I have a brilliant idea. I wonder if I should share it." Well, given his demeanor, could he really refrain from doing so? Charlotte was not particularly eager to listen. Charlotte yearned to retract his captured left hand. Yet Sagalito appeared excessively exhilarated, not permitting him to break free. Ultimately, he relinquished his struggle, resigned to being held by a burly man. "Speak, what is your intention?" Sagalito smiled repeatedly. "Mr. Charlotte, I believe we could entirely transform the central mountain of Rife Island, Mount Kara, by hollowing it out and constructing a magnificent fortress within." Charlotte gazed at the spittle-flying Sagalito, and for a moment, he found himself somewhat swayed by the suggestion. "Is it safe?" Sagalito promptly nodded. "Absolutely safe. I have conducted a thorough investigation, and the strength of the rock walls is unexpectedly formidable, capable of easily withstanding the saturation of artillery fire. Charlotte was intrigued. He had not anticipated the formidable strength of Karashan, which was somewhat unexpected. What do you intend to do? Transforming the exterior into a castle-like structure would undoubtedly result in a building of unparalleled distinction in the world, said Sagalito, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. However, Charlotte immediately grew wary. The phrase unparalleled distinction was jarring, for it implied immense notoriety. How could this be acceptable? Would he still have any peace? No, absolutely not. It was imperative to prevent this. He needed to vanish from the world, especially to disappear completely from the gaze of the Navy. Ahem, Sagalito. Your suggestion is indeed commendable. Hollowing out the mountain to construct a fortress is feasible, but there is no need for the exterior to be modified into a castle. Sagalito gazed at Charlotte with evident confusion. Charlotte explained patiently that the purpose of the fortress was solely to ensure the safety of everyone. Its overt nature would render it less effective for concealment, particularly given its structure, which was primarily composed of an entire mountain. This served as a natural camouflage, making it best to maintain its original form. Ivan, standing nearby, was struck by a sudden insight, as if an inexplicable thought had begun to take shape in his mind. Unbeknownst to Charles, he was gazing at Sagalito, who had fallen into deep contemplation. Seizing the moment, he inquired, "Do you understand?" Upon regaining his focus, Sagalito replied earnestly, "Mr. Charles, I comprehend your intent." Pleased by Sagalito's serious demeanor, Charles felt gratified. His words were not mere fabrications. The young man exhibited remarkable understanding, making Charles's efforts worthwhile. It appeared that Sagalito's funding might require an increase, necessitating a change in plans. As long as it remains inconspicuous, a secure stronghold is something I eagerly anticipate, Charles proclaimed with enthusiasm. No problem, funding is not an issue. After uttering these words, he promptly sent Sagalito on his way, believing that swift action was imperative for a secure stronghold. Sagalito, initially anxious, felt a torrent of ingenious designs surging within his mind. He had no inclination to linger, as he needed to return and adapt his designs to the circumstances, ensuring he did not disappoint Mr. Charles. Ivan, do you have something to discuss? With such a leader, Sagalito felt he had returned with numerous valuable assets that were indeed worth utilizing. Charles had no objection to this notion. He trusted Sagalito to make decisions without seeking his approval. Very well, Chief. Additionally, I have another matter to address. Charlotte cast a peculiar glance at Ivan, intrigued by the odd thoughts swirling in his mind. This left her somewhat skeptical. Do tell. Ivan adjusted his collar, preparing his words with utmost seriousness. To underscore the grandeur of the Hibofeile family, to showcase their uniqueness. Grandeur? Uniqueness? Charlotte keenly sensed a hint of hostility. In response, I designed 3 styles of the Hibofeile family medals in copper, silver, and gold, representing the membership of the Hibofeile lineage. Each material signifies a distinct status, aimed at enhancing the sense of honor among family members. Charlotte was utterly perplexed, her mind filled with questions regarding this curious operation. Soon, Ivan retrieved an exquisite wooden box from his pocket. Upon opening it, 3 medals of distinct materials came into view. At first glance, they bore around intricately carved family emblem, each adorned in a different hue, exuding a sense of refinement and individuality. To flaunt such ostentatious adornments upon one's chest seemed to blatantly disclose one's identity to adversaries. Was this not an invitation for certain demise? Charlotte glanced at the self-satisfied Ivan, feeling somewhat speechless. It was quite exasperating. Moreover, the emblem of the Hibofeile family was inherently unique and artistically refined, and coupled with the exquisite and beautiful badge, it would easily reveal their identity. Ultimately, he would bear the brunt of all the blame alone. What do you think, boss? How do you feel? How else can one perceive it but to observe it standing? I truly appreciate you. Your presence has warmed all seasons. If this continues, Charlotte feared that even on the day he was ambushed, he would have no place to seek redress. It was exceedingly ostentatious, as he beheld Ivan's gaze brimming with anticipation. He recalled the arduous efforts of the past. Xiao Luo opened his mouth at a loss for words. It was truly difficult for him to refuse Ivan, who was wholeheartedly devoted to the family. Let us proceed as you wish. In an instant, Ivan appeared noticeably invigorated, as if a torrent of boundless creativity surged forth within him. Observing this, Xiao Luo felt a surge of anxiety. Although it seemed trivial, the accumulation of such matters could easily lead to dire consequences. Thus, it was imperative to prevent Ivan from fixating on these concerns daily. should anything significant arise. It would be too late for regret. Ivan, I believe your remarkable intellect is squandered on such trivialities. Ivan turned to Xia Luo, his face alight with excitement. Really? Boss? Of course, it is indeed true. More genuine than gold. You are too kind, boss. Ivan was on the verge of tears from his overwhelming emotion. Charlotte's lips twitched. It was simply too exaggerated. Boss, what instructions do you have for me? Charlotte suddenly had a brilliant idea. Look, we must construct a family fortress. It is of utmost importance, she earnestly suggested, aiming to capture Ivan's attention and completely redirect his cleverness. Ivan, I believe you could wholeheartedly collaborate with Sagalito in the creation of this family stronghold, contributing your boundless wisdom. This was Charlotte's genuine intention. She thought that instead of indulging in his numerous eccentric ideas, Ivan should focus his energy on this endeavor. Who knows what unexpected results might emerge? Furthermore, the lengthy construction period would surely leave Ivan with little time for frivolous musings. Charlotte gently patted Ivan's shoulder, conveying a sense of understanding with her gaze that spoke. I have great confidence in you. I understand, boss, Ivan replied. Charlotte gazed upon Ivan's performance with immense satisfaction. He aimed to eradicate all risks at their inception. Chapter 95, The Meeting. The temporary conference hall of the Hibofeile family. A long oval table was filled with the principal members of the family. Esteemed members, the purpose of convening you today is to prepare for significant developments concerning our family. Upon Ivan's declaration, all eyes turned towards him. Ivan, what momentous matter do you speak of? Mityas was the first to inquire. Brother, I've been tasked to collaborate with Mr. Sagalito on the design of our family fortress. I am here to seek your opinions and requirements. As the second in command of the family, Ivan naturally sought the input and needs of everyone, for strength lies in unity. The members exchanged glances, and Saga Yal slowly spoke. In that case, Ivan, I require a larger laboratory, along with enhanced personnel and funding. This time, the research materials brought back from their journey to the Western Sea represented an entirely new domain. Thus, the scale of investment, personnel allocation, and experimental facilities needed expansion. Ivan nodded, taking out a small notebook to begin recording. Jillian added, Ivan, Ratty Island requires the establishment of a new hospital, medicinal gardens, equipment, and personnel, all of which also necessitate funding. For a vast family like ours, medical standards must be significantly elevated. Indeed, very sensible, Ivan noted, jotting down the information. In addition, the Hibofeile family requires an upscale restaurant, which would not only enhance logistical support, but also provide additional income by catering to other demographics. Ivan's eyes sparkled at this suggestion, which sounded exceptionally promising. Brother Ivan, a library is indispensable. Our recent expedition to O'Hara has yielded a wealth of books, including precious rarities, which are of great importance to our family. Mityas proposed as well. Lena remarked, Charlotte's homeland shares architectural customs with the Flower Kingdom. I suggest we design our structures based on this inspiration. Sagalito's eyes lit up at this notion. Excellent suggestion. Ever since he laid eyes on those exquisite architectural blueprints and Charlotte's casual sketches, he had longed to incorporate his designs with them. Everyone eagerly participated, contributing their brilliant ideas. Ivan occasionally nodded in agreement, and after a while, he prepared to share his thoughts. I believe we should construct a Hibofeile family avenue, linking the port town with our family fortress. The group nodded in approval. This suggestion was indeed commendable, as it would both highlight the Hibofeile family status and serve to discreetly protect their secrets. Ivan continued, upon reflection, the golden horned deer we brought are unsuitable for free range. We must establish a zoo specifically for the care and protection of rare creatures. To everyone's astonishment, Ivan turned his gaze towards the Pandaren, Pand, and proclaimed, From this day forth, you shall be the director of the zoo, responsible for this domain. Pan, taken aback by the unexpected appointment, quickly responded, Rest assured, Brother Ivan. This task will pose no challenge. Satisfied with Pan's confidence, Ivan nodded approvingly. Who else could take on such a role? In the past, the leader had tirelessly gathered knowledge on martial arts and swordsmanship, and now, with fruitful results and enhanced familial foundations, he was poised to utilize these resources to their fullest potential by establishing the Hibofeile Military Academy. The Hibofeile Military Academy? The assembly paused, exchanging glances filled with confusion, joy, and contemplation. Observing their reactions, Ivan continued, This academy will serve as a vital cornerstone for our family, providing a continuous influx of fresh talent of utmost significance. Mityas was the first to speak. I concur. This proposal is splendid. Beta, typically averse to overthinking, found merit in Ivan's words and readily agreed. No objections here. I support you, Brother Ivan. The others echoed their agreement. Yet Ivan sensed their lack of comprehension regarding the gravity of the matter. Ladies and gentlemen, while the Hibofeile family has made remarkable progress, we differ from ordinary factions and must uphold stricter standards. The assembly was captivated by Ivan's declaration. Thus, we must establish unwavering ironclad rules to better uphold the honor of the Hibofeile family and shoulder the weighty responsibilities that come with it. As Ivan spoke passionately, no one dared to interrupt. The Hibofeile Military Academy will cultivate our members according to naval standards, selecting exceptional candidates. The room fell into stunned silence. The Navy possesses an extensive promotion and training system, a fact well known across the seas. Yet, almost every maritime faction struggles to implement such a system, not for lack of desire, but due to inherent challenges. Most pirate organizations are loosely structured, primarily governed by brute force, or exist as familial units or under the aegis of a captain like Whitebeard. The internal dynamics of pirate crews are diverse, often formed around shared interests and survival through plunder and might. In essence, they are a disorganized multitude, making emulating the naval model an arduous endeavor. Moreover, establishing such a comprehensive system requires substantial financial backing, a complete promotion framework, logistical support, and a demand for talent, all of which must coalesce into a cohesive structure. While it may sound straightforward, the execution is fraught with challenges. Thus, the assembly was left in awe at Ivan's ambition to adopt a naval training model. Ivan observed their expressions. Patience. I understand the concerns of everyone present. However, the Hibofeile family is truly unparalleled. The elders' vision of establishing an ideal homeland resonates with our collective aspirations, much like the diverse principles of justice upheld by the Navy. Nods of agreement filled the room. As Ivan articulated a profound truth, they are indeed unique. From the very outset, devoid of the numerous shortcomings typically associated with pirate crews, they exist as an independent system. With a gleam in his eyes, Métis concurred. The assembly echoed their agreement. Under Charlotte's leadership, the pursuit of the ideal homeland is a shared aspiration for them all. Ivan grasped the unification of their objectives, recognizing their commonality. Barrett, as a military man, I have decided that you will oversee the militarization of the Hibofeile Military Academy, Ivan declared. Taken aback yet elated, Barrett felt a surge of joy. This was indeed his domain. Brother Ivan, you can count on me. Métis interjected promptly. Brother Ivan, I believe the ideological foundation is of utmost importance. We must ensure that everyone comprehends Mr. Charlotte's vision. I propose we pursue a unified ideological education. Ivan nodded affirmatively. Very well, you shall take charge of this matter. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult with me. Understood. Métis responded, overwhelmed with joy. He had long been organizing Charlotte's diverse ideologies, which would eventually serve as the guiding principles of the Hibofeile family, propelling them ever forward. Moreover, with Brother Ivan, who possesses an unparalleled understanding of Charlotte's philosophies, there was ample opportunity for guidance. Thus, the first meeting concerning the future expansion of the Hibofeile family concluded rather hastily, unbeknownst to Charlotte. Chapter 96. The Navy's incompetence in the spacious room. The phone bug rang, and Charlotte's expression darkened considerably. Who was the fool that placed the phone bug in his office? The only person who could contact him was the notorious gold lion Haki. How infuriating! After much hesitation, Charlotte ultimately answered, for he truly could not afford to provoke this madman. With a snap, the phone bug revealed a figure adorned with glasses and long, light blue hair. What? A disguise? Dyed hair? Hello, this is Charlotte. May I inquire who you are? What is your business? Oh, is it only matters of importance that allow you to receive my call? Charlotte? Upon hearing the voice, Charlotte instantly recognized its owner. It was none other than the woman. Kikia. Kikia, if there were no pressing matters, I would be most delighted. Alas, it appears there is indeed a matter at hand. Charlotte's expression darkened, and he immediately realized that the other party had no legitimate reason for their visit. To his surprise, it was not the notorious Captain Gold Lion Haki this time. Could I choose to ignore this? In the presence of Kikia, Charlotte need not tread so cautiously. Although this woman was indeed vexatious, she bore no grudge. Oh, that simply will not do. Captain Haki would be displeased. He knew well that this woman always invoked the name of Gold Lion Haki. Fortunately, had it been Gold Lion Haki himself, engaging in such haggling might have led to a swift resolution. Speak up. What is the matter at hand? Charlotte reluctantly inquired. Must you patrol the waters under our control? Huh. Xiao Luo was momentarily taken aback. Has the illustrious Captain Haki ever exhibited such behavior? Is he truly adopting naval tactics? Would he even care about such trivialities? This is simply astounding. an emphatic display of incredulity. I have painstakingly secured this vital mission for you. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Were it not for your involvement, I would have no reason to serve under Captain Shiki, seeking to align with Whitebeard and remain safely ensconced on the island. Meanwhile, the other captains are all engaged in their respective duties. You too must promptly take action. Charlotte wore an expression of utter desolation, as if the notion of surrendering to life was slipping further from his grasp. Ever since his encounter with the Golden Lion, Shurji, misfortune had become his constant companion. In the future, you may approach me directly with your matters. Such words seemed to imply a certain authority he did not possess. Could he truly be trusted to keep his word? Although Charlotte wore a skeptical expression, at least she was spared from confronting the Golden Lion Shiki. Of course, I am your superior. Xiao Luo blinked, acknowledging the existence of superiors. It seemed there was no issue at hand, although they were both officials. The nuances of familiarity and distance were evident. He found it rather strange that this woman had garnered such profound trust from Golden Lion Shurji. Could there be some unmentionable impropriety between them? Perhaps it was merely the disparity in their heights. Such an image of him. Surely, that old captain has no other matters to attend to. A mishap nearly occurred due to a slip of the tongue. What? Do you have something to attend to? How could that be? Then farewell. Charlotte had no choice but to bid farewell, ideally in a manner that would render their parting everlasting. Kikia, with dark lines of frustration etched across her forehead, gazed at the swiftly dwindling phone bug, who seemed to evade her presence as if she were a harbinger of calamity. Even a few words exchanged proved impossible. This was a rather uncomplicated task, yet he did not even consider expressing gratitude towards her. Kikia, murmuring in discontent, wore an expression of indignation. Charlotte, having hung up on the phone bug, wore a mask of resignation. He had been deprived of any opportunity for negotiation. What then? Had been the purpose of my previous venture to evade risk? Not only had he failed to grasp the true intention of the Golden Lion, but he also found himself unexpectedly benefiting by 50 million. What a chaotic affair this had turned out to be. In that moment, Charlotte felt a sense of seclusion creeping upon him. With a long, drawn-out sigh, he reminded himself that it was merely a patrol mission. At worst, he could simply take a detour. Charlotte consoled his somewhat wounded heart. However, upon regaining his composure, he sensed an unsettling dissonance. The Flying Sky Pirates appeared to be amiss, and the notorious Shiki, the Golden Lion, seemed even more out of sorts. It seemed that Shiki had not stirred up trouble for a considerable time, and the Navy's actions against the Roger Pirates had significantly diminished. This was highly unusual. Such a behavior was utterly inconsistent with Shiki's character. A man so proud would never remain docile like him. It is well known that Shiki, Whitebeard, and Roger are undeniably the pinnacle of power upon these seas. As for Charlotte Linlin, she had yet to reach her zenith. Her pirate crew was still in development, thus placing her slightly behind. Kaido's reputation had grown immensely over the years, yet there had been no reports of him forming a pirate crew. It was likely that the Beast Pirates would only officially emerge in the coming years. Naturally, their influence was still in the developmental stage, not yet inflated to the level of the 4 emperors of the New World. Meanwhile, red-haired Shanks was still a mere child. Thus, this current iteration of the Golden Lion was undoubtedly fearsome, proud, and unrestrained. He harbored a persistent feeling that Shiki was secretly plotting something. But what could it be? Charlotte felt as though she had forgotten something of great importance. What could it be? As Charlotte racked his brain, a sudden flash of inspiration illuminated his mind. Could it be? He was preparing to take action against the Roger Pirates. However, it seemed that the renowned Battle of Edward would not erupt for several more years. Charlotte rubbed his throbbing head, ultimately choosing to surrender. It was simply too taxing on his mental faculties. He could not fathom the clandestine machinations of Captain Shiki, the Golden Lion. No matter how he pondered, he was inevitably bound to set sail once more, reluctantly resigning himself to this fate. Life is indeed unpredictable, akin to a sausage wrapped in another. Despite Captain Shiki's usual jovial demeanor, a latent propensity for violence lurked within him. Charlotte had no desire to provoke that old trickster. Such perilous endeavors were beyond his capacity to confront. Lena, prepare for our departure, he commanded. Lena nodded in acknowledgement. Though she was aware that Charlotte had no inclination to embrace the life of a pirate, at this juncture, there was no means of resistance. The incompetence of the Navy was to blame, forcing the admirable Charlotte into piracy and subjecting him to daily anxieties for the safety of others. Incompetent Navy. Charlotte gazed at the departing Lena, blissfully unaware of her thoughts. Yet, he silently lamented the ineffectiveness of the Navy. How could they fail to restrain a rogue like Gold Lion Shiki? It was truly disheartening. Oh, the words cannot fully express my frustration. Navy, you are one of the most formidable forces upon the seas. How is it that you lack any semblance of authority? It is indeed a matter of great embarrassment. Where does the problem lie? Self-proclaimed guardians of justice, what are you truly doing? Why can you not exert more effort to swiftly contain that old scoundrel Gold Lion Shiki? Charlotte could only curse impotently, lamenting the uselessness of the Golden Lion, Shiki, whom he had no desire to encounter. The Navy was equally ineffectual, proving to be utterly unreliable. The New World had undeniably descended into a lawless realm, and it seemed rather naive to place any hope in their capabilities. With the looming presence of the four emperors, it appeared that tranquility in this new world was a distant dream, forever out of reach. Charlotte found herself in a state of helpless contemplation. After considerable struggle, she reluctantly succumbed to the harsh realities of her circumstances. Initially, she had envisioned a clandestine approach to development. Yet with the likes of Golden Lion Shiki operating in such a manner, she surmised that she would soon become a conspicuous target in the eyes of the Navy. Chapter 97 left her with a sense of regret, albeit mild. In the New World, the ship Hibofeile set sail with a gentle sway, having navigated intermittently for over half a month. The weather today was splendid, with the sun shining brightly, dispelling much of the gloom that had hung over Charlotte. It was certainly an improvement compared to the previous days, when ice shards resembling meteorites had rained down. Her spirits were somewhat lifted as a result. The territory of Golden Lion Shiki was situated perilously close to the Red Soil continent, where frequent skirmishes with the Navy occurred. Charlotte would naturally refrain from venturing into such perilous territories. To speak rather bluntly, a pirate without organization or backing, even if their ship were to sink, would attract no inquiry into the tale behind it. However, the Navy is an entirely different matter. Should one encounter a naval vessel and suffer its sinking, it would pose a significant dilemma. The authorities would undoubtedly investigate. Furthermore, any naval ships brave enough to navigate the New World might very well be commanded by formidable naval officers. Thus, the notion of approaching the waters near the Red Line is utterly unfathomable. It is simply out of the question. Instead, one could meander within the territory controlled by the Flying Sky Pirates. The ocean is vast, yet requires time, does it not? Inside the captain's quarters, a gathering of individuals convened. Rena, what is the next island? Rena consulted the nautical chart and replied, it is a small island called Mapasiri. Mapasiri Island? Charlotte's eyes sparkled with interest. It is said that the island enjoys a perpetual spring, shrouded in mist, which adds an intriguing allure. Charlotte was not particularly surprised by the island's climate. After all, the disparities among the islands of the New World are vast and varied. Some may be perpetually blanketed in snow throughout the year, while others could be unbearably sweltering. Having experienced so much, they were no longer naive country bumpkins. Is it not entirely normal for an island to enjoy a temperate climate year-round? The others were equally intrigued. How fascinating it was. What a delightful prospect it must be. Boss, is Mapasiri Island enjoyable? Huh. Charlotte was somewhat taken aback. Beta had surprisingly uttered such words, having previously only been concerned with eating and clamoring for fights. Charlotte cast a skeptical glance in his direction, only to find Pandaren Pand, with starry eyes and an expression brimming with anticipation. Charlotte felt at ease and satisfied. Pinder's lethargic disposition had begun to manifest its effects. Beta's mind was finally liberated from the incessant thoughts of brawling. As long as he avoided trouble, he could leisurely indulge in play under the guise of safety. This time, he adopted a lackadaisical approach, merely coasting through his duties, relishing a life of minimal effort. How delightful it was! Charlotte felt a similar sense of anticipation within her. How long until we arrive? It will take approximately 3 days to reach our destination. Charlotte nodded. All right, let us set sail from Mapasiri Island. The ship, Hibofeile, gradually approached, with everyone gazing towards the direction of the island. It was a realm shrouded in mist, obscuring its true visage and enhancing its aura of mystery. As Hibofeile drew nearer, a series of lighthouses illuminated the correct path, a thoughtful gesture indeed. Charlotte reflected. Without such guidance, considerable time and safety would be compromised, for treacherous reefs likely lurked nearby. What a secure island this is. The wonders of the New World were becoming evident. Soon, following the predetermined course, Hibofeile successfully navigated through the fog. As the mist dissipated, clarity emerged. In the distance, an immense castle came into view, surrounded by towering edifices, with pointed spires piercing the heavens. It was indeed a uniquely breathtaking sight. This island, blessed with a temperate climate, has earned the title of the land of games and flowers, reputed to host the greatest variety of blossoms and an array of games in the world. Charlotte was aware of this from an article he had encountered 2 years prior, wherein the traveler Kokorobo extolled the virtues of this land as the unparalleled realm of games and flowers, truly a nation of joy and bloom. Initially, he had no intention of venturing across the seas. Thus, he would not have journeyed such a great distance to arrive here. However, now compelled by circumstance, he would certainly not miss the opportunity to explore such an intriguing locale. The world is vast, and one must seize the chance to observe its wonders. Before long, the ship Hibofeile docked at the port of Amass Island, and soon a throng of passengers disembarked. Upon exiting the port, they were greeted by a broad avenue. Towering edifices lined both sides, exuding an air of solemnity, their walls adorned with intricate bas-reliefs depicting a multitude of flowers. An indescribable sensation of brilliance, beauty, and vivacity enveloped the scene. The street was alive with an array of bizarre and terrifying costumes, each adorned with flowers of every hue, creating an impression of being amidst a floral paradise and the festive atmosphere of Halloween. The incessant flow of people imbued the place with a rich sense of humanity. This must be the unique cultural tapestry of Amass, a sight to behold. Lena, glancing around in astonishment, found the place to be far more enchanting and engaging than she had anticipated. The others nodded in agreement. None could dispute the tranquility and prosperity that pervaded the area. It was indeed remarkable that such a haven existed under the dominion of the Golden Lion, Shurji, given his dismal governing methods. The existence of such peace here was truly a rarity. Perhaps there was some misunderstanding regarding Golden Lion, Shurji. Before long, a tall, thin man clad in a robe approached, a red rose blooming on his chest, and a scar marking his face, exuding a semblance of gentleness, yet harboring an underlying ferocity. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the realm of games and flowers," he announced. "I am your guide, Fire, and it is my pleasure to assist you." "Hey, what happened to your face?" Beta inquired, stepping forward with wide eyes and a serious demeanor as he scrutinized the scar. The close proximity startled Fire, causing him to stiffen awkwardly. It's painted," he stammered. "Painted?" Beta replied, astonished. Charlotte pushed Beta aside with a decisive motion. "Fair, don't take it personally. My friend can be a bit too enthusiastic." Fair smiled and replied, "Indeed, quite enthusiastic. I presume this is your first visit. How about I take you all on a little tour?" Fair said, his face alight with anticipation. As a guide, it was his duty to ensure that his guests enjoyed themselves thoroughly. "That would be wonderful." Charlotte spoke up. "By the way, do you all typically dress like this?" Beta, who had just been pushed aside, suddenly popped his head out and inquired. "Indeed, this is how we always are in our daily lives," exclaimed the excited Pandaren, Ponde, with gleaming eyes. Charlotte listened without uttering much, recognizing that he could not impose his views on others' customs. However, he couldn't help but wonder about the peculiar attire. It certainly appeared quite beautiful. Lena murmured softly. Regardless of age or gender, there was nothing inappropriate about donning such distinctive garments. Mighty's tightened his grip on the book he held, acknowledging the undeniable beauty of it all. It was indeed worthwhile to delve deeper, especially as Rife Island continued to evolve. Meanwhile, Barrett remained oblivious, captivated like the Pandaren, Ponde, by the unique aesthetic of the place. The trio often exclaimed in excitement, enough to gather a lively table for a game of landlord. Shallow retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and placed it between his lips, silently contemplating the indescribable pleasure of life here. This is what life truly is, he mused, though he was somewhat burdened by the layers of clothing that obscured the undulating waves and the graceful long legs around him. It was a tinge of regret, perhaps, but Shallow chose to remain silent. After all, he was merely an outsider, lacking the authority to casually judge the lives of others. Chapter 98. You know how to speak. The people around him came and went, and it was evident that many hail from foreign lands. "Are there many who have settled here, Mr. Fire?" Mythos inquired. "Indeed," Fire replied nonchalantly. "Oh, is that free or paid?" In response to Mythos' question, Fire stood with his hands clasped behind his back, cleared his throat lightly, and, with a serious demeanor, stated, "To settle here, one must voluntarily sign a contract agreement. Once the decision is made and the signature affixed, one becomes a citizen, with housing and employment provided at no cost." Upon hearing this, Charlotte became intrigued and remarked on the kindness of offering both housing and employment. "How generous indeed. It must be quite a challenge," said Midius, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Naturally, this embodies the noble spirit of our great king." Charlotte glanced around and inquired, "Are there no pirate attacks here?" Fair merely paused for a moment before confidently responding, "It is impossible, dear guest. Our kingdom of Mapassiri fears no pirates, Our Majesty the King will quell any who dare to cause disruption. Charlotte raised her eyebrows in surprise. How impressive. Indeed, he was quite unsure. Lena shook her head as well, equally at a loss. Of course, our king possesses immense strength. Fair's gaze revealed a sense of awe. It was somewhat alarming, yet Charlotte felt a sense of satisfaction. The absence of unruly pirates was undoubtedly a positive development, ensuring safety. One could now indulge in leisure without concern. Boss, I want to savor some delicacies. Beta's boisterous voice rang in Charlotte's ears. Go on, all of you. Spend your own money. I am devoid of funds. Xiao Luo, in a state of resignation, realized that everyone had their own stash of hidden funds, carefully concealed and guarded. Those who sought to exploit him for free would find it utterly impossible. Very well, boss, he replied, as Beta seized one of his companions, dragging Barrett and the Pandaren, Ponde, in a mad dash toward the dining hall. Indeed, Beta had an ample reserve of hidden wealth, which was but a trifling matter. Charlotte couldn't help but twitch her lips slightly. Dear guest, is there anything you wish to eat or enjoy? As she regained her composure, Charlotte spoke. Then please do enlighten us, for it is our first visit here. Fair flashed a grin, his somewhat ghastly makeup adding an air of eeriness, imparting an unsettling impression. Ah, splendid. There's abundance of options, he said. For instance, we have the abandoned Ferris wheel, the Sack Castle Hotel, the Bangia Castle, the Norford Hospital, the Fairbird Prison, Mischief Street, the Screaming Haunted House, and the Frantic Nightmare Campus. Confronted with Fair's relentless enthusiasm, Charlotte found herself at a loss for words. Isn't this meant to be a realm of games and flowers? Why, then, does it seem to delve into the macabre? The very mention of these attractions evoked a distinctly sinister atmosphere, and the sheer number of options was astonishing. Dear guest, which one piques your interest? Lena, noticing Charlotte's apparent disinterest, immediately interjected with a polite smile. Our guide has worked hard, yet I find myself rather uninterested in these activities. Perhaps we could discuss some pleasant places to explore instead. Charlotte felt a deep sense of appreciation. It was indeed Lena who was dependable. Is that so? How unfortunate. She mused. What a pity. Fair lamented. What is regrettable? Charlotte looked at Fair with a hint of confusion and inquired if a guest dares to accept the challenge. Signing the contract agreement to conquer any thrilling amusement attraction, they could earn a reward of 10 million belly? Fair explained nonchalantly. Oh, Charlotte gently replied, then stroked her chin. Deep in contemplation. 10 million berries, is it? That is quite a sum indeed. Yes, it is indeed 10 million berries. The average person might never see such wealth in a lifetime, let alone acquire it effortlessly through a mere game. So, shall we participate, dear guest? Charlotte paused for a moment and suggested, then let us venture to the shopping street. All right, exclaimed Fair, momentarily perplexed as he gazed at Charlotte. I have little interest in horror games, Charlotte remarked nonchalantly. What ist? A mere 10 million berries, and you wish to partake in such a terrifying game? You underestimate me. 10 million, or even 100 million, is of no consequence to me, Hibofeile Charlotte, the affluent kind, who is not troubled by such trifles. Though Fair was entirely bewildered, he refrained from further comment. After all, the choices of the guests were theirs to make, and he had no right to interfere. He merely felt a tinge of regret. Very well, he said, regaining his composure. Since the guest does not fancy it, there are numerous commercial streets in Mapasiri, encompassing delicacies, dolls, clothing, jewelry, weapons, collectibles, and more, all worth exploring. As he spoke, Fair gestured toward the jewelry shop. Dear guest, this lovely lady beside you lacks a decent adornment. The jewelry from that establishment is renowned throughout Mapasiri and will surely not disappoint you. Charlotte nodded, realizing that he had indeed paid considerably less attention to the women in his family. The desire for beauty is a universal sentiment, especially when it concerns those of remarkable allure. Charlotte sighed at her habitual carelessness. Well then, let's take a look. You can choose something you fancy, and I shall purchase it as a gift for you. Upon hearing this, Lena's face flushed a deep crimson, and she cast a shy glance at Charlotte. However, Charlotte remained oblivious, striding purposefully towards the jewelry store. Indeed, the establishment that Ferris had so ardently recommended exuded an air of opulent grandeur. Though he was no connoisseur of fine jewelry, the dazzling array of golden, shimmering pieces left him utterly mesmerized. The extravagant rings, adorned with a kaleidoscope of gemstones, inexplicably brought to mind a certain bearded fellow. How quaint. Charlotte suddenly lost interest and turned to Lena, saying, Lena, go see if there are any pieces of jewelry that catch your fancy. Lena eagerly nodded and, with a lively gait, began to examine the items closely. Before long, she pointed at a necklace displayed on the counter and exclaimed, Shopkeeper, could you bring this one out for a closer look? Certainly, just a moment. replied the shopkeeper, who was dressed in an eccentric outfit, with a sycophantic smile as he retrieved the necklace from the display case. The piece was a lustrous silver chain intricately woven with golden threads, featuring a diamond-shaped gemstone adorned with a grain-sized nugget of gold at its center. The shopkeeper noticed the spark of interest in Lena's eyes. "Miss, you have an exquisite eye. This is indeed a prime selection among men's necklaces. It would be an impeccable choice to present to that dashing gentleman." Lena turned her gaze toward Charlotte, who had slowly approached, seemingly oblivious to the conversation between them. "Do you like this one?" Charlotte inquired, and Lena gently nodded. "Very well. How much for the item, dear proprietor?" 3,000,000 berries. The shopkeeper rubbed his hands together, wearing a beaming smile. "Is it truly so expensive? Pray, do not attempt to swindle us." The shopkeeper maintained his cheerful demeanor, assuring, "Rest assured, we engage in fair dealings, with no deception whatsoever. Moreover, this is a historical artifact, originating from the once thriving Iron Island." Charlotte was exasperated. Was this not merely a fabrication of a story to enhance the perceived value of something? Such tactics were far from novel in the past, merely a spectacle, much like the adage that diamonds are eternally enduring. Yet, upon glancing at Lena, he resolutely decided, "Very well, I shall purchase it." As soon as Charlotte finished speaking, the boss's smile radiated even more brightly. "In that case, madam, please take another look at yours." Charlotte looked at Lena with a hint of confusion. Upon her explanation, he couldn't help but smirk. To think this was meant for him, a necklace that cost 3,000,000. Yet, he felt a swell of happiness, for at least Lena remembered him. Unlike that despicable group of betas. Following Lena's lead, Charlotte thought, "What's just a piece of jewelry?" Chapter 99 certainly exudes extravagance. Before long, Lena selected 2 golden crescent moon earrings. "Charlotte, look." As she spoke, her delicate fingers danced, creating a delightful jingling sound. In that moment, the young girl radiated vitality and brilliance, causing Charlotte to momentarily lose his focus, before he earnestly nodded in agreement. "They're beautiful. They suit you perfectly." Lena was overjoyed, but then a thought crossed her mind, and her cheeks flushed slightly. "Charlotte, you should wear this necklace. It will look splendid on you." Charlotte was inclined to decline this suggestion. However, faced with Lena's sparkling, hopeful gaze, he ultimately chose to sit down and bow his head. Lena carefully fastened the necklace around Charlotte's neck, and in that instant, he experienced a peculiar sensation. Indeed, it was striking. He looked remarkably handsome. Lena beamed brightly. "You." Charlotte wore a look of resignation as the two swiftly exited the jewelry store. Under Fay Air's guidance, they boarded a rather unsettling carriage. This carriage was devoid of a driver, and the horse that pulled it was anything but ordinary, appearing as a vibrant creature reminiscent of a bird transformed into equine form, strikingly peculiar and, dare I say, somewhat unattractive. Within the eerie carriage, Charlotte swirled her glass of red wine, her gaze drifting towards the window, where a bustling panorama unfolded before her eyes. One must admit, this leisurely and blissful existence truly embodies the essence of a languorous life. Accompanied by a beautiful companion and savoring fine wine, it was indeed a pleasurable experience. Although Lena was somewhat younger, her development was certainly commendable, albeit the decor around them bore a rather unsettling quality. The surroundings were not merely filled with various haunted houses, but also exhibited a myriad of uniquely styled landscapes. "Charlotte, do look!" Lena exclaimed, pointing in a particular direction. There! A colossal tree loomed, its canopy bizarrely shaped like a giant pumpkin, an oddity indeed. "That must be a rare variety," Charlotte mused. "Oh, not quite," came the response. "Those shapes are meticulously pruned. We are in a garden square where all manner of trees and flora have been sculpted into diverse forms." Charlotte nodded. The myriad of absurdities in the world of pirates had momentarily clouded his judgment, causing him to completely forget. "I wish to see it. Let's go." Chalois spoke concisely, arriving solely to unwind and embrace tranquility, leaving no reason to refrain from indulging in the experience. "Dear guests, please feel free to enjoy yourselves without any concerns," Fairwind gently remarked from outside the garden. Charlotte nodded, and the two of them stepped inside. The plants here appeared vibrant and resplendent, devoid of any bleakness, quite delightful indeed. "Charlotte, this place is so beautiful," Lena exclaimed with surprise. Just as Charlotte was about to respond, a cacophony interrupted his words. The sound of footsteps echoed, accompanied by a voice calling out, "Balloon, balloon!" A graffiti-covered balloon floated toward them, while a little girl, her eyes brimming with tears, chased after it from behind. As the balloon drifted higher and farther away, the girl stumbled in her haste and fell to the ground, bursting into heartfelt sobs. "Is this yours?" A gentle voice suddenly inquired. The little girl wiped her tear-streaked eyes and turned toward the source of the voice. A warm smile radiated like a sunbeam on a winter's day, glimmering brightly. In that person's hand was a string, the other end tethered to her balloon. "Thank you, big brother," the little girl exclaimed, her sorrow lifting in an instant, her slightly reddened eyes now sparkling with joy. "Next time, do be more careful," Charlotte gently reminded. "All right, big brother, I shall remember." Faced with such an adorable little girl, Charlotte felt a surge of joy. Her tear-streaked face was irresistibly charming. He couldn't help but advise her. "You look quite unappealing when you cry. Do remember to smile more, laugh heartily, and hurry home." Upon hearing Charlotte's words, the little girl trembled slightly, a flicker of fear crossing her features. She quickly replied, "Thank you, big brother. I will head back right away." Then, in a hushed tone, she added, "Big brother, you should leave this place swiftly too." Before he could ponder her words, the little girl, clutching her balloon, dashed away energetically into the distance. Charlotte was momentarily taken aback. There was something peculiar about this. The panic in his tone seemed far too genuine to be feigned. What had he just said to render the little girl so flustered? "What is the matter, Charlotte?" inquired Lena, as she approached the dazed Charlotte. Charlotte gently shook his head and then cast his gaze toward the concealed direction. There lurked a surveillance bug. Was such oversight truly necessary in this locale? Memories swirled within his mind, revealing that nearly every place he traversed seemed to harbor these insidious monitoring devices to varying degrees. Initially, he regarded them with indifference, assuming them to be mere security measures, a form of protection for visitors. Yet, it now appeared that their purpose was far more sinister. His thoughts raced. His demeanor remained unchanged, though a fleeting glimmer of crimson flickered in his eyes, barely perceptible. "Let us proceed and explore," he declared nonchalantly, leading Lena further into the distance. Within the surveillance room, the situation was promptly reported. Soon, a squad of soldiers received orders and swiftly set off. Outside the garden gate, an apologetic Fair expressed his regret, saying, "I sincerely apologize for the disturbance, esteemed guest." Charlotte was taken aback. What had transpired? "Esteemed guest, I have received a notification from the Royal Guard regarding a young girl who has disturbed you. This is a grave oversight on our part, and we shall address it with utmost fairness." She observed Fair's solemn and serious expression. Xiao Luo felt a slight headache. It was truly unnecessary, and she did not concern herself with such trivial matters. Fair shook his head, exclaiming, "That simply cannot be allowed. We at Mapazili will not permit such issues to arise." With his eyes slightly narrowed and head tilted, Charlotte pondered why such a trivial matter warranted such exaggerated attention. Surely, there must be a story behind it. Without uttering another word, he strolled down the street, while Fair, momentarily taken aback, could not comprehend why he had been disregarded. As a tour guide of the kingdom, Fair remained steadfast in his duties, trailing closely behind. "Charlotte, are they perhaps overly sensitive?" Lena likewise voiced her doubts. Is it truly an excess of sensitivity, or is there something else at play? That remains uncertain. As Charlotte spoke, Lena suddenly realized, is that so? Should we investigate? Turning to her companion, Charlotte paused and shook her head. "We are not the Navy. We shouldn't meddle in matters that don't concern us. It's better to remain low-key." Indeed, Fair seemed to have made a resolute decision, hastening to catch up. "Dear guest, due to this recent oversight, I can offer you an insider's tip." Charlotte turned her head slightly, exclaiming, "Oh, is that so? How truly fortunate." After listening to Charlotte, Fair continued, "In 2 days, Mapasiri will host the decennial survival games, and those who emerge victorious will be rewarded with a devil fruit." This revelation left Charlotte somewhat astonished. He could not fathom why the devil fruits were not reserved for their own people. Surely, even selling them would be more advantageous. To merely offer them as prizes? Such extravagance. Chapter 100. Only the insane seek stimulation. After a day of wandering, Charlotte had yet to experience a single thrilling game, as the emphasis was solely on companionship. He had no desire for thrills. Only the deranged craved excitement. Today, Charlotte had to concede one undeniable truth. This girl possessed an inexhaustible vigor for shopping, without exception. In a dessert shop, a group had gathered together. Lena elegantly savored her cake while Beta and the others indulged heartily in the sweets, as if flaunting their feast. The incessant sounds of munching filled the air. "Hey, I say, you three, could you possibly be more mindful? We're in a public space. Could you refrain from smacking your lips?" "All right, boss," Beta replied, lifting his head, though his mouth was smeared with cream, rendering him quite a comical sight. Charlotte was momentarily at a loss for words, surrounded by a throng of insatiable souls. Choosing to disregard them, she inhaled deeply, allowing the white smoke to rise languidly. as she leisurely gazed at the diverse crowd passing by outside. Hurry, it's almost curfew. A squad of patrolling soldiers bellowed in the streets. Upon hearing the announcement, the citizens swiftly sprang into action, hastening home while shops began to close their doors for the night. Is it really necessary? Charlotte was utterly perplexed, glancing at the others, who appeared equally bewildered. Ferris spoke up, elucidating that this was a decree set forth by the king, leaving them with no choice. Moreover, it was advisable to refrain from wandering about at night. As he surveyed their surroundings, Ferris leaned closer to Charlotte and whispered, for the nights had indeed been quite tumultuous of late, with individuals mysteriously vanishing. The king had dispatched agents to investigate, yet no results had emerged. Charlotte gazed at Fer, his expression tinged with surprise. How peculiar it was to discover such a thing. Oh, could it be that something truly extraordinary exists? Beta had, unbeknownst to him, crept closer. His curiosity piqued. Dear guest, do refrain from jesting. This matter has only transpired in recent months. There will be patrols in the evening, and as long as one does not wander aimlessly, all will be well. Fer hastily interjected, heeding the counsel of others. Charlotte was indeed one to listen, for he had no desire to inadvertently entangle himself in bizarre affairs. Very well, I shall take my leave, he declared, rising to make his way outside, prompting the others to follow suit. Guest, do wait for me. Without me, do you know where to find lodging? He exclaimed. Ah, indeed, Charlotte paused, awaiting Fer to lead the way. Within the confines of the hotel room, Charlotte stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, stroking his chin as he contemplated the events of the day. Everywhere he looked, he noticed surveillance devices, the girl-esque words, the patrol's reactions, and the inexplicable night curfews. A sense of strangeness lingered in the air. His gaze drifted through the window, where the palace perched at the highest point of the island, visible to all who dared to look up. An inexplicable sense of sinister amusement enveloped him. Charlotte gazed contemplatively into the dimness of the night. Beta, Barrett, and the Pandaren Pandey were engaged in a lively discussion, their faces alight with joy, while Lena and Mythis appeared somewhat bemused by Charlotte's reaction. Within the castle of the kingdom, Farrell hurried deep into the palace, bypassing layers of guards and pushing open the heavy doors. The grand hall was shrouded in shadows, adorned with various eerie reliefs that seemed to exude an air of mystery. A crimson carpet led directly to the center of the hall. Atop a set of 3 imposing steps stood an elevated throne, upon which a figure was vaguely discernible in the shadows. Farrell approached step by step until he reached the base of the stairs, gathering his voluminous robes and kneeling humbly and reverently. Your Majesty. The figure upon the throne was none other than the king of Mapazali, who lazily leaned forward to gaze down at Farrell. The face emerging from the shadows bore a grotesque clown visage, with a mouth that stretched unnaturally to the jaws, exuding a sickly horror. Ah, it is Farrell. What has become of that group of sky pirates? The voice was high-pitched and comically absurd, rendering even the terrifying appearance somewhat overshadowed by its unpleasantness. Your Majesty, they have not shown any unusual movements. It appears they may have arrived by chance and are not ensnared in any plots. Farrell dared not express any mockery. For those who had once ridiculed the king in his presence now lay beneath mounds of grass. He simply responded in a subdued tone. Is that so? A failure? The Clown King's shrill voice hinted at displeasure. Farrell, beads of cold sweat forming, hastily replied, It is the fault of my subordinates. Very well, let it be. Keep a close watch on them. Farrell hastily assured the king. After a moment, he inquired with confusion, Your Majesty, is it truly necessary to exercise such caution regarding merely the 6th Division of the Sky Pirate Brigade, the Hibofeile Pirates? The king's sharp voice pierced the air once more from the throne. After all, we are within the sphere of influence of the Golden Lion. I fear they may harbor ulterior motives. Given the current era, the Golden Lion is undoubtedly a peak power, and it is reasonable to be wary. I understand, Your Majesty. Your foresight is commendable, and I have been remiss. As he spoke, Farrell maintained a lowly posture. Soon he shifted the topic. Your Majesty, today a young girl inadvertently came into contact with their men. Could this lead to unforeseen complications? The Clown King remained silent for a moment before responding in a shrill tone. Send someone to capture that girl. Mapazali does not require disobedient citizens. Rest assured, Your Majesty, the patrols have already been dispatched and are in pursuit. Fair spoke rapidly. The Joker King emitted a heavy nasal sound. As for that band of pirates, keep a close watch on them for the time being. Do not interfere with the subsequent plans. You must comprehend the consequences should anything go awry. The expression concealed beneath the king's hidden clown visage was indiscernible, yet an ominous aura lingered, shadowing every word. A sheen of cold sweat appeared on Fair's forehead as he cautiously wiped it away. Hastily responding, "I understand, my lord." Bearing immense pressure, Fair gritted his teeth and inquired, "Your Majesty, if I'm merely speculating, should they intend to sabotage the plan, what course of action should we pursue? After all, they're also members of the Flying Sky Pirates." The chilling voice of the Joker King resonated once more. "In that case, we must eliminate them. No one can impede the execution of our plans." Fair's complexion paled. Yet there was no need for fear. That fellow, the Golden Lion, adheres to a philosophy of might. He would not concern himself with the fate of weaker subordinates. In due time, he could simply offer him money to absolve himself of all issues. Fair felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, provoking the Flying Sky Pirates could lead to the island's demise. He was acutely aware of their terrifying capabilities in this new world. The Joker King's words undoubtedly offered him a comforting assurance. "Go and execute a task." "Yes, Your Majesty." Fair immediately bowed and hurriedly departed. Upon the throne, the king's blood-red grin twisted upwards, exuding madness and cruelty, while his shrill voice echoed throughout the grand hall. "I shall succeed. I surely will." A sudden thunder rumbled across the sky, brilliant lightning illuminating the world, casting light upon that frenzied and contorted visage. Chapter 101. Darkness Beneath the Night. Charlotte furrowed her brow slightly. The night was indeed bustling. Suddenly, she flung open the floor-to-ceiling window, and a chilling gust of wind swept in, rather frigid. With a sudden leap, Charlotte took to the air, propelled by the ethereal moonstep. "Boss, where are you going?" Beta exclaimed in astonishment. "Stop with the chatter and follow me," Charlotte commanded, and in an instant, his figure vanished into the night sky. Beta and Barrett exchanged a glance, both activating their moonsteps to pursue him. Lena watched the departing trio with a tinge of concern, aware of her own limitations and knowing she would be of no assistance. She then turned to the Pandaren, her gaze laced with skepticism. "Pandaren, are you not coming?" "Ah, I cannot," he replied earnestly, holding a cake in one hand. "I must stay here to protect you and Métis." He acknowledged his own inadequacies in combat and admitted he had yet to master the moonstep. Fearing his presence would merely complicate matters. The Pandaren, indeed, possessed a keen sense of self-awareness. Lena glanced at him, but chose not to press the matter further. Métis had grown accustomed to this fellow's laid-back demeanor and recognized the validity of his reasoning. At the port, amidst a shadowy street leading to a secluded dock, a ragged group of individuals labored under the weight of heavy wooden crates, their labored breaths filling the air. Suddenly, a frail worker stumbled and fell, the crate bursting open to reveal an array of weapons scattered across the ground. "Damn it!" A furious shout erupted as a patrol team, clad in matching uniforms, rushed forth. Without discernment, they unleashed a flurry of lashes upon the fallen worker. Bloodied and bruised, he could only whimper in agony, the searing pain silencing his cries for mercy as he curled up on the ground, silently enduring his fate. "Useless wretch, dispose of his trash," one soldier ordered, and two of them dragged the man away, while the others remained indifferent, their expressions devoid of empathy. Soon, in a corner of the street free from surveillance, a desperate plea echoed. "Please don't kill me." The feeble man, tears streaming down his face, leaned against the wall, ignoring the pain from his wounds as he writhed in fear. Yet, the soldiers remained unmoved, raising their weapons and aiming directly at him, fingers poised on the triggers. In that moment, the man squeezed his eyes shut, overwhelmed by despair. With a soft thud, two heads fell to the ground, and Charlotte's group emerged into view. "Are you still alive?" "You are saved," they assured him. The once despondent man slowly opened his eyes, disbelief giving way to conviction as he absorbed the scene before him. "Please, give me something to eat." As Charlotte's words faded away, Beta unexpectedly produced a plethora of food from seemingly nowhere. This left Charlotte astounded as he scrutinized Beta, astonished by his hidden resourcefulness. The frail man could no longer restrain himself and began to ravenously stuff his mouth with the sustenance. Moments later, having regained considerable strength, the weak man tearfully expressed his profound gratitude for the rescue he had received. After composing himself, he spoke. "What has happened to you?" He continued, "I arrived here with a merchant ship, intending merely to explore. However, driven by greed, I engaged in a game and signed a contractual agreement. When I failed, I was forcibly branded with the title of prisoner and left here." Charlotte's eyes flickered with a subtle movement. Indeed, Fair had previously spoken these very words to him, and it seemed his intentions were far from noble. Furthermore, was this visage that of a prisoner? In truth, it resembled that of a slave. Why not escape? Why hesitate? Beta wore an expression of utter bewilderment. Charlotte glanced at Beta, realizing that this fellow lacked self-awareness. How could an ordinary person devoid of any strength hope to escape? He truly felt inclined to give him a stern reprimand. Yet before he could act, Barrett delivered a sharp slap. Are you foolish? How could someone so feeble possibly run away? Beta chuckled awkwardly, masking his embarrassment. Ever since his own powers had increased, he had indeed forgotten such trivial matters. The frail man, with a bitter expression, recounted how someone had once attempted to flee, only to be discovered before they even left the island, ultimately facing public trial and execution by hanging. Charlotte's gaze shifted slightly. Indeed, the abundance of surveillance devices on this island was quite extraordinary, making any attempt at escape exceedingly difficult. This posed a formidable challenge. He had to exercise utmost caution to avoid any missteps that could lead to disaster. Thus the sea is fraught with peril at every turn. Were there truly no successful attempts? Beta inquired with curiosity. The frail man, his face a mask of terror, replied, no, not a single one. As far as I know, none of those attempts resulted in survival. Hiss! Charlotte squinted her eyes, exclaiming, how terrifying. Not a single one. What happened afterward? Barrett inquired with equal curiosity, indifferent to the notion of abilities. The frail man stammered. Eventually, I was taken to a factory, laboring day and night to produce arms. Quite remarkable, remarked Barrett. A complete military factory, from design to raw materials, from production to innovation, and finally to export, is no trivial matter. It requires substantial channels for distribution. This presented another ominous signal. Is there more? Beta leaned in eagerly, his excitement palpable as he sensed an impending conflict, growing increasingly impatient. Charlotte cast a peculiar glance at Beta, pondering how it seemed that this fellow's intellect sparkled at the mere hint of conflict. Moreover, there was another curious matter. It was reported that a family had been apprehended today for breaching the laws of the kingdom and sent to the factory, marking the first occurrence of such a fate in several months. Charlotte's expression momentarily faltered. Could it truly be a coincidence? After acquiring a wealth of intelligence, she found herself in a state of turmoil. It was evident that this kingdom harbored significant issues, and she needed to ascertain whether the family she encountered today was indeed that of the young girl. Barrett, take this individual back to our residence and inform Lena to create a commotion tonight to draw some attention. Understood, boss. With that, Barrett took to the air with a swift motion. Boss, what shall we do next? Beta inquired, her face alight with anticipation as she gazed at Charlotte. Charlotte cast an irritable glance at Beta, whose eagerness and impatience were palpable, clearly fixated on the prospect of conflict. Go and inspect the factory, but remember to exercise caution and maintain discretion, Charlotte advised. Beta nodded in acknowledgement, yet he was acutely aware that a confrontation was imminent. It was an innate sense of foreboding, one in which he held unwavering conviction. The pair set off, instantly activating their moonwalk technique, advancing gracefully through the air towards the most prominent and towering location, the royal palace. This vantage point offered a sweeping view of the entire town, standing as the highest point. The factory, too, lay within the palace's domain, albeit nestled at the foot of the palace hill, underscoring its significance. Author S. Note: today marks the release of this book. My emotions are quite peculiar and conflicted, leaving me uncertain of what to convey. As for the results, they are lacking. There is undeniably a shortcoming in performance. Yet the blame cannot be placed on others. It is merely a reflection of my own limited capabilities. Compared to other pirate fanfictions, whether in content, plot, or other aspects, there exists a considerable disparity. Moving forward, I will diligently learn from these experiences and strive for improvement. I hope the subsequent storylines will become richer and more engaging, offering a unique experience to all readers. I sincerely appreciate those who have consistently supported me through recommendations, votes, subscriptions, comments, and donations. Today, I shall present 4 chapters as a token of my gratitude. Chapter 102. What can be endured cannot be endured. Chapter 103. What can be endured cannot be endured should you access this site via third-party applications or various browser extensions. It may result in disordered content display. Please try using mainstream browsers later. Thank you for your support. In the dark of night, a thunderous explosion erupted, illuminating the sky with a fiery blaze that shattered the stillness of the deep night. What is happening? What is going on? The captain of a night patrol inquired in a state of alarm. Report: there has been a massive explosion at the port. Upon hearing this, the captain's expression shifted dramatically. Damn it! Sound the alarm and mobilize for support, he exclaimed as he hurried towards the scene of the incident. The piercing wail of alarms echoed through the night as numerous patrol members rushed to assist at the site of the explosion. Success on Lena's end. Charlotte gazed intently, observing several squads of patrolling soldiers rushing towards the harbor from within the castle. Boss, I find this to be utterly unnecessary. We could simply charge in and eliminate anyone who stands in our way, couldn't we? Beta remarked nonchalantly. Kill, kill, kill. It seems your mind is solely fixated on murder. I fear there is little else occupying your thoughts. In response to Charlotte's furious demeanor, Beta feigned innocence, adding, Boss, I still enjoy eating. Charlotte felt a sense of offense, and with great difficulty, managed to utter a harsh retort. May you meet your demise through gluttony. Xiao Luo wore a stoic expression, no longer casting a glance at Beta, for he was genuinely intimidated by this individual. Beta, with his head held high, reveled in the thought of devouring his prey, as it had been his lifelong aspiration. Indeed, the leader truly understood him. Charlotte gazed at Beta, who appeared somewhat cheerful. He resembled a small question mark. Was this a compliment? What sort of reasoning was this? After a glance, Charlotte let out a helpless sigh. What was he entangled with a creature of such limited intellect? Could they not be judged by common sense? Charlotte gazed towards the castle, momentarily dismissing thoughts of Beta. He had no desire to engage in formal conflict. His sole aim was to ascertain whether it was indeed that family. After all, it was highly probable that their capture was due to his actions. If conflict could be avoided, it should be. Not only was it unsafe, but should he inadvertently wreak havoc here, the bounty on his head would undoubtedly escalate. With the castle guards significantly reduced, he felt it was time to act. He executed a moonlit leap, soaring through the night sky while surveying the ground below, quickly pinpointing the factory's location. As he approached, the faint red glow at night became strikingly apparent. Numerous factories were interconnected, indicative of their astonishing output. The rows of smokestacks were distinctly visible. Were it not for his elevated vantage point, the towering walls would have completely obstructed the view from the outside. Thick black smoke billowed into the sky, merging with the darkness, further shrouding the area in obscurity. It was no wonder they chose to work at night, as it facilitated concealment. Along the streets surrounding the factories, patrols passed by, vigilantly guarding the premises. In front of a cluster of dilapidated wooden shanties, a group of ragged children huddled together. Among them was the little girl Charlotte had encountered earlier that day, her attire relatively new, making her stand out amidst the tattered clothing of the others. Yet, her curled form trembled with fear. A menacing patrolman brandished his whip, striking it against the ground with a resounding crack, startling the little girl into shivering and stifled sobs. The guard's expression hardened, his gaze icy as he barked. What are you crying for? Cry again, and I'll make you regret it. The girl's frightened whimpers escalated into heart-wrenching cries of daddy. Mommy, the patrolman, growing increasingly irritable, shot her a vicious glare. You want to die? He roared, the whip glinting ominously as it swung mercilessly towards the frail child. The other children instinctively shielded their heads, while the little girl, paralyzed by fear, closed her eyes in a desperate bid to escape the impending blow. Who are you? The patrolman's face turned pale as he beheld a man who had suddenly appeared before him, firmly grasping the whip. It was Charlotte, who had originally intended to stealthily rescue the little girl and her family. However, the sudden turn of events left him no choice but to intervene. He could not stand idly by as the child faced such brutality. His gaze hardened, a chilling aura radiating from him, infused with an overwhelming presence. The guard felt an intense terror seize him, his body going limp as he collapsed, unconscious. The little girl opened her eyes, witnessing Charlotte and the fallen figure of the menacing guard. Big brother, she exclaimed. Charlotte smiled gently and greeted, Hello there, little one. The young girl hurriedly expressed her gratitude and pleaded, Kind sir, I beseech you to save my father and mother. Yes, it is my fault. All of it is due to Eliza. The girl wept as she implored, her words laden with self-reproach. Charlotte comforted, It is not your fault. Everything will be all right. Really? But I broke the kingdom's decree and laughed out loud, leading to my parents being captured here. Charlotte paused momentarily, pondering the nature of the prohibition. It was likely merely a feeble excuse, a consequence of his own involvement. Subsequently, he offered a smile, remarking, See, I am smiling too. Smiling is not a wrongdoing. Is it? The little girl's tears finally ceased, and she gazed at Charlotte with a look of uncertainty. Is that truly the case? Charlotte nodded slightly, then leaned down to gently pat the little girl's somewhat dirty forehead. Of course, at this moment, he had no intention of fleeing. He understood that this night would not conclude peacefully, as the circumstances here had simultaneously been captured by the surveillance devices. The castle's alarms must have sounded at the same time. A large contingent of patrolling guards was rushing towards this location. As Charlotte rose, a throng of people swiftly converged from all directions. Boss, Someone is approaching, Beta promptly alerted. Silence enveloped Charlotte, his keen observation through the observation Haki already sensing the surroundings. The reason for his stillness lay in the absence of necessity to flee. This was the adversary's domain, and escape was futile. He firmly believed that the island was under constant surveillance by his foes. Beta, protect the children, ensure their safety, he commanded. Rest assured, I will handle it. You can place your utmost confidence in me. Beta replied with unwavering resolve. Charlotte harbored no doubts about Beta's sincerity, although he might often appear unreliable. He had always executed his tasks with meticulous precision. Eliza glanced anxiously at the menacing guards. Big brother, you must run. It could cost you your life. Beta chuckled heartily. What a kind-hearted child. Worry not, little one. Those ruffians are hardly formidable. Though Eliza felt timid in Beta's presence, she sensed a certain assurance from him and her older companion, believing they were not malevolent. Really? She inquired. Indeed, more genuine than gold. Beta grinned broadly. Eliza's gaze shifted to Charlotte, a flicker of hope igniting within her. Perhaps they truly stood a chance. The members of the Flying Sky Pirates exuded a formidable aura, daring to intrude upon a forbidden territory. Clad in a blue suit and wielding a silver revolver, one of the intruders questioned with an unfriendly tone. Charlotte's expression shifted subtly. He detested being referred to as a pirate, particularly as a member of the Flying Pirate crew. It was precisely because the notorious Golden Lion of the Flying Pirate crew had shattered his tranquil existence that the very mention of such a term irked him profoundly. Tolerance has its limits. Into Chapter 103. Clearing the Riffraff Chapter 104. Clearing the riffraff if you're accessing this website through a third-party app or various browser plugins. It may result in disordered content display. Please try accessing this site using a mainstream browser. We appreciate your support. Chapter 104. Clearing the riffraff. Charlotte's countenance was frigid. In an instant, a terrifying aura akin to dark crimson lightning cascaded forth. The sound of shattering glass reverberated through the night sky. The overwhelming pressure surged relentlessly, causing the patrol guards before her to foam at the mouth, their eyes rolling back as they succumbed to unconsciousness. The man in the blue suit, clutching a revolver, felt his pupils constrict. The formidable presence instilled an overwhelming sense of helplessness. How could such a conqueror's Haki exist? The man in blue was utterly astounded. Such power was typically found only among one in a million. To experience it today, emanating from someone of little renown, was an extraordinarily terrifying event. It was sufficient to stir the seas, for those who possess conqueror's Haki are invariably the elite among the maritime powers. Even if their strength is not yet formidable, they are undoubtedly future titans capable of stirring the winds and clouds. Remarkable indeed. Charlotte cast a surprised glance at the other party, realizing that anyone capable of withstanding the impact of conqueror's Haki must possess considerable strength. After all, conqueror's Haki is a divine technique renowned for clearing out the weak. Beta, standing behind, was left in utter astonishment. It was his first encounter with such a spectacle. Indeed, conqueror's Haki exuded an overwhelming charisma. His gaze transformed into that of stars. Captivated by the essence of conqueror's Haki, a true marvel, Eliza, too, was taken aback. Is this the prowess of her older brother? Xiao turned his gaze towards the other party, as Shiyu unsheathed his weapon and executed a soaring slash. With a resounding thud, the man in blue collapsed on the ground, plunging the battlefield into an eerie silence. Beta, accompanied by Eliza, swiftly approached and halted beside Xiao. He noticed that Xiao was intently staring at the end of the street, seemingly awaiting something. In the blink of an eye, a flower-laden carriage gradually appeared at the street's end, drawing closer until it came to a halt. Beta's eyebrows raised in mild surprise. Soon, a towering figure, adorned with the visage of a jester, descended from the carriage. The king, Eliza murmured in a hushed tone, her pupils dilating in shock. Even the slightest whisper was audible to Xiaoluo, a formidable presence. His gaze locked onto the figure, and beneath the voluminous royal attire, the man's well-defined muscles were inadvertently revealed. He appeared anything but frail. Rather, he exuded an aura of formidable strength, with an air of mystery and seriousness hidden beneath the jester's makeup. Indeed, this was the king, a truly remarkable sight. Pirate, do you seek battle? How dare you intrude upon my territory? A shrill voice suddenly pierced the silence, prompting Xiao to regard the figure with a peculiar expression. Beside them, Beta struggled to suppress his laughter, his face flushed and tears nearly spilling from his eyes. The Jester King's expression remained inscrutable, though one could surmise it must have been exceedingly grim. Such an impolite pirate, unable to contain himself any longer, Beta erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Charlotte found herself in a state of helplessness. The terrifying visage of the clown, comparable to the physique of a muscular Barbie, was juxtaposed with a voice reminiscent of a woman, creating a rather amusingly bizarre combination. "Pirate, how dare you?" came the thunderous admonition from Fair, who rushed in with urgency. He was acutely aware of the grim fate that befell those who mocked the king's voice, and the fury of a wrathful king was indeed the most fearsome of all. "Yes, I apologize. I simply cannot contain myself," Beta exclaimed, struggling to suppress laughter. "Pirate, even the flying sky pirates shall not be spared today," the king declared, his expression frosty, as he detested the audacity of others laughing so openly before him. "Taha!" Beta laughed uncontrollably, tears welling in his eyes. This was simply too hilarious. He could hardly bear it. Charlotte cast a glance at Beta, who promptly covered her mouth to stifle any sound. What an impudent pirate." Xiao Luo's lips twitched, and with each utterance of pirate, one couldn't help but feel exasperated. What a vexing individual he is. Moreover, when he remains silent, it is tolerable. But once he speaks, he exudes no semblance of authority. He would fare better as a mere statue. "So, do you wish to end our lives?" Charlotte gazed at the other party, speaking in a calm, yet guarded manner, while his heart brimmed with vigilance. Though the king of clowns seethed with barely contained fury, he recognized the formidable strength of the man before him, making him not one to be trifled with. He could not afford to jeopardize the imminent plan he had set in motion. With a swift shift in thought, he proclaimed, "I, in my boundless mercy, offer you an opportunity. Sign the contract to participate in the game, and I shall graciously overlook your previous insolence." As his words settled in the air, a black briefcase appeared in Fire's hands as if by magic. "This is the contract agreement. Once signed, should you successfully navigate through the game, you shall be rewarded with a staggering sum of 1 billion berries as well as a devil fruit. This is the sincerity of our king." Fire opened the briefcase, revealing the contract within, and presented it to Charlotte. "Choose wisely," the king of clowns urged. "Will you accept this benevolent invitation to partake in the game? Or shall you face my wrath? Or perhaps you would prefer to discuss matters with your captain of the Flying Sky Pirates? After all, I have paid the protection fee, and he should comprehend the gravity of the situation." Charlotte regarded the other with an expression akin to that of observing a fool. The arrogant and obsessive gold lion Haki would hardly concern himself with such trivialities. Apart from those opponents and subordinates he deemed worthy, no one could influence him. How naive it is to underestimate the ferocity of gold lion Haki. Do you truly believe this to be of any significance? To Haki, such matters would be of little consequence, reflecting a startling ignorance of his nature. Charlotte glanced at the other person with disdain. Naive? The expression in the eyes of the Joker King grew increasingly frigid. He had not intended to escalate the situation, wishing only to placate the other party and prevent any disruption to his ultimate scheme. However, it seemed that the current circumstances were proving quite the challenge. Thus he spoke. "Indeed, it is likely that arrogant individual would also be indifferent to the lives of his worthless subordinates." Charlotte looked towards the Clown King with a hint of surprise. Indeed, this behavior aligns perfectly with the character of Golden Lion Haki. In his eyes, the weak can be discarded at any moment, with no possibility of concern whatsoever. Perhaps for the sake of preserving his pride, he might take action, but that would only be a matter after death. That ill-tempered individual is likely to behave in such a manner. "It seems you have quite an understanding of him," Charlotte remarked with keen interest. Any formidable figure invariably garners exceptional attention from the outside world, and the prowess of Golden Lion Haki certainly merits such scrutiny. The Joker King exhibited no reservations. However, the piercing tone of his voice was indeed quite distressing for the listeners. Beta was on the verge of collapsing to the ground, struggling to contain his laughter, which had become increasingly unbearable. Charlotte refrained from idle chatter. It was inevitable that a confrontation would occur. With a soft snap, she flicked her fingers, revealing a glimmering segment of a menacing blade. The King of Clowns immediately heightened his vigilance. With an icy demeanor, Charlotte inquired, "What do you think of the sound of the wind?" As he spoke, he half-squatted, his body leaning forward, and Shiyu was drawn completely from its sheath. One sword style, blade draw, wind's whisper. A gentle breeze began to swirl around, and the dazzling white blade, light, swiftly cleaved through the sky, resembling a terrifying silver ray breaking free from its confines, emanating a formidable pressure. There are 2 chapters remaining for the evening. I am grateful for your unwavering support. Thank you. End of this chapter, Chapter 104. The Contractor, Chapter 105. The Contractor, if you access this website using third-party apps or various browser plugins, it may result in disordered content display. Please try accessing this site later using mainstream browsers. Thank you for your support. Chapter 105. The Contractor in a Flash of Light. The ground lay in disarray, appearing quite chaotic. Crack! The flower carriage was instantly shattered into pieces, and the Clown King erupted with a gaping, bloodied wound, blood splattering as he collapsed heavily to the ground. "Your Majesty!" exclaimed Fire, who had regained his composure. Charlotte furrowed her brow, pondering the fragility of her opponent. Was it a testament to her own strength, or rather an indication of their weakness? Surely, it could not be that she was overly formidable. The adversary, it must simply be feeble, a mere weakling. A series of coughs erupted, and the King of Clowns gradually sat up, his tattered garments revealing a physique that was both muscular and robust. Despite the stains of blood, it was evident that his skin was strikingly pale, almost excessively so. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Fear gripped the heart of Fire as he inquired with concern. "I am perfectly fine." The two engaged in a display of a profound master-servant bond, albeit one that appeared somewhat peculiar. "Pirate, you possess remarkable strength," the King of Clowns remarked, directing his gaze towards Charlotte. Charlotte tilted her head, declaring, "I not formidable? It is undeniably you who is inferior. Alas, it is regrettable that this bears no significance for me." As her words lingered in the air, the body of the Clown King instantaneously returned to its original state, devoid of any trace of the recent injuries. In stark contrast, the body of a nearby patrolling guard, who had succumbed to unconsciousness, visibly withered, presenting a chilling sight. Charlotte stood in astonishment, gazing at the Clown King's body, unblemished and smooth as if untouched by time. What is this? Does the world of pirates possess such absurd, regenerative abilities? Sensing Charlotte's shock, the Clown King reveled in the attention. He surveyed the surroundings before fixating his gaze on Charlotte, remarking to himself how impressive it was that she could compel him to utilize the powers of the devil fruit. A devil fruit user. Charlotte squinted her eyes, pondering the formidable regenerative abilities displayed. This devil fruit must be extraordinary. Moreover, it seemed to her recollection that there was no corresponding devil fruit she was aware of. The Joker King, observing Charlotte's contemplative silence, felt an increasing sense of triumph. This feeling of control only heightened his satisfaction. After all, I am the wielder of the Kiki fruit, the contract maker, most adept at forging agreements with others. Once ensnared by a contract, both life and freedom shall fall under my dominion. Charlotte felt a jolt in her mind. This was undoubtedly a bug-level devil fruit ability, something she had never encountered before. Indeed, devil fruits were notoriously detestable, possessing an abundance of repugnant abilities. One could never ascertain what powers the other might wield. Such a troublesome and pretentious dilemma. Therefore, how many times can you inflict harm upon me, or even take my life? As long as the contract exists, someone can die in my stead. Can you truly accomplish that? Charlotte felt overwhelmed, fully aware that extinguishing the adversary could be as simple as sinking the island. Yet, could he truly bring himself to do such a thing? The innocent lives at stake weighed heavily on his conscience. After all, this island housed nearly 100,000 souls. He was neither a ruthless butcher nor a depraved pirate. He merely harbored a desire for a peaceful existence. Moreover, should he proceed with such drastic measures, his bounty would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights. The righteous navy would not let him escape unscathed. What a predicament! However, while killing was off the table, he could certainly explore alternative strategies. It was likely that many devil fruit abilities came with certain limitations. To some extent, Charlotte's mind became agile. Thus, it is time to send you to your demise. The voice of the Jester King was haughty and piercing, and in an instant, a shadow darted away. Boom! The sound of a violent explosion reverberated. I shall not allow you to approach His Majesty the King. The formidable armament of Haki was fully manifested, thwarting Beta's sudden assault. Then let us engage in play. Beta wore a nonchalant expression, his innate acumen for battle evident, seizing an opportunity to launch a stealthy strike to incapacitate. He was unexpectedly intercepted by the guide, Fair. It seems you are eagerly courting death. The Jester King's visage twisted grotesquely, as if consumed by madness. His shrill voice suddenly escalated, piercing the night sky. Rise. In an instant, figures that had succumbed to unconsciousness stood up like marionettes, their eyes blood-red, akin to famished beasts. Charlotte was taken aback, overwhelmed by a throbbing headache. The onslaught. Shadows seemed to morph into beasts, surging towards Charlotte like an unstoppable tide, their speed and strength significantly amplified. The Joker King watched with immense satisfaction. This group, under his control, felt neither fear nor pain, and was more than capable of exhausting their enemies. Boss, we have arrived. Mr. Charlotte, Barrett, Mythos, and Lena all appeared, accompanied by a cadre of family subordinates clad in black suits, ready to reinforce their ranks. For the glory of the Hibofeile family, kill, 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 kill. The thunderous roars reverberated through the sky, leaving no room for hesitation as the two sides clashed in a sudden and fierce battle. The air was filled with the clanging of weapons. The Hibofeile family's subordinates were ignited with fervor. Charlotte was not overly concerned, for as long as Barrett was present, the enemy could gain no advantage. Lena and Mythis swiftly arrived at Charlotte's side. Charlotte nodded slightly, swiftly imparting a few urgent instructions. Then, with a sudden step, she propelled herself forward. In a flash, she arrived at the side of the Clown King, who, having already sensed the impending danger, launched a counterattack. The Oath of the Covenant, Guardian. The Clown King's high-pitched voice grew increasingly fervent as a golden parchment materialized from thin air, radiating a dusty yellow light, resembling a grand shield. With a swift and decisive strike, Charlotte unleashed her fury. A thunderous roar erupted as a terrifying force swept outward, wreaking havoc upon the surrounding structures. The children had long since retreated to a safe distance, concealed behind sturdy shelters, watching the battlefield unfold before their eyes. "You shall not breach my defenses." Confronted with such an inexplicable confidence, Charlotte felt no stirrings within. He brandished his famed blade, Shiyu, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into an afterimage, unleashing a torrent of swift slashes that descended upon the Joker King like a relentless barrage of bullets. Boom! 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 A series of violent explosions erupted in succession, as the yellow protective aura flickered uncertainly. The Joker King wore an expression of shock, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of slashes. Yet Charlotte, driven by madness, showed no sign of respite. Crack! The yellow shield shattered, its light dissipating to reveal a body marred by countless wounds. I told you. It is of no use against me." With those words, the Joker King returned to his former state, utterly unscathed. The atmosphere around Charlotte was shrouded in gloom, as this relentless consumption was taking a significant toll on his stamina. "Boy, let's see if your endurance has any limits, or if you might just be worn to exhaustion." In response to the boisterous demeanor of the Clown King, Charlotte remained silent and launched another assault. The entire area, ravaged by the fierce battle, appeared increasingly desolate, plunging the island into a state of profound dread. The overwhelming ferocity of the conflict instilled terror in countless hearts. End of this chapter. Chapter 105. A Scheme in Mind. Chapter 106. A Scheme in Mind if you're using a third-party app or various browser plugins to access this site. It may lead to disordered content display. Please try accessing this site later using a mainstream browser. Thank you for your support. Chapter 106. A Scheme in Mind. Within the castle of Hibofeile, two figures, one large and one small, made their appearance. "Midas, what are we doing here? What did Charlotte say to you?" Lena asked, her anxiety palpable as she gazed at her companion. The situation on the front line was far from optimistic, and being brought here by Midas, a formidable force of her family, left her perplexed. Midas, his expression grave, seemed to be in search of something. Upon Lena's inquiry, he promptly halted and replied, "Mr. Charlotte instructed me to locate the contract agreement." Lena was utterly bewildered. Was it truly the right time to search for such an inconsequential item? Would it not be more sensible to defeat the enemy first? Midas discerned Lena's confusion and patiently explained, "Miss Lena, you must understand that my fruit ability is vulnerable to fire. If the book that grants abilities is burned, some powers may be nullified. Mr. Charlotte surmises that the Clown King, as the contractor, should theoretically face the same limitations." Lena's eyes suddenly brightened with understanding. "Are you suggesting that the opponent bestows their abilities upon the contract to ensnare the unwitting into signing, thus gaining control over them? Therefore, destroying the medium would incapacitate their powers?" Midas felt a swell of satisfaction at Lena's intellect. If it were Beta, he would likely have exhausted himself trying to explain. He nodded slowly, affirming her insight. Lena, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's find it quickly." Observing Lena's eagerness, Midas couldn't help but smile ruefully. Searching this vast castle would be no easy task, especially as this was merely a hypothesis. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed through the halls, as the castle guards detected their presence. "Damn it, we have intruders. Eliminate them." Lena's expression turned icy. While her strength was indeed not formidable, she could easily handle weaker foes. However, to tackle a multitude of enemies would undoubtedly consume too much time, resulting in significant losses for the other family members on the battlefield. "Midas, I will hold them off. You go find a contract." Midas paused, taken aback by Lena's grave demeanor. Yet, there was no room for hesitation. There is no time for buts. Go. Midas swiftly comprehended Lena's resolute intent. Very well, Miss Lena. Please take care. With that, she dashed away in the opposite direction. They must flee. Quickly, capture them. The guards shouted loudly, brandishing their swords as they charged forward. Lena flexed her wrists, a subtle smile gracing her lips. The maidens of the Hibofeile family should not be underestimated. With a swift movement, she lunged towards the fully armed adversaries. Foolish woman, the captain scoffed disdainfully. With a resounding thud, the squad leader was sent sprawling. For a moment, the soldiers exchanged anxious glances, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. The squad leader struggled to rise, yet before he could utter another word, all his teeth were knocked out. Lena, agile as ever, wove through the guards, delivering powerful strikes that showcased her unique aesthetic of violence. She was acutely aware that many more guards remained within the castle, and thus, she aimed to create an even greater commotion to divert the enemy's attention, buying precious time for Midas. With a thunderous crash, Lena delivered a devastating kick that shattered a wall, leaving a gaping hole. The cries of the small fry echoed around her, requesting backup. Requesting backup. The guards shouted into their surveillance devices. In no time, an increasing number of guards converged upon the scene, prepared to eliminate the audacious woman. Meanwhile, Midas moved swiftly, yet the myriad of rooms in the castle resembled a swarm of headless flies. This approach would not suffice. While Charlotte could endure, ordinary family members would not be so fortunate. His mind raced. Valuables would never be placed in conspicuous locations. Instead, they would be hidden in the most significant and secure places to prevent loss. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. It was likely to be in an office, study, or perhaps a bedroom. Resolving this in his mind, he dashed toward the heart of the castle. On the battlefield, ruins and debris lay strewn about, the factory site having suffered immense devastation, as countless individuals watched in terror. The Clown King, panting heavily, gazed at the youthful figure before him, a chill of fear coursing through him. A monster! The adversary was undeniably a monster. Such frequent and intense assaults were almost unbearable, while the enemy appeared unfazed. Particularly maddening was that air of disdain, reminiscent of a being perched high above. It stirred memories he wished to forget. His shrill voice cracked, strained with fury. Contract power, full assault. In an instant, an invisible wave radiated outward, causing countless awakened individuals to feel as if their bodies were no longer under their control. What is happening to me? Help! A procession of tattered workers, their bodies compelled by an unseen force, makes its way toward the battlefield, clutching an array of diverse objects in their hands. Charlotte's expression was shrouded in gloom. She was evidently regarded as mere cannon fodder. The adversary sought to deplete their stamina through sheer numbers, a truly cold-hearted and merciless scoundrel. Even that group of children was not spared, charging forward with stones in hand. Boss, what should we do? Beta exclaimed anxiously. Dispatching this group of expendables was merely a matter of a single punch for him. Yet the thought of slaughtering ordinary people weighed heavily on his conscience. Let everyone retreat for now. There is no need to engage with the enemy. Charlotte responded, stating frankly that if anyone wished to leave, there was no one to hinder their departure. Barrett cast a deep glance at Charlotte's retreating figure. Without hesitation, Beta executed the command to withdraw. A roar, laced with frustration, echoed across the battlefield. The members of the Hibofeile family, having received the order, provided mutual cover for one another as they withdrew in an orderly fashion. Pirates, after all, are not known for their mercy. The Jester King wore a mocking expression. To him, even a retreat was merely a desperate struggle against the inevitable. All those under control were gathered on this battlefield, and the insignificant ones were not his targets. Jester, you fail to comprehend. Each individual possesses their own limits. Although I am not a paragon of virtue, I too have my principles. Observing Charlotte's serene composure, the Jester King seemed to be stirred by some unseen force. Limits. Principles. Nonsense. The weak have no right to exist. Their lives and deaths are not theirs to determine. My every word and action can dictate the fate of those pitiful creatures. Charlotte observed the suddenly agitated Jester King, seemingly having discovered something intriguing. The intense fluctuations of his emotions did not escape the perceptive abilities of her observation Haki. Even the faintest tremors were not beyond her discernment. In an instant, inspiration struck her. Charlotte scoffed. In my eyes, you are the true wretch, a pitiable creature who fancies himself in command of everything, yet remains a powerless prisoner of his own delusions. The emotional state of the Clown King fluctuated violently in an instant, unleashing an unprecedented wrath. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all for your continued readership, your collections, your votes, and your comments. I am particularly thankful for the support from Bayou Jing's monthly votes. I shall endeavor to provide more content and meticulously contemplate the narrative's progression, aspiring to craft a more compelling tale. Thank you all for your unwavering support. In a chapter 106, Alas, all was ruined by the sound. Chapter 107, Alas, all was ruined by the sound. If you're accessing this website through a third-party app or various browser plugins, it may result in disordered content display. Please attempt to use a mainstream browser at a later time. Thank you for your support. Chapter 107, Alas, all was ruined by the sound. Damn you. Damn you. Xia Luo grew increasingly tranquil, exuding an air of composure as a faint, elusive smile graced her lips. Is it my fault, or have I struck a nerve? The king of clowns bore a sinister expression, his aura brimming with a chilling menace, the turmoil within him starkly evident. Charlotte appeared utterly oblivious, persisting in her provocation. There is a saying in my homeland that I shall generously impart to you today. The more one endeavors to conceal something, the more one feels compelled to vehemently justify and express it. The demeanor of the jester king shifted dramatically. His fury was a tempest that could not be contained. His eyes seemingly ablaze with rage. Ah, let me hazard a guess. Your desperate desire to subjugate others, while maintaining an air of superiority, is quite evident. Charlotte paused for a moment, a hint of playful amusement gracing her lips. Could it be that you were once a slave? At this instant, the jester king shuddered involuntarily, as the haunting memories of his past servitude surged forth in a torrent. It was a time filled with countless humiliations, a life where he was treated as mere property, subjected to the capricious whims of his master, enduring both physical and mental torment that drove one to the brink of madness. Charlotte was taken aback. The despair of the clown king was utterly exposed under the scrutiny of her observation Haki. She guessed correctly. Charlotte sensed the boundless resentment emanating from him. Such profound animosity could only stem from being a slave to the celestial dragons, she surmised. Thus, she stoked the flames further, boldly conjecturing. It appears you are indeed a slave to the celestial dragons. Soon, the jester king's fearful gaze was intermingled with an endless fury of humiliation as he fixed his eyes upon Charlotte. Charlotte wore an impassive expression, having once again deduced correctly. Indeed, the celestial dragons perpetually engage in such repulsive acts, excelling in the distortion of human hearts. They have unequivocally become the malignant tumor of this world. The once bloody scars were publicly unveiled, and the king of the clowns, with his eyes ablaze, articulated each word with deliberate intensity. You, and they, all, deserve to die. Charlotte shook his head, harboring no favorable sentiments towards the clown king. He merely remarked, I empathize with your plight, yet I disdain your actions. He found it utterly perplexing. Having already shed the shackles of slavery, why engage in such trivialities? Lacking the courage to retaliate against the celestial dragons, why embark on such futile endeavors? Would it not be far more agreeable to lead a comfortable life as a wealthy gentleman? He simply could not comprehend it. Not in the slightest. What do you understand? You comprehend nothing. The clown king, no longer wishing to engage in discourse with Charlotte, bellowed, kill him. In an instant, those who received the command seemed to lose control, their bodies moving uncontrollably toward Charlotte in a frenzied rush. However, Charlotte remained indifferent to their approach, effortlessly evading their advances. To him, even the weakest of foes posed no threat, as they could hardly shake his resolve. A true warrior possesses the dignity that befits their strength. Charlotte's movements were agile and unpredictable. Even though the crowd was numerous, they could scarcely graze the hem of her garment. Those who hoped to exhaust her stamina through cunning calculations would find their efforts in vain. The clown king was maddeningly frustrated, his grotesque visage appearing particularly fearsome. It must be noted that, were it not for his voice, his attire would indeed possess an intimidating presence. Alas, it was all rendered futile by the sound he emitted. Suddenly, the clown king revealed a sinister smile. Pirate, since you wish to rescue them, let us see whether you choose your own life or theirs. Charlotte's expression changed, a sense of foreboding washing over her. With a mere wave of his hand, the jester king rendered all those under his control immobile, as if ensnared in a spell. Shall we indulge in a game? Charlotte gazed quietly at the other party, observing the Joker King as he leisurely spoke. Pirate, as long as you evade my attacks, I shall compel someone to take their own life. How utterly perverse. A mind twisted to the utmost extremes of depravity. Charlotte cast a glance at the Joker King, feeling a flicker of irritation within, but he quickly regained his composure, his expression remaining calm and unperturbed. Do you truly believe me to be a benevolent soul? While I possess my principles, I must regrettably refuse anything that threatens my very existence. To surrender without resistance is the act of a saint, and I am no saint. If pressed, he would not hesitate to resort to lethal measures, despite his reluctance. The Joker King appeared unperturbed, which was hardly surprising. Charlotte had no expectation of him yielding without a fight. However, shall we wager on the fickleness of human nature? Faced with the Joker King's somewhat enigmatic smile, Charlotte felt a twinge of unease. After all, reasoning with a madman seldom leads to fruitful outcomes. Nevertheless, Charlotte maintained an air of indifference, acquiescing to his inquiry. Human nature? What do you mean by that? The Joker King, having seemingly regained his rationality, offered a faint smile, as if he was once again enveloped in an illusion of omniscience. I shall select an individual to attack you. If you evade, I will compel them to take their own life. Should you choose not to evade and abandon your defenses, I shall spare them. What say you? Xiao Luo's gaze flickered, a sense of astonishment washing over him. Indeed, how formidable must the mind of a villain be? This was nothing short of a blatant conspiracy. He could neither evade nor defend himself. His mortal body could scarcely endure the continuous onslaught of damage. Even someone as formidable as Whitebeard would not emerge unscathed from such a predicament. This compelled Xiao Luo to regard his opponent with newfound respect. To evade would mean the innocent would perish, yet to remain would invite his own demise, fostering animosity in others. In essence, he found himself ensnared in a dilemma where neither rescue nor inaction seemed a viable option. Truly, it was a cruel predicament. The human heart is the most fragile when faced with trials. Charlotte's expression remained unchanged as ever. Instead, she burst into hearty laughter. How foolish you are! Do you truly believe I would sacrifice my hard-earned life for the sake of those who are inconsequential to me? Do not be so naive. You have overestimated my nobility. All I desire is to lie safely and peacefully, nothing more. I regard everything else with indifference. With a mocking expression, Charlotte revealed his inner thoughts, leaving nothing to conceal. He was a selfish individual. How could he possibly abandon his resistance for the sake of others? Moreover, if I were to depart without a trace, what could you possibly do to stop me? Indeed, as Charlotte spoke with such confidence, the demeanor of the clown king subtly shifted. For someone like him, it would be foolish to sacrifice his own life for the sake of another. He still wished to live, to rise as a new authority, relishing the power to dictate the fates of others. After a calm analysis, the clown king regarded Charlotte with a complex expression. Ultimately, he acquiesced. As long as you leave here quietly, today's events will be forgotten. Charlotte glanced at the other person, a subtle amusement flickering within her. Humanity, for the most part, is characterized by greed, stinginess, a fear of death, and a willingness to resort to any means necessary. It is precisely this that renders the noble souls so conspicuously out of place. Oh, is that so? Yet, I must respectfully disagree. Charlotte spoke with an increasing calmness. The Joker King felt a surge of inner turmoil once again. That overwhelming sensation of losing control washed over him. He detested circumstances beyond his command. Yet, given his capabilities, he recognized that he was no match for the individual before him. Were it not for his formidable survival instincts, he would not have anticipated that this opponent would be so audacious as to engage him in a battle of wits here. Since negotiation was futile, he resolved to resort to combat. The Joker King finally steeled himself, aware that his subsequent plans would undoubtedly suffer some disruption. Yet he was determined to make this loathsome adversary pay dearly, a price of blood. At that moment, a figure appeared not far away. It was Métis. Charlotte glanced at the other party, observing them raise the book in their hand, and he secretly exhaled in relief. With a somewhat relaxed demeanor, he turned to the Jester King and inquired, "Pray tell, what would happen if your contract were to be breached?" "What?" The Jester King's pupils widened in astonishment, unable to suppress an exclamation, and after a moment, he quickly realized, "You are attempting to provoke me." Charlotte nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the act of detonating was merely to ascertain certainty, ensuring utmost precaution. A mysterious smile graced her lips, revealing her gleaming white teeth. The Joker King suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. For those who appreciate this, please consider voting, following, collecting, and subscribing. My heartfelt thanks to all. End of this chapter. Chapter 107, The True Greatness. Chapter 108, The True Greatness. If you access this website through third-party apps or various browser plugins, it may cause the content to display chaotically. Please try accessing the site using mainstream browsers later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 108, The True Greatness. Métis swiftly approached Charlotte from distance. "Mr. Charlotte, I am glad to have fulfilled my duty." Charlotte's face radiated admiration. Indeed, one could always rely on their own. With a smile, he remarked, Thank you for your hard work. In response to Charlotte's praise, Métis revealed a sincere smile. Then let it burn. Upon uttering these words, Métis raised the book in his hand. Within its pages lay the very contract he had procured. As the flames ignited, the moment the book was set ablaze, the Clown King sensed a shift, his expression transforming into one of sheer terror. The chaos on the battlefield, once uncontrollable, began to revert to normalcy. I have returned. I am free. The cacophony of voices, tinged with disbelief, erupted. The clatter of weapons falling echoed like a chain reaction. Countless individuals discarded their arms, embracing one another in tears. The Clown King, stricken with fear, gazed at the jubilant crowd around him, his footing faltering. Panic gripped his heart. He had lost his greatest trump card. Soon, the populace, having narrowly escaped calamity, quieted down, savoring their regained freedom. Yet, countless furious gazes were fixated on the Clown King above, their intensity sending shivers down his spine. Xiaoluo paid no heed to the reaction of the Clown King. His retreat had long been subtly obstructed by Shaw, Beta, and Barrett, leaving him with no avenue for escape. Mythos cast a glance at the Clown King, his eyes filled with an inexplicable fury, disdain evident in his gaze. Mr. Xiaoluo, I have discovered something, he declared. In that moment, Xiaoluo remained remarkably composed, the initiative firmly in his grasp. It was the opposing party who ought to feel the urgency. Instead, he responded with keen interest. Do tell. Mythos raised his voice, stating that the adversary had decided to commence a grand adventure of a deadly game in 2 days, aiming to broadcast it live for the world as aristocrats, with the intent of establishing themselves as a member state of the global community. This revelation sparked a wave of astonishment among countless individuals. Charlotte gazed at the Joker King with a sense of astonishment, utterly unprepared for the depths of his depravity. In essence, his actions were akin to the gruesome hunting games held by the celestial dragons every 3 years. The sheer psychological distortion was truly horrifying. As he stood exposed before the disdainful gazes of the crowd, the Joker King was engulfed by a searing humiliation. It was akin to being stripped bare and cast into the streets, devoid of any semblance of privacy, an utterly degrading experience. You feel profoundly humiliated. The voice of Charlotte, cold and indifferent, resonated through the air, bringing the once restless crowd back to an eerie silence. What do you understand? Roared the Clown King, his voice filled with boundless resentment and fury. To comprehend you is to be a spineless coward, a despicable individual who, in the face of the celestial dragons, dares not resist and instead begs for their benevolence. His biting words, laced with disdain, caused the veins on the Clown King's forehead to bulge with intensity. Charlotte, unwilling to engage in further trivialities, resolved to unleash his full potential now that there was no one else to take the fall. Gripping the blade, known as Shiyu tightly, he leaned slightly forward, and in the instant he drew his sword, it glimmered with a silvery radiance. One sword style, wind/waltz. A dazzling arc of light erupted forth, bearing an unstoppable force that traversed the heavens and the earth. The ground beneath the Joker King roared with a cacophony of explosions, shattering like fragile spider webs and scattering in all directions. As the dust settled, the Joker King stood motionless, resembling a mere puppet. With a sudden burst, the myriad wounds across his body ruptured, and blood gushed forth, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. In a swift motion, Charlotte appeared before the severely injured Joker King. The weakened monarch glared at Charlotte with an abyss of hatred in his eyes, questioning why he obstructed him. How foolishly obstinate, Charlotte thought, shaking his head in resignation. Witnessing Charlotte's demeanor, the Joker King spat blood in defiance, bitterly proclaiming, "If you had endured my trials, would you not make the same choice as I?" Charlotte was momentarily taken aback by such words. What manner of person speaks in such a way? It was utterly inhuman. Charlotte maintained a tranquil demeanor as she spoke. I cannot say for certain, yet I am aware that there are many in this world who have endured experiences akin to yours. However, their choices may be beyond your imagination. The King of Clowns appeared skeptical, a sinister smile gracing his lips, blood trickling from the corners, lending him an unsettling air. I knew you would doubt me, but the truth is, such realities do exist. Charlotte lamented that such individuals evoke both compassion and admiration, imbued with a unique charm and tenderness. Despite his tender years, he endured unparalleled suffering and torment, yet he still managed to save countless lives with his own hands. This was a sincerity Charlotte had never experienced before. Impossible, utterly impossible. The King of Clowns could not believe it, wholly disbelieving. Charlotte cast a disdainful glance at his utterly defenseless opponent and sneered. How can such a selfish and cowardly individual comprehend the brilliance of humanity? Darkness indeed exists, yet light shall never be absent. In this dilapidated world, there are always those who strive to mend its fractures. It is merely your unwillingness that hinders progress. In that fleeting moment, the heart of the clown king trembled, and a long-forgotten figure began to materialize. Before him appeared a radiant smile, akin to the warm sun of winter, illuminating his bleak and wretched existence. He had never mocked that voice. He had never overlooked those feelings. He had always been there, witnessing the lackluster performances of his dear friend, the sole beacon of sunshine and warmth in his life. Until that fateful moment when he fell before the guns of the world as aristocratic celestial dragons, simply for appearing to obstruct their path. What a ludicrous and tragic justification. The blood-stained visage continued to unveil a familiar, warm smile, urging him to persist against all odds. Endless sorrow and torment plagued his body and soul. And from that day forth, he vowed to ascend step by step, determined to become the nobleman who wielded control over his own fate. Charlotte was deeply moved by the overwhelming sorrow emanating from the other, a tumultuous wave of emotions that even he could not escape. Tears streamed down his cheeks as the Jester King quietly succumbed to an indescribable emotional turmoil. Witnessing this scene, Charlotte was beset by a myriad of feelings. The celestial dragons had wrought untold tragedies upon the world. How terrifying! How horrifying! The thought of those brave souls who stood up in defiance filled him with awe. They were truly valiant and fearless. Bartholomew Kuma and Fisher Tiger were prime examples of such courage. And speaking of tragedy, there was the individual endowed with the ability to traverse any corner of the earth, yet who had never tasted freedom in his lifetime. A person of the purest and most unblemished kindness, yet unjustly labeled a tyrant. A life spent in pursuit of the legend of Nika. Yet the drums of liberation never sounded in time for him. Bartholomew Kuma is the embodiment of true greatness. Shalua harbored no grand ambitions, merely desiring a life of safety and tranquility. Yet this did not hinder his admiration for those who aspired to greater heights. In a tone imbued with an inexplicable fervor, Mr. Métis softly uttered, "Oh, Métis." Upon regaining his composure, Shalua found himself momentarily speechless. Realizing he had been influenced by the emotional turmoil of the Jester King in his final moments, his thoughts drifting far afield. "Mr. Shalua, you're truly a magnificent, gentle, and wise individual." Charlotte gazed at Métis, feeling somewhat bewildered. How did this conversation take such a turn? The fervent glint in Métis's eyes sent a chill down his spine, prompting him to quickly divert the topic. What about Lena? Miss Lena has already gone to organize the personnel for subsequent tasks. Charlotte nodded. And when it comes to being perceptive, aside from Ivan, it is Lena who excels. "You carry on. I shall take a rest," she said. And without waiting for Métis to respond, her figure had already vanished. Métis gazed in the direction Charlotte had departed, his heart brimming with fervor. Such as Mr. Charlotte. Chapter 108. Too much talk brings tears. Chapter 109. Too much talk brings tears. The boundless ocean stretched before them, and a ship, the Hibofeile, drifted aimlessly like a lamb separated from its flock. Within the cabin, Lena was reporting on their recent acquisitions, a staggering 8 billion berries, an array of weaponry including a multitude of firearms, and an ordinary animal type devil fruit. "Is it truly this much?" Beta exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. It was indeed a bountiful haul. The others present shared his excitement, their faces lit with enthusiasm. However, there was a tinge of regret, for there remained a plethora of equipment and weapons that could not be taken. What a pity! Alas! The items we cannot carry will fall into the hands of the Golden Lion, Shiki. The group engaged in lively conversation. Yet in stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere, Charlotte maintained a stoic expression, untouched by even his beloved wine and cigarettes, as if burdened by unspoken concerns, a most unusual demeanor. "Hey, is the captain all right?" Pander, the panda man, munched on an apple, his large round eyes wide with concern. His words drew the attention of the others, who then noticed Charlotte's state. "Captain, is something wrong?" Baird inquired, perplexed. Such joyous news should not elicit this response. He is probably feeling unwell. Returned to reality, Charlotte spoke. "I feel a bit stifled. I shall step outside for some fresh air. You all continue your discussion." With that, he rose and made his way to the deck, leaving the others exchanging puzzled glances. "Is he all right? Why does the captain seem so downcast?" Pander put down his half-eaten apple, unable to suppress his concern. Perhaps the events in Maboroshi weigh heavily on Mr. Charlotte's mind. Young Métis pondered seriously, stroking his chin. From the various intelligence gathered, it seemed that the so-called Joker King was, in truth, a tragic figure. The source of the malevolence lay with the celestial dragons, the world's aristocrats wielding unassailable power. Mr. Charlotte, with his empathetic nature, must have been profoundly impacted by this revelation. Métis resolved his thoughts unwavering. The others nodded in agreement. They were all witnesses to the events and understood the weight of Métis's words. At that moment, on the deck, Charlotte gazed out at the vast ocean. Ever since his departure from Mappasiri, he realized that his impulsive decision would have consequences. His bounty was bound to increase. The incident in Mappasiri was impossible to conceal. With so many witnesses, it would take but a mere inquiry from his subordinates to uncover the truth. Even if he left behind the name of the Flying Sky Pirate crew, it would only serve to further highlight his intentions. Suddenly, a messenger gull soared above the Hibofeile, swiftly circling in the air. With a flurry, a multitude of papers descended from the sky like snowflakes. Charlotte was momentarily lost in thought. Goodness, was this a mistake? The newspapers are free. They were simply scattering them. The other crew members, witnessing the scene, began to shout excitedly. Hearing the commotion, others flocked to the deck. As they gazed at the fluttering sheets of paper, Beta and the others leaped into the air with exhilaration. "Ha! It's a bounty notice, a bounty notice!" Beta exclaimed loudly, vigorously waving the reward notice he had just seized. Charlotte, however, found it difficult to comprehend Beta's foolish excitement. Was there truly a need for such exuberance? What was so good about this? Captain, I see it. I have a bounty." The previously indifferent Charlotte suddenly lifted his head, a wave of intense unease washing over him. "Hand it over, let me see." Beta swiftly approached Charlotte, who snatched the bounty notice from his grasp. Beta from the 6th Division of the Flying Sky Pirates, member of the Hibofeile family, bounty, 45 million. Shalawa's body shuddered. How could this be? So soon? Boss. Here is your bounty notice. The Pandaren Pand exclaimed, pulling Shalawa's notice from a stack of bounties. In an instant, a wave of sorrow washed over Shalawa. With a slightly trembling hand, he accepted the bounty notice handed to him by Pand. His gaze slowly drifted to the notice, and he could not help but shudder, his pupils rapidly dilating. What the? It seemed he wished to confirm once more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Charlotte gritted his teeth, his heart pounding at the staggering bounty of 230 million berries. The figure was a visceral shock, piercing his eyes with its sheer magnitude. The bounty had surged, an outrageous increase of a full 50 million. His reward now stood at over 200 million berries. At that moment, he felt as if he could see his great-grandmother, a figure from his fragmented memories, beckoning to him. "Ha, Beta, my bounty is 80 million. You cannot compare?" Barrett taunted, a provocative glint in his eyes. That's an old bounty of yours. What is that to boast about?" Beta retorted defiantly, refusing to be outdone by Barrett. "Che, you're just jealous, you big gorilla. Bullet head, you're shameless. You're envious. You're disgraceful." In an instant, the two were head-to-head, faces flushed with rage. Even the usually quiet Mythos was taken aback, revealing his own bounty. "Surprisingly, I too have a bounty of 16 million. His gaze soon caught another bounty poster, and he exclaimed, "Miss Lena, you also have a bounty of 24 million. Lena smiled slightly. "Oh, thank you, Mythos," her disinterest palpable. "Ah, yaba bonito," Panda the Panda Man roared, drawing everyone's attention. Like a giant monkey, Beta leaped forward. "Let me see." Instantly, uproarious laughter erupted, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. 1,000 berries. The crowd burst into fits of laughter, while Pander looked on, crestfallen. However, Charlotte stood frozen, deaf to the surrounding clamor, his ears ringing with a dull throb. As he regained his composure, he observed the group on the deck, their mirthful antics bringing him a profound sense of sorrow. Amidst the joyous laughter, no one noticed the overwhelming tide of grief that engulfed him. Such profound sadness. Why did they laugh so heartily? Indeed, a bunch of fools, utterly lacking in awareness. That was a bounty, a pirate's bounty. Such a perilous matter, yet they remained so blissfully oblivious. Their safety awareness was alarmingly low. Charlotte instinctively crumpled his bounty into a ball and cast it into the ocean. He no longer wished to lay eyes upon it, hoping fervently that it would never again resurface before him. Forever. A recent patrol by the MMD had sent him spiraling into despair, causing a sharp pang of pain in his heart. Charlotte made his way alone towards the captain's lounge, a stark reminder that the joys and sorrows of humanity remain largely unshared. That group of fools continued to laugh unabashedly. He sank heavily onto the bed, staring at the wooden planks above him, and let out a deep sigh. In the future, he resolved never to act impulsively or be swayed by emotions. Such was the lesson learned through bloodshed, for words alone cannot capture the depth of sorrow. Despite his mental preparations, the situation unfolded with alarming speed. Was the Navy engaged in espionage? Chapter 109. A firm resolution to never stick out. Chapter 110. A firm resolution to never stick out. Charlotte. A gentle voice, like a breath of spring, whispered in his ear. Charlotte opened his eyes in a state of confusion, and at that moment, the exquisite visage of Lena came into view. He gazed at Lena and inquired, "What is it?" The name that followed, Gold Lion Haki, sent a wave of irritation rippling through him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to act. Upon returning to his captain's office, the incessant buzzing of the telephone worm filled the air with its repetitive sound. Click. Moses. Young man, why did you attack Mabaro Siri this time? Upon hearing this, Charlotte was momentarily taken aback. It seems that the old fellow has indeed changed his ways, paying heed to such trivial matters. In an instant, a thought struck him. Perhaps the weapons there had been sold to him, and in doing so, he had inadvertently disrupted a clandestine channel of Gold Lion Haki. Should he now be incensed? Might he provoke his adversary into a blunder, allowing him to suggest returning home for a period of confinement, thus avoiding further increases in his bounty? This seemed to present a splendid opportunity. Charlotte's eyes glimmered as she spoke. "Captain Haki, I am indeed a pirate, and I find him rather displeasing." Charlotte's response momentarily rendered the Golden Lion, Haki, speechless. His heart surged with excitement, yearning for the Golden Lion to lend him some support, to grant him an opportunity. As for the prospect of being slain, Haki was proud, but not foolish. The worth of ordinary weapons could never rival that of genuine prowess. Such a blatantly foolish act was beneath the dignity of the Golden Lion, Haki. Splendid. It is precisely this demeanor that embodies the spirit of the flying pirate crew. Xiao Luo felt as though the carefully prepared speech notes in his heart had been utterly submerged. How deceptive it all was, indeed. Figures like the Golden Lion Shurji could never possibly concern themselves with such trivial matters. What fanciful thoughts was he entertaining? Charlotte immediately became disinterested, yet he was acutely aware that this individual would not rise without a motive. There was undoubtedly more to discuss. Realizing he could not evade the matter, he resigned himself to the situation. "Captain Haki, what is it that you wish to convey? Speak plainly." After a brief pause, the voice of the Golden Lion, Haki, carried a chilling undertone as he responded, "Young man, while I may not be overly concerned this time, the weapon belonging to that fellow is indeed formidable, and you must still face the consequences." "What do you mean?" In a moment of confusion, Charlotte found himself grappling with the meaning behind the situation. What was going on? However, his mind soon brightened with determination. "Captain Haki, I believe this is quite reasonable. A lack of punishment will not satisfy the crew. How about I return to the island and voluntarily confine myself? I shall not set sail." Captain Haki, the Golden Lion, erupted into a bizarre laughter. "No, that won't do." Instantly, Charlotte's previously excited spirit was doused with cold water, extinguishing any hope. "There's a task I need you to undertake. You will head to Makara Island to assist the 3rd Division. Consider it your punishment." Upon hearing Captain Shiki's words, Charlotte fell into a prolonged silence. He realized that rather than seeking a reason to punish him, it was simply a pretext to assign him work. Thus it was decided. The phone wormed its way into a dismal state, leaving only the expression of melancholy on Charlotte's face. Captain Haki was the bane of Charlotte's existence. They were inherently incompatible, destined to clash. Ever since their paths crossed, misfortune had become his constant companion. In a mere 6 months, the troubles he faced had surpassed those accumulated over the past decade. The bounty on his head soared like a rocket, rising exponentially. The mere thought of it brought tears to his eyes. How tragic, how utterly lamentable. Half a month later, the ship Hibofeile swayed as it approached the designated waters. "Charlotte, we are nearing Makara Island," Lena reminded the somewhat listless Charlotte. "Oh, understood." Charlotte spoke weakly, expressing his utter disinterest in the island of Makara. He was exceedingly reluctant to have been compelled to come here. However, upon further reflection, he felt a twinge of uncertainty and inquired, "Are there any precautions I should be aware of?" Rarely did a look of bewilderment grace Lena's exquisite visage. "Precautions? What do you mean?" Charlotte's words struck an odd note. Perceiving the anomaly, he shook his head with a wry smile, pondering the nonsensical nature of his own remarks, feeling utterly flustered. What I meant to inquire was whether there were any dangers to be vigilant about or intelligence pertaining to that location. "Ah, I see." Upon receiving Charlotte's clarification, Lena, her expression turning serious, remarked, "The dangers remain unclear for now, but this island is quite renowned." "Renowned?" At the mere mention of that word, Charlotte felt an overwhelming urge to flee at once. Indeed, this island is famed for its exceptional sword and blade forging, home to rare masters of the craft, and is often referred to as the City of Blades and Swords. The City of Blades and Swords? Charlotte's scalp tingled. Could this possibly be a bottomless pit? His agile mind quickly sensed that something was amiss, very amiss. One must understand how crucial fine blades are to the strong. It is inconceivable that the prominent powers would overlook such talent. He turned to Lena with a look of confusion and asked, "Lena, has this place never been attacked?" Lena smiled gently and replied, "That is impossible, Charlotte." "Why?" he inquired, his expression somewhat endearing. Lena continued, "Because various factions come here to procure swords, and we have established partnerships with many of them. It is said that hidden masters of the sword reside here." "Ah, now makes sense." Charlotte nodded in agreement. Not only are there immensely powerful sword masters in seclusion, but they also maintain connections with various factions. Indeed, causing a disturbance here would be akin to courting disaster. Nonsense. Charlotte suddenly awoke, exclaiming, "That despicable old man. What a disgraceful act. Jean Shitsi Shurji, you have completely lost your humanity. To summon him to such a perilous location under the guise of safety is a grave folly. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. If negotiations falter and the 3rd Division captain proves to be a reckless individual, he could find himself in dire straits. The subordinates of Jean Shitsi Shurji are hardly to be relied upon for prudence. It is a futile expectation. Even a pure-blooded Daesok lacks an understanding of subtlety. This situation is ripe for disaster, the kind that cannot be concealed. His bounty is likely to escalate further. Danger, a significant and looming danger. At this moment, Charlotte harbored an intense desire to dance upon the grave of the Golden Lion, Shiki. Calm down. I must remain composed. Indeed, he is merely the support. Even if chaos ensues, it is not his doing. This issue should not be too significant, should it? The one attracting fire should be the captain of the 3rd Division. At worst, he is merely a bystander, a minor player in this affair. If necessary, he can discreetly take action. This is not an unprecedented endeavor, and the results have been quite satisfactory. Primarily, as a support, he is effectively concealed in the shadows, which allows for greater maneuverability. There is no need to engage head-on. After all, Shallow resolutely decided to remain in the shadows. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering support. Special thanks to Jianxian Baiyujing for your monthly vote. And to book friend 20220317192937122 for your monthly vote support. End of this chapter. Chapter 110. Deeply resonates with my heart. Chapter 111. Deeply resonates with my heart. If you're accessing this site through third-party apps or various browser extensions, it may result in disordered content display. Please try using a mainstream browser later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 111. Deeply resonates with my heart. Xiao Luo felt a wave of melancholy. He truly wished that Golden Lion Shiki could forget him. This way, he could indulge in his leisurely pursuits without a care. Alas, it seemed that fate often conspired against one's desires. Bloop bloop, bloop bloop. Charlotte's expression shifted. Yet she still answered the call. "Charlotte, you must have arrived at Makara Island by now." Hearing Kikia's voice, Charlotte felt an inexplicable irritation, her tone sharpening. "What is it that you wish to impart?" "Perfect, then let us meet at the sake bar on the island." Charlotte was momentarily taken aback. This woman had also arrived. Before he could express his refusal, the phone bug had already returned to its drowsy demeanor. Charlotte muttered under her breath, "What a troublesome woman. Ah, the damn bar. Oh, you're here. Such efficiency." Kikia's tone remained as frivolous as ever, yet Charlotte had no desire to engage with her. Duty compelled him to come. In truth, Charlotte longed to express that he was here out of sheer necessity. Kikia, observing Charlotte's languid demeanor, remarked gently, "You remain as lethargic as ever. After all this time, you still don't resemble a pirate in the slightest." Xiao Luo harbored an intense desire to silence the woman before him. He had never considered becoming a pirate, neither in the past, nor in the present, nor in the future. The very notion of embodying a pirate was repugnant to him. He wished fervently that no one would ever discover his true identity. Not in the slightest did he entertain such thoughts. Kikia, intrigued by Xiao Luo's character, kindly cautioned him. "You must understand that competition within the Sky Pirate crew is fierce. Your nonchalant demeanor will not suffice. How can you hope to elevate your status in such a manner?" Charlotte tilted her head, gazing at Kikia. The magnitude of competition eluded him. The notion of elevating one's status seemed utterly absurd. In just a few years, even the illustrious Golden Lion Shiki would find himself laboring in the construction of the city, while the remaining crew members would either perish or flee, leaving behind a scant few whose fates remained uncertain. Even you, a woman of intrigue, are oblivious to the outcome that awaits. To desire such a trivial status, surely, one must be devoid of reason. Charlotte shook her head, displaying a complete lack of interest. Those who possess their own enterprises are certainly not akin to a group of layabouts. Kikia observed Charlotte's demeanor, feeling a sense of helplessness. This unassuming nature, it seems, has led her to an unexpected path as a pirate. Yet, upon reflection, one cannot deny that it is also due to her contributions, which brings a sense of accomplishment. Now, do tell me, what is it that you seek by coming to me? Charlotte truly wished to avoid excessive entanglement with the other party, so she directly inquired, "Oh, is there something that must be done?" Shallow gazed into the eyes of the other, momentarily at a loss for words. Could this person truly be so foolish? Best not to dwell on it. After uttering this thought, he prepared to depart, intending to return to the ship for a long slumber, indifferent to the mission at hand. Whether he succeeded in locating the individual or not was of no consequence. After all, he was merely a bystander, and exerting himself was out of the question. That simply won't do. The infuriating voice of Kikia echoed once more, causing Xiaoa to grit his teeth in frustration. How outrageous! Such blatant disrespect. Nevertheless, Kikia disregarded Xiaoa's expression, teasingly suggesting, "Since you, a pirate, are quite undistinguished, why not hand over your capable subordinates to me? Surely they have a brighter future than sticking with you." "How dare you? What do you mean by undistinguished?" The audacity of her suggestion to poach his crew was nothing short of shameless. Observing Xiaoa's silence and his visibly irked demeanor, Kikia chuckled lightly. "All right, enough of the jesting. The captain of the 3rd Division will be arriving shortly. You ought to meet him. By the way, I am genuinely intrigued by your subordinates." Charlotte chose to disregard the words of the self-absorbed woman behind her. "When will we arrive?" Kikia glanced at the time and surmised that they should be there shortly. Suddenly, the bar's entrance swung open, and a rather unsavory-looking man shouted, "Bring me a bottle of rum." The newcomer appeared somewhat pallid, clad in a brown t-shirt, adorned with a cowboy hat, and sporting a large gold chain around his neck. Kikia, his eyes sparkled with a fervent intensity as they immediately locked onto her figure, his gaze unabashedly revealing a gluttonous desire. Charlotte suspected that this fellow, with his pallid complexion, might be an indulgent libertine. "Nisai, do not cast your repugnant gaze upon me." Kikia wore a displeased expression, showing no courtesy. Charlotte couldn't help but smile slightly, finding the tense atmosphere rather amusing. Nisi, seemingly unperturbed, instantly adopted a conciliatory tone. "Oh, come now, Kikia, there's no need to be angry. Wasn't it you who summoned me?" This left Charlotte momentarily taken aback, realizing that this fellow possessed bravado but lacked true resolve. Just moments ago, he had been so arrogant, and now he had transformed entirely. Kikia appeared to have calmed down, acknowledging Charlotte as the captain of the 6th Division who would be supporting them henceforth. Nisi then turned his gaze towards Charlotte, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. After all, he was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million. Did he truly need the assistance of such a fledgling? "So, young one, what is your level of strength?" Xiaoa appeared somewhat bewildered and, in a resigned tone, remarked that his strength was merely a trifle, just a little bit. The gaze that Nisai cast upon Xiaoa was devoid of any kindness. He was uncertain of Xiaoa's true capabilities, having only heard whispers of his prowess as a swordsman. However, given that this individual, with a bounty of less than 300 million, displayed an air of languor and nonchalance, Nisai felt that he lacked the commanding presence expected of a true warrior. Moreover, it seemed that Kikia was perhaps a tad too familiar with him. With a shift in his expression, Nisai haughtily declared, "I do not require anyone's assistance. I am sufficient on my own." Xiao Luo could not help but be captivated, for the words spoken were simply exquisite and resonated deeply with my heart. Charlotte displayed an expression of helplessness, casting a glance at Kikia that conveyed the sentiment, "Do not blame me. They do not require my assistance." Truly, a commendable individual. Kikia, with a face full of exasperation, noted that although this Inesi possessed some degree of strength, he had chosen to emulate the arrogance of Captain Shiki rather than honing his skills. The disparity in their abilities was striking. "Oh dear, I shall take my leave now. You may continue your conversation without needing to see me off," Charlotte declared decisively, completely disregarding Kikia's gaze. "If you're dissatisfied, go seek out Gold Lion Shiki. That fellow would hardly concern himself with such trifling matters. Absolutely impossible. Moreover, if he were to arrive, the captain of the 3rd Division would not require his assistance. Even if Gold Lion Shiki were to inquire, he would have justifiable grounds, would he not? This is certainly not a matter for which he should be held accountable. In his view, given Nessie's temperament, he was undoubtedly not one to remain idle. Associating with such a person would only invite unnecessary trouble. If not now, then when would he escape? This task was utterly unfeasible. In the bar, Kikia stared vacantly at Charlotte's swift departure, only coming to her senses once he was gone. And Nessie, feeling quite pleased with himself, boasted, "Kikia, behold, this is the prowess I possess as a formidable pirate." Kikia rolled her eyes, realizing that this individual was not only arrogant, but also narcissistic, truly beyond redemption. End of this chapter. Chapter 111. Legend Chapter 112. Legend, subscription, and monthly tickets requested, as one navigated the streets of the city of swords and blades. Charlotte and his companions strolled leisurely. Before long, a young subordinate clad in form-fitting black attire came rushing toward them, a snail phone clutched in his hands. "Report, boss." The Flying Sky Pirate snail phone. Charlotte furrowed her brow. Moses. Charlotte. Moses. Is the signal poor? How peculiar. I can hardly hear you. Click. Xiao Luo decisively hung up the phone, unable to discern even a single word. The subordinate beside him stared in disbelief, exclaiming, "Boss, is this truly feasible?" Charlotte cast a discontented glance at the other party, muttering about the unreliable signal as if it were his fault. With that, he turned on his heel to leave. The 3rd Division had no need for their assistance, and he saw no reason to press his warm face against their cold rear. Was he foolish? With such a convenient excuse, he certainly wouldn't be naive enough to approach them proactively. If there was a matter to discuss, it was with the captain of the 3rd Division, Nisi, not with him. Observing his surroundings, Charlotte's interest was piqued. He intended to explore this place thoroughly. At the corner of the street, a shop selling weapons caught his eye. The Ray Moon weapon shop, with its striking emblem of crossed blades and swords, was quite attention-grabbing. Intrigued, he sauntered inside. Within the shop, an array of swords and blades were displayed, overwhelming to the eyes. Soon, a balding man with a Mediterranean flair and a hairdo resembling a fan approached, rubbing his hands together with a sycophantic grin, his slightly flushed nose adding to his rather unsavory appearance. "Welcome, dear customer. Our establishment has been in operation for 5 centuries, a venerable shop that guarantees fairness to all." Charlotte gazed at the other person's unconventional hairstyle, suppressing a smile. However, the 500-year-old establishment indeed exuded an air of pretentiousness. If it were merely 200 years old, he might have believed it. "Leave me to see the fine blades here. The price is of no concern." The proprietor, visibly excited, exclaimed, "Please, dear guest, follow me." With that, he guided Charlotte to a showroom, where an array of swords and knives were displayed in various showcases. Charlotte glanced around for a considerable time before shaking his head. Merely an assortment of ordinary blades, though commendable in their own right, they paled in comparison to renowned swords. A sense of disappointment washed over him. Indeed, the legendary blades held an unmatched status, even amidst the vast ocean, where fine blades remained elusive treasures. The notion of finding a hidden gem was but a distant dream. Clearly, he lacked the fortune of a protagonist. Observing Charlotte's shaking head, the shopkeeper felt a pang of concern. Was it that the customer found nothing to his liking here? Charlotte glanced at the other party, a hint of disappointment in her voice as she inquired, "Are you certain this establishment has been around for 5 centuries? The proprietor's face flushed as he observed Charlotte's earnest demeanor. After a moment's deliberation, he steeled himself and replied, "It appears that the guest is a formidable swordsman. Then, please, follow me." Charlotte glanced at the other person in surprise, wondering if there was a hidden storyline at play. Intrigued, she followed her boss towards the rear door of the shop. As they passed through the long corridor connected to the back entrance, an independent attic came into view. "Is this the place?" Charlotte gazed at the shopkeeper with a perplexed expression, uncertain of the intentions concealed within his enigmatic demeanor. "Dear customer, may I share with you a legend?" "On earth?" Charlotte wore a bewildered expression, as he was brought to this place without any explanation of its purpose, beginning instead with a legend. However, the shopkeeper paid no heed to Charlotte's confusion and, with a face full of reverence, began to speak. 500 years ago, there existed a sword master named Yu Tianshi, who single-handedly vanquished a colossal serpent named Vera, which had lived for over 3 centuries. Charlotte glanced at the shopkeeper, her expression devoid of emotion, and inquired. And then, the shopkeeper proudly lifted his chin and declared, "I am a descendant of that esteemed lineage." And then, the shopkeeper looked at Charlotte, puzzled. "Aren't you curious?" "Oh, not curious at all," Charlotte replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, the shopkeeper slipped and fell with a thud, only to rise in a fit of anger. However, upon seeing Charlotte's disinterested demeanor, He wore a look of utter dejection and retorted with irritation. This loft houses the weapons of my ancestors, though they may not be documented and lack the renown of legendary blades across the seas. They are by no means inferior to the supreme great swords. Charlotte's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and then the shopkeeper wore an expression akin to that of constipation, impatiently responding. The ancestors once proclaimed that if one could gain recognition, they might take it away. How generous! Truly befitting of the serpent slayer, possessing such audacity. Charlotte could not help but voice her admiration. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's demeanor softened as he regarded Charlotte, a hint of pride illuminating his features. Just as Charlotte was about to step inside, the shopkeeper cautioned her. That blade is cursed, transformed into a demonic weapon. You must deliberate carefully. Charlotte cast a serious glance towards the shopkeeper, nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you, I understand, he replied, and then strode confidently into the establishment. The shopkeeper shook his head, pondering that such individuals were not a rare occurrence. He had already offered his advice as best he could. Had it not been for the other party's skepticism towards his century-old establishment, he would not have allowed them entry. A chill wind swept through the empty surroundings, causing Charlotte to furrow his brow slightly. In the center of the room, a long blade lay prominently displayed upon the table. Charlotte stepped forward and reached for the hilt of the blade. A terrifying suction emanated from the sword, causing his body to wither rapidly, as his strength drained away at an alarming rate. A sudden shock coursed through Charlotte as he realized that this blade could absorb the armament Haki. He summoned all his strength, channeling the armament Haki, which flowed into the blade as if it were boundless. After a considerable time, a light sheen of sweat appeared on Charlotte's forehead. A fine sword is of paramount importance to a swordsman of his caliber. From the moment he first laid eyes upon it, he sensed the extraordinary nature of this blade. Its lack of fame suggested that its mystique remained undiscovered by the world. He could not afford to relinquish it now. The cursed sword had become saturated under the immense pressure of Charlotte's armament Haki, yet it seemed to possess an elusive resistance. Shaloah's voice resonated powerfully as he declared, "Let fate decide." With all his might, he unleashed the overwhelming aura of the conqueror's Haki, pressing down upon the demonic blade. A terrifying energy surged forth, causing an imperceptible tremor to ripple through the surroundings. After a prolonged moment, Shaloah found himself breathless. With a soft crack, the demonic sword was drawn from its sheath, and Shaloah sensed a return to normalcy within his body, a mysterious joy enveloping his heart. The dark crimson back of the blade combined with the silvery edge created an imposing chill, while flame-like ripples coursed along its length, exuding a uniquely enchanting beauty. As Charlotte gently waved her hand, a sharp gust of wind sliced through the air. Crack! The floor was effortlessly carved with a smooth, mirror-like gash. What a magnificent blade! What an exquisite weapon! Charlotte burst in a hearty laughter. Hearing the commotion, the shopkeeper rushed in, only to be met with the sight of the enchanted blade in Charlotte's grasp, his eyes widening in exaggerated astonishment. "You must not go back on your word," Charlotte remarked joyfully. The stunned shopkeeper regained his composure and regarded Charlotte with a complex expression, then sighed, "I hope you do not fail to live up to the name of the demon blade, heavenly cry." Shaloah gazed at the demon blade in his hand, a silent trepidation stirring within him. The heavens weep? Such audacity. "Thank you, esteemed proprietor, for this gift of a blade." The shopkeeper regarded Shaloah with a serious expression, proclaiming that only a formidable swordsman could wield it. Charlotte departed, undoubtedly not without a purpose, leaving behind a sum of 10 million Bailey as a gesture of gratitude. In his perspective, no amount of wealth is of value without the power to wield it. Into this chapter, Chapter 112. A grapefruit forced to ripen is not sweet. Chapter 113. A grapefruit forced to ripen is not sweet if you're accessing this website through a third-party app or various browser plugins. It may result in disordered content display. Please attempt to access this site using a mainstream browser later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 113. A grapefruit forced to ripen is not sweet aboard the Hibofeile. Haki cast a suspicious glance at Lena and the others, inquiring about the whereabouts of their captain. Lena shook her head, indicating that he should still be on the island and had not yet returned. "Not back yet?" Haki's brow furrowed slightly. "Is there any way to contact him?" Lena expressed a regret, stating that it was unlikely, as they too were unaware of the captain's whereabouts. Feeling somewhat helpless, Haki could only hope for Charlotte's swift return. The thought of confronting the formidable Captain Nisi of the 3rd Division was daunting. Not only was she unable to best him, but reporting to the likes of the Golden Lion Shiki would also be courting trouble. Meanwhile, Charlotte strolled leisurely out of the weapon shop, gazing at the bustling street with a buoyant spirit. Truly, it was the city of blades and swords. with individuals adorned with weapons at their waist visible in nearly every direction. Soon, a man donning an eerie mask approached slowly from a distance. As they brushed past each other, Charlotte furrowed his brow slightly, sensing a faint trace of bloodlust emanating from the figure. However, he swiftly shook his head, deciding it was of no concern to him. With that thought, he resolved to enjoy the sights around him. Before long, a group of sharply dressed men appeared on the street, blocking Charlotte's path. What on earth is happening? Charlotte looked at the other person with a hint of confusion, as they uttered a series of incomprehensible and nonsensical words, demanding an inspection. The leader of the group squinted his small eyes, his unkempt hair framing a face that exuded defiance. However, the moment his gaze fell upon the two blades at Charlotte's waist, it was suffused with a glimmer of greed. Boy, draw those knives for inspection. I suspect you have slain members of my Bobo gang. In Charlotte's heart, displeasure brewed as his keen observation Haki detected the malevolence emanating from the other party. How could such a melodramatic situation arise? His eyes suddenly turned piercing, and an invisible aura of conqueror's Haki enveloped the leading man with precision. The small-time gang leader felt a chill run down his spine, and under the weight of this intangible force, he became flustered and at a loss for words. He realized that the seemingly youthful visage before him belonged to a formidable adversary. Is there something you wish to convey? Charlotte's chilling voice gradually resonated. The leading small-time gang boss instinctively recoiled, hastily stammering, "No, it's nothing." Shalawa cast a fleeting glance at the person beside him before continuing his forward march. "Senior brother." One of the companions began to inquire, but was swiftly interrupted. "Do not utter unnecessary words. That individual is formidable. Inform the leader and refrain from rash actions. Let us investigate other locations." A glimmer of cunning flickered in the eyes of the leader, prompting the others to spring into action. In no time, Shalawa entered a bar, leisurely ordering a beer. The absence of disturbances brought him a sense of tranquility. "Have you heard?" murmured nearby patrons. "Heard what?" They glanced at a weathered man with a scruffy beard. The man, shrouded in mystery, responded, "Do you know about the Pop Gang? Please. I thought you were going to reveal something significant. Is this not common knowledge?" Scoffed the gaunt man, disappointment etched across his face. The weathered man retorted with dissatisfaction. "Could you allow me to finish?" The eyes of those around him sparkled with intrigue, their insatiable curiosity ignited. Satisfied with their reactions, the weathered man continued. "It is said that a member of the Pop Gang had set his sights on a lucrative target for extortion, but somehow, all were slain, and that person vanished." The others widened their eyes in astonishment, questioning, who would dare to kill members of the Pop Gang? The weathered man shook his head in resignation. "How would I know?" A chorus of murmurs ensued, reddening the man's face as he became embroiled in animated discussions. Meanwhile, Shalawa, seeking solitude, felt a headache coming on. Was there truly no place for peace? Was the murder of a gang member, driven by greed, truly worthy of such commotion? He had little interest in the matter, treating it merely as a tale to overhear. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Shalawa sensed a profound aura of malevolence, which dissipated almost as quickly as it had emerged, leaving only a faint trace of hostility lingering in the air. Charlotte lifted his glass, discreetly glancing towards the bar counter where an unremarkable bartender in a black hat diligently polished a bottle. Taking a sip of his drink, his eyes narrowed. That seemingly ordinary bartender was anything but simple. It was evident that he was a hidden spy for the mafia, certainly not an ordinary individual. Merely boasting could evoke such a lethal aura. Clearly, he was quite invested in this matter. Sensitivity was his hallmark. With this thought, Charlotte took 2 large gulps of his drink, set down the glass, and turned to leave. He needed to return to the Hibofeile to avoid any potential trouble. Regardless of the success of the 3rd Division's mission, once the time was up, it would have no bearing on him. He sought to leave here in peace. Upon returning to the Hibofeile, Charlotte's tone was incredulous. "What are you doing here? Why shouldn't I be here?" "It's my ship," Kikia replied, bewildered by Charlotte's retort, which left her unable to counter, her frustration evident. Such a petty mind. Charlotte was momentarily a loss for words. Was it his own pettiness that was the issue? He simply had no desire to lay eyes on that woman, not in the slightest. "Now, let us discuss the matter at hand." Charlotte wore an expression of unwillingness, resolutely asserting, Hey, the captain of the 3rd Division has explicitly warned me that assistance is unnecessary. The 6th Division possesses its own sense of pride. Do not expect us to lend a hand. Where would that leave the dignity of the 6th Division?" Kikia was utterly taken aback, casting a dubious glance at Charlotte, questioning whether this individual truly cared about reputation. However, upon hearing this, the other members of the Hibofeile family reacted with fervent agreement, their emotions ignited. Indeed, How could the honor of the Hibofeile family be so easily trampled upon? Yes, the honor of the Hibofeile family is inviolable. What do they take us for? To summon us at will? Charlotte gazed upon the performance of the crowd, her heart swelling with delight. Everyone was indeed quite cooperative in their display. Behold, this is the essence of public sentiment. If the masses are unwilling, it is not for him, as the leader, to impose his will. A forcibly plucked fruit is seldom sweet. Haki, with a resigned roll of her eyes, clarified that this matter was primarily the initiative of the captain of the 3rd Division. Moreover, I am not requesting your assistance for the 3rd Division. I merely intended to share a piece of information for your awareness. She then chuckled softly, adding, Since you are disinterested, do not hold me accountable should misfortune arise. I have fulfilled my duty. With a face full of skepticism, Shallow couldn't shake the feeling that this woman harbored ulterior motives. Yet, her words left him feeling helplessly anxious. Well then, do tell. What's truly going on? Chichia smiled faintly, seemingly amused by his curiosity. Observing her infuriating demeanor, Shallow felt an overwhelming sense of irritation. She could choose to speak or remain silent as she pleased. With that, he turned and made his way toward his lounge. Thank you for the support from Shirkai Yifun and Inga Jiyu, and I hope everyone continues to lend their support. Any suggestions are welcome. Thank you all. End of chapter. Chapter 113. Illegal Scientific Research Institution. Chapter 114. Illegal Scientific Research Institution. If you are accessing this website through a third-party app or various browser plugins, it may result in disordered content display. Please try using a mainstream browser later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 114. Illegal Scientific Research Institution. Hey. I was just joking, Chichia said, playfully tossing her hair over her shoulder, a look of exasperation on her face. Shallow cast a glance at Kikia, feeling increasingly irritated. It was hardly amusing at all, lacking a sense of humor. Kikia quietly muttered a remark, finally steering the conversation back on track. This time, with the involvement of the World Government's Organization CP6, you must exercise caution. Huh. Charlotte's expression shifted dramatically. The World Government had also taken notice. What kind of event could possibly draw their attention? For a moment, Charlotte pondered, uncertainly inquiring whether it might be related to this mission. Kikia, no longer teasing, tossed her long hair aside and gazed at Charlotte. Are you familiar with amass? What is that? Charlotte asked, momentarily taken aback, but he quickly grasped the implication. His complexion darkened. amass represented a collective of deranged individuals, led by Vegapunk, and included notorious figures such as Vinsmoke Judge, Caesar Clown, and Queen, all part of an illicit scientific research organization. Under Vegapunk's guidance, this group had uncovered the theory of lineage factors, which subsequently brought them to the attention of the world government, leading to Vegapunk's arrest on charges of threatening global stability, resulting in the disbandment of the amass organization. Charlotte inquired with a hint of bitterness, Surely you are not suggesting that individual hails from an illegal research organization? Kikia glanced at Charlotte in surprise. Oh, you are aware of that illicit research group? I underestimated your intelligence-gathering capabilities. Coughing lightly, Charlotte quickly cleared his throat. He possessed no exceptional intelligence skills. Were it not for his previous omniscient perspective, he would know nothing at all. Moreover, this was hardly the appropriate time for such discussions, as the world government had already taken notice of the matter. Although it was not the direct involvement of CP0, the situation remained precarious. Once embroiled in this affair, it was easy to foresee that his bounty would likely require a significant adjustment. The recently increased bounty amount had barely settled before it was set to soar once more. Shallow felt an overwhelming darkness enveloping the path of his life, his dream of a secure and tranquil existence drifting further away. It seemed as though he could vividly foresee the day he would be toiling away in the brick-laden city of advancement. No, absolutely not. He must rescue himself. Thus, he had to escape, and he must do so swiftly. Not a moment could be squandered. Although he had been ostracized by the 3rd Division, this matter was undeniably of great significance. If he were to depart based on such an insufficient pretext, that brooding and scheming individual, Shurji, would undoubtedly harbor suspicions. It was imperative to devise a plausible rationale, to formulate a flawless plan that would prevent the cunning Shurji from seeking retribution afterward. Countless thoughts surged through Shallowa's mind. Yet his demeanor remained composed, his heart steady. In light of the importance of this mission, and since our role was merely to assist, I believe we should first conceal ourselves and await the opportune moment. Kikia nodded in agreement. Remaining here, given the intelligence capabilities of the world government CP6, could potentially expose them. Such a decision was indeed prudent. However, she cast a skeptical glance at Shaw, questioning whether this was truly his genuine sentiment. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Why had he suddenly become so proactive? It seemed as though he was rather anxious. Yet, she failed to notice Xiaolua's gaze. He was resolute that this woman must remain. I believe you should stay to oversee the situation. Charlotte spoke calmly, revealing his utter disinterest in encountering the woman any longer. Her presence instilled in him a profound sense of insecurity. Kikia, exhibiting no trace of doubt, acknowledged the necessity of handling the intelligence work at hand with a natural nod. As soon as Kikia departed, Charlotte felt an urgent need to vacate the premises, understanding that each moment spent there increased the risk. He swiftly commanded, "Quickly depart at once." The ship, Hibofeile, slowly set sail towards the harbor's exit. Immediately, individuals at the port began utilizing their communication devices to report the intelligence. Within the ranks of the pop gang, a menacing scar-faced man embraced a delicate beauty, a wicked grin plastered across his face. A subordinate dispatched by the boss reported that the man had boarded a vessel and hastily departed, suggesting a connection between him and their assailant. The affluent rotund figure must have been taken by that individual. Otherwise, he would not have left in such a hurry. This man was indeed one of those who harbored resentment towards Charlotte, having been intimidated earlier that day. His words were laced with embellishments, inciting fervor among the gang members. "Let's send someone to keep watch," commanded the leader of the pop gang, silencing the rest. Before long, a shadowy figure stealthily exited the gang's lair. In a secluded alley, an enigmatic individual donned in peculiar attire and a mask stood with his back to the approaching figure. "Sir, I have intelligence," he reported. After a brief pause, the masked man coldly replied, "Excellent. Return and continue your surveillance." The individual gradually retreated. From the dim recesses of the alley emerged several figures clad similarly, tasked with investigating the newcomers. Soon, the departing figure reappeared, this time clutching pertinent intelligence. The Flying Sky Pirates? I did not anticipate two factions operating both overtly and covertly. Hibofeile Charlotte? The document in his possession was indeed a report detailing Charlotte's profile. Charlotte rubbed her nose, feeling a touch of discomfort. However, after departing from the city of blades and swords, she sensed a lift in her spirits. The danger had receded, and the plan was flawlessly executed. "Lena, are there any hidden deserted islands nearby?" Lena, after a thoughtful glance, shook her head and replied, "No. There are no secluded islands in this vicinity, only some islands with considerable foot traffic." Shy and hesitant, Shylock found himself in a rather tricky situation. Although the thought of fleeing crossed his mind, he recognized the impracticality of such an escape. Lena, after some contemplation, continued, "On the reverse side of your island lies an abandoned coastal area. Shall we venture there?" Charlotte gazed at the map, nodding slightly. The term abandoned signified desolation, and they had indeed traversed a considerable distance. "Very well, let us depart immediately. Once we arrive at our destination, we shall take a well-deserved rest." The ship, the Hibofeile, swiftly circumnavigated the outer islands of the city of blades and swords, and soon they reached the forsaken harbor. Charlotte felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The perimeter of the island was devoid of any human presence, significantly enhancing the sense of security. Gazing towards the abandoned harbor, she noted the absence of any figures, as wild grasses flourished, providing ample cover. At last, the ship, Hibofeile, anchored at a deserted port, completely concealing itself amidst the surroundings. Various shipwreck remnants were visible, casting a somber atmosphere. Indeed, this place appeared to be safe. "Very well, let us all remain here in peace for this period." As Charlotte's voice faded, Veda wore an expression of utter dejection. "Boss, there's nothing here. This is so dull. Indeed, it's utterly tedious." They all sighed in unison, shaking their heads. This group of individuals seemed perpetually preoccupied with indulgence and merriment, incapable of discerning any situation. Truly, none offered a moment's respite. There was a palpable air of discontent. "What? Do you all have grievances?" Charlotte's voice carried a chilling edge. And no, not all. In an instant, each felt a shiver run down their spines and hurriedly spoke up. The panda-like figure, Pander, had his fur bristling, resembling a large hedgehog, round and fluffy. Charlotte paid no heed to the peculiar group and turned away, seeking to replenish his depleted brain cells with a restful slumber. Meanwhile, Métis quietly reminded him, "We do have a mission, and it would be quite remarkable if Mr. Charlotte were not displeased with your nonchalant demeanor." End of this chapter. Chapter 114. Such a massive barbecue. Chapter 115. Such a massive barbecue. If you access this website using third-party apps or various browser plugins, it may result in disordered content display. Please try accessing this site later using mainstream browsers. Thank you for your support. Chapter 115. Such a massive barbecue. The Hibofeile was temporarily docked, and a jubilant crowd filled the air with cheers and smiles. "Moke! clad in a chef's attire and wielding a spatula, was diligently preparing the ingredients for the party: meat, fruits, soup, and beverages. As long as they remained here, Charlotte had little inclination to engage with everyone. It was hardly practical to confine them all aboard the ship. Humans are not machines. It is all too easy to become unwell. Moke, this time I absolutely must indulge in your barbecue, Beta exclaimed, saliva betraying his excitement as it trickled down. The others eagerly concurred, reminiscing about the delectable flavors that were simply exquisite. Ever since Moke joined the ship, the crew's standards for food had soared to new heights. Rest assured, Brother Beta, I shall never allow anyone to go hungry, the young Moke declared with unwavering determination. For he was the esteemed chief maritime cook of the Hibofeile family. Such a significant responsibility could not be evaded. Ensuring that everyone was well-fed and satisfied was an inescapable professional principle of his as a chef. Thank you for your hard work, Moke, Métis said politely, holding his book and embodying the demeanor of a scholar. Moke smiled in silence. He did not consider this labor burdensome. Instead, witnessing the contented expressions of those savoring the meals he meticulously prepared brought him immense joy. For a chef, there is no greater happiness than receiving praise for one's culinary skills. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of barbecued meat wafted through the air, and an array of delectable dishes began to take shape. Carefully plated food was served, and a uniquely splendid feast commenced. Charlotte shook her glass and proclaimed loudly, I hereby declare the Hibofeiler family party officially commenced. Long live the leader! Long live the leader! The exuberant crowd shouted hoarsely in fervor. Cheers! Everyone raised their glasses of varying sizes towards the sky, and the spilled liquor shimmered in the sunlight like scattered garnets, radiant and resplendent. Charlotte raised her glass in salute to the gathering, a smile illuminating her countenance as she savored the moment. How delightful this existence is, indulging in food and drink, reveling in merriment. Such bliss, delicious, utterly delectable. Moke, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. The aroma is irresistible. It is indeed Moke's creations that provoke an insatiable appetite. Do refrain from dribbling your saliva onto the food. It would be a travesty to mar such exquisite dishes. In an instant, a cacophony of praise erupted, all extolling Moke's craftsmanship. Overwhelmed by such abundant accolades, Moke felt a blush creep upon his cheeks. Beta and Pandaren, the panda person, were in a frenzy of feasting. Empty plates clattering one after another, quickly accumulating into a pile. Oh, do slow down, leave some for me, Barrett exclaimed, his dissatisfaction directed at Beta and the Pandaren, his hands working tirelessly to keep pace. There's more, I shall fetch some. Moke beamed, promptly turning toward the prepared grill. However, upon discovering the grill utterly devoid of meat, he was momentarily taken aback. What? Where has my substantial roast gone? Moke scrutinized his surroundings with suspicion, pondering if a gluttonous companion had pilfered it. In no time, he discerned a trail of footprints in the soft earth nearby. Cursed thief! Enraged, he pursued the direction of the prints, leading him to a tangle of underbrush. There, a disheveled, bespectacled middle-aged man was voraciously indulging in the meat. Hey, you thief! Why did you steal my roast? Moke exclaimed, his face a mask of fury. The bespectacled man appeared startled, choking momentarily as he pounded his chest in panic. After a brief interval, he managed to compose himself. Ah, your roast was simply too delectable. I couldn't resist. The man's words filled Moke with pride. How could his creations possibly be anything but exquisite? Ahem, flattery will get you nowhere. You must return the stolen food and explain yourself, Moke insisted. After a moment of hesitation, the middle-aged man acquiesced and followed Moke. Charlotte looked on in bewilderment and surprise as Moke returned with the stranger. Who is this? A thief I caught, Moke replied, which eased Charlotte's anxiety. He had feared that their cover had been compromised. And you are? Asked the bespectacled middle-aged man, adjusting his round glasses. I'm called Odemuar Musa. What on earth? What kind of name is that? The group stared in confusion. The lengthy name left them dizzy, as if the man had nearly lost his breath reciting it. No one has a name that long. This must be a joke, Barrett remarked with a hint of hostility toward the bespectacled man. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and smiled. You may call me Odyssey. Charlotte furrowed her brow, sensing an oddity about this individual. Odyssey, why do you find yourself here? The bespectacled middle-aged man looked utterly speechless. Esteemed sir, I implore you to respect my dignity. I am called Odyssey. Whatever you say, just get to the point, or I shall not hesitate to strike you, Beta warned, glaring with wide eyes at the man before him. The bespectacled Odyssey felt utterly exasperated, wondering what manner of folk he was encountering. He had already stated his name. Yet faced with the fierce demeanor of the crowd, he merely swallowed hard, refraining from retorting. I am an indigenous inhabitant of this place, subsisting by scavenging. Scavenging? Charlotte inquired, a hint of skepticism in her voice. Indeed, not far from here lies a site where various discarded metallic refuse from the town is accumulated. Charlotte nodded and inquired if there were others. Odyssey shook his head, revealing that there had been others in the past, but they had all been captured. Captured? Why? Charlotte asked, bewildered. Most likely for labor, Lena interjected, her words leaving Charlotte in confusion as to why she would assert such a thing. Not hesitating, Lena continued currently. Various pirate factions are constructing their own bases, necessitating a vast workforce. Countless individuals are being scoured for labor. Charlotte furrowed his brow, pondering whether the world had begun to descend into a slow cadence of chaos. For a moment, he felt a pang of melancholy. After a brief interjection, he regarded Odysseus with a hint of skepticism, yet chose not to dwell on it, and subsequently inquired, "What are your skills?" Odysseus gestured towards the ship, the Hyperion, and replied, "I am capable of repairing vessels." "Oh, so you are a shipwright?" Charlotte responded, somewhat taken aback. "Well, that is one way to put it. After all, being able to mend is not inferior to being a shipwright." "What do you mean by one way to put it?" "It either is or it isn't." In the depths of his mind, Charlotte found himself silently critiquing the uncertainty radiating from Asti. However, he soon managed to smile. It is indeed rare to find a skilled shipwright, and the artisans of the Hibofeile family are particularly scarce. Considering this, it dawned on him that with proper guidance, Asti could potentially evolve into a valuable asset. It is essential to nurture talent. If it is lacking, one must create the conditions for its development. With this realization, Charlotte resolved without hesitation. "Very well, you shall stay and repair the ship." With a cheerful decision made, Charlotte continued to savor the delicacies, and the interrupted festivities resumed once more. At that moment, Asti finally exhaled in relief, quickly integrating himself with the surrounding revelers. The atmosphere was vibrant and joyous, enveloping the entire gathering. Meanwhile, a man in the distance, equipped with binoculars, observed intently before immediately picking up a communication device. "Report. Target has been located." End of chapter. Chapter 115. Endless Chatter. Chapter 116. Endless Chatter. A group of well-fed individuals engaged in lively conversation, reveling in their merriment. Beta, with a large toothpick in his mouth, reclined on a folding chair, his round belly exposed to the azure sky. "How long do you suppose we must wait here?" Was the leader truly thinking? Barrett stood upright by the ship's railing, arms crossed defiantly. "You really think you can fathom the leader's decisions? Are you looking for a fight, Bullethead?" "Say that again, you foul ape." As tensions flared between the two, Metis set aside his book, exclaiming in exasperation, "Can you two not coexist peacefully?" In unison, they turned to Metis, their faces contorted in anger, and shouted no. The moment their voices fell, a chilling sensation crept down their spines. "Enough, you two," Metis interjected, followed by two sharp thuds, causing both to retreat, nursing their bruised egos. "Miss Lena, you have arrived." Metis greeted promptly. "Could I possibly not come?" "These two ruffians bicker incessantly," Lena retorted with a huff, turning away and leaving Beta and Barrett in a state of sulking. Metis sighed, accustomed to this routine. A series of rustling sounds ensued. As the noise ceased, a throng of people gathered beneath the Hibofeile, clamoring for someone to emerge. The previously withdrawn Beta and Barrett instantly became alert, leaning over the ship's railing to peer down. "Who are you?" Beta, in a state of frustration, inquired. "We are the Pop Gang. Surrender what you have taken and leave behind all treasures." The crowd responded with confusion. "Surrender whom? What person? You still wish to seize our treasures?" Members of the Hibofeile family exchanged incredulous glances, bewildered by the audacity of this group of small-time thugs. The leader of the Pop Gang, with a cheap cigar clenched between his teeth, seethed with rage, determined that these insolent individuals must face the consequences of their actions. Without further ado, he commanded charge. In an instant, his followers surged towards the Hibofeile ship. However, the members of the Hibofeile family, invigorated by excitement, shouted back as they rushed toward their adversaries. Moments later, a multitude lay on the ground, bruised and battered. Beta stepped onto the chest of a middle-aged man, demanding, "What is the meaning of this? What are your intentions?" Yet, faced with Beta's inquiries, the man merely glared back in hatred, refusing to utter a word. Growing increasingly irate, Beta found himself at a loss. Meanwhile, Charlotte, drawn out by the commotion outside, wore a grim expression. It was utterly absurd that they could still be found here. Observing the demeanor of their assailants, he realized it was a deliberate attack, leaving him perplexed about where things had gone awry. Charlotte approached Beta's side. "Boss, this guy is quite resolute." "I am aware. He bears a fearless countenance," Beta replied, acknowledging the situation. "Leave this person to me. I assure you it will be no trouble," Barrett declared confidently, exuding assurance in his capabilities. "Allow me." As he spoke, Charlotte's hand had already rested upon the other man's head. His expression oscillated between light and dark, leaving Beta and Barrett beside him perplexed by Charlotte's actions. No one dared to interrupt. How unfortunate! Xiao Luo felt a surge of frustration, as he found himself falsely accused by a petty scoundrel of being the perpetrator behind the notorious Pop Black Gang's massacre. How infuriating! The complexities of dealing with such treacherous individuals were laid bare before him. Just as Xiao Luo rose to his feet, a gunshot rang out with a resounding bang. A crimson glint flashed in Charlotte's eyes as his hand surged upward with remarkable swiftness, halting mere inches from his face. A bullet was ensnared between his obsidian fingers, which soon contorted and twisted into an amorphous shape. A chilling aura of lethal intent erupted, the assailant being a sharpshooter. The bullet, imbued with both armament Haki and observation Haki, was indeed a threat to his life. Beta and Barrett exchanged glances, their expressions as cold as the void. Directing their gaze toward the distance, there stood an individual clad in a white hat and mask. In a fleeting moment, a swarm of figures adorned with white masks surged forth with great rapidity. Charlotte's countenance was grim as he acknowledged the prowess of the Marine's 6 styles, indicating the involvement of the World Government Intelligence Organization, CP6. Beta and Barrett similarly surged towards their adversaries, rather than concerning himself with the minions. Charlotte's gaze fixated on a figure in the distance, wielding a revolver. Quite formidable. The hoarse voice of the sniper, clutching the revolver, revealed his astonishment at Charlotte's strength. He was indeed an underestimated behemoth. Alas, the rabble before him were utterly inept, akin to their own capabilities, yet they dared to engage in thievery. His disdainful tone was laced with derision, as he pondered what these individuals might uncover. To his surprise, their incompetence was evident. They were truly a group of inconsequential beings. "Allow me to test your mettle." Charlotte grasped the heavenly weeping blade firmly in hand, unleashing a devastating slash that radiated a fierce white light across the heavens and the earth. The revolver marksman's complexion shifted in an instant as he fired rapidly. Bang! 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 3 shots echoed, each bullet trailing a crimson glow as they sought to counter the lethal strike aimed at 3 distinct targets. With a crack, the strike dissipated, and the bullets fell to the ground. "Individuals like you are truly a nuisance. If one blade fails, then 100 shall prevail." The renowned heavenly weeping blade danced in the air, each swing unleashing a torrent of terrifying cuts, chaotic and overwhelming like a rainstorm. The revolver marksman felt a chill creep down his spine, his weapon firing in a relentless barrage. Yet, even in the face of Charlotte's formidable onslaught, he found himself unable to extinguish it all. Boom! 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 A cacophony of explosions erupted, igniting a surge of fiery brilliance and stirring up clouds of dust. A crimson light flickered in Charlotte's eyes as he raised his blade and struck forward. With a soft thud, accompanied by a shower of sparks, a bullet was cleaved in 2. Truly astonishing. The revolver-wielding marksman could not help but exclaim. Observing the figure emerging from the dust, which appeared somewhat disheveled, Charlotte frowned slightly. There was smoke, but no injury. How utterly vexing. Yet, the revolver marksman felt a weight of gravity in his heart. His subordinates had been nearly wiped out. The strength of this group was formidable, indeed, astonishingly so. Charlotte revealed a demeanor of calm indifference. The members of the CP were undoubtedly skilled, yet when faced with individuals like Beta and Barrett, tragedy was inevitable. Gripping the blade known as Heaven's Wail, she casually swung it to her side. In an instant, a chilling aura of murderous intent erupted, the blade radiating an otherworldly hue. With a slight flick of her wrist, she unleashed the technique known as one-sword style, 10 slashes. 2 intersecting beams of crimson light rapidly expanded, sharp and fierce, carving terrifying fissures into the ground as they surged towards the enemy. The revolver sniper's pupils widened in shock, unable to even pull the trigger in time. The armament was swiftly enveloped by the armor of Haki, attempting to block Charlotte's onslaught. The cross of red light pierced through the air as if it were unopposed, directly passing through the body and vanishing into the distance. A sharp cracking sound echoed as the revolver disintegrated, and blood gushed forth from the sniper's body, forming a gruesome crimson cross upon him. The mask fell, striking the ground, while Charlotte gently retracted Heaven's Wail. With a thud, The revolver's sniper collapsed heavily to the earth. Silence forever. After such incessant chatter, was this all they amounted to? A gentle breeze swept by, rustling the dry grass. End of chapter. Chapter 116. Truly a tragedy. Chapter 117. Truly a tragedy if you're accessing this website through a third-party app or various browser plugins. It may result in a disorderly display of content. Please try accessing this site later using mainstream browsers. Thank you for your support. Chapter 117. Truly a tragedy. Charlotte had thoroughly eradicated the CP members of the world government. She harbored little compassion for these minions serving such an entity. For them, death was the ultimate liberation. However, despite the swift and efficient resolution of the conflict, her expression remained far from joyful. This group had attacked them merely out of suspicion, adhering to the principle of better to wrongfully kill than to let one escape. Hibofeile indeed held great significance. Charlotte seethed with indignation. This was nothing short of an unwarranted calamity. It was unnecessary to elaborate, given the vast intelligence network of his adversary. It was highly probable that his bounty would soon be adjusted. Truly, a tragic circumstance. This wretched place was hardly worth his time. There was also another individual whom he loathed with a passion, the rumor-mongering Kalami, who had unwittingly ignited the entire debacle. It is one thing to fabricate falsehoods, but to counter them requires extraordinary effort, especially under such dire circumstances that led to an entirely avoidable confrontation with CP6. He had become an undeniable victim of circumstance. What troubled Charlotte most was the potential attention of the world government. He had no desire to attract the gaze of the most malignant force in the pirate realm, let alone be noticed by them. The very thought sent an icy chill through his gaze. Every individual present today would not escape his retribution. All would be held accountable. Only death could safeguard their secrets. These gangsters were far from virtuous. With a mere gesture, Charlotte commanded their annihilation, had it not been for their unforeseen interference. One could argue that his plan was exceptionally flawless, devoid of any blemishes. Enraged, he ground his teeth, confronted by a legion of foolish gangsters, woefully unaware of their impending doom. With swift and merciless actions, heads rolled, and in an instant, the crimson hues of the setting sun transformed into a hellish battleground. Those who had once displayed bravado now wailed and trembled, succumbing to their own weakness. Their confidence evaporated. Yet he showed no mercy. Any foe must be prepared to confront death. The chilling gleam of his blade stained this territory with blood. The Hibofeile family had never been known for their benevolence. Their creed was simple. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But should they transgress, they must be eradicated. Suddenly, that troublesome woman reappeared, and Charlotte's expression shifted. He genuinely feared her. She had a knack for complicating matters. With a decisive snap, he and his men had accomplished their mission and were ready to withdraw. Listening to Kikia's words, Charlotte transitioned from unease to elation. He swore he had never realized how delightful that voice could be. Having no desire to linger a moment longer, Charlotte commanded a hasty retreat without hesitation. What were they waiting for? For the world government to dispatch additional CP members to hunt him down? Charlotte had to concede that he had underestimated the capabilities of the 3rd Division, which had indeed achieved success, much to his astonishment. Although he was curious about the scientist behind this success and wished to meet him, he quickly dismissed the thought, realizing that there were already enough troubles at hand. The Hibofeile quietly departed from the city of swords and blades after receiving orders, embarking on its smooth journey home. On a deserted island, half a month later, the thunderous roar of colossal waves echoed from the distant shore, an awe-inspiring and terrifying sound. "Boss, what's going on?" Beta asked, gazing curiously towards the tumultuous sea. "Perhaps yes, just in a foul mood," Panda Ponde replied without hesitation, his mouth full of chips. He resolved his bad mood by indulging in snacks, and he did the same even when in high spirits. "You'll eat yourself to death," Ponde, Barrett scoffed, displaying a hint of dissatisfaction. "Crisp, crisp," Midas exclaimed in exasperation. "Ponde, could you please chew your chips a little quieter? You're interrupting others' thoughts." Panda Ponde looked aggrieved. How could one eat chips without making noise? He silently tucked the chips away and pulled out a bottle of juice, slurping it instead. The others exchanged glances, bemused. "I'm quite confident that this doesn't require much thought. It must be that the boss finds the bounty too meager and is dissatisfied," Beta asserted confidently. After all, without a substantial bounty, how could they deter the nefarious pirates and ensure the safety of Rife Island? Beta was quite pleased with his perfect answer. "Ah, I see," Panda Ponde exclaimed, enlightened, and promptly gave a thumbs up in agreement. Lena observed the situation, feeling that things might not be as simple as they appeared. "Oh, by the way, has the newspaper been sent to the boss yet?" Bear inquired. "Perhaps we should refrain from doing so. Ever since he saw the bounty notice, Mr. Charlotte has prohibited sending newspapers, Midas said cautiously, resting his chin on his hand. This is Mr. Charlotte's order, and disobeying it could lead to trouble. But that green pepper, the infamous pirate, is rumored to be in these waters. Shouldn't we inform the boss to prepare? Barrett expressed some concern. You go ahead. I certainly want tea. Beta quickly replied, as he had no desire to face an irate Charlotte. Such memories were too painful. Yes, whoever said it should go, Panda Ponde chimed in, adding a playful jab. I think it might be best not to mention it at all, Barrett said, nervously tapping his fingers against his sweat-drenched temples. Besides, what is there to fear from a mere pirate with a bounty of 500 million? We've dealt with worse. A few individuals cast peculiar glances at Barrett, who seemed to have faltered. Faced with their scrutiny, Barrett let out a haughty snort and silently turned away. Lena pondered for a moment. Indeed, such matters should not be broached with Charlotte at this juncture, especially since it pertained merely to a meager 500 million pirates. It was not as if they were dealing with a grotesque bounty of 1 billion. There was simply no necessity for it. The crowd began to chatter animatedly. All right, everyone, let us cease this discussion and focus on replenishing our ship's freshwater supply. We must set sail again shortly, Lena reminded them. The reason for their halt was solely due to the insufficient fresh water aboard the Hibofeile, which could not sustain their return to Rife Island. In the mountains, Charlotte vented his frustration. His bounty had risen by an additional 50 million. 50 million, an entire 50 million. Now, his bounty had reached an astonishing 280 million. He was nearing a 300 million bounty. His head was becoming increasingly valuable, yet his heart felt ever colder. The elevation of his bounty signified that the Navy would intensify their scrutiny of his movements. And, as the bounty escalated, spies from both the Navy and the world government would undoubtedly swarm him. Most importantly, not only had he gained nothing from this ordeal, but he had also attracted unwanted trouble. A wave of sorrow surged from deep within him. All he desired was to lie low in peace and safety. Why must it always be like this? This world was rife with malice, utterly devoid of kindness. The melancholic silhouette of Charlotte faded into shades of gray. Chapter 117. The Unexpected Battle. The Conical Green Pepper. Chapter 118. The Unexpected Battle. The Conical Green Pepper, if you're accessing this website through a third-party app or various browser plugins, it may result in disordered content display. Please try accessing this site with a mainstream browser later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 118. The Unexpected Battle. The Conical Green Pepper upon the shimmering, tranquil surface of the sea. A pirate ship adorned with a colossal tiger's head and a light green hull, its sails emblazoned with the words 8 treasures, approached slowly. Captain, there lies an island 10 miles ahead. The figure at the helm, a burly man with a diamond-shaped face and a beard as black as coal, whose neck was scarcely visible beneath his conical head, crossed his arms over his chest and gazed into the distance with keen interest. The Conical Green Pepper laughed heartily. Ah, Malasia Mions, Umart. A throng of underlings echoed his command as they maneuvered the 8 treasures ship toward the island with fervor. I must save myself. Charlotte bellowed from the shore, and at that moment, as the heavens wept, a terrifying slash cleaved through the sea, hurtling toward the horizon. The Conical Green Pepper's expression shifted as he beheld the dreadful strike soaring toward him. If he did not intercept it, his ship would be torn apart. Cursed be that scoundrel for launching a surprise attack. The Green Pepper bellowed fiercely, instantly assuming a combat stance, while the others similarly braced themselves for the impending confrontation. The strike appeared astonishingly formidable. His body tensed, fists clenched tightly, and the armed color of Haki swiftly enveloped him. As he shifted, he roared with fury. 8 burst fist. With each swing of his fist, a white shockwave radiated outward, the tremendous force carving a path through the ocean surface. Boom! The 2 forces collided upon the sea, producing a deafening explosion that stirred up colossal waves, which continued to surge restlessly. Xiao Luo stood in a daze, momentarily oblivious to his surroundings. As he lifted his gaze towards the sea, uncertainty clouded his mind. What had he just struck? Suddenly, the waves parted, and a dark shadow surged forth like a cannonball. Without hesitation, Xiao Luo activated his shave technique, vanishing from his previous position. A thunderous crash resounded as the shadow impacted the ground he had just vacated, leaving behind a deep crater. Remarkably, it appeared to be a person. A green pepper of a spear. Charlotte was taken aback, utterly astonished. You young man are the one who attacked my treasure ship. Qingxue cast a malevolent glance at Charlotte. For a moment, Charlotte felt a twinge of embarrassment. It indeed seemed to be him. Do you believe it was an accident? The expression on Qingjiao's face darkened noticeably, for this young man was clearly treating him as a fool. Charge! Fist! With his imposing stature and colossal fists, he swung at Charlotte like a ferocious tiger. Truly, he was a man of a fiery temper. The heavens wept in an instant as the blade in Charlotte's hand was enveloped in an obsidian hue by the armament Haki. With a swift motion of his wrist, a deft slash erupted forth. The clash of fist and blade resonated with a thunderous sound, distorting the air into rippling waves that surged outward. The young one's prowess is commendable. No wonder he is so audacious. With a menacing grin, the azure cone sprang into the air. 8 fists of the martial head. Suspended in midair, the tip of the azure cone was instantly shrouded in armament Haki, and his body plummeted with sudden acceleration, akin to a meteorite hurtling down. A piercing roar echoed through the air as he launched a devastating strike towards Charlotte. With a grave expression, Charlotte crouched low, her body poised as she swiftly wielded her blade. A terrifying gleam of the sword flickered, striking fiercely towards the heavens. Boom! The blade clashed violently with the tip of the spear, unleashing a tempest of black and crimson lightning that writhed like serpents, causing the ground to fracture and spread in all directions. 2 astonishing forces entwined in a formidable struggle. As Charlotte's body gradually arched under pressure, he resembled a great shrimp, his eyes tinged with a faint crimson hue, exuding a somber aura. The one-sword style, ruin. The pitch-black sky wept forth an eerie radiance, and a terrifying force distorted the very air around it. A surge of annihilating power ascended. Qing Kone, filled with dread, felt an overwhelming force collide with his body. With a resounding thud, he was sent flying away. Charlotte moved with astonishing speed, closing the distance in an instant, delivering a terrifying strike. Qing Jue let out a cold snort, swiftly twisting his body to deftly evade the attack. In the blink of an eye, he launched a kick towards Charlotte, as swift as the wind. With a swift motion, Charlotte parried with his blade, yet the tremendous force of the impact caused his body to falter, stumbling slightly to the right and interrupting his subsequent assault. Not bad, kid, but it's still insufficient, the young man remarked as he deftly utilized the momentum to execute a graceful somersault before landing smoothly. Charlotte frowned slightly. Truly, the sharpness of the green pepper was evident, as its combat prowess was undeniably formidable. Swish! With a sudden stomp, the ground beneath Charlotte cracked, a straight line surging rapidly towards the green pepper. Bang! Amidst the clash, a piercing sound of friction erupted, as the armored hue of the green pepper boldly enveloped its arms, causing its body to sway slightly before it resolutely withstood the blow. With a swift kick, Charlotte propelled herself backward, leveraging the momentum. Qing Jue's expression turned grave as he clasped his hands together and leaped into the air. The Eichung fist, Wu Tu revolve. In midair, he executed a somersault, spinning in incredible speed, resembling a whirling top as a tempest enveloped him, descending upon Charlotte from above. Xiaoluo remained unperturbed, his movements swift as lightning, as he executed a devastating technique. The blade glimmered with a crimson radiance, expanding from small to grand, soaring into the heavens. Its sanguine glow reminiscent of bloodshot eyes, transforming the very hues of the sky. The 2 strikes collided like meteors, unleashing a dazzling brilliance that ignited an unparalleled explosion in midair. The already alerted Beta and his companions caught sight of the terrifying clash from a distance and rushed towards the scene. On the ground, Qing Jue's garments lay in tatters, his body marred by several ghastly wounds, presenting a rather woeful sight. "Who are you, boy?" Qing Jue queried, a hint of reluctance evident in his tone. Although his injuries bore little impact on him, a mere comparison revealed that he had indeed lost this encounter. Hibofeile Xiaoluo. Xiaoluo's calm words momentarily stunned Qing Jue, who then erupted into laughter. "Captain of the 6th Division of the Flying Sky Pirates. You have come to kill me. Xiaoluo, what nonsensical talk is this? You were the one who struck first, yet somehow it has turned into me wanting to kill you. Indeed, attacking with one's head seems to impair intelligence. I merely attempted a new technique, nothing more." With that said, he grew disinterested in further explanations, as it would only complicate matters further. Qing Jue was momentarily taken aback, glancing back and forth, failing to detect any hint of malice from Xiaoluo. Initially, he had assumed the other was seeking retribution for the Flying Sky Pirates, but it appeared that was not the case. It seemed he was only now coming to this realization. "Boss, are you alright?" Beta exclaimed, rushing to his side, swiftly followed by Beta and Pandey, who also appeared. "Oh, I'm fine." Observing Xiaoluo's relaxed demeanor, the group breathed a sigh of relief. However, their gazes towards Qing Jue bore no warmth. Qing Jiao glanced at them, an uneasy feeling creeping into his heart. From their earlier display upon arrival, it was evident that their strength was formidable. Among them, 3 exuded a particularly intense sense of threat. Let us go. Charlotte chose not to linger, departing with the crowd. Qing Jue gazed intently in the direction Charlotte and his companions had vanished, unable to quell his unease. The 6th Division of the Sky Pirate crew? They are undoubtedly the most discreet, yet formidable division hidden within. He found it perplexing that such strength remained largely unrecognized, even within the ranks of the Sky Pirate crew. Well, they seemed to lack prominence. Clearly, they harbored significant ambitions and aspirations. Unbeknownst to him, Charlotte remained oblivious to Qing Jiao's neurotic speculations. The recent battle had dispelled the gloom that once clouded his heart, though eliminating Qing Jue would still require considerable effort. Nevertheless, his own strength was advancing at an astonishing rate, and being youthful, he believed that with time, a single strike would suffice to vanquish his opponent. End of chapter. Chapter 118. Birdtown Chapter 119. Birdtown if you're using a third-party app or various browser plugins to access this website. It may cause content to display out of order. Please try accessing this website using a mainstream browser later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 119. Birdtown, is this a joke? Charlotte was rendered speechless. She never anticipated encountering a tempestuous storm at sea merely 5 days after their departure. The weather in the New World changes more swiftly than a woman's caprice, and it is alarmingly frequent. It is also unpredictable, leaving one utterly helpless. Captain, we must seek refuge on a nearby island to escape the storm. Beta exclaimed anxiously amidst the howling winds and torrential rain, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder. As chaos ensued around them, in such dire circumstances, there was no alternative. Charlotte could not recklessly confront the storm head-on. Very well, let's take shelter. As Charlotte's voice faded, the ship, Hibofeile, swiftly made its way towards the nearby isle. Gazing at the ominous sky, Charlotte felt that this journey had been fraught with misfortune. Once the Hibofeile was securely docked, Charlotte and her companions proceeded towards the quaint town. Nestled beside a tranquil lake, the town was enveloped by lush meadows. At the entrance, a substantial azure stone bore the inscription "Birds in Flight." Thus, they had arrived at Birdtown. As Charlotte and her companions made their way into the town, the streets lay desolate, devoid of any life. Only a gust of wind stirred, carrying with it a few wisps of dust, creating an atmosphere of profound desolation. Just then, a creaking sound broke the silence. The door of a nearby house swung open, revealing a small boy assisting an elderly man who walked unsteadily. The boy exclaimed in astonishment, "Strangers! So many of them!" Charlotte and the others turned their gazes toward an elderly man and a young boy, perplexed. Could this truly be a place isolated from the world? Yet, why were there so few people, and some houses were even in ruins? This was utterly dismal. The dilapidation of this place was striking. The tactless Beta, upon speaking, seemed to elevate the tension in the air. The little boy, feeling a surge of indignation, yet unable to voice it, shot a hostile glance at Beta. Were it not for Beta's imposing stature, he would have certainly confronted him. The atmosphere felt oddly charged, and after casting a fierce glare at Beta, Lena inquired, "What has transpired here, dear sir?" The elder, with drooping eyelids, slowly lifted his head, only to find a beautiful maiden whose murky eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of light. Huh? Charlotte was taken aback. Indeed, he was a lecherous old man. Truly, a man remains a boy at heart until death. "My dear, you are remarkably beautiful, reminiscent of my late spouse." The frail old man spoke with tremors, his every word quivering, yet his ardent gaze sent shivers down one's spine. Lena's expression grew somewhat rigid. Such remarks were far from flattering. "Grandfather, could you please behave yourself?" The young boy, blushing with embarrassment, gently reminded him. "Ah, I have fallen into my old habits again. I assure you, it is not out of shame." With his grandson's nudge, the elder regained his composure, his wrinkled face taking on a serious demeanor. "Outsiders, I urge you to leave this place swiftly." Beta, upon hearing this, frowned and retorted, "Old man, a fierce storm is raging at sea. How can we possibly leave?" Charlotte cast a glance at Beta. Is this the focal point? Why does this fellow's perspective seem so divergent from that of an ordinary person? I advise you to tread carefully. We are, after all, pirates. With that, Beta wore an expression of menace, coupled with an air of unwarranted self-satisfaction. Charlotte was left speechless. Is piracy truly a commendable pursuit? The old man, startled, swiftly seized his grandson by the side and retreated several steps, only to flee in a flash. The group stood there, dumbfounded, collectively petrified by the scene. Goodness, With such swiftness, he hardly resembled a frail elder past his 70th year. Charlotte cast a disdainful glance at Beta, who was utterly insufferable. He pondered the elder's words. It was evident that danger lurked nearby, prompting the warning to depart post-haste. Yet, due to the folly of the individual before him, he had absorbed the caution in vain, remaining oblivious to the actual peril that surrounded them. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the surrounding thickets as a multitude of shadows emerged. Over a dozen figures, resembling creatures of formidable size, akin to bears yet adorned with fish-like tails. These beings appeared to be a curious amalgamation of rabbit and fish, effectively encircling them. The unexpected turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned, particularly as being surrounded by such creatures was an unprecedented experience. What on earth were these rotund, bear-sized animals? Beta's eyes gleamed with fascination as he fixated on the unmistakably mutated, colossal blue rabbits before him. Charlotte glanced at Beta, realizing that this fellow was truly beyond redemption. Could he not see the group of animals with bloodshot eyes fixated upon them? In my readings, I had encountered a creature from the ocean, capable of thriving both in water and on land, known as the sea hare, which, much like a human, excels in martial arts attacks. Listening to Métis, Charlotte's mind short-circuited. Was there truly such a creature? Oh, a creature adept at boxing. How remarkable. No, wait. It actually makes sense in the world of pirates for a sea hare to box. However, suddenly the sea hare's eyes ignited with a crimson glow, and it became enraged, launching an assault on the group. Beta, who could no longer contain himself, swiftly sprang into action. He had been itching for this moment. The sea hare moved with astonishing speed, leaving behind fleeting afterimages as it unleashed a flurry of rapid punches. Beta, too, responded with fists like the wind, skillfully intercepting every attack. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, astonished by the impressive display of combat prowess. Charlotte watched with great interest, almost as if she were enjoying a delightful spectacle with a handful of sunflower seeds in hand. Such prowess was more than sufficient to effortlessly vanquish ordinary pirates. Moments later, Beta erupted into hearty laughter, clapping his hands as he surveyed the scene. Dozens of dazed sea hares lay sprawled upon the ground, their heads adorned with swollen bumps. How intriguing! How delightful! Captain, let us capture them and bring them back. Beta looked at Charlotte with eager anticipation, genuinely fond of this amusing group of creatures. Charlotte glanced at him in silence. These sea hares appeared decidedly abnormal. Boss, this group of sea hares does not wish to act this way. They must be compelled, Pander remarked to Charlotte, having comprehended the language expressed by the sea hares. Upon hearing this, Charlotte did not immediately respond. Instead, he cast a calm gaze towards the distance. A thunderous sound resonated as heavy footsteps approached, accompanied by swirling clouds of dust. Two colossal beings, each standing 4 meters tall, came into view. Were they? 2 cows? Remarkably, they stood upright. Their presence was nothing short of formidable. One cow wielded a gigantic spike club, adorned with a large golden ring on its ear and a vibrant green collar encircling its neck. How unconventional. This spectacle not only ignited a spark of wonder in Beta's eyes, but also captivated many others present. Mythis, in a state of bewilderment, exclaimed, "Impossible! How could such rare beasts appear here?" Charlotte gazed at Métis and inquired, "Do you know?" Métis, with a look of nostalgia, replied. The text described this creature as the Kung Fu flower cow, a rare beast that resides on a mysterious island, rendering its presence here impossible. The Kung Fu flower cow. Shalua was momentarily taken aback. He had only heard of the Kung Fu manatee, but the existence of the Kung Fu flower cow truly broadened his horizons. At this moment, Mythis was utterly chaotic, as creatures from different islands converged in one place, an occurrence that was remarkably strange. Charlotte could not help but marvel at the advantages of being well-read. Midius was nothing short of a walking encyclopedia for the Hibofeile family. Without him, who would have recognized the genetically mutated pair of cows? It might have even led one to ponder whether they belonged to some peculiar race from the world of pirates. Naturally, as Charlotte gazed upon the 2 martial arts pattern bulls, he grew increasingly certain of the extraordinary events unfolding on this island. As the end of the month approached, everyone had extra votes to cast, so a little support would be much appreciated. End of chapter. Chapter 119. Pets Chapter 120. Pets, should you access this website via third-party applications or various browser plugins, it may result in disordered content display. Please try using a mainstream browser later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 120. Pets. Suddenly, the eyes of the 2 martial arts pattern bulls turned crimson. Moo! Moo! A pair of deep, Resonant bellows echoed as massive spike clubs came crashing down. Veda, with remarkable agility, swiftly retaliated with a ferocious stance. The bull's frenzied attacks were thwarted, only to become even more savage as the armament-colored Haki enveloped his limbs, unleashing a furious barrage. The ground trembled under the impact, leaving behind numerous colossal craters. Charlotte was taken aback by the scene before her. Could this creature truly possess the ability to wield Haki? Is it possible for animals in the world of pirates to harness such power? She found herself at a loss to recall any instances. Moments later, two kung fu flower bowls collapsed to the ground, their heads adorned with large red envelopes. Captain, they are in great distress. Pander, the panda man, expressed his unease and urgency to Charlotte, having sensed the animal's suffering all along. Xiao Luo nodded slightly, his observation Haki allowing him to perceive the surroundings as well. Captain, look, these sea hares also have green rings around their necks. Barrett exclaimed, somewhat astonished. A sudden jolt coursed through Charlotte's heart, as this scene felt hauntingly familiar. In the distance, a cloud of dust billowed forth, accompanied by a thunderous roar that soared into the heavens, as if a multitude of creatures were approaching. As the dust settled, an array of peculiar animals emerged, each more bizarre than the last. Stand aside, at attention, a commanding voice echoed, and to everyone's astonishment, the animals swiftly arranged themselves into two neat rows, forming a well-ordered welcoming party. At the center, a straight path was revealed. There stood a corpulent man, extravagantly draped in furs, adorned with a dazzling array of colorful rings that sparkled on his fingers. An unmistakable air of ostentation surrounded him. Moreover, he was perched atop the head of a large octopus, its tentacles clad in bright red boxing gloves, presenting an utterly eccentric sight. Kid, you managed to defeat my pet. Who do you think you are, speaking so boldly? Beta retorted, his expression rife with disdain. Ha ha ha. The rotund man erupted in a hearty laugh, his jowls quivering in a manner that was both alarming and comical, leaving onlookers apprehensive that they might detach and fall. I am the illustrious beast tamer, Veda, wielder of the pet fruit ability. Charlotte finally came to a profound realization. No wonder this ability felt so familiar, for it was indeed that devil fruit capable of controlling animals. Naturally, the pet fruit could also exert control over humans. How troublesome. If it weren't for the fact that this was a devil fruit user, one might feel embarrassed to venture outside. Yet, this individual was not the owner he had envisioned. It appeared that he was merely a former vessel of the fruit. How tragic. How about we strike a deal? Hand over that humanoid bear to me, he proposed, his small eyes, squished by excessive corpulence, darting about with unabashed greed. The panda man, Pander, felt an electric jolt coursing through his fur, utterly repulsed by the scene before him. At that moment, Charlotte comprehended that the adversary's actions were indeed for the sake of Pander. The others cast wary glances toward him, realizing that their companion had been reduced to a mere object in his eyes. The audacity of this individual was truly infuriating. What do you say? Hand it over to me, and I shall allow you to leave safely. You're quite the braggart, aren't you? A pig with a green onion stuck in its nose pretending to be an elephant. Beta retorted without reservation, his desire to see this corpulent fool meet his demise in a cesspit palpable. The beast tamer, Vita, wore a grim expression. He despised being referred to as fat, especially as fat pig. You seek death? Come, old man is here. Kill me. Veda regarded the rotund figure with indifference, his haughty demeanor exceedingly provoking. Charge, he commanded. As his words fell, the green collars around the animals' necks flickered with light, their eyes turning crimson as they lunged toward their targets. In the next instant, Charlotte unleashed his conqueror's Haki, an invisible force cascading outward in a fan-like manner, enveloping everything in its path. Thud, thud. A multitude of animals, mid-charge, froze in their tracks, and as their senses returned, they succumbed to unconsciousness under the onslaught of Charlotte's overwhelming power. Vita's heart raced alarmingly, his plump visage glistening with sweat, appearing quite repulsive. He realized he had encountered a formidable opponent, a true powerhouse. With surprising agility, the corpulent figure sprang into action, his palm transforming into a green, slime-like substance. Control ring. The viscous green liquid shot forth, morphing into several streams of emerald light that hurtled toward Charlotte and the others. Quick slash. In a moment of anguish, Charlotte unleashed a swift and powerful strike, resulting in a thunderous explosion as the verdant light surged through the air. Veda's eyes glimmered with a fierce intensity, still preparing to mount a resistance. Shalua spoke softly. Fatty, I am fully aware of the shortcomings of the pet fruit ability. If it cannot hear your commands, it becomes utterly useless. Upon hearing this, the beast tamer Vita's small eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that someone knew of this fatal flaw. There was a chink in his armor. In the fleeting moment of Vita's astonishment, Shalawa's heavenly cry was already poised at his throat. I bid you farewell. With a swift stroke, Charlotte severed the neck of the beast tamer, Vita, who had not uttered a sound in plea before a spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, his corpulent form collapsing limply to the ground. Silence ensued. Suddenly, a cacophony of shattering noises erupted, as the green collars around the animals' necks disintegrated with the demise of their master. The creatures, now liberated, began to awaken and emitted a myriad of peculiar sounds, expressions of their newfound joy. The tumult was overwhelming, leaving those who listened with a buzzing in their heads. Boss, they're expressing their gratitude towards you, remarked the panda man. Pandey, as he approached Charlotte. Huh, you understand them? Charlotte responded in astonishment. Pandey nodded affirmatively. Well, after all, you are an animal too. Moreover, Chopper can comprehend their language as well. It is quite reasonable indeed. Charlotte mused, very reasonable, mooing, as she gazed at the two eccentric, bovine creatures mooing towards her. Charlotte turned to Pandey in confusion. What does it mean? They admire the strong and wish to follow you in your training. Huh. Charlotte wore an expression of disbelief. Such a request was truly remarkable. The crowd was left utterly baffled, wondering at the peculiarities of the world. Boss, you ought to accept them. Not only are they immensely powerful, but they also exhibit unwavering loyalty, which could significantly enhance the strength of our clan. Pander, the Pandaren, stated earnestly. Xiao Luo unexpectedly glanced at Pand, who rarely offered any valuable suggestions aside from his penchant for eating. This time, however, he found himself pleasantly surprised by Pand's apparent enthusiasm. Upon reflection, he considered it quite agreeable and without issue. The Pandaren, Pand, approached the two unconventional bulls with a cheerful demeanor, exclaiming with jovial laughter. Charlotte glanced around, utterly bewildered by the incomprehensible sounds. Mumu, my dear leader, they are expressing their gratitude and are eager to accompany you. Charlotte smiled and waved, for they would soon be one family, and there was no need for excessive solemnity. Eldest, Pandey the Pandaren suggested, I believe we should relocate all the animals here. They hail from various regions, representing dozens of species, each possessing formidable strengths and unique purposes that could undoubtedly assist us. Observing Pandey's fervent discourse, Charlotte found herself questioning whether this fellow had undergone a transformation, now showing concern for such matters. Ah, he too is an animal. Perhaps there exists a resonance within him. Very well, I entrust this task to you. Charlotte gently patted Pandey's soft abdomen. Pandey nodded with delight. All right, boss. Into this chapter. Chapter 120 is indeed fortunate. Chapter 121 is truly fortunate. If you're accessing this website through third-party applications or various browser extensions, it may cause the content to display in disorder. Please try visiting this website later using mainstream browsers. Thank you for your support. Chapter 121 is indeed fortunate. Rife Island. Charlotte was astonished. The transformation was even more profound this time, a true testament to the relentless march of progress. The town had expanded threefold, bustling with an increased populace and thriving vibrancy. What could this phenomenon be? Charlotte pointed towards a nearby, towering, and uniquely designed 9-story tower, inquiring, what is that? Ivan, brimming with pride, replied, that is the Lottie 9 Pavilion Music Restaurant. This establishment belongs to the Hibofeile family, and the renowned chef is the venerable Mr. Mopa. It features a performance stage, and both Ollie and Misha are exceptionally popular there. It is currently enjoying immense popularity. Charlotte glanced at Ivan, marveling at his relentless resourcefulness. Employing child labor seemed rather unscrupulous. Did it not? Is it safe? Ivan nodded affirmatively, assuring her of the stringent safety measures in place. That is somewhat reassuring. The harmonious melodies and captivating dances of Ollie and Mitya were truly enchanting. Ivan remarked with a sense of wonder, his face reflecting an indescribable awe. Charlotte chose to remain silent, continuing her stride forward. Before long, a straight avenue came into view, dominated by an imposing triumphal arch soaring 30 meters high, boldly inscribed with the words, Hibofeile Century Avenue. What could this be? Charlotte cast a skeptical glance at Ivan. Boss, by passing through the Hibofeile Triumph Arch and traversing the Hibofeile Century Avenue, one can directly reach the family stronghold, which is indeed the true heart of our domain. Upon hearing this, Charlotte understood, yet she pondered whether it might be a tad too conspicuous. Furthermore, boss, from the location of this triumphal arch, we plan to construct a wall, dividing it into 3 distinct sections. The outer town, the central area housing essential facilities and residential quarters of the Hibofeile family. and the inner sanctum, which serves as the headquarters, the residence for our cadre members, while simultaneously safeguarding the family's most vital secrets. Charlotte was left speechless. Such a meticulous demeanor truly left no room for criticism. In matters of safety, Ivan demonstrated an unwavering command. Ivan remained the same Ivan, possessing extraordinary talent. Excellent. Truly excellent. Charlotte was utterly content. How could he not be? With such comprehensive considerations, he felt there was little left for him to add. Beside him, Ivan wore a smile. For being acknowledged by the esteemed Charlotte was the most anticipated and joyous event for him. Charlotte surveyed her surroundings and recognized the enormity of the undertaking, noting the bustling figures all around as the Central Wall project was underway. Soon, the group traversed the magnificent Hibofeile Century Avenue, arriving at the mountainous heartland of the Hibofeile family. What a spectacle! A towering fortress wall had been constructed around the mountain, impressively solid. The Iron Gate, standing a formidable 30 meters high, captivated onlookers with its mesmerizing presence. A profound sense of security enveloped the atmosphere, instilling an inexplicable tranquility. As the heavy iron gate slowly swung open under control, they stepped through to find a spacious courtyard encircled by towering steel walls, reminiscent of a citadel. Leader, beyond another iron gate lies the true core of the Hibofeile fortress. Ivan enthusiastically expounded, proud of this masterpiece created alongside Mr. Sagalito. Moments later. The scenery unveiled beyond the second iron gate was breathtaking. A rich architectural style reminiscent of a land of flowers greeted them, adorned with azure bricks and emerald tiles. Pavilions and towers, interspersed with blooming trees, a sight of unparalleled beauty. The exterior's robust fortitude harmoniously melded with the interior's natural splendor, creating a sanctuary that was not only secure, but also uniquely stylish, truly one of a kind. Charlotte was truly astonished. Ivan, noticing Charlotte's overwhelming satisfaction, spoke up as if presenting a treasure. Boss, the entire Hibofeile fortress encompasses a hospital, scientific research facilities, a colossal library, the Hibofeile garden, Hibofeile square, training rooms, dining halls, security offices, and conference halls. Charlotte listened, wide-eyed and astounded, as Ivan spoke incessantly about his introductions. Goodness, what a marvel! The comprehensiveness of his knowledge left her somewhat astonished. When it comes to clever tricks, one must indeed look to Ivan. Just observe his mind. His thoughts are more intricate than those of women. One word encapsulates it all: meticulous. Charlotte was utterly satisfied. Indeed, the decision to involve Ivan in the construction of the fortress proved to be remarkably astute. How clever I am, Ivan added. Boss, the fortress is not yet fully completed. Many aspects are still under construction, and new additions will follow. However, this does not affect our habitation in the slightest. This is far from over. Not only was Charlotte completely astonished, but the others were also left speechless, taken aback by the sheer scale of the project, which was truly immense. It was indeed a grand surprise, although the Hibofeile fortress was still a work in progress. With numerous elements yet to be constructed, it could not dampen the fervor and excitement that ignited within Charlotte and the others. Truly, there is nothing that cannot be accomplished with sufficient funds. Wealth is essential. This life is undoubtedly on the verge of soaring. As for the Navy, the world government, and the Sky Pirate Alliance, please do not disturb my enjoyment of this splendid life. Ideally, they should never cross my path again. Let me peacefully grow old in this idyllic paradise. 2 weeks later, in Charlotte's exclusive luxurious office. Odyssey, what brings you here? Charlotte looked at the somewhat uneasy Odyssey with a sense of perplexity. Well, you see, Charlotte, I'm actually a scientist. A scientist? Charlotte cast a peculiar glance at the other person. I was once a member of MASD and served as an assistant to Mr. Bijapank. What? Charlotte's gaze was vacant as she looked on repeatedly. Wait a moment. Let me gather my thoughts. You claim to be a scientist who has previously collaborated with Vegapunk. Odyssey nodded earnestly. Ever since arriving here, his exceptional ship modification skills had captured the attention of Saga Jarl, leading him to an unexpected engagement with the scientific research organization of the Hibofeile family. This sparked an ever-growing restlessness within him, particularly upon learning that Saga Jarl could devote himself entirely to his scientific pursuits. He found it increasingly difficult to suppress his inner turmoil. After much contemplation, he sought out Charlotte to initiate a candid discussion. Odyssey confessed, the person they abducted is my clone, a rather unfortunate specimen, if you will. A clone? Charlotte's mind momentarily felt blank. To say that the 3rd Division had made a grave error in their target is quite an understatement. It seems that the underground faction's queen of the festival, Stussy, is also a cloned experiment of the former Rox Pirates member, Bakken. So what does that imply for you? Charlotte spoke hesitantly. Odyssey's expression brightened with excitement as he quickly replied, I wish to join the scientific research organization of the Hyperion family. Charlotte did not object. After all, this was a scientist, a rare and invaluable talent among pirates, one who was highly sought after. Naturally, there was no reason to refuse. Furthermore, the misfortune of the Flying Sky Pirates and their choice of individual was of no concern to him, especially since Odyssey's integration into the Hibofeile family was not only shrouded in secrecy, but also served to quietly bolster the family's strength. Very well, there are no issues. Do you have any further requests? Odyssey beamed with joy. As a scientist, the opportunity to conduct his research in peace was a monumental blessing. No longer would he have to endure the trials of constant upheaval. Cough, cough, it would be ideal to have an independent laboratory, as I require it for my new project, and sufficient funding is essential. In response to Odyssey's requests, Charlotte readily acquiesced. There was little reason to decline such matters. Very well, then, welcome to the Hibofeile family. With that, Charlotte rose, and the two clasped hands in a firm grip. Charlotte sensed the pure intentions of the other, unburdened by concerns. Before long, Ivan arrived, swiftly arranging a clandestine research space for Odyssey, as per Charlotte's instructions. Charlotte could not help but marvel at the remarkable advancements achieved by the Hibofeile family in the realm of scientific research. Undoubtedly, the transformative technologies they had previously harvested have now found a responsible steward. He firmly believed that they possessed substantial expertise regarding the bloodline factor, acid. How fortunate indeed. If they were to successfully implement the theory of bloodline factors, the possibilities would be beyond imagination. It seems prudent to quietly amass wealth while the illustrious golden lion, Shurji, draws the spotlight. Truly splendid. Perfect in every aspect. I sincerely hope for your continued support through reading, subscribing, and saving as the month draws to a close. I humbly seek your monthly votes. Thank you all for your kindness. In a chapter 121, Flourishing in Full Bloom, Tailored Education Chapter 122, Flourishing in Full Bloom. Tailored Education, if you're accessing this site via third-party applications or various browser plugins, it may cause content to display in disarray. Please attempt to visit this site using mainstream browsers later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 122, Flourishing in Full Bloom, Tailored Education Germ, quite impressive. Your swordsmanship is exceptionally profound, capable of effortlessly severing steel. The remaining path is yours to traverse alone. Charlotte exclaimed in astonishment. This young lad possesses an astonishing talent for swordsmanship. Thank you, Teacher Charlotte, for your meticulous guidance, Jemu replied earnestly. Since arriving at Rife Island under Charlotte's tutelage, he had been provided with a series of training regimens. Compared to before, his physique had become more robust and formidable, and his understanding of swordsmanship had deepened significantly. This was the invaluable gift of mentorship. Charlotte shook his head. To be honest, he had spent nearly the entire day engrossed in his own affairs, offering little assistance to Germ. One might say that this fellow solely relied on his steadfast diligence and natural talent. Of course, his experience also proved to be of considerable value. Teacher Charlotte, I am ready to set sail alone, Germ said, turning to Charlotte with a measured tone. He recalled his vow to challenge the world's greatest swordsmen on her behalf, to make a name for themselves. This was not only her dream, but also his path in the art of the sword. Charlotte gazed intently at Jem, sensing the weight of the emotions that enveloped him. This was his chosen path. Although a flicker of concern crossed his mind, he recognized that every individual possesses their own choices, and he refrained from interference. The destiny of a person is often preordained. Very well. I wish you safe travels, and may fortune favor your endeavors. Jem solemnly performed the disciple salute to Charlotte, who graciously accepted it in that moment. This was a farewell, and he embraced it with tranquility. When do you depart? He inquired. In a few days. I shall make the necessary preparations. Excellent. Before you leave, seek out Lena to arrange for the vessel and the required supplies. Jem bowed deeply, his eyes reddening as he lowered his head, reflecting on the unforgettable and carefree days he spent here. Those moments were the most exquisite, second only to the time spent with her. As he watched the departing Jem, Charlotte found himself momentarily speechless. Boss. After a brief interval, Ivan came running toward Charlotte. What is it? Charlotte asked. Ivan, unable to contain his smile, exclaimed, Good news, splendid news. At these words, Charlotte felt an inexplicable stiffness in his body. What is it? Speak quickly. Hee. Boss, just follow me. Xia Luo felt a sharp pang of annoyance as he observed the peculiar antics of those around him, who seemed to have taken to engaging in frivolous pursuits on a daily basis. Each one of them appeared oblivious to the source of their misguided behavior. Such a perverse influence. Such a perverse influence indeed. Yet his body, in a most earnest manner, followed Ivan, driven by an insatiable curiosity to uncover the peculiarities at play. He resolved to quell any emerging issues before they could take root. Before long, he accompanied Ivan to the central district of the Hibofeile family. A substantial edifice came into view, its imposing structure accentuated by a prominently displayed sign that boldly proclaimed the words Hibofeile Military Academy. What could this possibly signify? Charlotte cast a dubious glance at Ivan, wondering what this fellow was up to behind his back. Ivan, brimming with pride over his magnificent creation, maintained a composed demeanor as he replied, "Boss, this is the cradle of talent cultivation for the Hibofeile family, modeled after naval training standards." Charlotte exclaimed in surprise, quickly processing the information. He regarded Ivan as if he were a creature of extraordinary ambition, astonished at the audacity of such an idea. As a time traveler, he had never contemplated such extensive plans. He even began to question whether Ivan might be the true traveler. This notion was remarkably progressive, showcasing a keen strategic vision. He understood the benefits this initiative would bring to the Hibofeile family. Most importantly, it bore no direct connection to the increase or decrease of his own bounty. Instead, it would serve to enhance the family's power in a more immediate and effective manner. In his view, it was inevitable for the Hibofeile family to sever their ties with piracy. Cleansing their reputation was the righteous path. They could not sustain their existence on the seas while maintaining a pirate identity. This Hibofeile Military Academy truly seemed to be an exceptional plan. Very well done, Ivan. Ivan's heart swelled with emotion. The boss's praise signified a strong endorsement of his vision. Master Charlot, possessing the same far-sighted strategic vision as he, truly exemplifies what it means to be a leader. No, it is evident that the leader has undoubtedly contemplated these matters well in advance. The lack of immediate attention to them is merely a reflection of his current preoccupations. Indeed, I find myself still lacking in many respects. In the face of Ivan's various self-strategies, Charlot, unaware of the underlying motivations, inquired with curiosity, "Could you enlighten me about the Hibofeile Military Academy?" Understanding Charlot's desire for a deeper insight into the institution, Ivan recognized this as a test of his own knowledge. Having reached a conclusion, he spoke without hesitation, articulating his thoughts with great fervor. Charlotte occasionally nodded while deep in thought, causing Ivan's heart to flutter anxiously. "Boss, do you have any further suggestions?" he inquired cautiously. "You've done quite well," came the reassuring response, prompting Ivan to exhale in relief, glad not to have disappointed his superior. However, there remained areas for improvement. Confused, Ivan gazed at Charlotte, seeking clarity. Noticing his bewilderment, Charlotte spoke. "Firstly, the Hebraic Military Academy, as a cradle for nurturing future family talents, cannot be confined solely to military prowess." This was Charlotte's genuine belief. A talent cultivation base should not consist merely of individuals adept in combat. Such a notion is unreasonable. Construction diverges from warfare, involving numerous considerations that require a diverse array of talents. Therefore, we must foster a comprehensive development, educating according to individual aptitudes. Comprehensive development? Educating according to individual aptitudes? Ivan pondered the significance of these phrases. Comprehensive development entails engaging shipwrights, scientists, historians, biologists, navigators, chefs, and doctors, rather than merely training combat personnel. A realization dawned upon Ivan. He had been limited by the mindset of piracy, merely applying the naval framework while neglecting the necessity for broader growth to contribute to the Hebraic family. Educating according to individual aptitudes implies tailoring training based on each person's unique talents. For instance, an individual with a strong aptitude for physical skills need not be compelled to master swordsmanship. Such an approach would yield far greater efficiency. At that moment, Ivan seemed to have unlocked a new realm of understanding, quickly grasping Charlotte's intent. "Boss, do you mean that the Hebraic Military Academy will conduct initial military training and cultivation, selecting talents with varying focuses, and then further dividing them into specialized departments for advanced study?" Xia Luo was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Ivan's swift response, demonstrating an undeniably sharp intellect. This was precisely the point. Without further ado, he affirmed Ivan's words. Moreover, combat personnel could be categorized into basic and elite classes. Upon graduation from intensive training, elite combatants would be nurtured based on their innate talents, physical prowess, and swordsmanship. Ivan grew increasingly invigorated. Truly, he was a remarkable leader. However, he soon regained his composure, realizing that they lacked sufficient manpower. There simply weren't enough elite talents available. The thought of being unable to immediately realize the leader's grand vision filled him with sorrow, leading him to express his frustration. "Leader, we do not have enough personnel." Shalawa smiled gently, reminding that there is no need to rush. A meal is savored bite by bite, and a journey is undertaken step by step. So one should proceed at a leisurely pace. Then, with a mysterious smile, Shalawa continued, "Isn't Saga Jarl always in need of individuals? Let her come here weekly for 3 classes, selecting those suitable for scientific research." Ivan chuckled in agreement, fully supportive of the notion. After all, Shalawa had been quite vexed by Saga Jarl's incessant requests. Could she really conjure up people for him? This idea was indeed clever. Ivan began to ponder, arranging for Jillian, Ollie, Métis, and Misha to participate. It posed no significant challenge. Moreover, Barrett could provide military management for the principal, Beta could serve as a martial arts instructor, and I could temporarily take on the role of a swordsmanship instructor. That should suffice. I leave the rest to you. Upon finishing, he did not await Ivan's response and walked away, preferring to avoid the cumbersome details, which would be adequately handled by the meticulous Ivan and Lena. He was content to assume the role of a capable leader. Ivan was utterly impressed, recognizing the true essence of leadership. He had much to aspire to. Determination was imperative. He must continue to strive. Gratitude is extended for the monthly support from the Killing God, and appreciation is expressed for the monthly support from 20220707105038923. Friends who enjoy this work are encouraged to support, collect, follow, subscribe, and reward. Thank you all, and at the end of the month, I seek your monthly votes. Thank you once again. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 122, The World Destroyer, Bondywald. Chapter 123, The World Destroyer. Bondywald within the training room of the Hibofeile family. A vast expanse is filled with a variety of training apparatus, including specialized devices modified by Oseid. Equipment such as force testing machines, gravity training rooms, and reaction training areas are abundant. Members of the Hibofeile family, clad in vigorous training attire, can be seen throughout the facility. At the center lies an expansive training ground. Shalawa wielded a dumbbell that was twice his size, swinging it rapidly with each movement generating a fierce whoosh of wind. The swift motions created ephemeral afterimages, causing onlookers' eyelids to flutter. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as the dumbbell crashed to the ground. Unperturbed, Shalawa commenced his next exercise, lateral weighted jumps. Each leap produced a sharp crack, instantaneously transforming into a series of fleeting silhouettes. This constituted the bare minimum of his daily physical training, essential for maintaining peak physical condition. Strength is the bedrock of all assurance, and physical fitness is its fundamental prerequisite. A decline in stamina inevitably impacts one's prowess, particularly at his age, when one can still strive for improvement. In this perilous new world, he could not afford to be careless. Enjoyment must be savored, yet relentless training is equally imperative. Achieving safety and comfort is not merely a matter of idle talk. After a considerable time, Shalawa finally paused, and the ever-patient Lena, who had been waiting, promptly approached with a towel and a glass of juice in hand. "Shalawa, quickly wipe off your sweat and take a moment to enjoy some juice," she said, her voice imbued with tenderness and concern. "I'm fine, don't worry," he reassured her. Charlotte responded with a smile, casually picking up a towel to wipe herself off before seizing a glass of juice and drinking heartily. "Look at you all with such feeble physical abilities. How do you expect to enhance your skills if you do not exert yourselves? Look at the leader. Aren't you ashamed?" Beta admonished a group of underlings from the Hibofeile family, finding them utterly disappointing. "Come on, resume your training." With Beta's commanding shout, everyone rose once more to continue their practice. Charlotte nodded slightly. It was evident that Beta, the martial arts instructor, was indeed quite responsible, presenting a stark contrast to his usual nonchalant demeanor. When it came to serious matters, he could be relied upon. Of course, Charlotte understood Beta's true motivations behind such sternness. After all, Barrett was also in charge of the Hibofeile Military Academy, and Beta was resolutely determined not to be outdone by him. One could say he was hopelessly immature. In any case, it was better to endure rigorous training than to risk losing one's life on the battlefield. Charlotte gazed upon a spirited assembly of family members, perspiring profusely as they engaged in rigorous training, and could not help but feel a surge of emotion. The Hibofeile family was indeed thriving more than ever. By the way, Charlotte, here are some recent newspapers. Lena produced several editions, and Charlotte, regaining his focus, accepted them eagerly. He was determined not to miss any whisper of world events, despite the fact that some matters would never be reported. Yet, that was of little consequence. He had no need for clandestine knowledge. only to remain vigilant about formidable pirates or significant occurrences emerging upon the ocean. Such awareness would serve as a timely warning. Soon, Charlotte's expression grew increasingly solemn. The world destroyer, Bondi Wald, wielder of the duplication fruit, notorious for his heinous deeds, indifferent to life or death, with a bounty of 500,000,000. Charlotte was somewhat taken aback. It was unexpectedly this individual. The power of his fruit enables him to amplify the size and speed of anything he encounters by up to 100-fold, rendering him immensely destructive. Excluding the elite warriors of the seas, one might say that he alone could effortlessly rival the might of the demon-slaying order. His ability boasts remarkable mobility, allowing him to easily obliterate medium to small islands. One should not underestimate him. His destructive capacity is extraordinarily formidable, akin to a bug-level devil fruit. Charlotte continued to read on. Bondi Wald had indeed annihilated Gala Island. What a ruthless individual. Pirates are undeniably savage. What grievance did the island provoke? It is truly a matter beyond words. Anyone who encounters such a fate would be profoundly unfortunate. Yet, Gala Island seems vaguely familiar, though its exact location eludes my memory. Charlotte felt somewhat perplexed, perhaps having glimpsed something in the newspapers from a while back. After pondering for a moment, she found herself at a loss, thus redirecting her attention to the other articles within newspaper. She had gained a considerable understanding of recent significant events, ensuring she was generally well informed. Quite satisfactory. Nothing particularly distressing had transpired. With a cheerful chuckle, Charlotte folded the newspaper and said casually, "Let us head back, Lena." With that, the two of them left the training room in succession. On a tempestuous sea, a pirate ship swayed precariously, its flag flapping vigorously in the wind. "But we need to construct a supersized submarine," remarked Benjack, a diminutive man adorned with a horn hat and attached to a mobile fore. What a splendid idea. Brother Benjack, boomed Wald, a robust figure sporting a broken horn hat. "However, Wald, our funds are insufficient," interjected Garum, a cubic fruit user with a massive hammer on his back, his two square-shaped heads displaying evident concern. "Brother Benjack, do you have any solutions?" Wald inquired, naturally turning to his elder brother, the ship's strategist. After a moment of contemplation, Benjack produced a nautical chart and circled a peculiar island, shaped like an apple with a missing piece, with his finger. "Here? What is this place? Is it nearby?" Wald leaned in to inspect, struggling to comprehend the intricacies of navigation, despite his prowess in battle. This is Ratty Island. We can exchange our treasures for berries there and procure the materials we need." Wald was taken aback. He had scarcely heard of Ratty Island. Understanding his younger brother's temperament all too well, Benjack proceeded to elucidate. Ratty Island is the stronghold of the 6th Division of the Flying Sky Pirates, led by a swordsman with a bounty nearing 300 million. He is exceptionally formidable. Upon hearing the bounty, Wald erupted into laughter. "Brother Benjack, you are far too cautious." "Indeed, Vice Captain Benjack, your caution is excessive," echoed Sebastian, a giant fishman wielding a spiked hammer, adjusting his dark sunglasses. "An insignificant bounty of less than 300 million? We've dealt with far more formidable foes." Benjack shook his head. "Ratty Island is quite prosperous and affluent. Without strength, such development would be impossible, especially considering they are part of the Flying Sky Pirates." Wealth indeed means they are quite rich. Let us plunder to our heart's content. We are pirates after all. What is there to fear?" Wald laughed heartily, dismissing the lesser-known Hibofeile family entirely. The renown of the Flying Sky Pirates held little weight against him, for he was the world destroyer, Bondi Wald, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million. Let us set sail for Ratty Island, lads. Long live Captain Wald. Hooray for Captain Wald. A group of pirate subordinates erupted in jubilant cheers, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to plunder, for they knew they would amass considerable riches, and Captain Wald was indeed quite magnanimous. Benjack, with his pale and sunken visage, wore an expression of bitterness, his frail form seemingly struggling to articulate further thoughts, only to be interrupted by a fit of coughing that rendered him speechless. Chapter 123. The situation is increasingly lacking in grandeur. Chapter 124. The situation is increasingly lacking in grandeur. Should you access this website using third-party applications or various browser plugins, it may result in disordered content display. We kindly suggest attempting to visit this site using mainstream browsers. Thank you for your support. Chapter 124. The situation is increasingly lacking in grandeur. Gem stood at the port of Lottie, gazing at this place for a long time. He was about to depart, perhaps for a lengthy period or even a lifetime. His eyes were filled with nostalgia and reluctance, as this locale held many cherished memories. Yet, his gaze quickly grew resolute. Without a second thought, he stepped onto the small boat and left this place behind. In the distance, Charlotte observed the unfolding events, remaining silent. He understood that, given the other's disposition, he would depart discreetly, unwilling to confront the sorrow of parting. A stubborn child indeed. Safe travels, lad. Charlotte's voice was barely audible, and after a prolonged silence, she turned away, no longer able to see anyone else. Captain Wald, we have arrived in the waters near Ratty Island, reported a crew member with a buzz cut. Full speed ahead, my brothers. The crew erupted in cheers, their spirits high. Yet only Benjek displayed a look of melancholy. He abhorred violence. His initial dream had merely been to traverse the seas in freedom. Those times had been joyful and serene. But gazing at his own brothers now filled him with despair. Wald had completely transformed after acquiring formidable power. He had become brutal and bloodthirsty, unknowingly morphing into a figure feared by many, a world destroyer. At the Ratty Island lookout, a crew member was peering through a telescope at the sea. Soon, a ship appeared on the horizon, its flag bearing the emblem of skull adorned with a horned hat. Clearly, a pirate vessel. It was the world destroyer, the Wall pirate crew. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the crew member quickly sounded the alarm. The shrill siren pierced the sky, and crimson flashes flickered wildly. The world destroyer, the Wall pirate crew has appeared. All hands on deck, all hands on deck. The grand voice echoed through the broadcast, repeating incessantly, warning everyone. Instantly, fear gripped countless hearts, and panic ensued. The name of the world destroyer Wald was nothing short of explosive. Nearby, a multitude of members from the Hibofeile family rushed towards the port from all directions. Fire! The cannons of the port fortress roared in fury, unleashing black projectiles toward Wald's pirate ship with a vehement barrage. Unfortunately, the cannonballs lacked precision, splashing harmlessly into the sea, sending up sprays of water. Wald laughed wickedly, his expression menacing. Let me teach you a lesson. In his hand appeared several small black projectiles. Multiply 10-fold cannon, he shouted, launching the black projectiles, which gradually expanded to 10 times their original size, their speed increasing 10-fold as well. Boom! 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 The cannonballs struck the iron walls of the port fortress, emitting deafening explosions and billowing clouds of smoke. Yet, as the smoke cleared, the sturdy iron wall remained largely unscathed, with only a small area charred. Wald's pupils widened in shock, his anger palpable. I shall destroy everything that stands in my way. With a furious kick, he sent a nearby box of cannonballs flying, scattering the black projectiles. Multiply, 30-fold cannon. In an instant, the cannonball swelled in size, resembling a balloon, and its velocity transformed into a mere afterimage as it hurtled towards the iron wall. All present gazed in horror at the vast shadow descending. With a whoosh, Charlotte appeared mid-air, his expression dark and foreboding, cursing the wretched pirates. The weapon known as Heaven's Cry was swiftly drawn from his grasp, unleashing a flurry of slashing strikes that pierced the air. Thunderous roars of explosions reverberated through the sky as every single cannonball was intercepted. A sharp crack echoed. As Charlotte descended steadily, he manifested upon the iron wall, casting a malevolent gaze towards the wall. He could not comprehend why, in this realm of mutual disinterest, there was such a blatant disregard for martial ethics in attacking Laddie Island. Did these pirates possess no intellect? What thoughts occupied their minds? After all, this territory was under the protection of the flying pirate crew. Such actions were a grave affront to the reputation of the infamous Shiki, the Golden Lion. The name of Shiki was increasingly becoming a mere shadow of its former glory, losing its esteemed stature. Everything that had just transpired lay before them. And in an anxious tone, Benjak remarked, Wald, we should retreat. The adversary is formidable. What nonsense! Wald interjected sharply, interrupting Benjak, who was poised to speak further. I am Wald, the world destroyer. How could I possibly be so cowardly as to flee without a fight? Benjak found himself momentarily at a loss for words. His emotions tumultuous when a violent fit of coughing struck him, rendering him even weaker. Seabass Guy Nain attack. He commanded. Roar. The response was immediate, as they had long awaited this moment. Good. The fish giant Sebastian, along with Guy Ram and the ship's Dr. Nain, responded with unwavering enthusiasm. In an instant, Sebastian plunged into the water, bearing Guy Ram, while Nain made a beeline for the port of Laddie Island. Charlotte's eyes narrowed slightly, a sense of trouble brewing. These individuals possessed considerable strength, particularly the one with the square hairstyle. His devil fruit abilities held immense destructive power against structures. It was imperative that he be kept away from the walls, for the consequences would be dire. Just as Charlotte was about to take action, a voice interrupted him. Boss, I'm on it. Unbeknownst to him, Beta had appeared, bellowing as he charged towards the trio, racing forward. He swiftly intercepted them on the platform of the makeshift port. Launching a fierce onslaught, Charlotte felt a profound sense of reassurance. Although the opponent was formidable, Beta's strength was equally impressive, more than sufficient to subdue them. Not to mention the imminent arrival of Barrett, providing additional support. At this moment, Charlotte was free from any lingering concerns. His gaze was icy and resolute. Bang, bang, bang. The instant the razor was unleashed, it left behind rippling shockwaves in the air, which moments later descended upon the opposing vessel. Upon witnessing this, Wald's expression darkened considerably. Are you the one known as Hibofeile Charlotte? Charlotte cast a disapproving glance at Wald, who wore a horned hat with a broken tip. His demeanor was particularly unwelcoming, and the sight of his jagged, gaping teeth only fueled her irritation. Why couldn't he simply lead a decent life? While he may not concern himself with matters of life and death, he certainly should refrain from causing trouble in her domain. Charlotte harbors no forgiveness. This territory, meticulously crafted with great effort, cannot be desecrated by outsiders. Wald, speak less and act more. The heavens cried out, unleashing a terrifying strike that seemed to pour forth his boundless fury. In an instant, Wald enveloped his arms in armament Haki, crossing them to withstand Charlotte's onslaught. The horrifying force of the strike propelled Wald several meters back, leaving 2 dark skid marks upon the floor. Brat, do not be so arrogant. Weit belut. Extinguishing the devastating blow entirely. With a swift motion, a thunderous sound erupted as Wald instantly appeared before Charlotte, his Haki-coated fist descending with tremendous force. Shero's body shifted slightly, as the armament Haki enveloped the heavenly cry, positioning it diagonally in front of him. A crisp sound of impact resonated, causing Shero to stumble slightly. Wald's eyes gleamed with excitement as he launched another fist towards his opponent. As Charlotte swiftly turned, tears streaming down his face, he prepared to exchange blows with Wald. Wald's gaze hardened, and without hesitation, he delivered a powerful punch to Charlotte's head, causing him to stagger backward. Simultaneously, Charlotte's attack sliced through Wald's chest, leaving a crimson mark. Neither side gained the upper hand. Charlotte felt a wave of dizziness, and had it not been for his formidable armament Haki enveloping his body, that blow could have inflicted serious harm. Truly, those renowned individuals are fearsome entities. Chapter 124. It is time to conclude this farce. Chapter 125. It is time to conclude this farce. Should you access this site via third-party applications or various browser plugins, it may lead to disordered content display. Please attempt to access this site using mainstream browsers later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 125. It is time to conclude this farce. You 3 are utterly lacking. Beta laughed broadly, his expression somewhat mischievous. This statement ignited fury within Guy Ram and others. The fish giant Sebastian wielded his double-headed hammer and bellowed. Do not be so arrogant. Watch this. The whistling hammer hurtled toward Beta, who wore a look of disdain. The speed is far too slow. With that, Beta's fist enveloped in armament Haki glimmered as he struck without hesitation. Bang! The hammer was shattered by Beta's overwhelming force, causing Sebastian to involuntarily stagger backward, nearly losing his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Beta unleashed his speed. With a whoosh, he left a ripple in the air, appearing before the fish giant Sebastian in an instant. His long leg transformed into a whip, leaving an afterimage as the air distorted around him. With a resounding crash, Sebastian suffered a grievous blow, his body propelled backward, crashing into the sea and creating a tremendous splash. Sebastian! Guy Ram shouted, cold sweat pouring down his face. In mere moments, Sebastian had been defeated, and he dared not hold back any longer. Cubic booster. Accompanied by the thundering descent of his massive hammer upon the ground, sharp cutting lines appeared, segmenting the earth into neat cubes. In an instant, orderly cubes soared into the air. Go! With a swift motion of his hand, the cubes hurtled toward Beta at high speed. Beta smirked, realizing his leader's words held truth. Those with devil fruit abilities are indeed troublesome. He spread his legs apart, retracting his arms, and pointed decisively forward. Yuan Wang gun. In an instant, his finger, shrouded in armament Haki, struck with rapid frequency, creating a barrage of afterimages and unleashing terrifying power. Thunderous roars echoed through the air. As the cube shattered, a cloud of dust was stirred up. Nachin keenly seized the opportunity, leaping into action with a cry, invoking the power of winter worm summergrass, violent strike. With a swift kick, the sound of rushing air accompanied her sharp, glimmering high heels as they aimed toward Beta. However, Beta effortlessly grasped her ankle, and Nachin was taken aback as she felt her body slip out of her control, followed by an overwhelming force that coursed through her. Like a weapon being flung aside, Beta hurled Nachin to the ground with a resounding crash. "I detest ambushes," he declared. Nachin was left utterly incapacitated, unconscious. "Nachin!" Garam exclaimed, disregarding everything else as he pressed on with his assault, fully aware that the figure before him was a formidable monster. Cubical gas propulsor. He thrust his hands into the air, conjuring a transparent cube that shot towards Beta at great speed. Yet, Beta evaded easily, mocking, "Too slow, far too slow." With a thunderous sound, debris scattered as a furious voice echoed, "Beta, you bastard, why dodge?" "Ah, Barrett, my apologies, I didn't see you there." Beta replied with a wicked grin. His expression then turned serious. It was time to bring this farce to an end. Suddenly, the sea erupted as the giant fishman, Sebastian, leapt from the depths. "Die, great arrow shark!" he bellowed, transforming the seawater in his hands into a seemingly transparent orb that plummeted downward. Beta furrowed his brow, for as a user of a devil fruit, he naturally despised seawater, and he nimbly leapt away. Boom! 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 A series of colossal explosions left numerous craters in the ground. Impressive power. Beta mused, intrigued, recognizing this as a unique martial art of the fishman tribe. Enough boasting. Tornado spin. The giant fishman, Sebastian, spun through the air like a massive tire, charging straight at Beta. Child play. Beta sidestepped, slightly retreating before launching a powerful punch. Boom! Sebastian was sent flying, contorted by the force, just as he prepared to attack. Cubical destruction. Garam's assault closed in, but Beta's gaze sharpened as he evaded once more, swiftly countering with a backhanded strike. With a resounding thud, Garam was sent rolling several times before collapsing on the ground, twitching. Done and dusted, Beta proclaimed with satisfaction, ready to continue his onslaught when Sebastian suddenly activated his gaseous camouflage, rendering his form transparent and vanishing from sight. Barrett, observing nearby, was taken aback. Invisibility? This ability is quite remarkable. Merely wishing to save someone under my command is futile. The crossed palms before my chest suddenly fell, striking in a specific direction. With a resounding crash, the figure of the fish giant Sebastian materialized, hurtling backward to land beside Galam, a mouthful of blood spewing forth, his eyes wide with terror. It could be fatal. Without daring to linger, he activated his gaseous disguise once more, abandoning Nachin, and seized the unconscious Galam, unhesitatingly leaping into the ocean. Damn it! Beta sprang into the air, his palm descending toward the sea. The king's divine palm. His golden hand expanded in an instant, plummeting to impact the ocean surface, delivering a lethal strike below. This technique, amalgamating palm strikes, was one he had meticulously studied from the martial arts of the Flower Kingdom. In an instant, the waves surged, creating a massive palm-shaped indentation upon the water surface. Eventually, the sea calmed, revealing a sullen Beta, frustrated as his adversary escaped into the depths. Originally 3 captives, only 1 woman remained. Beta's mood soured considerably. Beta, you are also at a loss. Barrett seized every opportunity to berate him. You wish to fight, Barrett? Beta glared at the source of his vexation. I was merely offering a kind reminder, Barrett replied nonchalantly. In that moment, Beta's blood boiled, his rage palpable as he clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking ominously. Startled, Barrett laughed heartily, just a joke. We still have 1 captive left, the boss 1 team mind. Beta continued. I wonder how the battle is faring on the boss's side? Indeed, Beta's attention was swiftly diverted. Sensing the change, Barrett exhaled in relief. His words were merely a distraction, confident the boss was untroubled. After a moment of silence, Beta, regaining his composure, glanced at Barrett. He was somewhat perturbed. The boss's strength was undoubtedly formidable. With his anger fully dissipated, Beta shot a venomous glance at Barrett, who had once again evaded a close call. On board the Vord ship, the two stood in opposition. It seems your subordinates are not up to par, he remarked, his observation heightened by his Kinbunchika Haki, rendering the outcome of Beta's skirmish abundantly clear. Vord's expression darkened considerably, leaving him momentarily speechless. The Hibofeile pirate crew truly harbors hidden talents. Charlotte, feeling discontented, remarked, What a pirate crew! We are the Hibofeile family. I extend my gratitude for the support from the votes on May 12, 2022, and to those who contributed with their votes. As the end of the month approaches, I hope that friends who enjoy this work and still possess votes will lend their support. Thank you all. End of chapter 125. This ability is truly convenient. Chapter 126. This ability is truly convenient. If you're accessing this website through a third-party app or various browser plugins, it may lead to disordered content display. Please try accessing this site using mainstream browsers later. Thank you for your support. In Chapter 126, the two engaged in a fierce assault. Thereafter, images clashing in a furious battle. Truly, they're world destroyers. Their combat prowess is indeed extraordinary. In a fleeting moment, the ships suffered unimaginable damage. Bang! In the final strike, the clash of blade and fist sent the two swiftly apart. Wald gazed at the ravaged vessel, feeling an acute pang of sorrow as his palm made contact with the ship. Amplify, 50-fold. The walled ship expanded like a balloon, instantly magnifying 50 times, transforming the entire battlefield into a vast expanse. This ability is truly convenient. Charlotte felt a sense of wonder as she contemplated the myriad of bizarre devil fruits, each possessing its own unique capabilities. This bestows upon the user an infinite realm of imagination and methods. In Wald's hand, a specially crafted stone was hurled forth, doubling the attack, power 30-fold. The whistling assault arrived in an instant, prompting Charlotte to leap into the air and execute a magnificent, powerful slash. Boom! The sound of the explosion resonated. Shallow quietly settled onto the deck of the ship, yet he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret that this ability could not be applied to himself. Otherwise, with 100-fold speed, 100-fold strength, and 100-fold critical strike, he could indeed achieve feats that would transcend the very fabric of reality, effortlessly parting the world like a masterful stylist. It would be akin to a pirate version of Saitama. Alas, such potential remains unattainable, which is indeed a significant drawback of many devil fruits. Too many restrictions. Vold cast forth several flying darts with a swift motion. Multiplication, 20-fold attack. The rapidly spinning darts quickly magnified, whistling as they transformed into streaks of light charging forward. Charlotte's figure momentarily paused. With a single blade style, wind slash, waltz, streaks of fiery light illuminated the sky as the colossal darts disintegrated, scattering like cannonballs in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. They pierced through large sections of the ship's planking, eliciting anguished and piercing cries from numerous pirate minions. Unperturbed by their plight, Wald swiftly launched his counterattack. With a whoosh, Wald's form materialized beside Charlotte, his legs enveloped in the armor of Haki, aimed to deliver a powerful kick. As Charlotte's pupils constricted, his body twisted to evade the onslaught. A fierce gale tore through his garments, leaving a gash. Before he could regain his footing, Wald launched another assault with a punch imbued with the formidable power of armament Haki. In the midst of the tumultuous clash, Charlotte and Vord collided fiercely, each propelled backward by the force of the impact. With a swift motion, both regained their footing and launched into a fervent assault. Sparks flew as metal met metal, the air resonating with the cacophony of their ferocious exchanges, punctuated by terrifying sonic booms. Suddenly, a tremendous crack echoed as the deck succumbed to the strain, splintering into a myriad of wooden shards that soared through the air. As they momentarily separated to gather their strength, Vord brandished his revolver, unleashing a barrage of gunfire toward Charlotte. Multiplier 100-fold shot. The ejected black projectiles expanded rapidly, as swift as lightning. In response, Charlotte executed his technique, one sword style, Divine Wind, Tiger Slash, releasing a brilliant azure blade of light that arced across the sky, cleaving the incoming bullets in twain and igniting a series of violent explosions. Before Charlotte could catch his breath, Vord charged forward with his scythe in hand. Multiplier, 100-fold slash. The scythe enlarged instantaneously, wielding an unmatched ferocity as it descended upon Charlotte with a devastating strike. As Charlotte withdrew her right foot, she swiftly raised the heavenly cry. With a resounding clash, the larger and smaller weapons collided, unleashing a terrifying wave of pressure that swept through the surroundings. An invisible struggle intertwined, and amidst it all, arcs of electricity flickered subtly. Utilizing a deft maneuver, Charlotte skillfully redirected the force, effortlessly casting aside the colossal scythe and sending Wald reeling backwards. An opportunity presented itself. The one-sword style, 10 strikes, 2 crimson slashes, radiant like meteors bursting forth in brilliance, hurtled towards Wald. Boom! Wald's body soared into the air, a spray of blood erupting from him, tracing a long arc as it fell towards the sea. Yet, in an instant, he regained his composure mid-air and executed the moon step. Bang, bang, bang. A series of white smoke rings lingered in the air as he landed gracefully on the deck. His gaze, filled with fury, fixed upon Charlotte. 2 intersecting, bloody wounds marred his chest, staining his attire crimson. truly resilient. Charlotte was astonished, yet more so pained by the tenacity of the formidable opponent, whose vitality resembled that of a cockroach. Nevertheless, Charlotte would not afford his adversary a moment's respite. He had already deciphered Wald's attack patterns. The only truly troublesome aspect was his mastery of armament Haki. As for the powers granted by the devil fruit, Charlotte believed that while they could yield astonishing results against colossal entities or efficiently dispatch minions, they also proved effective in hastening the escape of vessels. This might indeed be the reason why the World Destroyer Wald incited such trepidation. However, when confronted one-on-one with a powerful foe, apart from his armament Haki, he truly posed little threat. With a swift motion, a barrage of slashes erupted, akin to a hail of bullets, hurtling towards Wald. His expression shifted dramatically as he evaded without hesitation. Unfortunately, in that fleeting moment of evasion, Charlotte also sprang into action, appearing beside him in the blink of an eye. One sword style, Divine Wind Tiger Slash. A chill ran down Wald's spine as he hastily enveloped himself in armament Haki, managing only to slightly sidestep the lethal strike. 3 glinting arcs, reminiscent of tiger claws, pierced through the right side of Wald's body, splattering a faint azure glow of blade energy. Even beneath the formidable protection of armament Haki, 3 gruesome wounds marred his flesh. Blood surged forth, transforming Wald into a veritable figure of crimson. Gasping for breath, the injuries and blood loss severely drained his physical vitality. Charlotte swung her weapon once more, the terrifying strike effortlessly tearing through the ship's deck. He turned his gaze towards Wald, whose eyes were bloodshot as he gritted his teeth, steeling himself to withstand the impending blow. With a resounding crash, Wald, overwhelmed and exhausted, was hurled backward, plummeting into the depths of the sea. Charlotte finally exhaled, relieved that it had come to an end. Yet, before he could proceed, a sudden surge of waves erupted from the sea, and a colossal figure emerged to catch the falling Wald. Charlotte's expression shifted slightly as the fish giant Sebastian appeared. Immediately following him, a frail figure also leaped down. The fish giant Sebastian caught both individuals and plunged directly into the depths of the sea. How infuriating! With a thunderous roar, Charlotte unleashed his fury, wielding the tempestuous weapon as if it were a conductor directing a torrential downpour into the calm sea. The ocean was cleaved, creating smooth gashes, as the divided waters collided with one another, summoning forth monstrous waves of terror. After a prolonged moment, Charlotte regained his composure, exhaling deeply, filled with vexation at having allowed his foe to escape. His gaze was fixed upon the depths of the sea, a profound contemplation weighing upon him. Such a creature, if left unchecked, would undoubtedly present future complications. Fortunately, it seemed he had instilled sufficient psychological dread to deter any immediate return. Still, this remained a considerable threat. Pirates, after all, were nothing but troublesome rogues. Once tranquility returned, members of the Hibofeile family arrived by boat. The Vord ship had become a prized trophy of the Hibofeile clan, and it was certain that such a vessel bore substantial wealth. Observing the bustling activity around him, Charlotte left Beta to keep watch and gracefully retreated to Ratty Island. End of chapter. Chapter 126. The Dull-Witted Pirate. Chapter 127. The Dull-Witted Pirate. If you're accessing this site through a third-party app or various browser extensions, the content may display out of order. Please try using a mainstream browser later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 127. The Dull-Witted Pirate Boss. How shall we deal with this woman? Beta inquired, pointing towards Nachin, who was clad in a white lab coat and dawn glasses. Nachin felt a chill run through her, though she forced a veneer of calm, assuring herself that Captain Vord would surely rescue her. Beta cast a disdainful glance at Nachin, retorting, "I'm afraid that's not the case. Your captain's fate is uncertain. Whether he survives remains a mystery. Expecting him to save you is quite naive." Nachin's complexion shifted, her body trembling slightly as she realized the depths of Captain Vord's defeat. Just how powerful was this individual before her? A true monstrosity. Shallow observed everything with keen insight. He contemplated the fact that this woman appeared to possess considerable abilities. She was a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine and seemed to have access to a potion that could reverse aging. The impression it left on him was remarkably profound. Of course, such a remedy was bound by temporal limitations, suggesting its effects were not enduring, and there might be additional constraints yet to be unveiled. Charlotte's eyes sparkled with realization. What does a woman truly value? Beauty, of course. Thus, it would be entirely feasible to have this woman develop a range of cosmetic products, which would undoubtedly captivate the noble women. The aristocracy, after all, is of the opulent sort, belonging to privileged classes that never need to toil for their livelihoods. Viewed in this light, it indeed presents a lucrative avenue. Moreover, she is a physician, which could enhance the medical practices on Latidi Island. At the very least, she could teach a couple of classes weekly at the Hibofeile military academy. Making the most of resources is the key to success. Upon further reflection, she truly appears to be a remarkable talent. In the future, she could remain here to research and develop medications, particularly those pertaining to beauty. Naiqin listened to Charlotte's words, feeling a mix of surprise and inner turmoil. The surprise stemmed from the fact that she would not face death, while the turmoil arose from her reluctance to betray her captain. Observing Naiqin's silence, Beta's expression darkened. Hey, don't be ungrateful. My boss is showing you kindness. If I wanted to, I could easily dispose of you and feed you to the fish. Naiqin's body involuntarily trembled. This man was indeed capable of such actions. A smile flickered across Charlotte's face. Indeed, while Beta's methods were somewhat crude, their intimidating effect was remarkably effective. When reasoning fails, the threat of force can prove to be a viable solution. Very well, Beta. Remember, as long as your research yields results, proves effective, and is beneficial, you shall be generously rewarded. A monthly salary will be disbursed, and your freedom shall remain unrestrained. Naiqin listened to Charlotte's words, momentarily taken aback. Did pirates actually pay salaries? Such a notion was truly unheard of. Had the pirate crew become so industrious? Observing her expression, Charlotte discerned her thoughts. After all, the idea of pirates offering salaries was indeed a rarity. He couldn't help but chuckle, recognizing the inherent mindset of a pirate, forever scheming to reap rewards without any investment. Engaging in costless plunder. Pirate intellect, it seemed, was rather limited. The entire Hibofeile family now received a monthly salary, and those who contributed even more were handsomely rewarded in various ways. If only she knew that he also intended to provide additional welfare benefits for everyone. One could only imagine her reaction. Naiqin felt a stir of emotions within her, but hesitated. After a moment of steeling herself, she finally acquiesced. The primary factor was Beta's unabashed intent to eliminate her, which left her rather unsettled. All right, I agree, but I must leave after 3 to 5 years. Can you accept that? What? Beta's temper flared instantly. Naiqin's body quivered in fear, and she adjusted her glasses, still resolutely holding her ground as she glanced at Charlotte. Fine, I accept. 5 years. After that, your decision regarding my fate is entirely up to you. Charlotte interrupted Beta and readily agreed. Beta looked at Charlotte in confusion, but remained silent. He never questioned his leader's decisions, merely executing them. Very well. Naiqin had not anticipated such an immediate acceptance of her terms, and without hesitation, she agreed as well. A surge of exhilaration filled her heart. She was merely biding her time, enduring humiliation for the moment. Captain Wald, Naiqin thought to herself, has not betrayed. Charlotte was indifferent to whether Naiqin was genuinely loyal. Prior to this, she had no access to the core secrets of the Hibofeile family. As long as value was created and sufficient returns provided to the Hibofeile family, loyalty seemed inconsequential in her eyes. The pirates' plundering model could not endure. It appeared to be a lucrative endeavor, yet both consumption and the accumulation of enmity progressed too swiftly, which contradicted the trends of sustainable development. Furthermore, akin to the fate of Wald, the consequences of failure were dire and utterly precarious. Thus, constructing a self-sufficient industrial chain became imperative. One must discern between fleeting indulgence and lasting sustenance. For the Hibofeile family to thrive in the long run, the path of piracy was decidedly untenable, particularly for larger pirate crews. To speak bluntly, if a core figure within the pirate crew were to perish, the vast power would instantaneously crumble into disarray. Everything would be rendered non-existent. This was evident in the history of all major pirate factions, such as the former Rox Pirates, the future Flying Sky Pirates, and the forthcoming Whitebeard Pirates. Without a soul at the helm, they became mere scattered grains of sand. These examples provided a clear indication that this path could not sustain long-term growth. Only a comprehensive and robust institutional framework could suffice. Regaining her focus, Charlotte turned to Beta. Take her to meet Ivan. Let him arrange the subsequent matters. Understood, boss. Wait. Charlotte halted Beta, picking up a pen to swiftly jot down a note. Deliver this to Ivan. Beta nodded, taking the note and turning to Naiqin. Let us go. Naiqin felt a significant psychological burden towards Beta, as he exhibited no semblance of compassion. In the corridor outside, Beta spoke ominously. Let me tell you, keep your head down. My boss honors his commitments. But should I discover any duplicity on your part, I will dismantle you and feed you to the fish. Faced with Beta's threat, Naiqin swallowed hard. Convinced that he would indeed follow through, it was no laughing matter. Meanwhile, Outside, a naval spy stationed on Rife Island retrieved a transponder snail. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Moses. Report. This is Rife Island. Charlotte Hibofeile is engaged in a fierce battle with the world destroyer, Wald. Wald's fate is uncertain, and his whereabouts are unknown. As the message concluded, his tone turned solemn. The naval headquarters received the information. After hanging up the transponder snail, he hurried off to report. This is quite remarkable. Vice Admiral Tsuru, upon receiving the report, expressed surprise and promptly ordered the swift collection of detailed combat intelligence. Yes, sir. After the standard salute of the messenger, he swiftly proceeded to establish contact. As news of this battle spread, the name of Hibofeile Charlotte began to circulate across the seas. The world destroyer, Wald, is no ordinary figure. His notoriety is immense, and such a combat outcome naturally stirred considerable commotion. Chapter 127. The Hibofeile Family Exhibition Hall. Chapter 128. The Hibofeile Family Exhibition Hall. Today, Ivan's long-cherished plan has finally come to fruition. The exhibition hall has been entirely constructed. Inside, it showcases the flags of various defeated pirate crews, each one displayed like a mural within specially crafted frames, accompanied by stone tablets inscribed with meticulous records of events, names, captains, and dates. As Ivan gazed upon the multitude of pirate flags, numbering no less than 100 from various crews, large and small, he felt immense satisfaction. This hall would become a significant architectural testament to the Hibofeile family. Future generations would visit to learn about the growth and struggles of the Hibofeile lineage. The indomitable spirit of the Hibofeile family begins here. In the center stands a towering bronze statue, 20 meters high, representing the spiritual leader of the Hibofeile family, Hibofeile Charlotte. Radiant and grand, both sacred and solemn, Ivan was immensely pleased with this. An idea blossomed in his mind, to place bronze statues of Captain Charlotte in all important locations of the family, allowing everyone to admire his heroic stature. Upon this thought, he couldn't help but feel that this idea brimmed with boundless brilliance. I, Ivan, am indeed worthy of being the second in command of the Hibofeile family. For a moment, he felt a flicker of pride. Soon, Ivan traversed through the ordinary exhibition area and arrived at a special exhibition zone. This area was larger and more exquisitely arranged. Here, the pirate flags displayed belonged to notorious pirate factions with individual bounties of 500 million. This section most vividly showcased the formidable strength of the Hibofeile family. After a moment of observation, he meticulously retrieved the flag of the world destroyer, Wald. After adjusting it carefully, he hung it up and had the inscribed tablet placed appropriately. Ivan was filled with a sense of pride, deeply aware of the accomplishment he had achieved. For a moment, she was utterly captivated, unable to extricate herself from the enchantment. After some inquiries, she learned that Ivan and Beta had brought Naichin to this place. Naichin gazed in astonishment at the various grand pirate flags adorning the hall. Just moments ago, she had heard tales of the origins of this so-called exhibition hall, a testament to the countless pirate crews that had been vanquished. For the first time, Naichin felt a profound respect for the Hibofeile family. The sheer number of pirates was indeed staggering, yet a sense of confusion lingered within her. Logically, with such formidable strength, their bounty should not be so meager. Rumors should have long been circulating across the seas. So why was there such scant knowledge? It was perplexing. Ivan, big brother, Beta called out, breaking the reverie of the entranced Ivan. Startled from his contemplation, Ivan responded with mild annoyance. Beta, could you lower your voice? Beta quickly approached, grinning sheepishly. I promise to be quieter next time. By the way, there's a captive here. The boss sent me to have you deal with it. With that, he carelessly dragged the dazed Naichin over. Attempting to resist, Naichin found herself at a considerable height disadvantage, rendered as helpless as a mere puppet. Ivan was taken aback. Being singled out by Captain Shero for this task suggested she possessed some noteworthy abilities. Oh, by the way, Ivan, here's a note from the boss. Beta handed Ivan a handwritten note from Shero, then casually set Naichin down. Curious, Ivan opened the note and scrutinized its contents, a smile gradually spreading across his face. His gaze towards Naichin softened, while she, having hastily tidied her disheveled attire, couldn't help but shiver at the intensity of his stare. Indeed, the Hibofeile family needs individuals like you who can reform and contribute. Beta's lips twitched as he glanced at Naichin, finding it hard to believe she was a talent worth noting. What merit could she possibly possess? Naichin swallowed hard, sensing an unsettling atmosphere. The intensity of his gaze sent a shiver down her spine. All right, Beta, you can go about your business. I will take care of her. Sure thing, big brother Ivan. I'll be on my way, Beta replied before striding off purposefully. Ivan's gaze toward Naichin grew increasingly fervent. According to the note from Shero, she could be a veritable gold mine. Nurturing her potential could very well establish her as a cornerstone of the Hibofeile family's enterprises, and he couldn't contain his excitement. Naiqin felt her scalp prickle, unable to shake the thought that he might be interested in her for more than just her abilities. Come, let me show you your future workplace. It is equipped with comprehensive medical facilities that you will surely appreciate. Feel free to express any needs you may have. Upon hearing those words, Naiqin patted her chest, inexplicably relieved, and a faint smile graced her lips. However, it was not long before that smile faded, although Ivan harbored no intentions towards her. The sheer magnitude of outrageous job requirements was astonishing. She was tasked with researching and developing beauty pharmaceuticals aimed at women, concocting potions to suppress allure, and was even required to document her insights on traditional Chinese medicine while participating in medical exchanges. Additionally, she was expected to attend to patients and, most absurdly, to teach classes. Was this not worse than being objectified? Such injustice. Naiqin wore an expression of profound disillusionment, yet she dared not express a semblance of dissatisfaction. Her choices were severely limited. She was nothing more than a mere tool. Xiaoluo, the newspaper. Lina appeared before Xiaoluo, holding the latest edition. As he gazed at the paper, a tumult of emotions swirled within him. He was acutely aware that the battle with Wald could not remain concealed. Thus his bounty would undoubtedly rise. Yet, the agony of knowing the answer while longing to uncover the outcome was truly torturous. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao accepted the newspaper. It felt akin to the anxious anticipation before exam results, a hope for a miraculous turn of events. What a farce! Charlotte's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly unleashing a shriek akin to that of a startled groundhog. Charlotte, are you all right? Lina inquired with a hint of concern. Yet, Charlotte paid no heed to Lina's worry. Her mind consumed by the staggering bounty of 380 million, an increase of a full 100 million. 100 million, indeed. Good heavens! Xiaoluo could hardly comprehend the situation. He had believed that 50 million was already a substantial sum, yet the increase to 100 million left him utterly bewildered. After all, it was Monkey D. Luffy who had vanquished the formidable crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, inciting a tumultuous upheaval within the kingdom. And even he had only seen a bounty increase of 100 million berries. What on earth was the Navy thinking? This was utterly absurd. It took the notorious Waldo over a decade of wreaking havoc and destroying countless islands to earn a bounty of 500 million. Yet, after a mere skirmish with this individual, Xiaoluo had suddenly been awarded a bounty of 100 million. Charlotte's face turned pale with anger. This is unjust. This is unreasonable. There must be some hidden agenda at play. Navy, are you blind? I am merely ridding the world of evil. How can this be tolerated? How can this be tolerated? Inside Charlotte's mind, a tempest of fury raged. If this continued, he would be but a step away from the realm of the 500 million bounty pirates. After several deep breaths, Charlotte gradually calmed his tumultuous emotions. It could be said that this time he had suffered a significant loss. The bounty had surged dramatically, yet the benefits reaped were minimal. A substantial deficit. The most concerning aspect was that once he reached a bounty of 500 million, entering the ranks of notorious pirates, the enhancement to his so-called reputation would be immense. The Navy, pirates, and even the world government would undoubtedly direct their gazes towards him, scrutinizing his every move. It was essential to remember that even though he had not defeated Warlord, the latter's fate had been sealed under the manipulation of the world government's CP organization, leading him to impel down. The mere thought of this sent a shiver down his spine. He must not allow the bounty to escalate any further. Chapter 128. An Unrivaled Conspiracy. Chapter 129. An unrivaled conspiracy if you're accessing this website via third-party apps or various browser plugins. It may cause the content to be displayed out of order. Please try accessing this website later using mainstream browsers. Thank you for your support. With the rise in his bounty, Charlotte once again executed his stealth strategy flawlessly. He lay low, avoiding the spotlight, as if he had vanished from the world. Each day was spent training, enjoying life, and perusing the news over tea, yielding remarkable results from his relentless efforts. News about him had significantly diminished across the seas. This brought him immense relief, as the possibility of engaging in reckless acts was entirely eliminated. As the king of news, Charlotte leisurely picked up the latest newspaper of the day and began to read. Soon, a smile graced his face. The front page headline reported the world destroyer, Bondi Warlord, rampaging through other nations' islands. Since his defeat at Charlotte's hands, Warlord had re-emerged, increasingly deranged, instilling fear across nations worldwide. Charlotte could not help but marvel at the goodness of this individual, who had willingly become bait to firmly capture the attention of both the Navy and the world government. This was indeed one of the primary reasons for his ability to swiftly vanish from sight. Initially frustrated at having let Wald escape, he now realized that this move unexpectedly yielded unforeseen benefits. The adage of quietly amassing wealth proved to be profoundly true. Clearly, it was more fitting to entrust the task of attracting fire to others. With such reckless abandon, this fellow's days of fortune were surely numbered. Charlotte gazed at the news in the newspaper, forming a judgment in his heart. It is essential to recognize that over 170 member states worldwide are obligated to pay substantial sums of money annually, which serve as the primary source of funding for the world government. Bondi Ward's vehement attacks on the member states pose a direct threat to the world government's finances, inevitably provoking its discontent, and the ensuing tragedies are predictable. Over 170 member nations, this represents an unfathomable sum of money. The world government, in a quiet manner, effortlessly reaps these funds, demonstrating their expertise in exploiting resources. Refusal to pay? That would be regrettable, as it would lead to espionage, sowing discord and inciting internal strife. For the sake of maintaining power or ensuring the kingdom's security, one can only turn to the Navy. Thus, payment becomes an unavoidable necessity. Charlotte could not help but acknowledge the deftness with which the world government played its hand. One could only admire such mastery. This strategy not only undermines the strength of other kingdoms, but also enhances control over member states, subtly exerting influence while effortlessly amassing wealth. It is indeed a remarkably lucrative enterprise, nourishing oneself with the resources of various nations, a scheme of unparalleled advantage. At the crux of this operation lies an undeniable foundation of formidable military power. The world government comprises three principal institutions: the Navy headquarters, Judicial Island, and the Red Line, which together wield authority over military might, lawmaking, and adjudication. With a core emphasis on powerful deterrence, they employ various means to harvest wealth, reminiscent of the actions of a bandit. Strangely, this audacious maneuver evokes a sense of familiarity. Boss, Ivan interrupted Charlotte's contemplative perusal of the newspaper. What is it, Ivan? Charlotte cast a questioning glance at Ivan. Boss, there is something I must report. Observing Ivan's somewhat stern expression, Charlotte felt an involuntary pang of anxiety. Speak, Ivan replied, adjusting his tone. Boss, the influx of people to Lottie Island is increasing, and the island's supply of vegetables, fruits, and grains is beginning to dwindle. Relying on Palin's channels for transit has proven to be quite costly. We need to seek a stable source of supply. Charlotte furrowed her brow. Vegetables, fruits, and grains are indeed indispensable. A prolonged deficiency in diverse food sources can lead to significant health issues. Furthermore, the mountainous terrain of Lottie Island restricts arable land, which is an undeniable reality. The scarcity of raw materials poses a substantial challenge. Charlotte gazed at Ivan, sensing that he must have given the matter some thought since he posed the question. Please share your thoughts. Ivan nodded thoughtfully and replied with composure. Boss, do you recall the Kingdom of Island? After a moment of hesitation, Charlotte recalled the kingdom that had rendered them assistance, where he had acquired a devil fruit of immense value, leaving a profound impression on his memory. What do you suggest? Ivan inquired, lightly clearing his throat. I propose that we consider a partnership with the Iron Kingdom. Its vast territory is rich in agricultural and mineral resources, allowing us to secure these resources at a more favorable cost, while simultaneously aiding their domestic economic development. Listening to Ivan's well-articulated analysis, Charlotte could not help but nod in agreement. It was indeed an excellent idea. He marveled at how such intellect, if applied to either the underworld or piracy, would be greatly underutilized. He possessed the acumen of a true minister of internal affairs. As for secretly gaining control over this kingdom, Charlotte had not yet contemplated that. Any exposure could have significant repercussions. His clandestine plans could easily lead to monumental upheaval, especially since his stronghold was located here, making it imprudent to disperse his forces. Moreover, such actions could be counterproductive, ultimately leading to losses rather than gains. A cooperative and mutually beneficial arrangement was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. Very well, you shall take charge of this matter. Charlotte unconditionally entrusted the matter to Ivan. Very well, boss. By the way, Ivan, do you have any news regarding scientists in the field of agriculture? Charlotte turned to Ivan and inquired. Food and food security are of paramount importance. How can we manage if war breaks out without sufficient reserves? The mountainous terrain of Lottie Island inevitably necessitates reliance on external resources, much like the unconventional scientists in the world of pirates, who serve as an excellent alternative. Ivan shook his head. He had indeed never heard of such a thing. Charlotte's gaze darkened. It was a significant predicament that required his utmost attention. Concurrently, the construction of grain storage facilities must commence, as we need to procure substantial quantities of food for strategic reserves. Ivan's eyes sparkled with realization, marveling at Charlotte's foresight. Understood, boss. I shall make the necessary preparations immediately. As he watched Ivan depart, Charlotte fell into contemplation. He could not entrust the issue of food security to others. Such a matter was too precarious. Even alliances carried the risk of betrayal. The Hibofeile family was not merely a singular entity. It constituted a vast familial network with numerous members. For the time being, reliance on purchasing was the only option. Any problem solvable with money was not truly a problem, especially considering the Hibofeile family's substantial income. Particularly noteworthy was the success of the first beauty pill developed by Nachin, which had begun to circulate through the underground markets with impressive reception. The factory had entered large-scale production, and Nachin was diligently working on the next generation of beauty products. More of such products were anticipated, promising to become another significant source of revenue for the Hibofeile family. With increased wealth came the necessity to spend. Hoarding funds served no purpose beyond creating piles of worthless paper. Hence, investments have been amplified across various sectors. Strengthening capabilities and accumulating power was of the essence. The sea changed daily, shifting rapidly. This was an era of chaos and swift advancement. Future factions were sharpening their claws, amassing strength in anticipation. As a traveler from another realm, he could not afford to be unprepared. Otherwise, how could he contend with challenges and ensure his own safety? End of chapter. Chapter 129. Hall of Flowers. Chapter 130. Hall of Flowers. Should you access this website using third-party applications or various browser plugins, it may result in disordered content display. Please attempt to access this site using mainstream browsers later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 130. Hall of Flowers. 3 days later. A grand merchant ship, adorned with the flag of the island kingdom, gracefully sailed into the port of Rife Island. The bustling merchant vessels and the expansive harbor stirred a sense of longing in the onlookers. Upon the arrival of King Rosa Butte at the port, Ivan warmly received him, extending a generous welcome. Welcome, King Rosa Butte. I am Ivan, an officer of the Hibofeile family. Thank you for your gracious reception, Lord Ivan. Rife Island is indeed remarkably prosperous. Rosa Butte replied, somewhat taken aback yet equally impressed. The island's flourishing state surpassed his expectations. The island kingdom could hardly compete. Initially arriving with reverence and gratitude, he now felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Ivan smiled gently. Esteemed guest, please follow me. At his words, a ceremonial guard swiftly mobilized to honor the arrival of the king of the island kingdom. Their disciplined and upright formation exuded a sense of grandeur and majesty. Rosa Butte could hardly conceal his admiration. Truly, they were a formidable force. After a considerable duration, the group traversed numerous obstacles to arrive at the core area of the Hibofeile family fortress. The sights that unfolded before Rosa but were nothing short of astonishing, epitomizing an incredible display of power and wealth. Ivan was thoroughly pleased with the impression made. Such a vivid demonstration of formidable strength was the most effective means to intimidate weaker factions, thereby facilitating amicable negotiations to follow. Those who failed to grasp the gravity of the situation should be acutely aware of whether they could withstand the wrath of the Hibofeile family. Before the imposing doors of the expansive reception hall, the grandiose entrance was ceremoniously opened by the guards. Upon entering, one was greeted by a vibrant array of floral arrangements, ornate columns, and a resplendent red carpet that extended towards the center, where a magnificent circular conference table awaited. The atmosphere was undeniably majestic. Gazing upwards, the transparent glass windows allowed sunlight to cascade down, creating a dazzling effect reminiscent of the Diderot phenomenon. It was luxurious and beautiful, solemn yet sacred, leaving Rosa but in a state of awe. The beauty of this place resembled that of a masterpiece. Ivan's lips curved into a slight smile. Pleased with the considerable efforts he had invested to showcase the Hibofeile family's nobility and grandeur, maintaining an air of dignity was absolutely imperative. He calmly remarked, "This is the Hibofeile family's foreign guest conference hall, also known as the Hall of Flowers." The Hall of Flowers? Rosa but inquired, "Is this where business is conducted?" "Indeed, Boss Charlotte will arrive shortly," he replied. Almost immediately, Charlotte made his entrance, and for the first time, he felt a sense of disorientation in this splendid setting. Goodness! Ivan and Sagalito certainly possessed an eye for aesthetics. The grandeur was simply overwhelming, exuding elegance without sacrificing dignity. Charlotte, indifferent to the trivialities, was only concerned with the smooth operation of his family, ensuring his own comfort remained undisturbed. Thus, he was unaware of the various designs concocted behind his back. Yet, this place bore a striking resemblance to venues where world conferences were held, showcasing a remarkable level of prestige. Mr. Charlotte, Rosa, but greeted, breaking the momentary silence. "Welcome to your arrival," Charlotte remarked with a trace of indifference. It would be rather embarrassing to let outsiders know that it was his first visit here. Soon, the two exchanged pleasantries and took their seats at the conference table, initiating the formal discussion. "Thank you, Mr. Charlotte, for your assistance," Rosa, but expressed sincerely, her gratitude evident. It was merely a trifling matter. Charlotte responded enthusiastically, expressing that as long as the reward does not increase, he is amenable to flattery and enjoys hearing compliments. Rosa Butte, this time we must collaborate together. Charlotte's words left Rosa, but perplexed. However, under Charlotte's guidance, a document soon caught his attention. After perusing it for a while, a visible smile spread across Rosa Butt's face. In his eyes, this was not merely a collaboration, but rather a fortuitous opportunity. "Mr. Charlotte, I extend my gratitude on behalf of the citizens of the Ilran Kingdom for your generosity." The prospect of success brought joy to Charlotte. There is no need for that. It is simply a mutually beneficial arrangement. You seek to export mineral resources and food to secure funding, while we require these commodities for our development. Rosa bat olearte di concord. Feeling reassured that this equitable exchange bore no coercive stipulations. This thought reminded him of the world government, but he chose to refrain from mentioning it. "I agree." Without hesitation, Rosa but acquiesced to the collaboration. The professionals from both sides swiftly exchanged terms regarding the partnership, achieving a cordial and successful agreement. "Might I ask, Mr. Charlotte, if you could plant your flag upon the territory of the Ilran Kingdom to provide us with protection?" Rosa but articulated the significant purpose of his visit. As the Ilran Kingdom began to regain its footing and prepare for vigorous development, it was inevitable that such progress would attract external scrutiny. In the New World, lacking formidable strength meant one could not live in peace. The recent rampage of the notorious world destroyer, Bondivold, was a cause for concern, not to mention other threats from beyond. Fearing a potential refusal from Charlotte, Rosa but promptly added, "I understand the rules. Each year, I will provide Mr. Charlotte with 100 million Bailey in funding, along with priority access to various resources at preferential prices." Ivan's eyes sparkled. When it came to finances, he was more sensitive than anyone else, especially considering the enticing discounts, which were no trifling matter. Certainly, it was not merely 100 million Bailey that could compare. "Very well, that is settled. When you return, simply hang the flag of the Sky Pirate crew at the Royal Palace." Charlotte smiled broadly. Such a noteworthy opportunity. How could the infamous Haki, the Golden Lion, let it pass him by? What a splendid arrangement. He receives the benefits while Haki revels in the fame. What a bargain. 100 million berries is a reasonable sum for the naming rights. There is absolutely no flaw in that. To do nothing yet reap the rewards. Where else could one find such a deal? Moreover, it is the underlings who come seeking him, which adds to his prestige. Just look at the stature of Haki, the Golden Lion. A perfect match. Rosa Butte sighed with relief, her face lighting up with exhilaration. This alleviated all her concerns, effectively resolving her worries. Thus, a mutually satisfactory collaboration came to a close. "Boss, why are we using the flag of the Flying Pirate crew?" Ivan inquired, puzzled, as this was a matter of significant pride. "Ivan, you must understand that one must bow their head under a shared roof. Furthermore, Haki possesses formidable strength. Having him take the front to attract global attention allows us to develop in secrecy. This is the pragmatic approach. What a splendid arrangement." Ivan chuckled, realizing that he had indeed been narrow-minded. Why concern himself with short-term gains? Sooner or later, the Hibofeile family would make their mark upon the seas, and it was wise to focus on building strength in the meantime. "Boss, your wisdom is truly remarkable," Ivan praised sincerely. Charlotte chuckled, for Ivan had finally grasped the essence of humility. His diligent efforts were not in vain. "Excellent, splendid indeed. May everyone extend their support, and if you appreciate this, kindly remember to cast your votes, subscribe, comment, and save. Thank you all." End of this chapter. Chapter 130. Fisher Tiger of the Fishman Tribe. Chapter 131. Fisher Tiger of the Fishman Tribe in the year 1492 of the Sea Circle calendar. The oceans were tumultuous. The Grand Admiral, compelled by the protests of the world's allied nations against the threats posed by pirates, alongside the edicts of the world government, ultimately took action. The world destroyer, Bondivold, was defeated by Admiral Sengoku of the Navy and the heroic Monkey D. Garp, and was subsequently imprisoned in the Impel Down. Charlotte was acutely aware that the downfall of Wald was not merely the result of the Navy's prowess, but rather the machinations of the world government spies. The treachery of subverting one's own subordinates and delivering a sudden betrayal is a tactic that is nearly impossible to guard against. The human heart is indeed inscrutable. In his estimation, the directives from the world government were likely issued solely out of respect for the golden authority above. The second piece of news that sent shockwaves across the seas was the triumph of the naval hero Garp over the leader of the 8 Treasure Water Army, Pepper. The occurrence of these two significant events in quick succession greatly intimidated the pirates, stifling their reckless ambitions. Moreover, reports from other naval sources indicated that the Navy was consistently intensifying its efforts. The pressure upon the pirates of the New World was palpable. Additionally, the Navy had officially commenced a long-term, worldwide recruitment campaign to bolster its ranks. Charlotte reclined on the opulent sofa, gently massaging his throbbing temples. The Navy had finally begun to exert its influence. Significant events were unfolding. The Navy, with its formidable foundation, was now engaged in extensive conscription across the seas, and the number of exceptionally gifted individuals emerging was beyond imagination. He recalled that 2 years prior, 2 of the future admirals, Sakazuki and Borsellino, had already enlisted and received training from the former admiral, Zephyr, known as the Black Arm. This year marked the entry of the 3rd future admiral, Kazan, into the Navy, along with the gradual emergence of many renowned commanders poised to showcase their talents. The era of the Navy was gradually approaching. Such developments were indeed a source of concern. His identity as a pirate would inevitably lead to a fierce confrontation with the Navy. Evasion was not an option. The opposition between the two factions was destined, making harmonious coexistence improbable. Fortunately, the Golden Lion Shiki could still bear the brunt of the conflict for a few more years, affording him some time for development. He could only strive to enhance his own foundation with all his might. The challenges that lay ahead would only grow more intense. It was truly a complex situation. Charlotte felt a twinge of melancholy. Ultimately, one must take that step. At the port of Rife Island, a somewhat weathered merchant ship arrived. Clearly having endured fierce battles to reach this destination, they had finally arrived safely. The ship's captain shouted with exhilaration, a joyful expression of survival after adversity. Once he calmed down, he immediately approached a tall, imposing merman clad in red. With a headscarf and a mane of thick curls, he possessed a broad, wide mouth. "Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Fischer-Tage." Although his tone expressed gratitude, the captain could sense the underlying fear. Fischer-Tage, the merman, felt a shadow of gloom within himself and replied softly, "No need for thanks. I will take a stroll." With that, he stepped off the ship without hesitation. The merchant, feeling a wave of relief, recognized the fearsome appearance of the mermen and had heard tales of their ruthless nature. Despite the aid they received, he dared not let his guard down. Angering them could lead to dire consequences. As an adventurous merman who traversed the world, Tage had long been aware of Rife Island and was filled with curiosity. What a thriving place, he mused, noting that the inhabitants seemed unconcerned by his merman identity, treating him without any unusual glances. Here, he felt a rare warmth and friendliness from humans, a precious experience indeed. He found himself increasingly intrigued by the nature of the island's inhabitants. He even spotted individuals from the longhand and longleg races traversing the streets, a truly rare sight. With the economic development and safety of Rife Island, various shops flourished, and even the bar scene had expanded into a vibrant street filled with lights and merriment. Tage casually entered a small tavern. "Boss, 2 barrels of beer, please." "Certainly. Just a moment, esteemed guest." Tage found a vacant spot to sit. The server quickly brought forth the beer, saying, "Here, es your beer, dear guest." Tage sensed no malice or discrimination from the server. Having traveled extensively, he had often encountered humanity's disdain and fear of the merman race. While some humans showed kindness, the overwhelming prejudice lingered persistently. The most despicable were the fishers and slave traders who had wrought havoc upon the lives of many mermen and merfolk, resulting in deep-seated hatred and misunderstanding between the two races. His curiosity piqued. He smiled and inquired, "My friend, are there other mermen here?" The server paused, then shook his head, continuing, "Here, we have the long-leg and long-hand races, even giants, but no mermen." Tiger was visibly taken aback. The waiter, observing his expression, continued, "I understand your concerns, dear guest. However, there is no need for worry. In the past, a mercenary driven solely by greed attempted to capture members of the long-legged tribe for the purpose of enslavement, only to be exterminated by the Hibofeile family, who strictly forbids the trade of any racial population on Ratty Island." Tiger was shocked. This was a situation he had never encountered before. As long as one adhered to the ironclad laws of the Hibofeile family, one could indulge in the pleasures of life without interference. The mention of the Hibofeile family stirred something within him. With a hint of nostalgia, the waiter continued, I fled from a war-torn country to arrive here. And many share that story. We understand better than anyone the difficulty of securing a stable life, and thus we cherish this hard-won existence even more. So, there is no need for concern. The locals may regard you, a merman, with curiosity, but certainly not disdain. Everyone living here knows that as long as the Hibofeile family stands strong, and as long as Mr. Charlotte remains, no one can disrupt the tranquility of our lives. With that, a profound pride illuminated his face, his eyes shimmering with admiration. This was a trust without conditions. Ratty Island thrived because of Hibofeile Charlotte, and would endure through him. The memories of living in constant fear and turmoil were everlasting pains, making the peace here all the more precious. Tiger was deeply moved. Enjoy your meal, the waiter said as he stepped away to continue his duties. Surrounded by laughter and lively conversations, the atmosphere was serene and harmonious. A mysterious light flickered in Tiger's eyes. He felt a desire to meet the island's esteemed master, Hibofeile Charlotte. What kind of person could create such an equitable paradise? He had never felt such curiosity or fondness for any human before. Charlotte was the first. What might his attitude be towards the merman and siren tribes? Perhaps humans and merfolk could indeed coexist amicably. Gratitude to the readers. 20170-219-1446-01853. Juchian Swordsman. 20170-305063-110182 for their support. Also, thanks to everyone who has consistently voted. I hope you will continue to read, collect, vote, subscribe, and comment. Your unwavering support is the driving force behind this humble writer. Thank you all. End of this chapter, Chapter 131. Different Pursuits, Chapter 132. Different Pursuits. If you're using a third-party app or various browser plugins to access this site, it may result in disordered content display. Please try accessing this site with a mainstream browser later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 132. Pursuit of the Different. When Charlotte first encountered Fisher Tiger of the Fishman tribe, he was enveloped in a complex array of emotions that he found difficult to articulate. Here was a man bold enough to ascend the holy land of Mariahua alone to liberate slaves, a being who dedicated his existence to the principles of liberation and freedom, tirelessly advocating for his people. While Charlotte held a profound admiration for such an individual, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. He was but an ordinary mortal, yearning for a safe and unremarkable life. The aspirations of individuals vary greatly, and thus, their objectives diverge as well. Fisher Tiger's rejection of human blood, coupled with his poignant declaration in his final moments, I can no longer love humanity, evoked a sense of despair and chill. The curtain fell on a hero. Indeed, Fisher Tiger of the Fishman tribe rightfully epitomized greatness, a liberator of the oppressed. He founded the Sun Pirates to combat the slave trade and piracy while championing the ideals of emancipation and freedom. In his view, the root of the problem lay with the world government and the celestial dragons. Unless these issues were addressed at their source, the institution of slavery could never be eradicated. After all, the principal supporters and buyers behind slave traders were those who wielded immense privilege and power, the celestial dragons. Furthermore, the myriad of negative rumors circulating about the Fishman tribe stemmed from a chilling reality. The manipulation of discourse, the spread of negative news, the incitement of panic, and the cultivation of conflict were all hallmarks of the world government, adept at orchestrating public perception. Once humanity was inundated with disparaging narratives about the Fishman tribe, the truth was buried, and their inherent nobility was obscured. How could fear not take root in such an environment? The terrifying power of words and language lies in their ability to deceive the masses and distort the essence of goodness, leading to the vilification of heroes and the unwarranted adoration of villains. Has the world government not engaged in such nefarious acts frequently? Consider Nico Robin, an 8-year-old girl branded as the demon child. Was it due to her formidable power? Far from it. It was simply because the history of the Void Century posed a threat to the world government's dominion, leading them to fabricate baseless accusations to obscure their hidden transgressions and deceive the public. Thus, Charlotte concluded that while Tiger's ideology was fundamentally sound, it was regrettably misguided in its direction and insufficient in its power. The sphere of influence one could wield alone was inherently limited. After all, not everyone is a Monkey D. Luffy. The world government, as the puppeteer behind the curtain, possessed an overwhelming force, rendering solitary resistance impractical. Fisher Tiger observed Charlotte, who appeared lost in contemplation, and asked anxiously, Mr. Shirahoshi Charlotte, are you all right? Oh, I'm fine. just reflecting on a few matters. With a gentle smile reminiscent of her usual demeanor, Charlotte formally addressed him. Good day, Mr. Fischertag. Is there something you wish to discuss? Charlotte still voiced the doubts that lingered in his heart. He was uncertain about the true intentions of the fishman, Tiger. Gazing at the sincere Charlotte, Tiger spoke. I wish to remain here for a while. He desired to stay and observe closely before making any subsequent decisions. Charlotte felt a bit bewildered, as if no one was urging her to leave. If she wished to stay, then she could simply do so. What kind of demand was this? Here, as long as one abides by the rules, there is no issue with any race. If one wishes to reside here, then so be it. Tiger, realizing that Charlotte had misunderstood, hesitated for a moment before saying, what I meant was that I wish to remain within the Hibofeile family to study. This, shocked, Charlotte found himself momentarily speechless. The individual before him seemed utterly oblivious to the absurdity and irrationality of the situation. Were it another person making such claims, he would undoubtedly suspect ulterior motives. However, gazing at the sincere merman, Tiger, he couldn't help but smile. This man was undeniably kind-hearted and upright. Such goodness would only lead to his own downfall, and it was best he refrained from ensnaring others. With the intellect he possessed, he would not so easily fall into the naval trap that could spell his doom. As for any potential lessons to glean from his family, Charlotte pondered and concluded there was little of significance. So long as the core secrets remained undisclosed, it mattered little. Fisher Tiger, after all, held considerable esteem on Fishman Island. Being a distinguished guest of King Neptune and Queen Otoheim, this was undoubtedly beneficial for the Shirahoshi family. Deep within the ocean, at depths of 10,000 meters, lay treasures scarce on the surface, which could even entice some fishmen to join their cause. These were all latent advantages. After speaking, Tiger felt a pang of regret, belatedly realizing that his naive intentions might have caused offense. It was entirely reasonable for the other party to refuse. He merely hoped to avoid leaving an impression of the fishmen as avaricious beings, for such a perception would be most unfortunate. After all, the understanding between humans and fishmen was already tenuous at best. His heart began to race with unease, just as Charlotte's voice broke through the silence. Very well, Tiger exhaled in relief. A refusal was acceptable. Yet, when Charlotte agreed, Tiger looked at him in disbelief, taken aback by the unexpected response. As Charlotte gazed at the slightly delayed reaction of Tiger, a thought crossed his mind. Haha, do not be surprised. There exist both virtuous and nefarious individuals, and the same holds true for mermen. However, I firmly believe you are a good merman. It would be no trouble to take a closer look. Tiger turned to Charlotte, who wore a smile, and it was the first time he truly recognized the generosity of humanity. Particularly striking was Charlotte's candidness and integrity in his words. Thank you, Tiger replied, momentarily taken aback, before quickly expressing his gratitude. Mr. Tiger, you must understand that human beings are the most intricate of creatures, and the human heart is the most inscrutable. Thus, do not place your trust in anyone lightly. Charlotte's tone carried a weight of earnestness. Only Tiger looked at Charlotte with a hint of surprise. Ivan, Mr. Tiger, please take charge of the arrangements. Charlotte turned to Ivan beside her and spoke, Boss, rest assured. Ivan smiled calmly, replying, Such trivial matters are easily managed, and the value of this merman is quite significant. He had heard tales of Fisher Tiger, a formidable traveler among the mermen, who not only had the ability to connect with his kin, but could also engage in the exchange of their martial arts. What a splendid opportunity. Please, Mr. Tiger, Ivan said with a smile, as Tiger followed him. Charlotte gazed quietly, her mind filled with perplexity. Indeed, Tiger's strength was formidable. Traversing the world alone required no small measure of power. However, the ease with which he withdrew from the Red Earth continent seemed utterly implausible. Perhaps there were significant events concealed beneath the surface, shrouded in secrecy, given the nature of the world government. Withholding information deemed undesirable for public knowledge was hardly an uncommon practice. Take, for instance, the Battle of God Valley, where Admiral Garp led the charge against Rox in collaboration with the Roger Pirates. Yet, one would find no mention of the Roger Pirates in the reports, unless one were a first-hand witness who could truly comprehend the events. After all, he merely bore the identity of a traveler from another realm. Until that day arrives, when all becomes clear, he found it exceedingly difficult to believe that Fisher Tiger could have escaped that perilous lair solely through his own might. Charlotte shook his head with a faint, bitter smile, pondering his own unfounded thoughts. This matter bore little significance to him. Such curiosity regarding the exploration of secrets could only lead to endless troubles. He hoped for the support of others. Subscriptions, votes, collections, and comments were all appreciated. End of chapter. Chapter 132. The Animal House Chapter 133. The Animal House, should you access this website through third-party applications or various browser extensions. It may result in a disordered display of content. Kindly attempt to use mainstream browsers later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 133. The Animal House. The Hibofeile family adhered to a strategy of discretion, subtly amassing wealth and development from the shadows. The attention of the outside world was naturally drawn to the Flying Sky Pirates, led by the infamous Golden Lion, Haki. This had no bearing on Charlotte whatsoever. Just look at the prominently displayed flag of Haki on Rife Island. What a testament to his audacity and grandeur. In the office, Ivan was incessantly reporting to Charlotte about the various aspects of the Hibofeile family's revenue and growth during this period. The verdict was simple. Everything was thriving. The listener felt a surge of joy. While the specifics sounded rather tedious, one clear fact emerged. The Hibofeile family was wealthy, extremely wealthy. They were no longer the small-time, singularly focused gang they once were, having abolished the protection fees on Rife Island. After all, such trifles held no value in their eyes. They had no need for that. Such matters were the domain of low-end gangs, and the Hibofeile family was far from commonplace. What comparison could be made with their stature? This realization brought satisfaction to Charlotte. With an abundance of wealth, life became more comfortable, allowing for the contemplation of constructing additional entertainment facilities. A luxurious swimming pool seemed quite essential. After all, indulging in life's pleasures was the true pursuit. In the depths of his thoughts, Charlotte began to contemplate. Ivan, observing the silent Charlotte, couldn't help but marvel at his calm demeanor. The leader truly exemplified composure, especially in the face of financial matters. It appeared that the earnings were still modest, necessitating further efforts. How could he be so astonished by a mere monthly income of 2 billion belly? His resolve was evidently lacking. It was imperative to continue developing other projects on Ladi Island in order to expand the family's revenue. The Hibofeile family was destined to become a legendary name across the seas. One must broaden their horizons and adopt a long-term perspective. Ivan silently encouraged himself, his fighting spirit igniting anew. Once he had regained his composure, Ivan turned to Charlotte and inquired, "Leader, shall we head to the Animal House now? Everyone else has already gone." Suddenly, Charlotte, still lost in his own calculations, was taken aback. "What? The Animal House? What on earth is that? Why was I not aware of it?" Charlotte glanced at Ivan, pondering what this fellow had been up to behind her back. Perceptive of her confusion, Ivan wasted no time and, with a smile, explained, "Boss, I thought it would be unsafe to keep the animals you brought back outside, so I planned to establish a zoo. However, Pender suggested that we call it the Animal Haven, as he is currently in charge there." "Oh, I see," she replied, realization dawning upon her. No wonder that guy had urged her to bring those animals back. The source of it all lay here. It truly was quite unexpected. Charlotte suddenly realized, yet she did not oppose the arrangement, as it was rather agreeable. Today, the Animal House has officially been completed, and the animals have begun to move in. Pender invited everyone to come and take a look. Upon hearing the introduction, Charlotte nodded and remarked, "Very well. Let's proceed to take a look." Before long, the two arrived at the Animal House. The structure was impressively vast. Inside, numerous members of the Hibofeile family had already gathered. Many of them bowed respectfully to Charlotte, who responded with a warm smile. "Boss, you have arrived," said the Panda Man Pender, rubbing his furry palms while gazing at Charlotte. "Everything appears quite splendid." Charlotte expressed her admiration, not merely out of politeness, but genuinely acknowledging the beauty of the surroundings. "My friend, this is just the beginning," exclaimed the joyful Pandaren, Pandey, unable to conceal his delight. He then proceeded to guide Charlotte on a tour. It can be said that the entire Animal House is divided into two sections, the interior and the exterior. Although the indoor segment lacks the vastness of the outdoor area, it is designed to resemble a human living space, warm, orderly, and fully equipped, akin to a colossal indoor marketplace. All the structures are adorned with various animal motifs, living up to the esteemed title of the Animal House. As for the outdoor section, it is established throughout the river valley, delineating different areas, and can equally accommodate a multitude of animals. These spaces are crafted to preserve the primal instincts of the creatures residing within. Charlotte couldn't help but marvel at the pirate world, which always presented scenes that defied imagination. "Captain, follow me." Pan, the Pandaren, led the way, with Charlotte and Ivan trailing behind, for this was Pan's domain. Before long, a 100-meter-long panda ship came into view. "Oh, why is such a large vessel here?" Charlotte found it rather peculiar. "Isn't this a waste? The panda ship is merely a decoration here." Observing Charlotte's confusion, Pender chuckled amiably. "Boss, this is my abode." Charlotte gazed at Pan, astonished. The concept of a panda-themed houseboat was indeed a stroke of genius. He found himself caught in a blend of amusement and incredulity. Meanwhile, Pan, The Panda Man spoke with a touch of sentimentality. Boss, he began, when I first met everyone and boarded the ship, I was immensely grateful for the care I received. So, when Brother Ivan proposed the zoo project, I pondered what my home would look like. Ultimately, I resolved to make a boat my abode. In my heart, the Hibofeile is my first home, and thus, I have named it the Hibofeile Panda House. Goodness, Charlotte remarked. Not only is this quite an extravagant endeavor, but the name is utterly ludicrous. Charlotte did not say much more. After all, he was not short of money, and these were trivial matters. Moreover, as he gazed upon the uniquely exquisite architectural marvel, he couldn't help but feel quite captivated. Should he consider crafting a perfect replica of the Hibernia as his residence? The thought itself was rather exhilarating. A spark of excitement coursed through him. Boss, do hurry inside. Everyone is waiting. Goodness at a glance. It appeared that a group of individuals was in a frenzy. Mythos, Beta, Barrett, and even Tiger were frantically engaged in a card game, their expressions a flurry of anxiety. Darl, as usual, was showcasing his culinary prowess, with a diminutive black squirrel balancing a gigantic platter atop its head, serving dishes to the others. Ollie and Misha were energetically darting about, indulging in playful pursuits. The little girl had an abundance of vitality. Ollie lounged on a plush cushion, engrossed in a book that was nearly as large as she was. Jillian and Nachine were deep in animated discussion, erupting into fits of laughter that bordered on the neurotic, displaying little semblance of ladylike composure. Upon hearing that Nachine had been despondent after learning of Wald's capture, Charlotte felt a twinge of concern. However, it now appears his worries were unfounded. Sagayer was seated with her father, Sagalito, sharing a cup of coffee, clearly engaged in a heartfelt conversation. Meanwhile, Odyssey seemed to be in a whirlwind of excitement, glancing around with enthusiasm, evidently enamored by the decor of the place. A multitude of animals scurried about, engrossed in their activities. Notably, 2 cows sported large nose rings, one gold and the other silver, rendering them increasingly unconventional. Indeed, it was a lively scene. Charlotte felt a wave of sentiment wash over her. Indeed, Ivan echoed her thoughts, as the harmonious scene around them brought a sense of tranquility to their hearts. The two then sought out a sunlit resting area. This is the essence of a beautiful life. In the calmness, there lingered the simple joys of everyday existence. Warm and delightful, the melody of the pirates' song gently filled the air, enveloping them in a sense of peace and serenity. This is the true meaning of life. I hope that those who appreciate this will lend their support, and if you have any suggestions or thoughts, please feel free to leave a comment. Your votes and subscriptions are greatly appreciated. In a chapter, Chapter 133. Reading truly broadens one's horizons. Chapter 134. Reading truly broadens one's horizons if you're accessing this website through a third-party app or various browser plugins. It may cause the content to display in disarray. Please try accessing this site using a mainstream browser later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 134. Reading truly broadens one's horizons. Charlotte rubbed his somewhat aching head. The revelry of yesterday had been rather wild. Not only had he indulged in excessive drinking, but he had also retired late. Upon awakening, his mind still felt somewhat foggy. Indeed, moderation in alcohol consumption is essential. One must not succumb to the allure of excess. Fortunately, the thoughtful Lena had already prepared a restorative detox juice for him, accompanied by a delicately arranged, wholesome love breakfast. Charlotte reclined comfortably on the sofa, savoring the delectable cuisine. Not only did it appear visually appealing, but it also delighted the palate. Beside him, the gentle Lena was meticulously peeling the orange skin for him. Shallow wore an expression of sheer delight upon his face. Such a life is truly blissful. The perils of the tumultuous sea are fraught with hardship. Why endure them? We are not lacking in fortune. At that moment, a subordinate rushed into Shallow's office, breathless and exclaiming, "Report, boss." Charlotte felt a twinge of confusion. Her subordinates typically did not behave in such a manner. A sudden unease gripped her heart. Could there be another unforeseen complication? Take your time and explain, she urged. Yes. After a deep breath, her subordinate began, "Boss, it is Golden Lion Shurji." Upon hearing this, Charlotte's expression soured. The mere mention of that old scoundrel's name could only herald misfortune. It was inconceivable that the other party would ever conceive of anything beneficial for him. There was no escaping this predicament, and he could only hope that this fellow would not be too outrageous. What did he say? One of his subordinates promptly inquired. The message from the phone bug instructed you to proceed to Dressrosa Island. You may go about your business now. After dismissing his subordinate, Charlotte fell into deep contemplation. He could hardly believe that the other party had sent him to Dressrosa without reason. What scheme was the infamous Captain Don Quixote Golden Lion Shiki concocting? Dressrosa. In the present day, Dressrosa was still under the dominion of the Riku royal family, with the reigning monarch being Riku Dole III. Don Quixote da Flamingo had yet to infiltrate this nation and wreak havoc. The kingdom's tragedy had not yet unfolded. Thus, the nation remained quite amicable, and the safety concerns were relatively minimal. However, it did seem to be somewhat close to the operational range of the Navy. The Navy posed a significant threat. As a pirate, he would easily attract their attention. What an utter nuisance. Yet, he remained perplexed about the underlying motive. Where exactly did Shiki intend for him to go? This was indeed a conundrum. Charlotte, shall we proceed? Lena gently inquired, breaking Charlotte's reverie as she observed his momentary distraction. Charlotte fell silent for a moment, and Lena couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Let us prepare, she exclaimed, though the words she wished to express lingered unspoken on her lips. Understanding the situation, she gracefully turned and walked towards the door. Though Charlotte was reluctant, he resolved to merely go with the flow, making no effort whatsoever. His strategy was to navigate the murky waters and seize opportunities. After all, didn't the last time turn out splendidly? He had simply floated along and, unbeknownst to him, emerged as the most significant victor. Gold Lion Shurji had become the perfect scapegoat. With such a successful precedent before him, how could he not take advantage of it? With this thought, he felt considerably more at ease. He had it all figured out. It was impossible to expect him to exert himself, and the notion of a reward increase was utterly inconceivable, with not even the slightest chance of it happening. Upon receiving the news, everyone rushed to his office. Boss, what are we going to do this time? Beta eagerly inquired, having been pinned up with anticipation, itching for a fight. Charlotte was utterly speechless. What could possibly be deemed a good thing when everyone was so fervently agitated? The militaristic tendencies of the Hibofeile family seemed to be escalating with alarming intensity. It was genuinely exhausting, as I could not comprehend the essence of discretion and silent prosperity. I remain uncertain. Perhaps I shall find clarity upon my arrival. Charlotte said with annoyance, Boss, where shall we go? Beta persistently inquired, his face filled with anticipation. Dressrosa. Mythos's eyes sparkled. Mr. Charlotte, is it the land of the legends with fairies? Huh? Charlotte was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly regained her composure, realizing that the term fairy referred to the diminutive folk residing in Grimbit, specifically the Dongdada tribe. Indeed, that was the one. Mythos's eyes sparkled with excitement as he recalled this tale from the annals of the Liku royal family, though regrettably, the records were far from comprehensive. Are fairies delectable? Beta inquired, her large head leaning forward in curiosity, a query that instantly piqued the interest of the Panda Man, Pandey. Goodness. Observing the gleam of anticipation in Beta and Pandey's eyes, Charlotte felt a cold sweat trickle down her back. Ignorance can be truly frightening. Ivan Pandey, you ought to dismiss such thoughts. They're a rare race, and the notion of consumption should be cast aside. She felt compelled to intervene, lest one of them, in their reckless curiosity, provoke a calamity in their quest to taste a fairy. A preemptive warning was necessary to keep them in check. Indeed, upon hearing this, both the man and the bear promptly lost interest in fairies. It appeared that Charlotte could finally exhale, calmly lifting her juice to take a sip. However, Beta seemed to have another idea, excitedly exclaiming, Boss, shall we venture to Dressrosa to rescue the suffering populace? With that, she struck a pose, crossing her arms in a dramatic fashion. Puffed. The juice from Charlotte's mouth splattered directly on Beta's face. This absurd action, where on earth did this fellow learn such a thing? Was he perhaps inspired by a script from his own extraordinary journey? The boss, Beta, whose face was mercilessly drenched, found himself devoid of hope. Ahem, my apologies. I seem to have gotten a bit carried away. Charlotte took a moment to organize her thoughts and calmly stated that during the upcoming expedition to Dressrosa, everyone must remain discreet. Instantly, the atmosphere grew serious. Such arrangements typically indicated significant undertakings. All right, no more lingering here. Let's prepare, she commanded. Understood, Captain, the group responded, promptly dispersing. Only Charlotte remained seated on the sofa, gazing up at the ceiling, lost in contemplation. Despite having mentally prepared herself, the caution exhibited by the notorious Golden Lion, Shiki, suggested that the matters at hand were far from trivial. Furthermore, what could possibly entice Shiki to set his sights on Dressrosa? Charlotte pondered deeply, racking her brain, as it seemed there was truly nothing of significance to dwell upon. Aside from the fact that the Don Quixote family once belonged to the royal lineage of Dressrosa before departing the nation to join the world government and ascend to the status of celestial dragons, there appeared to be nothing particularly noteworthy. As for the alleged allure of the Tontada tribe, given the temperament of Gold Lion Shiki, it is unlikely he would pay them any heed. Furthermore, The Tontata tribe's tales predominantly circulate within the confines of Dressrosa, rendering them largely unknown to the outside world. Midas's knowledge stemmed solely from the legends documented in the tomes brought back from O'Hara. Thus, it is evident that a love for reading truly broadens one's horizons. Snap! Unconsciously, Charlotte lit a cigarette and placed it between her lips, leaning back against the comfortable embrace of the sofa, exhaling a long plume of smoke. It was indeed a perplexing and troubling matter. Meanwhile, the members of the Hibofeile family commenced their meticulously organized actions. They selected their most valiant warriors and experienced support personnel, ensuring that all necessary supplies were thoroughly prepared. Gratitude was extended for the unwavering support of the martial arts community. Chapter 134. Departure to Dressrosa. Chapter 135. Departure to Dressrosa. Should you access this website using third-party applications or various browser plugins, it may result in disordered content display. Please attempt to use a mainstream browser for access at a later time. Thank you for your support. Chapter 135. Departure to Dressrosa upon the vast ocean. The Hibofeile ship sets sail, embarking on their journey to Dressrosa. Wow, Captain, this time we're heading to Dressrosa to undertake something monumental, aren't we? Beta exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement, his spirit for adventure undiminished. Charlotte had no desire whatsoever to engage with this fellow. Is this even human language? If one cannot articulate, it would be wise to remain silent. What, you wish to sleep? The drowsy Pander, suddenly interjected. Hey, Pander, who said anything about sleeping? Beta retorted with evident dissatisfaction. What? Sleeping where? That simply won't do. The still groggy Pander's words were entirely off track. You fool, wake up, Beta exclaimed, seizing Pander's fluffy shoulders and giving him a vigorous shake. Oh, Beta, why are you shaking me? The dazed Pander seemed even more befuddled after the jolt. Wake, wake. Beta's booming voice, coupled with the frantic shaking, finally roused Pander from his stupor. Stop, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Pander protested repeatedly, and Beta finally released his grip. The others laughed until their sides ached. He was truly a comedic gem. Charlotte merely observed the joyful atmosphere around him. Yet ever since their departure at sea, an unsettling feeling had taken root within him. He remained oblivious to the true purpose of their journey, instinctively sensing that it was not straightforward. The tight-lipped demeanor of the Golden Lion Haki hinted at foreboding tidings. Moreover, he had inquired of Dazok whether he was aware of any anomalies concerning Golden Lion Haki. To his surprise, Dazok too had received a notification with the objective similarly set in the waters near Dressrosa. This revelation further deepened Charlotte's unease, provoking fears of impending calamity. Regrettably, he could not fathom the intentions of their adversaries, and his previous life had provided no insights on the matter, leaving him in a state of perplexity. Suddenly, the sunlight outside the vessel vanished, prompting Charlotte to become instantly vigilant. He rushed towards the deck, followed closely by the others who shared his concern. Upon casting their gaze upwards, they beheld layers of dark clouds enveloping the sky, accompanied by the ominous sounds of wind and rain. The expressions of all present shifted subtly. There was no need for further elaboration, for after enduring so much, it was evident that inclement weather was once again upon them. Charlotte swiftly activated the shave and ascended to the lookout of the Hibofeile. Seizing the telescope from his subordinate, he scanned the horizon. Soon, he spotted a radiant beam of sunlight breaking through the clouds in the distance, akin to a glimmer of hope in the darkness, illuminating the path ahead. There would be no issues charging forth from that point. At 9 o'clock, hard a port, and full speed ahead. Charlotte's voice resonated instantly, commanding, charge. A multitude of followers sprang into action. I shall adjust the sails. Barrett bellowed. I will take the helm. Beta echoed as he raced forward. In a fleeting moment, the ship Hibofeile swiftly altered its course, propelling itself toward the direction indicated by Charlotte. Simultaneously, something hurtled through the sky, piercing the clouds. As a pristine white orb descended with force, Charlotte's eyes twitched uncontrollably. The weather in the New World was utterly absurd, as if the heavens themselves had unleashed colossal snowballs. A massive shadow descended, enveloping the entire ship, the Hibofeile, beneath its ominous embrace. Charlotte leapt into the air, soaring towards the colossal snowball overhead. As he swiftly drew his weapon from his waist, electric currents erupted in an instant. The technique, one-sword style, wind/waltz, unleashed a flurry of blade light, akin to 8 sharp claws cleaving through the sky, severing the descending snowball. With a series of splashes, the surface of Snowball Mountain fractured, 8 fissures expanding and spreading simultaneously. The entire mountain shattered, debris scattering across the ocean, creating tumultuous waves. The ship Hibofeile finally began to advance with all its might towards its destined course. Snowballs continued to rain down from the sky. With a thunderous crash, each struck the sea, stirring violent waves. After a considerable time, the Hibofeile emerged from the overcast region into a sunlit expanse of ocean. Turning back to glance at the fissures, the snowball mountain continued to descend, causing hearts to race. What kind of dreadful weather is this? Oh dear, we are safe, we are safe. The panda man Pandey plopped down on the deck, patting his round belly. Beta approached, asking, "What are you afraid of? Such cowardice." Pandey glared with his panda eyes, retorting, "How can I not be afraid? I am a devil fruit user. What if I fall into the sea?" This. Beta scratched his head awkwardly, unable to counter that logic. "You and Barrett. He's not a devil fruit user. Why don't you two think ahead? Are you both dim-witted?" Pandey's expression reflected exasperation, looking quite frustrated. Barrett tilted his head, thinking the first part of Pandey's statement had merit. But the latter seemed like an opportunistic insult. "Pandey, I feel a bit restless lately. I need a stretch." Barrett cracked his neck, his hands intertwining and producing a series of pops. "I think that sounds good." Beta, with mischief in his eyes, slowly approached Pandey. Pandey's fur bristled. In a moment of honesty, he inadvertently spoke his true feelings, provoked by the duo's habitual snatching of his snacks. "I think the weather is quite pleasant. Basking in the sunlight is delightful." Pandey turned his head away, whistling, refusing to engage further. "Precisely. That's why we need to loosen up our muscles." Barrett was not fooled at all, determined to prevent any escape. "Indeed, this weather is perfect." Beta grinned broadly, casting a look at Pandey that was unmistakable in its intent. "Captain, save me." Pandey cried out in despair, pleading loudly. "All right, you three. Every day you lack seriousness." Barrett and Beta exchanged glances, remaining silent, but Pandey felt a chill. "Charlotte, we need a highly skilled navigator." Lena spoke with lingering trepidation, revealing that she had long wished to voice her concerns. The judgment of ordinary navigators regarding the capricious weather of the New World remains woefully inadequate. "Indeed, that is quite true." Charlotte nodded in agreement. Indeed, a formidable navigator was of utmost necessity. He certainly did not wish to end up like Golden Lion Shiki, who not only lost his grand fleet, but also found a ship's helm impaled upon his head. Such a fate was utterly tragic and unbearable to witness. "Has there been any word of where one might find a skilled navigator?" Shero turned to Lena and inquired. Lena merely shook her head in resignation. It seemed that if such a remarkable navigator truly existed, they would have undoubtedly been claimed by others long ago. Although Shero felt a tinge of disappointment, he understood that this was a natural occurrence. It all depended on fate. The Hibofeile swiftly navigated the waters, approaching the vicinity of Dressrosa. A subordinate reported to Shero. "The captain has already arrived near the waters of Dressrosa." "Very well. We shall discreetly avoid the harbor and anchor at a secluded coastline for disembarkation." Charlotte naturally did not wish to make a grand appearance before the eyes of the world, as there was no advantage to be gained from such exposure. Pirates would only incite fear and vigilance. Moreover, attracting the attention of the Navy would only invite unnecessary trouble upon oneself. Thus, her subordinate executed a standard salute and swiftly departed. In Charlotte's heart, admiration blossomed. It must be said that Barrett's militarized management was beginning to yield results. Chapter 135. How touching is this intelligence? Chapter 136. How touching is this intelligence? If you're accessing this website through a third-party app or various browser plugins, it may result in disordered content display. Please try accessing the site later using mainstream browsers. Thank you for your support. Chapter 136. How touching is this intelligence? On the west coast of Dressrosa Island, the golden sandy beach appeared particularly dazzling. This nation, still quite underdeveloped compared to its future state, did not command much presence. The location was tranquil, much to Charlotte's satisfaction. A grand display would not align with their understated style. "Mr. Charlotte, how shall we go to see the fairies?" Mythos inquired eagerly, his curiosity insatiable ever since he learned from Charlotte that the fairies were indeed the Dongdadat tribe. "We must journey north through Dressrosa to reach Greenbit." Mythos murmured, "Is it really that far?" Shalawa smiled gently. He was also inclined to explore Greenbit, harboring a budding interest in the Dongdadat tribe. Despite their diminutive size, capable of dancing atop a human palm, their extraordinary strength and speed were several-fold greater than that of an ordinary person. Particularly intriguing was the fact that they had previously received assistance from the esteemed botanist, Nolan, who imparted the knowledge of cultivating plants, enabling ordinary flora to grow larger and more luxuriant. This piqued his curiosity, and as for the illustrious Nolan, not only was he an intrepid explorer, but also a remarkable botanist. Most importantly, Shala yearned to see if he could acquire the devil fruit, the healing fruit. If successful, it would undoubtedly enhance the capabilities of Dr. Jillian, propelling him to become the most formidable physician of the Hibofeile family. Furthermore, it might even allow for an advancement in the medical expertise of the Hibofeile lineage. After all, Golden Lion Shiki had merely directed him to this location. There was no necessity to report back on his own endeavors. Charlotte swiftly made arrangements, retaining Beta, Pinder, and Barrett. Despite Beta's expression of deep resentment, Charlotte chose to disregard it entirely. There was no conflict to be found, as Beta merely squandered emotional energy. It was preferable for this troublesome group to remain here. Any commotion during our journey would certainly be a source of vexation. The party soon set forth. Metas appeared somewhat perplexed. Mr. Charlotte, I notice on the map that Greenbit is connected to Dressrosa by an iron bridge. Shall we not sail there? Charlotte glanced at Métis and calmly remarked, the ship cannot pass. There exists a formidable congregation of large, horned, and ill-tempered black fish known as fighting fish. Although he possesses the awe-inspiring conqueror's Haki and feels no fear once he departs from the Hibofeile, devoid of its intimidating presence, that frenzied horde of fighting fish would undoubtedly launch an assault. If the Hibofeile were to sustain damage, it would be a regrettable loss. Cannot pass. Métis appeared momentarily perplexed, but swiftly regained composure, realizing there might be some issue within the nearby waters. Such occurrences were hardly novel in the New World. How dull, Beta lamented, languidly leaning against the ship's railing, watching as Charlotte and the others gradually receded into the distance. Sniff, sniff, Pand, the panda man, was restlessly twitching his nose. Hey, do you smell that? What are you rambling about, Bear? Beta replied, lacking enthusiasm. There's a fragrance, a delightful aroma, Pand exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Could it be that Mach is preparing a feast? In an instant, Beta's spirits lifted. She'll keep it down. No, it's the scent wafting from afar. Upon hearing Pand's words, Beta wore a skeptical expression. Observing Beta's doubtful demeanor, Pand crossed his arms proudly and declared, this is my unique skill. How else would I find food in the wild? Then, Pand eagerly urged, Beta, shall we go? Beta blinked, hesitating momentarily. Rest assured, Barrett is fine here. We will return swiftly. Unable to resist the allure, Beta finally relented. All right, let's go. Thus, the duo stealthily set off, dashing into the woods. Where to? Pand sniffed, continuously searching for direction, eventually halting his nose toward the east. This way. With that, they continued their journey eastward. Moments later, wisps of smoke curled from a nearby hill, accompanied by the enticing scent of roasting meat. Before them lay a colossal grilled fish, unmistakably prepared from a massive sea creature, its size astonishing. Impressive, Beta exclaimed, already dashing forth. Sly, Pan muttered, also hastening after him. The two figures, one human and one bear, crouched before the roasted meat, voraciously devouring it, the enormous chunks of flesh visibly diminishing. In the blink of an eye, only a pristine white fish skeleton remained. Delicious, delectable, Beta savored, pondering the identity of this sea beast, its meat so exquisite. Pan nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, the meat of this sea creature is incredibly fragrant and tender. Suddenly, a massive net descended from the sky, ensnaring both the man and the bear. We've caught them. We've caught them. Soon, a group of individuals armed with various weapons burst forth around them. Beta and Pandey were utterly bewildered. However, upon seeing a lone man accompanied by a bear ensnared in a net, the group's initial excitement quickly dissipated. A man with a red scarf tied around his head stepped forward from the throng. Why are you in the net? He inquired. With a carefree demeanor, Beta replied. I was caught after just having a bite of meat. This statement left the crowd in shock. Such a substantial roast in this desolate wilderness was clearly a trap. What a touching display of intellect. The leader of the group, at a loss for words, could only instruct everyone to release each other. Brushing off his clothes, Beta spoke. Since we have consumed your food, we can assist you with a task. Assist us? The man with the red scarf scoffed. Then you shall pay us. That roasted fish cost us a great deal, and it was meant to lure that ferocious beast. Now that it is gone, you must compensate us. Excuse me? Beta and Pandey exchanged glances, feeling somewhat awkward. We came out in such haste that we didn't bring any money. The man with the red scarf was about to erupt in anger when Pandey interjected. However, we guarantee that we can help you deal with the beast. You? The others regarded them with skepticism, yet, given the circumstances, they had little choice. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Beta seized the moment and insisted, please elaborate. The man and the bear nodded in agreement, deep in thought. Before they could continue, a thunderous roar echoed through the mountains. Not good. Everyone hide. The creature has arrived. The group quickly concealed themselves, except for Beta and Pandey, who remained in place. A colossal tiger emerged slowly. Pandey felt a wave of disappointment. It was merely a tiger, not some rare beast as he had imagined. In contrast, Beta was visibly exhilarated. The tiger appeared majestic and formidable, surely capable of taking a hit. In an instant, he charged forward, positioning himself before the tiger. The tiger paused momentarily, then swiftly swiped at Beta with its claws. Beta effortlessly blocked the attack with one hand, seizing the tiger's leg and swinging it around with wild abandon, startling the onlookers with his ferocity. With a casual toss, the tiger lay lifeless, utterly defeated. So weak. Let's go, Pandey. With that, he turned and strode away with an air of nonchalance. The others, only cheering loudly after confirming the tiger was truly dead, soon found that Beta and Pandey had vanished. Before long, following the tigress trail, they arrived at the entrance of a concealed cave. Haven T, we already assisted in resolving the issue. Why venture into the tiger's lair? Beta questioned, somewhat perplexed. Such tigers are typically paired. Having slain one, the other may seek revenge, Pandey explained. Oh, Beta grasped Pandey's intent. Then let us proceed inside and eliminate the potential threat. The cave appeared remarkably arid. Pand observed that there was indeed only a single ferocious tiger present. Let's hasten, Beta urged. Pan nodded, then suddenly halted, gazing upwards at the apex of the tiger's den. There, a solitary tree bore a peculiar fruit, its appearance quite strange. Could it be the devil fruit? In a chapter 136, Greenbit chapter 137. Greenbit, if you access this website using third-party applications or various browser plugins, content may be displayed in disarray. Please try accessing this site later using mainstream browsers. Thank you for your support. Chapter 137, Greenbit, a small town in the northern part of Dressrosa. Charlotte and her companions arrived successfully. Mythis gazed around, excitement radiating from her as she pointed towards the iron bridge. Mr. Charlotte, is that the iron bridge leading to Greenbit? A colossal steel bridge stretched across the sea, connecting to the distant horizon, obscured by a persistent veil of mist that lent an air of mystery to the scene. Charlotte gazed at the opening of the iron bridge. Then let us set forth. Mythis exclaimed eagerly, his anticipation to witness the extraordinary Dongdada tribe described by Charlotte palpable. A passing local gentleman, overhearing their conversation, kindly interjected, cautioning them about the dangers that awaited, suggesting they reconsider their expedition. In response to his well-meaning advice, Charlotte offered a gentle smile, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your concern, sir, but we shall be fine. The gentleman, casting a glance at them, chose not to press further. Such individuals were not uncommon, and he understood that some would remain undeterred by warnings. He then quietly departed. As for the gentleman's apprehensions, Charlotte found herself both amused and perplexed. After all, could a mere school of fighting fish truly pose a greater threat than a group of sea kings? Let us proceed. Charlotte took the lead towards the iron bridge, followed closely by Lena, Mythis, and Jillian. After walking several hundred meters, the surrounding mist grew increasingly dense. A colossal black shadow emerged on the surface of the sea, gradually approaching the water's edge. Before long, a fish fin slowly broke through the surface, swiftly heading towards the bridge. Charlotte suddenly came to a halt. Be cautious, she warned. The others were momentarily taken aback, yet without question. They heeded her words and began to carefully survey their surroundings. The sea erupted with towering waves as a massive black fish, measuring 60 to 70 meters in length, leaped from the water, sending forth a cascade of spray towards Charlotte and her companions. Its distinctive black horns, dark body, and crimson eyes marked it unmistakably, a fighting fish. As Charlotte withdrew her blade, a swift strike illuminated the air, cleaving through the vast expanse and severing the colossal body of the betta fish. With a resounding splash, the bisected form plummeted into the ocean, creating a thunderous roar upon impact. Is that truly a betta fish? Elena exclaimed in astonishment. If this creature had 4 additional legs, lost its fins, and its tail transformed into that of an ox, it would undoubtedly resemble a formidable black bull, without a hint of incongruity. Yet in mere moments, numerous dark fins began to emerge from the water surface. So many betta fish. Métis stood in utter disbelief, the sheer density of them invoking a sense of claustrophobia. Suddenly, a gigantic betta leapt from the depths, crashing directly into the steel railings of the iron bridge, emitting a screech as the metal contorted under the force of the impact. The destructive power of this creature was evident. What a predicament! With a fierce glance imbued with the power of the conqueror's Haki, Charlotte fixed her gaze upon him, causing the wildly agitated betta fish to suddenly regain clarity in its crimson eyes. Get lost! With a swift motion, the betta darted into the sea, desperately fleeing. Xiaoluo was immensely satisfied. The large-scale eradication of lesser fish could only be achieved through the power of Conqueror's Haki. Simultaneously, his Haki radiated outward with an overwhelming intensity, causing the irritable fighting fish to flee in a frenzy akin to startled rabbits. The sea lay completely tranquil, as if enveloped in a dreamlike haze. "Mr. Xiaoluo, your Conqueror's Haki has grown remarkably potent," Mythos exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Xiaoluo's Haki was now capable of precise coverage, leaving Mythos, Lena, and Jillian unaffected. "Let us proceed." The group continued onward. The steel bridge remained intact, allowing them to reach Greenbit without hindrance. "What is that?" Mythos gasped in disbelief upon reaching the Greenbit bridge. A colossal peony towered dozens of meters high, leaving a profound impression at first glance. The familiar flora appeared astonishingly oversized, mushrooms the size of trees, watermelons the size of houses, and an array of breathtakingly large blossoms. It was truly a wild and untamed forest. Xiaoluo, witnessing this for the first time, could not help but express his awe. It was evident how advanced the botanical knowledge of the Dongdada tribe was, generating great anticipation for what lay ahead. The coastline was littered with countless shipwrecks, a testament to the ferocity of the fighting fish. Xiaoluo descended the iron bridge with a serene demeanor. He sought to locate the subterranean kingdom of the Dongdada tribe to establish a mutually beneficial collaboration. Their inherent simplicity rendered them susceptible to deception. Such advantageous partnerships were beyond their capacity to decline. He approached them with goodwill, under the influence of his observation Haki. The hidden realm of the Dongda tribe could not elude his perception. Their joyful and innocent emotions were as conspicuous as the flames of winter. Yet, how to gain entry remained a mystery to him. Surely, he could not breach the very roof of their kingdom. Such an act would not only lead to casualties, but also incite animosity. Charlotte soon revealed a faint smile, realizing that creating some commotion would suffice to attract the Dongdada tribe. Why go to the trouble of seeking the entrance to the kingdom of Dongdada? Employing force, it turns out, is indeed an effective means of resolving issues. The ground beneath the Dongdada kingdom trembled violently, sending waves of anxiety through its inhabitants. The diminutive figure adorned with a king's crown and sunglasses was none other than King Ganxiao, the illustrious monarch of the Dongdada tribe. He was tirelessly reassuring his fellow tribesmen. Before long, the armed guards of the Dongdada tribe reported to Ganxiao. "It is the adult tribe." Ganxiao was taken aback. It had been many years since the adult tribe had made an appearance, and a look of conflict crossed his face. Yet, in an instant he resolved to act. "Charlotte, what madness is this, demolishing the beach?" Lena inquired, bewildered, to her companions Jillian and Medhis. The two exchanged helpless glances, equally perplexed by Charlotte's intentions. Perhaps, just perhaps, it was a case of restless hands. At that moment, the beach of Greenbit was marred by deep, crisscrossing trenches stretching over 100 meters. A sight both alarming and striking. Just as Charlotte was about to swing her blade once more, her motion abruptly halted mid-air. "Is it here?" A smile graced her lips. Moments later, King Ganxiao of the Dongdada kingdom appeared before them, riding a golden rhinoceros beetle. Medhis and the others wore expressions of astonishment, but remained silent in unison. "Esteemed Sir of the adult tribe, I am Ganxiao, king of the Dongdada tribe. Might I request that you refrain from further assault on the beach?" Charlotte's gaze fell upon the other, and despite the evident intrigue, he feigned ignorance, inquiring, "Why?" Ganxiao promptly elucidated the matter, and Charlotte soon displayed a rather bashful expression. "I apologize, truly, I had no idea it would be like this." Observing Charlotte's demeanor, Ganxiao felt a wave of relief wash over him, accompanied by a joyful countenance. Fully convinced of Charlotte's sincerity. How remarkably naive. No wonder they were so easily deceived. Of course, this was a reflection of their unique racial traits. If one merely spoke, they were likely to believe it without question. Such blissful innocence was worrisome. One feared that they might one day be sold off, only to assist their captors in counting the profits. Not being exterminated was indeed a stroke of tremendous fortune. Before long, a solid friendship blossomed between the two parties, and Charlotte and his companions were invited into the subterranean kingdom of the Dongdada tribe. End of chapter. Chapter 137. The Iron Shoes Tread Without Finding a Place. Chapter 138. The Iron Shoes Tread Without Finding a Place if you're using a third-party app or various browser plugins to access this website. It may cause the content to display out of order. Please try accessing this website using a mainstream browser later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 138. The Iron Shoes Tread Without Finding a Place in the Underground Kingdom of Dongdada. The arrival of Charlotte and her companions was met with enthusiastic acclaim. Being amidst them felt akin to stepping into a miniature world, where each house resembled a finely crafted figurine. Everywhere one looked, the diminutive figures of the Dong Tata tribe could be seen bustling about. Charlotte lifted her palm, cradling Ganjiao as he gazed up at her, and inquired, "Might it be possible for us to exchange our weaponry for your esteemed agricultural cultivation techniques?" Ganjiao, standing within the confines of Charlotte's hand, nodded affirmatively and replied, "Certainly." With that, he leapt from her palm and shortly returned bearing a multitude of elegantly crafted tomes. Charlotte's lips twitched. Indeed, the books were rather diminutive. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence, as he could entrust the task to Oli, enlisting more individuals to transcribe them using magnifying glasses. How splendid it would be to possess a fruit of duplication. Wald was indeed wasteful. At present, he found himself in a predicament, for that fellow had ventured into impel down to toil. Midas, upon hearing this, produced the weapons he had long prepared, extracting them from the tome. Initially, he had been perplexed by Mr. Charlotte's penchant for carrying such petite armaments, yet it now appeared he possessed remarkable foresight. Ganjo beamed at the sight. Not only would they safeguard the group, but hunting would also become significantly more convenient. Ultimately, this premeditated collaboration concluded in an atmosphere of warmth and camaraderie. Regrettably, he had not discovered any healing fruits in the Dongtada kingdom, greatly diminishing his gains. Additionally, he had extended invitations to some members of the Dongtada tribe, though, alas, circumstances did not unfold as hoped. However, Jillian stumbled upon 2 devil fruits while foraging for medicinal herbs in the forest, one being a zoan-type devil fruit, the caterpillar fruit, in the form of a stag beetle, and the other a zoan-type devil fruit, the caterpillar fruit, in the form of a wasp. Charlotte naturally had an impression of these 2 devil fruits, and he was surprised that both belonged to the Dong Tata tribe. Although they appeared rather unimpressive, they were, nonetheless, devil fruits that possessed the rare ability of flight. Perhaps he could find some loyal subordinates to utilize them and establish a flying contingent, which would be quite a commendable acquisition. He was eagerly anticipating the advancements in plant cultivation techniques, which could potentially shorten the maturation period of crops significantly, leading to remarkable outcomes. He hoped that it would bring him unexpected delights in the future. Upon returning to the Hibofeile, Charlotte learned that Beta and Pinder had sneakily ventured out. At first, Charlotte was quite infuriated, but these 2 individuals displayed a degree of restraint, avoiding any significant calamity, which ultimately alleviated some of his anger. However, such behavior must be promptly curtailed. Should they cause a major incident next time, it would likely fall upon him to bear the consequences. Thus, it is imperative to suppress this undesirable trend. Pray tell, what transpired, my young friends? As Charlotte's voice resonated, Beta and Pinder's hearts involuntarily raced. Well, boss, I was wrong. I should not have succumbed to temptation. I assure you, it shall not happen again. Pinder displayed an admirable attitude in acknowledging his mistake, offering no defense whatsoever. Yet, he still harbored hopes for a future opportunity. Xiao Luo emitted a cold snort. Well, boss, I was taken away. The mastermind is not me. I am merely an accomplice. An accomplice. Beta mumbled, lowering his head. This left Pandey utterly astounded, his wide, incredulous panda-like eyes staring in disbelief. How outrageous! Beta has truly lost all sense of propriety. So, you've even learned to evade responsibility, have you? Charlotte cast a piercing glance at Beta, articulating her words with utmost sharpness, insisting that neither the mastermind nor the accomplices could evade their responsibilities. Unless you disclose the truth today, you too shall circumambulate the island 1,000 times. What? Huh? Beta and Pandey gaped in astonishment. The notion of running around the island 1,000 times striking terror into their hearts. The 2 became visibly flustered. Boss, I possess a treasure, Pandey stammered, revealing the devil fruit they had discovered, presenting it as if offering a prized possession. Charlotte tilted his head, marveling at the serendipity of the situation. To venture out and return with a devil fruit was indeed a stroke of fortune. Observing the softening demeanor of Charlotte, Beta immediately grew anxious, exclaiming, Boss, don't forget about me. I was part of this discovery too. He shot a pointed glare at Pandey, implying a sense of betrayal. Pandey, however, turned his head away, refusing to acknowledge this ungrateful fellow who had just moments ago sought to evade responsibility. Charlotte cast a glance at the 2 miscreants, waved his hand dismissively, and decided it was best to let bygones be bygones. Without hesitation, he expelled the 2 lively characters from his presence. Outside, the sound of their quarrel echoed. Beta, you have gone too far. After all my trust in you, you chose to flee at the critical moment. Pandey exclaimed, visibly agitated. Beta, drenched in sweat, stammered, well, let me explain. I just got a bit anxious. How about I treat you to a feast of delicious delicacies? I hold grudges, Beta. You cannot bribe me. Pandey retorted resolutely. Seeing the situation unfold, Beta gritted his teeth and declared, what if I promise you snacks for a week? No, for a whole month? Pandey's eyes brightened with interest. Really? Beta felt a pang in his heart. He knew Pandey's voracious appetite was legendary, but guilt compelled him to follow through. Absolutely true. Is that so? Pandey squinted. Then I shall reluctantly forgive you. With a sigh of relief, Beta immediately turned to Pandey and inquired, who do you think leaked the information? Pandey smacked his forehead. Are you suggesting? In unison, the two exclaimed, Barrett. In an instant, they united in their indignation and set off with fervor to confront Barrett, who stood there utterly bewildered. Upon investigation, Charlotte was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that this was the healing fruit, a superhuman-type devil fruit. Indeed, it was a fortunate coincidence that required no arduous effort to uncover. Without further ado, he handed the healing fruit to Jillian. This healing fruit is perfectly suited for you. It can instantly heal the wounded, Charlotte remarked. Jillian was taken aback. This is astonishing. Yet, it is impossible to claim there are no drawbacks. The most formidable ability of the healing fruit, its restoration power, would inevitably impact the user's lifespan, effectively shortening it. Charlotte cautioned that while ordinary healing posed no issue, employing more potent abilities could affect one's lifespan. Thus, one must proceed with caution and prioritize their own medical expertise. Jillian nodded in agreement, assuring Charlotte that she would be prudent. After all, she need not rely on powerful healing abilities. This was not a concern for her. As she was already a highly skilled physician, she would not abandon her pursuit of medical knowledge. Rather, this newfound power served as a mere supplement. With this capability, she could swiftly provide aid on the battlefield, heralding the emergence of the most formidable field rescue physician of the Hibofeile family. Chalois felt a sense of reassurance upon observing Jillian. The reason he permitted her to utilize this devil fruit was not solely to enhance her healing abilities, but also to bolster her overall strength. Fundamentally, any devil fruit can augment a person's capabilities to a certain degree, with the distinction lying in the potency of the fruit and one's inherent talent. He wished for everyone to possess a degree of self-defense, for the battlefield is invariably ruthless. Thus, he had persistently sought ways to elevate their strengths. Naturally, Jillian's role was not intended for direct combat. She was primarily a support character in the rear. End of chapter. Chapter 138. What does it contain? Chapter 139. What is in store? If you access this website using third-party applications or various browser extensions, it may result in disordered content display. Please try using mainstream browsers later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 139. What lies ahead? The New World. A colossal military fortress stands on an island, with various military strongholds and facilities constructed throughout the terrain. Surrounding it are numerous watchtowers, and the naval harbor frequently witnesses the entry and exit of massive warships. Navy soldiers can be seen patrolling the grounds at any moment, ensuring tight security. At the center of the island rises a towering naval fortress, its top resembling a castle keep. The fortress's robust walls are emblazoned with the prominent letters G5. Exudine en Poisignoha. Indeed, this is one of the crucial branches of the Navy in the New World, Fort G5, within the commander's office of the base. The phone bug emitted a characteristic chirp. Click. Report. Admiral Sengoku. The Flying Sky Pirate Crew's 6 divisions have all arrived at the front sea area of the New World and engaged in conflict with our patrolling warships. The phone bug paused momentarily and continued. However, the 6th Division has not been located since its last appearance. Understood. Maintain close surveillance. Click. With a head of dense, curly hair and round glasses, Admiral Sengoku hung up the phone bug, his expression darkening. He gazed at the large nautical map on his desk, where 5 locations were marked with bold red circles, indicating the approximate positions of the 5 divisions of the Flying Sky Pirate Crew. The 6th Division? Hibofeile? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Sengoku's eyes. The absence of this inconspicuous division provoked curiosity. However, he was soon drawn to another significant and unstable factor. Where exactly is the Golden Lion, Shiki? Where his intentions? Such a formidable figure possesses an extraordinary capacity for destruction. The nearby brigadier officer promptly spoke. Admiral, should we dispatch additional fleets for patrols? Listening to his aide, Sengoku keenly sensed something amiss. Several fleets had set sail. Without hesitation, the aide reported that 6 naval warships were conducting patrol duties. He issued orders to augment the patrol fleet, while instructing the remaining naval forces to remain on standby at the fortress, refraining from any rash actions. Furthermore, he commanded that all naval personnel on leave at the G5 fortress return swiftly, ready for immediate deployment. Understood. The aide hurriedly departed, leaving Sengoku with a furrowed brow. The formidable Captain Shiki was a troublesome adversary. What could be his true intentions? Sengoku gazed at the nautical chart, engulfed in confusion, particularly troubled by the elusive position of Shiki's main fleet. It was frustratingly difficult to pinpoint. The other 5 divisions appeared to him as mere decoys. While the intelligence regarding the 6th division was scant, its strength uncertain. Though troublesome, they posed little threat compared to Shiki. The primary concern was Shiki's exceptional agility. Where'd he strike next? This was the most pressing dilemma. There were numerous potential targets. As Sengoku pondered the enemy's strategic motives, urgent footsteps echoed outside the door. Report. Admiral Sengoku, a naval transport fleet has come under attack and urgently requires assistance. The naval messenger rushed in, saluting and relaying the information with haste. Sengoku's expression darkened. He was acutely aware that this was not the time to divide forces. He needed to concentrate his strength for the quickest possible reinforcement. However, the precious lives of the Navy must also be saved. He ordered Vice Admiral Dendari and Vice Admiral Jiak to set out together, to rescue and then promptly return without engaging in prolonged combat. Yes, the messenger saluted and swiftly departed to convey the orders. This was indeed a passive stance. A glimmer of determination flickered behind Sengoku's round glasses. Moments later, he contacted Fleet Admiral Kong to report the current situation in the New World. In the captain's quarters of the Hibofeile, Charlotte gazed at the newspaper in his hands, overwhelmed by a mix of emotions. He had been quietly stationed at the western coast of Dressrosa for a week. However, the events that unfolded during this week had taken him by surprise. The divisions under the Flying Sky Pirates had been making bold and reckless attacks on naval warships, resulting in considerable casualties on both sides. This turmoil had stirred the world, with many believing that the long-silent Captain Shiki could no longer contain himself and was poised to unleash chaos. The prospect sent shivers down the spines of countless civilians, as war is eternally a source of suffering for the innocent. Yet, Charlotte remained furrowed in thought, sensing that the old fox had a far grander scheme in mind. After all, the main fleet of Captain Shiki had yet to engage, and he himself was merely biding his time. However, the Hibofeile family had no desire to become fodder for others. In his view, the other divisions were utterly foolish, aside from their slightly more valuable heads. What substantial benefits could they hope to gain? It appears that pirates take pride in their bounties, so it seems there is no cause for concern. We shall refrain from joining that tumult. Charlotte, do you think our inaction will provoke the displeasure of the Golden Lion? Lena expressed her worries with a hint of anxiety. Charlotte shook her head, asserting that it was not the case. That old fellow had not issued any orders for them to take the initiative. It was the captains of the subordinate squads who had engaged in battle with the Navy, creating a commotion that was entirely unrelated to them. Of course, it was also possible that they had inadvertently stumbled upon a skirmish, much like the unfortunate Dazok, who seemed to possess an uncanny fortune in such matters. Yet, Shiki the Golden Lion did not intervene either. Lena looked at Charlotte with a perplexed expression. This was precisely the aspect that Charlotte found most suspicious. That old man appeared to be completely unconcerned, as if deliberately allowing others to act recklessly. He resembled an outsider in the entire affair. Surely, one could not afford to be as idle as he was. The captain's idleness was still acceptable. Charlotte shook her head. The Golden Lion Shiki would not engage in such triviality. This, in fact, indicated that the other party harbored a certain intention. The objective of this operation was far from simple, and it was peculiar that Kijia, that woman, was inexplicably ignoring his calls at this moment. It was as if she was proclaiming, "Do not seek me unless there is a matter of significance, and if you do seek me, let it not be trivial." Charlotte, too, finds herself in a state of helplessness, compelled to adopt a stance of patient observation in hopes of maximizing benefits. The Golden Lion, Shiki, shall inevitably become a relic of the past. Thus, the Hibofeile family must prepare thoroughly before that eventuality. Even in the face of the direst outcomes, the safety of all must be ensured. At that moment, a young lad hurriedly approached. "Report, boss, the Golden Lion, Shiki, has instructed us to set sail towards the waters near Fishman Island." Fishman Island? The waters? Charlotte's expression shifted slightly. They were drawing too close to the Navy, encroaching upon the territory of the Red Soil continent, particularly given the current situation where the Navy was frequently engaged in battles with pirates. Allowing them to approach now significantly heightened the risk. It was exceedingly perilous. What a predicament! Gold Lion, what on earth does this fellow intend to do? Before Charlotte could voice his concerns, the transponder snail belonging to Daysock began to ring, similarly conveying orders to set off towards the vicinity of Fishman Island. Charlotte immediately sensed that something was amiss. The waters near Fishman Island? What to be there? End of this chapter. Chapter 139. The Mad Golden Lion, Chapter 140. The Mad Golden Lion, should you access this website via third-party applications or various browser plugins. It may result in disordered content display. Please try accessing this site later using mainstream browsers. Thank you for your support. Chapter 140. The Mad Golden Lion on a desolate island near the waters of Fishman Island, an unexpected and significant revelation emerged. The main fleet of Golden Lion Shiki was also present, and the sight of that colossal ship filled Charlotte with immense envy. However, what astonished him even more was the arrival of the other 4 divisions, who had also gathered at this location, each accompanied by a multitude of their own captured pirate fleet. The scale of this assembly appeared rather vast. Acutely sensing that an impending storm was on the horizon, Lena gradually appeared and said, "Shallow, Jinshi Tsushurji has summoned you to a meeting aboard the Sky Pirate ship." Charlotte exhaled a long plume of smoke, deftly removing the cigarette from his lips and flicking it away, watching it fall into the sea. He understood, albeit with great reluctance, that the reality of the situation left him no choice. Within the conference hall, a gathering of high-ranking officers from the flying pirate crew and division leaders assembled together. Shiki the Golden Lion, as before, sat in the main seat with a large cigar clamped between his teeth. Upon noticing that Charlotte was the last to arrive, Shiki chuckled softly. Well, everyone is here now. In Charlotte's mind, a sense of doubt stirred. Why was this old fellow smiling at him so enigmatically? Young Wald had indeed performed commendably, preserving the esteemed reputation of my airborne pirate crew. The others, too, cast their glances askew. Wald's renown was well known, having drawn the attention of figures such as Sengoku and Garp. Xiao Luo silently rolled her eyes, thinking how inappropriate the comment was. Without uttering another word, she quietly chose to sit beside the stoic Daesuk. Ladies and gentlemen, this time we are about to embark on a grand operation that will astonish the world. Astonish the world. A grand operation indeed. Charlotte felt her heart nearly stop. As for the others, they appear to be filled with an unsettling excitement, their bloodthirsty gazes sending shivers down her spine. Recently, the Sky Pirates had been rather inactive, which was inconsistent with their esteemed status and left them feeling somewhat stifled. They were, after all, one of the 3 most formidable pirate crews in the world, with a captain who stood at the pinnacle of strength. The Sky Pirates had never shied away from challenges. This was the prevailing sentiment among all, though Charlotte did not share in it. "Captain Shiki, please command me. My first division of the Daedal will certainly clear any obstacles ahead for you." Charlotte could not help but glance at the speaker, a towering figure standing at nearly 2 meters and 80 centimeters, adorned with a green tattoo upon his head. This individual boasted a staggering bounty of 700 million berries. However, his confidence appeared somewhat excessive. After all, Shiki had yet to utter a word. If he were to go mad and launch an assault on Mary Geos, how many lives would be lost? What kind of reasoning was that? That place was home to a multitude of formidable figures. For the sake of one's safety, individuals like him must be kept at a considerable distance. Truly, he was worthy of the title Doflamingo. Others around echoed their fervent support, proclaiming their willingness to follow Captain Shiki of the flying pirate crew into the depths of peril. The Golden Lion, Shiki, wore a broad smile, evidently pleased. Indeed, flattery knows no bounds. Even the illustrious and legendary pirate, Golden Lion Shiki, could not resist its allure. "Lads, this time we shall deliver a crushing blow to the Navy," decisively curtailing their sphere of influence. As Charlotte listened to the impassioned speech of the Golden Lion, her eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and a chill gripped her heart. To annihilate the G5 fortress, to let the name of the Golden Lion resonate throughout the world. In Charlotte's mind, it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck. He should have realized that the G5 fortress was situated near Fishman Island. Had he lost his mind? This individual had undoubtedly gone completely mad. Yet, the other pirates were in a frenzy, shouting as if under the influence of some false potion. "Captain Shiki! Captain Shiki! Captain Shiki!" Charlotte was rendered speechless, pondering what on earth had occupied the minds of these individuals. After all, it was the formidable G5 fortress, renowned and fortified by a great admiral. This group, lost in the soaring fame of the Flying Sky Pirates, utterly failed to comprehend the gravity of the situation, especially as he cast his gaze upon that audacious, unrestrained figure. His mind snapped into clarity. That old rascal had intended this all along, to allow others to act freely while concealing his own fleet, aiming to lure the Navy from other parts of the New World for a swift ambush. Madness, sheer madness. This fellow was overflowing with confidence. Even Sengoku would be a mere trifle for him to handle, and how many among his crew could truly bear the weight? If Garp were to arrive, it would spell great peril indeed. Brothers, let the Navy witness our might and make the world tremble at the name of the Flying Sky Pirates. The Golden Lion Shiki bellowed with exuberance, his laughter echoing. I am the Golden Lion Shiki. The flag he raised sent chills down Charlotte's spine. War may be encapsulated in a mere phrase, yet it is accompanied by mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. He looked at the pirates, driven into a frenzy by Shiki's impassioned speech, and found himself at a loss for words, burdened by an overwhelming weight in his heart. As the meeting concluded, the entire crew of the Flying Sky Pirates set forth with unwavering determination towards the G5 naval fortress. Captain, we are actually going to attack the Navy, Beta exclaimed in astonishment. War is no trivial matter, particularly not on such a grand scale. No one can remain unscathed, and anyone might fall in the fray. Captain, what shall we do this time? Bear inquired, looking towards Charlotte for guidance. As the cornerstone of the Hibofeile family, it is only when Charlotte speaks that everyone can fight without hesitation. Who is this Golden Lion Sky? They do not recognize him. Charlotte is quite gratified by Barrett's composed demeanor. At least he has not been swept away by emotion. Remember, this battle is not merely a struggle for the survival of the Hibofeile family. Everyone's primary focus must be on preserving their lives. On the battlefield, one must strive tenaciously to survive, and even fleeing is not a matter of shame. Do you understand? Xylo spoke with utmost seriousness. He had no desire for his subordinates to become mere cannon fodder for the ambitions of Golden Lion Shurji. Whether the bounty increased or not was of little consequence. What mattered most was survival, for only by living could there be hope. The others nodded gravely, sensing the profound concern in their leader's words. Gili prepared the medicinal supplies for treatment, while the medical team stood ready at a moment's notice. Métis, Lena, and Pandey safeguarded the vessel, with Pandey poised to provide support for a swift retreat. Beta and Barrett were cautioned against recklessness, leading the family members and drivers in their actions. With Barrett under your guidance, Charlotte issued a series of commands with utmost seriousness. Yes, the crowd responded in unison, rising and promptly setting about their tasks. Charlotte's mood was heavy, as if a storm was brewing. The madness of Captain Shiki, the Golden Lion, surpassed all his expectations. The Hibofeile family was truly about to face a baptism of war. The formidable naval force that dominated the seas exerted immense pressure on everyone. It must be said that as long as Shiki the Golden Lion was not overwhelmed and defeated, even in the event of a pirate retreat, he could still withdraw smoothly. One can only hope that this old fellow realizes the gravity of the situation soon. It was truly infuriating. The G5 fortress, though referred to as a stronghold, was in fact a military bastion modified from a large island. Chapter 140. War. Chapter 141. War. Around 10 in the morning. The sea was tranquil, and the sun shone brightly over the naval lookout tower on G5 Island. A naval petty officer was vigilantly observing the distant horizon through a telescope. Recently, the activities of the Flying Sky Pirates had become increasingly frequent, prompting the entire G5 fortress to elevate its alert level. Before long, dozens of ships slowly appeared in his line of sight, among which was a colossal vessel accompanied by 6 large ships. Puzzled, he raised the telescope for a closer look at the largest ship in the center. The distinct emblem of the Golden Lion left him utterly astounded. The Flying Sky Pirates. In a flurry, he immediately sounded the alarm beside him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The alarm echoed throughout the fortress, and a loudspeaker quickly announced, "The Flying Sky Pirates are attacking. All naval personnel, prepare for action." Upon hearing the commotion, the Navy stationed at G5 Fortress sprang into action like awakened war beasts. "Captain Shiki, the Navy has discovered us," a crew member shouted urgently. Then let me, Shiki the Golden Lion, give the Navy a little shock." As his words fell, Shiki the Golden Lion cackled maniacally, floating high into the air, arms crossed over his chest, a large cigar clenched between his teeth, his golden hair billowing in the wind, exuding an air of arrogance and pride. His gaze towards the G5 fortress was filled with disdain, and suddenly he pointed a single hand towards the sky, his arm crashing down to indicate the G5 fortress. The clouds roiled, the sky darkened abruptly, and a massive rock broke through the mist. No, it was an island. Countless onlookers gasped in shock, excitedly chanting the name of the Golden Lion. As Charlotte gazed up at the sky, the scene was nothing short of explosive. This fellow had audaciously unleashed a golden lion-esque cataclysm upon the G5 fortress. Truly terrifying. Moreover, this island appeared somewhat familiar, resembling the very desolate isle where they had gathered. The island descended like a meteor, shattering the heavens with fiery sparks as it hurtled towards its target. The navy stationed on G5 island transformed in countenance, their faces paling as the weaker among them involuntarily trembled, drenched in sweat, spiraling into chaos. At that moment, the Buddha of the Marine Corps, Sengoku, emerged slowly, his expression darkening at the looming peril in the sky. Admiral Sengoku. The sight of their stalwart leader ignited cheers among the naval personnel, rekindling a glimmer of hope for survival. He was the pinnacle of the Navy's might, an admiral. "Shiki, you are reckless," boomed a voice from the island. Sengoku tore away his cloak and leaped into the air, his silhouette transforming into that of a colossal golden Buddha in an instant. Buddha's shockwave. With a fierce gaze, the golden palm struck towards the heavens, unleashing a resplendent burst of golden radiance directed at the descending island. Boom! The thunderous explosion reverberated through the sky, rumbling like rolling thunder, as the island crumbled, disintegrating into fragments of varying sizes, plummeting to the ground. The hidden elites of the Navy revealed their prowess, shattering the falling debris with precision. Charlotte furrowed her brow. Indeed, the formidable strength of the Navy boasted a plethora of powerful warriors. The terrifying Navy. Could it be that this scoundrel, the Golden Lion, has truly gone too far this time? Sengoku, then let us engage in battle. The Golden Lion, Shiki, accelerated towards the G5 fortress. Soon, the resounding echoes of an epic clash reverberated, a dreadful pressure overwhelming all in its vicinity. An intensely oppressive atmosphere prevailed, worthy of a confrontation among the pinnacle of pirates. How utterly terrifying! Other pirates recklessly followed Shiki, charging towards the island of the G5 fortress. Observing this, Charlotte could only let out a weary sigh, opting to conserve strength and go with the flow. The battlefield was ever-changing, allowing no room for ostentation or carelessness. Nevertheless, this was indeed a rare opportunity for a grand battle, a chance to prepare the family members for the experiences of warfare. The Navy would triumph, annihilating the pirates. The pirates would prevail, vanquishing the Navy. Both sides, armed with blades and firearms, shouted their respective slogans as they clashed, fighting fervently for their beliefs, colliding with reckless abandon. Bang! Boom! Clang! The sounds of gunfire, cannon blasts, and clashing swords filled the air, with casualties on both sides as warriors fell and others surged forward. This was no mere battlefield. It was a blood-soaked slaughterhouse, a relentless grind of life itself. Charlotte's countenance was frigid. He understood that the outcome of the battlefield was not something this motley crew of underlings could dictate. Other captains from various divisions, alongside the officers of the Flying Sky Pirates, led the majority of their forces directly into the heart of the G5 fortress, intent on slaughter. In the face of such overwhelming power, numerous Navy personnel fell in an instant, inciting panic among their ranks. The pirates' morale surged, and the frenzy of battle escalated further. Before long, several figures descended upon the battlefield. The vice admirals and rear admirals of the Navy headquarters had arrived. The heavyweights were now entering the fray. They swiftly intervened to stifle the reckless onslaught of the Flying Sky Pirates officers. All naval officers consolidated their positions at the center, systematically eliminating the pirates, while the lower-ranked sailors cleared the perimeter. One vice admiral bellowed with authority, his objective clear and his judgment incisive. The goal was to annihilate the Flying Sky Pirates using the Navy's superior numbers. Kill! The enraged Navy personnel roared in response, their high level of training facilitating swift and coordinated action as they rapidly moved to various battlefronts with precision and purpose. Charlotte let out a sigh. He too had to take action. If the pirates were to be defeated too swiftly, the losses for the Hibofeile family could be even more devastating. Moreover, he had already vanquished the formidable pirate wall and had thus earned a certain notoriety within the Navy, making it perilous to linger on the fringes. He reminded himself to stay away from the center, to engage the enemy on the periphery while conserving his strength. Having resolved this, he charged towards the central area, where the naval officers were abundant, rendering it susceptible to collapse, an outcome too dire to contemplate. Beta and the others understood his intent, and Barrett was particularly inspired. This endeavor was primarily aimed at honing everyone's ability to coordinate in the face of large-scale combat. The others dutifully fulfilled their roles as commanded. The two sides clashed in a chaotic melee, creating an ideal opportunity for Charlotte to protect himself. Charlotte refrained from seeking the limelight. His sole objective was to adeptly follow the majority in their battle against the Navy, momentarily stabilizing the front lines. With a single stroke, he effortlessly dispatched a naval commander, continuing his pursuit of the target. Kill. A naval colonel swung his longsword menacingly at Charlotte, who gracefully sidestepped the attack, propelling himself forward in an instant to deliver a decisive punch, leaving no room for hesitation. Just as he moved, another naval commander charged towards him, sword in hand. Charlotte extended her palm and firmly grasped the opponent's head, forcefully driving it towards the ground. Bang! The earth erupted in a spray of debris as the naval colonel was left bloodied, several teeth dislodged, and rendered unconscious from the severe injury. Charlotte swiftly evaded, distancing himself from this tumultuous place. He had no desire to attract the attention of those formidable naval forces. The clamor of battle could easily lead to greater repercussions. His consistently astute strategy allowed him to seamlessly blend into the fray, drawing minimal scrutiny. If he could simply endure until the retreat of the Golden Lion, Haki, his success would be assured. A flawless maneuver. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Beta, Barrett, and others diligently followed Charlotte's orders, engaging the members of the Hibofeile family in combat near the Hibofeile ship. The results were promising. The performance of the Hibofeile family members on the battlefield was indeed commendable, capturing the attention of numerous naval officers who launched a fierce assault against them. End of chapter. Chapter 141. The Navy's wealth is truly vast. Chapter 142. The Navy's wealth is truly vast if you're accessing this website via a third-party app or various browser plugins. It may result in disordered content display. Please try accessing this website using a mainstream browser later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 142. The Navy's wealth is truly vast. A naval rear admiral, having just dispatched a group of pirates, furrowed his brow. These pirates, accustomed to survival in the New World, fought tenaciously against the soldiers of the Navy headquarters, their inherently bloodthirsty and ruthless nature further intensifying their ferocity. The officers were equally formidable and challenging. Ultimately, most pirates lived perilously, where battles invariably culminated in a fight to the death, with no compensation to speak of. Failing to strive while young, accumulating some capital could lead to a dismal fate in old age. Soon, the lopsided situation in the distance caught his attention. Which division of the Flying Sky Pirates was that? A nearby naval private promptly responded, "It is the 6th Division, the Hibofeile Pirates." Could it be the Hibofeile? The naval rear admiral, leading his subordinates, charged directly towards the Hibofeile family. Barrett, the situation appears favorable. Beta laughed heartily, feeling that these minor naval forces were not worth expending too much effort on. Be cautious. A large wave of Navy personnel is approaching. Barrett, keenly sensing the naval movements, quickly mobilized. The two sides swiftly engaged in battle, with the Hibofeile family showcasing a formidable fighting spirit and tenacity. They immediately shattered the naval vanguard, prompting the rear admiral to act decisively. With a single strike, several members of the Hibofeile family were grievously wounded. Beta's heart seethed with rage. These were brothers who had shared life and death together, and they surged forward without needing orders. That Navy officer, take this punch. The naval rear admiral hesitated momentarily, the furious voice and the aura of impending doom sending a chill through him. However, before he could react, a colossal fist had already reached his face. Bang! The naval rear admiral's face contorted grotesquely as his body was sent flying, crashing into a multitude of sailors. Staggering to his feet, he cursed the pirates. Soon after, 7 or 8 other naval rear admirals charged towards him in unison. So be it. Barrett, who had also arrived on the battlefield, joined the fray, and an intense clash ensued. In the distance, Charlotte's brow furrowed, an ominous feeling creeping over him as he cast a worried glance towards the direction of the Hibofeile. He swiftly dispatched the naval officers attempting a sneak attack, dismissing any lingering thoughts. This was, in every sense, a true war, where anything could transpire. In an instant, Charlotte's hair stood on end as his body instinctively recoiled. A terrifying assault grazed past him. With a thunderous roar, the ground behind him was carved into a massive crater. Charlotte looked up, encountering a naval vice admiral clad in iron gauntlets. Damn, it seems he's been targeted. Vice Admiral Giac appeared somewhat taken aback. Yet as he discerned Charlotte's identity, a jolt coursed through him. He was indeed the one who had vanquished Wald, Hibofeile Charlotte. Attack! The swift propulsion beneath his feet surged forth, his cape billowing audibly in the air. Charlotte paused momentarily, and with a crisp sound, Shiyu was unsheathed. A blinding flash of white light swept through the air. In the fleeting moment as they brushed past each other, Vice Admiral Giac's expression shifted in shock, revealing a gruesome gash upon his chest, crimson staining his standard military attire. Shalwa turned and launched another assault, unwilling to believe that a rear admiral who had emerged from countless Navy officers could be so easily vanquished. Jia Ku's expression remained inscrutable, as if the wound he bore held no significance for him whatsoever. His clenched fist revealed bulging veins, and his speed dramatically increased as he leapt into the air, raising his right fist behind him. Iron Fist Crush! With a sudden surge of velocity, his fist accelerated, unleashing a formidable force that resonated through the air with a thunderous crack. Startled, Charlotte exclaimed, "Iron Fist? Carp's apprentice? I have never heard of him." Nevertheless, his actions remained unfaltering as he unleashed a swift strike, employing the one-sword style, wind slash, dance it around. 8 razor-sharp beams formed an arc, encircling his opponent. Jack's expression shifted dramatically, yet he could only charge forward with unwavering resolve. The collision resulted in a terrifying explosion. As the smoke cleared, Major Jack's body suddenly stiffened, several gashes appearing across his form, blood gushing forth as he crashed heavily to the ground. The surrounding Navy personnel were taken aback, casting astonished glances at Charlotte, who felt a tightening at the back of his head. This was troublesome. He had revealed himself. The battle had drawn the attention of other naval commanders, especially since he had inadvertently eliminated a major, albeit one of lesser skill. Yet, one could not deny the significant blow this dealt to the morale of the surrounding Navy. Realizing this, Charlotte immediately activated the shave technique, Peach Blossoms, in full bloom. By the time others grasped the situation, he had vanished from the battlefield. The sudden turn of events caught both pirates and Navy off guard. However, the pirates, now invigorated, surged toward the Navy, plunging the battlefield into chaos. Charlotte soon adeptly concealed himself amidst the turmoil of the fray. With matters resolved, he sought to depart, obscuring his achievements and name, though this might merely be his own wishful thinking. At that moment, a distant Navy female major sprang into action, her delicate hands outstretched, summoning a barrage of iron spears that erupted from her palms. Countless iron projectiles rained down towards Charlotte's direction. This was problematic. The Navy was rife with peculiar abilities. This was yet another unknown devil fruit. The blade in Charlotte's hand danced swiftly, conjuring invisible afterimages. The cacophony of clanging and crashing resonated. Sparks flew as iron spears, launched at high velocity, were deftly deflected. In a fleeting moment, when the barrage ceased, a white circle erupted beneath Charlotte's feet, and in an instant, he appeared in midair beside his opponent. With a decisive strike, the female Major General activated her armament Haki to shield her vital organs, only to be hurled away with a thunderous crash, shattering several naval lookout towers, her fate uncertain. As Charlotte descended, the pirates displayed their audacity. A thunderous roar echoed as a middle-aged admiral with a long, dark mustache and ebony hair swung his sword downwards. Truly, the Navy deserves its reputation as a formidable force upon the seas. Their resources are simply vast. Shalawa dared not linger. He leaped backwards in a swift motion to evade the terrifying blade that approached from behind. Crack! The very spot he had occupied was cleaved into a neat trench, the dreadful force of the impact splitting a nearby hill in two. How terrifying this is! Shaw landed steadily, his expression far from pleasant. He could discern that the opponent was not a master swordsman, but rather someone who relied solely on their physical strength. It was truly exasperating. With no alternative, Charlotte confronted the relentless vice admiral with the white beard. If he did not eliminate this adversary, he would have no hope of remaining hidden. His hand rested on the hilt of his blade as he crouched slightly to the side. With a soft click, a segment of the blade gleamed ominously. Exudinya Shiingoha. Shao remained as tranquil as still water, pondering whether he had ever heard the mountain winds and the roars of tigers. The low murmurs resonated, reminiscent of a chilling breath of winter, dreadfully cold. One sword style, divine wind, tiger slash. The blade shadow swept through the air, akin to a fierce tiger descending from the mountains, bringing with it a tempestuous gale. With a soft thud, Admiral Longbeard of the Navy found himself half kneeling, as the dark aura of his armed color gradually receded. Coughing, he thought to himself, what a fearsome swordsman. His gaze remained fixed on Shalawa's figure, and as the armed color vanished entirely, 3 terrifying gashes appeared upon his body, leading him to collapse straight down. End of chapter. Chapter 142. Unease. Chapter 143. Unease. If you are accessing this site through third-party applications or various browser plugins, it may cause content to display in disarray. Please try accessing this site using mainstream browsers later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 143. Uneased Charlotte had just resolved the battle at hand and was prepared to relocate. Soon, he arrived at a new battlefield, where he immediately spotted Captain Daysock of the 5th Division engaged in combat with 2 naval rear admirals. Surrounded by a throng of school-level naval officers, Daysock found himself in a precarious situation. Pirate, meet your demise. With immense force, a Naginata swung towards Daysock. Maintaining an expressionless demeanor, deftly evaded the strike. In an instant, another rear admiral lunged forward, attempting to seize Daysock's body. With no time to fully withdraw, Daysock could only defend with his blade. In that moment, the iron weapon corroded, reduced to a heap of rusted scrap. From a distance, Charlotte was taken aback. The adversary was none other than the current wielder of the rust fruit. This devil fruit possessed the terrifying ability to rust any object it came into contact with, capable even of corroding human bones. The 2 rear admirals displayed remarkable synergy, placing Daysock in immediate peril. The Naginata struck again, leaving Daysock unable to evade. Just as the situation appeared dire, Charlotte reappeared at Daysock's side in a flash. With a swift motion, she intercepted the powerful assault of the Naginata, effortlessly deflecting it upward before executing a counterattack. The rear admiral, caught off guard, was sent flying, crashing into a nearby wall. The rust fruit user's pupils narrowed as Charlotte's blade glimmered once more. He would not grant his opponent the chance to make contact. With a swift slash, imbued with the power of armament Haki, the dark strike reached the adversary in an instant. With a sickening sound, the head was severed, soaring into the air while blood gushed forth like a fountain, the body collapsing to the ground. Charlotte paid no heed to Daysock's astonished expression. Let us go. Grasping Daysock firmly, she activated the shave technique, leaving behind a swirling mist before vanishing completely. They arrived in a temporarily deserted location. Are you all right? She inquired. Me fine. Daysock's response startled Charlotte. It was the first time he had offered such a brief reply. However, Charlotte retorted with irritation. You're far too reckless. There are numerous powerful Navy forces here, and your impetuousness could easily cost you your life. Daysock remained silent, and Charlotte chose not to elaborate further, especially considering that a swordsman without his weapon was at his most vulnerable. This is for you. You must take good care of it. Shiro tossed the renowned blade, Shiyu, to Dasuku. In that instinctive moment of catching Shiyu, he gazed incredulously at Shiro. Do not look at me that way. Survival is of paramount importance. Charlotte spoke softly, yet an increasing sense of unease enveloped him. At that moment, a furious roar resonated through the heavens and the earth, abruptly interrupting the exchange between the two. Lion's might. The resounding voice echoed across the battlefield, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. A thunderous rumble ensued as the ground trembled, and numerous earth and stone fragments gradually coalesced, giving rise to several lion-like giants that towered over the battlefield, casting a formidable shadow that obscured the sun. It was astonishing. This was indeed the Golden Lion. Charlotte was taken aback by the immense power of this technique. In the presence of such a monstrous entity, humans appeared insignificant, akin to mere ants. Lion Mountain suddenly erupted into a frenzied assault. However, a terrifying golden hand unleashed a series of dreadful shockwaves, instantly shattering the formidable Lion Mountain. Debris flew in all directions, resembling a cascade of meteorites bombarding the battlefield. Charlotte squinted her eyes, cursing under her breath. It was as if celestial beings were engaged in a fierce battle, leaving mere mortals to suffer the consequences. A colossal boulder, weighing 10,000 pounds, was hurtling directly towards them. Charlotte unleashed a colossal slashing strike, empowered by an overwhelming force, which cleaved through the massive boulder, reducing it to mere fragments in an instant. The battle between Admiral Sengoku and the flying pirate crew's Golden Lion Shiki intensified with each passing moment. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward, leaving even the naval officers who had just focused on Charlotte unable to attend to anything else, as they hurried to intercept the falling debris and safeguard their comrades. Seizing the opportunity, Charlotte swiftly withdrew from the scene, retreating in the direction from whence he came, leaving the battlefield to the two maniacs. Daysock, too, dared not hesitate. Suddenly, Charlotte sensed something amiss behind him. In that fleeting moment of turning his head, he cursed under his breath. Damn it, it was the strike of the Golden Lion. He was all too familiar with it. Xylo appeared to be in a state of distress, reminiscent of constipation, as the confrontation between the top-tier warriors unfolded, leaving bystanders in a position akin to spectators at a dramatic spectacle. A terrifying slash descended from the heavens, its golden arc plunging downward like a great rock unfurling its wings, taking the form of a crescent moon as it rushed forth towards him. Slash! Xiaoluo wielded his blade with relentless ferocity, countering the devastating strikes with each slash. In that fleeting moment, he paid no heed to the outcome and swiftly departed, for the peril around him was insurmountable. The chaotic battlefield grew increasingly tumultuous, with the wounded and the deceased strewn about, and debris littering the ground. The brutal clash between pirates and the navy raged on, unyielding in its ferocity. Yet, Xiaoluo's countenance betrayed his unease in the wake of his retreat. The pirates found themselves at a disadvantage. Initially, their unyielding aggression and savage ferocity had inflicted considerable casualties upon the navy. However, the tides of battle had begun to shift. The numerical superiority of the naval forces, coupled with their superior training and the presence of formidable warriors, played a pivotal role in this transformation. Charlotte was acutely aware that the flying sky pirates were steadily sliding towards an unfavorable predicament, and perhaps in the next moment, they would face an unprecedented catastrophe, the consequences of which would be dire. Unless the formidable Shiki, the Golden Lion, could vanquish Admiral Sengoku in a brief span of time, such a notion seemed utterly implausible. The disparity among the powerful was minimal, particularly in confrontations of such caliber, where a resolution could not be reached swiftly. Sengoku was renowned for his intellect as a strategist. Yet his strength was equally formidable. For Shiki to triumph over him would necessitate a considerable duration, one that others could hardly endure. An ominous feeling lingered within him. As there is only a misnomer, but no erroneous epithet, the moniker of the wise General Sengoku was not bestowed without reason, and he undoubtedly possessed a contingency plan. The might of the Navy's elite was beyond the comparison of the flying sky pirates. The likes of Garp, Zeta, and even Fleet Admiral Kong, along with Vice Admiral Tsuru, were no ordinary adversaries. Contemplating this, a chill crept down his spine. Ultimately, the outcome of Shiki battling two opponents resulted in his exhaustion and capture. The emergence of these naval powerhouses on the battlefield would yield unspeakable consequences. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the air was pierced by the ferocious sound of cannon fire, causing Charlotte's heart to leap. This only amplified his unease, strongly affirming his suspicions. Gazing into the distance, he beheld a multitude of naval warships approaching. Reinforcement from the Navy had arrived. Shiki would indeed pay dearly for his arrogance. Charlotte dared not linger even for a moment, swiftly making his way towards the direction of the Hibofeile, especially upon hearing the enraged roar of the Golden Lion calling out for Carp. His heart plummeted to the depths of despair. There was no time to remain here. He could not afford to hesitate for even a fraction of a second. To waver, even for an instant, would be a disservice to himself. Daesok, too, was visibly shaken, following Charlotte in a frantic dash without a glance back. With the arrival of reinforcements from the Navy, the pirates of the Flying Sea Pirate crew began to suffer a widespread rout across the battlefields. Faced with an overwhelming number of naval soldiers, even their fierce resistance proved futile against such odds. Xiaoluo, filled with urgency, executed a terrifying strike that felled a multitude of Navy soldiers. At this moment, conserving strength was not an option. He needed to swiftly reunite with the other members of the Hibofeile family. Upon his return, numerous Navy personnel lay defeated around the Hibofeile vessel, indicating that the losses were minimal. Charlotte let out a sigh of relief. The leader has returned. Many people, upon noticing, shouted with excitement, appearing to be in good spirits. Hurry, prepare for evacuation at any moment. Charlotte preserved her strength, preparing for the ultimate retreat in anticipation of the subsequent grand exodus. The greatest casualties invariably occur during a significant defeat. Naturally, Daesok returned to his own vessel. Jillian led the medical personnel in a relentless effort to treat and transport the wounded, while Pender remained steadfast in protecting the Hibofeile. Everyone was responding to the battle with remarkable composure. The battlefield had descended into a grueling stalemate, with the Navy advancing relentlessly, while the pirates began to wane. The tenacious resistance of the Hibofeile family particularly drew increasing assaults from the Navy. All members were vigilant, ensuring mutual cover, conserving their strength, and striking down their foes. Barrett raised his voice in a clarion call, emphasizing that the Hibofeile family must not suffer significant losses in this battle. The dream of a promised land had yet to be fulfilled, and the ultimate aspiration of Captain Charlotte required the collective guardianship of all. The Hibofeile family would never concede defeat. The conviction in their ideal homeland was unshakable. Barrett rallied the troops, and every member, infused with fervor, fervently resisted the onslaught from the Navy. Beta and Barrett led the charge, breaking through sways of the advancing Navy. The intertwining of combat became increasingly detrimental to them the longer it persisted. Charlotte's expression darkened as she gazed upon the fierce turmoil erupting at the heart of the battlefield. This wretched old fool, when driven to madness, shows no signs of restraint. Charlotte, surely the golden lion, Haki, will not retreat in his frenzy. Lena looked at Charlotte with concern, aware that in such a monumental clash, a moment's carelessness could lead to utter annihilation. Shero shook his head, perplexed by the erratic behavior of the mad lion. He could not ascertain when the adversary would retreat. Ha ha ha! The Navy is nothing but this, roared the golden lion Haki, his laughter booming and resonating across the battlefield, exuding an air of arrogance and invincibility. The flying pirate crew is retreating. With those words, countless members of the flying pirate crew ceased their entanglements and swiftly withdrew from the battlefield. Retreat, Charlotte also shouted with excitement. The members of the Hibofeile family, having received the command, began to slowly withdraw towards the Hibofeile ship. Beta and Barrett were ruthlessly slaughtering the approaching naval soldiers with wild abandon, showing no mercy in this moment of chaos. Charlotte gazed into the distance at the pursuing naval soldiers. The blade, heavens weep, was drawn with fervor, unleashing a flurry of slashes that tore through the air, creating a cacophony of thunderous sounds as they struck far away, shrouding the scene in a cloud of dust. As soon as everyone returned, the Hibofeile swiftly retreated towards the sea, executing the maneuver with remarkable precision, with the command to withdraw issued. He had no intention of lingering for the likes of the golden lion Haki, for such a delay was unnecessary. That fellow's agility rendered him nearly invulnerable, as long as one did not act foolishly. Boom! 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 The naval ships on the surface of the sea unleashed a barrage of concentrated artillery fire. Beta launched into a hyperspeed kicking technique, stirring up violent gusts of wind around him. With a flick of his toes, Cerulean Slash emerged, transforming him into a bluebird soaring into the sky. A resounding roar filled the air as a multitude of shells were obliterated, resulting in a vast expanse of explosive smoke. Suddenly, a shadow descended from the heavens, a colossal iron sphere. Beta leaped into action, his armament Haki enveloping him as he clenched his right fist, raising it high. Frenzy, iron shatter. The terrifying force of his rapid punch warped the air, producing a piercing hum. Boom! The massive iron sphere shattered instantaneously, sending shards flying and creating tumultuous waves. Other members of the Hibofeile family sprang into action, clearing the threats that emerged from all directions. The grand retreat had only just begun. Charlotte's gaze was grave. Soon, a colossal naval warship obstructed the retreating path of the Hibernia. With a focused glance, Charlotte swung his blade, cleaving the ocean's surface and severing the blocking warship in twain. Charge forth, he commanded. Everywhere, naval vessels clashed with pirate ships. Numerous pirate vessels were obliterated and sunk, with some pirates either drowning in the depths or being captured. Likewise, the naval ships faced a relentless demise. This area had transformed into a maritime graveyard for ships. The Hibernia surged forward relentlessly, with several airborne pirate ships trailing behind, showing no intention of offering support, but rather propelling themselves eagerly into the tumultuous waters ahead. Navigating through the billowing smoke and thunderous cannon fire of the battlefield, a while later, clarity emerged as the surroundings revealed no sign of warships. Looking back, the sea was littered with the charred remains of burning vessels. It was perilous, utterly perilous. Charlotte was still haunted by lingering fears. Fortunately, they managed to break free and were not trapped inside by the naval experts. The losses suffered by the Sky Pirates were indeed considerable. It would be impossible to claim total annihilation, for within his sight, he observed several pirate ships fleeing the battlefield. After calming down, Shero quickly grasped the situation. To be honest, it was only at this moment that he understood why Golden Lion Haki had acted in such a manner. Although Haki was notorious for his madness, he was by no means foolish, having dealt with the Navy for many years. He was acutely aware that the number of top-tier warriors within the Navy far surpassed that of the Flying Sky Pirates. Thus, his objective was never to completely annihilate the Navy, but rather to challenge their supremacy upon the seas. In hindsight, he had indeed succeeded in that regard. While it appeared that the Flying Sky Pirates had suffered significant losses in this battle, the New World was not lacking in pirates. For the Navy, failing to capture Golden Lion Haki and being unable to fully encircle the Flying Sky Pirates, coupled with the considerable losses at G5 Fortress, signified a profound defeat. They may have triumphed in the battle, but strategically, they had lost. Charlotte naturally dared not linger, and the ship, Hibofeile, continued its hasty retreat towards the distant seas. The G5 Fortress lay in ruins, a significant portion reduced to debris. Admiral Sengoku's expression was dark as he surveyed the continuous influx of injured soldiers. Everywhere he looked, there were the wounded. Damned golden lion Shiki, Sengoku muttered under his breath. The sheer destructive power of such a formidable adversary, coupled with the terrifying abilities of his devil fruit, was overwhelmingly destructive. That man's powers were indeed troublesome. Without means of containment, capturing him would be exceedingly difficult. Kapu, rarely seen with such a serious demeanor, still bore a full head of black hair at this moment. He swiftly assessed the casualties, the wounded, and the naval personnel involved. Yes, the Navy's soldiers, armed and ready, saluted before hastily rushing out. Concurrently, the fierce battle at G5 Fortress was broadcast far and wide, orchestrated by the Golden Lion Shiki through the use of a filming snail. Countless ordinary citizens were left in shock and dread, as Shiki's madness and the bloodthirst of pirates deeply unsettled the world. The seas grew tumultuous, and the Navy, which had maintained its authority since the Rox era, faced a severe challenge once more. The Flying Sky Pirates would unleash their full potential, opening their doors to the ferocious pirates of the New World. It was easy to envision the strength of the Flying Sky Pirates expanding exponentially, akin to a snowball rolling downhill, tracing the trajectory of history. Everything proceeded with a sense of order and steadiness. In a chapter 144, Departure Chapter 145, Departure. Chapter 145, Escape the Cunning Golden Lion, Shiki, orchestrated a global live broadcast, leaving the Navy utterly unable to conceal the sudden outbreak of conflict. The various factions secretly fanned the flames, while Morgan's extensive coverage further fueled the sensation. The battle at G5 Fortress ignited a new wave of piracy, inspiring countless ambitious individuals. A terrifying tide swept across both the four seas and the first half of the Grand Line, intensifying the brutal rampage of pirates. Most of the Navy forces retreated to stabilize the first half of the Grand Line and the four seas, causing a drastic reduction in their presence in the New World. Aside from crucial naval strongholds, it was nearly impossible to encounter any naval power. The G5 Fortress required extensive reconstruction, further diverting the Navy's resources. The Golden Lion pirate fleet began to take shape, and the title of admiral within this fleet started to resonate across the seas. On board the Hibofeile, having departed from the Fishman Island waters, Charlotte could not help but sigh at the newspapers. It goes without saying that his bounty had risen yet again, particularly due to the clever angle of the photographs. Captain of the 6th Division of the Flying Sky Pirates, Hibofeile Charlotte, bounty 560,000,000. He had ascended to the status of a great pirate in the New World. How tragic, knowing that it was inevitable, yet feeling utterly powerless in such a scenario. Abstaining from action was simply not an option. With life at stake, what was there to be modest about? All officers who participated in the battle saw their bounties significantly increased. Yet, there was one exception. The Panda Man, Pandey, received only a symbolic increase of 1,000 berries, totaling a meager 2,000 berries. 2,000 berries? What could that accomplish? If captured by the Navy, could he not simply pay his own ransom to reclaim his freedom and return to being a bear? This made Charlotte envious, drooling at the thought. Such a charming exterior was so deceiving, a sheer disgrace. The atmosphere, now free from danger, was markedly more relaxed. Observing Charlotte's demeanor, Lena covered her mouth and chuckled. Charlotte, are you feeling down again? Hey. Lena, could you please refrain from gloating? Charlotte, feeling quite helpless, merely pursed her lips. Beta, with an untroubled laugh, remarked. Only you, the boss lady, can jest with the leader. Who's the boss lady? Lena inquired. You. Bam. Beta received a solid punch, and a prominent bump swiftly emerged on his head as he winced in pain, clutching it. With a stern expression, Lena glared at Beta, clearly irked. Such a derogatory title as boss lady was utterly unacceptable for the graceful, elegant, and endearing Lena. Ha. Charlotte laughed without a shred of conscience, devoid of any sympathy. That fellow Beta truly brought this upon himself. That girl will certainly take a liking to such a dreadful nickname. His spirits lifted considerably as a result. Boss, where shall we head next? Barrett inquired, glancing at Charlotte amidst the ensuing commotion. Charlotte contemplated for a moment, and, for the sake of everyone's safety, deemed it prudent to seek refuge on an island before returning to Lottie Island. Métis responded swiftly, affirming that Mr. Charlotte was indeed correct, especially given the current adverse weather conditions at sea. The once placid waters had transformed, with tumultuous waves now challenging the vessel, the Hibofeile, as it struggled onward. Such was the nature of the New World-esque weather, sudden and capricious. Fortunately, The Hibofeile family had weathered many storms, and the members had become seasoned sailors, no longer displaying the initial signs of panic. Despite the perilous waves, they navigated with relative ease, though prolonged exposure could invite misfortune. Look, look, Beta exclaimed excitedly, pointing toward a distant island that appeared somewhat hazy amidst the tumultuous sea. The crew cheered and unhesitatingly steered their course toward the enigmatic landmass. The Hibofeile successfully docked in a natural harbor. This island is quite expansive, one remarked, astonished at the sight before them. Indeed, the vegetation is lush. It must harbor a wealth of fine herbs, Jillian observed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Everyone must remain where they are. Take this time to rest, Charlotte commanded, noticing the animated expressions of his companions. No one dared to oppose his decree, and each busied themselves, recognizing the necessity for rest at that moment. Thankfully, there are no signs of pirates or naval forces nearby. Just then, a ferocious roar echoed from the sky. A fierce gust of wind swept through, casting a looming shadow down upon them. What is that? Beta inquired, uncertainty lacing her voice. Is that a gigantic lizard with wings? Could such a creature exist in this world? However, Charlotte's expression shifted, revealing his concern. A dragon. Others gasped, looking up in astonishment. Wasn't this creature a mere legend? This dragon resembled the archetype of Western dragons, and Charlotte understood its origin. It was a creation of Vegapunk, brought forth through the manipulation of bloodline factors. The creature was an orange-spotted dragon, currently soaring high in the sky, but soon it dove toward them, its gaping maw poised to unleash a torrent of searing flames. Curse it! Shero unleashed a devastating strike, cleaving through flames and severely injuring the legendary evil dragon. The orange-hued beast momentarily lost its balance, its steel-like body rushing forward, leaving a deep trench in its wake. Is it delicious? Beta's eyes glimmered, saliva unwittingly trickling down. You cannot eat it, Métis quickly interjected, determined to ensure that such an intriguing creature was preserved. At that moment, Shero's thoughts were far removed from the matter at hand. Lena, is a no magnetic field here? The sudden inquiry caught Lena off guard, and she glanced at the recording pointer in her hand, which was utterly unresponsive. No, truly none, she exclaimed in astonishment, her earlier oversight now brought to light by Shero's reminder. In that instant, Shero was completely certain of their location. Punk Hazard, a unique island in the New World devoid of a magnetic field, typically unreachable without precise knowledge of its whereabouts. Remarkably, they had fortuitously arrived in this place. Presently, Punk Hazard was a picturesque island, untouched by devastation, which initially led Shero to fail to recognize it. However, upon seeing the artificial dragon, he realized the truth. A creature with a body as formidable as steel, capable of breathing fire and severing steel, was undoubtedly a product of Vegapunk's research, intended to safeguard the island's security. Particularly at this juncture, Vegapunk was likely conducting experiments somewhere on this island, perhaps even under the unfortunate protection of the Navy. It seemed they had just escaped one peril only to stumble into another den of wolves. The commotion they caused had likely drawn the island's attention. Even if he had no intention of attacking, their presence in such a crucial scientific research site for the world government would inevitably suggest ulterior motives. Everyone remained on high alert. This was a secret Navy base. All right, the group responded in unison, moving swiftly to prepare for action. They needed to take the initiative and eliminate the Navy presence here, rather than waiting passively. If the enemy became aware of their presence and engaged them, it would be all too easy to be intercepted by the Navy, especially given the current treacherous weather at sea, since they would be misunderstood by the enemy regardless. They might as well gather more resources to avoid suffering losses. Thank you all for your continued support. End of chapter. Chapter 145. Punk Hazard Chapter 146. Punk Hazard if you're using third-party apps or various browser plugins to access this website. It may cause content to display in disarray. Please try accessing this website using mainstream browsers later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 146. Punk Hazard is traversed by a vast inland waterway that spans the entirety of the island. The ship, the Hibofeile, sets sail along this waterway, dispatching numerous naval patrols along the way. Meanwhile, within the security room of Punk Hazard, a crimson alert blared. Report to the commander. Pirates have invaded Punk Hazard. Intelligence confirms it is the 6th Division of the Flying Sky Pirates. In response to the report from the naval soldier, a figure clad in white, wearing a lion mask, snorted coldly. Organize the personnel for an immediate counterattack. Yes, the naval soldier hurriedly departed to relay the orders. This individual was a member of the Cipher Pole, one of the 3 major agencies of the world government, specifically a CP0 agent serving the world aristocracy. Observing the surveillance footage, the CP-0 officer, draped in a white cloak, adorned with a white top hat and a floral emblem on his chest, acted without hesitation. His mission was to ensure the absolute safety of Dr. Vegapunk. He promptly decided to contact his superior via the snail phone. Mr. Charlotte, did you say that the world's most formidable genius scientist, Dr. Vegapunk, is concealed here? Mythos had not anticipated that this location would serve as Vegapunk's research facility. Vegapunk was renowned long before the Navy gained control, and tales of his exploits were well known across the seas. His homeland, the future nation of Balkimo, had long been guarded by the Navy, underscoring his significance. Lena's expression was one of sheer delight. This represented a fortuitous opportunity for Rife Island. She understood all too well the immense benefits that would accrue from having two scientists present. The thought of potentially relocating all the scientists from this place left her in awe of the unimaginable future that awaited Rife Island. Scientists were irreplaceable assets for the development of Rife Island, especially Vegapunk, who was celebrated as a genius scientist. Charlotte, does this mean we can seize Vegapunk and take him with us? With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Charlotte was acutely aware of Lena's intentions. However, he simply could not proceed with such actions. If he were to abduct Vegapunk, it would unleash a torrent of chaos, and the world government would undoubtedly retaliate with great fervor, placing the Hibari family in grave peril. Furthermore, considering Vegapunk's significance, it was highly likely that the world government had already devised contingency plans, making it exceedingly difficult to intercept him, even if interception were possible. It was an unthinkable course of action. The world government's valuation of Vegapunk far exceeded common perception. Given their formidable power, they lacked the resources to confront the world government independently. At this juncture, one could say he was trapped in a precarious situation. In Charlotte's eyes burned a fierce determination. Regardless of the circumstances, he would inevitably attract the attention of the world government. However, he had no desire to suffer any losses. While Vegapunk might escape, he would unreservedly seize the various research materials at hand. Once he realized that the situation could not end favorably, he set a clear objective. No. After vanquishing the guards here, everyone would exert their utmost to scour Punk Hazard for all scientific data and the ordinary researchers. People and materials represented the most cost-effective resources and were also the scarcest on Rife Island. It was not that Vegapunk lacked prowess. Rather, these assets bore greater value and security. Vegapunk was not our primary target, understood? Barrett, Beta, and Ponde need not overcomplicate matters. They simply had to heed the boss's commands. Lena's gaze flickered as she remarked, Charlotte, you are concerned about the threat posed by the Golden Lion, Shiki. Indeed, she spoke the truth. Charlotte nodded in agreement, offering no rebuttal. Indeed, even in the absence of a world government, the malevolent nature of Shiki the Golden Lion would render him incapable of safeguarding Vegapunk. It was best to avoid such a hot potato without the requisite strength. He was not yet prepared to meet his end. Boom! 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 The naval warships launched a fierce barrage in an attempt to intercept them, but they were swiftly obliterated, igniting a blazing inferno. The Hibofeile cleared the naval vessel's obstruction and smoothly arrived at the port of Punk Hazard's inner island. Disembark. Aside from a portion of the crew left to guard the ships, the rest surged towards the shore, where another fierce battle with the Navy erupted. Charlotte took the lead, determined to engage in a swift and decisive battle to gain precious time. With a fierce slash, the relentless swings of the heavenly cry carved deep gorges into the ground, swiftly and effectively dispatching the naval guards. In the distance, a towering fortress of steel stood resolutely. The cannons of the surrounding defensive bastions fired incessantly, but to Charlotte, they were merely minor inconveniences. Beta activated the shave technique, vanishing with a whoosh, unleashing the Ape King's cannon. Thunderously, the fortress crumbled like a block of tofu, and everyone surged through the direction of the collapse, engulfed in the chaos of battle. In that moment, the air was filled with the cacophony of combat. Several airships floated majestically in the sky above. Charlotte was somewhat taken aback, yet her interest was minimal. For the strong, this object was merely a trifle. A target suspended in the air. Suddenly, the airship unleashed a type of bomb previously unseen, crashing towards the ground. Boom! The earth was violently struck by this specialized explosive, creating a massive crater. Charlotte's countenance turned icy. The explosive power of the specially designed bombs wielded by ordinary members was astonishing. Fortunately, their accuracy was lacking, and even the strongest could suffer minor setbacks in peculiar circumstances. Faced with such a threat, Charlotte could not afford to remain passive. With a soaring strike, she ascended into the sky, instantly disintegrating the airborne airship into a cascade of fiery fragments that rained down. Roar! Roar! The two artificial dragons of Vegapunk circled in the air, continuously diving down to unleash searing flames. Barrett maintained a composed demeanor as he accelerated forward. Fervent Thunderbird. As his fist vibrated with tremendous speed, arcs of electricity erupted in the air, the force of the tremor shooting forth like a thunderous bird. Boom! A green lizard dragon was struck down, crashing directly into a fortress below, its ferocious roar echoing as it even bit through thick steel. Charlotte could not help but marvel at the vibrant vitality of the artificial dragons, whose prowess was quite formidable. Moments later, the two dragons were thoroughly subdued. What a treasure! What a treasure! Mythos exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. With an air of elegance, he leisurely placed the utterly defenseless creatures into the confines of his book. The naval forces here had met with utter defeat. Charlotte strolled confidently towards the imposing steel gates of the research fortress, towering over 20 meters high. With a swift flash of his blade, a triangular notch was etched into the iron door, and with a forceful push, it collapsed with a thunderous crash. The Navy could no longer withstand the onslaught of the ravenous crowd. The Hibofeile family was far too swift in their actions. The vast expanse of the fortress was filled with numerous rooms, eagerly awaiting personnel to search for various materials. Charlotte even spotted a considerable amount of scientific research equipment, which he had no intention of letting slip away. All of these were valuable assets. Having already incurred the wrath of the world government, he cared little for such trivialities. It would be best to excavate every inch, leaving no trace behind. Moreover, he harbored a sense of resentment, despite his restraint in battle. The Navy had placed a hefty bounty on his head. It was utterly short-sighted of them. They truly underestimated Charlotte's capabilities. Punk hazard. It was time to unleash a frenzy. He believed that the technological advancements found here would elevate the Hibofeile family to an entirely new echelon. This location was the very first research institute where Vegapunk operated under the aegis of the world government. One could only imagine the envy-inducing technologies housed within. The very notion of artificial dragons was astonishing, yet merely a glimpse into Vegapunk's extraordinary prowess. While it might seem mundane in his hands, to any scientist, it represented an unfathomable leap in scientific wisdom. Consider the research on devil fruits, the creation and application of sea prism stone, large-scale artificial human projects, and the pacifist artificial 7 warlords, among others. If they could acquire even a fraction of such technologies, not only would their strength increase, but their safety would be significantly enhanced as well. Gratitude is extended to the Sword Saint by Yujing and Han Xiao for their support through votes. A heartfelt thank you to all who have consistently voted and commented. Your encouragement is deeply appreciated. End of chapter. Chapter 146. Astonishing Gains. Chapter 147. Astonishing Gains. The interior of the Steel Science Laboratory Fortress was filled with the blaring of harsh alarms, with red lights flashing erratically. The atmosphere was heavy and tense. Charlotte traversed the exceedingly spacious corridor, with Lena vigilantly surveying the surrounding environment. Charlotte, this labyrinthine passageway is exceedingly intricate, and there are far too many rooms. If we were to search each one individually, I fear we would be both short on time and energy. Lena expressed her concerns. Despite the tumultuous weather over the ocean, the Navy reinforcements could arrive at any moment. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence understands the value of this place. The world government is not merely comprised of mindless imbeciles among the celestial dragons. We must do our utmost. Every second counts, she urged. Charlotte, fully aware of the significance of maximizing value, understood that the bounty could not rise without justification. Otherwise, it would be a grave misfortune. Lena nodded in agreement, recognizing that there was no other course of action. Before long, Lena's gaze fell upon a distinctive silver door. Charlotte, look, she exclaimed. Responding to her call, Charlotte turned his attention to the dimly lit end of the corridor, where the unique door was still discernible. The two swiftly approached the entrance, and suddenly, the sensor lights illuminated, revealing the words Experiment Research Room Number 7. An experiment room? With a gentle push, Charlotte found the door unyielding, causing him to furrow his brow. Lena stepped back. Lena, displaying remarkable understanding, retreated behind Charlotte. In a flash of steel and a crisp sound, the door was cleaved into 2 segments. With a forceful shove, the iron gate crumbled instantaneously. The scene that unfolded before their eyes revealed an array of colossal experimental apparatus scattered throughout the space. At the center, a series of transparent chambers came into view, filled with a copious amount of pale green nutrient solution, within which figures resembling humans, fishmen, and various animals could be discerned. Moreover, several of these experimental chambers had shattered, causing the pale green liquid to cascade onto the ground. Lena's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Charlotte, exclaiming, "What is this?" Charlotte felt a surge of excitement within. This must be a significant experimental site. Just look at these remarkable entities. Ordinary laboratories do not boast such advanced apparatus. The facilities of the Hibofeile family pale in comparison to this. There is simply no basis for comparison. The formidable foundation of the world government, as evidenced by the intricate details here, is truly daunting, far beyond the reach of mere opportunists. The scientific prowess wielded by the deity of defensive technology, the formidable Satan, represents a deeply concealed and terrifying force within the world government's arsenal. In the future, Vegapunk's experimental headquarters will undoubtedly be Egghead Island. Even without his intrusion, this place would inevitably transform into a forsaken research base. The technology there is even more astonishing, an achievement that transcends the ages. "Charlotte, is that person alive?" Lena inquired curiously, pointing at a human figure within one of the experimental chambers. Her interest piqued. Shalo shook his head, uncertain, for there appeared to be no signs of life. His observation, Haki, similarly failed to detect any emotions emanating from within, leaving him to ponder whether the individual had truly perished or simply lacked any emotional response. Lena refrained from pressing further on the matter, instead turning her gaze to the surroundings. Soon, her eyes brightened as they landed upon a room marked with the words Central Observation Zone. "Shalo, look over there," she exclaimed. Shalo, withdrawing his gaze from the experimental chamber, turned to follow her direction. "It must be an important laboratory. Let us proceed." Charlotte and her companion swiftly approached. The door here was not locked and was easily pushed open. Scattered across the floor were various experimental reports, revealing the haste and disarray of the retreating personnel. They had departed in such urgency that a multitude of documents were left behind, resembling mere refuse. Charlotte cast a casual glance towards the ground. Island heating system experiment. Experimental data recorded, successful. Human gigantfication project experiment. Number 052, experimental data recorded, human transformation into giants, unsuccessful. Artificial phantom beast biological project experiments. Number 003. 022, 088, experimental data recorded, successful creation of artificial dragons. Mechanical animal research project experiment. Data recorded, manufacturing experiment successful. Weapon modification technology research project experiment. Data recorded satisfactorily. Experimental project advancing smoothly. Marine beast weapon manufacturing project experiment. Experimental data recorded, technology immature, unsuccessful. Artificial devil fruit manufacturing technology experiment. Zoan-type devil fruit experimental data. Replication technology for the Zoan-type phantom beast, Qinglong fruit, defective product experiment failed. Humanoid weapon manufacturing machine plan. Experimental subject. Experimental records, no subject survived, experiment failed. Weapon utilization of devil fruit experiment. Experimental records, preliminary experimental phase, unsuccessful. Supreme biological manufacturing project. Experimental records, number 005, fish giant bloodline modification experiment, unsuccessful. Nofito giant bloodline modification experiment, unsuccessful. Special race bloodline extraction and replication experimental project. Lunaria bloodline extraction experiment, successful. Bloodline factor theory data application, experimental records. Charlotte stared in astonishment, utterly amazed. What he initially perceived as mere refuse was undeniably a treasure. The abundance of experimental data, though its intricacies eluded his comprehension, resonated deeply with him through its vivid nomenclature. The array of technologies involved was nothing short of terrifying. Even Lena, a novice in the field, was left speechless. It was simply unbelievable. In comparison, the scientific endeavors of the Hibofeile family seemed trivial. The power of unbridled science was indeed formidable. "Is all of this real?" Lena inquired uncertainly, her eyes betraying her excitement as she glanced at Charlotte. "Indeed, Lena, we are truly on the verge of taking flight," Charlotte replied without hesitation, fully aware of the experimental value of this data. The reputation of Vegapunk was well-deserved, and the brilliant mind behind it held countless revolutionary ideas, stifled only by a lack of technology, materials, and funding, which limited the boundless potential of his creativity. The era simply could not keep pace with his imaginative genius. He was indeed an extraordinary scientist. "I'll go inform everyone," Lena exclaimed, brimming with exhilaration. Without waiting for Charlotte's response, she dashed away, not looking back. Observing the scene, Charlotte chuckled. Even the composed Lena could not maintain her poise. With such a wealth of experimental data at hand, who among those who grasped its value would not feel a surge of excitement? The Hibofeile family's commitment to scientific research had already yielded significant benefits from their technological outputs. The importance of these groundbreaking research data is beyond measure. They are a tangible investment. To describe them as precious would be an understatement. If the Hibofeile family could sustain its development for just a few more years, the transformation of these technologies into combat capabilities would be utterly terrifying. The imagination falters at the thought. Charlotte's heart quivered with anticipation. The notion of a bounty, however trivial, seemed insignificant compared to the immense value of this opportunity. It was a veritable windfall, an unparalleled fortune. Before long, a throng of members from the Hibofeile family arrived, meticulously gathering various precious experimental reports, fearful of any potential loss. "Mr. Charlotte, what about these documents?" Mythos inquired as he hurried over. "We must take them all. The rapid ascent of the Hibofeile family hinges upon your efforts. These materials will significantly aid in our rise." At these words, Mythos became even more animated, his excitement palpable. "Rest assured, Mr. Charlotte, I shall exert every effort." Charlotte nodded, acknowledging that Métis's abilities were indeed crucial, providing significant assistance for the development of the Hibofeile family. Just look at the convenience Métis's powers have afforded them. He is undoubtedly the finest mover. Métis swiftly immersed himself in his work, adeptly categorizing and storing all valuable items into books using his fruit abilities. To him, Mr. Charlotte's words were infallible. These treasures would secure the future of the Hibofeile family, forming an extraordinary foundation for its prosperity. The ideal homeland requires additional support, and the power of technology is indispensable. Filled with motivation and vigor, Métis was relentless in his efforts. Observing this, Charlotte felt reassured, knowing that everyone shared his far-sighted vision, not confined by narrow perspectives. As for the substantial funding required for scientific research, that posed no problem. Money, if hoarded, serves no purpose. The Hibofeile family is not lacking in wealth. Money is valuable only when it has purpose. Otherwise, it becomes mere waste. Science and technology, as the primary productive force, merit full investment. End of chapter. Chapter 147, Kaido of the Beasts. Chapter 148, Kaido of the Beasts. A long iron corridor. A figure moved like a lost beast, exhibiting a somewhat deranged demeanor, rampaging about, wielding a massive spike club that struck at everything unpleasing. Boom! Each blow resonated with a deafening explosion. Upon hearing the commotion, Charlotte's expression darkened, and he swiftly made his way towards the source of the sound. Moments later, a hulking figure emerged, adorned with horns atop his head, tattoos gracing his chest, and wielding a spiked club, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Kaido. Charlotte was momentarily taken aback upon encountering Kaido, the beast known as the strongest creature and one of the future emperors of the sea. How could he possibly be here? It seemed that this individual had genuinely been captured, as Vegapunk's imitation of the devil fruit was derived from Kaido's Zoan-type fish fruit, specifically the mythical azure dragon form. During his escape from prison, Kaido inadvertently rescued the remnants of a Lunarian race, known as Ash, who, captivated by Kaido's formidable power, came to believe that Kaido was Joy Boy and pledged unwavering loyalty to him. This meant that Ash was also present here, confined somewhere. He never anticipated encountering him at this particular moment. What a stroke of bad luck. Although Kaido had not yet reached his zenith, his strength was still formidable, posing a significant challenge. "Who are you, kid?" Kaido, exuding an air of dominance, inquired, his gaze piercing as he addressed Charlotte. It was entirely reasonable for the other party to be unaware, having no idea how long he had been here. In response to Charlotte's silence, Kaido launched a direct assault, swiftly closing the distance and bringing down his Kanabo with a fierce strike. How ruthless! Charlotte leaped to the side, evading the oncoming attack. With a resounding crash, debris erupted from the ground, shrouded in a swirling cloud of dust. Swoosh! Kaido's figure broke through the obstacles, advancing relentlessly, and Charlotte's expression darkened. With great haste, he drew his sword, Tianku. Clang! The blade and the club collided with tremendous force, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The sword and the club remained locked in a fierce struggle, their immense power clashing and producing a continuous tremor. "Not bad, kid," Kaido exclaimed, seemingly taken aback yet somewhat exhilarated. Freak! In the troubles of Charlotte, the formidable prowess of each individual is truly remarkable. Kaido's physical strength is nothing short of terrifying. Even his raw power evokes a sense of awe. The overwhelming vitality pulsating within him is astonishingly fearsome, truly deserving of his moniker as a monster. With a swift upward thrust of his blade, Charlotte momentarily deflected Kaido's onslaught. Once more, he bellowed as Kaido charged forward once again. The clang of metal reverberated through the air as their weapons collided with ferocity, unleashing a cacophony of sound that sent shockwaves rippling outward, accompanied by a dazzling array of sparks. Haha, what a thrill! Kaido roared, exerting his strength relentlessly. Damn it! Charlotte deflected the opponent's attack with a swift motion, leaping gracefully into the air, adjusting her posture and bringing her blade down with fervor. The slash. A brilliant light erupted as the crescent strike descended from above. Kaido, his expression grave, wielded his kanabo with precision, executing the 8-temple ritual. Vajra arrow. The air warped, emitting a sonic boom, as a towering purple pillar of energy surged skyward. Boom! The violent clash resonated with a terrifying explosion. Charlotte landed steadily, and the two locked eyes. Indeed, Kaido had yet to perfectly incorporate his conqueror's Haki into his techniques. In the next moment, both became mere shadows, charging towards one another. Thunderbagwa. One sword style, divine wind, 10 slashes. Their simultaneous roars echoed, the terrifying force distorting the air around them. In an instant, purple lightning erupted with unparalleled destructive power, surging forth. The crimson blade, aura interwoven across, resembling a meteor shower, trailing a shimmering tail as it approached. Boom! An incredibly fearsome shockwave instantly spread, shattering the surrounding walls and sweeping into the distance. While the ground cracked under immense pressure, the dreadful force soon dissipated. The figures of the two moved as swiftly as lightning, continuing their relentless assaults before rapidly retreating. Roar! In their final strike, both left afterimages as they propelled towards each other at high speed. Clang! The clash of blade and club resonated heavily, the impact creating a massive crater, unleashing a terrifying gale. Their momentum came to a halt, weapons crossed, exuding a dreadful force intent on overpowering one another. Crack, crack, crack! A series of tremors echoed as the ground beneath them could no longer withstand the immense force, emitting a low hum before shattering with a cacophony. Unable to maintain their footing, the two swiftly separated, retreating to safety. Kid, what is your name? Kaido acknowledged Charlotte before him, recognizing that few could engage him in such a direct confrontation apart from those renowned monsters. He certainly did not refer to him as Kid. Charlotte was exceedingly displeased, finding the constant reference to him as Kid quite irksome. Although the other party was indeed his senior by a few years, he could not help but retort. Hibofeile Charlotte. A splendid name indeed. Kaido remarked. What do you say? Would you care to join my pirate crew? Absolutely not. Charlotte promptly rejected the unreasonable proposition without a moment's hesitation. After all, he was no mere subordinate to indulge in such whims. It is utterly impossible. Kaido, witnessing Charlotte's resolute refusal, displayed no sign of discontent. True strength harbors its own pride. Boisterously, he declared, Do you not yearn to topple those lofty world nobles? Charlotte cast a surprised glance at Kaido. To be honest, he had no desire to engage in such grand endeavors. Such aspirations were better left to the future heirs of the world. However, this did pique Charlotte's curiosity. Did Kaido truly harbor such noble ideals? Why? He instinctively posed this question. Kaido's expression was grave, imbued with an earnestness that was palpable. I fail to comprehend why everyone submits so willingly to the celestial dragons. Those lofty, pleasure-seeking aristocrats of the world ought to experience the brutalities of war themselves, to truly comprehend the essence of equality and freedom in this world. Thus, I am resolved to transform this world. Charlotte was momentarily stunned, her expression somewhat dazed. She had not anticipated that the young Kaido harbored such thoughts. This ideal is indeed quite grand. Alas, it is a pity. Charlotte felt a sense of melancholy, reflecting on the transformation from a dream-filled, dragon-slaying youth to a feared, malevolent dragon, perhaps disheartened by experiences unimaginable to ordinary individuals. It is rather ironic to consider the childhoods of those formidable pirates within the vast world of piracy, whose bounties instill dread. It becomes evident that the majority of them have endured warfare, betrayal, oppression, deceit, and hunger. Their unfortunate childhoods have distorted the innocence and kindness that once resided within their hearts. This is undeniably a lamentable truth. Some individuals spend their lives being healed by their childhoods, while others dedicate their existence to healing from them. Charlotte gazed at Kaido, an expression of sincerity illuminating her eyes, as she nonchalantly remarked, Perhaps I should reconsider. My aspiration is to live a life of ease, merely existing and waiting for fate to take its course. I cannot embody the hero. Kaido looked at Charlotte with a hint of surprise, sensing the authenticity in her words, and burst into hearty laughter. How amusing, how delightful. Yet, that may not suffice, Kaido said with a mischievous glint, genuinely appreciating the youthful Charlotte. Charlotte wore a look of helplessness as she stated, I am now a member of the Flying Sky Pirates. Kaido, shaking his head in surprise, then transformed with great nonchalance into a cerulean dragon. He unleashed a torrent of dragon flames from his mouth, piercing through the iron wall. His colossal form soared, enveloped in billowing clouds of fire, ascending into the sky and disappearing into the distance. Charlotte felt a surge of envy, observing such remarkable abilities. Soaring through the clouds, indeed. It was truly impressive. Furthermore, possessing both resilience and strength, this individual was undoubtedly a versatile powerhouse. Charlotte was equally astonished. Kaido, indeed a formidable creature, had not yet reached his zenith, yet his battle with him had already descended into a dire situation. A prolonged struggle would undoubtedly lead to defeat, and the journey ahead was still long, particularly as he sensed the overwhelming power of the Haki. A long-lost fervor ignited within him. I sincerely hope that those who appreciate my work will lend their support. Admittedly, my writing and creativity may not rival others, yet I shall exert my utmost efforts. I am grateful to those who have continuously subscribed, voted, followed, and generously rewarded my sections, though I cannot see the specific individuals behind the donations. I'm truly sorry for that, yet thankful for your support. I hope everyone enjoys reading and finds joy in it. End of this chapter. Chapter 148. Ember Chapter 149. Ember if you're accessing this site through a third-party app or various browser plugins. It may lead to disordered content display. Please try using a mainstream browser later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 149. Ember Barrett hurriedly arrived, surveying the chaotic scene. It was obvious that a terrifying battle had just unfolded here. Boss, are you alright? Charlotte shook her head, feeling somewhat wistful, as if she were comprehending certain individuals for the very first time. Once she regained her composure, Charlotte turned to Barrett and inquired, By the way, what brings you here? We discovered someone in the laboratory under such circumstances. Charlotte tilted her head, wondering if this could be Kaido's little brother. Casually, he inquired, What is his name? The response came, His name is Jean. Indeed, Jean. In light of Barrett's answer, Charlotte felt a twinge of sorrow for yet another individual with a tragic past. Once a member of a race revered as gods on the Red Soil continent, they had faced the brutal massacre by the celestial dragons, leading to their near extinction. Jean, a member of a Lunaria tribe, had been confined in a laboratory since childhood, subjected to endurance experiments. It is not difficult to imagine the shadows that must have loomed over his tender, fragile spirit. A life devoid of light and hope. Such cruelty is unimaginable. The celestial dragons truly deserve condemnation. It is no wonder that many in the world yearn for the legendary sun god Nika. Let him be free. Charlotte spoke softly, reflecting on how he had once been powerless. Yet today, he could finally make his own choices and embark on a journey that belonged solely to him. Very well, boss. In the moment Barrett turned to leave, a fleeting smile graced his lips. He had always known that the boss's decisions would be imbued with kindness. Had he not encountered Charlotte, what might have become of him? Perhaps he would still be wandering without a sense of belonging, destined to die in solitude or perish in battle. Or perhaps he would spend his remaining days in the confines of the city, likely in such a manner. Charlotte did not dwell on his thoughts. He needed to locate the artificial devil fruit crafted by Vegapunk, which was said to replicate Kaido's powers. Although Vegapunk considered the fruit to be flawed, its value remained undeniably precious. Charlotte held no disdain for it. The members of the Hibofeile family were in dire need, and good fortune was never excessive. The stronger the Hibofeile family became, the more secure his own comfortable life would be. With this in mind, his fervor ignited, and he relentlessly broke through doors in search of the elusive artificial devil fruit hidden within an unknown laboratory. Regrettably, Charlotte had made no progress thus far. The numerous rooms here were enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. The youth, Jean, lacked the calmness and maturity expected of the future. He appeared quite juvenile. Beta, with wide eyes, scrutinized Jean, uncertain if this individual might suddenly lash out in violence, and thus remained vigilant. Jean, equally taciturn, seemed indifferent to everything around him, exuding a sense of extraordinary composure despite his youth. The boss has spoken. You are free to go, Barrett proclaimed upon his return, announcing Charlotte's command. Beta blinked, diverting his attention from Jean, for Charlotte's orders were paramount, and everything else was inconsequential. He waved dismissively, urging, What are you waiting for? Move. Faced with Beta's impatience, Jean remained silent, his eyes reflecting a look of confusion as he murmured, Freedom? That seems so distant. You need not worry when Boss Charlotte speaks. His word is as good as gold, Barrett remarked to Jean nonchalantly. Afterward, he disregarded the conversation and called upon his companions to swiftly gather all that could be salvaged. Jean felt compelled to inquire, "Hey, are you all scavenging for treasures? Is it not obvious? Do not interrupt my work," Beta retorted impatiently. Unfazed by Beta's demeanor, Jean declared, "I know where a devil fruit is located." What? Beta's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Jean, sensing that the other was not jesting. His expression brightened, and he swiftly reversed his attitude by exclaiming, "The boss will surely be thrilled about a devil fruit. Thank you, my friend. Quickly lead me to it." Jean was taken aback by Beta's sudden shift in demeanor. This individual changed his mind faster than a dog turns on its master. Shortly thereafter, under Jin's guidance, they arrived at a secluded research laboratory. Within a transparent glass cabinet lay a rather peculiar devil fruit, labeled as an artificial devil fruit. Indeed, it exists. Bravo, my friend. You are a man of your word. In a moment of surprise, Beta generously lavished praise. He hardly glanced at the words, and with an eager fist, he shattered the glass, extracting the item within. Upon acquiring the artificial devil fruit, Beta grinned widely, exclaiming, the boss will surely love this. Perhaps he may even grant me a little extra pocket money." Jean, observing Beta's soliloquy, felt his previously calm demeanor slightly falter. There was an unmistakable impression that this fellow was not entirely astute. "Hey, big guy, don't rush off just yet. Stick with me. I'll treat you to a sumptuous feast in gratitude," he declared, casually draping his arm over Jin's shoulder. Jean felt a sudden stiffness in his body. This was indeed the first time he had such close contact with someone, and it was a rough, burly man at that. Without further ado, Beta tugged Jean along, offering him no chance for refusal. Of course, Jean did not resist, as he himself was uncertain of where to go. Home, that place was no longer an option. Thus, in his confusion, he allowed Beta to lead him away. Eventually, Barrett encountered the two of them, looking somewhat bewildered. He had only stepped away for a brief moment. How had they grown so familiar? What had transpired? "Hey, Barrett," Beta called out upon seeing him. Whoa. What are you up to now?" Barrett was all too aware of Beta's troublesome nature and became immediately cautious. "I found a treasure," Beta announced, his face beaming with pride as he turned to Barrett. "What is it?" Barrett inquired, intrigued. Adopting a mischievous demeanor, Beta's tone shifted. But I'm afraid I want to tell you." Upon hearing this, Barrett felt a wave of annoyance. How had he ended up friends with such an immature individual? It was quite degrading to his intellect. He quickly regained his composure, remarking coolly, "I'm not particularly interested in knowing. Once the boss finds out, I'll know as well." Hey, why are you like this?" Beta retorted, visibly displeased, pressing on with his inquiries. "Aren't you curious? Don't you want to know?" Barrett calmly shook his head, maintaining a neutral expression. "How dull!" Beta exclaimed, disappointment etched on his face as he produced the devil fruit for Barrett to see. Barrett grinned, knowing this impatient rascal could not resist showing off, and indeed, he had fallen into the trap. The devil fruit appeared rather peculiar, unlike any he had seen before. Barrett did not dwell on it, as devil fruits were always strange. After a cursory glance, he lost interest. After all, he had no use for it, and there was little to be curious about. How unappetizing, he mused, imagining it would taste rather sour. Meanwhile, Jean watched the two bickering like children, though he himself seemed to be a child in this scenario as well. "I hope that those who appreciate my work will offer their generous support. I am grateful to all who have consistently commented, followed, and voted. I shall continue to exert my efforts in presenting more captivating tales. Thank you, everyone." End of this chapter, Chapter 149. Caesar Quran Chapter 150. Caesar Quran, should you access this website through third-party applications or various browser plugins, it may result in disordered content display. Please consider using mainstream browsers to visit this site later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 150. Caesar Quran Charlotte returned with a countenance full of disappointment. It goes without saying that he had failed to find what he sought. The artificial devil fruit seemed to elude him yet again, a cruel twist of fate indeed. Knowing it was so close, yet unable to grasp it, was profoundly disheartening. "Boss, you're back," Beta exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, rushing over like a child. His cheerful disposition was truly enviable. Charlotte couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. It wasn't merely a lack of worries due to diminished intellect. Rather, it was an innate optimism that seemed blissfully unaware of troubles. Individuals like him often idealized every challenge and danger that lay before them. "Boss, I have a treasure to present to you." With a flourish, Beta revealed a blue-purple apple adorned with peculiar circles. Quite an oddity. Charlotte tilted her head in mild confusion, followed by a look of sheer astonishment. To her surprise, it turned out to be a man-made devil fruit from Vegapunk. She scrutinized Beta, realizing with a sense of unexpectedness that this fellow was indeed fortunate. It seemed the age-old adage about fools enjoying good fortune held true. Perhaps he possessed a touch of luck akin to that of a koi fish. Remarkably well done. Charlotte appeared to be in high spirits, as the value of this fruit was undeniably significant, warranting diligent exploration. After all, it was in essence a mythical beast-type entity. This revelation left her in awe. Indeed, Vegapunk was truly remarkable. This devil fruit had undeniably approached perfection. The world's foremost scientist was not merely basking in idle fame. Vegapunk's singular efforts in developing a myriad of scientific advancements had profoundly elevated the technological landscape of the pirate world. Charlotte's praise was greatly appreciated by Beta, who quickly waved his hand, and June's silhouette appeared. "Boss, this is what he told me, and I was planning to invite him to Rife Island for a culinary experience." June's appearance left Charlotte momentarily stunned. Without his mask, June's handsomeness was indeed diminished by half. "Hello, Brother Charlotte." June greeted him warmly. "Brother?" Charlotte was somewhat taken aback. Hello, Yunya." Although slightly bewildered, Charlotte managed to respond. At this moment, June did not appear older than his actual age, so referring to him as brother was not inappropriate. "Don't be formal. Just let Beta guide you. This guy is quite the cheerful spirit." Charlotte smiled as she spoke, feeling a sense of sympathy for Jin's origins. Yet her thoughts remained largely unencumbered. Nonetheless, she couldn't shake the peculiar illusion that he might one day usurp one of Kaido's future positions. Such a loss. Beta, evidently pleased, leaned in towards Jin and remarked, "See, I told you my boss is quite amiable," observing Beta's casual demeanor as he casually draped his arm around Jin's shoulder. Left her momentarily taken aback. A true social marauder. Families zealously amassed various resources, striving to overlook nothing of value. Under such immense pressure, they could not afford to incur losses. Profits were imperative, and they were determined to reap substantial rewards. Moreover, numerous researchers forcibly detained by the world government had been captured, representing a wealth of invaluable talent that could significantly bolster the scientific capabilities on Rife Island. A tremendous opportunity. Lena, her hands cloaked in armament Haki, dragged over a peculiar figure, an elongated man with raven black hair, adorned with horns resembling a ram's, sporting violet lipstick and dramatic eye makeup, clad in a lab coat. "Charlotte, this fellow is rather odd," she exclaimed before tossing him aside. Accompanied by a cacophony of rolling and crashing sounds, the figure quickly regained his footing and exclaimed, "Woman, how dare you treat a great scientist with such violence? I'm a genius scientist, ha ha ha." Charlotte was momentarily taken aback. That manic laughter unmistakably belonged to Caesar Clown. This individual was undeniably a renowned scientist among the infamous Pirate King, though the legitimacy of his abilities remained questionable. With a resounding thud, Beta unceremoniously delivered a punch to Caesar's head, rendering his natural-type gas fruit powers completely ineffective under the influence of armament Haki, eliciting a pained cry. "You dare insult the boss lady." Lena's lips twitched. The term boss lady was, to her, akin to a curse. "Beta." In an instant, Beta shivered, repeatedly exclaiming, "Miss Lena, I was merely caught up in the moment, the excitement, you know." Lena turned away, choosing not to regard him any longer. Had it not been for Beta's intervention on her behalf, her fist would have undoubtedly struck down upon Caesar's head without hesitation. Charlotte paid no heed to the clamor of the crowd, her gaze fixed upon Caesar Carrot. "You claim to be a genius scientist?" The once despairing Caesar, who had been clutching his head in agony, suddenly came to life. "Indeed, I am none other than the genius scientist, Caesar Carrot." His eyes sparkled with unparalleled pride, and his tone was imbued with arrogance. Charlotte's countenance grew cold. This individual possessed a remarkably nefarious character, resorting to any means necessary for the sake of his research. Particularly in his studies on toxic gases, the potential for mass casualties loomed large. He weighed the pros and cons, realizing that any mishap on Ratty Island would render his painstaking efforts futile. Soon, he reached a decision, and the intent to kill began to spread like wildfire. Caesar Clown instantly sensed the impending danger and retreated repeatedly, exclaiming, "Do not kill me. I am truly a genius scientist. I can develop artificial devil fruits." The others gasped in astonishment, scrutinizing the oddly dressed Caesar Clown. Under their gaze, Caesar felt an inexplicable thrill, this sensation of being the center of attention. The shock of the crowd was utterly delightful. However, Charlotte remained decidedly unimpressed. He had no need for a plethora of flawed fruits laden with severe side effects. If only Caesar could produce devil fruits with certain imperfections, akin to those crafted by Vegapunk, devoid of other adverse effects, then he would welcome the endeavor with open arms. Alas, that was not the case. The disparity in their capabilities was stark. Caesar's artificial devil fruits were more akin to poisons. Observing Charlotte's unwavering demeanor, Caesar, who had just moments ago felt euphoric, was now engulfed by panic. His fear palpable. I am willing to become your subordinate. Moreover, I was once a colleague of Vegapunk, and I participated in many of his scientific endeavors. Charlotte fixed his gaze upon Caesar Caron, a sensation of excitement stirring within him. The abundance of scientific technology acquired by the Punk Hasid demanded a sufficient number of scientists, which was indeed a pressing concern. Very well, I shall spare your life. Remember, do not engage in perilous experiments with toxic gases, or I shall not hesitate to end you. Caesar Caron nodded fervently. The palpable menace emanating from this individual had nearly caused his heart to falter. For a fleeting moment, he feared that his grand aspiration of surpassing Vegapunk to become the world's foremost scientist might slip beyond his grasp. Casting a cautious glance at Charlotte, a wave of melancholy washed over Caesar Caron, for he realized he could never return to the scientific class of the world government. An inexplicable sorrow enveloped him. Charlotte disregarded the cowardly individual, remaining indifferent to the thoughts that lingered in his mind. His sole objective was to intimidate this restless character, especially considering the perilous nature of Caesar Caron, who was prone to concocting hazardous experiments. A man fervently passionate about slaughter and the research of weaponry. If he were to successfully develop weapons of mass destruction in the realms of death, an unfortunate incident on Latte Island could unleash toxic gas, leading to his own banishment. Such a scenario was utterly intolerable to him. Chapter 150. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Chapter 151. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty if you access this website through third-party applications or various browser plugins. It may lead to disordered content display. Please attempt to access this site using mainstream browsers later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 151. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. On the tumultuous surface of the sea, naval warships bobbed up and down with the waves, their outlines appearing near Punk Hazard. A man, adorned with striking purple hair and a resolute expression, donned a purple suit complemented by a white cloak of justice, stood tall upon the deck of the ship, though his visage bore the marks of experience. This man was none other than the former Admiral Zephyr, who had lost his family. Originally engaged in practical training with new recruits at sea, he received an urgent command from the naval headquarters to provide support to Punk Hazard, and he promptly set off without hesitation. Teacher Zephyr, we have arrived at Punk Hazard, announced a tall figure beside him, wearing round sunglasses and a hat that revealed a natural curl of black hair. Zephyr regarded this disciple with great satisfaction. He was the most outstanding among his third batch of students. Not only did he possess the abilities of the ice fruit, but he also exhibited remarkable martial prowess, coupled with a fervent spirit and deep sense of loyalty. A rare smile flickered across Zephyr's typically stern face. He then decisively issued the command, covering fire, commence landing operations, and eliminate the pirates. Roar! A throng of elite recruits, selected from across the seas and rigorously trained for half a year, erupted in fervent cheers. Boom! 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 As the naval bombardment commenced, Charlotte's expression shifted dramatically. Retreat immediately. Upon receiving the orders, the members of the Hibofeile family sprang into action with calm determination. Charlotte was taken aback by the swift arrival of naval reinforcements. As he advanced outward, he soon caught sight of the figure, black-armed Zephyr. His expression soured, for he could not fathom how a retired former admiral of the Navy had materialized here. Should he not be diligently imparting knowledge instead? A tragic figure. The former admiral had devoted his life to the Navy, only to be met with unjust treatment. Yet, at this moment, he stood as Charlotte's most vexing adversary. The title of admiral carried substantial weight, even if the opponent was a former one, who had left the service voluntarily, not due to defeat or old age. However, there was no time for further contemplation. He needed to secure the Hibofeile's entry into the sea. Thus, he had to impede black-armed Zephyr. With this thought chilling his demeanor, he brandished his sword, the Heaven's Cry, unleashing a series of radiant slashes. Each strike sliced through the air, cascading towards the approaching Navy forces. Zephyr's expression shifted as he immediately hardened his arms with Busashoko Haki. Black arm, crushing impact. A series of terrifying shockwaves erupted, colliding relentlessly with the slashes. The air was filled with a cacophony of explosive sounds, shaking the heavens. Charlotte's assault was thwarted, yet Zephyr's advance was likewise abruptly halted. As their gazes met, Zephyr felt a twinge of astonishment. This remarkably youthful lad possessed extraordinary prowess. It was a pity, however, that the other had not chosen the path of righteousness as a Navy officer. Zephyr glanced at Charlotte, pondering the question, why choose the life of a pirate? Charlotte forced a smile and shook his head, offering no response. Was this truly his desire to become a pirate? It was merely a consequence of circumstance. As of today, everything that had transpired left him with no avenue for retreat. The label of a pirate was a burden difficult to shed. The world government would certainly not spare him. Words were futile. Charlotte's expression grew resolute, rendering any possibility of negotiation between the two parties utterly futile. Her gaze flickered, and with a casual sweep of her hand, the heavens wept, unleashing a devastating strike that cleaved the earth beneath. One sword style, divine wind, tiger slash. Her figure moved like a specter, the sound of the blade resonating with a tremor as divine light flickered, heralding the arrival of a terrifying assault. Zephyr's demeanor turned grave, recognizing the troublesome youth before him. Suddenly, he stomped the ground, unleashing a shockwave that formed a formidable pit. With himself at its center, his figure instantly reappearing in place. Xia Luo's expression shifted dramatically as she activated the lunar step, propelling herself into the sky. Simultaneously, two terrifying explosions reverberated through the air. Charlotte's devastating slash rent the distant ground asunder, cleaving a low hill into 3 parts. Zephyr, with a single fist, shattered the very earth where he had just stood, creating a scene of utter ferocity. As Zephyr raised his gaze, their eyes met, and in unison, they let out a fierce roar. Black arm, tornado. One sword style, divine wind, 10 slashes. The two forces, one ascending and the other descending, intertwined with wild abandon, incessantly erasing and annihilating each other, generating fierce gusts of wind, until both powers vanished into oblivion. In the blink of an eye, the two moved with the swiftness of lightning across the ground, engaging in relentless assaults. Each collision erupted into terrifying explosions, shattering rocks and redirecting rivers. The intensity of the battle was absolute. Each clash was a life and death struggle. Charlotte continued to unleash relentless strikes, his armament Haki enveloping him like impenetrable armor, yet he still felt the overwhelming sense of oppression emanating from his opponent. Each blow inflicted immense discomfort upon him. He was still too young. Zephyr, a master of physical combat, keenly sensed Charlotte's rapid depletion of stamina amidst such intense conflict. His speed had noticeably diminished. Pirate captured. A thunderous roar echoed as his fist shot forth like a tempest, striking with the ferocity of a lightning bolt, landing squarely on Charlotte's chest. With a resounding thud, Charlotte was propelled uncontrollably backwards, crashing into a building with a deafening impact. However, he dare not linger. He activated his shave technique and fled the scene in an instant. Just as he escaped, a terrifying explosion erupted behind him. As the dust settled, Zephyr emerged, casting his gaze upon the confronting Charlotte. Even he had to concede that at this age, Charlotte far surpassed his own prowess in his youth. His combat capabilities were exceedingly rare. Even Kazan had only just begun to master his armament Haki. This formidable youth, if left unchecked today, would undoubtedly become a future calamity. Zephyr's thoughts flickered through his mind momentarily. Although Charlotte was unaware, he could sense the fluctuations of Zephyr's emotions. The resolute spark igniting in his eyes sent a chill down Charlotte's spine. Curse that old fool. Shalawa could not help but curse inwardly, as one after another took advantage of their golden age to suppress him, which made him grit his teeth in frustration. However, Zifa had already launched his attack, leaving Shalawa no opportunity to catch his breath. Shalawa was engulfed in profound distress, feeling utterly suppressed. At this rate, he feared he would face disaster today. The oppressive force of the seasoned warrior was overwhelmingly terrifying, especially with Zephan now at his peak. An endless surge of fury welled within him. All he desired was to lie quietly and lead a carefree existence. Why then was he being coerced? The terrifying conqueror's Haki rapidly spread, its dark crimson glow flickering ominously, as an overwhelming pressure engulfed the surroundings, seemingly unleashing Shalawa's pent-up rage. Zifa, too, was affected, his movements momentarily halted in shock at the sheer terror of the conqueror's Haki. Old man, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. In an instant, he felt a stirring within. The conqueror's Haki entwined and coiled around him. With a determined step forward, he unleashed a devastating strike. One sword style, conqueror's slash. The dark red conqueror's Haki enveloped his blade, erupting with endless arcs of crimson lightning, carrying immense power and cutting through the air with ferocity. Armament Haki, hardening. Zifa roared in fury, squatting slightly as he crossed his arms before him, the dark red armament Haki enveloping his form. Boom! A tendre explosion érupted, sending a mushroom cloud spiraling upward as dust settled. Coughing, Zifa gasped for breath. He had sustained injuries, a gruesome wound marring his abdomen. As he looked ahead, Shaloah's figure was nowhere to be seen. Though the injury affected him, it was not fatal. The naval forces arriving from behind were astonished to witness the former admiral, Zifa, wounded. Simultaneously, a series of violent explosions rocked the scientific research fortress, which had been rigged with explosives as part of Shaloah's carefully laid plan. This place had to be destroyed to conceal the fact that he had absconded with a wealth of experimental data. Quick, save him! Zifa bellowed, prompting the other Navy personnel into action. Kazan stepped forward. Zifa-sensei, are you all right? Zifa shook his head, his gaze serious and profound, as medical personnel hastily began to tend to his wounds. To those who appreciate this tale, your support is invaluable. Thank you to all who have commented, followed, and voted. I will strive to present you with exceptional works. Please continue to vote, comment, collect, and subscribe. I'm grateful to you all. End of chapter. Chapter 151. Lanternfish. Chapter 152. Lanternfish. On the tumultuous sea, the ship Hibofeile swayed with the undulating waves. Everyone gazed anxiously towards Punk Hazard, where violent explosions and thick smoke billowed from the island, palpable even from a distance, filling their hearts with worry. After all, it was the former Admiral Black Arm Zifa leading the assault. How could one not be concerned? Shaloah, you will be all right. You must be. Lena grasped the railing with both hands, her heart fervently praying, her beautiful eyes fixed upon the distant movements. Soon, a figure soared through the air, propelling itself towards the ship, the Hibofeile. Captain! It's the captain! The captain has returned! Beta exclaimed with unbridled excitement, and in that moment, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. With a resounding thud, Charlotte collapsed onto the deck, gasping for breath. The former naval commander was indeed formidable, deserving of his prowess upon the seas. Had it not been for the fortuitous misstep that led him to employ the binding tactics at the last moment, he might have found himself sipping tea in the city of advancement. Witnessing this scene, everyone was taken aback, rushing towards Charlotte, calling out, "Captain!" A somewhat exhausted Charlotte felt a surge of warmth within, surrounded by a group of fools who genuinely cared for him. Such a feeling was truly delightful. Charlotte slowly spoke. "I'm fine, just a bit fatigued." "Don't speak, Charlotte," Jillian replied anxiously, her voice tinged with a hint of tears as she continuously moved the stethoscope over Charlotte's body. Her taut expression was one of utmost seriousness, meticulously examining every inch without overlooking a single detail. The others fell silent, fearful of disrupting Jillian's focused efforts. Charlotte offered a resigned smile, feeling fortunate to be loved by so many. Particularly, most of them were orphans, and he served as the guardian of this orphanage. Strictly speaking, he too was an orphan in this world. After a thorough examination, Jillian let out a sigh of relief, stating, "It's nothing serious. Just some fatigue and minor internal injuries. I'll administer some medicine to help you recover." Roar. Splendid. The collective cheer arose from everyone. A heartfelt exclamation that signified their relief. If the leader was unharmed, then it was as if the storm had passed, and they could face any adversity without fear. The essence of the Almighty is irreplaceable. "Boss, you are so impressive. That was a former admiral," Barrett exclaimed with admiration and excitement. Shaloah cast a glance at Barrett, recognizing that this fellow possesses the potential of a true commander. It is imperative to hone his skills diligently and not squander Barrett's innate gifts. Beta, with a rather displeased expression, exclaimed, "Boss is incredible. Who agrees and who opposes?" "Agreed," came the chorus of voices from others, echoing their support. Shaloah observed Beta, who also represented a significant potential asset within the Hibofeile family. The jubilant crowd soon began to lose their composure. Charlotte gazed helplessly at the group of frenzied individuals before him, each one more erratic than the last. Although this encounter was fraught with peril, the unexpected utilization of the oppressive force left him quite satisfied, for the enhancement of his abilities was indeed a boon. After a brief respite, Charlotte slowly rose to his feet, supported by Lena, who hurriedly grasped his arm. He could feel her trembling form, and he gently reassured her. "Did not Jillian see that I am unharmed, Lena?" Lena replied softly, falling silent as she firmly assisted Charlotte, fearful that he might collapse at any moment. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air as the necklace around Charlotte's neck snapped, cascading towards the ground. With a resounding thud, it shattered completely, and Charlotte sighed in regret. It was the very first gift he had received from a woman, now irreparably damaged. Yet, amidst the fragments of the crystal, a small golden bead rolled forth, resting at the feet of a junior, radiating a brilliant golden light. Charlotte was taken aback. The moment his younger brother picked it up, a wave crashed against the hull, causing the vessel to sway. and his brother lost his grip. The golden pearl slipped from his hands, soaring into the sky like a golden meteor, illuminating the surroundings. Its brilliance even pierced through the murky surface of the sea, spreading downwards. Why did the scene feel somewhat familiar? It wasn't until it fell into the ocean that the stunned onlookers finally grasped the incredibility of the moment. Although it was somewhat regrettable, Charlotte dared not linger, knowing that the Navy could potentially pursue them once more at any moment. Before he could utter a word, the sea suddenly became tumultuous, the violent upheaval rendering it nearly impossible to maintain one's footing. A massive wave surged from beneath the surface, revealing 3 eerie beams of light piercing through the watery curtain. It appeared quite unsettling. As the watery veil dissipated, a colossal lanternfish emerged, dwarfing the Hibofeile like an insignificant insect. What was this? A giant lanternfish. The sight before Charlotte fully awakened his memories. Could this possibly be the lanternfish that feasted on pure gold? The claims of that proprietor were indeed true. The necklace truly originated from Steel Island. The scientist who produced pure gold was from Steel Island, dedicating his entire life to research in hopes of curing his daughter's illness. Who would have thought that the radiance of pure gold would attract the deep-sea behemoth, which devoured 2/3 of Steel Island in a single gulp? This led to the island vanishing from the ocean for nearly 2 centuries, becoming a widely known legend. A thought struck Charlotte. Could pure gold not be the key to immortality? At that moment, as the lanternfish opened its enormous mouth, a terrifying suction force drew in all the surrounding seawater. The others were instantly taken aback, thrown into a state of panic. Just as Barrett and Beta prepared to act, Charlotte intervened, urging them to remain calm, assuring them that all was well. Charlotte spoke to reassure the crowd. In his mind, a plan took shape. Feigning to be consumed by the entity would not only allow him to evade the pursuit of the Navy, but also secure the coveted pure gold, a double victory. This approach seemed quite promising. Upon hearing Charlotte's voice, the others calmed down, their unwavering trust in him evident. Under the collective control of the crew, the ship Hibofeile deftly navigated past gargantuan, tooth-like obstacles, following the current into the cavernous maw of the colossal lanternfish. Inside the lanternfish's mouth, a vast channel unfolded, astonishing in its scale, allowing the Hibofeile to sail effortlessly within. The current surged forward with remarkable speed, propelling them ahead. Soon, a massive pillar appeared, dividing the incoming waters into 2, and the Hibofeile swiftly veered to the right. Before them loomed a gigantic abyss, eliciting frantic cries from the crew. This was the esophagus of a lanternfish, a passage leading to its first gastric pouch. The Hibofeile plunged downward at high speed, the fierce winds distorting the faces of the crew into comical shapes, akin to rubber. Moments later, as they traversed the dark esophagus, a cascade of gentle light enveloped them from the stomach, revealing a golden ocean below, the lanternfish's terrifying gastric juices. Scattered islands, remnants of previous meals, dotted the vicinity. Beta and Barrett anchored the ship's bottom, guiding it toward one of the islands. Charlotte exclaimed hastily, as he found himself lacking the strength to undertake the task at hand. Without a moment's hesitation, the 2 of them executed a moonwalk, swiftly materializing beneath the hull of the ship. Harnessing their fruit abilities, they gently guided the Hibofeile to a tranquil landing upon the island. Once they were secure, everyone could not help but marvel at the extraordinary sight surrounding them. The interior of the lanternfish was brilliantly illuminated as if basking in the glow of a sun, emanating from the lantern atop its head, which cast light through its body and revealed its inner workings. Truly, it was nothing short of miraculous. Mr. Charlotte, this is utterly astonishing, Meadows exclaimed in awe. There are 3 gastric sacs here, and we currently reside within the first. The others widened their eyes in wonder, amazement, and disbelief. The sheer magnitude of the space was immense, capable of accommodating a multitude of islands with ease. Look over there. A lizard can run atop the sea, Pand exclaimed incredulously, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The others, too, were captivated by the mesmerizing spectacle. Charlotte was equally astonished. Indeed, this remarkable lizard, capable of racing across the water surface, proved to be an extraordinary mode of transportation. Contemplating its utility, she mused that it could certainly be captured and taken back. Observing the crowd, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief, Charlotte shook her head in dismay. Such a pitiful bunch of individuals. Were there not dinosaurs here? Dinosaurs? What a revelation. Charlotte gazed at a group of individuals with starry-eyed enthusiasm, rendered speechless by their eccentricity. As for Pender Liang, his exuberance was almost blinding, an exaggerated display that could scarcely be concealed. His menagerie was in dire need of various creatures. It is worth noting that dinosaurs had long since become extinct, with only a few rare islands where they could still be glimpsed. Chapter 152, Father and Daughter. Chapter 153. Father and Daughter, if you're accessing this website through a third-party application or various browser plugins. It may result in disordered content display. Please try using a mainstream browser later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 153. Father and Daughter on the beach, under the sun. A bonfire crackled as everyone relaxed, savoring the rare tranquility following a series of fierce battles. Dinosaur meat sizzled over the flames, its tantalizing aroma irresistible, making one yearn to indulge without restraint. The banquet was an essential skill for pirates, a means to effectively alleviate the prolonged pressures of seafaring. It was unclear who began to hum the widely known pirate song of the sea. The melody of Binksake drifted through the air, and gradually, the crowd encircled the bonfire, rising to dance and sing together. Yo-ho-ho, 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 bring Binksake to your side, as carefree as the sea breeze. Charlotte held the glass of red wine in her hand, feeling a twinge of emotion as she gazed upon the scene of merriment before her. How delightful it would be to maintain such a tranquil existence. Pan stood up and plopped down beside Charlotte, his gaze filled with an unmistakable melancholy. Boss, they have gone too far. What's happened? Charlotte asked, perplexed, unaware of any troubling events. Pan extended his hand towards a pile of dinosaur skeletons nearby. Boss, they roasted the dinosaur I had prepared for my collection. This, Charlotte blinked, realizing that it was indeed her own order that had led to this predicament. A hint of embarrassment washed over her. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. After all, it would be unthinkable to waste the food. Hey, everyone! The meat is ready, Mock shouted, and in an instant, a throng of people gathered, their speed astonishing. As Charlotte had just formulated some comforting words, he turned to find his surroundings utterly desolate, devoid of any trace of Pandey. A sweeping glance revealed Pandey, tears streaming down his face, voraciously devouring dinosaur meat, relishing every bite. What glutton! Indeed, his concern for Charlotte was unwarranted. It would be wiser to extend his care toward the widow next door. Simultaneously, in the shadows of the forest, a child with golden hair and slightly tanned skin could not suppress the salivation in her throat. The aroma of the meat was irresistible, and it had been ages since she had savored such a delight. Her gaze quickly fixated on the nonchalant Charlotte. Suddenly, she dashed out from the woods, moving with remarkable agility towards Charlotte, who greeted her approach with a meaningful smile. As if oblivious to her intent, he allowed her to draw near. Just as the little girl leaped towards him, Charlotte swiftly raised a hand and seized her, causing the startled child to brandish her small dagger, her expression fierce and menacing. Charlotte gazed at the other person with keen interest. This must be the daughter of the scientist who discovered pure gold, Miskina Olga. Let go of me! Let go of me! Olga cried out, struggling incessantly, resembling a flailing octopus. What an unpleasant disposition she possesses. A series of hungry growls emanated from Olga's stomach, prompting Charlotte to smile gently as she prepared to order some food for the little girl. Charlotte set Olga down, yet the latter's keen, watchful eyes remained alert. Moments latte. Mock approached, balancing a sumptuous feast on one hand, placing it before the slightly flushed Olga, whose darker complexion rendered the blush less apparent. Tempted by the culinary delights, Olga disregarded all else and began to devour the food voraciously, tears streaming down her cheeks as she ate. It was evident that she had been famished for quite some time. The sight of the poor girl was indeed heart-wrenching, though her tears were truly unnecessary. To call her a little girl was somewhat misleading, for she had lived for nearly 2 centuries, her physical development halted due to the effects of pure gold. What is the matter, Charlotte? Lena inquired, noticing Charlotte's perplexed expression as she shook her head. It's nothing. Charlotte said little. However, his mind began to race. Olga's father was indeed a formidable scientist, Dr. Ahia. It was inconceivable that he could have developed such an extraordinary substance as pure gold solely for the purpose of treating his daughter's ailment. Her father resided on this very island. It would be only fitting to arrange a meeting between this father and daughter. One must see their good intentions through to the end. Charlotte promptly instructed his subordinates to commence their search. Before long, a plump man with a scruffy beard and disheveled hair was brought before him. Boss, this fellow is quite amusing. He is dressed in a dinosaur hatchling costume. Nestled within it, Beta exclaimed with laughter. When they first discovered him, he was still grappling with the dinosaur for a piece of meat, which brought Beta great amusement. However, the atmosphere soon shifted to an unsettling one. Olga observed that her father appeared to be consumed by boundless resentment, his face taut with tension. "Why are you here?" Olga demanded, but Dr. Ahir could only respond with a sullen silence. "If it weren't for your selfish desire to research that thing, Mother would not have died, and Steel Island would not have vanished." Olga's voice rose sharply. Her father, absorbed in his research, had not shed a tear over her mother's death, and she found it impossible to forgive this self-centered man. Dr. Ahir lowered his head, remaining mute as he silently endured his daughter's reproach. The others were taken aback, realizing that these two were father and daughter, and this rotund man was indeed a man who had abandoned his wife and child. Only Charlotte understood that the creation of pure gold was conceived to save his terminally ill daughter, and the death of his wife had deeply pierced this husband's heart. Yet, for the sake of his daughter, he had to act as he did. A father's love is often silent yet deafening. Perhaps the guilt for his deceased wife rendered him unwilling to speak. "This love should not be misconstrued," Charlotte interjected calmly. "Olga, I have perused your father's research notes. He created pure gold to save you." Instantly, all eyes turned to Charlotte, who remained unperturbed, as though recounting a mundane matter. "You have been afflicted with an incurable disease. To ensure your survival, he had no choice but to proceed as he did." With that, Charlotte ceased to engage, having revealed the truth. Whether the father and daughter would reconcile was now up to them. Everyone quietly withdrew, leaving ample space for the two to converse. "Charlotte, when did you ever see the other's research notes?" Lena inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Having spent the most time with him, she had been completely unaware. Ahem. Charlotte coughed a few times. "What a ridiculous notion. I merely gleaned information from the narrative. How could one explain it otherwise?" He could only respond vaguely. "It was a long time ago. I initially thought it was merely a tale about pure gold." Charlotte promptly redirected her attention, recognizing that the flimsy excuse was far from convincing. "Ah, yes, everyone. Immediately proceed to the second gastric pouch to search for steel, to reinforce the ship's hull with metal plates. Additionally, retrieve the research materials from the laboratory there and transport the pure gold back from the third gastric pouch. Do remember to avoid damaging the surface." The group responded affirmatively, swiftly initiating their actions, their figures gracefully departing under the moonlight. Such is the advantage of having loyal subordinates. Lena glanced around, not dwelling on her thoughts further. Charlotte would not deceive her, although she sensed something amiss. Shalua cast a furtive glance and discovered that Lena had entered a state of focused work, which brought him a sense of relief. It was perhaps best that his identity as a traveler from another realm remained undisclosed. This secret was his most cherished. End of this chapter. Chapter 153. Departure Chapter 154. Leaving if you're accessing this website through a third-party app or various browser extensions. It may lead to a disordered display of content. Please try using a mainstream browser later. We appreciate your support. Chapter 154. Leaving 2 weeks later. Through the relentless efforts of everyone involved, the entire stomach of a lanternfish had been thoroughly searched. From pure gold to research materials and even living creatures, nothing had been overlooked. Not a blade of grass remained. During this time, Olga and Dr. Ahai finally reconciled and dispelled their misunderstandings. In this tranquil environment, the bond between father and daughter flourished rapidly, and even the sharp-tongued Olga underwent an unnoticeable transformation. Despite having lived nearly 2 centuries, Olga's mentality was akin to that of a slightly older child. "Big guy, I'm practically a 200-year-old grandmother. Why do you look so much like a middle-aged man at just over 10? You seem to be aging rather hastily." Olga teased Beta with a playful glint in her eye. Beta, wearied by her antics, thought to himself how troublesome she was. Was it his fault that he had inadvertently consumed the meat from her plate while eating too quickly? Such a petty grudge. "Little one, I think you're overthinking it. At 200 years, I have no interest in your coffin-like figure," Beta retorted, sparing no words. Olga glared back. "What do you know, you big oaf? I simply haven't fully developed yet," she declared, puffing out her flat chest defiantly. "Blah, blah, blah. Coffin. Old man." The two sharp-tongued individuals continued their lively banter, determined to settle the score. Charlotte shook his head in disbelief. The two sharp-tongued individuals were merciless in their words. However, in his eyes, Olga's sharp tongue was merely a means of self-protection. A solitary life spanning a century had rendered her loneliness beyond imagination. Subsequently, he ceased to pay attention, harboring no concern over whether the two would come to blows. Beta maintained a commendable sense of restraint. The reason they had lingered here for so long was Charlotte's desire to completely rid themselves of the Navy's relentless pursuit, to avoid being hunted down by the frenzied forces of the Navy. At this juncture, the Navy had utterly lost track of their whereabouts, for even they were unaware of their own location. A prudent move indeed. As for Olga's terminal affliction, the Emperor of the South Sea had long since developed an effective remedy, and with Jillian administering a dose, any lingering threats had been eliminated. Yet, despite her gratitude, every encounter with Jillian would inevitably remind Olga of the painful memories associated with the injection. She harbored a fear of needles. Dr. Ashi, we are about to depart. Have you reached your decision? Charlotte turned to Ashi and inquired. Very well. I am willing to accompany Olga to Rife Island. Charlotte felt a profound sense of joy. Yet another scientist had joined their ranks. Particularly noteworthy was Dr. Ahai's expertise in metallurgy, a true luminary in the field. The scientific prowess of Rife Island was visibly on the rise with the addition of this fourth scientist, alongside other research personnel. The fruits of this endeavor were truly astonishing. Welcome to our team. Charlotte spoke brightly, embodying his aspirations. Ahia was also aware that the pure gold he had created was coveted even by the world government. If word were to leak, without the protection of a powerful faction, he would be easily captured. Such a life, shrouded in darkness, was not what he desired. During this period of interaction, Dr. Ahia was profoundly moved by the dynamics among the members of the Hibofeile family. Rather than seeking out unfamiliar and enigmatic powerful factions, it would be more prudent to join the Hibofeile family, adhering to the principle of proximity. He, too, must ensure the safety of his daughter. Charlotte gazed upward. Where the lanternfish's grand lantern resided, a repository of vast amounts of pure gold, which he intended to carry with him upon their departure. Such an unprecedented treasure could never be deemed excessive. Once his strength reached the pinnacle of this world, accompanied by the pure gold, eternal safety would be assured. The hull of the Hibofeile, meticulously encased in steel, was finally submerged into the lanternfish's gastric fluid lake. While the steel could withstand the fish's gastric acid for a short duration, its long-term viability remained precarious. Charlotte, how do we escape this place? Lena inquired, her beautiful eyes fixed curiously on him, genuinely perplexed about their means of egress. Fly up. Lena, observing the seriousness etched on Charlotte's face, raised her gaze to the towering height above. It seemed utterly implausible. How can we possibly fly? Métis echoed, equally astonished, finding it almost fantastical. Yet there was an unwavering belief in the words of Mr. Charlotte. It would undoubtedly come to fruition. Charlotte offered no further explanation. After ensuring everything was ready, he bellowed, "Prepare to depart." As his words resonated, he hurled the shell from his hand. In an instant, the projectile shot forth like lightning, aimed directly upwards. He sought to induce discomfort in the lanternfish, triggering a reaction of regurgitation. With a resounding explosion, a violent impact ensued, and the gastric realm stirred tumultuously. The boiling gastric fluid beneath the vessel surged relentlessly, rising and swelling until it reached a critical point, unleashing a terrifying force. Like a bridge connecting heaven and earth, the torrent of gastric fluid surged towards the mouth, propelling the Hibofeile forward. It truly soared into the air. Métis stood agape, marveling at Mr. Charlotte's intellect, which seemed to outshine the stars above. "Charge!" Beta exclaimed with exuberance, reveling in the thrill of this exhilarating adventure, while Barrett flashed a wide grin. Even the composed Lena was struck with awe, pondering, "Is this your plan? How audacious!" The others were equally astonished by such a bold scheme. Indeed, the leader was truly remarkable. The Hibofeile smoothly ascended from the lanternfish's maw, emerging into the vast ocean above. The sky was clear and bright, with a gentle sea breeze that was intoxicatingly nostalgic. Even the crashing waves could not diminish the sheer pleasure of this experience. As Charlotte narrowed her eyes, she gazed upon the restless deep-sea leviathan, the lanternfish. With a swift motion, she unleashed a soaring slash that cleaved through the air, severing the massive lantern perched atop its head. With a resounding crash, it plummeted into the ocean, sending forth a spray of tumultuous waves. "Retrieve it," she commanded, and in an instant, Charlotte ascended into the skies, unleashing a relentless barrage of slashes that swept across the heavens and the earth. Only when the lanternfish lay devoid of life did she cease her assault. Blood stained the waters, mingling with golden gastric fluids, resulting in the immediate demise of numerous nearby fish. Moments later, the island nestled within the lanternfish's belly emerged above the surface of its colossal carcass, forming a grand and awe-inspiring archipelago that left onlookers in rapt amazement. Perhaps, in a span of years, or even decades, this lanternfish's remains would amalgamate with the island, giving rise to a unique and monumental landmass. Beneath the fearsome gastric acid of the lanternfish, the surrounding waters shimmered with a golden glow, captivating yet perilously lethal, destined to linger for many years. By then, it might transform into a one-of-a-kind island in a new world. Set sail, we are headed home, exclaimed Charlotte, as her companions behind her brandished their weapons and cheered exuberantly. Melodious pirate songs resonated over the waves. As for the way back, with the eternal compass of Rife Island in hand, there was no possibility of losing their path. I hope everyone continues to support us, voting, subscribing, saving, and commenting. Thank you all. End of this chapter. Chapter 154. An exception of 1. Chapter 155. An exception of 1 if you're accessing this website through third-party apps or various browser extensions. It may cause the content to display out of order. Please try again later using mainstream browsers. We appreciate your support. Chapter 155. An exception of 1. With the sea breeze at their backs and the sunlight above, singing songs, the Hibofeile made its triumphant return to the long-lost Rife Island. Upon entering the harbor, guided by the dispatch tower, the Hibofeile swiftly navigated to the new port, following the newly developed waterways leading towards the heart of Rife Island. Towering iron walls flanked both sides, and the artificially constructed river was remarkably wide, with vessels bearing the unique emblem of the Hibofeile family passing through. It was evident they were all family members. Before long, a grand steel gate came into view, already hoisted open. Crossing through the gate, they soon arrived at a circular harbor area. Charlotte was taken aback. Such developments had not been present before. It seemed that Ivan had engaged in some profound enhancements. Once safely docked, Ivan was already waiting at the location. "Ivan, is this your doing?" Charlotte inquired, casting a glance at him. Ivan nodded, a triumphant smile gracing his face as he replied, "Boss, I deemed the outer harbor unsafe, so I constructed this inner harbor, which provides direct access to the fortress. Moreover, only vessels and members of the Hibofeile family are permitted entry here, ensuring both confidentiality and heightened security." Quite meticulous, indeed. Charlotte could not help but give Ivan a thumbs up. This fellow was even more cautious than himself. When it came to matters of security and confidentiality, his intellect was undeniable. Consequently, the level of discretion was heightened, particularly given the substantial gains he had made along the way, as well as the presence of certain individuals who preferred to remain in the shadows. If they were to traverse the outer port and step on a Hibofeile avenue, the risk of disclosure would be alarmingly high. Should the world government or the Navy confirm the existence of a missing target, he would undoubtedly find himself in considerable trouble. After all, suspicion remains merely that, suspicion. How many pirates truly comprehend the intricacies of science and technology? Most pirate crews are indifferent to such matters. The investment is significant, and the time required is extensive. It is far quicker to seize what one desires. This reflects the prevailing mindset of society towards pirates. Ultimately, the vast majority of pirate crews engage in such behavior, where chaotic slaughter and plunder reign supreme. They are merely a group of individuals reliant on brute force, lacking an astute intellect, thus rendering them considerably less threatening. Quite so. Charlotte lavishly praised Ivan, for his vision and decisions were far beyond the ordinary imagination, undoubtedly facilitating matters significantly. With the surge in his bounty, spies from the Navy and other factions had likely already spread their watchful eyes across the outer city of Rife Island. After all, his confrontation with Zifa had already made waves. Although he had retreated in defeat, he had nonetheless inflicted a deep, unhealable scar upon Zifa's abdomen. The mere thought of this brought him a headache. Following a series of bounties, his own had remarkably soared to a staggering 730 million berries. Indeed, 730 million. Hibofeile Charlotte had truly become a notorious pirate upon the seas. Comparatively, figures like Beta and Barrett had experienced significant increases, with bounties of 480 million and 460 million respectively. Others had also seen varying degrees of elevation in their bounties, marking a comprehensive rise. Yet, one individual stood as an exception. Ponde. Yes, this very fellow had seen his bounty remain stagnant, provoking a mixture of envy and resentment among others. This journey marked the most significant achievement for Charlotte, who returned not only with an abundance of scientific advancements, but also with 2 esteemed scientists and dozens of seasoned research professionals. This influx of expertise offers formidable support for the technological development of the entire Hibofeile family, and it is believed that numerous groundbreaking research outcomes will emerge in the near future. It is foreseeable that the family's foundational strength will be significantly enhanced. Most notably, the most precious asset is the pure gold that grants near immortality. This wealth is sufficient to purchase the world, naturally ranking among the Hibofeile family's most confidential secrets. Consequently, a highly secure vault was constructed on the 8th level, the core of the fortress, to safeguard these treasures. It boasts the most stringent security measures. equipped with 360-degree surveillance systems and guarded by family officials stationed year-round. To reach this level, one must navigate through the 7th level, teeming with mid-level family officials, showcasing an extravagant configuration. Moreover, through the enhancement provided by the Wisdom Elixir, Pandey has facilitated effective communication with the artificial dragons created by Bijapank, ensuring their obedience to the family's commands and the formation of a clandestine animal battalion. This army comprises creatures that soar through the skies, swim in the depths of the seas, and traverse the land, making it the most comprehensive force imaginable. Notably, the 3-headed dragon and the 2 kung fu cows serve as the backbone of this animal legion. The spoils of this expedition are poised to exponentially elevate the Hibofeile family's power. The astonishing scientific technologies, once unraveled, promise rewards that far exceed human imagination. Additionally, the acquisition of several devil fruits during this journey can swiftly empower multiple family members, representing a treasure of immense value that directly enhances their capabilities. Although the bounty has escalated to an outrageous level, Charlotte perceives this as an undeniable victory. Charlotte gazed upon the cabinet before him, within which lay the precious devil fruits he had diligently collected. There were precisely 4, alongside one artificially created zoan-type devil fruit. In his eyes, the latter held the greatest value. After all, it was a mythical beast type. Despite possessing certain flaws, its worth remained exceptionally high in his estimation. The rarity of a mythical beast devil fruit is undoubtedly beyond question. He decided to retain this artificial devil fruit for the time being, while the remaining 3 would be distributed among individuals to augment the capabilities of his family members. Charlotte placed great importance on the 2 devil fruits with flight capabilities, recognizing their significance for the aerial dominance of the Hibofeile family. Among them, the zoan-type bug fruit in its hornet form, in his view, could effectively control swarms for reconnaissance and similar purposes, making it a rather exceptional fruit ability worthy of meticulous cultivation. With a plan forming, a multitude of individuals flashed through his mind, seemingly leading him to suitable candidates. Before long, 2 figures materialized in his opulent office, a man and a woman. The man was somewhat portly, while the woman was tall and slender. They were siblings, long-standing members who had always stood by his side, the brother Bob and the sister Bo May. Boss, they spoke in unison. You're here. Each of you shall take one of these devil fruits. The siblings could hardly contain their excitement, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. In the past, such an occurrence was beyond their wildest imaginings. They were merely orphans, having lost their loved ones to the ravages of war. And it was within this realm that their previously dim lives experienced a profound transformation. Charlotte distinctly sensed the profound waves of gratitude and unwavering loyalty emanating from the 2 individuals. Without further ado, he entrusted Ivan with the arrangements, while he handed over a fruit akin to the animal-type fox fruit to Lena's maidservants. Ah, the beastly maidens! The thought alone was quite invigorating. Thus, the entirety of this endeavor came to a conclusive end. After bidding farewell to everyone, Charlotte reclined on the sofa, his mind swirling with thoughts at a rapid pace. This led him to contemplate the 2 unclaimed powerful devil fruits. He ought to seize an opportunity to retrieve them. After all, he had now ascended to the status of a formidable pirate, already drawing attention. It would be prudent to seize this moment to vigorously enhance his family's strength. With the Battle of Edwar not many years past, he must possess the capability to dominate the seas following the downfall of the Golden Lion, Haki. Only in this manner could he continue to bask in safety and indulge in leisure. As the year of the dragon approaches, may fortune abound, health thrive, and all wishes be fulfilled. Wishing everyone peace and happiness as we welcome the new year. Gratitude to the steadfast wanderer, the path of the sword, and the supporters of 2023-040-4883 EC for their monthly votes. Heartfelt thanks to all who have voted, subscribed, rewarded, and commented. End of this chapter, Chapter 155. The Romantic Music Capital, Chapter 156. The Romantic Music Capital if you encounter disordered content while accessing this site through third-party apps or various browser plugins. Please try again later using mainstream browsers. Thank you for your support. Chapter 156. The Romantic Music Capital 3 months later. Rife Island. On the neatly maintained streets, a diverse array of people from all corners of the world flows ceaselessly, creating a vibrant and lively atmosphere. Musicians wielding various instruments can be seen in abundance, captivating large crowds in the music squares. The streets resonate with the passionate melodies of pianists, the sweet strains of violins, and the rhythmic movements of organ players. The pulsating notes reverberate throughout, with beautiful songs rising and falling, accompanying the bustling throngs. under the expansive azure sky, bathed in radiant sunshine. Everything exudes a sense of happiness and beauty. Everything here is utterly enchanting. Seagulls call out in the sky, a gentle breeze stirs, and flowers bloom, while visitors occasionally pause to relish the splendor around them. Beyond the world-renowned musical haven of Alicia Island, Latia Island boasts the grandest music hall, the Hibofeile Opera House. In an atmosphere of tranquility, equality, and joy, this place has become the primary choice for countless wandering musicians and artists seeking refuge. An increasing number of world-class musicians linger here, gradually earning it the title of the romantic capital of music in the New World. With songs carried by the sea, this locale attracts a multitude of merchant ships, adventurers, treasure-seeking pirates, and renowned figures from various races. Equally famous is the Latia 9 Pavilion Music Restaurant, drawing countless food and wine enthusiasts, with chefs traveling great distances to showcase their culinary artistry. Many gourmets have extolled its delectable offerings, solidifying its reputation. Latia Island thrives evermore. At this moment, a colossal pirate ship appears at the harbor of Latia Island. The ship's bow, adorned with the distinctive head of a great whale, signifies the presence of the White-Beard Pirates. Although the arrival of the White-Beard Pirates has stirred quite a commotion, it has not incited any unrest. As long as one embodies friendliness on Latia Island, anyone or any force is welcomed. This place not only hosts the Hibofeile family, but also falls within the realm of the infamous Gold Lion Shiki. With such dual assurances, safety is remarkably fortified, alleviating the crowd's fears. Members of the White-Beard Pirates disembark in an orderly fashion, making their way towards the town. It is astonishing. This is indeed Latia Island, so prosperous. Young Marco, with his pineapple hairstyle, gazes around in awe, marveling at the unprecedented prosperity and tranquility of this place. It is truly a rarity. Whitebeard Edward Newgate is equally taken aback, having heard that just a year ago it was a desolate isle. He never anticipated such flourishing development, imbued with peace and serenity. In the tumultuous chaos of the sea, such a haven is invaluable. Father, will our home be like this in the future, filled with the essence of happiness? Marco clenches his fists, eagerly looking at Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Of course, my son, he replies with a hearty laugh. The illustrious Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, spoke with great generosity. At this moment, the young Bista lacked his iconic beard and tall hat, yet he was fervently passionate about swordsmanship, showcasing remarkable talent, especially during this period of rapid growth. I have heard that Hibofeile Charlotte is a formidable swordsman, and I yearn to learn from him. Moreover, it is said he has guided many swordsmen, including the exceptionally gifted Snow swordsman, Jem, and the already accomplished captain of the 5th Division of the Flying Pirates, Daysock. Bista's face displayed eager anticipation. What do you think, Odin? He inquired. Beside him, Kazuki Odin, clad in traditional samurai attire with a large round hat, his phoenix-like eyes and black eyebrows beaming, also grinned widely. The desire to spar with him was unmistakable. Following closely behind him were the furry, canine, and feline companions from the fur tribe of Zo, as well as a Kizoku from Wano. Ivan, having received reports from his younger brother, hurried over. Although the Whitebeard Pirates had yet to establish a fixed territory, aimlessly drifting across the seas, no one dared to underestimate this crew, for it was led by the legendary Edward Newgate. Fortunately, there had been no reports of the Whitebeard Pirates committing acts of slaughter on islands, which was a relief. As the second-in-command of the Hibofeile family, he needed to exhibit the appropriate demeanor to ensure the family's stable development. A line of well-trained members of the Hibofeile family approached, arriving before Whitebeard and his crew. Upon seeing this group of skilled individuals, Whitebeard displayed a hint of curiosity, wondering what their intentions might be. Mr. Whitebeard, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Meeting you today is truly extraordinary, Ivan proclaimed as he soon appeared before the members of the Whitebeard Pirates. This compliment was well received by the crew, as it was indeed true. Their father was the strongest. Kid, who are you? The master here is certainly not you. Whitebeard, towering at 6 meters, cast an imposing gaze at Ivan. Mr. Whitebeard, you truly have a discerning eye. Ivan adjusted his suit, remaining composed. I am Ivan, the second-in-command of the Hibofeile family. Whitebeard regarded the impeccably dressed Ivan with a commanding gaze, his massive naginata exuding an air of tension. The atmosphere became palpably charged as both parties stood on the brink of confrontation. Gurara, kid, you have quite the spirit, Whitebeard chuckled, causing everyone to relax. Ivan maintained his composure, neither servile nor arrogant. After all, Mr. Whitebeard was a renowned figure upon the seas, deserving of utmost respect. Rest assured, kid, I have no interest in the matter of island slaughter. Faced with such words from Whitebeard, Ivan felt reassured, recognizing him as a man of his word, thus easing his concerns. May everyone enjoy their time to the fullest. As Ivan's words faded, he departed with his entourage, leaving behind a void where even the Watchers had retreated. The presence of such formidable individuals rendered surveillance futile, having secured the necessary assurances. There was no point in wasting time, as it could lead to discord. Observing the swift and orderly actions of the members of the Hibofeile family, the seasoned Whitebeard found the scene quite intriguing. It was distinctly different from the languid demeanor typical of other pirate crews. Their resolute attitude was truly remarkable. Among them were the notably young Beta and Barrett, whose bounties soared above 400 million, their names echoing across the seas. As prominently reported in the Hibofeile family's intelligence newspaper, the young swordsman Hibofeile Charlotte, quite extraordinary indeed. Father, may we partake in the festivities? Marco, with his pineapple-like hair, displayed a look of eager anticipation. After all, he was still a youth, and his restlessness was natural. He could hardly contain his excitement in such a fascinating locale. Go ahead. Whitebeard relished the rare opportunity to enjoy such a delightful and leisurely moment. However, the news of Whitebeard's landing on Latte Island spread like wildfire, carried far and wide by spies. The name Whitebeard stands as one of the pinnacle titles of this era. His every action tugged at the interests of various factions, simply because he was Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. As the days rolled on, life was vibrant. May the year of the dragon bring prosperity, health, and fulfillment of wishes to all. In 2024, may peace be ever present in Chang'an, and a joyous New Year's Eve to everyone. Gratitude is extended to all who have consistently supported through votes, subscriptions, rewards, and comments. Your encouragement is deeply appreciated. End of chapter. Chapter 156. The Whitebeard Pirates. Chapter 157. The Whitebeard Pirates. If you're accessing this website through third-party apps or various browser plugins, it may cause content to display out of order. Please try using a mainstream browser later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 157. The Whitebeard Pirates. Within the dining hall of the Hibofeile family, Charlotte, fresh from training, indulged in a hearty meal while sipping from a large cup of milk. He was still growing, and nutrition was paramount. This is the benefit of having influence. One need only focus on enhancing their own strength without undue concern. Ivan approached, leaning close to Charlotte's ear. Boss, the Whitebeard Pirates have arrived. Xiao Luo is somewhat peculiar. He is aware of the Whitebeard Pirates' activities on Rife Island. As long as they do not threaten his family and maintain a sense of restraint, that man is unlikely to act recklessly. What is there to be astonished about? Thus, he naturally stated, I know they are on Rife Island. In an instant, Ivan emphasized, Boss. What I mean is that they have entered the Hibofeile fortress and are currently in the Hibofeile duel arena. Charlotte appeared utterly bewildered. What could the Whitebeard possibly want with him? A visit? Surely that was a jest, given his current prowess. There seemed little reason for such a distinguished individual to seek him out personally. After all, he was merely a seasoned newcomer, and the disparity between them was substantial. Though somewhat perplexed by the other's intentions, he felt no sense of panic. If it were a confrontation that Whitebeard desired, he would not have approached so calmly. A single punch from him would suffice to obliterate any opposition, and if necessary, another blow could follow. There would be no need for such elaborate formalities. I understand now, he mused, reaching for a clean napkin nearby to dab at his mouth. Since the esteemed captain had come, it was only courteous to not shut him out, even if he was reluctant to engage with Whitebeard. Moments later, at the Hibofeile duel arena, the spectators gathered in anticipation. Captain Whitebeard, your esteemed presence graces our humble abode. Charlotte spoke with a bright demeanor, gazing at the towering figure that stood an impressive 6 meters tall. Even while seated, he loomed above the average person. Perhaps he possessed the bloodline of giants. After all, the origins of Whitebeard remain shrouded in mystery. It is known that he hails from an island in the New World, a non-allied nation unable to pay the exorbitant fees demanded by the world government, ultimately succumbing to lawlessness as a haven for pirates and human traffickers. The nation fell, leaving many children orphaned, Whitebeard being one among them. With his eyes closed in a moment of reflection, Whitebeard opened them upon hearing the words spoken. Gururara, exclaimed the silver-tongued lad. Charlotte's gaze equally fell upon the illustrious figures destined for fame, such as the immortal Phoenix Marco, the swordsman Vista, the diamond-wielding Jozu, and the renowned Bramek. Naturally, he also noticed the conspicuous presence of Kagaya, Aizu, the Cat Viper, and Dogstorm. It appears that the Whitebeard Pirates have unexpectedly arrived in Wano country, and this individual seized the opportunity to set sail. With a smile gracing his lips, Charlot was fully aware of Whitebeard's character, a true paragon of righteousness and strength. Equally astonished were the young warriors trailing closely behind Charlot, Beta, Barrett, Jin, Ponde, Lena, Ivan, Bob, Boume, and the Fishman Tiger. Whitebeard possessed considerable knowledge about this group, as the Hibofeile family had emerged as a formidable force upon the seas. Numerous tales circulated about them, comprised mainly of orphans or wanderers bereft of family. He had offered these desolate children a warm home under the banner of family, which instilled in Whitebeard an inexplicable fondness for Charlot. Even the Fishman Tiger, merely a guest, willingly chose to accompany them, a testament to the young man's unique charisma. Gulalala, young man, you are truly impressive. How about becoming my son? Upon uttering these words, while Charlot remained unfazed, the other members of the Hibofeile family glared at one another in indignation. This was nothing short of a blatant affront to their lineage. Who would dare to suggest such a thing upon first meeting, even if one were Whitebeard? The members of the Hibofeile family would never acquiesce. Ahem, Captain Whitebeard, you jest, they retorted. Charlotte opened his mouth, expressing his unwillingness to be anyone's son, even if it were the esteemed Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. He was aware that the man did not intend to insult him. In fact, Whitebeard had always been dedicated to the notion of adopting sons. Moreover, he was currently awaiting the downfall of the Golden Lion, Haki, in hopes of gaining his own independence. He had no desire to serve as a subordinate to anyone, for that would strip him of his freedom. Furthermore, the fate of the Whitebeard pirates was not particularly bright. Gururara, Whitebeard laughed heartily, acknowledging the slight regret within him. Yet he was not one to be overbearing. He could perceive Charlotte's unwavering resolve, especially reflected in the determined faces of his family, ready to fight to the last breath. This only deepened his admiration for the young man's charisma. They were a group willing to stand together through thick and thin, united rather than harboring ulterior motives. Whitebeard couldn't help but recall the Rox Pirates. Indeed formidable, their name echoed across the seas, yet they ultimately fell victim to the treachery of the human heart. With hidden agendas, they fought for their own interests. Furthermore, he soon began to speculate that the Hibari family harbored hidden talents, and that Haki would inevitably meet his downfall. It was quite an intriguing thought, considering Haki's notoriously vile character, with whom he had some degree of acquaintance. Young man, I have high hopes for you, Whitebeard remarked, his words laden with meaning. Only then did the members of the Hibari family slightly relax their guards. Despite the vast difference in their standings, as long as Charlotte spoke, they would not retreat, prepared to fight to the bitter end. Thank you for your well wishes, Captain Whitebeard. In a composed manner, Charlotte remarked that he had always understood that Whitebeard was not seeking trouble. It was simply a matter of temperament. His unwavering confidence, unperturbed by any challenge, left little that could instill fear in him, save for matters concerning the lives of his family. This unwavering loyalty is the reason countless individuals chose to follow him wholeheartedly. And even after Whitebeard's demise, many survivors were willing to seek vengeance on his behalf. The fate of Haki the Golden Lion serves as a stark contrast. His downfall was swift and left him with no opportunity for resurgence. Although both he and Whitebeard belong to the ranks of the three legendary pirates, the disparity in their trajectories is profound. Whitebeard, during the advent of the Great Pirate Era, continued to shine brilliantly, solidifying his position as one of the new generation's top 4 emperors amidst the reshuffling. The caliber of Haki the Golden Lion pales in comparison to that of Whitebeard, in terms of vision, character, ambition, and strength. At the Grand Round Table, Whitebeard and Charlotte sat facing each other, flanked by their respective crew members. One might wonder what business Captain Whitebeard had in this place. With a hearty laugh, Whitebeard cut straight to the chase, stating, I have heard that you are a formidable swordsman. My brother, Odin, wishes to engage in a spar with you. Huh? Charlotte felt somewhat bewildered. Was this truly the request? Despite his initial surprise, he found himself rather intrigued. His recent contemplation had afforded him a deeper understanding of the art of domination, and he indeed required a worthy opponent to hone his skills. Kazuki Odin, a warrior esteemed by Whitebeard, wielded the formidable Odin's dual sword style, making him a commendable adversary. Indeed, the only man to have left a significant scar on Kaido. His prowess was extraordinary. Excellent. This posed no threat to his life and promised an enhancement of his abilities. It was an opportunity too splendid to decline. As the year of the dragon dawns, may good fortune and prosperity abound, wishing everyone health, happiness, and the fulfillment of their aspirations. In 2024, I hope for your continued peace and joy, and a joyful New Year's Eve. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all who have consistently supported with recommendations, subscriptions, donations, and comments. I encourage you to continue your generous support. Thank you all. End of chapter. Chapter 157. Charlotte vs. Kazuki Odin. Chapter 158. Charlotte versus Kazuki Odin should you access this website through third-party applications or various browser plugins. It may result in disordered content display. Please consider using mainstream browsers for a better experience. Thank you for your support. Chapter 158, Charlotte vs. Kazuki Odin, the Hibofeile duel arena. Towering walls and earthy-hued edifices, layered with textured, hefty stones, exude the classic style of the Dressrosa duel arena. In the center of the elevated, expansive square dueling platform, the two stood facing one another. A gentle breeze rustled their garments as their gazes locked. "Let's engage in a thrilling battle," proclaimed Kazuki Odin, flashing his pearly white teeth, his voice booming with exuberance, fully embodying his untamed spirit. He was immensely pleased to witness the exceptional skills of a master of the dual sword style. With eager anticipation, Charlotte spoke up. Regardless of the other attributes of this individual, his prowess in wielding dual blades was undeniably formidable. In this battle, irrespective of victory or defeat, the gains would undoubtedly be immense. At that moment, both parties locked their gaze onto one another, their fighting spirits surging, poised to unleash a cataclysmic clash at any moment. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as the momentum of both warriors reached its zenith. As Charlotte gripped the heavenly cry tightly, it instantly unsheathed, while Kazuki Odin's Enma and Amano Habakiri similarly gleamed with a chilling radiance. In an ephemeral moment, the two figures transformed into streaks of light, standing in fierce opposition. Clang! At the center of the arena, both individuals maintained their poised stances, ready for combat. Charlotte's Tenku clashed directly against Kazuki Odin's dual swords, which descended upon him with formidable force. In that fleeting moment of contact, Charlotte's Tenku executed an upward thrust, causing Kazuki Odin to swiftly somersault backward, landing with grace. As he touched the ground, he propelled himself upward, wielding Enma and aimed no Habakiri with remarkable speed. The dual sword technique, Peach Garden White Dragon, manifested as the arm and swords were enveloped in a fleeting layer of Busashoka Haki, intertwined with the formidable Conqueror's Haki, unleashing a torrent of slashing strikes. Charlotte stepped back on one leg, and the weapon in her hand, the heavenly cry, erupted with an eerie radiance, slicing through the air with remarkable speed. The technique known as one-sword style, horizontal slash. Her entire being was enveloped in the armor of Haki, while the Conqueror has Haki intertwined, emitting crackling arcs of electricity. As an overwhelming slash ascended into the air. Over the past few months, Charlotte had honed her mastery of Haki, significantly enhancing her offensive prowess. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated as two formidable attacks collided head-on, unleashing a violent detonation. Clang! The blades of both combatants met with a resonating shock, sending forth black arcs of electricity that captivated the senses. They exchanged grins, and at the moment their weapons separated, they launched into a flurry of ultra-fast strikes. The air was filled with the sound of sparks and the echoes of explosive impacts, creating a cacophony that was impossible to ignore. Armed Haki and Conqueror's Haki intertwined in a relentless dance of slashes. Whitebeard, watching the combat, marveled at Charlotte's extraordinary strength at such a young age. Fierce, truly fierce. Beta stood agape, utterly astonished. Each strike unleashed an incredible momentum. Lena furrowed her brow with concern, deeply worried for Charlotte's safety. Although it was said to be a friendly spar, the ferocity of the battle was overwhelmingly terrifying, leaving her in a state of unease. Charlotte marveled. Kazuki Odin's prowess was undeniably formidable, even without delving into the complexities of his character. The adept application of advanced Busashoka Haki, particularly the flowing Sakura and the binding techniques, was astonishing. Kazuki Odin himself was equally astounded. To possess such power at such a tender age was beyond imagination. It is worth noting that Odin is currently 29 years old, while Charlotte is merely 18, an 11-year gap, and Odin has yet to reach the pinnacle of physical maturity. Such an age is truly remarkable. As thoughts raced through his mind, Kazuki Odin's movements became even swifter, seamlessly drawing his blade as he leaped into the air. Two-sword style, samurai charm spirit. A fiery red aura erupted forth, with his dual swords resembling two soaring torches, cleaving through the air in a cross slash. With a swift motion, Charlotte executed a reverse strike, delivering a rapid series of horizontal and vertical slashes. The technique known as one-sword style, 10 slashes, unleashed a cross-shaped barrage of strikes imbued with Conqueror's Haki, tearing through the air. A resounding explosion reverberated, sending shockwaves in all directions, stirring up a tempest that caused the edges of garments to flutter ominously. Suddenly, a powerful roar pierced the atmosphere, heralding the arrival of two-sword style, gun, Phantom Demon. As Kazuki Odin's dual blades crossed in a lateral fashion, emanating a brilliant red glow infused with Conqueror's Haki. Charlotte's expression shifted with alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, she propelled herself skyward with a powerful leap, evading the swift onslaught. A sharp sound echoed as the arena was met with a flash of blade, severing a small segment with brutal precision. The cut surface gleamed like a mirror, cascading down at an angle to strike the ground beyond the ring, stirring up a cloud of dust. Charlotte bellowed, one sword style, dominant slash. His figure descended from the heavens, swift as lightning. Accompanied by the terrifying gleam of the heavenly cry at his side, a current of Conqueror's Haki entwined around him, exuding an overwhelming and fierce aura. Kazuki Odin instantly crossed his twin blades before him and roared, two sword style, Peach Blossom, 10 fists. Inma and Aim no Habakiri unleashed a rapid, crosswise diagonal slash. Soaring into the sky, the two figures moved like shooting stars, colliding with a diagonal thrust that was both upward and downward. Boom! A resplendente explosion érupted. Accompanied by a deafening roar that engulfed the surroundings, a terrifying shockwave radiating outward, creating ripples of luminescence in the air. In that moment, even Whitebeard could not help but sit upright. It was not until tranquility returned that the two figures rapidly descended, crashing onto the arena surface. Dust billowed as a fit of violent coughing ensued. You have won. Xiao Luo remarked nonchalantly that the advanced armament Haki, flowing Sakura, combined with binding, exerts an exceedingly terrifying pressure upon him. This is an undeniable truth. Charlotte, undeterred by any sense of despair, merely lamented the multitude of peculiarities within the world of pirates, realizing the necessity of diligent training. At present, he acknowledged his inability to rival Kazuki Odin, yet he harbored hopes of one day engaging in a contest with him. Kazuki Odin, however, gazed earnestly at Charlotte, asserting, "Were we of the same age, I would surely be at a disadvantage, for you surpass me." His candor was devoid of any pretense, as he recognized the astonishing potential within Charlotte. The 18-year-old's physique was still maturing, far from reaching its peak endurance. They exchanged smiles, relishing in the exhilaration of their sparring session. "My brothers, prepare for the feast." With a resounding exclamation, Charlotte prepared to celebrate in grand style. This recent bout had bestowed upon him profound insights into the applications of both armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki. He firmly believed that his future self would grow increasingly formidable, ultimately standing atop the pinnacle of this world. At that juncture, he would finally attain his ultimate life goal of resting in safety and tranquility. A magnificent banquet unfolded, as the Whitebeard Pirates and the Hibofeile family engaged in an unprecedented feast. This occasion was destined to be etched into the annals of the Hibofeile family's development, becoming a cherished chapter in their legendary saga. The boisterous Whitebeard savored the local libation, Rife wine, from Rife Island, praising it with gusto. Holding a bowl nearly the size of Charlotte's, he laughed heartily and exclaimed, "Gulalalala, young one, be sure to bring me more of this delightful drink." Charlotte wore an expression of helplessness. This man, who cherished wine above all else, showed little regard for his own health. Reflecting on the fate that awaited the white-bearded captain, she couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Such a bold and spirited man could not withstand the relentless passage of time. Even the mightiest among us may fade in the face of the years. Captain Whitebeard, I believe it would be wise for you to temper your indulgence in wine, as it is detrimental to your well-being. Shalawa spoke softly. The old man with the white beard paused for a moment, then chuckled. "You truly are a bore, my young friend." He naturally discerned the underlying concern in Shalawa's words, but felt no anger whatsoever. The atmosphere of the banquet was vibrant, with both sides comprised of youthful members who played together harmoniously. The timeless pirate song resonated once more throughout the gathering, fostering a significant bond of friendship among them. Charlotte was delighted to witness such a scene. In his view, the future landscape necessitated steadfast and reliable allies for greater stability. Undoubtedly, the Whitebeard Pirates represented an excellent choice for the coming decades, a group worthy of trust. It is important to recognize that the future Whitebeard Pirates will protect numerous islands and nations from the ravages of war. Unity breeds strength, a testament to the wisdom of our ancestors. On the first day of a new year, I wish everyone smooth sailing, good fortune, and affection throughout the day. My heartfelt gratitude goes to those who supported with their votes, particularly to my Zidane, Luhue, Millaby D, and 20200-319-2310-49587. I appreciate the brothers and friends who have consistently voted for recommendations. I hope for your continued support through subscriptions, follows, votes, and chapter reviews. Additionally, Feel free to contribute images of character fan designs, as most characters currently lack visual representation. End of chapter. Chapter 158. Unspendable. Truly unspendable. Chapter 159. Unspendable. Truly unspendable. If you're using a third-party app or various browser plugins to access this website, you may experience disordered content display. Please attempt to use a mainstream browser later. Thank you for your support. A week later, the Whitebeard pirates departed from Rife Island to continue their journey, embarking on the path of gathering adopted sons. Thus, a wonderful friendship blossomed between both parties. Charlotte, with a bold demeanor, earnestly sought the wisdom of two formidable warriors regarding various aspects of their cultivation. Such high-caliber individuals are rarely encountered, rendering concerns about appearances trivial. In exchange, he acquired invaluable insights into the advanced techniques of Haki, the unique dual swordsmanship of Odin, and the profound understanding of Haki applications shared by Whitebeard and Odin. Naturally, he expended a considerable amount of the renowned Rife wine, a specialty of Rife Island. Although the wine held substantial value for Charlotte, the true essence lay in the mastery of swordsmanship, flowing cherry blossoms, and the intricacies of Haki. This knowledge represented a genuine opportunity to enhance the foundation of his family's legacy, marking a significant gain. However, Odin's character struck him as peculiar, given his current disposition. It seemed unlikely that he was a fool. On the contrary, he exhibited remarkable intelligence and decisiveness. The events that would transpire in Wano did not align with the choices one would expect from his present character. It suggests that Kazuki Odin underwent a profound transformation following his journey with Roger, emerging from the final island, Laugh-Tale, as a markedly different individual. Charlotte was somewhat perplexed. What kind of treasure could provoke such a profound transformation in a person's character? This left her utterly bewildered. Charlotte shook his head, dismissing further thoughts on the matter. He had no desire to delve into such a colossal dilemma. Better to let others grapple with it. As for Blackbeard, he had yet to join the Whitebeard pirates. And even if he harbored a personal inclination to assist, he was powerless to do so. "Boss, there's been a breakthrough on Oside's side. I hope we can go and take a look," Ivan stated, appearing behind Charlotte. "All right, let us go." Without hesitation, Charlotte expressed considerable anticipation regarding the technology of cyborg enhancement, as it could elevate the family's strength from another angle. Outside the tall, independent iron gate, Charlotte and Ivan made their appearance. The gate bore no distinctive markings, appearing rather unremarkable, serving as a simple means of safeguarding the laboratory. Soon, a green light illuminated on the door, signifying identity verification. With a series of mechanical whirs, the steel gate gradually opened. "Boss, you have arrived. Abuli, Baitman Aphoa Chet Briskli. Ah, Sikabelya. It has been a long time." Charlotte spoke up. Sikabeli, the user of the devil fruit, an ancient species in the form of a terrifying bird, had long been a follower of his family's elder. He had been responsible for the security of the scientific laboratory for his family. "Boss, Brother Ivan, please come in," the bald man said with an affable smile, leading the two towards the interior of the laboratory. The current laboratory, both in scale and equipment, was nothing short of astonishing, its size having increased more than tenfold compared to the past. "Lab number 5. At last you have arrived, boss." Odyssey rubbed his hands together, a sycophantic grin on his face. After all, his research had consumed considerable resources, and now that it was finally yielding results, he felt a surge of joy. He was eager to showcase his findings. "Take a look." Charlotte smiled and nodded. Then, within the confines of the laboratory, a modified individual came into view. This was a member of the Hibofeile family, a person who had lost both arms in a confrontation with pirates, and who had willingly consented to become a subject for the augmentation experiment. Warfare has always been merciless. The body of their leader, Adriel, was a remarkable amalgamation of machinery and flesh, exhibiting an unparalleled perfection. He fought with remarkable agility, his combat prowess significantly enhanced, yet his self-awareness remained entirely unscathed. Charlotte nodded, acknowledging the existence of such remarkable individuals in the realm of One Piece, exemplified by the extraordinary cyborg Frankie. "Adley, let us commence." Odyssey commanded through a loudspeaker directed at Adley in the experimental zone. Shortly thereafter, an array of data was swiftly recorded, with metrics of speed, strength, and defense far surpassing expectations. This brought immense satisfaction to Charlotte. The preliminary success of this cyborg experiment not only provided significant support to the family, but also offered an alternative for family members who had suffered debilitating injuries or were beyond salvation in battle. Furthermore, even some ordinary members could opt to become cyborgs, thereby significantly enhancing their combat capabilities, of course, under the condition of voluntary participation. Moreover, The technological potential for advancement in this field is vast. As the cyborg technology continues to evolve, their power can be rejuvenated and perpetually strengthened. Excellent work, Odyssey. Charlotte bestowed a compliment. However, the simplistic approach of relying solely on mechanical bodies for combat remains rather rudimentary. Odyssey believes that the technology for cyborgs must be integrated with formidable firepower. In response to the question posed by Charlotte, Odyssey nodded thoughtfully. This was indeed a consideration of his. Amplifying the potency of conventional artillery could significantly enhance the combat capabilities of cyborgs. Rest assured, my friend, I have long been engaged in research to augment artillery power and bolster the firepower output of the cyborgs. Within Charlotte's mind, however, there resided a plethora of more ingenious ideas. The pacifists of Vegapunk were nothing short of perfection, possessing formidable laser attacks with a lethality that could only be described as terrifying, more than sufficient to suppress a bounty of 100 million on a pirate. I believe you ought to endeavor to enhance the modifications by incorporating special attack capabilities such as lasers, lightning, flames, and gravity. Odyssey widened his eyes in astonishment, staring blankly at Charlotte, rendered speechless. This was somewhat of an unreasonable demand, a flight of fancy. Boss, this is essentially akin to a human mechanical weapon. The level of difficulty involved is staggering, requiring the resolution of numerous critical technologies. It is not something that can be accomplished merely by the meeting of lips. Indeed, your words have served as a reminder to me. With a clap of his hands, Charlotte expressed the need for a formidable individual to serve as the experimental subject, intending to subsequently create humanoid weapons based on this subject. Ivan gazed at Charlotte, utterly astonished, marveling at the boundless creativity of Charlotte's mind. It was simply incredible. Odyssey opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. This was no mere suggestion, but rather a wishful aspiration. Feeling somewhat awkward, he rubbed his nose and remarked, "Boss, I believe the difficulty of realizing this is exceedingly high." Charlotte shrugged her shoulders, proclaiming that as a distinguished scientist, one must embody the spirit of innovation and possess the audacity to experiment, undeterred by formidable challenges. However, this particular problem appears to exceed the established curriculum. My dear leader, achieving results in such a short time seems exceedingly daunting and resource-intensive. Odyssey cast a cautious glance at Charlotte. No problem. Charlotte was acutely aware of the challenges involved. After all, not everyone possesses the extraordinary genius of Vegapunk, capable of creating astonishing scientific advancements with ease. He understood this quite well. How about this? I will allocate an additional 100 million berries to you each month. Odyssey hesitated. 100 million sounded substantial, yet it paled in comparison to Charlotte's boundless imagination. Not sufficient. Charlotte tilted his head and remarked nonchalantly, "Then let us increase it to 1 billion berries each month. Do you have confidence?" In an instant, Odyssey's face broke into a sly grin, his hands clenching in excitement. "You can rest assured, boss, I will handle it." Such an attitude is indeed commendable. It seems that money is indeed omnipotent. Odyssey's dream was to have his scientific inventions renowned across the globe, to showcase them to all. However, this required substantial financial backing. The additional 1 billion in monthly budget would allow him to unleash his full potential. This sum was once beyond the realm of his imagination. There would be no way to exhaust it, absolutely none. End of this chapter, Chapter 159. The Garden of Swords, Chapter 160. The Garden of Swords if you're using a third-party app or various browser extensions to access this site. You may encounter disordered content display. Please try using a mainstream browser later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 160. The Garden of Swords. The flying pirate crew is rapidly expanding in the New World, their influence growing swiftly. Charlotte gazed intently at the contents of a newspaper, his expression a tapestry of intrigue. The recent confrontation with G5 had elevated the maritime reputation of the formidable Golden Lion, Haki, drawing the attention of pirates from the New World. This maneuver, while capturing the vigilance of the Navy, inadvertently provided a favorable cover for the clandestine expansion of the Hibofeile family. In pursuit of Haki's ambition to dominate the world, it became evident that ordinary pirates would scarcely suffice as his core strength. Thus, the need for more formidable pirates to join his ranks was imperative. It was only a matter of time before he set his sights on the Roger Pirates, as the inevitable clash at the Edward Sea loomed closer. Rena observed Charlotte, who was momentarily lost in thought, before gently placing a cup of coffee before him. "Charlotte, the coffee is ready." "Oh, thank you, Rena," he replied, returning to the present as he set down a corner of the newspaper and took a sip of the brew. Rena, with a playful flick of her hair, caused her exquisite earrings to shimmer and emit a delicate chime, and she spoke softly, "By the way, Charlotte, the sword garden has been completed. Shall we go and take a look?" The sword garden? Charlotte set aside the newspaper, propping her head with one hand against the table. And after a moment of dazed contemplation, she suddenly recalled. It must be the venue for storing the techniques and insights of swordsmanship. After a moment of contemplation, Charlotte spoke. Let's go and take a look. This place is destined to be the sacred ground for future family swordsmen, an invaluable asset for nurturing warriors. And one of the profound legacies of the Hibofeile family. It certainly warrants a thorough exploration. 20 minutes later, they arrived at a grand sign adorned with the majestic characters Sword Courtyard, exuding an air of solemnity and authority. Charlotte and her companion leisurely stepped inside, where the shelves on either side were adorned with a plethora of collected swordsmanship techniques, training methods, and insights. Numerous resting areas were thoughtfully designed to provide a serene space for learners to immerse themselves in reading. Additionally, a dedicated arena for swordsmanship competitions was established, allowing everyone to engage in sparring and assessments at their convenience, thereby enhancing their understanding. It can be said that the arrangements were exceptionally meticulous and considerate. Hello, Big Boss. Miss Lena, you have arrived. Ivan approached them with a lively stride, greeting the two. Yes, I came to take a look. As it pertains to the cultivation of talent for the family's future, Charlotte remarked. Charlotte's response was met with Ivan's evident preparation. Please, follow me, he said, accompanied by a graceful gesture that resembled that of a distinguished butler, the origin of which remained a mystery. Before long, an expansive, independent space came into view. Where's this? Charlotte cast a puzzled glance at Ivan, inquiring about the core of the sword's sanctuary. Charlotte and Ivan exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting utter confusion. Ivan began to elucidate, stating that what they observed outside were merely commonplace swordsmanship techniques, while the true treasures lay within, meticulously preserved and invaluable knowledge. The purpose behind this arrangement was undoubtedly to safeguard these precious and hard-earned resources. Upon entering the core area of the sword pavilion, it became evident that both the security measures and architectural design were markedly more intricate and exquisite. Charlotte soon beheld a remarkable sight. Among the most treasured elements were his mastery of swordsmanship and profound insights, alongside the techniques of moonlight Yuta, which included renowned swordsmen such as Bista, Gura, Chizang, and Daesak, all of whom were meticulously selected. The focus predominantly lay on the styles of single and dual sword techniques. Furthermore, there existed a viewing chamber, housing a collection of invaluable footage documenting the fierce battles of these swordsmen, with the centerpiece undoubtedly being the duel between Yu and Moonlight Yuta. Charlotte glanced at Ivan, feeling an undeniable sense of assurance that matters entrusted to Ivan would be handled with utmost care. Indeed, it was a splendid idea, one that not only facilitated a more intuitive understanding, but also fostered deeper contemplation and insight. By the way, we can discreetly procure some footage of powerful confrontations from the outside world. Do you understand? Ivan smiled and replied, Rest assured, boss. I am quietly taking care of this matter. Suddenly, a thought struck Ivan, and he added, By the way, boss, there's someone claiming to be Qian Song, an acquaintance of yours. Should we arrange a meeting? Qian Song? I can't believe he has come. Charlotte expressed his surprise. Let him come, he commanded. Understood. Ivan summoned a subordinate, gave him a brief instruction, and the young man hurried off. Moments later, Master Charlotte, Qian Song greeted, his reverence for Charlotte as profound as ever. Xiaoluo approached Qianzhong. What brings you here? Qianzhong chuckled. My lord Xiaoluo, I have become a sword master. I vowed that on the day I achieved this, I would set sail to seek you and pledge myself as your loyal retainer. Xiaoluo, with a hint of uncertainty, muttered, Surely this cannot be the case. No, this is the oath of a samurai. In the land of harmony, it embodies the noble honor of a warrior, one that cannot be betrayed. Initially inclined to refuse, Xiaoluo found himself at a loss for words. How could he challenge such customs? Ultimately, he had no choice but to accept, albeit reluctantly, the fealty of this vassal. Qian Song, you may visit here often in the future. Qian Song, perplexed, felt a flicker of excitement upon hearing Xiaoluo's introduction. The grand plan of Lord Xiaoluo was truly coming to fruition. Indeed, he was worthy of admiration, the one I choose to follow. Naturally, Qian Song welcomed the opportunity to join wholeheartedly. A swordsman of his caliber is a rare asset, especially one who can lead others in mastering the fundamentals of swordsmanship. Qian Song, remember to inscribe your newfound insights on swordsmanship here. Without hesitation, Qian Song agreed to Xiaoluo's request. For a swordsman, this place was nothing short of a sacred sanctuary, unparalleled in its significance. Xiaoluo gazed upon this place, feeling a sense of discontent. It was far too meager indeed. There remained a palpable lack of depth here. What was truly needed were more profound insights from formidable swordsmen, along with methods for the cultivation of swordsmanship and techniques. In Charlotte's mind, numerous individuals swiftly came to mind: Roger, Rayleigh, the Red Earl, Fujitora, Gungshiro, and Boggett. Furthermore, there were future figures such as Shanks, Rain Shiryu, Dracul Mihawk, and Zoro. If one could gather the swordsmanship insights from this illustrious group, it would indeed be a magnificent spectacle, a veritable sanctuary for swordsmen. Yet at present, the only one accessible was the formidable Golden Lion, Shiki. Despite his questionable personality, it is undeniable that this man is a true master swordsman. Surely, it is not excessive to extract value from him. After all, he currently stands as the foremost combatant of the flying pirate crew, and seeking to enhance one's strength is hardly an unreasonable request. With this thought, Charlotte hesitated no longer. He decided to give it a try and directly contacted Shiki. "Captain Shiki, greetings." The laughter of Golden Lion Shiki was, as always, rather lewd. "Ha ha ha, kid, what do you want?" "Captain, I feel that my swordsmanship has been progressing slowly of late, and I wish to obtain insights into sword training from the unparalleled and immensely powerful captain." Charlotte's words dripped with flattery, charmingly brazen. Golden Lion Shiki was somewhat taken aback by Charlotte's unexpected flattery. This was the first time he had heard such praise from him. Nonetheless, he relished it. Moreover, his previous defeat stemmed from the lack of high-end combat strength within the flying pirate crew. If there were someone to share the burden, the outcome would undoubtedly be far greater. Charlotte had certainly proven his vast potential. As for whether he could suppress his subordinates and avoid repeating the mistakes of Rox, Shiki was Golden Lion Shiki, and without a bit of courage, how could he conquer the world? "Ha ha ha, all right, no problem." Golden Lion Shiki readily agreed, this enthusiasm exceeding Charlotte's expectations. I hope those who enjoy this will support, subscribe, follow, comment, vote, and contribute character images. Thank you all, and may the new year bring great fortune. End of chapter. Chapter 160. The Hibofeile Family Museum. Chapter 161. The Hibofeile Family Museum. If you're using third-party apps or various browser plugins to access this site, it may cause content to display out of order. Please try accessing the site using mainstream browsers later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 161. The Hibofeile Family Museum. This place harbors an extensive collection amassed by the Hibofeile family throughout the ages. Ivan has meticulously selected an array of exquisite treasures from countless artifacts, each a rare gem in its own right, not only possessing intrinsic value, but also significant historical importance. Within elegant display cabinets lie an assortment of extraordinary relics: a resplendent golden crown, a sword adorned with gemstones the size of pigeon eggs, precious paintings by renowned artists, and historical tablets chronicling the remnants of a kingdom. Each treasure embodies a concealed historical narrative, serving as ancient symbols of cultural heritage. As the youngest and sole archaeologist of the Hibofeile family, Ali is naturally tasked with supplementing the historical gaps of these treasures through diligent research. Despite the complexity and monotony of such work, she approaches it with unwavering enthusiasm and fervor. The relentless pursuit of historical knowledge and research is the lifelong aspiration of any archaeologist. The majority of the historical supplements for these treasures have been accomplished solely by Ali. At this moment, Ali stands before an ancient golden-laid jade bronze mirror, earnestly comparing it with the ancient texts in her hands, tirelessly flipping through the pages. Page 189, page 378, page 567. She meticulously scrutinizes each one until she reaches page 688. "Yes, this is it," Ali exclaims, and after a thorough comparison, she delves into her research. Upon learning of Ali's relentless dedication to the Hibofeile Museum, Charlotte has been concerned about her fragile health. He even reproached Ivan for not being able to restrain her. Ivan, with a wry smile, acknowledged that it was beyond his control. After all, she is still quite young, and such arduous labor is not advisable. Health is the foundation of all endeavors. Neglecting it could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he felt compelled to intervene. Upon arriving, Charlotte was taken aback by the opulence surrounding him. The profound sense of history that enveloped the atmosphere made even an outsider like him feel his heart race. He must concede that, despite Ivan's seemingly unreliable methods, the impact he delivers is undeniably profound. After a brief moment of astonishment, Charlotte soon spotted Ali in a corner, diligently engaged in her comparisons before a display cabinet. Observing the hardworking Ali stirred a sense of discomfort within him. He realized that he had not shown her enough care. A girl far from home is often susceptible to loneliness. "Ali," Charlotte softly called as he approached her side. Immersed in her work, Ali turned around, and upon seeing Charlotte, her face lit up with joy as she rushed over to embrace him, exclaiming with delight, "Brother Charlotte, you've come." Charlotte gently caressed Ollie's hair, lamenting, "It is my fault for not spending more time with you." Ollie lifted her innocent smile, shook her head, and sincerely replied, "Brother Charlotte, I particularly love it here. It is so fascinating, and I do not feel lonely at all." The purity of her smile and words stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Charlotte. Ollie was remarkably understanding, to the point of evoking a sense of tenderness. "Ollie, let us take a moment to rest," Charlotte said softly, his tone devoid of any heaviness, as he was reluctant to part from her. "Brother Charlotte, I am not tired," Ollie exclaimed joyfully, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "By the way, Brother Charlotte, look, I have discovered a great secret." With that, she took Charlotte's hand and led him towards the literature. With a sense of resignation, Charlotte followed Ollie. "Charlotte, look. This mirror is quite fascinating. It hails from a vanished kingdom known as the Kingdom of Night." As Ollie rambled on with her enthusiastic account, Charlotte found herself intrigued and chose to listen attentively rather than interrupt. Legend has it that the Kingdom of the Night was once prosperous and powerful. But the fate of the realm took a turn when the king married a queen of unparalleled beauty. Enraptured by her charm, the king became oblivious to his kingdom's decline. Meanwhile, the prince also fell in love with the queen, igniting a tumultuous rebellion within the Kingdom of the Night. Ultimately, the prince succeeded in his insurrection and wed the queen. This ancient mirror was once the possession of the queen herself. Charlotte stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the melodramatic turn of events. Such a storyline had unfolded before. It was indeed captivating. And then what? How did the Kingdom of the Night ultimately fall? His curiosity piqued. He wondered if it truly was the downfall of a realm because of a woman. In response to Charlotte's inquiry, Ollie glanced at the documents and continued, recounting that the queen never aged, her beauty unchanged, which incited panic among the populace, who labeled her a fairy. It was only later that the world came to understand her secret. She could consume human blood to restore her youthful state. Charlotte's eyes narrowed slightly, as this ability bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a certain devil fruit. From that moment on, the queen became an embodiment of monstrosity, incurring the disdain of her subjects. The king, helpless, was compelled to exile her. Yet, the terrified populace was gripped by fear of the queen's vampiric methods. Ultimately, it is said that in a place known as Sleepy Ancient Town, she was slain by righteous individuals. Charlotte found herself somewhat bewildered by the circumstances. The alignment of her abilities with this particular location left her pondering whether it was indeed the fabled devil fruit. It was the rare zoan-type fruit, the bat fruit. In its vampire form, Charlotte had always been aware of a certain place, a particular devil fruit, within the exceedingly ordinary name of Segu Town. There was utterly no information regarding this location in the vast ocean, which was one of the reasons Charlotte had refrained from searching for it. The chance of stumbling upon something significant amidst the vastness of the sea was exceedingly slim. Not only would it consume an inordinate amount of time, but it was also likely to yield no results at all. The unexpected acquisition of such news momentarily stirred Charlotte's curiosity. "Ollie, do you have any specific information?" Ollie glanced at the documents and nodded, "Yes." "Oh, then please elaborate for your brother." Charlotte exhibited no signs of impatience. He understood that Ollie was well versed in the literature, whereas he himself was not. Most importantly, it appeared that Ollie was exceedingly delighted at this moment, resembling a little girl eager to share her toys. So there was no need for Charlotte to hasten him. With great enthusiasm, Ollie exclaimed, "This relic of the Kingdom of Night should be located in the present-day Sea of Sleep in the New World, specifically in the Dabium Toyas Sea region." Charlotte was utterly astonished to have actually discovered the precise location. Moreover, he had heard some rather unsettling rumors about this place, leaving him with an uneasy feeling. Nevertheless, the issue should not be insurmountable. "Oh, Ollie, you are truly remarkable. You are a beacon of fortune." Charlotte could not help but extol the virtues of Ollie. Without her, he would have had no clues regarding the ancient town of Sleep. Now, with newfound purpose, he was prepared to embark on a search. The value of that accursed devil fruit would undoubtedly enable their family to produce yet another formidable warrior, thereby significantly enhancing their safety. Ollie was immensely delighted. Her arrival here had alleviated any feelings of solitude, as she was enveloped in love and care from everyone around her. Most importantly, she was free to live her life without worries, indulging in her passion for archaeological research. These were, without a doubt, the happiest and most fulfilling moments of her life. In response to Charlotte's praise, Ollie felt invigorated and inspired. Receiving such commendation was the greatest source of comfort for her. Subsequently, Charlotte accompanied Ollie as they continued to explore the Hibofeile Museum. Ollie enthusiastically recounted her accomplishments, showcasing the meticulously organized historical materials, which brimmed with a sense of achievement. "Ollie, you are truly remarkable." Charlotte's generous praise was not disingenuous but rather heartfelt. He felt an undeniable inferiority to such profound knowledge and insight. Indeed, archaeologists are remarkable beings, particularly when it comes to their unparalleled memory. Ultimately, at Charlotte's repeated insistence, Oli must ensure she gets ample rest and cannot overexert herself. Although Oli was reluctant to sacrifice time for her archaeological research, she felt a warm glow inside in response to Charlotte's meticulous advice. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, I wish everyone, may dragons soar and tigers leap, bringing forth wealth. May the spirit of the dragon horse unfold grand visions. In this year of the dragon, may auspiciousness accompany great fortune, and may all matters be fulfilled to your satisfaction. I extend my gratitude to those who have supported with votes and subscriptions, and I appreciate the continual backing from all. I hope for your ongoing support. Thank you all. End of chapter. Chapter 161. Truly overwhelming. Chapter 162. The Sea of Tranquil Sleep. If you access this website using third-party apps or various browser plugins, it may lead to disordered content display. Please try using mainstream browsers later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 162. The Sea of Tranquil Sleep. For the prospect of a serene and enjoyable life ahead, Charlotte embarked once more, this time with the primary goal of seeking powerful devil fruits. To that end, Charlotte meticulously charted a navigational course to ensure sufficient rewards from this expedition. 2 months later, the Hibofeile traversed through tumultuous waves and a stormy sea, the ship swaying dramatically, evoking a sense of awe. This segment of the journey was particularly arduous, as a region of unpredictable weather loomed in the path towards the Sea of Tranquil Sleep. Fragments of ships, swept up by the waves, occasionally marred the ocean's surface. On the deck, Charlotte's gaze was solemn yet composed. The crew had long learned how to navigate such treacherous weather. He felt a vague anticipation for the journey ahead, particularly regarding the rare, mythical creature. "Red sail, reduce speed," Lena shouted, adjusting the Hibofeile's velocity to prevent any sudden acceleration that could lead to a catastrophic collision in such turbulent conditions. The consequences of such an event were unimaginable. After a considerable time, the Hibofeile finally emerged from the harsh maritime environment through the collective efforts of the crew. The ship sailed into calmer waters. Sunlight cascaded down, warming everyone and contrasting starkly with the previous weather. Before long, the Hibofeile came to a gentle halt. "The Sea of Tranquil Sleep," Lena exclaimed, consulting the nautical chart, comparing it carefully before looking at Charlotte. "Charlotte, this should be the Sea of Tranquil Sleep." Charlotte nodded, acknowledging the distinctive nature of the Sea of Slumber, where the hues of the water were strikingly vivid, exuding an aura of tranquility. The sky above mirrored this serenity. Métis gazed upon this wondrous spectacle, her face alight with a fervent desire for exploration. A new adventure was once again unfolding as she diligently chronicled her observations in her book. "Captain, this sea and sky appear rather uncanny," Beta exclaimed, her wide eyes fixed on the Sea of Slumber. At the juncture where the two bodies of water converged lay the demarcation between the realms of black and white, one side a crystalline blue, the other an abyssal darkness, akin to a boundary between light and shadow. It evoked a sense of the division between life and death, an extraordinary occurrence seldom witnessed in the New World. This phenomenon resembled the convergence of two oceanic currents, creating a remarkable spectacle. Charlotte retorted with irritation. "You, fearless and unconcerned about anything, would still be bothered by such trivial matters." Beta awkwardly grinned, revealing a broad smile, and continued. "Did not Ollie mention that there are ominous legends surrounding the Sea of Tranquility? I am merely concerned for your safety, my esteemed leader." As Charlotte gazed at Beta, she couldn't help but wonder whether this fellow was genuinely concerned for her or merely putting on a brave front. Could he not conceal that flustered expression of his before weaving a tale? The sight of Beta in such a state elicited a faint chuckle from Charlotte. It was truly hard to believe that he harbored fears of ghosts or spirits. Nevertheless, Charlotte reminded herself to exercise caution. As they approached their destination, they would need to traverse the territory of the Isle of Mist, and straying into its depths would certainly not bode well. Lena, too, voiced her concerns not from fear, but from a vigilant awareness of the unknown. Upon hearing this, Charlotte nodded. The Isle of Mist? A bizarre island perpetually shrouded in fog, where the possibility of its sudden emergence looms large. It is said that no pirate crew that has set foot on that island has ever returned, as if they have vanished entirely. In truth, he held little belief in this legend. Do specters truly roam the world of One Piece? It seems not, though there are tales of devil fruits related to souls. If there were any, the only one that comes to mind is the Yomi Yomi no Mi. Yet that pertains to the powers of a devil fruit. As for the veracity of the Yomi lore, he was indeed uncertain. After a brief pause, Charlotte spoke. Let us continue our journey. With his command, the ship Hibari slowly sailed into the sea of slumber as the bright sunlight gradually faded and the sky turned ominously dark. Crossing that boundary imparted a strange, surreal sensation. It was not until the Hibari fully entered the sea of slumber, gradually distancing itself from that clearly defined line, that the inky blackness of the sea provoked an inexplicable sense of reverence and dread. It was indeed somewhat oppressive. One could not shake the feeling that some terrifying entity might suddenly emerge from the depths of the shadowy waters. Charlotte silently lamented that in such an oppressive environment, prolonged habitation could easily lead to a collapse of one's spirit, causing one's disposition to grow morose. It truly was overwhelmingly stifling. On the ship's lookout, Barrett held a telescope, continuously scanning the distant sea. Unfortunately, the ocean appeared utterly black, and the surging waves could easily be mistaken for some monstrous deep-sea creature if one did not observe closely. Suddenly, Barrett's eyes widened in alarm as the surface of the sea erupted violently, as if something terrifying was swiftly advancing. Instantly, he lowered the telescope and shouted, "Unidentified sea creature spotted 10 miles ahead. Prepare for caution." At once, everyone adopted a serious demeanor, bracing themselves. Just as they ventured into the sea of tranquility, they were about to confront an unknown marine beast, which inexplicably stirred a sense of unease among them. Charlotte approached the bow of the ship, sitting steadily at the forefront, gazing out at the expanse of the sea. Before long, the waves surged with urgency, revealing creatures swiftly darting beneath the surface. The others around him watched with bated breath, fearful of the emergence of something bizarre. Suddenly, a creature as dark as ink, reminiscent of a submarine, leaped from the depths, crashing back into the water and sending forth towering waves. Some large, shadowy fish erupted from the sea, spouting magnificent columns of water into the sky. Mythos, eyes wide, seemed to be racing through memories. Then, with a sudden roar, he exclaimed, "It's the deep-sea black whale! The deep-sea black whale! The deep-sea black whale?" Charlotte pondered, not comprehending Mythos's excitement. "Please, elaborate." Mythos quickly regained his composure and replied, "The deep-sea black whale has long been absent from the outside world. To encounter one here is truly astonishing." Charlotte did not pay much attention. After all, they were merely some rare creatures. Aside from their considerable size, they held little other value. However, the sight of the vast assembly of deep-sea black whales moving together was truly a spectacle akin to a landslide or a tsunami. These creatures are inherently gentle, posing no danger as long as they are not provoked. Thus, the Hibofeile did not endure any attacks, successfully evading their migratory path and observing this joyful congregation from a distance. It was merely a false alarm. Nevertheless, the absence of danger was the most favorable outcome. Whether it was a false alarm or not was of no consequence. The initially oppressive atmosphere was considerably alleviated by this minor episode. At the very least, the crew's reverence for the unknown sea of slumber had diminished somewhat. As they sailed further into the horizon, the sky grew increasingly overcast, not indicative of an imminent weather upheaval, but rather a characteristic of this unique climatic condition, thus warranting no concern. Moreover, the navigational environment here was markedly more stable compared to other regions of the New World. The weather was exceedingly favorable, with the only drawback being the dimness. Even the once turbulent waves had significantly subsided, which was somewhat unexpected. Chapter 162, Danger and Wonder. Chapter 163, The Isle of Mists. If you're using third-party applications or various browser extensions to access this website, it may lead to a disordered display of content. Please try accessing this site later using mainstream browsers. Thank you for your support. Chapter 163, The Isle of Mists and the Shadowy Waters. An expanse of obscurity enveloped them. Is it foggy? Lena pondered, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing the surroundings. Indeed, it seems so. Charlotte was slightly taken aback. Just moments ago, there had been none, yet a hazy mist had inexplicably enveloped their surroundings. "We haven't stumbled upon an Isle of Mists, have we?" Beta's booming voice suddenly pierced the silence, startling everyone. Bang! Beta yelped in pain, glancing at Lena. "Why do you keep hitting me, miss?" Lena, with her fist steaming, glared fiercely. "You imbecile, do not shout out of nowhere. You might scare someone to death." "Enough of the bickering. Something is amiss ahead," Charlotte interjected, cutting through the commotion. Moments later, an island gradually emerged from the fog, surrounded by various dilapidated ships, half submerged in the water. A chilling sense of foreboding washed over them. Pander's hair stood on end as he clung tightly to Barrett like a frightened bear. Barrett sighed exasperatedly. Pander, please don't cling to me. I am scared. Pander stammered in response. The others exchanged wary glances, yet no danger materialized as they drew closer to the island. The nebulous mist indeed cast an ominous aura, particularly as shadows seemed to flicker in the distance. Beta's complexion paled. I think I'll stay behind to guard the ship. Pander quickly echoed, insisting he wouldn't leave the Hibofeile. Observing their apprehensive demeanor, Charlotte felt uneasy, knowing that Jean and Mythis remained aboard the vessel. Thus, Barrett, and Lena set forth. As they approached, the trio swiftly disembarked from the Hibofeile. Their movements were brisk as they headed toward the flickering shadows, only to discover it was merely a tattered pirate flag. Charlotte, it's eerily quiet here, Lena remarked, her gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Captain, over here, Barrett called out to Charlotte from short distance away. Charlotte and Lena exchanged a glance before swiftly approaching. Before them lay a vast expanse of skeletal remains, stark white against the ground. How many lives must have been lost? Lena couldn't help but blanch at the sight. Let us proceed and investigate further. Charlotte spoke in a low voice, acknowledging the undeniable truth that this island harbors unknown dangers. The trio pressed onward towards the heart of the island, and after a considerable time, the remnants of a city emerged before their eyes. It was eerily silent, resembling a ghost town. Apart from the towering structures, no signs of life could be discerned amidst the ruins. The wind wailed with a mournful cry, and the occasional fleeting shadow instilled a sense of unease. It was truly reminiscent of a haunted realm. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed through the air, causing Charlotte and her companions to fix their solemn gazes in the direction of the sound. The dark mist churned violently, and a colossal figure gradually came into view, revealing its full form. A giant, standing at an imposing 20 meters. Its back was adorned with tendril-like appendages that resembled tentacles, each of its 4 hands wielding enormous weapons. What manner of creature is this? Charlotte was rendered speechless. She had never encountered such a creature in the world of pirates. Moreover, she could sense that this giant had long since lost its vitality, resembling a lifeless corpse while still exhibiting the instincts of a living being. Particularly alarming were the multitude of extra hands and the nearby tendrils, all bound together by a web of dense sutures, as if artificially altered. To add to the bizarre spectacle, a peculiar little red flower with a smiling face adorned the giant's shoulder. Charlotte, this is utterly grotesque. Lena couldn't help but voice her disdain. It appeared terrifying and was exceptionally hideous. Charlotte, however, was not preoccupied with the aesthetics, but was entirely bewildered by the nature of this entity. Suddenly, the mutated giant sprang to life, wielding for weapons that swung and slashed with wild abandon. Charlotte's gaze turned icy. Regardless of the circumstances, he would shatter it. In an instant, the soaring slash pierced through the air, severing the giant's arms completely, cleaving its body into 2 halves. Hissing sounds erupted from the shattered form of the giant, reminiscent of serpents. From the broken body, an abundance of vines surged forth, countless tendrils lashing out towards Charlotte and his companions. The 3 swiftly evaded the onslaught. With a resounding crash, the iron-like vines pierced the ground, shattering stones into fragments and obliterating all obstacles in their path. The strike was decisive. Charlotte continued her assault, and in an instant, all the vines were severed. However, the broken segments immediately regrew, launching a renewed attack towards Charlotte. Damn it, what on earth is this? Xia Luo swiftly evaded, yet his gaze soon fell upon the mutated smiley face, the little red flower, adorning the giant's shoulder. At that moment, it had transformed into a peculiar bloom, its mouth agape, revealing a mouthful of teeth. Before he could contemplate further, the tendrils that had missed their target lunged towards him once more. With a thunderous shout, Charlotte commanded Barrett to attack the peculiar flower on the giant's body. Without hesitation, Barrett executed a swift movement, arriving beside the enigmatic blossom. His fist, enveloped in the fierce aura of armament Haki, unleashed a devastating strike. Infused with the ferocity of a battle-hardened warrior, a resounding explosion echoed as everything before them vanished into oblivion, revealing a terrifyingly deep pit. The vines that had pursued Charlotte with relentless fervor withered away, disintegrating into dust as if deprived of life. Observing this scene, Charlotte exhaled in relief. The 3 soon converged, and Lena voiced her unease, inquiring about the nature of the bizarre little red flower with a disconcerting smile. Charlotte shook his head, having never heard of it, and thus remained oblivious. However, he seemed to have a faint recollection of such a thing, though he could not quite grasp it. Barrett appeared to possess some knowledge, and spoke up, saying, "I have encountered this entity. It can absorb vitality to grow, and may even inhabit a person's body, exerting control over them." Startled, Charlotte turned her gaze towards Barrett. With a serious countenance, Barrett began to recount a harrowing experience from his past. By the end of his tale, not only was Charlotte left in shock, but even Lena was rendered speechless. This entity, which could easily masquerade as an ordinary flower, possessed a deceptive allure. Yet, it sustained its existence by consuming other lives. Truly, it was a terrifying creature. It appeared that many pirates had succumbed to the lethal grip of this enigmatic blossom. The world of pirates was undeniably perilous and wondrous. Soon thereafter, several corpses, controlled by the sinister, smiling red flowers, emerged, all of which were dispatched by Charlotte and her companions. Eventually, the trio arrived before a magnificent altar. It was evident that this place bore the marks of ancient ritualistic customs, as the towering altar seemed to be dedicated to some unknown offering. The trio swiftly approached. "Is this the devil fruit?" It was entirely beyond their expectations to find a devil fruit displayed upon the altar. However, it was evident that this object was merely a sacrificial offering, for the fruit platter upon which it rested was littered with remnants of other decayed fruits. The fact that the devil fruit could endure without rotting is indeed one of its remarkable characteristics. Charlotte stowed away the devil fruit. Such treasures are always welcome. This unexpected acquisition was indeed quite remarkable, though the identity of the fruit remained a mystery. At the center of the altar stood a statue, strikingly similar to the flower they had vanquished. After that, no further astonishing discoveries emerged, prompting the trio to depart with resolve. Given the perilous nature of the man-eating plant, Charlotte harbored no interest. It would be preferable if it never resurfaced, as the threat it posed was far too significant. The potential of it consuming the corpse of a formidable adversary and undergoing some unfathomable transformation was simply beyond comprehension. Leaving this place was the wisest course of action, especially since they had thoroughly eradicated the smiling little red flowers. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, I wish everyone prosperity and good fortune. May dragons soar and tigers leap, and may wealth flow in abundantly. May the spirit of the dragon horse inspire grand ambitions, and may all endeavors be met with fulfillment and satisfaction. I hope for your generous support in votes, comments, subscriptions, readings, and collections. Thank you all. In a chapter 163, Sleepy Ancient Town, Devil Fruit. Chapter 164, Sleepy Ancient Town. Devil Fruit. If you're using a third-party app or various browser plugins to access this website, it may result in disordered content display. Please try accessing this site later using a mainstream browser. Thank you for your support. Chapter 164, Sleepy Ancient Town, Devil Fruit. The ship, the Hibofeile, departed from the Isle of Mist, continuing towards the destination of the Dabimtoya Sea. Upon determining the nature of the devil fruit unexpectedly acquired on the Isle of Mist through the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, it turned out to be the paramecia-type devil fruit, lucky fruit. The lucky fruit. This can only be described as an extraordinarily formidable and precious devil fruit, a concept-level fruit. It has the ability to absorb the fortune of others for its own use, rendering the unfortunate into a state of relentless misfortune. This power bears resemblance to the arrival of the Grim Reaper, achieving its ends through a series of astonishingly improbable coincidences. Luck, though elusive, is undeniably real, and the formidable capabilities of this devil fruit are a testament to its extraordinary nature. Naturally, Lena became the wielder of this paramecia-type devil fruit, significantly enhancing the Hibofeile family by adding a member of immense potential. This fundamentally bolstered the family's strength and depth. Dabimtoya Sea, an island emerged. "Boss, we have arrived," Beta called out loudly, rousing the drowsy Charlotte, who responded with a hint of sleepiness. "Are we there?" Beta reiterated, "Yes, boss, we have arrived." "Oh, we have arrived." This time, the thoroughly awakened Charlotte was no longer in a haze. Soon, the group landed on the island, and Métis produced the meticulously prepared map, one that Ori had reconstructed from historical documents. The inconspicuous town of Sleepy Ancient Town lay to the northwest of the island. According to the markings on the map, a long-forgotten town, now in ruins, emerged after a considerable journey. It was evident that this kingdom had once flourished. Even the remote Sleepy Ancient Town boasted an expansive area. Unfortunately, all of this had vanished into the annals of history. The site of the Queen's assassination was located within the town's Soul Saint Cathedral. The group quickly approached. An ancient cathedral loomed before them, exuding a classical grandeur, with the stone carvings of the cross barely discernible amidst the overgrown weeds that surrounded it. Creak! As Beta pushed against the dilapidated wooden door, It crumbled into dust as if subjected to an unimaginable force. Dust settled on Beta's face, rendering him a picture of dishevelment. He turned around, his eyes innocent, and said, "Boss, I didn't exert much force." Charlotte was rendered speechless, gazing at the dilapidated wooden door that had endured the passage of years, its state of decay so profound that a mere application of force could shatter it entirely. If only this fellow had devoted himself to his studies, he would not be as foolishly oblivious as he appeared now, devoid of any semblance of intelligence. Beta, I implore you to read more and indulge less in sweets. They adversely affect your mind, Barrett earnestly advised. What does reading have to do with anything? Beta replied, his large, innocent eyes wide with confusion. He cast an indignant glance at Barrett, who had dared to suggest he lacked intellect. It was evident that he genuinely failed to comprehend, exhibiting no pretense whatsoever. For a moment, the crowd was left in silence. Charlotte entered the church, where beneath the lofty waves of the crucifix, a coffin lay in repose. It was likely the ancient sarcophagus intended for the princess. Little did she expect that, even in death, someone would attend to her remains. Charlotte stepped forward and pushed open the coffin lid, revealing a long decomposed skeleton, its head severed from its body, lying within. There was nothing else inside, nor any trace of the fabled devil fruit. Shaking her head, she felt a tinge of disappointment. After surveying her surroundings, she found no signs of the devil fruit within the church either. Everyone had centered their search around the entire sleeping ancient town, seeking the elusive fruit. With a command from Charlotte, the crowd responded in unison and promptly set to work. The adage that many hands make light work was perfectly exemplified at this moment. It was merely a matter of time before the precious mythical bee seed was discovered in the quaint town of Sugu. There was no need for him to search personally. Charlotte, is that coveted devil fruit truly here? Lena inquired with great curiosity. Charlotte nodded, though he was uncertain of the exact location. Based on his understanding and the intelligence he had gathered, it should undoubtedly be here. Oh, Lena appeared contemplative, somewhat distracted. Huh? What does that mean? Charlotte found herself at a loss for words. With a sharp clang, a coin slipped from Lena's grasp, rolling across the floor in a straight line until it met the corner of the wall, where it finally came to rest. Before Lena could approach, the corner of the wall suddenly cracked open, followed by a thunderous collapse. As the dust settled, an independent chamber was revealed behind the fallen structure. Charlotte was left in a state of disbelief. What had just transpired? He then glanced at the somewhat bewildered Lena, pondering whether this fruit was truly as extraordinary as it seemed. Could it genuinely alter one's fortune? Wasn't it typically necessary to seize the fortunes of others? Questions, profound questions, swirled within Charlotte's mind. Lena, there's a hidden chamber. Her voice broke through his reverie. The two entered the concealed room, and a dazzling array of gold, silver, and jewels greeted their eyes, revealing an unexpected and considerable windfall. Indeed, fortune favored them. In particular, at the center of the chamber, a meticulously crafted treasure chest awaited their discovery. Charlotte stepped forward and gently opened the container, revealing, as expected, a devil fruit nestled within. The deep crimson exterior, adorned with spiral patterns, unmistakably identified it as a devil fruit. Zoan-type bat fruit, mythical species vampire form. Yet another precious devil fruit acquired. The Hibofeile family is destined to welcome a new formidable member. Coming back to her senses, Charlotte turned to Lena, who was scanning the surroundings, and smiled. Lena, you have done an outstanding job. Lena looked at Charlotte, pointing to herself in uncertainty. Did I do something? Charlotte smiled silently and announced to everyone that it was time to pack up the treasures and prepare for departure. Oh, all right, Lena replied, hurrying off, though somewhat bewildered. Charlotte, this is quite strange. Hearing Lena's murmurs, Charlotte inwardly scoffed, pondering how absurd her recent coin manipulation had been. Did she truly not realize? Soon, everyone who had received the news returned, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the room filled with treasures. Boss, what on earth has happened? How did the treasures just appear as soon as we left? Beta scratched his head, filled with confusion and questions, utterly baffled. It was perplexing to leave in good order and return to find a trove of riches awaiting them. With a swift motion, Charlotte delivered a light slap, admonishing, You're all talk. Get to work. All right, boss, Beta replied with a cheeky grin, bustling about with an exuberant energy. What a curious disposition. It seems one must endure a little punishment to exhibit such enthusiasm. Charlotte was rendered speechless. This fellow was always like this. The group sprang into action, diligently transporting their treasures. Be careful, be cautious. These are all antiques. Lena admonished her companions. Suddenly, a clatter broke the silence as Beta, clumsy as ever, Drop the golden bowl onto the ground. Beta, Lena shouted, causing him to shudder, his hair standing on end. I'll be more careful next time. Beta stammered, his anxiety palpable as he sought to avoid incurring Lena's wrath. Such carelessness. Lena scoffed, dismissing him entirely, leaving Beta with a sense of relief akin to surviving a calamity. The task was completed smoothly. The dazzling treasures were always a feast for the eyes. On the third day of the Lunar New Year, I wish everyone, may your dreams come true, may your families be joyful, may you enjoy peace year after year, may wealth flow in abundantly, and may the year of the dragon bring you good fortune. Thank you to Lilac for the support with the missed votes. I appreciate everyone who has consistently supported with recommendations, submissions, chapter reviews, and subscriptions. I hope you continue to support me with more subscriptions, collections, and comments. Your every bit of support fuels my determination to persevere. Into this chapter, Chapter 164. Your words are somewhat cryptic. Chapter 165, Mount Lavis. If you access this website through third-party apps or various browser plugins, it may result in disordered content display. Please try accessing this site using mainstream browsers later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 165, Mount Lavis. Facing the sea breeze and treading on the waves, the Hibofeile set sail, forging ahead. Charlotte, where shall we go next? Lena inquired about their forthcoming journey. They would traverse the doldrums, enter the western sea, pass through Mount Lavis, and embark on the first segment of the Grand Line. Charlotte spoke, revealing his well-prepared plan. At this stage, he needed to gather the devil fruits to accumulate strength for the Hibofeile family, in order to confront the unpredictable challenges that lay ahead. His identity as a great pirate destined him to never traverse this path discreetly. For the sake of his ultimate aspirations, change was imperative. 2 months later, the towering red earth road rose majestically, shrouded in clouds that added an air of profound mystery. The crimson rock face of Mount Lavis stood erect like a sword piercing the heavens, soaring into the sky. The visual impact was unparalleled. This was indeed the entrance to the West Sea route leading to Mount Lavis. Also known as the Inverted Mountain, it was an astonishing and perilous peak, marking the commencement of the Grand Line. It was the coveted gateway to the Grand Line that countless pirates dreamed of. There were 5 routes, for connected to the 4 seas, while one led to the Grand Line. The waters of the 4 seas flowed upwards to the summit of Mount Lavis, converging at the peak into a waterway that descended downstream into the Grand Line. Captain, how do we ascend? Beta inquired with a puzzled expression directed at Charlotte. We sail up, Charlotte replied with an air of certainty. Huh? Sail? How do we climb? This is so extraordinary. Beta blinked in bewilderment. Moments later, the Hibofeile ship surged toward the waterway at the base of Mount Lavis. The currents at the mountain's foot flowed upwards, with the turbulent waters rushing defiantly against the towering peak. What a miraculous path! Ascending presents no challenge at all, Beta exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Don't make a fuss, it's rather embarrassing, Beta, Barrett remarked, raising an eyebrow. Defying logic, indeed, is utterly unscientific. In her heart, Charlotte quietly contemplated. 10 o'clock direction, charge ahead. Without hesitation, the helmsman obeyed the command, steering the ship Hibofeile into the tumultuous torrent. Before long, Hibofeile navigated through a majestic row of triumphal arches, propelled by the soaring ocean currents towards the mountaintop at breakneck speed. The howling wind, the rapidly receding scenery, ascended higher and faster. Everything felt utterly surreal. Oh, how exhilarating! The thrill was intoxicating. Beta and Pander's eyes sparkled like stars. Their excitement manifested in wild gestures and jubilant cries. In a brief moment, Hibofeile surged towards the summit, breaking through the clouds, golden light shimmering like scattered gold dust. The clouds, illuminated by this radiant glow, transformed into fantastical shapes, creating a breathtakingly dreamlike spectacle. How stunning it was! Lena gazed upward, her long hair billowing in the wind as she admired the sky. The fearsome currents hurled Hibofeile into the heights, accompanied by splashes of water that sparkled in a kaleidoscope of colors, steadily guiding it towards the Grand Line. Boom! With a resounding crash, Hibofeile settled firmly into the waterway, hurtling downwards like a rocket towards the illustrious Grand Line. Woo! La, so cool! Beta and Pander shouted in a frenzy, yet the fierce wind forcefully filled their mouths, rendering their words incomplete. The two of them flailed their lips like rubber in the air, an utterly comical duo indeed. Charlotte gazed intently downward, apprehensive about the possibility of encountering an island whale. Should one collide with his vessel, the Hibofeile, it would likely meet an untimely demise. Fortunately, the worst fears did not materialize. The Hibofeile smoothly entered the Grand Line. Soon, the crew arrived at their first destination, the Twin Cape Lighthouse. This lighthouse was watched over by none other than Dr. Kurokas, the physician of the future Pirate King, Roger. Were it not for Kurokas's remarkable medical expertise, Roger, afflicted with a terminal illness, would have endured unimaginable suffering, and even the prospect of reaching Raftel would have remained uncertain. Indeed, meeting such a doctor was of paramount importance for the advancement of medical techniques on Lottie Island. A voice rang out, "Pirates, why do you linger here? There are no treasures to be found." It was undoubtedly Kurokas. "We are merely making a brief stop. Rest assured," Charlotte calmly replied. At that moment, he appeared middle-aged and vigorous, though his petal-like hairstyle was certainly unconventional in its aesthetic. Faced with Charlotte's tranquil demeanor, Kurokas erupted into hearty laughter. Yet, Charlotte could sense the formidable strength of this doctor. After all, one would not accompany Roger on the high seas without possessing considerable prowess, lest they invite trouble. "Hey, is it just you here? How dull?" Beta exclaimed. Kurokas shot him a displeased look. "You, with your disheveled appearance, dare to call me an old man? Huh?" Beta blinked in disbelief, taken aback by the personal jibe. He then retorted, his face contorted in indignation. "I, Hibofeile Beta, am only 17 years old. 17, you hear me? You scoundrel." Kurokas smiled knowingly at him, the implication clear as he slowly remarked, "Who is to blame for looking so hasty? I, Kurokas, guardian of the Twin Cape Lighthouse, am a great doctor, and I would never mistake such a thing." Charlotte listened, utterly bewildered. Why had Beta changed his name? And your words carry a hint of mystery. Quite sharp-tongued, aren't you? Beta was so infuriated that he struggled to utter a single word. "Haha, Uncle Kurokas, Beta is indeed only 17 this year." "Really?" Kurokas expressed surprise at Charlotte's words, not expecting him to be so young. Beta puffed out his chest and shot a sidelong glance at Kurokas. "Uncle, remember to keep your eyes wide open in the future." "Oh, that's of no consequence." Kurokas replied with an air of indifference. "No, it is very important." Beta's eyes widened in indignation. How could he, so young, be constantly lumped in with the elder crowd? This was an unbearable blow to his fragile ego. However, Kurokas remained unfazed by Beta's protests. At that moment, a colossal island whale burst forth from the water, its immense form bellowing thunderously towards the red Earth continent. Oh, oh, oh. It occasionally crashed against the land with wild abandon. That is the largest island whale in the world. What is it doing here? Why is it colliding with the red Earth continent? Métis exclaimed in astonishment. With a sigh, Kurokas began to recount the tale of the island whale Labu. Everyone held their breath, and upon finishing, their eyes reflected sympathy for Labu. Poor Labu. Barrett squinted, inquiring about the Rumba Pirates, of which he had never heard in the New World. Kurokas looked at Barrett, a touch of sadness in his eyes. "Is that so?" "Indeed it is," Barrett affirmed confidently. "One cannot say that, for the New World is vast. Perhaps the Rumba Pirates are merely hidden away somewhere." Jean chimed in from the side. Kurokas nodded in agreement, while Charlotte remained silent. The Rumba Pirates had long since met their demise in the Devil's Triangle. Reality is indeed harsh. Labu would never await the return of the Rumba Pirates. Regrettably, he could not voice this thought. And then there was Brooke, the former crew member of the Rumba Pirates. The only one to survive through the powers of the Yomi Yomi. Nomi, fortunately, Brooke still remembered their promise. They would eventually meet again. End of this chapter. Chapter 165. Pirate Town Chapter 166. Pirate Town. Upon leaving Twin Cape, Charlotte and the others amicably collected Kurokas' medical books, marking a rather perfect conclusion. However, Beta harbored a great deal of resentment towards Kurokas. It was evident he was quite irritated. Kurokas was indeed a jovial uncle. Unfortunately, Kurokas did not accompany them as they departed. Charlotte, of course, would not impose her will, for sometimes fate is already predetermined, and evasion is futile. The name Kurakakus will inevitably leave its mark in the annals of history. One cannot help but acknowledge the current surge of pirates from all corners of the seas. The experiences of the past few days since their departure from Twin Cape have made this abundantly clear. Their next destination is the notorious Pirate Town. In this era, Pirate Town has truly earned its name, characterized by chaos, bloodshed, and unbridled ferocity. It serves as a haven for numerous pirates from across the seas. Though it has yet to witness the rise of crocodiles, disguised Baroque works, criminal organization. Beta and his companions have just dealt with a pirate ship and returned to the ship, Hibofeile. This seemingly inconspicuous little pirate crew has proven to be quite a nuisance. Beta is notably displeased, as he finds the constant harassment of weak foes rather tiresome. Their arrogance belies their lack of strength. indicating that they have yet to endure the harsh realities of life. A day later, the Hibofeile approached the infamous pirate town island, which, from a distance, resembled a colossal cactus. It stood out vividly against the horizon. The ship docked steadily in the tumultuous pirate town, where lawlessness reigned and overseas marauders roamed freely. However, upon seeing Charlotte and her entourage, the locals refrained from rash provocations, recognizing the formidable numbers before them. A drink, perhaps? Beta suggested to Barrett with a knowing glance. Having longed for a sip. Boss, should we? Barrett inquired discreetly, casting a sideways glance at Charlotte. Just go for it. What is there to fear? Beta replied with an air of nonchalance, appearing utterly unperturbed. What are you two up to? Suddenly, Charlotte's voice echoed from behind the two sneaky figures. Instantly, they tensed, turning rigidly to face her. Nothing at all. Beta stammered, his bravado dissipating rapidly, while Barrett wore an expression of exasperation. The earlier fearlessness all but vanished. Charlotte harbored deep suspicions regarding Beta's motives, warning him sternly not to lead Barrett and the others astray, as they were still quite young and he, being older, ought to set a proper example. With that, she turned and walked away with Lena toward the pirate town. Beta, rendered speechless, found his fingers unconsciously colliding with one another. Murmuring softly, "Boss, I'm still young too. Another scolding, I suppose," Barrett remarked, relishing the moment. Beta glared at him, retorting, "You're hardly younger, looking all burly like that." "Well, what can I say? I just have a youthful appearance." Barrett's words dripped with sarcasm. Soon, the two were on the verge of a brawl, neither willing to back down, while the others looked skyward, exasperated by the childish antics. In the pirate town, within the tavern, one could be certain that anyone capable of running a business in such a lawless place was no virtuous soul. As Charlotte and her companion settled into their seats, they ordered a bottle of wine, eager to glean any valuable information that might surface. The bar, a veritable melting pot of characters, served as an excellent conduit for news, often yielding unexpected insights. However, scarcely had they taken their seats when a table of menacing pirates nearby cast lascivious glances in their direction, specifically fixating on Lena's exquisite beauty and figure. "Hey there, how about you keep this old man company with a drink?" A group of raucous pirates staggered to their feet, advancing towards them with bottles in hand, whistling and calling out to Lena. Charlotte furrowed his brow in displeasure, clearly irritated by the reckless behavior of the group. A cold glint flashed in Lena's eyes. She had little fondness for this malicious band. Before Charlotte could take action, Lena gracefully rose to her feet, nimbly weaving through the crowd, her hand lightly tapping against their shoulders. For a moment, the pirates stood in a daze, unable to comprehend her movements or their significance. Though baffled, some even managed to display lewd smiles, only to be swiftly interrupted as the ceiling above them suddenly collapsed. With a thunderous crash, a multitude of pirates were knocked unconscious. "Lucky," Lena quipped, her tone remarkably lighthearted. The remaining pirates who had regained their senses turned their gaze towards her, cursing the woman. "What have you done?" One pirate, brandishing a large sword, charged at Lena, but a nearby comrade, intending to assist, suddenly lost his footing and inadvertently shielded Lena. With a sickening thud, he fell to his fate at the hands of his own ally. "This woman is rather sinister. Eliminate her," the others shouted in unison. One pirate, aiming directly at Lena, forcefully pulled the trigger of his pistol, only for the weapon to jam and explode violently. As chaos ensued, another pirate found his knife flung from his hand, striking a fellow crew member in the leg. In a mere instant, calamity befell them all, leading to a series of unforeseen misfortunes. Charlotte felt a tingling sensation on her scalp as the terrifying nature of the fateful fruit unfolded. It snatched away the fortunes of others, rendering the fortunate into a state of unparalleled misfortune, leading to a series of unforeseen calamities. It was as if the true harbinger of death had descended upon the pirate world. Should Lena engage in any assassination endeavors, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to trace any leads, for those uncanny coincidences appeared utterly inscrutable. Quite frightful indeed. May everyone find joy in their endeavors. A hint of sardonic amusement danced upon Lena's lips. All pirates were doomed, and the ensuing fate would be nothing short of brutal. The pirate proprietor of the tavern cowered in a corner, trembling in terror, despite his own reputation for ruthlessness. That woman was as fearsome as a demon, an enigma of malevolence. Without witnessing the events firsthand, one would never suspect that she was a cunning female assassin. "Lena, let us cease this game. We must take our leave," Charlotte remarked with resignation. "Very well," she replied, her sweet smile concealing a deceptive nature, one that only those who had not personally encountered her would underestimate. Charlotte remained unfazed, Even if Lena refrained from acting, he would still take matters into his own hands. A band of worthless pirates daring to assault the esteemed Hibofeile family was a path to their own demise. Do not revel in your triumph. For we are members of the Cutlass Admiral's pirate crew, the overlords of the entire pirate town, and our captain will exact vengeance on your behalf. A pirate emerged from the ruins, somewhat feeble, mumbling incoherently. Charlotte furrowed her brow, troubled. The failure to procure intelligence had led to a series of vexations. The unruly disposition of pirates was indeed anything but composed. As the feeble pirate continued to struggle, a loose stone above him suddenly dislodged and, with a resounding thud, struck him on the head, rendering him lifeless. Let's depart. Without a backward glance, Charlotte turned and departed, closely followed by Lena, who soon returned to the ship, Hibofeile. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the pirate town, as the events at the bar could not escape the keen ears of the local informants. How splendid! Clad in a silver suit, adorned with dark glasses, and with long nails resembling blades, his fiery red hair curled skyward, making him quite conspicuous. Carlo, the captain of the Scythe Admiral's pirate crew, wore a face of fury. A throng of pirates surged toward the harbor, their sights set squarely on the Hibofeile. End of chapter. Chapter 166. A Day of Bloodshed. Chapter 167. A Day of Bloodshed. Should you access this website using third-party applications or various browser extensions, it may result in disordered content display. Please try accessing this site later with a mainstream browser. Thank you for your support. Chapter 167. A Day of Bloodshed. Carlo, the captain of the Scythe Admiral's pirate crew, with a bounty of 90 million, is a user of the scythe fruit, a type of paramecia. He is colloquially known as the Scythe Man. For a pirate who has only recently ventured into the Grand Line, such a bounty is indeed remarkable, indicating a certain level of prowess. The Scythe Man Carlo, flanked by his arrogant underlings, unfortunately, lacked the sharpness of intellect. One sycophant, brandishing a weapon, pointed the blade toward the Hibofeile and shouted loudly, "Surrender that man and woman." Beta smirked, wondering if these fools had lost their minds. Did they not realize they were mere primitive beings, isolated from the world? The other members of the Hibofeile family maintained their stoic expressions as they regarded this band of weaklings. The only notable factor was that the Scythe Man possessed some strength that could be compared to theirs, though it was still insufficient. Facing the indifferent members of the Hibofeile family, Carlo's expression darkened. In this pirate town, he was the king, and no one had the audacity to disrespect him. Charlotte rubbed his brow, feeling utterly exasperated by the incessant annoyance akin to a bothersome fly. The number of those who overestimate themselves is truly countless, wandering about without a shred of common sense. He had little patience for trouble. Thus, he believed in eliminating the source of annoyance whenever it presented itself. Charlotte's gaze turned steely. Eliminate every pirate in the town. A cold voice suddenly rang out, shattering the facade of indifference. In an instant, numerous members of the Hibofeile family leaped down, their movements swift and their attacks ferocious. In the first wave, a multitude of pirates suffered a crushing blow. The Scythe Man, Carlo, changed his expression, but it was primarily one of rage. His hands sliced through the air with force. The highly compressed air formed a transparent blade, hurtling forth at high speed with the cutting precision of a scythe. Clang! Barrett chuckled derisively, effortlessly countering the attack. With a relaxed demeanor, he remarked, "The fruit's ability is commendable, but regrettably undertrained. Your strength is insufficient." Carlo, the Scythe Man, was taken aback. It was the first time someone had so easily withstood his assault, or rather, had deftly countered it. Whoosh! Barrett transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing at his opponent's side, his alabaster fist striking out. Bang! Carlo was sent flying like a discarded ragdoll, yet Barrett's form approached like a specter, delivering relentless blows. He was ruthlessly pummeled into submission. Captain Carlo is dead. Captain Carlo is dead. The other pirates, witnessing this scene, were filled with terror, their expressions a blend of shock and disbelief. Unsure who had first cried out, in an instant, a chorus of shouts erupted, cascading like a line of dominoes. However, the Hibofeile family acted as an unyielding instrument of slaughter, mercilessly dispatching every pirate, whether they fled or surrendered. On the Hibofeile ship, Charlotte gazed up at the sun-drenched azure sky, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Pirates are undeniably foolish. Their propensity for violence only serves to cloud their judgment. As for the brutalities occurring in the pirate town, he had no desire to witness such carnage. It was merely a slaughter of the weak, devoid of any amusement. Crack! The crisp sound of an apple being bitten echoed in his ears, revealing Pandey, who sat before a pile of snacks, delighting in his feast. Charlotte could not help but feel a vain throb on her forehead. Pinder, how can you be so indolent? Still here indulging yourself? Ah, boss, that statement is rather inaccurate. With everyone present, my presence is entirely redundant. Pinder replied with conviction. Furthermore, I have graciously relinquished my share of the credit. My attendance is utterly unnecessary. Charlotte wore an expression of disbelief. This fellow was as indolent as he was, and he chose to disregard him. With Beta, Barrett, and Jean around, there would be no cause for concern. The pirates here were utterly feeble, merely a rabble. Pondé was rummaging through his snacks with a cacophony of noise. Oh, what is this? Charlotte wore a bewildered expression, pondering the peculiar antics of her companion. What on earth is going on now? She inquired. Boss, take a look at this fruit, Pondé said, holding aloft a fruit adorned with spiral patterns, lost in a sea of self-doubt. How did such an object find its way into his bag? Initially, he had difficulty discerning its authenticity and even suspected it might be a prank orchestrated by Beta. Now, however, he was utterly convinced that this was indeed a genuine devil fruit, without a shadow of a doubt. Turning around, Charlotte stared at the fruit in Pondé's hand, momentarily taken aback and utterly perplexed. What sort of devil fruit is this? Where on earth did you find it? Pondé, equally perplexed, gazed back at Charlotte, utterly clueless. He innocently pointed towards the pile of snacks containing the fruit, feeling somewhat flustered. This? Surely it can't be that scythe fruit. Charlotte was taken aback, for he had previously conducted a similar experiment, placing fruits near the slain abilities. The outcome, however, was far from satisfactory, yielding no results whatsoever, which led him to abandon such methods. Yet, it appears that this phenomenon is not entirely absolute. At the very least, it seems to be a matter of probability. Could it be that fortune has favored him this time? Upon comparing with the Demon Encyclopedia, he realized that this was indeed the scythe fruit of the superhuman category. Charlotte cast a complex glance at Pinder, astonished that this fellow managed to reap rewards even while seated at the table. It truly seemed unjust. The pirate town had suffered a dimensional strike, with ruthless marauders being mercilessly slaughtered. The Hibofeile family had acquired a substantial amount of wealth, most notably the formidable scythe fruit. The capabilities of this fruit were immensely powerful, and as one's strength increased, so too did its destructive potential. This could undoubtedly elevate the Hibofeile family by adding an elite cadre member. There were numerous hungry members eager for power. No devil fruit should be overlooked. The Hibofeile ship departed from the harbor, setting sail towards its next destination, leaving behind a blood-soaked landscape. Yet, for the deranged pirates, such brutal carnage was merely an everyday occurrence. To completely quell the greed of pirates was an impossible endeavor. The age-old truth remains: the bold thrive while the timid perish. A day later, when other pirate crews arrived at the pirate town, they were met with unparalleled shock and dread. This once violent, blood-soaked haven had been reduced to ruins. The streets were littered with the bodies of pirates, resembling a hell's cape. The infamous scythe man, Carlo, had vanished without a trace. From this day forth, pirates would refer to it as the Bloody Day of Pirate Town. Subsequent arrivals laid to rest the fallen pirates, and atop the cactus-covered hill, countless nameless tombstones emerged, densely clustered together. This incident naturally stirred a significant uproar. The town's ruthless massacre of thousands of pirates could not be overlooked. Many speculated which merciless crew was responsible, as such occurrences were rare in the first half of the Grand Line. Even encounters with the Navy typically resulted in captures rather than such bloody slaughter. It was widely believed that Carlo, the Scythe Man, must have provoked an extraordinarily formidable entity, leading to such a terrifying retaliation. The once dominant Scythe Admiral pirate crew had now faded into the annals of history. In the future, they would likely only appear as minor characters in fragmented tales. Gratitude is extended to all who have consistently supported through votes, submissions, chapter reviews, and subscriptions. I hope for your continued support in following, subscribing, collecting, and commenting. Thank you all. In a Chapter 167, Little Garden, Ancient Island Chapter 168, Little Garden. Ancient Island, if you're using third-party apps or various browser plugins to access this site, it may result in disordered content display. Please try accessing this site with mainstream browsers later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 168, Little Garden, Ancient Island Little Garden. This is an ancient island that retains its original charm, inhabited by dinosaurs and numerous extinct species. It is a fascinating relic of a bygone era, often referred to as the Isle of Antiquity. The primary reason for its unique cultural development is the navigational difficulties encountered along the great trade routes, which fostered the emergence of distinct cultural characteristics. For instance, the Isle of Little Garden has remained unchanged for centuries, preserving its original state. Additionally, two giants from Elbaf have engaged in a fierce battle here for nearly a century. The blue ogre, Doli, and the red ogre, Broki. Charlotte is particularly intrigued by these two giants, especially their unique combat techniques, the combined attack, known as domination. Before long, the ship, the Hibofeile, approached Little Garden Island. Despite its name, the scale of the island is anything but small. Towering rocks and ancient trees abound, enveloping the area in a primeval atmosphere. Enormous prehistoric birds soar overhead, their calls echoing through the air. Truly, this well-preserved island transcends the boundaries of time, as if it can transport one's thoughts back to those ancient days. What kind of plan is that? I've never seen it before, Jillian exclaimed. Her curiosity piqued as she leaned over the ship's railing. Xiao Luo smiled faintly, aware that this environment harked back to the primordial era, a realm scarcely observable from the outside world, often requiring ancient tomes to comprehend. Boss, why have we come here? Beta inquired, her confusion evident as she perceived little beyond its primitive allure. This place is extraordinary, preserving a wealth of flora and fauna from the ancient times, many of which are rarely seen in the outside world. Moreover, it is home to two formidable giants. The reactions among the group varied. It was undeniable that their interest was instantly ignited. Giants, medicinal herbs, animals. Jillian couldn't suppress her eagerness, casting a knowing glance at her mobile warehouse assistant, Métis. The prospect of ancient medicinal materials was truly tantalizing. Meanwhile, Pandey's eyes sparkled with excitement. His collection of animals needed constant expansion, and the ancient creatures were indispensable. He too turned his gaze toward Métis with keen interest. Métis, wearing a wry smile, recognized his fate as a steadfast toolman. The trio exchanged glances filled with unspoken understanding. Beta could hardly contain her drool at the thought of dinosaurs, envisioning the sumptuous meals they could provide. The exquisite taste, especially when prepared by Moke's culinary expertise, was unforgettable. Having savored it once before, she had been unable to forget. And her subsequent attempts to procure some of the red dinosaurs brought back to Lottie Island from Pandey had been thwarted, leaving her quite disheartened. This time, no one can stop me, Beta thought fervently, her eyes shifting toward Barrett. How about a contest to see who can hunt the most meat? Barrett replied, his pride evident as he tilted his head defiantly. My catch will surely be far larger than yours. Shallow remained unfazed by the situation. Although the island was teeming with ferocious beasts, they posed no threat to the group. He understood that everyone had their own desires, and he would not impose himself like a caregiver, as it would not only be exhausting, but could also dampen their enthusiasm. Sensing the eagerness among the crowd, Shallow seized the moment to speak. All right, everyone, stay safe, avoid trouble, and go about your tasks. Hooray, long live the boss. Yay. Shallow is the best. Hearing their cheers, Shallow couldn't help but smile at their childlike exuberance. How utterly reckless. He had intended to offer a few words of caution, but as he turned away, he was met with an empty expanse behind him. All the advice he wished to impart caught in his throat. How swiftly time passes. Hee. Shallow, are you all right? Lena chuckled softly at Shallow's slightly awkward demeanor. Hey. Lena, don't do that. It stings. Shallow exclaimed, raising his hands in exasperation. Such heartless individuals. Fortunately, a latecomer, Jean, strolled out from the cabin at a leisurely pace. Boss, Jean said. Jean, I must trouble you with this. Please safeguard the Hibofeiler. Shallow instructed the still-dazed Jean. Of course, boss, you can count on me. Charlotte recalled something. Indeed, the magnetic force of the needle on this island must be replenished. Jean, do remember to pay attention to it. Very well, no problem. Charlotte nodded. The complexity of the situation arose from the necessity of magnetic force to ascertain the destination island for the temporary compass. If the objective were to return to Lottie Island, Charlotte could simply produce the eternal compass and race forth without hesitation. However, given the distinct nature of this journey, such a course of action was not feasible. Necessitating this approach instead, Charlotte shook his head, then leaped from the bow of the boat and ventured into the depths of the forest. Lena stifled a laugh and cheerfully followed closely behind, quietly accompanying Charlotte on either side. A creature resembling an octopus with a shell caught their eye in the babbling brook. Charlotte picked it up, her eyes gleaming with excitement. This must be an ammonite that had long since vanished. It is truly astonishing to encounter a living specimen here. Lena, intrigued, leaned closer and gently prodded it with her finger. In the outside world, one could only behold its fossilized remains. As Charlotte had just released it into the water, a series of rumbling sounds echoed through the air. Boom! The largest volcano at the center of the small garden island suddenly erupted, its explosive display visible from afar. Could there truly be an active volcano on this island? Rena gazed at the billowing clouds of volcanic ash with a sense of astonishment. It was her first time experiencing a volcanic eruption from such proximity. Was the duel about to commence? Charlotte gazed intently at the distant, erupting volcano, a prearranged signal between the two parties. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed from afar, and a smile graced Charlotte's face. It seemed the duel between the two giant warriors had commenced. Moments later, as she traversed through the dense jungle, a vast expanse of grassland unfolded before her, where two towering giants, each standing 20 meters tall, relentlessly launched their attacks. One, wielding a colossal sword, donned an iron helmet and shield, his cascading black beard marking him as the formidable blue demon, Dongli. The other, adorned with a horned helmet and brandishing a shield and a giant axe, was the broad-nosed red demon, Broki. Dongli. The giants roared, calling out each other's names as they continued their fierce onslaught. Each strike reverberated like an earthquake, the terrifying tremors even causing Charlotte to feel a slight headache. Truly astonishing. With every collision, the giants unleashed powerful shockwaves, and the sheer destructive force was overwhelming. That fellow Darl was utterly insignificant in comparison. These two were among the captains of the giant pirate crew, a formidable band composed entirely of giants a century ago, and their prowess was indeed formidable. These giants were unlike any ordinary beings. Their long lifespans allowed them to engage in battles spanning a century. Charlotte half-jokingly remarked to Lena, "Stop joking around, Charlotte. How could this possibly be good? I find it utterly ridiculous." Lena expressed her complete bewilderment, questioning what kind of duel could possibly require such an extensive duration, deeming it simply unimaginable. Xialo calmly remarked that the reasons for the brawl between these two individuals appeared utterly absurd, yet there was nothing amusing about it. On the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, I wish everyone, may your wishes come true, may you find peace and joy, may the dragon soar for miles, and may blessings arrive in abundance. I am grateful for the support from my readers, and to those who have consistently cast their votes and left comments. I hope for your continued support through voting, commenting, following, and favoriting. Thank you all. In a Chapter 168. Everything is arranged by fate. Chapter 169. Everything is arranged by fate should you access this website using third-party applications or various browser plugins. It may result in disordered content display. Please try using mainstream browsers at a later time. Thank you for your support. Chapter 169. Everything is arranged by fate. Between two snow-white mountain ranges of bones lay the colossal remains of two gigantic sea monarchs, creating a vast expanse where an unprecedentedly fierce battle for survival unfolded. Both warriors unleashed terrifying power, causing the earth to tremble. The clash of iron swords and battle axes reverberated with deafening sounds, sending forth surging shockwaves. Each impact stirred up a tempest, causing the flora to rustle violently. Clang! The weapons of the two titans simultaneously quaked and slipped from their grasp, crashing to the ground with a thunderous boom, fissures spreading outwards. The crimson demon Broki and the azure demon Dongli gasped heavily, revealing the severity of their injuries and the depletion of their stamina from the recent conflict. Yet, after a strenuous effort to rise, they resumed their battle once more. Broki, Dongli, the two giants roared each other's names, swinging their shields with ferocity to strike at one another's heads. Boom! Time seemed to freeze as they both rolled their eyes and uttered the words that would signify this decisive confrontation. 5-3-4-6, 6 battle 5-3-4-6, 6 draw with a resounding crash. The massive figures of both titans toppled backward, raising clouds of dust. The titans' 5-3-4-6 battle momentarily concluded with a stalemate. Why are these two giants fighting so fiercely? Is there some deep-seated grudge between them? Lena gazed at the fallen titans, perplexed. Charlotte shook her head, stating that they were indeed good friends. Lena, however, was taken aback, unable to comprehend how such animosity could be mistaken for friendship. It seemed to her more akin to a deep-seated vendetta. Observing Lena's bewilderment, Charlotte felt compelled to elaborate further. They fought for the honor of the Elbaf warriors, a contest between men. The honor of the Elbaf warriors? Lena found it utterly incomprehensible that such an intangible concept could drive friends to the brink of life and death. What do you think, Charlotte? Charlotte smiled silently. He chuckled, for he too found it somewhat incomprehensible. He did not possess such lofty sentiments. Of course, respecting the traditions and customs of Elbaf is of paramount importance, for his aim is to cultivate a harmonious relationship with the giants. Elbaf is renowned as the strongest nation in the world, a realm forged by giants. Even the world government's research on human gigantification stems from a desire to glimpse the power of the giants. They have even conspired with Sister Carmelo to deceive the giants, thereby securing their friendship, which led some giants to join the Navy as vice admirals. Particularly significant is Big Mom's yearning for the giants, alongside Kaido's formidable giant army, which serves as a substitute for brute force. The various factions across the seas covet the giants, underscoring their extraordinary power. While sheer size may not equate to absolute strength, one cannot deny the undeniable advantage of their formidable power. Whether Elbaf harbors even greater strength remains a mystery, for intelligence from the seas is sparse and difficult to ascertain. This is primarily due to Elbaf's minimal interaction with the outside world. They're somewhat insular and have not been a member of the global community for centuries. Even a few giants who have joined the Navy have done so under false pretenses. Thus, maintaining amicable relations is the wisest course. Let's go. Let's see. Charlotte spoke calmly as she approached the two giants, with Lena following closely behind. Greetings, esteemed giants from Elbaf. Charlotte, with a boisterous demeanor, greeted the two battle-scarred giants who had taken their seats. Hee hee hee, you truly are an amusing lad. Ha ha ha, it has been a long while since I encountered outsiders. The two colossal figures erupted into hearty laughter, as if the fierce battle they had just engaged in had never transpired. Do you desire some wine? My ship is stocked with an ample supply of fine spirits. Charlotte spoke with an enticing tone. Hee hee, Brokey is indeed a splendid fellow. Gabba gabba. It has been quite a while since we last indulged in spirits. Soon, at the shoreline where the ship, the Hibofeile, had docked, a massive bonfire blazed, roasting an array of dinosaur meats, including Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus rex, and Plesiosaurus. The scale of the roasted meat was several times larger than that of a human. The members of the Hibofeile household were bustling about, while the two giants, Dongli and Brokey, held barrels of wine that appeared as diminutive goblets in their colossal hands. Imbibing heartily. Hee hee, delicious, delicious. Thank you for the wine, my lad, Dongli remarked, devouring meat and drinking with gusto. Ha ha ha. No need for thanks, Uncle Dongli. Gabba gabba. What brings you here, young one? Brokey inquired, his large nostrils directed at Charlotte. To observe the warriors of Elbaf, learn their combat techniques, and, incidentally, store some magnetic energy. Dongli and Brokey erupted into laughter. Dongli then said, My lad, storing magnetic energy here takes a whole year. Huh? Shocked and speechless, Charlotte was utterly unaware of such absurdity. Remaining here for a year was simply unimaginable. However, that was of little consequence. Without the guidance of magnetism, it would merely mean a slight deviation from the established course. Once the next magnetic signal arrived, they could promptly resume their journey toward the target. After all, this was certainly preferable to languishing here for a year. Blabber, blabber, blabber. Young one, the absence of magnetism is an inescapable reality, but mastering combat techniques is indeed achievable. Brokey laughed heartily. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Charlotte's mind. This was precisely what he needed. Moreover, given the esteemed status of the two in Elbaf, fostering a good relationship would undoubtedly prove advantageous. After all, they would reconcile under the protagonist's aura and return to Elbaf together. As for finding a reasonable resolution to their duel, he was acutely aware that any misstep could easily lead to unintended consequences. After all, he lacked the protagonist's charm. Half a month later, the ship, Hibofeile, was finally prepared to depart from this place. Farewell, Uncle Dongli and Uncle Brokey. Charlotte and the others waved enthusiastically, while the two towering giants struck their shields with weapons to bid farewell to the departing crowd. After half a month's companionship, everyone had grown fond of the seemingly wild, yet exceedingly generous giants. Boss, will they continue to fight? Why don't you stop them? Beta inquired, looking at Charlotte in confusion. During their time together, he had contemplated intervening, but he realized that to act against their belief in fair competition would result in dire consequences. The concept of belief is indeed formidable. While one cannot prevent it, in due time, reconciliation will inevitably occur. Fate has its own arrangements. Beta, unable to grasp this notion, shook his head like a wave drum. Everything has its own fate. Fate? It seemed that something stirred in Jean's heart. Was that centuries-old legend also a matter of destiny? Panda was wholly focused on his meal, never distracted by anything else. As for the rest, they appeared pensive, seemingly lost in profound thoughts. Charlotte remained oblivious to the expressions of those around him. He was simply elated. The combined technique of the giant clan, dominance, was now within his grasp, a technique of considerable might and rarity. It is worth noting that the future King Luffy's voyage would be marked by East Blue and Broggy's collaborative strike, which effortlessly cleaved the sea, piercing through the colossal sea king fish. whose size rivaled that of an island. One can only imagine the terrifying power of such an attack. This could provide him with substantial inspiration for the development and application of his newfound abilities. In a chapter, Chapter 169 requires additional funding. Chapter 170, Drum Island. Shortly after the ship, the Hibofeile, set sail. An enormous goldfish emerged from the ocean's depths. "This is quite a sizable goldfish," exclaimed Tychula, his eyes gleaming. "Is this truly a goldfish?" murmured Pandey. "Fool! This is a sea beast that devours islands," roared Métis, unable to bear the sight any longer. The giant goldfish opened its cavernous mouth, seemingly intent on swallowing the entire vessel. Xiao Luo maintained a serene expression as a soft crack echoed, revealing a glimpse of the sky's lament. With a swift motion, the one-sword style, dominating Ocean Slash, was unleashed. The moment the celestial blade was drawn, a terrifying wave of sword energy swept across the surface of the sea, piercing through the massive golden fish entirely. The Hibofeile effortlessly glided past. Charlotte was quite pleased. This maneuver was astonishingly powerful. Without the guidance of the recorded pointer, the ship Hibofeile momentarily lost its direction towards the next island, leaving them to rely solely on luck. However, fortunately, shortly after losing their way, a pirate ship gradually emerged upon the surface of the sea, launching cannon fire from a distance. Charlotte's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Let us approach and eliminate them." The ship, Hibofeile, swiftly altered its course, charging towards the pirate vessel. Moments later, Charlotte felt a sense of satisfaction. The Hibofeile, once adrift, had successfully seized the navigational pointer to the next island from this inconspicuous band of pirates. It appeared that pirates possessed some redeeming qualities after all. 3 days later, the sea lay tranquil beneath a vast expanse of azure sky. Seagulls soared gracefully, their calls echoing into the distance. The towering mountains, resembling chimneys with their pristine white peaks, appeared strikingly unusual from afar. What island could this be? Such peculiarity piqued Beta's insatiable curiosity, causing him to fidget restlessly, resembling an energetic monkey. Magnet Drum Island. Charlotte gazed into the distance and spoke softly. Magnet Island is a winter isle, perpetually enveloped in a wintry embrace, where heavy snowflakes dance through the air. Before embarking on this journey, one must don warm, substantial garments to withstand the chill. This place is home to the superhuman type gum fruit, as well as the renowned medical nation, both of which are our objectives on this expedition. When discussing medicine, one cannot overlook the remarkable blue wave ball, developed by Chopper under the tutelage of Dr. Kareha. This innovative substance has the ability to alter the transformation forms of zoan-type devil fruits, enabling a 7-stage metamorphosis. It is evident that this nation has conducted extensive research into the fundamental principles governing devil fruits. For the Hibofeile family, this holds immense significance. Should they succeed in creating a stable substance akin to the blue wave ball, ordinary Zoan users would gain access to a broader array of combat techniques and abilities. Such a technological advancement is indeed a rare opportunity not to be missed. "Captain, look! The shore is on fire!" Beta exclaimed, pointing towards the coastline, where flames raged wildly amidst the winter snow, accompanied by billowing plumes of black smoke. Charlotte fixed his gaze upon the chaotic scene and swiftly formed a judgment. It was a familiar sight in the New World, where pirates indulged in plunder and slaughter. In the next moment, Charlotte's figure materialized within the small town. Amidst the tumultuous streets, a solitary figure emerged, appearing exceedingly peculiar. Nearby pirates, upon noticing him, charged towards him with murderous intent. As Charlotte strolled leisurely through the desolate scene, it seemed as though the frenzied and menacing pirates had vanished into thin air. The glint of blades heralded only death, as numerous pirate minions became the souls claimed by the Weeping Sword. "Charge forth and eliminate the pirates," shouted members of the Hibofeile family, who had already surged into the town, swiftly engaging in a relentless onslaught against the marauding pirates. "Hey, you there from the pirate crew? Who is your captain?" Beta inquired menacingly as he seized one of the pirate lackeys. "We are from the Noari pirate crew, and our captain Noari possesses the powers of the wait fruit." The hapless pirate stammered. Upon receiving this intelligence, Beta released his grip. With a resounding thud, the pirate's body slumped helplessly to the ground in a rather intimate encounter with the earth. After a protracted silence, tranquility enveloped the town, as all pirates had been eradicated. "Hooray, we are saved!" cried countless townsfolk, embracing one another in tears of relief. Fluffy snowflakes began to descend from the sky, blanketing the landscape and extinguishing the flames that once raged. A battalion of royal soldiers rushed into the town, accompanied by a contingent of individuals clad in black suits. Tending to the wounded, erecting shelters and clearing the battlefield. Though they bore the semblance of a navy, their attire was not that of naval forces. "Captain Dork, the royal soldiers appear somewhat bewildered," remarked one soldier. "We heard reports of a pirate attack, and the king ordered immediate support, so we hastened our journey. However, we were significantly delayed by the fierce snowstorm along the way. Yet, it seems the battle has already concluded, vanquished by an unknown force." Captain Dork's gaze soon fixed upon a figure adorned in finer attire, with a sword at their waist. "Thank you for your assistance. May I inquire as to your origins?" Upon hearing this, Charlotte turned around and beheld a group of soldiers from the kingdom, armed and ready. "Who are you?" she inquired. "I am Dork, the captain of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom's Guard." Sheloah gazed at the individual before him, an unsettling sense of familiarity washing over him. He remarked lightly, "Not long ago, we encountered a band of pirates and effortlessly dispatched them." At that moment, a young man resembling Hidork interjected, inquiring, "Pardon me, but from whence do you hail?" Charlotte was somewhat taken aback, tilting her head in curiosity. "Is this significant?" Just as the young man was about to speak further, Dork reprimanded him sharply. "Stand down, Dalton. Do not be unreasonable." Dalton? That name sounded vaguely familiar, and he bore a striking resemblance to Dork. "I beg your pardon," Charlotte interjected. "There have been instances where pirates disguised as merchants gained trust and subsequently attacked villages, which has made Dalton a bit more cautious." Upon hearing this, Charlotte offered an awkward smile. Indeed, they were pirates. However, she refrained from elaborating on the matter and instead continued, "By the way, is the captain of the Noari pirate crew not present?" "What? The Noari pirate crew?" The other guards and soldiers gasped in astonishment at the mention of the notorious pirate with a bounty of 85 million berries. Charlotte felt somewhat perplexed. Was this pirate crew truly renowned? Upon reflection, they were indeed wielders of devil fruit powers, individuals who posed considerable challenges. Naturally, ordinary people would react with great astonishment upon hearing such news. Moreover, their bounty rounded up to over 100 million berries, placing their strength prominently within the upper echelon of the Grand Line's first half, a fact that certainly warranted attention. Trouble is brewing. The king is in danger. Dork bellowed, preparing to turn away. "Wait, do you believe you can contend with that individual? After all, they too are a wielder of devil fruit powers." Dork paused, realizing that the opponent was beyond their capacity to handle, and then turned to Charlotte. "We need to negotiate a higher price." "Huh?" The others gaped in bewilderment, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. What on earth was this? Working for free was out of the question. They could not assist without compensation. This approach would conveniently provide a pretext to execute their subsequent plans. It was essential to follow due process, similar to how the world government attributed the century-long research blank on other islands to the scholars of O'Hara, not only condemning them to death, but also attempting to frame them for crimes they did not commit. Preparations had long been underway to utterly annihilate the O'Hara clan. Such seemingly foolish procedures served to silence public dissent under the guise of legality, while simultaneously enacting a potent example. The world government employed countless such tactics. Dork, too, had his own motives. He was quite envious of the doctors here. Those who resolved issues under the banner of justice would surely be remembered fondly by the residents. If that foolish king were to ascend to power and make the ill-advised decision to expel the doctors, it was conceivable that they might choose to settle on Rife Island instead. After all, there was little to lose. It was worth a try. "What do you think?" After a brief hesitation, Dork acquiesced. "All right, no problem. Splendid. I hope everyone will lend their support. My gratitude to you all." End of chapter 170. Misfortune chapter 171. Misfortune. If you're accessing this website through a third-party app or various browser plugins, you may encounter disordered content. Please try accessing this site using a mainstream browser later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 171. Misfortune. The castle of the king of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom is perched atop a towering mountain that resembles a colossal chimney. Ordinary individuals can only ascend via a cable car, particularly given the region's relentless and treacherous weather. The howling cold wind and heavy snowfall are emblematic of this land, truly deserving of its reputation as the land of snow. However, as one gazes upon the vast expanse of white, it can be quite painful to the eyes, though one can still spot creatures the size of rabbits, known as rabbins, flitting about amidst the storm. As Summerlow rode the cable car, he surveyed the surroundings, accompanied by Dork and Dalton. There was a significant age difference between the two, and it was only now that Summerlow recalled who Dalton was. This individual would eventually become the captain of the King's Guard in the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, later following the new king, Walbo, as his protector. Subsequently, he would undergo a transformation, opposing King Walbo's tyrannical reign, ultimately defeating him with the aid of the protagonists. With the support of the populace, Dalton would ascend to the throne as the new king, transforming the kingdom into the Sakura Kingdom, thus becoming the monarch of a member nation. One could say he is the ultimate victor in life. Gazing outwards, Summerlow seemed to have an epiphany and turned to Dork and Dalton. I have heard tales that the denizens of the land of snow do not sleep. Is there any truth to it? A sudden explosion shattered the tranquility with a resounding boom, as a massive cloud of smoke erupted atop the mountain. Combat had commenced. At that moment, Dork and Dalton felt a surge of tension, pressing their faces against the cable car's glass, fixated on the commotion atop the peak. Hand over the devil fruit, old man. It is not a treasure for you to possess, declared a bespectacled man with a watermelon-shaped hairstyle, wielding an umbrella. As he stepped on the king's body, none other than the pirate Noer. Surrounding them lay numerous incapacitated guards, while several pirate officers laughed mockingly, showing utter disregard for the sovereign. Not a chance, you scoundrel. The old king, Walrun, exclaimed, his crown fallen and hair disheveled. Yet he gritted his teeth and spoke defiantly. Old man, do not test my patience. It has its limits. Noer retorted furiously, stomping down on Walrun's form, eliciting a cry of pain. Yet the king still refused to relent. Noer leaned closer, pressing his foot heavily upon King Walrun's body, and whispered menacingly, Is your family as stubborn as you, old man? With a mocking expression, King Walrun replied, You will not find them. Do not waste your efforts, for you lack time. Noer's fury intensified. The vast island indeed posed a challenge for a thorough search, especially since the Magnetic Drum Kingdom was also a member nation of the world. Should he call for naval aid, they could very well meet their demise here, then perish. Noer bellowed in rage. Under Gene Boulder. In an instant, the strength in his legs surged with the power of 100 pounds, forcefully descending upon Valruin's body. Under such terrifying pressure, an ordinary man like Valruin was undoubtedly doomed. He tightly shut his eyes, fully prepared to confront death. Boom! Noer's body was sent flying, crashing directly into the castle wall. Valruin, for a long moment, felt no pain. When he finally opened his eyes, he beheld a tall young man calmly standing before him. Meanwhile, the others nearby stood in stunned silence, as if turned to stone, witnessing the events that had just transpired. Greetings, King of the Drumming Nation, the young man said. Valruin remained speechless. Although he had been saved, he was the king of the Drumming Nation, not some drumming king. Damn it, who are you? Sneaking up on me. Noer, battered and bruised for being carelessly thrust into the wall by Charlotte, shouted in a fit of rage. Well, someone hired me to rescue you. Is that not a reasonable expectation? Charlotte wore an expression of indifference. Such a trivial Karami failed to pique his interest. Damn it, you are mocking me. Noer shouted, his eyes reddening with fury. Take this. He leapt into the air, his red umbrella resembling a floating balloon, suspended high above. Wielding an umbrella on a snowy day. What a foolish notion. The intellect of pirates is truly concerning. Charlotte rested one hand against her forehead, gazing into the vast sky, her tone laden with unmistakable sarcasm. How infuriating, the weight of 1,000 burdens. In an instant, the noble figure of Noer appeared above, legs straightened, descending like a rocket with astonishing speed. With a swift motion, Charlotte shifted her body and single-handedly lifted the king of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. Noer's pupils constricted as the two brushed past each other. A thunderous crash echoed as the ground was violently struck, creating a deep crater, with Noer embedding himself into the earth like a nail. You truly are fascinating. Have you really come to regard yourself as a mere stick? Charlotte couldn't help but burst into laughter. This method of attack was undeniably rather foolish. Damn it! Noer roared, but in the next moment, a deafening roar echoed incessantly. The gaping pit, having endured unimaginable devastation, swiftly widened. The figure of Charlotte resembled that of a demonic deity, delivering blow after blow with relentless ferocity. Moments later, the enormous pit had expanded exponentially, and the pirate Noer was left battered and bruised, his body a canvas of injuries, rolling his eyes back and oozing blood, a truly harrowing sight. The sound of impact echoed relentlessly. Charlotte casually waved her hand, brushing off the dust from her attire. What audacity to speak to me in such a manner. You insolent fool, she exclaimed before leaping out of the deep pit, casting one last glance at the lifeless body that lay there, utterly devoid of life. The onlookers could not help but swallow hard. Her seemingly gentle smile held an unsettling chill that sent shivers down their spines. Her nonchalant demeanor belied an astonishing destructive power. King of the Drum Kingdom, you've saved us. Do not forget this debt, Valruin declared, his words hanging in the air as Dolk and Dalton, who had hastily arrived, stood speechless behind him. This was undeniably the kingdom of the drum. Very well, no objections here. Valron readily conceded. On one hand, they were indeed saved. On the other, the sheer magnitude of her strength was overwhelmingly terrifying. It was a confrontation best avoided, for they were clearly outmatched. Charlotte's face radiated with a sense of relief. Indeed, being understanding and reasonable was truly commendable. With that, her gaze swiftly fixed upon several pirate officers who still harbored the intention to flee. The crew members of the Noari pirate group felt a chill run down their spines. With a swift strike, a terrifying slash erupted forth, akin to a streak of light that instantaneously cleaved through the ranks of the Noari pirate group. The momentum of the blade remained unyielding as it surged toward the towering mountains behind, producing a resonant hum before the luminous arc of the slash dissipated into the ether. A thunderous roar echoed. Valruin and his companions stood in stunned silence, witnessing a scene that would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. The summit of the great snow mountain had been cleaved at a smooth, slanted angle of 25 degrees, and the fallen debris cascaded down the mountainside with a deafening crash. Valruin's complexion turned ashen. This was nothing short of monstrous. He glanced towards the brothers Dork and Dalton, at a loss for words. "My king, the issue is resolved, and I must now request my reward." Valruin couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow, realizing that such a formidable being could easily obliterate an entire island. His demeanor was exceedingly humble, silently praying that the other party would not make exorbitant demands. "Please, do go ahead." Charlotte, naturally, was not one to hold back. "I require the devil fruit, as well as the esteemed medical expertise of your nation. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, I wish everyone a happy new year, good health, and may all your endeavors be fruitful and filled with good fortune. I express my gratitude to the supporter who provided the monthly ticket. I appreciate all the friends who have consistently cast their recommendation votes and reviewed the chapters. I hope for your continued support through reading, subscribing, rewarding, voting, and reviewing. Thank you all for your kindness. As I am publishing on the starting point, I cannot see the specific situation on other platforms and thus cannot respond in a timely manner. Your understanding is greatly appreciated. Thank you for your support. Into this chapter, Chapter 171. Beach Beauties on Vacation, Chapter 172. Beach Beauties on Vacation if you're accessing this website through third-party apps or various browser plugins. It may result in disordered content display. Kindly try accessing the site later using mainstream browsers. Thank you for your support. Chapter 172. Beach Beauties on Vacation. Charlotte was exceptionally pleased with his visit to the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. Not only did he acquire numerous medical techs, but he also secured the company of 6 doctors and their families, who were preparing to depart for Rife Island to settle down. This marked an excellent beginning for the Hibofeile family. Talents are always welcome in the Hibofeile family, especially as the establishment of Hibofeile Hospital requires a multitude of doctors, nurses, and medical personnel. This influx of medical expertise is crucial for the hospital's development, considering the nation's renowned status in healthcare. Rather than allowing the future tyrant King Walbo to drive the doctors into exile, departing with them was indeed a commendable choice. Regrettably, the number of those willing to leave was still quite limited. Moreover, the superhuman-type devouring fruit that he had long coveted was also secured. Of course, he made sure to take a permanent pointer from Magnetic Drum Island as a memento. It was somewhat disappointing that he did not encounter the pirate Dr. Koreha or the quack healer Chopper. One could only say that fate was not in his favor. After spending a week on Drum Island and filling the eternal pointer with magnetic energy, the Hibofeile ship was ready to set sail once more. Due to their deviation from the original route, the subsequent islands would not lead them towards the familiar Alabasta. This deviation was inherently linked to the unique magnetic forces of the Grand Line. Starting from the Lavis Mountains, the first half of the Grand Line is divided into 7 magnetic paths. By choosing one could navigate through various islands until reaching the ultimate convergence point of these routes, the Shambordi Archipelago. However, should one stray off course, they might enter other navigational pathways, thereby increasing risk and journey length. Presently, Charlotte and his companions found themselves in such a predicament. The absence of an eternal pointer or a predetermined goal led to unnecessary detours, particularly regarding several crucial strategic objectives that were absolutely indispensable. A few days later, the Grand Line, the island of Siagana. This is the next island after Magnetic Drum Island, a haven for pirates seeking amusement. Along the tranquil shoreline, the shimmering waves dance under the sun, and countless alluring women grace the sandy beach, while nearby, villas adorned with tropical charm stand proud. Indeed, this is a summer paradise. A glance reveals a vibrant springtime atmosphere, occasionally eliciting the raucous whistles of passing pirates, imbued with a teasing allure. Beneath a vast sunshade on the soft sands, Charlotte, donning dark sunglasses, casually smokes a cigarette, surveying the enchanting women who stroll by. Their long legs, porcelain skin, captivating allure, and refreshing bikinis amidst the crashing waves are simply mesmerizing. Life here is delightful. This place is truly a paradise on earth for a vacation. Beside him, a row of members from the Hibofeile family, each clad in flamboyant shorts and colorful floral shirts, exude an air of relaxed leisure. Boss, isn't this place filled with pirates? Beta inquired, perplexed, as the atmosphere seemed devoid of the usual brutality associated with pirates. It felt rather peaceful, akin to a bustling haven of gentleness. Do you think all pirates are devoid of decorum? Barrett, with his oversized sunglasses, smirked while munching on a yellow-skinned fruit that resembled a banana but contained watermelon flesh. He glanced at Beta and spoke with a hint of experience. Certain special islands serve as venues for pirates to indulge in leisure and dispose of their spoils. If they were to engage solely in plunder and bloodshed, not only would their supplies dwindle, but the act of selling stolen goods would also pose a significant challenge. How astonishing, Beta exclaimed, genuinely surprised, as he had been unaware of this facet. Ignorant indeed, Barrett scoffed. Not all are mindless brutes engaged in constant violence. Charlotte nodded slightly, acknowledging Barrett's insightful observations. However, the situation here is rather distinct. It involves underground forces, the participation of nobility, and potentially even some corrupt naval officials. The level of security is quite high. Those who cause trouble are swiftly dealt with, often meeting a watery demise. Engaging in piracy without the requisite discernment is rather foolish. Behind Zinagana Island lies a complex and conflicting web of interests, which is far from simple. Otherwise, it would be rather arrogant for such a significant island on the first half of the Grand Line to host such brazen gatherings of pirates. One cannot achieve this without substantial backing and influence. Charlotte, have some juice. Lena approached gracefully, dressed conservatively, yet her swaying figure exuded an undeniable allure. Quite impressive indeed. Thank you. Charlotte comfortably lifted her juice and savored its flavor, her eyes roving over the exuberant beauties on the beach. The women frolicked with remarkable exuberance. Are they beautiful? Charlotte? Jillian's curious head peeked in from the side. Absolutely, Charlotte replied, her composure unshaken. With their long legs, how could they not be appealing? It would be peculiar for a man to disregard such allure. Jillian glanced at the group of women showcasing their voluptuous figures, then looked at herself, her hands gesturing slightly. A hint of despondency creeping in. Jillian, there's no need for comparison. You're at most AB, perhaps a bit more, Charlotte said with confidence. What? Jillian's face flushed with embarrassment as she shyly pointed towards the women on the beach. What about them? They must be at least AC. Suddenly, a series of juice-spraying sounds erupted. Boss, your perception is remarkably sharp. Beta approached with admiration. How do you see all this? Charlotte cast a sidelong glance at Beta, who lay there nonchalantly. Lena felt a surge of irritation, though it was not accompanied by an overwhelming sense of urgency. It was merely that this rogue Beta was leading Charlotte astray. Lena shot a fierce glare at Beta. In an instant, a chill ran down Beta's spine as he turned to meet Lena's predatory gaze. The once playful and carefree Beta quickly recoiled, scanning his surroundings anxiously, his hands cradling his head as he awkwardly whistled. What on earth is happening? This troublesome boy. Charlotte gazed in bewilderment at Beta's transformation, utterly perplexed. Lena seized the opportunity, determined not to allow Charlotte to be deceived by this motley crew of women. Charlotte, the auction is about to commence. We should take a look, she urged. At Lena's reminder, Charlotte paused, deep in thought. Beyond the allure of the beach beauties, the renowned Siagana auction was undoubtedly the highlight here. It was rumored that several devil fruits had once been auctioned off at this very venue, hinting at the immense power and formidable influence behind it. After all, how could such unruly factions be compelled to submit otherwise? He had initially harbored intentions of procuring a few treasures. Perhaps fortune would smile upon him. It seemed that the beach party would have to conclude prematurely, much to the dismay of the enchanting long-legged ladies. The lengthy journey, while filled with adventure, also offered rare moments of relaxation, and everyone had thoroughly enjoyed this escapade. All right, enough of this. Let us depart. After Charlotte finished speaking, he stood up to commence his business, prompting the others to spring into action. Lena, observing this, quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. The crisis had been temporarily averted. Such places should be visited infrequently, for they are fraught with peril. End of this chapter. Chapter 172. There cannot be anything amusing, can there? Chapter 173. The West Aganya Auction. The West Aganya Auction. In a vast circular hall, rows of seats coalesced into a unified expanse, while the upper tier housed elegant private boxes to safeguard guest privacy. It was a bustling scene, with pirate factions converging from all corners, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. Naturally, Charlotte and his companions had procured a private box, indulging in luxury. Within the opulent enclosure, adorned in resplendent gold and brilliant hues, the ambience was one of exceptional value, albeit at a considerable cost. An unceasing supply of complimentary beverages flowed, though the quality left something to be desired. As he calmly puffed on a cigarette, Charlotte's gaze effortlessly traversed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, granting him a comprehensive view of the auction stage. The lights flickered and intertwined, culminating in the emergence of a voluptuous woman, clad provocatively, who elicited a chorus of howls from the audience below. With a smile gracing her lips, she exuded an air of familiarity with such spectacles, her demeanor poised and confident. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the annual West Aganya auction. I'm your host, Toralia. The auction commenced with an innovative flair, captivating Charlotte's attention. Clearly, the organizers understood the inclinations of men, instantly invigorating the atmosphere of the entire venue. Next, let us welcome our first exhibit. With an impassioned voice and alluring expressions, she held the microphone in her right hand while raising her left hand high. The lights began to flash, perfectly capturing the ambience. Soon, the spotlight settled upon a bunny girl holding a tray draped in crimson cloth, igniting a surge of adrenaline among the onlookers. Shameless, Lena muttered under her breath, her cheeks flushed. Charlotte smiled gently, recognizing this as a marketing strategy designed to entice certain patrons, deeming it unworthy of concern. Oh, Lena curled her lip, still disapproving of the brazen display of seduction, particularly in the presence of Charlotte. As the crimson cloth was unveiled, the first exhibit of today's auction made its grand entrance. Ladies and gentlemen, behold this extraordinary nutrient solution from the New World, which promises to enhance one's physical strength upon consumption. Charlotte's expression fell. This item felt strikingly familiar. Could it be? Mr. Charlotte, that appears to be a type of nutrient solution we produce. Mythos remarked, adjusting his glasses and scrutinizing it intently. Is it truly? Charlotte asked, astonished as he turned to Mythos. Indeed, though it is merely an obsolete nutrient solution, one that we have sold to the outside world. And it is not as exaggerated as it seems, Jillian stated nonchalantly. She frequently engaged in discussions with y'all regarding pharmaceutical research, and she would not mistake it. There were even some esoteric symbols inscribed that outsiders would fail to comprehend. Charlotte found himself at a loss for words, contemplating the irony of discovering a product from his own company. Surely, it could not be devoid of intrigue. As Charlotte contemplated in silence, she remained unaware that the auction price had been set at a staggering 3 million Bailey to commence. Ultimately, it concluded at an astonishing 11 million Bailey, causing Charlotte's lips to twitch in disbelief. What price should we set for our sales? She inquired, glancing at Lena. 50,000 per unit, with a substantial quantity available. Lena replied thoughtfully, recognizing that Laddie Island could produce these items in abundance and did not consider them particularly precious. Furthermore, given that they were merely outdated products, she had not anticipated their immense popularity outside, underestimating humanity's relentless pursuit of power. The phone insect notified Ivan of the price increase. 30,000, not 50,000 per unit. Lena nodded in agreement. Raising prices was a trivial matter for Ivan, one he managed with remarkable ease. Charlotte was thoroughly satisfied. The development of this pharmaceutical research truly represented a lucrative venture. The potential for growth was simply immense. Subsequent auction items held no allure for Charlotte. As a formidable pirate, many things appeared rather mundane to him. He was no longer the same person who once viewed the world with a narrow perspective, struggling to make ends meet. It seemed that there were no further gains to be had. Charlotte tilted her head in contemplation, having merely paid to attend a conventional auction within a world of pirates. Suddenly, the host, Toralia, spoke exuberantly into the microphone, announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves for the final auction item of the day." With a grand gesture, he directed the spotlight onto a solitary pedestal, which exuded an air of solemnity. Intrigued by Toralia's demeanor, Charlotte wondered if a delightful surprise awaited. As the crimson cloth was dramatically lifted, a spiraled fruit came into view. Indeed, esteemed guests, this is none other than the treasure of the seas, the devil fruit. The female host excitedly began her introduction. To her astonishment, there truly was a devil fruit up for auction. Charlotte beamed with delight, truly taken aback. It is the mirror fruit, an extraordinary paramecia type. The mirror fruit. Charlotte was somewhat taken aback. This must be the devil fruit belonging to Charlotte Lingling's daughter, Charlotte Bruley. She had not anticipated encountering it here. It seemed that once again, she would be thwarted. The capabilities of this devil fruit were indeed quite practical, possessing the rare attribute of spatial manipulation. It could open mirror portals, creating a realm of mirrors, allowing for seamless traversal through the mirrored world, thus offering exceptional mobility. Charlotte's gaze sparkled. She was determined to acquire that devil fruit. The auction hall buzzed with excitement, filled with eager participants ready to spend lavishly. The quantity of devil fruits was indeed meager compared to the vastness of the sea, naturally drawing immense attention. Hurry, don't dawdle. Let the auction commence. My wallet is aching with anticipation. The Bang Bang pirate crew will not be denied. In the face of such fervor from various factions, the host, Toralia, wore a smile. Superhuman type. Mirror Mirror fruit, starting bid. 500,000,000 berries. Each subsequent bid must not be lower than 10,000,000 berries. Instantly, the previously boisterous unknown pirate factions fell silent. 500 million berries was an astronomical sum in this era. Even many weaker pirate crews in the New World barely had liquid assets of several hundred or a few million berries, with some possessing a mere few 100,000. One could only imagine the magnitude of such wealth. 500 million and 10,000 berries. A middle-aged man in an upper box proclaimed loudly through a megaphone. In an instant, this announcement electrified the atmosphere, and bids began to soar in rapid succession, quickly reaching 650 million berries. Charlotte observed keenly, aware that such incremental increases could lead to unforeseen heights. With a swift resolution, she declared 1 billion berries. The moment her voice resonated, an unsettling silence enveloped the auction hall as the bid surged by an astonishing 350 million berries. This audacious display was truly remarkable. Even the auctioneer, Toralia, was taken aback, her eyes shimmering with astonishment. 1,550,000,000 berries. The king of usury, Hibofeile, sat in his box, his expression dark and brooding. Charlotte wore an expressionless face, yet his family's financial prowess, the Hibofeile clan, remained formidable. 1.5 billion. As the words lingered in the air, the entire auction hall fell into a profound silence. Such a colossal sum could be effortlessly summoned. The identities of Charlotte and her companions have elicited a myriad of speculations. Hibofeile refrained from raising his bid further, as he sensed an air of nonchalance emanating from his adversaries. It was quite vexing, for he had originally intended to procure this cursed fruit as a gift for Charlotte Linlin, with aspirations of establishing a foothold in the New World. The outcome, however, was far from what he anticipated. A chill emanated from his gaze. Wealth does not always equate to power. Clearly, Charlotte secured this precious paramecia-type devil fruit without contest, displaying an undeniable superiority. Chapter 173 is unworthy of scrutiny, truly unworthy of scrutiny. Chapter 174, the Boeing Islands. On the tranquil sea, all was not as it seemed. The Hebraic vessel trailed behind several deranged pirate ships. Greed, it seems, is the greatest peril. Charlotte's tone was rather indifferent, resembling both a statement and a warning. The ship, Hibofeile, deliberately accelerated, lying in wait for the fish to take the bait, and, as anticipated, their minds had already been clouded by greed. Moments later, several pirate crews sank into the depths of the sea, accompanied by their illusory dreams, their existence forgotten by all but their oblivious families. Subsequently, the Hibofeile swiftly vanished from the ocean's surface, leaving Hibofeile's plump face visible through the distant telescope, glistening with cold sweat. He finally recognized the identity of these individuals, the Hibofeile family, a burgeoning power emerging in the New World. Hibofeile hurriedly issued a retreat order. "Boss, shall we not pursue?" One of his subordinates asked, astonished. "Pursue? Nonsense," he snapped, steering the ship away without a backward glance. A force capable of establishing a foothold and flourishing in the New World was not one he could afford to provoke, especially with the Flying Sky Pirates backing them. The distant ship did not follow. "They've left," Barrett remarked, somewhat surprised. Ever since that vessel appeared, they had been locked onto it. Yet he hadn't expected such caution. "Consider them wise," Beta chimed in, unconcerned about such minor skirmishes. "Boss, where shall we head next?" Beta turned to Charlotte, inquiring. Shallow's eyes sparkled as he held a perpetual compass, recently acquired from the annihilated pirate crew, and a meaningful smile graced his lips. Inscribed in fine print was the phrase, "Boyne Island." To Boyne Island. With that declaration, Shallow turned and departed. "What was that about some island?" Beta murmured, having momentarily missed Shallow's words before glancing at Barrett. For a moment, Barrett found himself at a loss, struggling to recall the name, feeling inexplicably awkward. yet he maintained a composed demeanor, emitting an air of indifference towards Beta. Brother Beta, it is called Boyne Island, Midas kindly interjected. Ah yes, Boyne Island, Beta exclaimed, bursting into laughter, unashamed and buoyant. Midas, who relished reading and listening, recognized this as quite normal. After all, he was one of the sagacious minds of the Hibofeile family. A title well-earned. Curiosity alighted on Beta's face as he turned to Midas and inquired, is Boyne Island entertaining? Why do you always think about having fun? Barrett shot a disgruntled glance at Beta. After a moment of contemplation, Midas continued, it is a remarkably wondrous archipelago. Oh, Beta's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wondrous is synonymous with entertaining, isn't it? Do tell Midas. Boyne Island consists of a cluster of islands that bloom like flowers. In truth, they are enormous carnivorous plants, floating majestically upon the sea. Plants? Barrett blinked in disbelief. Plants the size of islands that feast on flesh? Indeed, its scientific name is stomach baron, also known as the carnivorous plant of the baron of the stomach. The periphery of the island is home to a forest of bandits, inhabited by terrifying man-eating plants, while the interior is the temptation forest, where various enticing edible plants flourish, emitting delectable aromas that attract sea kings and marine beasts. When it hunts, the colossal mouth at the center of the island opens wide, and the petals close in, ensnaring the prey. How extraordinary! Beta gazed wide-eyed, his imagination captivated by the enchanting visions of Boyne Island, wishing he could sprout wings and explore it immediately. Pander, who had approached at some point, bore a similar expression of awe as Beta, resembling an eager patient salivating at the thought. Truly, Midas was a wellspring of knowledge. As Charlotte listened to Midas's comprehensive response, he smiled and praised Mr. Charlotte. All of this is merely for my readings. It is of no consequence, truly. Upon hearing this, Midas displayed an expression of bashful embarrassment. Oh, not at all. Books are indeed the wellspring of knowledge, and the habit of reading is exceedingly commendable. Charlotte cast her gaze towards Beta and Pander, and the unspoken message was clear. The two men scratched the back of their heads, hesitant to utter a word. The Boeing Islands, situated along the Grand Line, truly represented a realm of wonder. The diverse flora within the islands, particularly the various edible plants, constituted the most extraordinary aspect. One cannot help but marvel at the peculiarities of the pirate world. Boss, is this for real? Barrett inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Indeed, Charlotte affirmed confidently. In the New World, Big Mom S. Cake Island is an entire nation composed entirely of desserts, where even the grass is edible. Upon hearing this, Beta and Pander's jaws dropped, nearly grazing the ground, their drool flowing like a small stream. Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. Yet, everyone's thoughts were already captivated by the impending expedition to the Boeing Islands, eager to witness the scenes that awaited them. Charlotte's purpose for venturing to the Boeing Islands was straightforward: to collect a variety of plant seeds, which were the true treasures. In particular, the miraculous plants on the islands that could yield various edible foods promised to significantly enhance the diversity of culinary options on Rife Island. Moreover, there existed a unique plant known as pop green, which was not only aggressive but also capable of rapid growth. This would prove invaluable, whether for crafting weaponry or cultivating defensive plants for Rife Island. 3 days later, a panorama of islands resembling blooming flowers unfolded before their eyes. From a distance, the islands appeared as if adorned with petal-like cliffs reaching skyward, enveloped in a soft green hue, distinctly different in appearance from other islands. Had one not known better, they would scarcely believe that this was a carnivorous plant of such size. Is this truly the Boeing Islands? Beta stood at the ship's edge, peering intently. Under the sunlight, the island resembled a scene from a fairy tale. Everyone be cautious, Charlotte cautioned, for this place was indeed perilous, not a fitting island for the majority to venture upon. The treacherous forest surrounding the island was teeming with carnivorous, man-eating flowers. Although not as exaggerated in size as those found on the island itself, they were more than capable of engulfing a person whole. Beautiful and vibrant blooms would suddenly unfurl like beasts, revealing gaping maws and lunging toward unsuspecting victims. As they wandered, a shadow loomed overhead. A drooling carnivorous vine was poised to strike. Beta, filled with excitement, grasped the vine's stem and uprooted it, causing it to wither like a deflated balloon in an instant. How amusing! How delightful! These plants were truly fascinating. Beta and Pandey, carefree and exuberant, laughed heartily, darting about with carefree abandon. Mythos and Jillian gazed in awe at the remarkable flora, recognizing their immense value for collection and study. Others were equally astonished. affirming the wondrous nature of the Boeing Islands. The external forest was undoubtedly a place that instilled fear in the hearts of outsiders. As the group stepped into what appeared to be a harmless orchard, fruit suddenly plummeted from the trees, each one opening its gaping maw. Bang! 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 Beta and Pandey, thrilled, danced about, kicking each fruit away with uncontainable joy. Buzzing, they looked up to behold a colossal mantis, over 3 meters long, fluttering its transparent wings in midair, only to be devoured by gigantic carnivorous flower moments later. The insects here were astonishingly large, huge beetles, massive lizards, and dragonflies. The multitude of giant insects resembled those from a primeval epoch, mesmerizing everyone present. Pandey and Beta, brimming with excitement, produced insect-catching nets and equipment seemingly from thin air, eager to showcase their skills. End of chapter. Chapter 174. An awkward atmosphere. Chapter 175. An awkward atmosphere. The aroma was utterly intoxicating. Pandey's nose was overwhelmed, drooling as he ventured deeper into the heart of the island. Before long, the group arrived at the enchanting realm of culinary delights known as the Temptation Forest, where peculiar plants brimming with food flourished all around. From the trees hung ham-like fruit, while delicate grasses bore white, round petals resembling plates, adorned with strands of noodle-like Italian herb. The stones were dark and glistening, resembling decadent chocolate boulders, and corn grass bore the promise of sweet kernels. A visually arresting ramen waterfall left onlookers in awe. Naturally, there were also familiar foods and fruits scattered throughout. This was a paradise for food enthusiasts, a dreamlike kingdom overflowing with temptation. Beta and Pandey could hardly contain themselves, dashing forward to indulge in the feast. Delicious, exquisite, truly a delight. Charlotte was also unable to find tranquility for a long time. This forest was an existence unheard of, truly fantastical. The sight of the food stirred an insatiable appetite within her. Charlotte, this is simply astonishing, Lena exclaimed, her beautiful eyes shimmering with wonder. As the scene before them was utterly beyond comprehension. The world was vast and boundless, filled with marvels far beyond the realm of human imagination. Charlotte cast her gaze towards the enchanting forest, speaking softly. Of course, one must not fall behind in action. The important tasks cannot be overlooked. The others had already set into motion, save for 2 gluttonous and playful individuals. Charlotte and Lena meandered leisurely, taking in their surroundings as the crowd gradually thinned. Whenever they encountered any peculiar delicacies, they would pause to investigate. How could such creations come into existence? Lena pondered, utterly perplexed. Charlotte appeared utterly perplexed. How could he possibly explain such an unscientific matter? I'm not omnipotent. You have truly stumped me, Lena. Gazing at the flustered Charlotte, who still maintained his charming and carefree demeanor, Lena felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart, her cheeks blossoming with a faint blush. The youthful heart, awash with emotion, could not help but lean closer. As if entranced, she inquired, Charlotte, how many women do you intend to pursue? Charlotte paused for a moment, shaking his head. He genuinely had no clarity on the matter. His requirements for the opposite sex were at the very least beauty and intelligence. Mere ornaments were not suitable for him. Of course, beauty was not the paramount criterion. Otherwise, with the plethora of beauties in the pirate world, one would be overwhelmed with choices. Figures such as Nami, Robin, Boa Hancock, Tina, and Rebecca came to mind. Moreover, there were various dominant beauties like Califa, Little Suddy, and Black Maria, enough to send shivers down one's spine. Thus, the aspect of beauty was not necessarily a rigid standard. Observing Charlotte's contemplation, Lena leaned in closer and softly asked, What are you thinking about? As Charlotte snapped back to reality, their eyes met, and the proximity between them fostered an unexpectedly intimate atmosphere. In that moment, it seemed as though a unique sentiment was rising between them, the air thick with an indescribable tension. Just as they were on the verge of deepening this atmosphere, an abrupt voice interrupted, Ahem, pardon the intrusion. Instantaneously, both of them leapt apart, feigning nonchalance. What is it? Charlotte questioned, realizing that the newcomer was not a member of the Hibofeile family. Who are you? Charlotte cast a furtive glance at the stranger, struck by the unusual attire he wore. A surge of formidable intent erupted, causing the elderly man clad in a gray robe and pointed hat, reminiscent of a Western sorcerer, to feel his legs weaken, prompting him to collapse onto the ground. The elderly man, in a swift motion, prostrated himself, delivering a grand gesture with an air of utmost sincerity. Charlotte was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected display, while the comical scene elicited laughter from Lena, effectively dissipating the previously tense atmosphere. After a brief pause to collect himself, the elderly man spoke up. Pray tell, who exactly are you? I am the meteorologist, Nilikos, who has inadvertently found himself in this place. A meteorologist? Nilikos? Charlotte felt intrigued. The other party, in his perception, spoke no falsehoods and appeared to be merely an ordinary elder. As for danger, there was not a trace to be found. Fortuitously, they were in the Temptation Forest, a safe haven abundant with food, which spared the old man from harm. Had they lingered in the treacherous robber forest outside, it was likely he would have been reduced to mere bones by now. However, the presence of a meteorologist in such a peculiar guise was indeed astonishing. What brings you here? Goldrick stammered, clearly flustered by the recent awkwardness. Had he remained silent, something unspeakable might have transpired before him. In a moment of desperation, he spoke up, though it was evident that his words were ill-chosen. I was merely hoping that an outsider had come to observe, and, perhaps, could I be taken along? After all, this place is fraught with peril. Indeed, it is perilous. Upon hearing this, Lena's eyes glimmered with mischief. Where lies the danger? Goldrick, feeling a chill run down his spine, replied, Young lady, just a few days prior, a sea creature was lured ashore by the scent and was devoured by stomach ballon. Had I not clung tightly to a great tree, I too might have fallen into its maw. Lena, taken aback, glanced around, her surprise palpable. The land before her, with its trees and flowers, was undeniably real, leaving her unable to fathom such a vivid existence. Charlotte nadie harboring no doubts. Indeed, the Boeing Islands, known as Stomach Barren, are truly inhabited by creatures that feast on marine beasts and aquatic royalty. Are you the sole survivor? Jinliko sighed and nodded. His weather vessel having tragically crashed here due to adverse weather conditions. I wonder if you could assist me in returning to my homeland. In response to this request, Charlotte did not immediately acquiesce. Where is it? Visalia. Huh? Visalia? Charlotte felt somewhat bewildered. Where is this place? The name seemed vaguely familiar, yet he could not recall any specific details. After contemplating for a moment, he decided not to dwell on it. The world was vast, teeming with islands he had yet to hear of. Old man, he said, if this location is unfamiliar to me, perhaps I could escort you to a nearby island instead. No need for such trouble, Jean-Likes replied calmly. All that is required is to depart from the Boeing Islands. Although Charlotte felt somewhat taken aback, she refrained from elaborating further. The truth would reveal itself in due time, for one cannot simply ascend without reason. Visalia sighed inwardly. Were it not for the ever-present threat of the island's imminent closure, which could lead her companions into grave danger, he would have already reached out to the inhabitants of Visalia Island. As for whether Charlotte was a good person, he observed that aside from her initially unfriendly demeanor, she did not exhibit any brutal tendencies and seemed to be a reasonably composed young individual, albeit with a hint of menace, perhaps a testament to some past ordeal. By the way, what brings you here? Jinklys inquired, clearing his throat. We have come to collect plants. We intend to take them with us, Lena replied, directing her gaze toward Jinklys. Conducting research? He asked, a spark of curiosity ignited within him. Indeed, Lena replied gently with a nod. This revelation piqued Jinklys' interest, for it was evident that those engaged in research possessed considerable intellect. His fondness for them began to blossom. Chapter 175. The Potential of Wealth. Chapter 176. Journey to Visalia. As the group gazed upon the Boeing Islands, a colossal sea creature resembling a manatee surged onto the shore, thrashing its body wildly as it devoured all manner of delectable fare. The tantalizing aroma of food incessantly beckoned the creature deeper into the heart of the island. In an instant, the gaping maw of the central region of Boeing Island, Stomach Barren, yawned wide open, and the petal-like landmass swiftly folded inwards, forming an elongated bud that engulfed the creature entirely. The breathtaking spectacle was nothing short of mesmerizing, and moments later, as the petals returned to their original position, the island was restored to its former state, showing no signs of disruption whatsoever. Remarkable, Beta aboard the ship exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Such a sight was indeed a rarity in this world. Charlotte also revealed a faint smile, fortunate that their collection efforts had been successfully accomplished. Countless plant seeds and seedlings could be described as a bountiful harvest. Boss, do you see what that is? Beta shouted towards Charlotte, pointing to the sky. Charlotte looked up to see bubbles, each measuring several meters, floating in the sky, seemingly containing seeds. What could they be? For a moment, Charlotte was taken aback. Those must be the seeds of the Stomach Barren, Mr. Charlotte thought. Each year, they sporadically release seeds into the sky. Yet the vast majority are devoured by sea beasts and aquatic monarchs, with only a scant few landing upon the ocean surface, and even fewer surviving to thrive. Charlotte's eyes sparkled with excitement as he leapt into the air, effortlessly retrieving a dozen enormous seeds. Prepared for any eventuality, he was quite pleased with the outcome. Midas, put them away. Of course, Mr. Charlotte, Midas responded, her movements increasingly deft as she harnessed her fruit-based abilities. Fortune favored them this time. Such opportunities might not present themselves again. Let us proceed. The ship, Hibofeile, sailed swiftly away from the vicinity of the Boeing Islands, heading towards the distant horizon. A day later, Charlotte inquired, "Are you certain we should stop here, old man?" Charlotte felt a sense of uncertainty as she gazed upon the vast expanse of the sea. With no islands in sight ahead or vessels behind, how was she to navigate this desolate stretch? "It is best to remain here. Someone will come to fetch me shortly," assured Jinx, stroking his long beard with conviction. Charlotte refrained from speaking further. One could not deceive oneself regarding the return of the other party to the island. Thus, it was prudent to patiently await the natural unfolding of events. Beta shook his head, observing the lookout as it scanned the vast expanse of the ocean, devoid of any visible vessels. What is happening? Have they arrived? Kinlikos suddenly inquired. Where? Beta glanced around, even retrieving his binoculars to survey the area, yet found nothing. There is nothing. Are you jesting, old man? Beta lowered the binoculars, unable to suppress his skepticism. However, at that moment, Barrett abruptly delivered a sharp nudge to his neck. Just as Beta was about to express his indignation, he noticed Barrett pointing towards the sky. With a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, Beta glanced at those around him, only to find everyone gazing upwards. Upon raising his own eyes, he beheld a small vessel, buoyed by a balloon, drifting gracefully towards them, leaving Beta momentarily speechless. Charlotte suddenly realized where the other party hailed from: Visalia, the small aerial island of Visalia. It is a nation reminiscent of the Sky Islands, populated entirely by scientists dedicated to meteorological research, a veritable paradise of meteorology for navigators. Unlike the Sky Islands, Visalia is a diminutive isle perpetually in flight. Its speed and direction dictated entirely by the whims of the wind, emphasizing a philosophy of serendipity. This very nature renders Visalia elusive, wandering across the world. Its location difficult to ascertain unless one possesses extraordinary abilities or means to reach it directly, akin to Bartholomew Kuma's pawpaw fruit powers. This was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and Charlotte, filled with excitement, could not restrain herself from speaking. Dr. Kinjikos, might we have the honor of visiting Visalia? Charlotte cast a glance at Jinlikos, and in an instant, everyone's faces lit up with anticipation, for such an extraordinary means of transportation stirred their curiosity immensely. Jinlikos found himself momentarily at a loss for words. As a benevolent meteorological researcher for Visalia, he truly did not know how to decline the inquiry. Visalia had long been reticent in its communications with the outside world, exhibiting a considerable degree of caution. Observing Jinlikos' evident inner turmoil, Charlotte's eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. He recalled that Visalia had, at one point, sought assistance in securing funding for their research by traveling to arid nations to address rainfall issues. Funding? This could prove to be a significant opportunity. Dr. Jinlikos, I am willing to provide a one-time sum of 1 billion belly for your meteorological research. What do you think? At once, Jinlikos' eyes gleamed with excitement as he grasped Charlotte's hand tightly, fearing that he might retract his offer. Is this truly the case, young Charlotte? Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Charlotte smiled innocently and replied, Indeed, Dr. Jinlikos, I hold great admiration for meteorologists such as yourself. His coffers were indeed ample. The treasures from the ancient town had been exchanged for a staggering 35 billion belly on the island of Siagana. A mere 1 billion belly was easily attainable, especially considering the advanced meteorological technology present on Visalia Island. Jinlikos sensed something amiss, yet the allure of such substantial funding eclipsed all other concerns. Very well. It is settled then. His face radiated enthusiasm. Typically, when they descended from the island to Qinghai, it was primarily for procurement of supplies, intelligence gathering, or financial matters. His current descent, however, was specifically for financial reasons, and he had initially anticipated a fruitless endeavor, only to serendipitously encounter a wealthy benefactor. Watching the enthusiastic agreement from Dr. Jinlikos, Charlotte could not help but smirk inwardly. Research was indeed an expensive pursuit. With this newfound connection, many matters would become considerably easier. Anything that could be resolved with belly was hardly a concern at all. A moment later, the weather balloon airship gracefully descended onto the deck of the Hibofeile. From it emerged an elderly gentleman adorned in a blue wizardess hat. Herdas, Gindikos. The two elderly men embraced, tears of joy streaming down their cheeks. But soon their heads drew close together, retreating to a corner to engage in hushed whispers. Shaloa patiently awaited a response. He refrained from eavesdropping, judging by Dr. Jinkales's demeanor. The outcome seemed highly probable. Thus he exhibited great patience in his anticipation. Shaloa, Lena approached him, ready to inquire about something. Please remain calm. Shaloa gently reassured Lena in a hushed tone. Lena obediently nodded. At that moment, two elderly gentlemen approached Shaloa. Greetings. I am Harida, a meteorological researcher from Visalia. The affable man in the blue hat introduced himself. Hello, Dr. Harida. My name is Shaloa, he replied. Charlotte humbly responded, and such a kind demeanor inexplicably evoked a sense of fondness. Hello, Charlotte. I have acquiesced to your request. When will the funds be in place? Blue Hat Halida was remarkably forthright, devoid of any hesitation, exuding a pure and direct essence, untainted by extraneous emotions. One could say he was an elderly gentleman wholly devoted to meteorological research. Rest assured, upon reaching Visalia Road, Bailey will be delivered to the Meteorological Research Center. Stroking his white beard, Blue Hat Halida nodded, a broad smile illuminating his face as he turned to board the meteorological spacecraft to establish contact with the people of Visalia Island. I hope everyone will offer their support. Thank you for your encouragement. End of this chapter. Chapter 176. Wow. Tasty and spicy. Chapter 177. The Land of Elders. Should you access this website through third-party applications or various browser plugins, it may result in disordered content display. Please try accessing this site using a mainstream browser later. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 177. The Land of Elders. The shimmering meteorological sphere, propelled by the ship Hibofeile, soared into the skies beyond the clouds. Within it danced flames, unmistakably a manifestation of incomprehensible advanced technology. Soon, it ascended higher and farther, offering a breathtaking view of the world below, appearing remarkably diminutive. Mist enveloped the surroundings, fluffy clouds drifted lazily, and flocks of birds soared freely alongside the vessel, instantly entering a wondrous realm of the skies. Wow, tasty and spicy, Beta exclaimed with exuberance, his arms flailing like an octopus as he exuberantly expressed his emotions in this moment. Charlotte was equally astonished by the breathtaking scenes before her. The vastness of the heavens and the earth made her acutely aware of her own insignificance. With arms outstretched and eyes closed, she inhaled the essence of the wind, awakening a profound sense of liberation within her. The gentle breeze caressed her palms, imparting a uniquely soft sensation that evoked an irresistible allure. Here we are. Here we are. Veda's booming voice erupted, drawing the gaze of everyone towards the front. Visalia Island was enveloped by a resplendent halo of rainbow colors, appearing as though it rested upon a radiant sphere of light, shimmering under the sun's embrace. Surrounding were billowing clouds of soft white, and vibrant hues painted the sky, reminiscent of a fantastical realm. Soon, the meteorological balloon ship, piloted by Halida, Janlikos, and others, gracefully ascended into a colossal, semi-transparent bubble. This was the balloon transfer station for Visalia Island. With a gentle nudge, they passed through the bubble's canopy into the island's interior, eventually descending softly until the ship, the Hibofeile, landed securely upon the ground. Before her lay a lush expanse of verdant grass, drifting clouds, and undulating slopes adorned with an array of meteorological structures, each varying in height and design. Charlotte suddenly experienced a sensation of arriving at the verdant pastures. How beautiful it is! Lena, leaning against the ship's railing, stood on tiptoe, gazing at the present-day Visalia. Tilting her head, her eyes sparkling, she looked at Charlotte and asked, "What do you think?" Charlotte replied, "It is indeed beautiful." Charlotte responded earnestly, leaving Lena momentarily puzzled by his words. "Let's go." A gentle utterance jolted the somewhat dazed Lena, who instinctively patted her own face. "What are you doing?" Charlotte asked, somewhat surprised, not comprehending the reason for her gesture. "Oh, it's nothing. Perhaps the wind just caught me off guard." "Is the wind strong?" Charlotte inquired, somewhat confused, as he assessed the breeze and found it rather mild. "Come on, we must hurry. Dr. Halida and the others are waiting anxiously." Prompted by Lena's reminder, Charlotte dismissed his thoughts, and soon the group descended from the ship, the Hibofeile. Yay, little Charlotte. Dr. Halida, adorned with a blue hat, approached with a cheerful demeanor, rubbing his hands together. Behind him stood a large gathering of elderly gentlemen, each wearing various hats, all eagerly rubbing their hands. It felt as if they had entered a realm of elders, and being scrutinized by so many eyes was rather disconcerting. "Rest assured, Dr. Halida, everyone is here," Charlotte said, gesturing to the back where his companions were carrying numerous black briefcases. The faces of Dr. Halida and the group of hat-wearing gentlemen were filled with anticipation. For those were not ordinary funds. They represented special financing for meteorological research. Charlotte couldn't help but chuckle to herself. This group of elderly gentlemen was rather endearing, approaching their tasks with a refreshing candor, devoid of any convoluted maneuvers. She then nodded towards a young subordinate, who, upon receiving the signal, promptly set down a sleek black briefcase. With a couple of soft clicks, a vast array of vibrant green berries came into view. Before long, the exchange of 1 billion berries was complete. The eyes of the elderly gentlemen sparkled with excitement, their faces flushed with enthusiasm. Naturally, the more funds available for meteorological research, the better. The blue-hatted Harada warmly invited Charlotte and her companions to his home for a visit. Charlotte did not decline the invitation, for it was well known that Visalia possessed not only profound meteorological knowledge, but also had created an array of unique meteorological instruments, such as the wind knot and the recently boarded weather ship. As the group traversed the pristine stone pathway and ascended a gentle slope, they stumbled upon a peculiar field where extraordinary plants flourished, bearing fruits that resembled transparent balloons. "Grandfather Halida, what is that?" Mythos inquired with wide eyes, brimming with curiosity. Halida, gently stroking his long, white beard, replied, "That is a climate field where special plants are cultivated. It grows what we call weather balloons." "Huh? Is that the same balloon from the weather ship we just boarded?" "Indeed, indeed. Its applications are numerous." Mythos's eyes sparkled with excitement, exclaiming, "How fascinating this is." Charlotte was taken aback, marveling at the fact that such an extraordinary item could be cultivated from the earth. Who would believe it? The realm of science seemed to offer no explanation. However, this revelation piqued her immense curiosity. It appeared that this venture would yield substantial rewards. Before long, the group arrived at the residence of the blue-hatted Halida. The sofa, coffee table, and even the bed crafted by Bayun elicited gasps of admiration, particularly for their unparalleled comfort, which was beyond mere words. The opulence of these meticulously manufactured conventional furnishings underscored the immense value of Visalia. Imagine embarking on a high-end custom furniture business. Surely that would be a lucrative endeavor. As for the market, how might a nobleman distinctly showcase his uniqueness, exhibit his refined taste, and assert his exalted status? The immediate acquisition of XXX brand furniture would undoubtedly reveal an extraordinary charm. This seamless integration of advertising presents an opportunity without the burden of market competition. It truly is a promising avenue for profit. Charlotte felt an increasing fervor within, determined to acquire the meteorological technology of Visalia. Having bestowed 1 billion Bailey, it was imperative to achieve some semblance of return. Hibofeile Charlotte would not leave empty-handed. On the coffee table in the living room, the blue-hatted Dr. Halida served red tea, and the others began to sip it leisurely. Only Beta could not remain still, glancing about restlessly. Dr. Halida, however, bore no ill will, his face adorned with a benevolent smile, though within that kindness lay an inexplicable sense of lewdness. Just as Charlotte was about to speak, a sudden exclamation from Beta shattered the tranquil atmosphere. "Oh dear, what a calamity!" As Charlotte's carefully contemplated words abruptly faltered, he sprang to his feet in search of Beta's presence. His countenance darkened like the bottom of a pot. Incredulity seized him as he realized that the audacious fellow had ventured into someone else's bathroom, igniting his fury. "Beta! Beta!" he called out. Beta, turning in delight, exclaimed, "Boss, look, the showerhead can spray out clouds." "Shallow what?" "Creak, creak." Beta turned the valve. Soon, mist began to flow from the nozzle, gradually coalescing into a cloud that swiftly cascaded down. "Oh my!" Shallow blinked and scanned the surroundings. "Doryman, where are you?" Unfortunately, it was not the miraculous Doryman. It's all right. Dr. Halida spoke up, anxious to avoid upsetting Shallow, considering the matter trivial. "Huh?" Shallow replied in bewilderment, the earlier irritation having dissipated entirely. The technology here was indeed astonishing, defying common sense. Once silence returned, Shallow addressed Dr. Halida directly. "Dr. Halida, we require various meteorological texts, tools, and all the technologies from Visalia." Dr. Halida blinked in surprise at Shallow. "Gratitude. Thanks to the supporters of martial supremacy with their votes. Thanks to the friends who have consistently recommended and commented. I hope those who enjoy this can offer further support." End of this chapter, Chapter 177. Just a step away from providing for Shallow, Chapter 178. Meteorologist Halida if you are accessing this website through a third-party app or various browser extensions. It may cause content to display out of order. Please try visiting this site using mainstream browsers later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 178. Meteorologist Halida. Dr. Halida fell into contemplation. The meteorological data from Visaria was almost never shared externally. The intention was, of course, to prevent it from being exploited by nefarious individuals for malevolent purposes. The destructive potential of meteorological technology is formidable. The most potent force in the world is invariably the power of nature. Meteorological science pertains to the natural world, and its might is self-evident. A moment's carelessness could transform a boon for humanity into a terrifying weapon of war. Caution is paramount. Yet, the person before him seemed remarkably benevolent. Given their formidable strength, they could easily seize what they wanted without negotiation. This was the source of his inner conflict. As Charlotte observed Halida, he sensed his concerns but refrained from incessantly probing. Instead, he rose and strolled outside, leaving Dr. Halida to ponder. Ultimately, the matter would find resolution. There was no need for haste. It would be prudent to first relax and explore the surroundings. With the departure of Charlotte and the others, Métis paused, casting a resolute glance at Halida. Dr. Halida, I believe your meteorological research is intended to benefit the world. More individuals should comprehend meteorological disasters, he stated earnestly. Halida felt a stirring within him. Enlightening more people about natural disasters and how to avert risks was indeed their long-held aspiration. Furthermore, we aspire to establish a meteorological museum, dedicated not only to research, but also to nurturing exceptional navigators, thus necessitating these invaluable texts and materials. Halida nodded in quiet agreement, particularly upon hearing Charlotte's intention to create a meteorological museum, which he deemed a commendable initiative. Dr. Halida, our Hibofeile family has established numerous institutions, including a scientific research lab, a library, and a hospital, all for the purpose of conducting research and building a utopia, Métis exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. In his heart, the Hibofeile family shone brilliantly because of Charlotte, and his admiration for him was genuine. Halida was momentarily taken aback, surprised and intrigued by the term utopia. Seizing the opportunity, Métis continued to speak fervently, his face alight with enthusiasm and sincerity. Outside Dr. Halida's residence, Lena turned to Charlotte, her brow furrowed with uncertainty. Do you think Dr. Halida will truly acquiesce to this request? Upon hearing this, Charlotte shook his head. He remained uncertain about the eventual outcome. Regardless of the circumstances, should the other party refuse his request, he would have no choice but to resort to more forceful measures, despite his inner reluctance to do so. However, for the advancement and flourishing of the Hibofeile family, he was willing to embrace the role of a villain despised by all. Countless individuals, companions, family, friends, and the populace of Roddy Island depended on him. He could not afford to overlook any opportunity to enhance the power of the Hibofeile family. This was no longer merely a time for him to recline idly. With greater ability comes greater responsibility, a truth he had come to understand profoundly throughout his journey. The uncertainties of the future loomed large. One could only speculate about the astonishing depths of the world government's resources, weaponry, and technology. It was evident that the situation was far from simple. Meanwhile, a cataclysmic war that would engulf the world was steadily approaching. As a traveler from another realm, he was acutely aware of this. The world government had been quietly and diligently preparing, hinting at the enormity of the impending conflict, a war that would reshape the global landscape. At this moment, he could not afford to show leniency. The potential upheavals of the future were too significant. Whether he wished it or not, the rise and fall of the Hibofeile family were inextricably linked to these events. The sun hung high in the sky, casting a gentle glow, while the lush green grass exuded the fragrance of the earth. This moment was infinitely beautiful. Lena stood quietly by his side, silent yet perceptive, sensing Charlotte's resolve, an emotion that could not deceive her. Behind them, a lively group of companions and family members frolicked and laughed without a care in the world. Creak! The door of Dr. Halida's residence swung open once more. Yea, little Charlotte, I agree to this matter, Halida exclaimed, a broad smile illuminating his face. The splendid vision of the ideal homeland plan only deepened his admiration for the Charlotte before him. Charlotte felt a bit bewildered, but upon glancing at the winking Métis, he understood. Truly, this book-loving rascal was remarkable. One must possess intellect. Just look at those carefree individuals, and his heart ached. I am grateful for your generosity, Dr. Harold. Charlotte smiled, relieved that his greatest concern did not materialize. Especially considering the considerable workload ahead, copying and organizing various meteorological texts and materials. And the integration of technology would likely require an extended stay here. Dr. Harold, I wonder if you could grant me another request, Charlotte said, directing his gaze towards the unabashed Harold, unperturbed by the matter of appearances. What is it? Harold, stroking his long beard with a gentle demeanor, inquired without much thought. I hope that during this time, Lena may accompany Dr. Harold and the others to learn the art of navigation. This was the conclusion Charlotte had reached. As the most gifted navigator in the family, it was imperative to nurture Lena's talents. With her fortunate abilities and the enhancement of her observation Haki, she could be considered the most suitable prodigy in the Hebraic family for the role of navigator. Moreover, given the time they would spend together, the timing was fortuitous. This was undoubtedly one of the sanctuaries for studying navigation techniques. Lena's face also radiated joy. Being a navigator was her greatest aspiration. A life of freedom that would allow her to remain by Charlotte's side and embark on adventures together. In response to Charlotte's request, Harold did not hesitate to agree wholeheartedly. To impart knowledge of meteorology to a kind-hearted individual was a source of pride for Visalia. Once again, Charlotte generously contributed 200 million Bailey to the meteorological research experiment, fortifying the bond between the parties involved. For pure scientists, ample funding is indeed the most delightful of circumstances. In celebration, the esteemed elders on Visalia Island organized a grand reception, their enthusiastic demeanor speaking volumes, as if they were ready to elevate Charlotte to the status of a revered deity. Charlotte also pledged that the lack of research funding in Visalia could be addressed by seeking assistance on Laddie Island, a move that undoubtedly served his own interests as well. This endeavor not only fostered a profound friendship with Visalia, but also provided an opportunity to seamlessly dispatch several members of the Maid Brigade here to acquire nautical skills. Sustainable development and mutually beneficial cooperation epitomize a lucrative venture. The profession of navigator, essential for maritime expeditions, carries undeniable strategic value. How fortunate it is to possess a ready-made talent cultivation base, enabling immediate access to the latest advancements in meteorological research for Visalia. Why not seize this opportunity? The advantages for the Hibofeile family's development are self-evident. In a field where scientists are already scarce, the prospect of obtaining meteorological technologies at minimal expense is indeed enticing. Hibofeile Charlotte, is truly far-sighted. Naturally, this initiative was met with great enthusiasm from individuals like Halida, as the prospect of stable funding is invaluable for research. End of chapter 178. Approaching the past chapter 179. Masked Redmergancer if you're accessing this website through third-party apps or various browser plugins. It may cause content to display in disarray. Please try visiting this site using a mainstream browser later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 179. Masked Redmergancer 2 months later, the Hibofeile ship departed under the watchful eyes of the esteemed meteorologists of Visalia. Charlotte was thoroughly satisfied with this journey. Having nearly depleted the resources of Visalia, though it was not without merit, as everything was obtained through amicable discussions. Lena also showcased her remarkable talent in navigation, leaving a group of elderly gentlemen in awe and reaping significant rewards. Unfortunately, the time was all too brief. Soon, the colossal meteorological vessel, bearing the name Hibofeile, traversed the clouds and descended towards a tranquil expanse of sea. Goodbye, little Charlotte and little Lena. Until we meet again, called out the blue-hatted Halida, waving to those below. Farewell, Dr. Halida. Farewell, Grandpa Halida. Moments later, the massive meteorological ship ascended gracefully into the sky, gradually disappearing beyond the edge of the clouds, vanishing from sight. Charlotte, I truly will miss it, Lena remarked softly, gazing in the direction where the great vessel had vanished. The knowledge of navigation there was so comprehensive, even featuring numerous meteorological islands they had never encountered before, leaving one utterly astonished. We shall meet again, Charlotte replied calmly, as mutual cooperation had been established, and future opportunities were plentiful. The mysteries surrounding the Hibofeile family were no longer a secret to Visalia. Mr. Charlotte, this journey has been nothing short of marvelous. We have collected countless incredible treasures, exclaimed Métis, his face radiant with unparalleled joy, as his travelogue of adventures was becoming increasingly rich and thrilling. Indeed, that machine for cloud creation was simply fascinating. Beta chimed in, his enthusiasm palpable. What do you mean by that cloud-making machine? It is called an artificial cloud generator. Barrett couldn't help but interject, for Beta was notoriously oblivious, making him insufferable at times. What does it matter? Having those soft, fluffy creations is all that counts. Does the name really hold significance? Beta scoffed at Barrett, A look of disdain plastered across his face. You clearly lack any semblance of reason, Barrett sighed, spreading his hands in exasperation, portraying a sense of having done his utmost. What do you know? This is what they call profound wisdom disguised as folly. Charlotte's facial muscles twitched imperceptibly as he chose to remain silent, dismissing the raucous individual whose intellect seemed to falter. While the concept of synthetic cloud generation was indeed intriguing, it served merely as a decorative material for home embellishment, primarily appealing in aesthetics. Furthermore, it could potentially furnish the Hibofeile family with an entirely new industrial chain, with the primary aim being profit. What truly captivated his interest was the meteorological cloud technology, capable of producing genuine clouds for artificial rainfall and other significant applications. This technology held immense potential. Nami had pursued 2 years of meteorology studies in Viziria, and her adept utilization of the weather rod during their adventures in the New World had reached an extraordinary level. He was particularly concerned with the capacity of the weather rod to effortlessly emit clouds, thereby enabling formidable lightning strikes and other powerful tactics. The meteorological cloud technology was likely one of the innovations learned from Viziria. This highlights the vast prospects of meteorological science and technology emerging from Viziria, a field that stands on par with any advanced scientific discipline. The Hibofeile family's foundation has been significantly enriched, and their future promises to be increasingly formidable. Charlotte, this place may very well be the Grand Line, Lena remarked gravely, her gaze fixed on the recording needle on her wrist. Charlotte found herself in a state of bewilderment, pondering how she had suddenly departed from the Grand Line. However, upon reflection, the reason soon became clear to her. Visalia was an aerial island that drifted perpetually with the winds, and in the span of 2 months, it had likely traversed a considerable distance. It was thus entirely understandable that it had strayed from the Grand Line, as the diminutive floating isle was not bound by geographical constraints. Could one ascertain the specific waters in which she now found herself? Charlotte inquired, emphasizing the necessity of discerning their location before determining their course. The pivotal objectives of the first segment of the Great Voyage were of utmost importance and must not be overlooked. It must be either the East China Sea or the South China Sea. After a brief contemplation, Lena provided her answer. In the vast expanse of the ocean, pinpointing the exact maritime area was challenging. However, by considering the tranquil weather conditions of the sea, along with the position of Visalia at that time, a rough estimation could be deduced. Charlotte nodded. Either of these 2 maritime regions posed no significant issues. By traversing the doldrums, one could easily reach the first half of the Grand Line. Such endeavors were not unfamiliar to her. However, precise positioning was still required. At that moment, a shadow suddenly descended from the sky, prompting her to look up. 2 enormous birds, each measuring several meters in length, soared gracefully above. Their forms resembled that of vultures, adorned with striking crimson patterns upon their sharp beaks. The heads and elongated necks were a delicate shade of green, while their expansive wings were a tapestry of brown and green interwoven. Their undersides were cloaked in pristine white feathers, and their tails shimmered in vibrant blue. The entire display was a riot of complex and vivid colors. This was a monstrous bird, the Muscaride Hibofeile bird, Mythis exclaimed with palpable excitement. Charlotte turned to glance back. Do you recognize this creature? In response to Charlotte's gaze, Mythis promptly spoke, Mr. Charlotte. This peculiar bird possesses a rather extraordinary penchant for collecting luminous objects. It often brings gold and jewels back to its nest. Charlotte looked up in bewilderment, realizing that this creature's peculiar habits resembled those of the Western dragons depicted in certain tales. He felt an inkling of familiarity, as if he had encountered such stories long ago, yet the details eluded him due to the passage of time. Indeed, it was a most intriguing creature, likely quite adept at treasure hunting. Beta scratched his head, his expression earnest. Pander's eyes sparkled with excitement, his gaze darting around eagerly. Ever since he assumed the role of the caretaker of the animal sanctuary, he had developed an insatiable curiosity for rare and exotic beasts, yearning to bring them all back to the sanctuary. Mythis, on the other hand, was somewhat pensive, his gaze distant and reflective. Unfortunately, due to their unique characteristics, these creatures had attracted the attention of humans and subsequently vanished from their homeland without a trace. How fortunate they are, mused the aloof Jean, as he gazed at the beautiful Masquerade Hibofeile bird, seemingly lost in thought. Mythis was surprised to unexpectedly encounter the Masquerade Hibofeile bird here, indicating that it had wandered rather than completely disappeared. As they observed the strange bird, the Masquerade Hibofeile, gradually retreating, Charlotte commanded his companions to follow closely. The presence of this bird suggested that an island was nearby. Before long, a massive island resembling a colossal mushroom came into view. Upon its spiraling layers, two masquerade Goyo birds were seen circling as they built their nests. From a distance, one could see a masquerade Goyo bird clutching a shimmering golden object in its beak. "Approach it," commanded the crew of the Hibofeile as they swiftly headed toward the island, only to discover that what they had initially perceived as a mushroom was, in fact, a gigantic ancient tree on the island. In a chapter 179, quite vivid chapter 180, the Kingdom of Torino. As Charlotte and her companions approached the island, they were met by a throng of primitive tribesmen, their physiques resembling that of large potatoes, armed with iron spears and eyeing them with suspicion. However, Charlotte remained unfazed by their presence, recognizing that misunderstanding was a common occurrence. Moreover, she assessed that the combat prowess of these tribespeople was rather feeble. To seasoned warriors like them, they posed no genuine threat. They bore no ill intent. They had merely stumbled upon this place by accident, and there was no need for alarm. Charlotte displayed a radiant smile, yet her counterpart remained watchful and unresponsive. This scenario was tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Tension mounted, and the atmosphere grew charged. The crowd stirred, and soon a man adorned with a necklace of white bones, presumably the chieftain, emerged. "Outsiders, what brings you to our land?" Charlotte harbored no discontent. Having lost her way, she decided to temporarily remain here to recuperate. This explanation, however, did not find favor with the others, and the inhabitants of the primitive tribe began to murmur among themselves. At that moment, a youthful voice pierced through the atmosphere, shattering the silence. "Father! Father!" A small, primitive child burst into the scene, seemingly oblivious to Charlotte and her companions, his expression fraught with urgency. "Trouble. Those two wicked birds have attacked the tribe, and many have been injured." Upon hearing this, the chieftain's countenance changed dramatically, and without a moment's hesitation for Charlotte and her group, he scooped up the young one and, accompanied by the tribe members, dashed back towards the village. The oval-shaped figure moved with astonishing agility, leaving Charlotte and her companions utterly astonished. "Let's follow and see." Upon finishing his words, Charlotte immediately gave chase, and without the slightest hesitation, everyone sprinted behind him. In a tribal village, two monstrous birds launched a frenzied assault on the populace. These were the masquerademo Haki birds. In an instant, many were injured, and chaos erupted throughout the tribe. The men returning to the village were seething with rage, swiftly turning their iron spears. Whoosh! A cannonball, enveloped in smoke, soared into the sky. The masquerademo Haki birds, keenly aware of the impending danger, flapped their wings and effortlessly evaded the projectile. Boom! A violent explosion resonated in the heavens, shrouding the area in a cloud of smoke. The onlookers, including Charlotte, were left utterly bewildered. Wasn't this supposed to be a primitive tribe? What did it mean to possess cannons? Had the technological tree grown askew? Or was there a blatant disregard for common sense? Moreover, the weapon resembling an iron spear could launch cannonballs. How utterly absurd. The two colossal masquerademo Haki birds were thoroughly incensed, attacking the crowd with wild ferocity time and again. Although the primitive spears could fire cannonballs, they struggled to contend with these monstrous avians. They rushed to assist, seeking to drive away the menacing creatures. Charlotte spoke, questioning whether the foundation of friendship is indeed established through acts of assistance. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, Pender dashed out in a flurry, displaying an unprecedented eagerness for battle. Pender's formidable presence and fierce onslaught posed a significant threat to the monstrous bird, masquerade Emoko bird. The creature, unable to linger, took to the skies in a desperate flight, while Pender, in a fit of exasperation, pursued it without a moment's pause. A group of primitive beings looked on in astonishment, marveling at the bear's formidable strength. "Fear not, my companions shall restore peace to this place." With a smile, Charlotte spoke, and this time the primitive people's demeanor had evidently shifted. "Thank you for aiding the outsiders. I am Chief Aled." "Greetings, Chief Aled. I am Charlotte from the Hibofeile family." Jillian, unable to contain her healer's instinct, stepped forward to tend to the wounded. This act of kindness eased the suspicions of the primitive tribe. Soon, Charlotte learned from their words that they were in the South Sea, within the Kingdom of Torino. As realization dawned, memories began to resurface in Charlotte's mind. This was indeed the training ground of Tony Chopper, a primitive island abundant with potent medicinal plants and pharmacological techniques. The towering trees were home to many rare and precious herbs seldom found in the outside world. Otherwise, Bartholomew Kuma would not have journeyed here to seek a remedy for jewelry bonny. It was evident that the island possessed remarkable herbal and pharmaceutical knowledge. Who would have imagined that the seemingly primitive inhabitants of the island wielded such advanced pharmacological skills? However, a series of misunderstandings stemming from two peculiar birds, Muskery Demon's hookbird and the native people, had exacerbated tensions between the two parties. The indigenous residents of the kingdom of Torino found themselves unable to gather herbs for healing due to the presence of these enormous creatures, leading to many falling ill from a lack of medicine. Jillian was diligently providing treatment to all, warmly welcomed by the local tribespeople. It was easy to perceive their simplicity and sincerity. The notion of primitiveness and low intelligence was merely superficial. Their iron spears were capable of firing shells, showcasing a degree of mechanization not to be underestimated. Additionally, the tribe boasted a vast tribal library filled with various texts on herbs and pharmacology. This was a nation that preserved its primitive customs, a remarkable land marred only by its outward appearance. The rotund chief, adorned with a circle of grass curtains and feathers, his chest exposed, approached with enthusiasm, presenting freshly washed fruits and a special medicinal tea. Esteemed guests, please partake. Thank you for your efforts, Alad. Charlotte smiled in gratitude. Alad shook his head, saying that it was we who should express our thanks for your timely intervention in driving away the two monstrous birds. Charlotte smiled silently, presumably captured by Pender into the world within the pages of Métis, preparing to return to the old stronghold of the New World. She was acutely aware that the crisis on this island had not yet been resolved. When Chopper arrived here in the future, he would encounter a multitude of masked marauder hookbirds. This indicated that these two had merely arrived here ahead of schedule by chance. Jillian, who had treated the tribe's ailments, approached. You've worked hard, Allard said, adhering to tribal etiquette. No need for formalities, Jillian replied with a smile. Her gaze filled with wonder as she comprehended the hidden circumstances of the tribe. She then continued, her expression somewhat enigmatic, Chief Allard. Although you may appear primitive and your tribe seems rather simple on the surface, in reality, you possess a remarkably high level of culture. Charlotte wore a look of exasperation. Goodness, can you truly express your thoughts so candidly? Arad's eyes widened in disbelief, taken aback by the bluntness of the admission, particularly the rather impolite first half. My apologies. How rude of me. Jillian quickly realized the gravity of the situation and offered an apology. Arad merely shook his head, dismissing the matter as inconsequential, and instead found Jillian's forthrightness refreshing. I must attend to gathering herbs and organizing the replication of those invaluable tomes. Please, continue your conversation. Jillian hastily gulped down a couple of sips of water before swiftly departing. Charlotte helplessly shook his head. Please do not take offense, Chief Arad. Not all. The two engaged in a leisurely conversation akin to that of old friends. With the interference of the monstrous bird, Masquerade Hookbird, now absent, the residents of the tribe naturally began their journey to the ancient tree to gather the necessary herbs. Everything seemed to return to its rightful course. A week later, the ship, Hibofeile, departed from the kingdom of Torino, having collected a plethora of books and medicinal herbs. Naturally, Charlotte also left behind an abundance of external medicines and food for the tribe, serving as a form of exchange. He was quite willing to maintain amicable relations with kind-hearted and sincere individuals. This proved immensely beneficial for the Hibofeile family, as it required no substantial sacrifice on their part. Chapter 180. You are too kind. Chapter 181. The Kingdom of Solbay, the South Sea. The Kingdom of Solbay, the Hibofeile ship, Lonting Wanli, arrive at the homeland of Bartholomew the Great Bear. Charlotte arrived here with certain intentions. The Kingdom of Solb, as one of the member states of the world, is predominantly inhabited by the elderly and is a rather impoverished nation. The current monarch, the benevolent old King Bulldog, presides over a populace that, despite their poverty, leads a tranquil existence. Under a clear sky, where myriad flowers bloom, a scene of harmony unfolds. In the small town, on the grassy expanse before the church, a robust and towering figure, Bartholomew the Bear, wearing patched garments, gently and patiently alleviates the physical ailments of the elderly. Soft, pale red bubbles, reminiscent of bear paws, emerge from the bodies of the elders, containing all the pain and torment they have endured. Charlotte gazed quietly, her heart filled with reflections. The pain and torment that had been expelled required someone to bear this anguish for it to be entirely alleviated. The gentle bear, always silently enduring the weight of it all, provided the utmost comfort to the elderly suffering from afflictions. Despite this, it was during these moments that the bear experienced his greatest tranquility and happiness. In this instant, he had not yet been labeled a tyrant by the world, Nor was he the callous warlord of the Seven, much less a terrifying weapon of destruction. He was merely a young cub. Moments later, the bear completed his pastoral duties and returned alone to the church. "Boss, are you looking for that individual?" Beta inquired with curiosity, unable to comprehend what made that fellow, aside from his imposing stature and gentle disposition, worthy of Charlotte's attention. "He is a tender-hearted man, a true gentleman." Charlotte's tone is both complex and sincere. A person born into an ordinary family, yet possessing the bloodline of the Bacchania, is regarded as having a forbidden lineage. It is precisely due to this extraordinary heritage that the family of three was captured by agents and taken to marry Geos. The strength of the father and the tenderness of the mother profoundly influenced the life of the bear cub. However, when confronted with the harsh realities of fate, humanity appears exceedingly insignificant. During those hellish days in the sanctum, the young bear cub toiled under the weight of arduous labor, enduring merciless beatings. Having experienced the loss of loved ones, he was deprived even of the right to weep. Perhaps, in such a hellish existence, death might indeed be a form of liberation. It was not until the incident in the Valley of the Gods that the bear cub's destiny began to shift. He was taken as one among 100,000 prey to the valley, participating in the cruel hunting activities of the celestial dragons, and amidst the chaos, he acquired the meatball fruit. "Oh," Beta seemed somewhat astonished, and suddenly grew curious. "Shall we not enter? Let's go." As Charlotte and her companions pushed open the grand doors of the church, the man who had recently exuded vitality now appeared battered and profoundly weakened. What on earth transpired? Beta was filled with perplexity, pondering what events had unfolded that he remained oblivious to. Charlotte remained silent, fully aware that such occurrences transpired weekly. "Who are you?" inquired Ginny, her pink, curly hair framing her tear-filled eyes as she gazed at the arriving Charlotte and company. "Travelers. Jillian, go and take a look." Charlotte spoke softly, while Jillian had already approached the bear. After her examination, Jillian appeared somewhat perplexed. "Let us proceed with treatment." He did this for the sake of others. As Charlotte's voice resonated, Jillian ceased her hesitations and unleashed the powers of the devil fruit. A radiant light flashed, and Bartholomew Kuma's injuries vanished, restoring him to his former state. For a moment, the seemingly dazed yet inherently benevolent bear appeared astonished. "A wielder of the devil fruit?" Jillian nodded, her gaze fixated on the peculiar meatball nestled within Kuma's massive paw. "Hooray, it's splendid." "You're all right, Kuma," Ginny exclaimed, her tone brimming with joy. The worry that once clouded her expression now completely dissipated. Kuma beamed with a smile. "Greetings, everyone." "Kuma, Ginny." With a smile, Charlotte spoke. At that moment, both Bear and Ginny turned their heads in surprise, taken aback by the fact that she knew their names. "No need to be astonished. I heard from the villagers that a priest and a girl reside here, and your popularity is quite remarkable." Upon hearing Charlotte's words, the two visibly relaxed, their faces breaking into smiles. "Thank you for helping, Bear," Ginny said, her cheerful demeanor illuminating her face, making her freckles appear all the more charming. "You truly possess a wonderfully innocent and optimistic nature." Charlotte spoke warmly and immediately instructed Moke to prepare a grand feast, intending to indulge in a sumptuous meal. "A feast?" Upon hearing this, Ginny's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she couldn't help but salivate at the thought of delectable dishes. Grabbing the hand of Big Bear, she leapt up in delight, exclaiming, "Bear, meat, meat, meat." The composed Big Bear gently restrained Ginny and turned to Charlotte, inquiring, "May I ask who you are?" "I am Hibofeile Charlotte," came the reply. Ginny gasped, her eyes widening in realization. "You are the infamous pirate of the New World." "Oh, little girl, you know of me?" Charlotte remarked with a chuckle. Ginny nodded, having certainly seen his name in the newspapers. Subsequently, Charlotte shook his head, reflecting on the legendary exploits of the two before him, particularly their miraculous escape from the Valley of the Gods' great battle. At the feast, the atmosphere was lively as both parties engaged in delightful conversation. Beta and Pandey, true to their reputation for enlivening the mood, quickly bonded with Ginny. Together, they indulged in a frenzy of meat consumption. Charlotte gazed at the 17-year-old bear and inquired softly, "Are you planning to reside here from now on?" The bear paused for a moment, glanced at Ginny, and nodded. The life he currently led was one he had long yearned for. Your identity as a forbidden bloodline destined you to never live a life of tranquility. After taking a sip of his drink, Charlotte slowly began to speak. The world government would undoubtedly not spare Bartholomew Kuma. A series of subsequent events had long since confirmed his tragic fate. Such blissful tranquility could hardly endure for more than a few years. Kuma sat in a daze, lost in contemplation, casting a glance at Ginny before shaking his head once more. Charlotte nodded, respecting each individual's choices without imposing his will upon anyone save for adversaries. However, his paramount objective must be achieved. The Bacchania tribe incites trepidation within the world government, and I am keen to uncover the underlying reasons for this. Upon hearing this, the imposing figure of the bear from the Bacchania tribe visibly tensed. Might the great bear be so kind as to provide a sample of your blood? I seek to delve into the secrets it may hold. In addressing the bear, Charlotte was candid. If technology could facilitate the creation of a clone of this bear, could it not also serve as a foundation for the fabrication of a pacifist? This notion constituted his primary aim, necessitating thorough research into the unique bloodline of the Bacchania. Perhaps, through technological enhancement, one could imbue individuals with the formidable strength of the Bacchania lineage. Such possibilities hold immense potential for advancement. In response to Charlotte's request, the bear readily acquiesced, embodying his admirable quality of altruism. "You are exceedingly kind, bear," Charlotte praised, prompting the bear to shyly scratch his head. "Should the day come when you require assistance, feel free to seek us out on Rife Island." The bear nodded enthusiastically, a smile illuminating his face. Amidst the joyous celebration, the bear rose and began to dance the Nika, with countless others joining in, moving their bodies in unison, swaying and leaping. Amidst the laughter and merriment, they exuberantly expressed their emotions. Charlotte gazed softly, the fleeting moment of happiness so brief yet exquisite. End of this chapter, Chapter 181. My Patience Wanes, Chapter 182, Gaia Island. Magic Valley Town. Should you access this site using third-party applications or various browser extensions, it may result in disordered content display. Please try again later with a mainstream browser. Thank you for your support. Chapter 182, Gaia Island. Magic Valley Town sets sail. Hoist the sails. With a resounding cheer, the sails unfurled, and the crowd waved farewell to the kingdom of Torino, welcoming the gentle sea breeze as they embarked on a new journey towards the sun. The ship, Hibofeile, left a delicate ripple upon the water's surface as it sailed into the distance. 2 weeks later, Lena stood on the deck, basking in the mild weather, somewhat entranced. Before turning to Charlotte, "Charlotte, we have entered the climatic waters of the island. It appears Gaia Island is indeed a spring-like paradise." Gaia Island? An island shaped like a set of human teeth, divided in the middle, with the northernmost part connected while the southern parts stand in opposition to one another. Charlotte finally became intrigued. After a fortnight of navigation, they returned to the first half of the Grand Line, where Gaia Island was pivotal in the search for the Sky Islands. The Hibofeile swiftly approached the vicinity of Gaia Island. "Ah, there lies Gaia Island." Beta felt a rush of excitement. Before them unfolded a picturesque scene. Gaia Island was adorned with seaside villas, and the bustling town was alive with throngs of people. While a dozen ships docked at the harbor, each vessel bore an array of peculiar pirate flags fluttering in the breeze. This was the town of Magic Valley, Moku Town, located at one end of Gaia Island, while they needed to traverse to the opposite side of the island to seek the South bird. This avian creature not only possessed a distinctive appearance, but also lived up to its name, its head perpetually pointing due south, akin to a compass. Additionally, there existed the North bird, East bird, and West bird, totaling 4 varieties. The location of the soaring water current leading to the Sky Islands lay directly to the south of Gaia Island. However, the erratic magnetic field of the Grand Line posed significant challenges. Only by following the South bird's guidance towards true south could one uncover the correct route to the skyward currents. Thus, seeking the South bird was indispensable. On the streets of Magic Valley Town, fearsome pirates roamed, saturating the atmosphere with an unsettling tension. At the town center stood a grand structure, entirely white with circular windows. This was the largest tavern in Magic Valley, Ilde Cherry. Inside the tavern, pirates reveled in merriment, creating a vibrant and chaotic ambience. The arrival of Charlotte and her companions caught the attention of a band of pirates. However, in the face of the formidable Hibofeile family, they refrained from taking any rash actions. "Charlotte, shall we not take action now?" Lena inquired with a hint of uncertainty. "There is no need for haste. It is already late in the day, and we shall require tomorrow to seek the southern-bound bird. After all, the tumultuous sea currents occur primarily in the morning," Charlotte replied, emphasizing the importance of patience. Lena responded with a soft acknowledgement, choosing not to pursue the matter further. The arrival of Charlotte and her companions did not stir much commotion. The pirates engaged in their usual banter. "Have you heard? A grand ship fell from the sky a few days ago, and it seems that the Camilla pirate crew has discovered a devil fruit. However, it is said to have been stolen, and the thief is reportedly on this very island." As Charlotte's ears perked up at the mention of the devil fruit, A flicker of intrigue ignited within her. However, she quickly shook her head. Such treasures, once pilfered, would undoubtedly be concealed, making their retrieval exceedingly challenging. Rather than squander time in pursuit of the elusive, she resolved to ascend to the Sky Island and secure both the gold and the nature-type thunderfruit. With this thought in mind, Charlotte rose, recognizing that it was time to take action. Just as the group stepped out of the tavern, a resounding explosion reverberated through the air, as a nearby eatery erupted in a billowing cloud of smoke. Startled, Beta shot a fierce glance towards the source of the blast. Now shrouded in a thick veil of fog, Charlotte was momentarily at a loss for words. It was a well-known truth that pirate havens were rife with unexpected surprises. Just then, amidst the billowing smoke of an explosion, a girl suddenly emerged, sprinting towards them in the center of the street. Before anyone could react in astonishment, a throng of pirates wielding weapons surged after her. "You little thief! There's no escape for you now. How dare you steal from the Camilla pirate crew? You're courting death!" The pirates shouted furiously, even firing their guns. Bang! 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 Bullets ricocheted wildly, heedless of the innocent bystanders, as a large crowd frantically sought refuge in the streets. With a swift motion, Charlotte extended her hand, firmly grasping a bullet that had been shot towards her, her expression darkening. The female thief, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback, but then frantically charged towards them, pursued relentlessly by the pirates behind her. Charlotte was slightly irritated. They were being used as a shield while the pirates behind them displayed unparalleled audacity. "Eliminate them!" With a flourish of her hand, Charlotte summoned the members of the Hibofeile family, who surged forth like a tide. Barrett swiftly maneuvered to stand before the girl, seizing her with a firm grasp, bringing her directly in front of Charlotte. "Boss." Charlotte nodded, indicating that this was merely a trivial matter. "Hey, you did that on purpose." His gaze turned icy as he looked at the girl, for he detested being used as a pawn. The young girl tensed, overwhelmed by the formidable presence of the group. After a moment of hesitation, the pursuing members of the Camilla pirate crew were completely dealt with. "My patience is wearing thin." The girl, filled with trepidation, quickly spoke up. I possess a treasure." With that, she revealed the devil fruit. Charlotte was bewildered. He could not comprehend this maneuver. Having stolen the devil fruit, why was there no intention to utilize it? What was the purpose of pilfering such a thing? For wealth? Shero raised his hand to receive it, scrutinizing it discreetly before ultimately conceding, preparing to return and consult the demon compendium. "You may leave," observing the other party's perceptiveness. Shero had no intention of pursuing the matter further. He felt a tinge of annoyance rather than a murderous intent. The young girl appeared troubled, pleading, "Is it possible?" "No, it cannot be," Charlotte interrupted, exclaiming that he was not a fool, and such situations made it exceedingly difficult for him. A cacophony of incomprehensible laughter erupted as a band of pirates re-emerged. "Little Samay, where's the devil fruit you pilfered?" demanded the burly man with a spike club, his scarred face bearing a fierce countenance. Before Charlotte, the little girl trembled at the sound. Indeed, it was the infamous pirate crew. To think it was them, the bearded captain, Polly, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 130 million berries. The crowd began to murmur, and Charlotte furrowed her brow. How long would this continue? Fighting monsters, wave after wave. A notorious pirate. How absurd. Beta scoffed, dismissing the notion that a mere bounty of 130 million could classify someone as a great pirate. After all, he himself had a bounty exceeding 400 million, yet never claimed such a title. What nonsense. Wasn't he this akin to seeking death with a lantern in a toilet? The other members of the Hibofeile family chuckled as well. "Hey, you rascals, what are you laughing at?" The bearded Polly's eyes flashed with menace. In this territory, no one dared to look down upon him. Barrett stood up and, with a swift motion, appeared beside Polly. Polly's pupils constricted, and before he could react, boom, his face was forcefully driven into the ground, creating a massive crater, the tremendous impact causing all his teeth to shatter. Barrett dusted off his hands and struck again, leading to the complete annihilation of the pirate crew. This scene left everyone astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. Gulp! A chorus of anxious swallowing filled the air. The little girl, witnessing this, burst into tears, her eyes reddening, as if liberated from a dreadful fate. It was a cathartic release of pent-up emotions. Not a single one spared. Charlotte spoke with an air of indifference, as two factions of pirates vanished completely from this world. Without pausing, they turned a journey towards another island. It was only after Charlotte and the others departed that the tranquil street erupted with intense sounds. Meanwhile, a newspaper was carried by the wind, gently descending before the little girl, it was a bounty notice. The individual mentioned was none other than Hibofeile Charlotte, a true pirate of the seas. Thank you to everyone who has consistently voted and commented. I hope those who enjoy this can subscribe, continue reading, and leave their votes and comments. Thank you once again. End of this chapter, Chapter 182. Your Headaches, Chapter 183. Ariel Island if you're using third-party apps or various browser plugins to access this website. It may result in disordered content display. Please try using mainstream browsers to visit this site later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 183. Ariel Island on the calm sea. The sails of the Hibofeile billowed, following the guidance of the southern bird's head. On the deck, a little girl was looking around curiously. Indeed, it was the little thief, Sammy, from yesterday, who had inexplicably followed them all day. Claiming to be homeless, Lena had taken her in upon hearing this, leaving Charlotte utterly helpless. He had truly become the head of an orphanage. Charlotte shook her head, dismissing further thoughts, and raised her voice to address everyone. Attention, everyone! It is currently 8:30 in the morning, and we must ensure our arrival at the vicinity of the soaring ocean currents by around 10 o'clock today. After speaking, Charlotte turned around and noticed that Beta, that rascal, was thoroughly engrossed in manipulating Nan-Nan's head, occasionally bursting into fits of silly laughter. Charlotte slapped his forehead, filled with a desire to deliver a blow to that scoundrel Beta, who seemed to be perpetually engaged in frivolity. Meanwhile, Lena meticulously examined the nautical chart in her hands, frequently glancing up at the sea, and then issued commands to adjust the course of the ship, the Hippolyta. Look, Beta is moving the head of the southward bird. And with a swift motion, it returned to its original position as if drawn by magnetism. How fascinating! This bird is truly remarkable. Métis tightened his grip on the book, his eyes wide with curiosity. Wah! The southward bird squawked angrily at Beta. Pan, what is it saying? Beta, puzzled, stared at Pan with a quizzical expression. It claims it 1T face south, driving you all to madness. The southward bird stubbornly turned its head towards the north. Beta, Pan, and Métis watched intently, their expressions serious as they regarded the irate bird. Moments later, the bird, which had initially faced north, visibly broke into a sweat and, in a fit of anxiety, swiftly turned back. This scene erupted into laughter among the group. Beta clutched his belly, roaring with laughter. Ha! This creature becomes quite agitated when its head doesn't face south. Unable to contain her irritation amidst the raucous laughter, Lena turned to glare. Damn it, Beta, can you all take this seriously? In an instant, the group's demeanor stiffened, and observing the sudden quiet, Lena resumed her focus on the direction. Wah! The southward bird continued its noisy protests. What is it saying? Beta stole a glance, before quietly inquiring with Pan. It says you're a coward, and you deserve it. Pan replied earnestly. What? Beta's temper surged, glaring fiercely at the southward bird. With a loud thud, Lena hurled a nearby telescope at Beta, striking him on the head and leaving a sizable bump. Beta crouched down, cradling his head in dismay, seeking solace, while the deck fell completely silent, causing Charlotte's eye to twitch in response. Before long, the sky appeared to darken. That S.A. cumulonimbus. Quickly, locate the position of the vortex. Lena shouted. A large current at 12 o'clock. A colossal sea creature spotted at 9 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, we detected a current flowing opposite to the sea current, likely indicating the location of a massive whirlpool. Reports echoed one after another. With decisive authority, Lena commanded, turn the ship's helm to 10 o'clock and proceed. The atmosphere was charged with urgency. The ship, Hibofeile, trembled violently, navigating resolutely against the surging waves towards the 10 o'clock direction. After traversing a distance of approximately 1 or 2 nautical miles, a massive vortex emerged before the astonished crew, its formidable pull causing the Hibofeile to sway precariously upon the ocean surface. The profound whirlpool and the murky waters instilled an almost indescribable sense of oppressive dread. A yellow, shark-shaped sea creature was swiftly ensnared by the vortex, followed closely by the Hibofeile itself being drawn into its depths. The struggling yellow sea beast soon fell silent, succumbing to the depths below. Hold on tightly, lest you be flung into the abyss. The voice of Charlotte resonated, alerting everyone. The Hibofeile boldly plunged straight into the hollow eye of the vortex. Boom! Piercing through the dim abyss, the Hibofeile landed heavily upon the surface of the sea below. In stark contrast to the chaos outside, an extraordinary tranquility enveloped this place, where the Hibofeile rested serenely at its center. Everyone be cautious. This is a precursor to an eruption. The eye of the vortex has merely vanished temporarily. Hold on tightly, Lena warned, her demeanor fraught with tension. At that moment, The sea beneath the Hibofeile suddenly surged, resembling a colossal spring bubbling forth, rising high. Thunderous roars reverberated as the terrifying currents lifted the Hibofeile, soon reaching a critical point before erupting violently. The soaring torrents of water shot skyward, a pale blue deluge resembling a pillar of heaven, forming a magnificent route between sky and sea. The Hibofeile rocked violently, yet harnessing this explosive force, it ultimately ascended along the currents towards the heavens. Lena commanded with calm authority, aligning the vessel with the flow of the rushing waters as they advanced toward the Sky Island, while various marine creatures cascaded down from above. A truly spectacular sight. After a considerable time, the Hibofeile pierced through the clouds, and amidst the pure white expanse, an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloped them. Before long, the Hibofeile burst forth from the clouds, leaping into the gentle sunlight that scattered like a dream under its radiant embrace. With a resounding thud, the Hibofeile landed upon a vast expanse of cloudy sea. Everyone found their clothes dampened by the mist within the clouds. They now occupied a space 7,000 meters above the azure sea, where the oxygen was notably thin. Fortunately, the members of the Hibofeile family possessed robust constitutions, rendering these effects negligible. In the distance, a world of clouds shrouded in mist unfolded, with massive mounds of cloud floating above the sea of clouds. A sight of unparalleled beauty. "Mr. Charlotte, is this the Sky Island you spoke of?" Mythis exclaimed, her excitement nearly overwhelming. "This is the empty sea. The Sky Island is yet to be reached," Charlotte replied calmly. This place differed from the whimsical charm of the small Sky Island, Visalia, possessing a grandeur and majesty befitting a true kingdom of clouds. Deliciously spicy, Beta leaned over the ship's railing, gazing down at the churning sea below, resembling clouds in motion, captivating all who beheld it. Mysterious creatures flitted through the empty sea, fleeting glimpses of their existence adding to the intrigue. Suddenly, the mist swirled violently, and several enormous tentacles emerged from the depths of the empty sea, launching an assault on the Hibofeile. A gleam of light flashed from Charlotte's blade as it sliced through the air, cleaving the clouds as it struck towards the foe. A colossal creature, surging and undulating like an octopus, emerged from the depths. "What is this? It swells like a balloon." An exceedingly peculiar being, unlike any species found in the vast ocean. Xia Luo spoke softly, asserting that this object held great utility beyond the Sky Island. This was, of course, a unique organism from the Sky Island, the octopus baron, a principal biological tool once it departed from its native realm. This statement instantly piqued everyone's interest. Above the sea of clouds, there also resides a peculiar fish, documented in the travels of Nolan as the cloudfish. Midas pondered for a moment before adding, "These creatures have evolved in a rather unusual manner to adapt to life in the cloud sea, which lacks a seabed, rendering their bodies somewhat flatter compared to ordinary marine life. Moreover, many of the local specialties here are truly one of a kind, including technologies derived from shells and cloud innovations." Charlotte would naturally not let the opportunity slip by. There are various types of attack shells, such as the impact shell, the piercing shell, the slashing shell, the flash shell, the wind-blasting shell, the flame shell, the cloud shell, and the lantern shell. These potent, offensive shells can be developed into a multitude of formidable weapons, while numerous unique shells possess immense value for everyday applications. Cloud technology, akin to the processing techniques of the small floating island of Visalia, showcases a distinctive manufacturing craft that is markedly different. Naturally, the golden land of Xiangla here is also a treasure not to be overlooked. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Jianxian Baiyujing, 202-208-240-8-325-8421, and 20190-3101-8323-8173 for their support in voting. I appreciate all friends who have consistently voted and commented. I hope that those who enjoy this can provide more support through following, subscribing, collecting, recommending, and voting. Thank you all. End of this chapter. Chapter 183. The Unimpressed Fellow, Chapter 184. The Divine Kingdom if you're accessing this website using a third-party app or various browser plugins. It may cause content to appear in disarray. Please try accessing the site later using a mainstream browser. Thank you for your support. Chapter 184. The Divine Kingdom amidst the vast expanse of cloud-covered mountains. The Hibofeile glided smoothly along the cloud path. "Boss." Beta approached Charlotte stealthily. What is it?" Charlotte looked at Beta with curiosity, as his face betrayed his unease. "Well," Beta hesitated. "Just spit it out. Stop stammering. It's not very manly." Upon observing Beta's demeanor, Charlotte immediately discerned that he was undoubtedly scheming something. Noticing Charlotte's gaze, Beta hastily inquired, "Boss, what type of demon fruit did we acquire in the town of Magic Valley?" Charlotte was somewhat taken aback, yet she spoke up, "Superman system. Slow fruit." Upon hearing this name, Beta instantly exhibited a look of disappointment. This left Charlotte momentarily stunned. "Have you already consumed a devil fruit? Is it truly possible to eat another?" Charlotte inquired with a hint of annoyance. "What do you ask that for?" "Ah, isn't it true that Jean has yet to acquire the devil fruit?" Beta, feeling somewhat bashful, responded, "I merely wish to inquire on his behalf." However, he soon expressed his disappointment, stating, "The slow fruit, just the name alone evokes a rather lackluster impression. Goodness, it doesn't seem worthy of much regard." Upon observing Beta's disdainful expression, Charlotte couldn't help but scratch his head in perplexity. This particular devil fruit possesses significant potential, although it requires a series of specific gestures to activate its light waves. Once an object is struck by the beam, all actions within the subsequent 30 seconds become markedly sluggish. Its extraordinary efficacy in combat is undeniable. What sets it apart, most notably, is its connection to the dimension of time, which is quite remarkable. Undoubtedly, it would be an egregious waste of talent for Jean to utilize this fruit. Charlotte naturally had her own plans. This fruit would not be used by Jean. "Do not concern yourself with Jin's matters. I have my own strategies," she stated, choosing not to elaborate further. After several minutes, the ship Hibofeile arrived at the depths of the cloud sea. Towering cloud pathways extended into the vastness of the sky, and directly below lay a magnificent hexagonal arched port entrance, adorned in shades of gold and white. The clouds beneath it flowed differently than before, exhibiting a certain enchantment. On the red stone plaque affixed to the grand entrance were the words "Heaven's Gate." "The gate to heaven," Mythos murmured. "Heaven? This feels akin to ascending into paradise." Charlotte thought to herself. The Hibofeile gradually glided through the entrance. Within the heavenly archway, a vast expanse unfolded, with a row of orderly doorways lining the walls. Soon, one of the doors swung open, revealing an elderly woman with small white wings sprouting from her back, her figure distorted and face lined with wrinkles. "Is this an angel? Do angels truly look like this?" Beta exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. "Surely, this cannot be an angel." In that moment, Charlotte found himself at a loss for words, simply denying the notion outright. Angels, he thought, could never possibly exist. It was utterly inconceivable. How could there be such an unseemly angel? "Please, do not tarnish the beautiful image I hold in my heart." Click, click, click. The elderly woman, with a camera in hand, was fervently capturing the moments of those aboard the ship Hibofeile. What on earth was she doing? Mighty's pondered in bewilderment. Shallow remarked nonchalantly, "The workflow." The crowd responded, "Oh, so that's it. It is not mysterious at all. I'm the overseer of the Gate of Heaven, Chimit, a native of Qinghai. Are you here for sightseeing or for battle?" How intriguing. Such directness. Barrett raised an eyebrow. "Sightseeing?" Charlotte's voice echoed softly, remarking that in a real battle, one could never directly expose their targets, for that would grant the adversary ample time to prepare. "Oh, for sightseeing. Each person enters the heavenly kingdom for 500 million ik." "Ik?" Lena inquired, somewhat perplexed. "That is merely the currency here, nothing to be astonished about," Charlotte clarified, tossing a hefty bag of belly towards her. Although the notion of several billion ik was rather daunting, in comparison to belly, it held negligible value. In Qinghai, one might even disdain using it for the most trivial of purposes. Joyfully accepting the currency, in the next moment, the underside of the Hibofeile was enveloped in swirling clouds, while massive, crimson pincers emerged from either side, securing the vessel firmly. "Hooray! What is this?" Pandey exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement. The voice of the Heavenly Kingdom's supervisor, Chimitai, rasped through the air, announcing that is the renowned specialty of the White Sea, the express shrimp, wishing you a pleasant journey. As her words faded, the vibrant red express shrimp hoisted the Hibofeile and dashed along the cloud path at an astonishing speed. Cheers erupted from the crowd, their exhilaration reminiscent of a thrilling roller coaster ride. Observing the dark, winding path that ascended towards the heavens, Charlotte felt a sense of wonder at the marvels of this place. After some time, at the end of the meandering cloud path, golden light streamed through the exit, illuminating the surroundings. Charlotte raised her head, one hand resting on her forehead, as she observed a wooden board embedded in the clouds, inscribed with the words, "Godland Sky Pia, the land of the gods." Xiao Luo gently shook her head, pondering that had they been at sea, they might have already faced annihilation at the hands of the world government. In the so-called land of the gods, the recent incident in the Valley of the Gods was still fresh in her memory, particularly the fate of the Lulu Shaya tribe, who bore the name of divinity. It could only be said that their existence high above the clouds was indeed fortunate. At the very least, they had not been captured to partake in the hunting games. Lost in thought, the express shrimp carried the Hibofeile swiftly out of the cloud exit, arriving at an even grander expanse of the cloud sea, now soaring 10,000 meters above sea level. In the distance, a magnificent dreamlike cloud island came into view, its pristine coastline stretching far and wide. The island was adorned with intertwining white clouds, while splendidly colored castles were scattered across various layers of the white mist. Bridges nestled among the clouds added a whimsical touch. Brimming with fairy tale charm, two immense green vines transformed into a colossal path that ascended towards even greater heights, a sight that was nothing short of breathtaking. "This island is simply exquisite," Lena exclaimed, supporting herself against the ship's railing as she gazed in awe. "The floating island, we have arrived." The Hibofeile approached rapidly, casting its anchor upon the clouds. Sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the sandy shores of the cloud island, where palm trees swayed gently in the breeze, creating a scene of serene beauty. Charlotte leaped down, her feet meeting a soft, comforting sensation that instantly enveloped her, evoking a sense of delightful sway. The surface of the sea, akin to white clouds, was not only pliant, but also erupted with splashes as she ran, creating gentle ripples that danced upon water. It was truly an astonishingly magical realm. Others, equally exhilarated, followed closely behind, aware that such an experience would be rare in a lifetime. It was nothing short of a dreamlike wonder. As Charlotte treaded upon the soft sands of the beach, her mind wandered in a myriad of thoughts. "Oh, how delightfully soft it is. I am overwhelmed with a desire to slumber." Ponde rolled back and forth atop the clouds, utterly enraptured by the experience. "It feels as though one is lost in a dream." Barrett, rarely given to such sentiments, expressed his wonder. Even Jin's face, typically stoic, revealed an unusual spark of intrigue.